Chapter 159, Arrival at Alien City. Wow, it's the ocean. On this day, Luoya and Ya-i ascended to the peak of a mountain. Ya-i gazed down at the city nestled below and the vast ocean nearby, expressing her delight. This is the city we are destined to reach. Alien City, Luoya remarked with a smile as he surveyed the town below. Alien City is a bustling port city located along the coastline of the Kinsei region, in proximity to Yuanju City and Zhanlan City. Moreover, the port here is frequented by numerous cruise ships traversing the globe, hence it is affectionately referred to as the city where the sea breeze carries a fragrant allure. Luoya glanced at the travel guide in his hand and elucidated to Ya-i. A port city, you say? That implies there must be beaches here as well. The mention of the ocean instantly brought to Ya-i's mind the image of sandy shores. Indeed, as one might expect, being adjacent to the sea not only means sandy beaches, but also the melodious sounds of crashing waves. Thus it is known as the city that resonates with the symphony of the tides, Luoya replied with a grin. Then let us hasten to Alien City. With that, Ya eagerly dashed toward the city. Observing Ya-i's palpable excitement, Luoya chuckled softly and hurried after her. How vibrant this place is! As Ya strolled through the streets of Alien City, she admired the towering edifices flanking the roads and the throngs of people bustling about. You must understand that port cities are always brimming with life. This city is quite akin to the bustling Kai City in the Kinsei region, Luoya remarked, casting a few assessing glances around Alien City. We should make haste to the Pokémon Center, as our Pokémon are utterly exhausted. With that, Ya-i and Luoya proceeded towards the Pokémon Center in Alien City. After revitalizing their Pokémon and satiating their hunger, it was only the afternoon. Thus Luoya and Ya-i made their way to the Alien Gym to challenge the trainers therein. Luoya, are you familiar with the particulars of Alien Gym? Ya-i inquired as they walked along the path to the gym. Of course, Luoya replied with a slight smile, then began to explain to Ya. The trainer at Alien Gym is known as Ami, who primarily utilizes Steel-type Pokémon, her ace being a Steelix. I see. Thank you, Luoya, Ya said with a smile after absorbing the information. Well then, let us continue onwards, Luoya stated, and together they pressed on toward Alien Gym. Is anyone inside? Upon arriving at Alien Gym and noticing the firmly shut doors, Luoya called out. Who are you? A youthful voice responded from within. We have come to challenge the trainers of Alien Gym, Luoya stated, revealing their purpose. Ah, so you are here to challenge the gym. Then do come in. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than the gym door swung open, revealing an adorable little girl emerging. And who might you be? Ya asked, looking at the girl before her. I am Ami, the gym leader of Alien Gym, the little girl replied. You are the gym leader? Ya exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment as she regarded the diminutive figure. Indeed, I accept your challenge. Follow me, the girl said, turning to lead them into the gym, leaving Luoya behind with a wry smile, aware of the surprising truth. As Luoya and Ya entered the arena of the dojo, the little girl addressed them, declaring, Let the dojo challenge commence. Since the dojo challenge has begun, we should first summon the dojo trainer, Luoya stated, unwilling to indulge her any further, stepping forward to speak. I am the dojo trainer, Ami, the little girl insisted, maintaining her claim to be the gym leader. I've seen photographs of Ami. You must be an apprentice here. Quickly, summon her, Luoya said with a smile directed at her. Very well. Realizing she had been discovered, the little girl had no choice but to call for Ami from within the building. Upon learning the circumstances, Ami first admonished the little girl, then turned to Luoya and Ya-i to apologize. I apologize for the inconvenience. This child is called Kaxia, an apprentice at our Tsong dojo. It's quite all right, Ya-i replied, showing no blame towards Kaxia. Following Ami's guidance, Kaxia understood her mistake and sincerely apologized to Luoya and Ya-i, who graciously forgave her. Now, let's commence our battle, Ami. Luoya then issued a challenge to Ami. No problem, she readily accepted. The ensuing dojo challenge features Ami, the dojo trainer of Tsong dojo, battling against Luoya from the Alola region. Each side will utilize 3 Pokémon, and victory is declared when one side's 3 Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle. Kaxia took up a flag, assuming the role of referee. Then, my first Pokémon shall be this one. Go Xiao Tsi-Guang. Ami released her first Pokeball, and a level 27 Xiao Tsi-Guang floated into the air, illuminated by the red light. Since it is Xiao Tsi-Guang, I shall call upon you, Hua Konglong. In response to the steel and electric type Xiao Tsi-Guang, Luoya sent forth Hua Konglong. Hua Konglong unleashed the flamethrower attack, As the challenger, Luoya initiated the first strike. Upon hearing Luoya's command, Huakong opened its mouth and expelled a torrent of searing flames towards the floating Xiao Ziguang. Xiao Ziguang utilized Thunderbolt. Remaining composed, Ami directed Xiao Ziguang to retaliate against the incoming flames. Xiao Ziguang then unleashed a surge of high-voltage electricity, colliding with Huakong's flamethrower. However, due to the level disparity, the flamethrower barreled through Xiao Ziguang's Thunderbolt, advancing toward it. Xiao Ziguang quickly evaded. Observing this unfolding scene, Ami urged Xiao Ziguang to dodge, and it obediently complied, floating in the air to avoid the attack. Huakong produced a smokescreen. Luoya initiated a second wave of assault. Huakong exhaled a cloud of black smoke, rapidly enveloping the arena and obscuring Ami and Xiao Ziguang's vision. Huakong execute Dragon Rage. Sensing the location of Xiao Ziguang, Luoya commanded Huakong to strike at its position. A white dragon-shaped beam surged towards Xiao Ziguang, which, caught off guard, was swiftly knocked to the ground. Huakong finished it with Fire Spin. Following Luoya's command, Huakong unleashed intense flames that engulfed the fallen Xiao Ziguang. Under the searing heat of the flames, Xiao Ziguang's eyes turned to smoke, rendering it unconscious. Xiao Ziguang has lost its ability to battle. Thus, Huakong is the victor. Referee Xia proclaimed the result. Return, Xiao Ziguang. Ami first recalled Xiao Ziguang into its Pokeball, then retrieved another Pokeball, tossing it forth to unleash the next Pokemon within. Beneath the radiant glow of the Pokeball's crimson light, a shadow materialized upon the arena, confronting the Charizard with unwavering resolve. Chapter 160, Acquiring the Steel Badge. The next challenger is you. Step forth, self-destructing Magneton. Ami tossed out her next Pokeball, and a level 31 Magneton materialized on the battlefield. What is that? Outside the arena, May pulled out her Pokédex and pointed it at Magneton. Magneton, the magnetic Pokemon, evolved from a special magnetic field's influence, capable of emitting threefold magnetic power. The Pokédex responded. As for Magneton, Charmeleon is just a step away from evolution. Thus, let us seize this opportunity for its transformation, thought Roya as he glanced at Magneton. Charmeleon, I entrust this battle to you once again. With that, Roya addressed Charmeleon on the field. Charmeleon opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, nodding in agreement. Charmeleon, let us begin with a flame vortex to greet our new adversary, Roya commanded with a snap of his fingers. Upon hearing this, Charmeleon immediately exhaled a searing flame, directing it toward Magneton. Magneton, retaliate with Thunderbolt. Observing the approaching flame vortex, Ami quickly commanded Magneton. A golden aura enveloped Magneton, which then unleashed Thunderbolt to clash with Charmeleon's flame vortex, resulting in both attacks dissipating into the air. Charmeleon, unleash Inferno. Realizing the previous move was ineffective, Roya proceeded to issue the next command. Following Roya's instruction, Charmeleon released a fiery blast that swiftly took the form of the letter T, hurtling toward Magneton. Magneton, erect a light screen. At Ami's command, Magneton conjured a transparent barrier before itself, successfully blocking Charmeleon's Inferno without sustaining any damage. Magneton, unleash Screech. After halting Charmeleon's Inferno, Ami continued directing Magneton. Rubbing its steel body, Magneton emitted a series of piercing sounds that assaulted Charmeleon's ears, forcing it to cover its ears, though it proved futile. Now, Magneton, use Electro Ball. Seizing the moment while Charmeleon was distracted, Ami swiftly took advantage of the situation. Under Ami's guidance, Magneton formed a golden energy sphere and hurled it toward Charmeleon. Disturbed by the screeching, Charmeleon could not evade in time and was struck, sent flying several meters away. Are you alright, Charmeleon? Seeing this, Roya immediately inquired about Charmeleon's condition. After hearing Roya's voice, Charmeleon shook its head to signify it was unscathed, then rose from the ground, exhaling flames and letting out a roar of frustration. At that moment, Charmeleon was enveloped in a gentle white light, its form steadily increasing in size. Is that the light of evolution? Ami and May exclaimed in unison upon witnessing the phenomenon. Has Charmeleon finally evolved? Roya expressed his delight. Roar. As the light of evolution faded, a majestic Charizard emerged in the arena. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, Fire, Flying. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Level, 39. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Ember, Flamethrower, Inferno, Flame Vortex, Dragon Rage, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Claw, Wing Attack. Now it is our turn to counterattack. Charizard, unleash Heat Wave. Roya, with clenched fists, commanded Charizard. Upon hearing Roya's call, Charizard immediately flapped its wings, unleashing waves of scorching winds toward Magneton, relentlessly assaulting it. Magneton, Ami shouted urgently upon witnessing the onslaught. Finish it, Flamethrower. Roya gestured emphatically, issuing the command to Charizard. As soon as Roya's voice fell, Charizard opened its mouth, releasing an even more intense flame than before, striking the floating Magneton. After enduring Charizard's Flamethrower, Magneton was knocked to the ground, rendered unconscious. Magneton has lost the will to battle. Charizard is victorious. Kesha waved her flag to announce the outcome. This is my final Pokémon. I entrust you with this, Steelix. After recalling Magneton, Ami released her next Pokémon, Steelix. Pokémon, Steelix. Type, Steel Ground. Ability, Sturdy. Gender, Female. Level, 36. Aptitude, Nearly Champion. Moves, Bind, Tackle, Rock Slide, Harden, Bite, Rock Polish, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse. Return, Charizard. Observing Charizard, who had endured 2 battles and was now battered, Roya recalled it and released another Pokeball. You shall be the one, Steelix. In response to Ami's Steelix, Roya summoned his own colossal Steelix. As the radiance of the Pokeball faded, a Steelix even larger than Ami's appeared on the field. How enormous! Both Kesha, acting as referee, and Ami wore expressions of astonishment. No matter how many times one witnesses it, Roya's Steelix is undeniably colossal. May outside the arena gasped in awe. Steelix. Even though their Steelix is larger than ours, do not be intimidated. Let them witness our unwavering steel resolve. Ami clenched her fists, encouraging her Steelix. Then, let us showcase your indomitable spirit. Hearing Ami's words, Roya chuckled and commanded Steelix. Steelix, Iron Tail. The massive Steelix swung its enormous tail, executing Iron Tail against Ami's Steelix. Steelix, let us also employ Iron Tail. Ami commanded her Steelix in response. Thus, both Steelixes swung their iron tails, the 2 tails colliding with tremendous force. However, given the sheer size and level of Roya's Steelix, Ami's Steelix was undoubtedly sent flying. Giant Steelix, unleash Dragon Pulse. Roya gestured assertively, directing his Steelix. Responding to Roya's command, the giant Steelix unleashed Dragon Pulse towards Ami's Steelix. Steelix, use Sandstorm. Upon hearing Ami's command, Steelix straightened up and began to spin, generating a sandstorm that dissipated the Dragon Pulse, causing Steelix to vanish from sight, leaving behind only a crater. Dig a tunnel, Giant Steelix, use Earthquake. Roya quickly discerned Ami's strategy and instructed his Steelix accordingly. The colossal Steelix swung its massive tail, striking the ground, and executing Earthquake to attack the Steelix hidden underground. Steelix, quickly emerge. Ami commanded her Steelix, urging it to surface. But it was too late. Steelix crawled out of the pit, only to collapse onto the ground, its eyes swirling in dizziness. Steelix has lost the will to battle. Thus the victor is Giant Steelix, resulting in a final victory for Roya from the Alola region. Kesha waved her flag to declare the ultimate result. Your prowess is the strongest I have ever encountered. Please accept this steel badge. With that, she produced a steel badge and handed it to Roya. Thank you, Ami. Roya graciously accepted the steel badge, expressing his gratitude to Ami. Tomorrow, it will be my turn. Ami, at that moment, May stepped forward from beside Roya, addressing Ami. Very well. Chapter 161, Zhanlan City. As Luoya made his way back to the Pokémon Center in Qianqing City, he inquired with the system about the items he had received upon signing in at Qianhong City. The sign-in location was Qianqing City, and he had acquired a Steelix Mega Stone, 5 healing potions, and 1 million Alliance coins. The system detailed the items obtained during this sign-in. A Steelix Mega Stone. What a bountiful day it has been, Luoya remarked with a smile as he gazed at the Steelix Mega Stone within the system's storage. Subsequently, with a joyful grin, he and May set off to explore the streets, taking the opportunity to replenish their nearly depleted supplies. They returned to the Pokémon Center only in the evening. The next day arrived swiftly. Within the Qianqing Gym, May was effortlessly defeating Ami's Steelix with her Chandelure, successfully earning the steel badge. You two are the most gifted trainers I have ever encountered. It won't be long before we witness your remarkable performances at the Silver Conference. Ami said with a smile to Luoya and May. Thank you for your kind words, Gym Leader Ami. Luoya replied politely. By the way, do you have any plans for the future? Ami suddenly inquired. Do you have any suggestions, Ami? Luoya immediately responded. If not, I recommend that you pay a visit to Zhanlan City, Ami advised. Zhanlan City? May asked curiously. Zhanlan City is a port city located adjacent to our Qianqing City, accessible by our ferry service. And it has the Zhanlan Gym where you can earn the striking badge, Ami explained to Luoya and Mei. We understand. Thank you, Ami. Luoya replied with a smile, acknowledging Ami's words. Then let us head to challenge the Zhanlan Gym, Mei added beside him. The ferry for today has not yet departed. So you still have time to board it for Zhanlan City, Ami noted, glancing at the time. Then we shall take our leave, Luoya said. And after deciding to head to Zhanlan City, he and Mei bid farewell to the Qianxing Gym and returned to the Pokémon Center to check out. After checking out of the Pokémon Center, Luoya and Mei arrived at the port of Qianxing City, purchased ferry tickets, and boarded a vessel bound for the neighboring Zhanlan City. After a while on the water, they successfully arrived in Zhanlan City, though the sky had already darkened. Thus, Luoya and Mei made their way to the local Pokémon Center, intending to rest for the night. After having dinner with their Pokémon in the center, Luoya released his Togekiss. Luoya, why have you released Togekiss? Mei asked, filled with curiosity as she watched him. The foundation for Togekiss has been laid. So I wish to evolve it, Luoya explained to Mei. Evolve? How does Togekiss evolve? Mei inquired, intrigued. Togekiss evolves into Togekiss simply by using a shiny stone, Luoya said as he retrieved the exquisite shiny stone he had acquired during his sign-in at Deshago Valley from his backpack and handed it to Togekiss. Upon seeing the shiny stone in Luoya's hand, Togekiss touched it with its small hand. In an instant, the shiny stone, along with Togekiss, emitted a brilliant radiance, enveloping Togekiss, whose form began to transform amidst the light. As the white glow dissipated, a bird-like Pokémon emerged before Luoya and Mei. Its body pristine white adorned with colorful spots and two vividly colored head plumes. This was Togekiss's evolved form, Togekiss. Pokémon, Togekiss. Type, Flying, Fairy. Ability, Serene Grace. Gender, Female. Level, 38. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Air Slash, Quick Attack, Swift, Aeroblast, Angel's Kiss, Fairy Wind, Magical Shine. This is... Mei exclaimed as she pulled out her Pokédex to skin Togekiss. Togekiss, the Jubilation Pokémon, the evolved form of Togekiss. It is said that they never appear in places of conflict. The Pokédex responded to Mei. So it's Togekiss, how adorable. Mei exclaimed, immediately embracing Togekiss. After some time had passed and her excitement had calmed, Mei asked Luoya, you evolved it in preparation for tomorrow's challenge at the Zhanlan Gym, right? Though her tone was inquisitive, it was filled with assurance. Indeed, besides, it has reached the time for evolution, Luoya replied with a smile. After allowing Togekiss to complete its evolution, Luoya and Mei retired to their room to sleep. The following morning, Luoya and Mei departed from the Pokémon Center, heading towards the Zhanlan Gym. As they passed a beach, they noticed a burly middle-aged man with a beard, bare-chested, engaged in a fierce battle with a Machamp. To think someone can hold their own against a Machamp, truly impressive, Mei exclaimed in astonishment. He is our target, the gym leader of Zhanlan Gym, a C. Luoya pointed out. So he is a C, the gym leader of Zhanlan Gym? Let us hurry over, Mei said as she prepared to approach a C. Wait a moment. Let us allow Mr. AC to finish his training first, Luoya said, grasping Mei's hand to prevent her from interrupting a C. All right. Mei nodded in agreement. After a brief wait, a C completed his training and approached Luoya and Mei, asking, I see you've been waiting here for quite some time. Is there something you need? We are here to challenge the Zhanlan Gym and saw you here. So we decided to wait a bit. Luoya stepped forward to explain. Ah, so you are here to challenge the gym. Then follow me, a C said, before sprinting off with his Machamp towards the Zhanlan Gym. Let us follow him, Luoya said, and he and Mei quickly followed suit. However, Machamp reached the gym first, with Luoya and Mei trailing behind, followed lastly by a C. Age has its disadvantages. I can't keep up with you youngsters. A C panted as he arrived at the gym's entrance. Master, you're back. As a C pushed open the door, the apprentices inside the gym rushed to greet him. Afterwards, a C invited Luoya and Mei to have breakfast, where they were warmly welcomed by the gym's mistress and the apprentices. After finishing breakfast, a C led Luoya and Mei to the battle arena within the gym, ready to commence the upcoming gym challenge. Chapter 162, Battle Against a C. Now that we're well fed, let us engage in some post-meal exercise, Luoya. We can begin our battle. After the meal, a C raised his fists in invitation. I can hardly wait, Luoya replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The gym match between a C, the trainer of Zhanlan Gym, and Luoya from the Alola region, with badges as the stakes, is about to commence. Each trainer may use 2 Pokémon. Are you both prepared? A disciple of a C, acting as the referee, announced the rules of the match. Listen closely, Luoya. I will be using this Machamp and this Frogadier. A C declared, sending out his Frogadier. Pokémon, Frogadier. Type, Water, Fighting. Ability, Torrent. Gender, male. Level, 32. Aptitude, Gym. Moves, Hydro Pump, Pound, Heavy Slam, Takedown, Water Gun. Bubble Beam. Understood. I will use this one. Come forth, Togekiss. After casting a glance at Acee's Frogadier, Luoya summoned his Pokémon, Togekiss. As the referee noticed that both Luoya and Acee had dispatched their Pokémon, he promptly declared, "The match begins. Togekiss, take to the skies." As soon as Luoya's command resonated, Togekiss soared into the air, confronting the grounded Frogadier. "Frogadier, unleash our spirit with Water Gun," Acee instructed, clenching his fist towards Frogadier. Upon receiving Acee's command, Frogadier immediately aimed the spiral symbol on its chest at the airborne Togekiss, releasing a high-pressure water jet that surged towards Togekiss. Togekiss evaded this attack. Under Luoya's guidance, Togekiss effortlessly dodged the water gun assault. "Now use Air Slash." After successfully evading the water gun, Luoya continued to command Togekiss. Upon hearing Luoya's words, Togekiss flapped its wings, forming a flurry of white blades that surged towards Frogadier below. "Dodge, Frogadier." Observing the incoming Air Slash, Acee quickly urged Frogadier to evade. Frogadier obediently leaped up, easily avoiding the attack. "Now use Swift." Seizing the moment as Frogadier soared, Luoya issued his command. Just as Luoya's words fell, Togekiss flapped its wings, conjuring star-shaped energy that struck Frogadier mid-air, sending it crashing to the ground. Togekiss seized the opportunity and used Fairy Wind. Spotting the downed Frogadier, Luoya seized the crucial moment to direct Togekiss. After hearing Luoya's command, Togekiss unleashed Fairy Wind, the pink gust swiftly assaulting the grounded Frogadier. Under the relentless barrage of Fairy Wind, Frogadier ultimately succumbed, collapsing on the ground, unable to continue the battle. Frogadier has lost its fighting ability. Thus, the winner is Togekiss. The referee proclaimed, waving the flag. "You were magnificent, Frogadier. I shall never forget your contributions. Now, rest well," Acee said tearfully as he recalled his fallen Pokémon. Acee's expression, coupled with his earlier words, nearly led Luoya to believe Frogadier was beyond saving. Fortunately, his subsequent words eased Luoya's concern, leaving him with a resigned expression as he regarded Acee. "Now it's your turn, Hawlucha. Strike with a karate chop." Acee commanded Hawlucha. To everyone's surprise, Hawlucha's karate chop landed squarely on Acee's chest. "What is happening?" May, standing behind Luoya, inquired curiously. "It appears to be a means of boosting morale." "A way for Mr. Acee and Hawlucha to elevate their spirits," Luoya explained, shifting his gaze to Acee's Hawlucha. "Pokémon, Hawlucha. Type, Fighting. Ability, Limber. Gender, male. Level, 35. Potential, Pre-Elite. Moves, Leer, Low Kick, Karate Chop, Rolling Kick, Revenge, Superpower, Cross Chop, Blaze Kick." "I see. Then, Luoya, you and Acee must strive as well." May encouraged Luoya and Togekiss after grasping the situation. The match commences. After a brief interval of encouragement, the referee announced the start of the second battle. Hawlucha, use Karate Chop. Togekiss, employ Quick Attack to take flight. Both Luoya and Acee directed their Pokémon. Hawlucha leaped into the air, launching its Karate Chop towards Togekiss. However, with Luoya's command, Togekiss executed Quick Attack, instantly enhancing its speed and effortlessly dodging the blow. Togekiss, unleash Air Slash. At Luoya's command, Togekiss swiftly ascended above Hawlucha, flapping its wings to create a barrage of blades aimed at the fighting type below. "Hawlucha, counter with Cross Chop," Acee shouted, observing the incoming Air Slash. Following Acee's command, Hawlucha swung its wings, slicing through the oncoming Air Slash. Yet, due to the sheer number of Air Slash attacks, some still inflicted damage on Hawlucha. "Hawlucha, use Flame Punch." Once the Air Slash concluded, Acee instructed his Pokémon. Responding to his trainer's voice, Hawlucha ignited flames in its hands and charged toward Togekiss. However, due to Togekiss's remarkable speed and its aerial advantage, Hawlucha was unable to reach Togekiss, merely lamenting its missed opportunity. Togekiss, unleash Psychic. At Luoya's command, Togekiss's eyes shimmered, sending forth a blue wave that propelled Hawlucha away, causing it to tumble to the ground. "Finish it, Togekiss. Use Dazzling Gleam." Luoya gestured grandly, calling out to his soaring Togekiss. Upon hearing Luoya's command, Togekiss executed the Fairy-type move, conjuring a massive sphere of energy above, directing it towards the grounded Hawlucha. Under the impact of Togekiss's Dazzling Gleam, combined with the type advantage, Hawlucha let out a painful cry before collapsing to the ground, losing its fighting capability. Hawlucha has lost its fighting ability. Thus, the winner is Togekiss. Therefore, the victor is Luoya from the Alola region, the referee announced, glancing at the fallen Hawlucha. Luoya, I have not encountered a challenger like you in quite some time. Your prowess is truly astonishing. Please accept this fighting badge, he said, presenting the badge to Luoya. Thank you, Mr. AC, Luoya replied with a smile as he accepted it. Tomorrow, I shall challenge you, Mr. AC, Mei stepped forward to assert. Very well. I shall await your challenge, AC responded with a smile. Luoya and Mei then departed the Azure Gym, heading back to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 163, Whirlpool Islands. Proud Pidgeot, unleash your final brave bird attack. Inside the Azure Gym, Mei was engaged in a fierce battle against gym leader AC, reaching the climactic moment of their duel. Proud Pidgeot, enveloped in blue flames, soared from the air, targeting Hawlucha below and charging forward with tremendous force, sending Hawlucha flying several meters before coming to a halt. Hawlucha has lost its fighting ability. Proud Pidgeot is victorious. Thus, the final winner is Mei from the Unova region. The referee declared, waving the flag to announce the outcome. After defeating gym leader AC and claiming the fighting badge, Mei exited the gym alongside Luoya, beginning their return to the Pokémon Center. As they walked back, Mei turned to Luoya and asked, Luoya, where are we headed next? Are we to challenge the next gym? Not quite, Luoya replied, shaking his head. Then where are we going? Mei inquired, filled with curiosity. Our next destination is the Whirlpool Islands, located near Azure City, Luoya stated, glancing towards the distant sea. Whirlpool Islands. The Whirlpool Islands are a series of islands near Azure City, primarily consisting of 4 major islands: Green Rock Island, Yellow Rock Island, Red Rock Island, and Silver Rock Island, along with several smaller islets, Luoya explained to Mei. I see, Mei nodded in understanding. Moreover, the Whirlpool Islands are steeped in legend, but rather than mere tales. They represent a piece of history, Luoya continued. History? Long, long ago. It is said that the Vortex Islands were not the collection of many islands as we see today, but rather a singular immense island. At that time, 2 neighboring nations, in their quest to possess this grand island, waged a war that resulted in untold suffering. This conflict incited the wrath of Lugia, the guardian deity of Vortex Island, who, in a fit of fury, summoned thunder to cleave the vast island into 4 pieces, thereafter vanishing into the depths of the ocean. Roya recounted this history to Mei. But where did Lugia go? Mei inquired with curiosity. No one knows for certain, but I believe that as long as humans and spirits can trust one another, Lugia will surely reappear, Roya said, glancing toward the Vortex Islands with a smile. I believe so too, Mei nodded in agreement, echoing Roya's sentiment. What are we going to do at the Vortex Islands? Mei asked. Of course, we are going for a vacation. We've been traveling intensively for quite some time, and we need a respite. After all, balancing work and rest is paramount, Roya replied with a grin. A vacation? That sounds delightful, Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Moreover, there's the Vortex Islands Cup, and we can participate. Roya continued. The Vortex Islands Cup? This was the first time Mei had heard of such an event, and thus turned to Roya for clarification. The Vortex Islands Cup is a competition exclusively for water-type spirits. Those who emerge victorious will be rewarded with lavish prizes and substantial monetary rewards, held on Chiyu Island, Roya explained. Really? I want to participate too, Mei responded, brimming with enthusiasm. The preliminary rounds of the Vortex Islands Cup feature one-on-one matches, while the official competition requires 2 water-type spirits. With the ultimate champion being hailed as the water-type spirits hero, Roya elucidated the rules to Mei. Water-type spirits hero. We must hurry to the Vortex Islands. With that, Mei impatiently pulled Roya back toward the Pokémon Center, eager to reach the Vortex Islands as soon as possible. No need to rush, Mei. The competition is still over a month away, Roya chuckled, trying to soothe her anxious demeanor. Over a month? Then there's no need to hurry, Mei replied, finally settling down. Our next destination is the Vortex Islands. With their goal confirmed, Mei and Roya returned to the Pokémon Center to rest. The following morning, Roya and Mei boarded a cruise bound for the Vortex Islands, arriving first at Qingyan Island, the largest of the 4 islands. Upon landing, they made their way to the local Pokémon Center, approaching Miss Joy at the front desk. Welcome to Qingyan Island. Miss Joy greeted them with a warm smile upon recognizing Roya and Mei. You must be here to participate in the Vortex Islands Cup, she stated, her tone a blend of inquiry and certainty. Yes, please register us, Miss Joy, Mei promptly replied. Please present your identification, Miss Joy requested with a smile. Roya and Mei handed over their Pokédexes, and after a brief process, Miss Joy successfully completed their registration, providing each of them with a participant handbook. I wish you both the best of luck. She congratulated them cheerfully. Thank you, Miss Joy. Both Roya and Mei expressed their gratitude in unison. After registering for the Vortex Islands Cup, May exchanged Pokémon with Dr. Hondo, acquiring 2 water-type spirits, a Gyarados and a Gyarados, both at the pinnacle of gym-level strength. Upon seeing these spirits, Roya couldn't help but express his admiration. Subsequently, the duo embarked on their vacation journey across the Vortex Islands, enjoying the local culture and scenery while training their water-type spirits in preparation for the upcoming Vortex Islands Cup. Over the course of the month, Roya and May explored Qingyan Island, Huanyan Island, and Inyan Island before finally arriving at the venue of the competition, Cake City on Chiyu Island. When they reached the Pokémon Center, they were met with a long queue. So many people, May exclaimed, astonished at the lengthy line before them. Although it doesn't compare to the Pokémon League, it's still quite impressive, Roya remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. After waiting for a while, it was finally their turn. Miss Joy at the registration desk addressed them. Are you here to challenge the Vortex Islands Cup? Yes, they both affirmed with a nod. Please provide me with your names and places of birth, Miss Joy requested. I am Roya from Howley City. And I am May from Hinakiba City, they introduced themselves. The preliminary rounds will be held across 16 venues. Here is a map of the sites, Miss Joy said, handing them each a map after completing their registration. Roya, you will be at Venue A, and May, you will be at Venue B. You need to win 2 preliminary matches to qualify for the finals, she explained. Understood. I will secure victory in this competition, May declared confidently after stepping away from the line. I will be the one to claim the Vortex Islands Cup. Roya added with a playful smile. No, it will be me. Just then, 2 familiar voices called out from behind them. Chapter 164, The Vortex Islands Cup begins. Upon hearing the familiar voices behind them at the Pokémon Center in Cake City, Roya and May turned to see Ash and Misty. Ash and Misty, it's you. Are you here for the Vortex Islands Cup as well? Roya inquired. Of course. How could I miss such an event? Ash replied, scratching his nose. I wouldn't miss a water-type battle for the world. Misty chimed in with a smile. Let us meet in the competition then, Roya and May responded cheerfully. This time, I will definitely defeat you and claim victory, Ash declared with unwavering confidence. We shall see, they replied before bidding farewell to Ash and Misty and returning to their room. That night, Roya began to inquire about the rewards obtained from signing in at Zhanlan City and the Vortex Islands. Signing in at Zhanlan City. You received a Breath Headband, Black Belt, and 500,000 Alliance coins. Signing in at Vortex Island. You received a Keystone, a Gyarados Mega Stone, and 5,000 Alliance coins, the system reported. The Keystone and Gyarados Mega Stone seemed to be prepared for May. Roya mused as he glanced at the rewards before drifting into slumber. The next morning, Roya and May arrived at the battle venue for the competition, where the atmosphere was already electric with excitement. Following their respective venue assignments, they separated to find their information and commenced their preliminary matches in the Vortex Islands Cup. Roya's first opponent was a young boy wielding a Tadbulb, while Roya sent out his Dragonite. Tadbulb, use Water Gun, the boy commanded, and the Tadbulb unleashed a jet of water from the pattern on its chest. Dragonite, unleash Ice Beam. With a grand flourish, Roya commanded his Dragonair to unleash a beam of pristine white light, striking the tadpole Pokémon and encasing it in ice, rendering it incapable of further combat. Roya's second opponent was a young girl wielding a lantern fish, yet she too succumbed to the icy onslaught of Dragonair's Ice Beam. Thus, Roya effortlessly triumphed over 2 preliminary contestants, securing his place in the decisive match. After achieving this advancement, Roya returned to the Pokémon Center to reunite with May and Ash, learning that they too had successfully progressed to the final round. The following morning, Roya, May, and Ash arrived at the ultimate battleground, a water-themed arena, just as the opening ceremony commenced. Welcome to the opening celebration of the Whirlpool Islands Cup, the host announced. Behold, these are the valiant souls who have emerged victorious from the preliminaries, striving to become champions of the sea. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, the host began the ceremony, while Roya, May, and the other competitors floated on small boats at the center of the aquatic arena. The Whirlpool Islands have long been steeped in a unique culture and civilization that venerates water-type Pokémon, coexisting with them throughout the ages. This rich heritage remains alive, preserved by the Sea Priestess, Miss Maya, who upholds the ancient traditions. She stepped forward to deliver a proclamation. Every 3 years, we celebrate the water-type Pokémon at the Whirlpool Islands Cup. Welcome, those who share a bond with water-type Pokémon. Here, you are honored as the champions of the sea. Legend holds that true champions receive the blessings of the sea spirit, granting them the ability to connect with all water-type Pokémon. May you be blessed with health and fortune. As she raised the sea spirit high, its brilliance illuminated the entire venue. On the viewing platform, Team Rocket, disguised as service staff, eyed the sea spirit with greedy intentions, plotting to claim it for themselves. The host then announced the championship prize, a mysterious water drop for the victorious trainer. "Oh, how I desire that water drop," May exclaimed, instantly enamored by it. Once the opening ceremony concluded, the finals officially began, showcasing a series of intense battles across the water arena. Time flew, and soon it was Roya's turn to compete against a fishing enthusiast whose Pokémon, a level 32 Tentacle, took the field. "Go, Dragonair," Roya called, sending forth his shiny Dragonair. The host gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Roya's rare Pokémon. "Even with a shiny Dragonair, you shall not defeat me." "Tentacle, use Bubble Beam," commanded the fisherman. Following his command, Tentacle unleashed a barrage of bubbles aimed at Dragonair. "Dragonair, water gun," Roya instructed, and Dragonair obediently opened its mouth, releasing a powerful water gun that shattered the bubble beam and struck Tentacle. However, the water-type move did not inflict significant damage, and Tentacle remained standing. "Dragonair, unleash Dragon Pulse," Roya commanded with a wave of his hand, urging his Pokémon to execute its next move. "Tentacle, use Water Pulse." The fisherman countered, initiating a counterattack. The two attacks collided midair, with Dragon Pulse ultimately overpowering Water Pulse, continuing its assault toward Tentacle. Under the impact of Dragon Pulse, Tentacle succumbed to the water, losing its ability to fight. The referee declared the outcome. Tentacle was unable to battle, and Dragonair emerged victorious, propelling Roya into the next round. After his match, Roya watched as Ash faced off against Misty, mirroring the original story. Ash's Totodile triumphed over his opponent's Kingdra, while Misty's Sunflora defeated her adversary's Quillfish, both advancing to the second round. Roya was taken aback by Ash's victory, silently critiquing, "Now that's what I call a forced win." Meanwhile, May, competing in the B bracket alongside Misty, sent out her Honchkrow against a rival Squirtle. "Squirtle, use Rapid Spin," the trainer commanded, prompting Squirtle to retract into its shell and spin towards Honchkrow. "Honchkrow, unleash Leaf Blade," May instructed, and Honchkrow swung its wing adorned with leaves, sending the spinning Squirtle flying, rendering it unable to battle. With Squirtle defeated, Honchkrow emerged victorious, advancing May to the next round. "Congratulations on your advancement, May," Roya said, standing by the exit as May stepped out. "Thank you," she replied with a smile, appreciative of his encouragement. Meanwhile, Team Rocket, intent on acquiring the sea spirit held by Priestess Maya, devised numerous schemes but failed each time, yet they remained undeterred in their pursuit. With Roya, May, Ash, and Misty all successfully progressing to the second round, they ventured to the Pokémon Center to check their next opponents, only to discover Chapter 165, Roya vs. Ash, May vs. Misty. As they arrived at the Pokémon Center in Cacao City, the screen in the lobby displayed the faces of Roya and Ash, followed by May and Misty, indicating that Roya's opponent would be Ash, while May would face Misty. What a coincidence! Roya against Ash, and May against Misty. How do I even begin to describe this? Brock exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "I can't believe my opponent is you, May. I won't go easy on you," Misty declared upon learning her matchup. "Neither will I. Let's settle this in the arena," May responded with a confident smile. "This time, I will defeat you, Roya," Ash proclaimed, his eyes filled with determination as he glared at Roya. "I told you, I won't give you the chance to catch up. You're still 2 millennia behind," Roya retorted, a hand brushing his lip in amusement. "Then let us settle this in battle," Ash challenged Roya. "Absolutely," Roya affirmed, and with that, the trio departed the lobby, returning to their respective quarters. The following morning, the stage was set for the match between Roya and Ash. Now, we have Roya facing Ash, each with 2 Pokémon at their disposal. The match concludes when either side's Pokémon are rendered unable to battle, announced the referee clad in yellow. "Go, Totodile. I'm counting on you, Dragonair." Roya and Ash sent forth their respective Pokémon, Roya's Shiny Dragonair and Ash's Totodile. Who will emerge victorious in this riveting contest? Let us await the outcome. The host continued to narrate the unfolding drama. The battle commenced. As Roya and Ash released their Pokémon, the referee raised the flag, signaling the start. "Totodile, use Water Gun," Ash commanded, gesturing emphatically. "Dragonair, let us retaliate with Water Pulse," Roya directed. As both Pokémon unleashed their water-type moves, the spells clashed in midair. Given Dragonair's higher level and the superiority of Water Pulse over Water Gun, Dragonair's attack overwhelmed Totodile's, sending it flying backward. "Are you alright, Totodile?" Ash inquired, concern etched on his face. Upon witnessing the small Croconaw being swept away, Ash anxiously inquired. In response to Ash's question, Croconaw shook its head and stood up, calling out to Ash. After receiving confirmation that everything was fine, Ash continued to direct Croconaw to attack, Crocodile. Let us swim over first, then unleash your hydro pump. Upon hearing Ash's command, Crocodile leaped into the water, swimming towards Dragonair, ultimately executing the hydro pump to strike at it. Dragonair, use Ice Beam. At the moment Crocodile made contact, Roya commanded Dragonair. As Roya's words echoed, Dragonair immediately unleashed Ice Beam, encasing the approaching Crocodile in ice, transforming it into a frozen block. Finish it, unleash Dragon Pulse. Observing the frozen Crocodile, Roya gestured to Dragonair, issuing the command. With Roya's cue, Dragonair opened its mouth and released a torrent of white Dragon Pulse, striking the encased Crocodile and sending it flying, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Crocodile is unable to battle. Dragonair is the victor, declared the referee, raising the flag in judgment. Under the overwhelming might of Dragonair, Roya secured the first victory. The announcer was equally exhilarated as he proclaimed the news. All right, go forth, Kingler. After recalling Crocodile, Ash sent forth his next Pokémon, Kingler. Dragonair. Unleash Bubble Beam. Roya glanced at Ash's Kingler before commanding Dragonair. As Roya's words faded, Dragonair opened its mouth, releasing countless white bubbles that surged towards Kingler. Kingler, however, merely used its pincers to block the bubble beam. Although it suffered no damage, it was nonetheless pushed back several paces by the force of the bubbles. Kingler. Strike the water's surface with Crabhammer. Upon hearing Ash's command, Kingler leaped up, not only evading Dragonair's bubble beam, but also executing Crabhammer, creating a significant disturbance on the water's surface. A similar strategy to the original, but I am not Misty. Dragonair, use Surf. In response to Ash's attack, Roya merely smiled slightly before issuing a command to Dragonair. Following Roya's command, Dragonair executed the Surf technique, manipulating the water in the arena to generate a wave crashing towards Kingler. The wave struck Kingler, sending it flying and crashing against a pillar before it fell back down. Dragonair, unleash Blizzard. With Roya's command, Dragonair summoned a fierce blizzard, whipping through the arena and heading straight for Kingler. Under the blizzard's effects, Kingler was encased in ice, immobilized. Kingler is unable to battle. Dragonair is the victor, thus allowing Roya to advance to the next round. The referee announced, waving the flag. Keep pushing forward, Ash. After the match concluded, Roya recalled Dragonair and addressed Ash. I will strive even harder, Ash replied, regaining his composure as he recalled Kingler and spoke to Roya. After Ash's battle, following several rounds of competition, it was finally May and Misty's turn to face off. In her battle against May, Misty sent out her Masquerain and Sunflora. Yet both were defeated by May's Gardevoir, resulting in a decisive victory for May. Misty's Masquerain and Sunflora lost their ability to battle, leading May to advance to the next round, as the announcer proclaimed the outcome of the match. Your strength is truly impressive. I accept my defeat with grace. Misty expressed her admiration for May's prowess. Your skills are commendable as well, May politely replied. Thus, in this round of competition, both Ash and Misty fell short, missing their opportunity to advance, while Roya and May triumphed, both securing places in the top 16. In the subsequent matches, Roya and May maintained their overwhelming dominance, eliminating all other contestants until only May remained as the final opponent for the championship. The finalists have emerged. Representing the Alola region, we have Roya, and from the Unova region, May. Tomorrow, they shall face off in the finals. Let us eagerly anticipate the showdown, announced the host, microphone in hand, stirring the crowd's excitement. All right. The surrounding audience erupted in fervor, cheering loudly. Chapter 166. The finals, Roya versus May. Today, we witnessed the climactic battle between Roya and May, who will emerge victorious and claim the title of Champion of the Sea. Let us wait and see. The following morning, at the battle arena, the announcer dramatically proclaimed, now, we have Roya facing May, with each able to use 2 Pokémon. Victory is declared when one side's Pokémon are all rendered unable to battle. The referee, clad in yellow, stood at the edge of the arena, announcing the rules of the match. Roya, this victory shall be mine, May declared, brandishing a Pokeball towards Roya. Her demeanor strikingly different, reminiscent of a second-generation Valkyrie. That line should be mine, Roya replied, playfully toying with his own Pokeball, smiling at May. Go Gardevoir. Go Blastoise. As Roya and May simultaneously released their Pokémon from their Pokeballs, Gardevoir and Blastoise materialized in the arena amidst a glow of red light. Pokémon, Gardevoir. Type, Water. Ability, Shell Armor. Gender, Female. Level, 49. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Energy Ball, Calm Mind, Shell Blade, Water Tail, Water Jet. A formidable Gardevoir, truly deserving of the title champion at the Hiwaki tournament. Roya remarked with a smile after sensing Gardevoir's strength. Gardevoir, unleash Hydro Pump. As Roya assessed Gardevoir, May swiftly commanded her to attack. Gardevoir, upon receiving the command, immediately opened its mouth, unleashing Hydro Pump towards Blastoise. Blastoise, we shall counter with Hydro Pump as well. Roya waved his hand, directing Blastoise to retaliate with Water Jet. Following Roya's instructions, Blastoise aimed its cannons at Gardevoir's Hydro Pump, initiating a counterattack. The two moves collided rapidly, each holding their ground, unable to overpower the other. Blastoise increased power. Upon witnessing this, Roya shouted to Blastoise. Heeding the command, Blastoise ramped up its power, propelling its Water Jet forcefully towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir, use Shell Blade. Noting that her Hydro Pump was lagging behind, May abandoned it in favor of Shell Blade. With her command, Gardevoir brandished its luminescent Shell Blade, cleaving Blastoise's Water Jet in two without sustaining any damage. Remarkable. After several rounds, neither competitor has managed to gain the upper hand. The announcer, invigorated by the spectacle, began to relay the unfolding drama. Both Roya and May are incredibly skilled. Seated in the audience, Brock, who had been squinting, now widened his eyes in astonishment at the battle between Roya and May. Gardevoir, let's use Water Pulse. May continued her assault on Blastoise. Gardevoir promptly harnessed its water abilities, forming several spheres of water energy and launching them at Blastoise. Blastoise, use Protect combined with Rapid Spin. At the command of Roya, the Blastoise instantly withdrew its head into its shell, then began to spin, cleaving through the aquatic waves of the Great Sword Demon and surging towards it. The Great Sword Demon, utilizing its immense strength, received the incoming assault head-on. Now, May cried out, issuing a directive. The Great Sword Demon, heeding her command, unleashed its powerful technique, bracing itself to withstand the rapid spin of Blastoise. Blastoise, unleash Hydro Cannon. As the Great Sword Demon grasped its opponent, Roya swiftly commanded the Blastoise. The two cannons, previously nestled within its shell, extended outward, targeting the Great Sword Demon, and unleashed a torrent of white beams, sending the unsuspecting creature hurtling away. Great Sword Demon, May exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Blastoise, use Hyper Beam. Seizing the opportunity, Roya directed Blastoise once more. In an instant, the two cannons that had just emerged from the water released an orange beam that surged towards the Great Sword Demon. Protect yourself, May shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. Even as the Great Sword Demon attempted to defend, Blastoise's Hyper Beam struck true. Under the onslaught of this formidable attack, the Great Sword Demon succumbed to unconsciousness, drifting upon the surface of the water. The Great Sword Demon has lost its fighting capability. Thus, the victor is Blastoise. The referee declared, glancing at the fallen creature. You've worked hard, Great Sword Demon, May said as she recalled it into its Pokeball, producing another one. I'm counting on you, Gyarados. With a radiant flash from the Pokeball, a robust Gyarados emerged onto the battlefield. Species, Gyarados. Type, Water, Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Level, 51. Potential, Champion. Moves, Bite, Body Slam, Crunch, Hydro Pump, Twister, Whirlpool, Rain Dance, Water Tail, Surf. Blastoise, I'll need your assistance once more. Roya remarked to his Pokémon. Roya will continue utilizing Blastoise for the battle. Next, it will be Blastoise against Gyarados, the announcer proclaimed. Begin. The referee waved the flag. Gyarados, use Whirlpool. As soon as the referee's voice echoed, May commanded Gyarados to initiate its attack. Upon hearing his trainer's voice, Gyarados struck the water's surface with its tail, creating a series of waves that spiraled into whirlpools rushing toward Blastoise. Blastoise, use Ice Beam. Roya, witnessing the approaching tidal onslaught, immediately issued his order. Blastoise released two frosty beams from its cannons, countering the incoming waves. Under the influence of Ice Beam, the surging water was gradually frozen, yet Blastoise soon found itself weary from the exertion. Gyarados unleashed Twister. May did not remain idle. She continued to command. Gyarados swung its tail, summoning a fierce Twister that shattered the previously frozen waves and propelled a water vortex towards Blastoise. Blizzard, Roya commanded, observing the overwhelming scene before him. However, Blastoise's blizzard was quickly obliterated by Gyarados' water vortex, which then struck Blastoise, sending it crashing into the depths. Blastoise has lost its fighting ability. Thus, Gyarados is the victor, the referee announced, surveying the unconscious Blastoise. Fantastic. We've won this round, Gyarados. May rejoiced upon seeing the outcome. Come back and rest a while. Blastoise, Roya said, recalling his Pokémon into its Pokeball before retrieving another. Chapter 167. the hero of the sea. It's decided. You shall be my next choice, Milotic. After Blastoise's defeat at the hands of Maze Gyarados, Roya summoned his ace water-type Pokémon, Milu. With the fading glow of the Pokeball, a slender figure emerged from the water, Roya's Milotic. How beautiful! The announcer exclaimed, captivated by Milotic's presence. No matter how many times I see it, I adore it. I wish I had a Milotic. In the audience, Misty gazed at Milotic with admiration, enchanted by its grace. The match begins. The referee declared, waving the flag. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Milotic, unleash Dragon Pulse. Under the guidance of Roya and May, Gyarados released a torrent of blue water, while Milotic conjured a wave of white energy in the form of Dragon Pulse. The two attacks clashed mid-air. A fierce struggle ensued. After a brief moment, Milotic's Dragon Pulse decisively shattered Gyarados' Hydro Pump, continuing its relentless advance. Gyarados used Dragon Rage. Faced with the incoming onslaught, May called for Gyarados to retaliate. Upon receiving the command, Gyarados opened its maw, forming an orange energy attack that surged towards the Dragon Pulse. Upon collision, both attacks dissipated after a brief stalemate. Gyarados, use Water Tail, May urged. Responding to her command, Gyarados propelled itself towards Milotic, its tail enveloped in water, ready to strike. We'll counter with Dragon Tail. At Roya's command, Milotic enveloped its tail in dragon energy and met Gyarados' water tail head-on. Due to the disparity in their strengths, Gyarados was sent flying backward. Milotic, use Aqua Ring. Observing Gyarados' predicament, Roya seized the moment to press the advantage. Milotic swam to where Gyarados had landed, executing Aqua Ring and striking Gyarados once more, sending it tumbling into the water. Gyarados, are you alright? May called out anxiously, seeing Gyarados emerge gasping for breath. Gyarados merely shook its head, continuing to eye Milotic intently. Milotic, use Sing. Spotting Gyarados now afloat, Roya initiated the next offensive. Hearing her trainer's command, Milotic began to sing a sweet, melodious tune that resonated throughout the arena. What a beautiful song! The announcer exclaimed. It has entranced Gyarados. Gyarados, snap out of it. May shouted desperately, but to no avail. Milotic, let us finish this. Unleash Hyper Beam. With a sweeping gesture, Roya commanded Milotic to release a formidable orange beam, striking Gyarados, who remained immobilized. Under the assault of Hyper Beam, Gyarados lost consciousness, collapsing upon the water's surface. Gyarados has lost its fighting ability. The victor is Milotic, and thus the ultimate champion is Roya. The referee proclaimed, announcing the final result. Just as preparations were underway for the concluding ceremony, a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon appeared in the sky. It's Team Rocket. Ash and his friends in the audience recognized the trio from Team Rocket. As they prepared to snatch the ocean spirit from Maya, Ash's Pikachu intervened. Team Rocket, what are you up to? Ash shouted as he rushed to the podium. So you're the ones behind the criminal announcement? Miss Junsha recalled the previous warning and inquired hastily. A criminal announcement? Since you sincerely asked, we shall graciously inform you. Team Rocket replied with a smirk. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, the Sea Soul must be taken away. With a cheerful smile, Kojiro called out to Ash and his companions. Beautiful things should be wielded by someone as beautiful as I, to truly radiate their brilliance, Musashi added, holding a fishing rod. But bear in mind, those who commit wrongdoing shall face the wrath of the sea god, the calm Maya admonished. If you're afraid of punishment, you need not be part of Team Rocket any longer. After uttering these words, they resumed their mission to seize the Sea Soul. These rascals truly underestimate me, Roya muttered, observing the oblivious trio of Team Rocket. Milotic unleashed Dragon Pulse. He commanded, directing the attack at the Meowth-shaped hot air balloon overhead. As Team Rocket commenced their heist, a powerful white Dragon Pulse obliterated their balloon, sending the trio vanishing into the sky. It's that formidable little rascal. How could we forget him? One of them exclaimed, expressing their annoyance. The venue was filled with their voices. After 6 intense days of the Whirlpool Islands Cup, the champion, Roya, emerged victorious. Now, Miss Maya was bestowing upon him the champion's prize, the mysterious water droplet, heralding the birth of a new hero of the sea. The host passionately recounted this moment. Amidst the enthusiastic applause from numerous spectators and competitors, Roya accepted the enigmatic droplet. Finally, as the priestess, Maya spoke, O sea, ancient warriors who once shared a bond with the spirits of the ocean, may you continue to protect both spirits and humanity. She raised the Sea Soul, radiating a brilliant azure light, signifying the conclusion of the Whirlpool Islands Cup. Congratulations, Roya, May said with a beaming smile. Well done, Roya. Ash and his friends also congratulated him. Thank you, Roya expressed his gratitude. After doing so, He took the mysterious water droplet he had just received and delicately fastened it around May's pristine neck. Roya, what is this? May inquired, glancing at the droplet adorning her neck. It's a gift for you, Roya replied with a smile. Thank you, Roya. With that, May blushed and planted a gentle kiss on Roya's cheek. How touching. I wish someone would gift me a mysterious droplet, she said, casting a sidelong glance at Ash, who offered no response, causing Misty to frown and pull Ash away. After Ash and his companions departed, Roya retrieved 2 stones from his backpack and handed them to May. What are these? She asked. These are the Keystone and Gyarados' Mega Stone. With these 2 stones, combined with your bond with Gyarados, you can achieve Mega Evolution, Roya explained. Thank you, Roya, May said, tightly grasping the Mega Stone. No need for thanks, Roya replied gently. Let us head back. With that, May boldly wrapped her arm around Roya's, and they made their way back to the Pokémon Center. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the 2 silhouettes gradually faded away. Chapter 168, The Appearance of Little Lugia. After participating in the Whirlpool Islands Cup and claiming victory, Roya and May departed from Akai Island to conquer the last island of the Whirlpool Islands, the smallest one, Silver Rock Island. Welcome, welcome, young travelers. Come and buy some gifts to bring happiness, perhaps a few silver feather brooches? A bespectacled, dubious merchant appeared before Roya and May while they were leisurely strolling through a city on Silver Rock Island, brandishing several gift boxes containing silver feather-shaped brooches. These brooches are made from 100 pure silver rock. We're offering a special deal. Buy 1, and you get 3 free. The merchant, sporting a slick hairstyle, eagerly promoted his wares. Is this truly made from genuine silver rock? Roya interrupted May's contemplation and inquired of the merchant. Of course, absolutely silver rock, the merchant assured, thumping his chest. I've heard that true silver rock is quite hard. May I test it? Roya smiled, preparing to take one for inspection. Our items cannot be tested, the merchant stammered, stepping back in fear of being exposed. Your brooch is likely not made from silver rock, but rather a counterfeit. Roya revealed his deceit. If you won't buy, then remember this. With that, the merchant hastily retreated. After this minor incident, Roya and May resumed their exploration of the streets. While they were engrossed in their shopping, the silver feather given to Roya by Lugia during their encounter on Asia Island suddenly began to glow in his backpack. And Lugia's voice echoed in Roya's mind. Roya, are you there? A gentle voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Roya immediately halted, scanned his surroundings, and then mentally queried. Who are you? I am Lugia. We met previously in the Orange Archipelago, Lugia replied within Roya's mind. You are Lugia, but how can you speak with me? Roya found it hard to believe that a legendary Pokémon could communicate with him from afar. I am using the silver feather I gave you as a medium to talk. Lugia explained. What do you need from me, Lugia? Roya asked, curious about Lugia's intentions. My wife and child are near the Whirlpool Islands, and I sense that some individuals are plotting against them. So I hope you can help me protect them, Lugia requested. This reminder from Lugia made Roya recall the little Lugia and its mother from the original story, realizing that the ones scheming against them were indeed Team Rocket. No problem. I'll take care of it, Roya assured Lugia. Thank you. The silver feather will guide you, Lugia said, and with that, the silver feather within Roya's backpack dimmed. Roya, what's wrong? You didn't respond when I called you. May approached him, her eyes filled with concern. It's like this. Roya began to explain the situation with Lugia to May. I see. Then let us go deal with Team Rocket. May exclaimed excitedly, volunteering to join him. However, Roya felt anxious about May putting herself in danger. Aware of Roya's concerns, May confidently patted her chest, saying, My strength is formidable. You need not worry about me. All right. Seeing May's resolute gaze, Roya reluctantly agreed. Subsequently, he took out his phone and called Dato. What a rare caller. What brings you to me? Dato inquired upon answering. I've spotted Team Rocket near Silver Rock Island in the Whirlpool Islands, and there have been recent sightings of Lugia. So I suspect they might be targeting it. Possibly a big catch. Roya explained the situation to Dato. Understood. I'll come over with the team as soon as possible. Dato replied before hanging up. After concluding the call with Dato, Roya followed the guidance of the silver feather provided by Lugia, making his way to a location near Silver Rock Island known as Storm Island. Is there truly a presence of Lugia here? As May surveyed her surroundings, she turned to Roy and inquired, Of course, since Lugia has indicated so, it must be nearby. Let us hasten our search to prevent Team Rocket from seizing it. Roy responded to May. Following the silvery feather, they arrived at a coastal area where Roy noticed that the feather's reactions were most pronounced, leading him to believe that their quarry lay in that very spot. However, there appeared to be nothing in sight. May gazed out at the azure sea, failing to catch a glimpse of the elusive little Lugia. Just as Roy was about to speak, a child emerged from the water, accompanied by two Pokémon, one being a Magnemite and the other, the small Lugia. Pokémon, Lugia type, Psychic, Flying ability, Pressure level, 36 qualification, Level 1 God moves, Gust, Whirlwind. Origin Pulse, Mist, Safeguard, Weather Ball, Dragon Dive. Is this really Lugia? It's so tiny, May exclaimed upon seeing the creature. It's merely a baby Lugia. Roy chuckled in response. Who are you? The boy, who had appeared with Lugia, asked Roy and May. My name is Roy, and I am May. They gently introduced themselves. I'm Shuichi. I would like to ask you not to disclose Lugia's existence. If you could, Shuichi implored Roy and May. Rest assured, we are here solely for Lugia, May explained with a smile. Here for Lugia? Shuichi tilted his head in confusion. I am an Alliance investigator and learned of Team Rocket's activities in this area, believing they may have intentions towards Lugia, which is why we have come. Roy reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. So you are not the bad guys, Shuichi remarked. Absolutely. We will stay with you until Lugia's mother arrives. To prevent Team Rocket from capturing this little one, May added, smiling. I understand. Thank you very much. Shuichi expressed his gratitude immediately. Thus, Roy and May spent time on the island, playing with Shuichi and the little Lugia, whom they affectionately called Shagin. However, after a while, the tranquility of the island was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a group of people. Chapter 169, The Assault of Team Rocket. Arno, have you seen a mysterious Pokémon around here? On this day, while Roy, May, and Shuichi were frolicking by the sea with Shagin, a familiar voice called from behind. Upon hearing it, Roy turned around to find Ash, Misty, Brock, and their previous rival from the Indigo Conference, Ahong. Hello, Ash, Misty, Brock, and Ahong. Roy greeted them with a smile, having anticipated Ash's appearance. It's been a while, Roy, Ahong replied cheerfully. Roy, what brings you here? Ash asked, astonished. I'm here on business, Roy replied with a subtle smile before asking. By the way, what brings you all here? We are searching for a mysterious Pokémon that has reportedly been sighted in this vicinity, Ahong explained to Roy. Ah, I see. Roy nodded in understanding. Just then. The observant Misty noticed Shagin playing with May and Shuichi and exclaimed, That's the Lugia we encountered on the Orange Islands. Ash followed her gaze and recognized Shagin immediately. But it's smaller in size than the one we saw on the Orange Islands, Brock observed, comparing Shagin to the larger Lugia they had previously encountered. Of course. After all, Shagin is just a baby, Roy explained with a smile. So the mysterious Pokémon is indeed Lugia? Misty inquired, looking at Shagin. But the size doesn't match. Brock recalled the giant shadow they had encountered upon arriving at Whirlpool Islands. That must be Shagin's mother, Roy clarified. Understood, Ash and the others comprehended. And Roy took the opportunity to explain the situation in detail to them. Professor Namba, we have spotted the mysterious Pokémon X in a secret underwater base. A man clad in black within our insignia was operating a computer, addressing an elderly man with a bushy beard seated at the main console. The computer screen displayed images of little Lugia and Roy's group. It's not Professor Dambois, it's Professor Namba. The elderly man corrected before his gaze shifted to the screen. So the mysterious Pokémon X is indeed Lugia. But this Lugia is quite small. Is it a child? Professor Namba, a Team Rocket Squad leader, stepped forward to address him. It's not Sambois, it's Namba, the professor corrected once more. My apologies, Professor Namba. What should we do about the capture plan for the mysterious Pokémon X? The squad leader inquired. Let us start with capture plan A, Namba commanded. His eyes greedily fixed on Shagin on the screen. Soon after, a submarine departed from the underwater base, heading towards Shagin and Roy's location. Meanwhile, as Roy and Ash were engrossed in conversation, a black submarine slowly surfaced from the sea, heading straight for Shagin, Shuichi, and May, launching fishing nets along the way. What are you? Ash shouted at the approaching submarine. Since you have sincerely inquired, generally, I wouldn't respond. However, I shall make an exception and tell you. To prevent the Earth from destruction, to protect the peace of the Earth, and to uphold love and honesty in our villainy. We are Team Rocket, traversing the cosmos. An astonishingly vibrant tomorrow awaits us. Yamato and Kojiro emerged from the submarine. Team Rocket, Ahong exclaimed in shock. Yamato and Kojiro. Ash called out as he recognized the duo. It's Kojiro. Didn't we just introduce ourselves? Kojiro exclaimed in frustration. How did you get out again? Roy sighed, rubbing his forehead as he looked at Yamato and Kojiro aboard the submarine. Once again, you little brats, we won't let you escape this time. And we will capture this baby Lugia, Yamato declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the submarine launched a net towards Shagin. Let us go, Bayleaf. Use Razor Leaf. Ash commanded, releasing his Bayleaf. Under Ash's instruction, Bayleaf unleashed Razor Leaf, dismantling the net completely. Darn it. If that's the case, go Darumaka, Yamato shouted, tossing a pokeball that released a level 35 Darumaka. Go Korokoro, Kojiro added, sending out his level 36 Korokoro. Darumaka, use flamethrower. Korokoro, use low sweep, commanded Yamato and Kojiro, directing their Pokémon to attack Bayleaf. Under the barrage of their Pokémon, Bayleaf was quickly struck and injured. Bayleaf! Ash cried out in alarm. Go Charizard! Roy declared, releasing his Charizard in response. Charizard, use flamethrower on Korokoro, Roy commanded, pointing towards the foe. Upon receiving the order, Charizard unleashed a torrent of intense flames, driving Korokoro back. Darumaka, use flamethrower. Beside them, Yamadou commanded Dialga to unleash its fiery breath. Dragon Pulse. With a decisive order from Roa, the Charizard opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of energy that shattered the flames and continued its relentless trajectory, striking Dialga with unyielding force. You wretched fiends, I shall crush you all. With that declaration, Yamadou maneuvered the submarine towards Roa and his companions. As the submarine barreled forward, Roa prepared to engage, but suddenly, a vessel surged from the side, with a woman aboard shouting, "Cease your actions at once." No sooner had she spoken than the ship collided with the submarine, causing it to veer off course. Seizing the opportunity, Roa called out to Charizard, "Charizard, use Solar Beam." Charizard immediately released a robust orange beam of light, striking Team Rocket's submarine and inflicting considerable damage. Cursed be them. They have an overwhelming number. We must retreat. Following this, Yamadou and Kojiro hastily made their escape aboard the submarine. What mischief are Yamadou and Kojiro up to? The trio of Team Rocket, still adrift in the sea, witnessed Yamadou and Kojiro's retreat and pursued them with their Magikarp submarine. Are you all right? The owner of the previous vessel rushed towards Roa and his companions, inquiring. Chapter 170. Infiltrating Team Rocket's base. Miss Lucia, what brings you here? Misty exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. I followed its guidance to arrive here, Lucia replied, revealing a radiant feather dangling from her neck. This is the silver feather. Roa immediately recognized the pristine feather. The silver feather? What is that? Ash asked Roa, bewildered. The silver feather is a feather that has fallen from Lugia. But it is no ordinary feather. It is imbued with Lugia's blessing, Roa explained after a moment of contemplation. I see, Ash responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. What shall we do next? I fear that Team Rocket will not relent in their pursuit of silver, May inquired. First, we must locate their secret base and apprehend them all at once, Roa asserted after deliberating. But where is their base located? Ash pressed. I am unsure. We must rely on our own efforts to find it, Roa admitted with a shrug. As Roa and Ash discussed their strategy for locating Team Rocket's secret base, a massive silhouette emerged from the sea, surging forth to confront them. Interrupting their deliberation, Roa and his companions turned to find themselves staring in disbelief. The shadow belonged to an adult Lugia. Upon surfacing, the Lugia spotted its child amongst Roa's group, gazing intently at them before emitting a series of cries as a warning. Do not misunderstand, Lugia, we mean no harm to your child. Roa stepped forward, channeling his radiant energy towards the mother Lugia. As Lugia's mother prepared to issue another warning, she suddenly sensed the true divine presence of the Lugia lineage and realized that these individuals were not foes, causing her to lower her guard and gently express, "Thank you for caring for my child." Through telepathy, she communicated in a soothing tone. No need for thanks. After all, Silver is our friend. Shuichi smiled, responding warmly. Silver? Lugia's mother inquired with curiosity. It was Shuichi who named the Lugia baby, May clarified. I see, Lugia's mother nodded in understanding. By the way, Lugia, have you encountered a large secret base in this vicinity? Roa asked. A secret base? After a moment of thought, Lugia's mother shook her head. No. But may I ask why you seek this secret base? There are numerous Team Rocket members within that base, all intent on capturing you and Silver. Which is why we aim to apprehend them. Roa revealed his intentions. What? Lugia's mother exclaimed, anger flaring in her demeanor. I shall inquire with the other sea spirits, she declared before diving back into the ocean in search of any spirits that might know the location of the secret base. After a period of waiting, Lugia's mother re-emerged before Roa and Ash. What news? Where is the location of Team Rocket's secret base? Roa immediately inquired. It is in that direction. She indicated towards a specific area of the sea. But how do we reach it? It's in the deep sea, May questioned. Leave that to me. I have a vessel that can transport you, equipped with diving suits. Lucia stepped forward. Thank you, Miss Lucia, Roa replied gratefully. No need for thanks. I wish to contribute as well, she responded, leading Roa, May, and Ash aboard her ship as they approached the vicinity of the secret base. Now leave this to me. I shall use teleport to send you into the base, Lugia's mother stated upon reaching the area near the secret base. I appreciate your assistance, Roa replied before he, along with May, Ash, Misty, Brock, and Ahom, were all transported into Team Rocket's secret base. Once inside the base, May and Ash, under Roa's guidance, cautiously navigated past surveillance cameras and patrols, advancing deeper into the facility. Their successful evasion was largely due to Roa's radiant energy, which allowed them to avoid detection by most of the surveillance equipment and several patrolling personnel. After incapacitating and restraining a few Team Rocket members, they arrived at the heart of the base, the control room. As Roa approached the control room door, intent on pushing it open, he overheard a conversation within. Maintaining silence, May and Ash listened intently as a familiar voice resonated from inside. Long time no see, Professor Namba. Roa recognized the voice as belonging to Apollo, one of Team Rocket's 4 commanders. It's not Namba, it's South Namba. I didn't expect you to be dispatched this time. Apollo, the elderly voice, identified as Professor Namba, replied. After all, we have discovered the legendary Pokémon Lugia. This is of utmost importance, Apollo remarked. Indeed, capturing Lugia will significantly advance our experiments, Professor Namba cackled, his laughter sending shivers down their spines. Once we control Lugia, Team Rocket's power will soar, making it a guaranteed success, Apollo asserted. Do you have any plans, Professor North? Apollo inquired of Professor Namba. It's South Namba. The professor corrected him sharply. Very well, South Namba. We can first capture the baby Lugia, then use it as bait to capture the adult Lugia, South Namba sinisterly suggested. Haha, what a splendid idea. Apollo agreed enthusiastically. As Roame and Ash eavesdropped on Apollo and Professor Namba's conversation at the control room door, a patrol team from Team Rocket arrived nearby, instantly spotting Roa and his companions. Who are you? They shouted. Chapter 171, Confrontation with Apollo. Who are you? Just as Roya, May, Ash, Misty, Brock, and Ahong were clandestinely eavesdropping at the entrance of the control room, they were discovered by 2 patrolling members of Team Rocket, who immediately shouted in alarm. Upon noticing this, Roya sprang into action, executing a swift hand chop that rendered the 2 Team Rocket grunts unconscious. However, it was too late. Inside the control room, Apollo, Dr. Namba, Yamato, and Saburo halted their conversation and rushed out. It's you, Roya? As Apollo emerged from the control room, he immediately spotted the most handsome figure in the crowd, Roya. It's been a while, Apollo, Roya replied with a smile after dispatching the 2 grunts. You intend to thwart our plans again. Apollo's animosity towards Roya was palpable as he spoke through gritted teeth, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Roya's repeated defiance against Team Rocket. Let us not put it that way. After all, you were the ones who violated the League's laws by attacking Lugia first, Roya retorted, waving a finger dismissively. Are you determined to oppose us? Apollo gazed intently at Roya. It's inevitable, given that I am a League investigator driven by my interests. Roya approached Apollo with a grin. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Realizing the situation was irretrievable, Apollo glared at Roya with malice before turning to the numerous Team Rocket grunts and elite members Yamato and Saburo who had just arrived behind him. You all handle the others. I'll take care of Roya myself. Yes, Master Apollo. Yamato and Saburo responded immediately. Leave Yamato, Saburo, and those grunts to you, Roya instructed. Turning back to May, Ash, and the others. Rest assured, we've got this, Ash said, patting his chest confidently. Be careful, Roya. May looked at him with concern. Don't worry, you know my strength, Roya reassured May. After May and Ash led Yamato and Saburo away, Roya fixed his gaze on Apollo. This time, I will teach you a lesson, making you aware of the gravity of disrupting Team Rocket's affairs. Apollo glared fiercely at Roya. Let us see if your strength is as formidable as you claim, Roya replied nonchalantly. Go, Houndoom. Apollo sent forth his Pokémon, a fearsome Houndoom. Pokémon, Houndoom. Type, Dark, Fire. Ability, Early Bird. Gender, Male. Level, 55. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Ember, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Bite, Dark Pulse, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong. Go, Zeraora. Roya summoned his ace. A level 72 Zeraora. Champion level? How is that possible? Apollo gasped in astonishment upon realizing Zeraora's prowess. Indeed, do you wish to dance with me? Roya spoke with an air of dominance. Even if you are a champion, I am no pushover. Apollo quickly regained his composure. Houndoom, use Flamethrower. With a command from Apollo, Houndoom unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at Zeraora. Volt Tackle. Roya calmly instructed Zeraora in response to the incoming flames. As Roya finished speaking, Zeraora radiated a golden light, releasing a powerful bolt of lightning that shattered Houndoom's flamethrower and surged towards Houndoom. Houndoom, use Shadow Clone, Apollo shouted, and Houndoom swiftly created several shadowy duplicates, narrowly avoiding the attack, while only a few clones were eliminated. Shadow Clones, Zeraora. Target the first one on the right and unleash Spark, Roya commanded with clarity, harnessing his radiant power to pinpoint Houndoom's true form. Upon receiving the order, Zeraora summoned the golden light once more and unleashed a barrage of star-shaped energy towards the Houndoom Roya indicated. Houndoom, Fire Spin. As Apollo realized his true form had been discovered, he ordered Houndoom to retaliate. The rushed response caused the Spark and Fire Spin to collide and dissipate into nothingness. Zeraora, use Quick Attack, Roya called out, and Zeraora swiftly maneuvered behind Houndoom, delivering a forceful punch that sent the unprepared Houndoom flying. Zeraora, unleash Thunder Punch. Seizing the opportunity as Houndoom was knocked back, Roya initiated a fierce counterattack. Zeraora, with electricity crackling around its arms, darted forward, relentlessly striking Houndoom with a flurry of thunder punches. As Zeraora landed a final blow, Houndoom was sent sprawling to the ground, unable to rise again, thus losing its fighting capability. Useless. Apollo cursed vehemently as he recalled the unconscious Houndoom. Go battle Charizard. After retrieving Houndoom, Apollo summoned his second Pokémon, a Charizard. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Level, 55. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Ember, Smokescreen, Fire Spin, Flamethrower, Solar Beam, Fire Spin, Sunny Day. Charizard, use Fire Spin. Apollo commanded immediately after sending out Charizard. Upon hearing the command, Charizard raised its arm cannon and unleashed a searing column of fire towards Zeraora. Zeraora, use Thunder, Roya instructed with a wave of his hand. Upon receiving the command, Zeraora released an even more powerful surge of electricity, charging towards the incoming flames. In an instant, the electric current collided with the flames, shattering them, and continuing its assault towards Charizard. Charizard, use Wing Attack. Just as the electric surge was about to strike Charizard, under Apollo's directive, Charizard countered with its wings enveloped in white light, executing a wing attack against the incoming thunder. After a moment of stalemate, Charizard managed to disperse the thunder, but at the expense of considerable energy. Your strength isn't all that impressive. I wonder how Lances and Athena hold you in such high regard, Apollo remarked unexpectedly during the standoff. What? Roya was momentarily taken aback. Now is your chance, Crobat. Use Cross Poison. Just as Roya was left questioning, Apollo stealthily commanded Crobat to launch a surprise attack on him. Crobat, obeying Apollo's orders, swiftly approached Roya, ready to strike with Cross Poison, creating a perilous situation. Chapter 172, Retreat. Just as Crobat's Cross Poison was about to land on Roya, he smirked slightly and shouted, Gengar, use Shadow Claw. As Roya's words echoed, Gengar's plump figure appeared before Crobat, intercepting the Cross Poison with its Shadow Claw. Pokémon, Crobat. Type, Poison, Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Level, 56. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Tailwind, Cross Poison, Air Slash, Air Blade, Toxic, Absorb, Sonic Boom, Poison Jab. How could this be? How did you discover it? Obama gazed at the Gengar that had intercepted the Crobat, his expression one of bewilderment as he looked at Roya, his eyes filled with incredulity and a hint of confusion, pondering how his subtle maneuvers had been uncovered. The moment you summoned the Crobat's Pokeball, I had Gengar conceal itself nearby to ascertain your intentions. Such trivial tricks were easily seen through by me, Roya remarked with a smirk directed at Apollo, his eyes brimming with disdain. Infuriating. Witnessing Roya's scorn ignited a fiery rage within Apollo, prompting him to shout at his Pokémon, Dusknoir, unleash Flamethrower. Crobat, execute Poison Jab. Is this a display of anger? Such a volatile temperament indeed. Observing Apollo's furious demeanor, Roya shook his head and commented, Zeraora, Volt Tackle. Gengar, Dark Pulse. At Roya's command, Zeraora and Gengar unleashed their respective techniques, sending forth a brilliant golden lightning bolt and a dark purple beam to clash against the incoming Flamethrower and Poison Jab. In mere moments, the four moves collided midair, resulting in a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand, bolstered by the full might of Dusknoir and Crobat. However, as Zeraora and Gengar began to augment their power, Volt Tackle and Dark Pulse began to overpower Flamethrower and Poison Jab, surging towards Dusknoir and Crobat. Not good, evade, Apollo urged as he saw the unfolding disaster, but alas, it was too late. The combined might of Zeraora and Jengar's attacks obliterated Dusknoir and Crobat's offensive, rapidly closing in on them. Boom. Under the dual onslaught of Volt Tackle and Dark Pulse, Dusknoir and Crobat were both sent crashing to the ground, though they remained conscious. Battered and bruised. You wretches. Dusknoir, Crobat, stand firm. Just as Apollo prepared to continue the fight, Yamato and Shotaro dashed to his side, interrupting his offensive. Apologies, Lord Apollo. But all our members over there have been defeated by those brats. Gasped Yamato and Shotaro as they arrived, breathless. You useless fools, continue battling and stop them. Apollo roared at Yamato and Shotaro. Yet, just as Yamato was about to respond, another Team Rocket grunt rushed in. Bad news, Lord Apollo. The Dragon Master has arrived with reinforcements and has breached the base. The grunt panted to Apollo, infuriated by the turn of events. Apollo reluctantly abandoned the idea of continuing the fight. Casting one last glance at Roya, he declared, "This will not end here, mark my words." With that, Apollo departed, taking Yamato and Shotaro with him. As Roya prepared to pursue, May and Ash arrived on the scene. "Are you all right, Roya?" May immediately checked on Roya, ensuring he was uninjured. "Fear not. Are you not aware of my strength?" Roya grasped May's hand and affectionately ruffled her hair. With Roya's reassurances, May felt relieved and stood beside him. "And what of your situation?" Roya then inquired, turning to Ash and the others. "We have defeated all the Team Rocket members and have them bound with ropes," Ash replied with a grin. "That's a relief." Roya sighed in relief. Just as he was about to speak further, a hearty laugh echoed from the nearby corridor, followed by hurried footsteps. "Roya, May?" And Ash turned to see a young man with flamboyant red hair, adorned in a cloak. "Is that Dragon Master?" Misty, Brock, and Hero exclaimed in delight, recognizing the figure. "Who is the Dragon Master?" Ash asked, scratching his head in confusion. "You don't know who Mr. Dato is?" Hero gazed at Ash in astonishment. "This is my first time seeing him," Ash admitted, still perplexed. "Mr. Dato is the Dragon-type champion of the Kanto region, and also the champion of the Chengdu region." Realization dawned on Ash as he connected the dots. "So he is like Miss Kona from the Orange Islands." "Roya, what is the situation here?" Dato approached Roya with a battalion of police officers in tow. The main culprits have fled, leaving only a few lackeys and this secret base. Roya shrugged in response to Dato's inquiry. "Very well, and the specifics?" Dato pressed further. Roya recounted the entire event to Dato, detailing the sequence of occurrences. "I see. I understand now," Dato acknowledged after hearing the full story and began to address the matters pertaining to the base. "Do you know Mr. Dato?" Ash queried, approaching Roya after Dato had moved on. "Indeed," Roya nodded affirmatively. "How did you become acquainted?" "I would love to battle Mr. Dato." Ash's eyes sparkled with determination. "Mr. Dato is quite busy. Perhaps another time," Roya sighed, exasperated. "But," Ash was about to protest when a nearby voice interrupted. "Enough. Mr. Dato is very busy. Do not disturb him." After thoroughly inspecting the area, Roya, May, and Ash followed Dato out of the Team Rocket's secret base. "What shall we do with this base?" Roya inquired of Dato, gazing at the facility looming over the sea. "Well, it has outlived its purpose, so it would be best to destroy it." Dato stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I understand." Roya nodded and turned to Lugia, saying, "Lugia, obliterate it." Upon receiving the command, Lugia immediately unleashed its powers, demolishing the secret base entirely. With the base destroyed, Lugia approached the group with Silver in tow, calling out, "Are you all departing?" Upon receiving confirmation, Roya addressed them. "You are more suited to your own world. Remaining here will only draw the attention of nefarious individuals. Farewell." In the end, Roya, May, and Ash bid a heartfelt farewell to Silver and Lugia. "It's time for us to continue our journey to Chengdu," Roya declared as they concluded their business with Lugia and its offspring. "We're ready as well." Ash and his companions nodded in agreement. "I must also attend to the affairs concerning Team Rocket. I shall take my leave." Dato waved his cloak as he departed. As for Ryuichi, he returned home, while Roya, May, and Ash resumed their venture towards challenging the Chengdu League. Chapter 173, Kaji Town. After bidding farewell to Ash, Misty, Brock, and Hero at Whirlpool Islands, Roya and May continued their journey towards the Chengdu League, with their next destination being Kaji Town, home to the Kaji Gym, which was set to be their 7th gym challenge. However, the route to Kaji Town necessitated a return to Alway City, followed by a passage through Marble City, making the journey considerably lengthy. Despite the long journey ahead, nothing could dampen the fervor of Roya and May as they embarked on their travels. They retraced their steps to Asagao City, and after paying a visit to Ami, they proceeded to Round Pearl City. After spending a day there purchasing supplies and visiting the Round Pearl gym leader, Komatsu, they set their sights on Kaji Town. At last, They arrived at Kaji Town. Standing at the entrance, Roya gazed upon the town, wiping the sweat from his brow. After enduring a lengthy trek filled with daunting challenges and encounters with various trainers, Roya and Mei had finally reached the location of the 7th badge in the Chengdu region, Kaji Town. Roya, what do you know about Kaji Town? Mei inquired as they walked through its streets. Kaji Town is not particularly different from other towns. However, the prominent figure here is the gym leader, Mr. Lu. Roya replied after a moment of contemplation. Mr. Lu? Mei tilted her head in curiosity. Mr. Lu is the gym leader of Kaji Gym, primarily utilizing Ice-type Pokémon. Though he may not be widely recognized today, in his prime, Mr. Lu was undoubtedly among the elite, possessing at least the prowess of a champion, which earned him the moniker Winter's Mr. Lu. Roya elaborated on Mr. Lu's background. Fortunately, they resided in the world of the Pokémon anime. Had this been the Pokémon special manga, Mr. Lu would have surely been a formidable final boss, far surpassing contemporary trainers like Dato or Banmu, as he possessed the power to subdue legendary Pokémon. Roya felt immensely fortunate at this thought. Finally reaching the Pokémon Center, Roya mused, "Let us rest for the night." "All right," Mei replied as they arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. "Roya, is everything all right? You seemed a bit off earlier. Did something happen?" Mei noticed his unusual demeanor and asked. "I was merely contemplating how to approach the challenge of Kaji Gym tomorrow," Roya replied, knowing he could not divulge his true thoughts to Mei. So he used the gym challenge as a convenient excuse to allay her curiosity. "With your skills, obtaining the ice badge will be an effortless feat. There is no need for concern," Mei said with a smile as they entered the Pokémon Center together. The following morning, after a rejuvenating night's rest, Roya and Mei stood before the Kaji Gym. However, unlike other gyms, the doors remained firmly shut even in broad daylight. "Is anyone there? We have come to challenge the gym," Mei called out to the closed doors. "Is Mr. Lu present?" After receiving no reply, Roya raised his voice, but still, silence lingered. Why is there no response? Could it be a holiday? Mei pondered aloud, gazing at the unyielding doors. At that moment, a figure appeared beside them. "Excuse me, who are you?" Roya inquired upon noticing the sudden arrival of a woman. "My name is Sima, but you can call me Aunt Sima," she replied with a warm smile. "Hello, Aunt Sima." Both Roya and Mei greeted her promptly. "You are here to challenge Kaji Gym, aren't you?" Aunt Sima asked. "Indeed. But it seems the gym leader is not inside. We have called out for quite some time without a response," Mei explained to Sima. "Mr. Lu is currently away." Roya was momentarily taken aback. "He has gone out on an errand," Aunt Sima stated. "Where might Mr. Lu be?" "Now is your chance, Crobat." Roya inquired eagerly. "At this time, he is usually training by the waterfall." "I presume he is still there," Aunt Sima replied without a moment's hesitation. "Could you please guide us to the waterfall?" Mei asked. "Allow me to lead the way," Aunt Sima offered enthusiastically, leading Roya and Mei toward the waterfall in search of Mr. Lu. "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Aunt Sima." Mei expressed her gratitude as they followed her, who was already quite ahead, greeting them as she ran. Exchanging glances, Roya and Mei sighed in resignation and hurried to catch up with her. Soon, they arrived at the waterfall, where they found an elderly man with white hair, seated serenely beneath the cascade, seemingly unaffected by the torrents cascading upon him. "Impressive. This old man is remarkable," Mei exclaimed, taken aback by Mr. Lu's calm demeanor amidst the roaring waters. "Indeed, Mr. Lu truly lives up to his reputation," Roya echoed, equally astonished by the old man's formidable presence. Turning to the meditative Mr. Lu, Aunt Sima announced, "Mr. Lu, these two children have come to seek a gym battle with you." "Greetings, Mr. Lu. I am Roya from the Alola region, and I apologize for the intrusion. I am here to challenge Kaji Gym." Roya stepped forward. "My name is Mei, hailing from the Unova region, and I too am here to challenge Kaji Gym." Mei followed suit after Roya's introduction. "You are the challengers, I see, Mr. Lu opened his eyes, regarding them both. "Yes," they nodded in affirmation. "Before we proceed with the battle, I must ask you a question. What is your perspective on the bond between humans and Pokémon?" Mr. Lu inquired with a stoic expression as he donned his attire. "Of course, they are partners," Mei answered without hesitation. "Such naivety. Humans and Pokémon cannot truly become friends," Mr. Lu retorted coldly. "What do you mean by that?" Even Roya, who was well-versed in many matters, furrowed his brow at Mr. Lu's statement. There must be a boundary maintained between trainers and Pokémon. Without that tension, one may become clouded by emotions during battle, resulting in a failure to execute strategies effectively. Mr. Lu spoke with a chilling tone. "I must disagree. Only by understanding a Pokémon's feelings can one achieve true synergy." Roya responded earnestly. "If that is your stance, then I shall endeavor to correct your misconceptions," Mr. Lu declared, leading Roya and Mei back to Kaji Gym. Chapter 174. Battle with Mr. Lu, I shall ask you one last time. Do you still hold to your beliefs? Mr. Lu questioned, standing opposite Roya within the confines of Kaji Gym. No matter how many times you inquire, I shall steadfastly uphold my convictions. To speak and act accordingly is my path, Roya replied, his demeanor now resolute. Then let me correct your perspective through a battle, Mr. Lu stated, casting a glance toward Aunt Sima. Upon catching Mr. Lu's gaze, Aunt Sima swiftly donned the attire of a Chengdu Alliance referee, taking her place at the judging stand. She raised her flag and proclaimed, "Next is the battle between Roya from the Alola region and the gym leader of Kaji Gym, Mr. Lu. Each trainer may use 2 Pokémon, and victory is declared when one side's Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle. The challenger may substitute Pokémon during the match. Come forth, White Sea Lion." Mr. Lu threw a Pokeball, summoning a White Sea Lion to the icy battlefield. Pokémon, White Sea Lion type, Water. Ice ability, Thick Fat Gender, Male level, 38 potential, Near champion moves, Water Gun, Water Cannon, Ice Beam, Aurora Beam, Icy Wind, Blizzard, Absolute Zero. At level 38. The White Sea Lion shall be your choice. Then it's settled, Kingdra. Roya also threw his Pokeball, releasing his shiny Kingdra. A shiny Kingdra, Roya. Your luck is quite favorable, Lubo remarked with a grin upon seeing Roya's pink Kingdra. Just luck, that's all. The match begins. Referee Shima raised the flag and announced, "Kingdra, unleash Blizzard." Observing the White Sea Lion in the water, Roya commanded Kingdra to execute Blizzard. Following Roya's command, Kingdra immediately unleashed a fierce blizzard, causing a storm to sweep across the arena. Although it did not inflict any harm upon the White Sea Lion, the tempest quickly encased the pool in ice. "Now, your White Sea Lion will find it difficult to enter the water," Roya remarked to Lubo, eyeing the frozen pool. "So what? Even without a pool, you cannot defeat me. White Sea Lion, use Ice Beam." Lubo commanded his Pokémon with confidence. Upon hearing the command, the White Sea Lion released a beam of white light from its horn, striking towards Kingdra. "Kingdra, light screen." Roya waved his hand and commanded Kingdra. Kingdra promptly erected a transparent wall before itself, intercepting the ice beam from the White Sea Lion. "Kingdra, it's time for our counterattack. Use Aurora Beam." No sooner had he spoken than Kingdra obeyed, directing a colorful beam from its horn towards the White Sea Lion. "White Sea Lion, let us also use Aurora Beam." Lubo commanded his White Sea Lion in kind. Thus, the 2 Aurora Beams clashed mid-air, neither side gaining the upper hand, until they dissipated into the atmosphere after a brief stalemate. "White Sea Lion, use Headbutt." Lubo issued his command. Following Lubo's orders, the White Sea Lion began to glide rapidly across the icy surface, charging towards Kingdra with its horn poised to strike. "Kingdra, use Bind." Facing the incoming White Sea Lion, Roya calmly directed Kingdra. Kingdra's eyes gleamed with a soft blue light, causing the charging White Sea Lion to halt instantly, immobilized in place. "Kingdra, unleash Dragon Pulse." Roya commanded with a flourish. Upon hearing this, Kingdra opened its mouth, releasing a Dragon Pulse that struck the helpless White Sea Lion. Under the impact of Dragon Pulse, the White Sea Lion collapsed onto the ground. The White Sea Lion has lost its fighting ability. Kingdra is victorious, Aunt Shima declared, raising the flag. "It seems your strength is commendable," Lubo remarked as he recalled his White Sea Lion, addressing Roya. "However, I shall not concede easily. Go Pidgeot." Lubo sent forth his second Pokémon. Pokémon, Pidgeot. Type, Ice, Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, Male. Level, 42. Qualification, Near Champion. Moves, Peck, Ice Punch, Mega Punch, Ice Beam. Aurora Beam, Agility, Blizzard, Icy Wind. Pidgeot, huh? Upon seeing the Pidgeot before him, Roya instinctively recalled Lubo's Pidgeot from the special episode. Return, Kingdra. After recalling Kingdra, Roya retrieved another Pokeball and tossed it. Go, Charizard. As the red light faded, Roya's Charizard appeared on the battlefield. Charizard, but my Pidgeot will not be defeated, Lubo remarked with a grin after glancing at Charizard. Charizard versus Pidgeot, the match begins. Aunt Shima raised the flag and announced, "Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." Roya shouted to Charizard. Initiating the second round of battle, Charizard, upon hearing the command, opened its mouth to unleash a searing torrent of flame directed at Pidgeot. Pidgeot, evade with agility. Lubo commanded, instructing Pidgeot to dodge. Pidgeot swiftly executed agility, evading the attack by leaving its original position. Pidgeot, use Ice Beam. As Pidgeot circled behind Charizard, Lubo immediately called out. Arriving behind Charizard, Pidgeot opened its beak and released a beam of white light, aimed at Charizard. "Look out, evade it quickly." Noticing Pidgeot's sudden appearance, Roya cried out. However, it was too late. Pidgeot's ice beam struck Charizard, encasing it in ice, which crashed heavily to the ground. This is not good. Charizard has been frozen. May, standing behind Roya, clenched her fists in concern. Charizard. Roya called out to his frozen Pokémon with a tone of worry. See, this is the gap between us, Lubo said, grinning at the sight of Charizard encased in ice. We shall not falter here, shall we, Charizard? Roya shouted passionately to Charizard. Upon hearing Roya's words, Charizard felt the surge of determination within, emanating a fiery aura that melted away the encasing ice. How is this possible? This is the Blaze State, Lubo exclaimed in astonishment. This is the power of our mutual trust. Charizard, unleash your most powerful heat wave. Roya grinned at Charizard, watching it break free. Charizard, upon receiving the command, flapped its wings, unleashing a scorching wind that surged towards Pidgeot. Under the relentless assault of Charizard's heat wave, Pidgeot endured significant damage, emitting cries of agony. Finish it off with Flamethrower, Roya commanded with a sweeping gesture. Responding to his trainer's voice, Charizard opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of searing flames, striking the battered Pidgeot. Pidgeot has lost its fighting ability. Charizard is victorious. Therefore the winner is Roya, Aunt Shima declared, raising the flag. Although I lost this battle, I remain steadfast in my resolve. When faced with difficulties, Pokémon are sure to betray you, Lubo said, handing the ice badge to Roya. As Roya accepted the ice badge, he replied, I understand your situation. But I must ask, on what basis do you claim that your Mamoswine betrayed you? Did you witness it with your own eyes? What do you mean? Lubo furrowed his brow at Roya's words. Your Mamoswine has been waiting for you in that place filled with herbs. After saying this, Roya departed with May, leaving Lubo deep in thought. Meanwhile, May, chasing after Roya, inquired, what is the story behind that Mamoswine? Well, it's quite a lengthy tale. Chapter 175, The Lake of Fury. Successfully signed in at Kaji Town, receiving items. Iceproof 1, Luxury Ball 5, Alliance Currency 1, 000,000. That night, the system informed Roya of the gains from Kaji Town. Iceproof, when held, enhances the power of Ice-type moves. It can be given to Kingdra. After contemplating the use of the Iceproof item, Roya drifted into slumber, embarking on a date with the daughter of the Dream King. The following morning, as Roya accompanied May back to the Kaji gym, he was greeted not by the usual stern-faced Lubo, but by a beaming Lubo, who was busy grooming a Mamoswine in the gym's courtyard. Upon noticing Roya and May, he immediately approached them with a smile. What has gotten into Lubo? Just yesterday, he wore a stiff expression, and now he greets us with a smile? May observed, puzzled. I am immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for your timely reminder, I would have remained oblivious to my long-haired pig being ensnared in that predicament. After exchanging greetings with Roy and May, Uncle Lou expressed his heartfelt sentiments. It is all thanks to you. Aunt Seema chimed in, her face alight with joy, for their old friend Uncle Lou had at last emerged from the shadows. Following Roy's alert yesterday, Uncle Lou, accompanied by Aunt Seema, ventured to the location where medicinal herbs could be found, only to discover the long-haired pig encased in ice. The bond between humans and elves is akin to that of partners and family. We must trust them implicitly, must we not? Roy smiled at Uncle Lou, affirming his words. Indeed, Uncle Lou was deeply moved upon learning that the long-haired pig had become trapped while seeking herbs for him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the match between May and Uncle Lou's dojo commenced in earnest. Under May's exceptional prowess and remarkable strategy, she ultimately triumphed over Uncle Lou, securing the coveted ice badge. As May obtained the ice badge and departed the Kaji dojo with Roy en route to the Pokémon Center, a phone call interrupted their journey. Dai, has something occurred? Roy inquired, noting Dai's serious demeanor and promptly adjusting his attitude. According to our schedule, you should be in Kaji Town, correct? Dai questioned Roy. Indeed, is there an issue? Roy nodded and asked. There exists a secret base of Team Rocket near Kaji Town, a site where they conduct nefarious experiments on Pokémon. We must swiftly apprehend them. Dai stated gravely. Evil experiments on Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Roy's fury ignited. Where is it located? He suppressed his anger and pressed Dai for details. It is at Anger Lake, near Kaji Town, Dai replied. Anger Lake. I shall hasten there, Roy affirmed with a nod. Once you arrive, exercise caution. I am also hastening my approach and will soon arrive, Dai added as he sped towards Anger Lake on his Dragonite. I see you are embarking on a mission? May inquired upon witnessing Roy in the call. Yes, near Kaji Town, Roy confirmed. I wish to join you, May declared. No. Roy immediately refused her request. Why not? May's eyes widened in surprise. This mission differs from previous ones. Major targets are prone to vulnerabilities and the danger is heightened. thus you must remain in Kaji Town. Roy's tone brooked no argument. It was crucial to note that the Team Rocket base near Anger Lake possessed a device capable of affecting the mental states of certain Pokémon, posing significant danger. May was not like Ash, who had the fortune to escape peril. Very well, May relented, recognizing Roy's resolute demeanor. But do ensure your safety, she urged, concern etched in her gaze. Rest assured, you are well aware of my capabilities. Moreover, Dai, the champion, will be present, as long as the target isn't overly formidable. There should be little danger, Roy reassured her, grasping her hand. After leaving May in the care of Uncle Lou at the Kaji Dojo, Roy swiftly made his way to Anger Lake atop his Fiero. Along the route, he inquired of the system. Do you know how to counter the special waves that affect Pokemon's mental states? Do not fret. The ultimate aura generated by your radiant power can disrupt the effects of that wave, the system replied. Learning that the wave posed no harm to him, Roy felt a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Ash, Misty, and Brock found themselves inadvertently lost due to an unforeseen incident. Upon hearing the furious roar of the red Gyarados from the original story, they arrived at Anger Lake, where they encountered a red Gyarados unlike any they had seen before. Alongside an ambush led by the captain of Team Rocket's Plan Execution Unit, Shensi. Although Ash commanded his Croconaw to attack, the influence of the wave rendered Croconaw lethargic and unable to fight. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. Following Shensi's orders, Pidgeotto launched its assault on Ash and his companions, and the situation grew dire. Just then, a shadow darted past, striking Pidgeotto and sending it reeling away, astonishing everyone present. Subsequently, a figure leaped down from the shadow, landing before Ash and his friends, turning to say, "It seems I've arrived just in time." Upon hearing that familiar voice and recognizing the figure, Ash, Misty, and Brock joyfully exclaimed, "Roy, it's been a while." Ash, Misty, and Brock. Roy greeted them warmly. "What brings you here?" Ash inquired. "I came to investigate a distressing cry I heard and fortuitously stumbled upon you. I did not anticipate such a significant discovery here," Roy remarked, glancing at Team Rocket's Captain Shinsi and the red Gyarados in the lake. Pokemon, red Gyarados. Type, water, flying. Ability, intimidate. Gender, male. Level, 41. Qualification, champion. Moves, water tail. Whirlwind, bite, water gun, hydro pump, torrent, ice foam, dragon dance, hyper beam. You are the Roy they spoke of, aren't you? Shensi recognized Roy, who had thwarted their plans on several occasions. Indeed, that would be me, Roy replied, raising an eyebrow. It seems fortune is on our side today. Capturing you would be a monumental achievement for us, Shensi declared, directing Pidgeotto to confront Roy, a smirk creeping onto his face as he recalled the waves from his base. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. Once he confirmed the waves were active, Shensi began his assault on Roy, thrusting the situation into turmoil. Chapter 176, The Clash Erupts. Armed with the special waves that influence Pokemon's mental states, Captain Shinsi of Team Rocket's Plan Execution Unit launched an attack on Roy, utilizing a Pidgeotto. Pokemon, Pidgeotto. Type, normal, flying. Ability, Kenai. Gender, male. Level, 53. Qualification, semi-champion. Moves, Fury Attack, Peck, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Mimic, Agility, Pursuit, Steel Wing, Hurricane. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. Shensi commanded, prompting Pidgeotto to charge at Roy. In response, Roy rallied, Fiero, unleash Hurricane. As Fiero flapped its wings, it conjured a tempest, sending the attacking Pidgeotto hurtling back. How is this possible? Shensi gaped at Fiero, unaffected by the waves, incredulity written across his face. Who knows? Roy shrugged nonchalantly. I will not let you escape. Go, Pidgeotto. Frustrated, Shensi unleashed another Pidgeotto of the same level, readying for combat. Pidgeotto, unleash a barrage of attacks. He shouted at Roy. Beside him, two formidable Pokemon were advancing towards Roy, causing Ash to feel an immediate surge of anxiety. However, his own Pokemon were incapacitated and unable to assist, leaving him to watch helplessly. Dragonite, Pidgeot, use Wing Attack. Roy commanded, releasing another Pokeball to summon Dragonite. At his instruction, both Dragonite and Pidgeot beat their wings vigorously, unleashing a flurry of white attacks that struck the oncoming Spearows, sending them plummeting towards the ground. Spearow, use Quick Attack. Upon witnessing this, Chuncher promptly commanded his Spearows. Responding to his order, the two Spearows stabilized themselves in midair and initiated a rapid circling maneuver around Dragonite and Pidgeot, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Pidgeot, Dragonite. When faced with difficulties, let us use Quick Attack as well, Roy shouted, observing his Pokemon evading the two Spearows. Hearing their trainer's command, Dragonite and Pidgeot swiftly executed a quick attack that was even more agile than that of the Spearows, disrupting their momentum and sending them careening a short distance before regaining their balance in the sky. Now, Dragonite, unleash Thunder Wave. Spotting the Spearows as they steadied themselves, Roy directed Dragonite. As soon as the words left his lips, Dragonite released 2 arcs of electricity, striking the unsuspecting Spearows and inflicting some damage. Spearow, use Hyper Beam. Once the Spearows regained their composure, Chunshur commanded them to execute their ultimate move. The 2 Spearows opened their beaks wide, releasing 2 powerful orange beams towards Dragonite and Pidgeot. We'll use Hyper Beam as well, Roy bellowed. Almost simultaneously, Dragonite and Pidgeot unleashed even thicker orange beams, colliding with the Spearow's Hyper Beam. Due to the disparity in strength, the Hyper Beam from Dragonite and Pidgeot overpowered that of the Spearows, shattering their attack and striking the 2 Spearows directly. Under the force of the Hyper Beam, the Spearows lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Spearow, Chunshur exclaimed, shocked at the sight of his incapacitated Pokémon. It's time to surrender. Roy produced a rope he had prepared earlier, and after dealing with a few underlings, he bound Chunshur and the others to a tree. He then retrieved the unconscious Pokeballs, placing them into his backpack, and proceeded to search them for any items to prevent their escape. Roy, do you understand why my Pokémon appears so lethargic? At that moment, Ash and his companions approached Roy with inquiries. It's because there's a Team Rocket secret base nearby, emitting a peculiar electromagnetic wave that disrupts the mental state of Pokémon. Roy explained after securing Chunshur and the others. I see. Ash and his friends immediately grasped the situation. We'll keep an eye on them. I've already informed Miss Junsha, and she'll be here shortly. Roy indicated towards the bound Team Rocket members. And what about you? Ash pressed. I'm going to destroy the Team Rocket base, Roy replied. I'll leave this to you. With that, Roy sprinted towards the secret base. Shortly after Roy's departure, Dato arrived with Miss Junsha and a large contingent of police at the shores of Anger Lake, quickly surrounding Ash and his friends, as well as the bound Team Rocket members. After gathering some information, the officers apprehended several Team Rocket members, including their leader, Chunshur. Dato then approached Ash and his friends, asking, "Where's Roy?" He went to the Team Rocket secret base, Ash informed him. Understood. Thank you, Dato replied before departing towards the base. Meanwhile, after a considerable amount of time, Roy reached the entrance of the Team Rocket secret base. Upon witnessing the heavy security, he cautiously slipped in through a corner devoid of surveillance cameras. Once inside, Roy discreetly incapacitated a low-ranking member, binding him and gagging him before donning his uniform and specialized sunglasses, proceeding to search the base with utmost caution. After a thorough search, Roy eventually arrived at the central control room of the base, blending in as a regular Team Rocket member and positioning himself in an unoccupied corner to eavesdrop on the proceedings. If we can capture that red Gyarados and conduct our research, we will be able to create an evolutionary wave that affects all Pokémon, Dr. Shiranu remarked, gazing at the image of the red Gyarados on the screen. By the way, has Captain Chunshur returned yet? He inquired of a nearby Team Rocket member, who responded that Chunshur had not yet returned, causing Dr. Shiranu to furrow his brow in contemplation. Just then, Dr. Shiranu's gaze fell upon Roy, disguised as a Team Rocket member in the corner. Who are you? I don't recall seeing you around here, he queried. With Dr. Shiranu's question, all eyes in the control room turned towards Roy, the atmosphere growing tense. Who are you really? Dr. Shiranu pressed, his brow furrowing further as Roy remained silent. I can't believe I was found while hiding in this corner. I'm at a loss for words, Roy replied, reluctantly removing his Team Rocket disguise and revealing his true identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roy, an investigator for the Alliance, currently conducting a capture operation against you all. Please surrender without resistance and spare me the trouble. Alliance investigator? You are that Roy? The one who thwarted that old fool Nanbois, Dr. Shiranu mused, his expression shifting as he recognized Roy. Indeed, that is correct. I can't believe you've walked right into my trap. Then I shall not hold back. Capture him. Dr. Shiranu commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting the surrounding Team Rocket members to surge forward, releasing their Pokémon such as Rattata, Arbok, Houndoom, and Zubat, all rushing towards Roy. How troublesome. Wouldn't it be easier to surrender? Roy sighed, shaking his head as he unleashed several Pokeballs, releasing Pokémon such as Blaziken, Pidgeot, Charizard, and Blastoise. With the exception of 3 elite-level Pokémon, he released all of his Pokémon. In a flurry of attacks from Roy's Pokémon, the underlings fell one by one, incapacitated, leaving only Dr. Shiranu standing. Now it's your turn, Roy stated, turning his gaze towards Dr. Shiranu after dispatching the grunts. This time, we've been defeated. Dr. Shiranu lamented as his subordinates were captured, ultimately surrendering and allowing Roy to bind him. After all, not every scientist possesses the prowess of Professor Oak. Dr. Shiranu was merely a researcher with no exceptional combat capabilities. Just as Roy finished tying up the remaining Team Rocket members, Dato burst into the room with a large contingent of police officers. Upon witnessing the members of Team Rocket bound one by one, they were momentarily taken aback. However, their commendable professionalism swiftly brought them back to reality, allowing them to apprehend all of the Team Rocket members without delay. Roya, why are you so impulsive? Dewey confronted Roya with a serious tone. I understand now. It won't happen again, Roya replied with a forced smile, observing Dewey's stern expression. What happened here? Dewey shifted the conversation, inquiring about the situation. I presume you have dealt with those Team Rocket members outside, so now we must address that signal device. Roya indicated towards the towering signal tower. Leave it to me, Dewey responded confidently. With that, he summoned his Dragonite, unleashing a dragon pulse that obliterated the signal tower. Now, I will leave this to you. I shall handle that red Gyarados, Roya expressed. His interest piqued by the prospect of capturing the creature that would eventually become one of Dewey's mainstays. The red Gyarados, you say? I understand. Dewey nodded in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to Dewey, Roya made his way back to Lake of Rage. However, the red Gyarados encountered an unexpected turn of events. Having been captured again by the trio from Team Rocket, its fury erupted, leading it to lash out in the lake while Ash and his companions attempted to calm it. Though their efforts proved futile and only incited further aggression from the Gyarados. Zeraora, use Volt Tackle. At Roya's command, Zeraora unleashed a golden bolt of lightning that struck the red Gyarados, which had been preparing to attack Ash and his friends. The Gyarados collapsed to the ground under the impact of the Volt Tackle. Roya, that Gyarados. Ash began to speak, but Roya interrupted. I'm aware of the situation. Allow me to capture this creature. Very well, Ash nodded in agreement. Approaching the red Gyarados, Roya found that while it had regained consciousness, its injuries rendered it incapable of further rage. All right, Gyarados, the villains that tormented you have been apprehended, so it's time for your anger to subside. As he stood before the red Gyarados, Roya summoned his healing powers to mend its wounds. After a period of healing, while the Gyarados had not fully recovered, its sanity was restored. What was that light you used earlier, Roya? Ash inquired, having noticed the golden glow during the healing process. That is my special ability. Used to heal Gyarados, Roya explained with a smile. A special ability? Just like Miss Nessa from the Kanto region? Roya nodded while rummaging through his backpack. Miss Nessa? Ash and his friends shivered at the mention of her name, having had their share of experiences with her. After addressing their questions, Roya retrieved a vitality capsule from his backpack, capable of reviving a fainted Pokémon and restoring all its energy. He administered the capsule to the red Gyarados. Upon consuming it, the Gyarados' injuries healed completely and its vitality returned. That's wonderful, Gyarados. Roya beamed at the fully restored creature, observing Roya's nurturing gesture. The red Gyarados lowered its head and softly called out to him, as if trying to convey something. Do you wish to join me? Roya asked, pointing to himself. Then, I look forward to our partnership, Gyarados. Receiving confirmation from the creature, Roya produced a luxury ball and captured the red Gyarados within it. Congratulations, Roya. Ash and his companions approached to extend their wishes, and Roya expressed his gratitude in return. Ash, would you like to return to Kijiji Town with me? Following the capture of the red Gyarados, Roya inquired of Ash and his friends. That sounds fantastic. They exclaimed joyously at the prospect of guidance. After concluding matters with Dewey, they departed from the Lake of Rage, leading the lost Ash and his friends back to Kijiji Town. Roya, upon returning to Kijiji Town, May rushed over and embraced Roya, refusing to let go. Ah, the essence of youth, Brock remarked, tears streaming down his face at the sight. When will that blockhead ever understand my feelings? Misty shot a sidelong glance at the foolish boy beside her. After comforting May for a while, she finally released him, though she clung to Roya's arms stubbornly. Chapter 178, Dratini. After capturing the red Gyarados, Roya and May bid farewell to Ash, Misty, and Brock, setting their sights on their next destination, Yamaka City. En route, they inevitably engaged in spirited battles with passing trainers. At that moment, Roya and May found themselves in battle against a camping boy. Go, Stantler. Use confusion. The boy commanded his Stantler against Roya's red Gyarados. Gyarados, unleash Dark Pulse. Roya called out, gesturing with his hand. Upon hearing his command, the Gyarados opened its mouth and released a purplish-black beam that shattered Stantler's confusion, striking it directly and rendering it unconscious. Stantler. The camping boy rushed forward to check on his fallen Pokémon. After confirming that it was not gravely harmed, he sighed in relief and recalled Stantler into its Pokeball. Your strength is truly impressive. I accept my defeat gracefully, he said, flashing a thumbs up to Roya. Meanwhile, May had also concluded her battle with the camping girl, emerging victorious as expected. After bidding farewell to the two campers, Roya and May continued their journey towards Yamaka City. Look, it's a Dratini. On this day, as Roya and May arrived at the outskirts of Yamaka City, they spotted a light blue Pokémon coiled up and napping by a lake. May gasped in astonishment. But how could there be a Dratini here? Filled with curiosity, she asked. Yamaka City is home to the dragon family, and the gym leader here belongs to the same lineage. This Dratini likely has an owner, possibly someone from the dragon family, Roya speculated, stroking his chin. Moreover, it is likely the Dratini belonging to Xiaochun. This thought remained unspoken, lingering in Roya's mind. It's so adorable, May exclaimed, her heart melting at the sight of the charming Dratini lying peacefully. There's no need to rush. Before long, you'll have a Dratini of your own, Roya remarked, rolling his eyes at May's infatuation. But Dratini is truly adorable, May declared, taking a step closer to the Dratini. Just as she approached the lakeside, a Gyarados erupted from the depths of the water, blocking her path and issuing a warning not to come any closer. Stop it, Gyarados. Just as the Gyarados prepared to attack and Roya was about to summon his own Gyarados for a counter, a commanding female voice intervened, thwarting both the Gyarados' aggression and Roya's intentions. Upon hearing the sound, Roya and May immediately turned their gazes in its direction, only to behold a girl with azure hair approaching them. Standing before Roya and May, the girl with blue hair positioned herself in front of her Gyarados and inquired, "Who are you? What do you intend to do with my Dratini?" After speaking, she fixed a vigilant gaze upon Roya and May. "We are merely passing trainers. My companions simply wish to pet your adorable Dratini." Roya stepped forward and addressed the blue-haired girl. "I apologize for the earlier incident. The Gyarados was under my command to protect the Dratini." The blue-haired girl explained to Roya and May. "I see." May nodded in understanding. "My name is Koharu. It is a pleasure to meet you." Koharu greeted Roya and May. "You are Koharu?" Upon hearing this name, May's reaction was immediate and swift, as it concerned her Dratini. "Do you know me?" Koharu asked curiously, noticing their familiarity. "To be precise, we are acquainted with Dato," Roya replied with a smile. "Could it be?" Koharu suddenly recalled what Dato had mentioned to her and pointed at Roya and May, saying, "You are the Roya and May that my cousin Dato spoke of." "I am Roya, hailing from the Alola region." "I am May, from the Unova region." They introduced themselves in succession. "So it was you that Dato referred to." Koharu confirmed their identities. Indeed, both Roya and May nodded in affirmation. "But why would Dato give you a Dratini?" Koharu asked, perplexed. After all, Dratini, being a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, was quite rare, and she never expected her cousin to part with one. "Because we assisted him greatly during a mission, he gifted us a Dratini." Roya elucidated with a smile. "I see. By the way, Miss Koharu, why did you leave the Dratini here? It could easily be stolen." May expressed her curiosity about Koharu's decision to place the Dratini in such an obvious location, knowing well how sought-after Dratini was. "That is because my Dratini is currently conserving energy for shedding its skin, and it must be placed in a tranquil location, hence I left it by this lake. As for its safety, I have stationed Gyarados beneath the water to protect it, and I am nearby, ready to assist at any moment," Koharu explained with a smile. "I understand now. No wonder you arrived so swiftly before I could get close," May said, her realization dawning. "You have come to retrieve the Dratini, haven't you?" After clarifying the situation, Koharu addressed Roya and May. "Yes," May nodded. "We are also here to challenge the Enigma Gym," Roya quickly added. "In that case, please follow me." Koharu beckoned to Roya and May. "But what about your Dratini?" May inquired. "The Dratini has nearly finished its energy buildup for the day. I need to take it back," Koharu explained cheerfully. With that, Koharu returned the Dratini to its Pokeball and led the way toward the city of Enigma. "Let us follow." Roya took May's delicate hand, and together they pursued Koharu's figure. Chapter 179. The Sacred Domain of Dragons. As they observed Koharu leading the way, Roya and May hurriedly followed her. Upon reaching Koharu's side, May, driven by curiosity, asked, "So, where's my Dratini?" "It is in the Sacred Domain of Dragons," Koharu replied, pausing in her stride to answer May's question. "The Sacred Domain of Dragons?" This was the first time Roya had heard this term, prompting his curiosity. "The Sacred Domain is the foundation of our Dragon Tamer family, where numerous Dragon-type Pokémon reside. The Dratini you seek is there," Koharu began to explain as she walked, introducing Roya and May to her family's sacred domain. After Koharu's detailed explanation, both Roya and May gained a clearer understanding of the Sacred Domain of Dragons. It was indeed a secret realm belonging to the Dragon Tamer family, inhabited by a plethora of Dragon-type Pokémon. Each member of the family could enter the sacred domain upon reaching the age of 15 to acquire their own dragon-type Pokémon. The abundance of dragon-type Pokémon in the sacred domain could be attributed to two main reasons. Firstly, when the Dragon Tamer family encountered dragon-type Pokémon in the past, they would bring them back to the sacred domain with the Pokémon's consent. Secondly, it is well known that Pokémon have lifespans far exceeding that of humans. Hence, after a family member's passing, most of their Pokémon would return to the sacred domain to live, with only a few left for the next generation. Over time, the population of Pokémon within the sacred domain gradually increased. Upon hearing the history of the Dragon Tamer family, Roya couldn't help but ponder. I could do something similar. I could capture the Dratini from the Drakazalt tribe at the Daybreak Altar on Pony Island, as well as the Dratini from the Mini Dragon Island near Leaf Town, along with other Dragon-type Pokémon such as Bagon and Dragonite, not to mention the Beedrill that evolves from Poipole and eventually acquire other Dragon-type Pokémon. If I also have the chance to capture the Radiant deity, wouldn't my sacred domain of dragons be perfect? Roya's mind began to contemplate the creation of his own sacred domain. As for not attempting to capture the gluttonous king, the feasibility is a separate matter. The critical issue is that even if I succeeded, I would struggle to sustain it. Given the gluttonous king's insatiable appetite, a small region like Alola wouldn't suffice to feed even a few of them, thus excluding it from consideration. As time passed, Roya, May, and Koharu arrived before a cave, which served as the entrance to the sacred domain of dragons. Flanking the entrance were two statues of Dragonite. Observing these statues, Roya couldn't help but marvel at the Dragon Tamer's deep affection for Dragonite. At the entrance to the sacred domain, two members of the Dragon Tamer family stood as guards. Upon seeing Koharu approaching with Roya and May, they stopped them. "Miss Koharu, what brings you here?" One of the older Dragon Tamer members inquired. "I am here to escort them to receive a Dratini." Having obtained permission from the clan leader in Dato, Koharu stated her purpose for being there. Upon confirming that permission had been granted, the guards allowed Koharu, Roya, and May to pass. As they entered the cave, Roya, May, and Koharu walked together, with May remarking, "There are guards here. It is quite well guarded." Haha, they are merely the gatekeepers. The true guardians are the dragon-type Pokémon within. There are quite a few Pokémon of elite level and higher inside. Should someone attempt to sneak in, they would have to face those Pokémon, Koharu explained with a laugh. After a light-hearted exchange, Koharu led Roya and May deeper into the cave, quickly traversing its length until they reached the exit. Upon emerging from the cave, Roya and May were awestruck by the sight before them. As they followed Koharu to the cave's exit and peered outside, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista. This realm was adorned with towering trees, vibrant flora, and crystal-clear lakes, reminiscent of the idyllic paradise described by Tao Yuanming. This place is simply magnificent. Roya and May gazed in awe at the enchanting scenery before them, unable to restrain their admiration. "Isn't it beautiful?" "When I first entered this place, I was utterly mesmerized by the landscape," Xiaochun remarked with a smile, observing the astonished expressions of Roya and May. "Upon witnessing this, I feel that a paradise truly cannot be more exquisite," Roya exclaimed, giving Xiaochun a thumbs up in praise. "You flatter me," Xiaochun replied modestly, before continuing. "The Dragonite clan resides in this area. Follow me." Subsequently, Roya and May accompanied Xiaochun to the dwelling of the Dragonite, but at first glance, they could only spot a solitary Dragonite resting with its eyes closed. "Where are the Dratini?" May asked curiously, having noticed the lone Dragonite without seeing any Dratini. Xiaochun explained, "This is the residence of the clan leader of the Dragonite. The other Dragonites, Dratini, and Dragonair live elsewhere." "Then why have we come here?" Roya inquired. Xiaochun clarified, "In order to obtain a Dratini, you must first secure the approval of the clan leader. Otherwise, even with Cousin Du's endorsement, you would not be able to acquire one." "I understand," May nodded in response. After discussing the necessary precautions, Xiaochun approached an elderly-looking Dragonite and exchanged a few words with it. Roya turned his attention to the seemingly unremarkable Dragonite, activating his observation eye to inspect its details. Species, Dragonite. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Multiscale. Gender, Male. Level, 98. Aptitude, Level 3 God. Moves, Hurricane, Blizzard, Hydro Pump, Thunderbolt, Dragon Pulse, Draco Meteor, Dragon Tail. Having entered the realm of the divine, the Dragonite of the Dragon clan indeed possessed formidable strength, Roya mused silently. After conversing with the Dragonite, it directed its gaze towards Roya and May, observing them for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement to Xiaochun. Xiaochun then turned to Roya and May, declaring, "The ancestral spirit has granted you permission to obtain a Dratini." "Ancestral spirit?" May asked, intrigued. "It is the powerful spirit of our forebear, The foundation of our clan's strength, Xiaochun promptly elucidated upon noticing Mei's confusion. I see. Mei nodded in understanding. Now, it's time for you to select your Dratini. Follow me. With that, she led them deeper into the territory of the Dragonite clan. As soon as Mei learned that her Dratini awaited ahead, she immediately quickened her pace, feeling as if her steps had become lighter. Chapter 180, Capturing Dratini and Bagon. This is where the other Dragonites, Dratini, and Dragonaires reside. Shortly after leaving the Dragonite leader's location, Xiaochun guided Mei to the living area of the Dragonite clan, situated beside a large lake. So many Dratini, Mei exclaimed, observing numerous Dratini and Dragonaires swimming freely in the lake, while the nearby Dragonites leisurely gazed at their little ones. Indeed, the Dragonite clan is the most populous group within the Sanctuary of Dragons, Xiaochun chuckled. Are we to select our Dratini from here? Roya asked, eyeing the dozens of Dratini before him. Absolutely, Xiaochun nodded, continuing, these Dratini are all up for selection. Choose one that you like. And just let me know once you've made your decision. After Xiaochun finished speaking, she turned her attention to Roya and Mei, indicating that they should proceed with their selection. Roya, with so many Dratini, which one should we choose? Mei questioned, finding it difficult to decide amidst the similar appearances of the numerous Dratini. Trusting Roya's judgment, she sought his assistance. Leave it to me, Roya replied with a smile, activating his observation eye to examine the attributes and potential of the Dratini. The moment Roya activated his observation eye, he discovered that none of the Dratini possessed an aptitude lower than the gym level. Most were of the near champion caliber, with several even at the champion level. After noting the champion level Dratini, Roya continued to explore for those with even higher potential. Just as he was about to finish inspecting all the Dratini, one Dratini, distinct from the rest, captured his attention. This particular Dratini was not frolicking in the water with the others. Instead, it was repeatedly ramming against a large rock as if training itself. Upon seeing this Dratini, Roya checked its attributes. Species, Dratini. Type, Dragon. Ability, Marvel Scale. Gender, female. Level, 23. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Wrap, Hurricane, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Agility, Thunder Wave, Water Pulse. That one. After reviewing all the Dratini, he pointed to the one with champion level potential and said to Mei, that one. Mei exclaimed, turning to the direction Roya indicated. Instantly captivated by the diligent Dratini still engaged in its training, she resolved to choose the hard-working Dratini. Once she confirmed her choice, Mei addressed Xiaochun, saying, Miss Xiaochun, we will select that one. She then pointed to her chosen Dratini. It's that one. I didn't expect you to choose it, Xiaochun said with astonishment, followed by a smile. What makes this Dratini special? Mei inquired, noticing Xiaochun's amused expression. This Dratini was recently brought back by Cousin Du since he didn't wish to raise another. He placed this one in the Sanctuary of Dragons. After laughing, Xiaochun explained to Roya and Mei. Can I choose it? Mei asked. Of course, Xiaochun nodded in affirmation. With Xiaochun's consent, Mei eagerly approached the Dratini, interrupting its training. As the Dratini curiously wondered why this girl had disrupted its exercise, Mei spoke. Dratini, may I have you as my partner? She gazed at the Dratini with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing Mei's words, the Dratini contemplated for a moment, hesitating to respond. I will do my utmost to help you grow stronger, Dratini. Just like her, Mei said, revealing her ace Pokémon, the Superior. Unexpectedly, this girl is quite clever, recognizing the Dratini's desire to grow stronger. Seeing Mei's insight into the Dratini's aspirations, Roya nodded in approval. Upon witnessing Superior's prowess, the Dratini's eyes lit up, and it nodded in agreement to Mei's invitation to be captured. Thus, under the influence of Mei's demonstrated strength, she successfully captured a Dratini. Fantastic! I captured a Dratini. After securing her new companion, Mei joyfully bounded over to Roya, raising the Pokeball triumphantly. Congratulations, Mei, Roya said, beaming at her exuberance. Congratulations on capturing the mini-dragon, Mei. Xiaochun also stepped forward to offer her congratulations. This is all thanks to you. Xiaochun, Mei expressed her gratitude. I didn't do anything, Xiaochun replied, shaking her head. By the way, would you like to capture one as well? Xiaochun's gaze shifted towards Luoya. Can I really? Luoya asked, astonished. Pointing at himself. Cousin Du said there are 2 people, and you count as one of them. Xiaochun smiled. Unfortunately, I already have a Dragonite, Lu refused. Shaking her head. Then you can capture other Pokemon, aside from Dragonite. Our dragon's sacred territory has many other Pokemon, Xiaochun suggested. In that case, I won't hold back. Upon hearing Xiaochun's words, Luoya readily agreed. Just as Luoya, Mei, and Xiaochun were about to venture elsewhere in search of Pokemon, a small green figure appeared in the habitat of the Dragonite clan, challenging a Hakuryu, only to be swiftly defeated. Is that Ujira? Luoya squinted, realizing it was indeed the quasi-divine Ujira from the Chengdu region, comparable to a mini-dragon. Pokémon, Ujira. Type, rock, ground. Ability, Sand Veil. Gender, male. Level, 21. Qualification, champion. Moves, tackle, glare, rock slide, revenge, bite, curse, rock wrecker, screech, curse, origin pulse. How could there be a Ujira here? Luoya turned to Xiao Chun and inquired. I don't know, Xiao Chun responded, initially taken aback by the sight of Ujira, then shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Can I capture it? Luoya asked. Of course. Xiao Chun nodded. With Xiao Chun's approval, Luoya took out a Pokeball, dispatched his Charizard, and defeated Ujira, conquering it with his strength. After capturing their desired Pokemon in the dragon's sacred territory, Luoya and Mei expressed their gratitude and departed from the Dragon Clan's domain, returning to the Pokemon Center. Naturally, after leaving, they did not forget to schedule a gym challenge with Xiao Chun for the following day. Chapter 181, Challenge at the Smoke Ink Gym. Mr. Luoya and Miss Mei, you have finally arrived. Miss Xiao Chun has been waiting for quite some time. Greeted a short, elderly man as Luoya and Mei reached the entrance of the Smoke Ink Gym. Who are you? Mei inquired. My name is Kabu, and I work at the Smoke Ink Gym as well as being Miss Xiao Chun's butler. The elderly man introduced himself. Miss Xiao Chun has been waiting inside the gym for you both. Please follow me. After speaking, he led the way for Luoya and Mei. The two exchanged glances before stepping forward to follow him, and soon they arrived at the battle arena within the Smoke Ink Gym, which was a water-themed battleground. Finally, Luoya and Mei, I've been waiting for you. Xiao Chun greeted them with a smile upon seeing them enter with Kabo. Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiao Chun. Luoya replied with a grin, then turned his attention to Xiao Chun. At that moment, Xiao Chun had changed her outfit from the previous day, donning a tight-fitting bodysuit complemented by a black cloak. I wonder if you learned that from Du, Luoya mused, recalling that among all the champions, Du was particularly fond of cloaks. Are you ready for the gym challenge, Luoya? Xiao Chun asked. Of course, I can hardly wait. Luoya replied with an eager smile. Then let the match commence. Xiao Chun declared as she positioned herself on the opposite side of the battleground. Kabu, as a staff member of the Smoke Ink Gym, reappeared as the referee, announcing the rules of the match. Now commencing the gym battle between Luoya from the Alola region and gym trainer Xiao Chun. Each side may use 3 Pokemon, and the match concludes when all Pokemon on one side are unable to continue. Additionally, only the challenger may switch Pokemon. Let the battle begin. Kabu raised the flag and called out. With Kabu's command, gym trainer Xiao Chun sent out her Pokemon first. Seadra, go. After throwing the Pokeball, a seahorse-like Seadra emerged atop the water surface. Pokemon, Seadra. Type, water, dragon. Ability, swift swim. Gender, female. Level, 36. Qualification, quasi-top champion. Moves, water gun, smoke screen, twister, whirlpool, charge beam, dragon breath, bubble beam, dragon pulse. A level 36 Seadra. Then it must be you, Lapras. After observing Xiao Chun's Seadra, Luoya threw his own Pokeball, and a shiny Lapras appeared in the water. A shiny Lapras? I didn't expect you to have such a Pokemon, Xiao Chun exclaimed, slightly taken aback by the unique pink Lapras. Just lucky, I suppose, Luoya chuckled. After a round of light banter, the gym challenge officially began. With the slender challenger Luoya launching the first attack. Against Seadra, Ice-type moves are the way to go. Lapras, unleash Ice Beam. The moment Luoya finished his command, Lapras released a beam of icy energy from its horn, hurtling towards Seadra. Seadra, use agility. Xiao Chun shouted immediately. Hearing Xiao Chun's command, Seadra skillfully evaded the ice beam and swiftly approached Lapras to initiate its own attack. Lapras, use freeze dry. Luoya commanded upon seeing Seadra closing in. Lapras responded immediately, emitting a wave of chilling air as it surged towards Seadra. Noticing the sudden drop in temperature, Seadra abandoned its assault and retreated using agility, avoiding Lapras' attack. Seadra, use Swift. After realizing that close-range attacks were ineffective, Xiao Chun quickly ordered a ranged attack. At her command, Seadra released dozens of energy-formed stars from its triangular mouth, launching them towards Lapras. Lapras, use Water Cannon. With Luoya's command, Lapras opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful torrent of water, dispersing the incoming stars. Lapras, Blizzard. After neutralizing Seadra's offensive, Luoya quickly organized a counterattack. Lapras summoned a fierce blizzard that surged towards Seadra. Under the relentless assault of the blizzard, Seadra struggled to maintain visibility and was constantly battered by the icy winds. Seadra. Seeing this, Xiao Chun anxiously called out to Seadra, hoping it could endure. But Luoya was determined not to let this moment slip by. Finish Seadra off, Lapras. Use Ice Beam. Luoya commanded, signaling Lapras to cease the blizzard and direct an Ice Beam at Seadra. Due to the earlier blizzard's effects, Seadra was left momentarily immobilized and unable to dodge in time, ultimately being struck by the Ice Beam and collapsing into the water. Seadra has lost its fighting capability. Lapras wins. Kaboo raised the flag and announced, "Good job, Seadra." Xiao Chun said as she recalled Seadra and sent out another Pokeball. "Now it's your turn, Gyarados." Under the glow of the Pokeball, a Gyarados emerged onto the battlefield. Pokemon Gyarados. Type: Water, Flying. Ability: Intimidate. Gender: Male. Level: 40. Qualification: Quasi-Top Champion. Moves: Bite, Impact, Water Gun, Water Cannon, Tornado, Tide Spin. Bite Through, Water Flow Tail. Return Gyarados. Upon observing the attributes of the Gyarados, Roya recalled the Dragonair and replaced it with a Crimson Gyarados. As the brilliance of the Pokeball vanished, a Gyarados, distinct in coloration from the ordinary, emerged in the pool. "This must be the Crimson Gyarados from the Lake of Fury," remarked Xiaochun. "Did you know?" Roya inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Cousin Du spoke of it," Xiaochun elucidated. "I see." Roya nodded in understanding. "Now, allow me to witness the prowess of this Crimson Gyarados." Xiaochun fixed her gaze upon the Crimson Gyarados as she addressed Roya. "Absolutely." Roya replied with a slight smile. Amidst their conversation, the two Gyarados, differing in hue, began to confront one another, with the atmosphere growing tense. Chapter 182, The Holy Dragon Badge. Crimson Gyarados, Unleash Dragon Pulse. After a brief standoff, as the challenger, Roya was the first to issue a command to the Crimson Gyarados. Upon hearing Roya's directive, Gyarados immediately opened its mouth, releasing a beam of white light that transformed into a dragon shape, surging towards Xiaochun's Gyarados. "Gyarados, let us use Dragon Pulse too." Following Roya's command, Xiaochun directed her Gyarados to unleash Dragon Pulse. The two Dragon Pulses collided fiercely in the center of the arena, but neither could gain the upper hand, resulting in a dramatic explosion as both attacks dissipated into the air. "In that case, unleash Thunderwave," Xiaochun swiftly commanded after the Dragon Pulses faded. Gyarados radiated a golden glow, and a bolt of lightning shot forth from its shimmering form, aimed directly at the Crimson Gyarados. Crimson Gyarados, counter with Flamethrower. In response to the incoming Thunderwave, Roya gestured grandly and called out to the Crimson Gyarados. Upon receiving the command, Crimson Gyarados opened its mouth, emitting a searing column of fire that intercepted the Thunderwave. Gyarados, execute Crunch. Not willing to relent, Xiaochun initiated a second offensive. As her words echoed, Gyarados bared its fangs and lunged towards the Crimson Gyarados. Crimson Gyarados, use Iron Tail. Roya patiently awaited the approach of Gyarados, and as it neared, he promptly commanded the Crimson Gyarados. Upon hearing this, Crimson Gyarados swung its metallic tail, striking Gyarados on the head and sending it flying. Crimson Gyarados, now seize the moment. Unleash Tornado. Following Roya's instruction, Crimson Gyarados conjured a fierce tornado, sweeping up the pool's water and relentlessly assaulting the ensnared Gyarados. Gyarados, escape from the eye of the storm. Observing her Gyarados trapped within the tornado, Xiaochun shouted for it to flee. Gyarados obediently soared out from the eye of the storm. Yet the Crimson Gyarados was already poised for the next assault. Gyarados, unleash Dragon Breath. At Roya's command, Crimson Gyarados released a torrent of Dragon Breath, striking the airborne Gyarados and sending it crashing to the ground. Finish it, Crimson Gyarados, utilize Hyper Beam. Roya raised his right hand and commanded the Crimson Gyarados. Heeding the order, Crimson Gyarados unleashed a brilliant orange beam, hitting the unsuspecting Gyarados. Under the onslaught of Hyper Beam, Gyarados succumbed with a final cry, collapsing onto the battlefield. Unconscious, Gyarados has lost its combat capability. The Crimson Gyarados is victorious. After assessing Gyarados' condition, the referee, Old Man Kaboo, raised the flag and proclaimed, "You've done well." Gyarados. Witnessing her Gyarados fall, Xiaochun retrieved it into its Pokeball and subsequently produced her final Pokeball. "This is my last Pokemon. I entrust you, Dragonite." Under the glow of red light, a slender Dragonite materialized on the field. Pokemon, Dragonite. Type, Dragon. Ability, Shed Skin. Gender, female. Level, 45. Potential, Champion. Moves, Thunderwave. Dragon Pulse, Draco Meteor, Tornado, Dragon Tail, Agility, Water Flow Tail, Mystical Guard. Dragonite. Has Miss Xiaochun's Dratini evolved? Outside the arena, Mei inquired with curiosity as she gazed at the Dragonite. "This is a different one. That Dratini has not evolved," Xiaochun explained with a smile. "I see," Mei responded, scratching her head sheepishly, while inwardly she mused. "Is it typical for the dragon family to be so extravagant?" Come back and rest for a moment, Crimson Gyarados. Upon observing the attributes of Dragonite, Roya recalled the Crimson Gyarados and retrieved another Pokeball. It's decided, I choose Togekiss. Roya sent forth his third ally, a Togekiss embodying both flying and fairy types. The match commences. As both Roya and Xiaochun dispatched their Pokemon, referee Kaboo raised the flag and announced, Togekiss, unleash Origin Pulse. Roya initiated the third round of battle. As Roya's words fell, Togekiss radiated white light and surged toward Dragonite. Dragonite, use agility. Just as Togekiss was about to reach Dragonite, Xiaochun timely commanded. Dragonite swiftly reacted, evading the attack with agility. Dragonite, unleash Thunderwave. Following the evasion, Xiaochun immediately countered. At her command, Dragonite emitted a golden current from its horn, launching it at Togekiss. Agility. Noticing Dragonite's assault, Roya called out to Togekiss. Upon receiving the order, Togekiss shook its body and vanished from sight, reappearing behind Dragonite. Togekiss, Fairy Wind. Roya gestured with authority, commanding Togekiss. Aware of his trainer's directive, Togekiss flapped its wings, conjuring a pink whirlwind directed at Dragonite. Guard. In a critical moment, Dragonite employed Protect, successfully blocking Togekiss's Fairy Wind, then submerged beneath the water, preparing to strike again. Togekiss, use Thunderwave. Observing Dragonite beneath the surface, Roya commanded Togekiss to unleash Thunderwave. Not good. Dragonite, surface quickly. Seeing the impending Thunderwave, Xiaochun urgently urged Dragonite to emerge, but it was too late. Togekiss's Thunderwave struck the water's surface, electrifying the entire pool due to the conductivity of water. Under the relentless onslaught of electricity, Dragonite could no longer endure and burst forth from the water. Now's the time, Magical Shine. Upon hearing Roya's command, Togekiss released a radiant pink light that swiftly enveloped Dragonite. The proximity between the two Pokemon hindered Dragonite's ability to evade, resulting in it being struck by Togekiss's Magical Shine. Owing to the Fairy type's advantage over the Dragon type, the damage was doubled, causing Dragonite to collapse, its eyes swirling as it lost consciousness. Dragonite has lost its combat capability. Togekiss is victorious, thus the winner is Roya. Kaboo raised the flag and declared, Return, Dragonite. After reclaiming Hacklong, Xiaochun approached Roya and presented him with a badge, smiling as she remarked, Indeed, just as Cousin Du said, your strength is truly remarkable. I hope to battle you again in the future. Upon receiving the Rising Dragon badge, Roya replied with a grin, Certainly. May, our match can only be scheduled for tomorrow. Upon hearing this affirmation, Xiaochun turned her attention to the nearby May and said, Sounds good. May nodded in agreement. Then we shall take our leave for now. See you tomorrow. With that, Roya exchanged farewells with Xiaochun and departed the Yanma Dojo with May. Chapter 183, Journey to the Water City, Otamare. After defeating the dojo trainer Xiaochun at the Yanma Dojo, Roya and May returned to the Pokemon Center together. As they walked, Roya engaged in a silent conversation with the system. System, did we gain anything from signing in at Yanma City? He inquired internally. The system responded. From signing in at Yanma, you have acquired 1 Dragon Fong, 1 Dragon Scale, and 5 million Alliance coins. Upon further questioning from Roya, the system disclosed the items obtained during the sign-in. A Dragon Fong. I already possess 1. I shall gift this to May. While I will keep the Dragon Scale for now. After reviewing the sign-in rewards, Roya directed his gaze forward, continuing their return to the Pokemon Center. Later that night at the Pokemon Center, Roya presented the Dragon Fong he had acquired in Yanma City to May. However, Roya had not returned empty-handed. He had also received a passionate kiss from the beautiful May. Thus, Roya drifted into slumber, embarking on his nightly rendezvous with the daughter of Morpheus. Early the next morning, May eagerly tugged at Roya, urging him to hurry to the Yanma Dojo in pursuit of their final gym badge. Leveraging her formidable strength, May ultimately triumphed over Xiaochun's Hacklong with her Monarch Serpent, thereby securing the 8th badge of the Chengdu region. Consequently, both Roya and May earned their tickets to participate in the Chengdu Alliance Silver Conference. However, with nearly 4 months remaining until the event, they deliberated and resolved to seek a destination for relaxation to alleviate the fatigue of their journey. While Roya and May contemplated their vacation spot, Xiaochun, accompanied by her butler, Kaboo, approached them. What are you discussing? She inquired. With the Silver Conference still a while away, we decided to take a vacation. May responded to Xiaochun and Kaboo. Do you have any suggestions? Xiaochun asked, her smile radiating warmth. We haven't decided on a location yet, Roya admitted. Then allow me to make a recommendation, Xiaochun cheerfully offered. What do you suggest, Xiaochun? May's eyes brightened with curiosity as she eagerly posed the question. Being a local from the Chengdu region, Xiaochun's insights held considerable weight regarding vacation spots. You should visit the water city, Otamare, Kabu interjected from behind Xiaochun. Otamare? Ah, upon hearing that name. Images of blue and red figures flashed through Roya's mind. Otamare? This is the first time I've heard of it, Mei remarked with intrigue. Otamare is a solitary island located on the southwestern coast of our Chengdu region. Although it is referred to as an island, it is quite renowned and is celebrated as one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Its intricate network of canals has earned it the moniker of the Water City. Furthermore, the annual water sports competition in Otamare is approaching, which I believe would pique the interest of both Mr. Roya and Miss Mei, Kabu elaborated, sharing details about Otamare. Otamare sounds splendid, Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She playfully shook Roya's arm, pleading, Roya, let us go to Otamare. All right, we shall go to Otamare, Roya relented, succumbing to Mei's charm. So, Mr. Kabu, when does the water sports competition commence? Roya suddenly remembered to ask. It should start in about a month, Kabu replied. I see, Roya responded thoughtfully. Is something on your mind? Mei inquired, noticing Roya's contemplative expression. Before we head to Otamare, we should first visit Rui Town, Roya suggested. Why is that? Mei asked, puzzled. Because you registered for the Chengdu region's gym circuit in Rui Town, you need to return there to register for the Chengdu Alliance Silver Conference, Xiaochun explained with a smile. Exactly, Roya nodded in agreement. However, we need not walk back. It would be a waste of time. Let us take a means of transportation instead, he added. All right, understood, Mei replied with a nod. The following morning, Roya and Mei took a transport back to Rui Town, where they completed their registration for the Silver Conference. Upon finishing the registration, they hurriedly made their way to the water city, Otamare, at Mei's insistence. After several days of travel, they arrived at the legendary city of Otamare by evening. Upon reaching Otamare, the first sight that greeted them was the extensive network of canals winding through the city, with buildings seemingly constructed upon the water, creating a harmonious scene. In this city, Roya perceived the echoes of a famous city from his past life. How beautiful! Otamare! Mei exclaimed from a sightseeing boat, gliding through the canals and admiring the city's splendor, especially as the sunset cast a golden hue over the landscape. What is that? Mei suddenly pointed towards two statues atop pillars, turning to Roya with curiosity. Oh, those are the guardians of Otamare. The figure on the right is Latios, and the one on the left is Latias. Legend has it that they rescued this city from disaster, the boatman explained to Mei. Latias and Latios, Mei repeated, intrigued by the names. Indeed, Latias and Latios are mythical Pokémon of dragon and psychic types, Roya added with a smile. Correct. It seems our guest is quite knowledgeable. The boatman chuckled. To this day, they continue to protect our Otamare, a belief held steadfast by everyone in our city. It is said that they sometimes take on human forms to frolic in the city, the boatman continued. Transform into humans? Is that true? Mei asked in astonishment. That is merely a rumor. No one has confirmed it yet, the boatman replied with a grin. By the way, do you know when the water sports competition starts? Mei inquired further. In about a week, the boatman answered. Are you both planning to participate in the competition? He asked. Indeed, both Roya and I will compete, Mei declared with enthusiasm. Then we shall be rivals, the boatman responded. So you will compete as well? Mei said, directing her gaze at the boatman. Yes, I will be participating too, the boatman replied with a broad smile. Let us all do our best. With that, Roya Mei and the boatman shared laughter and camaraderie as they arrived at the hotel Roya had pre-booked. Chapter 184, The Intruding Thief. After a prolonged wait, the summer festival of Otamare is about to commence, and the much-anticipated Pokémon water competition is set to begin. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, passionately announces, who shall claim the prestigious Otamare Cup? Meanwhile, the four competitors, Roya, Mei, Ash, and Misty, are all poised at the canal, ready for the challenge. Roya has chosen Milotic. Mei has opted for Gardevoir. Ash is accompanied by his Totodile, and Misty has her Solrock by her side. The trio of Ash, Mei, and Misty, having just conquered the Smoke Ink Gym, happened upon Otamare on their return to Leaf Town and decided to partake in the summer festivities. This competition is mine to win, Misty proclaimed, tugging at Solrock. Totodile, and I will not be outdone, Ash replied, fists clenched in determination. The champion has already been decided in my favor, Roya chuckled confidently. No way. Gardevoir and I are destined to triumph, Mei retorted immediately. As the banter continued, time swiftly passed, and the competition was on the verge of commencing. Let the competition begin. With the graceful flapping of 3 Wingulls and 1 Pidgey, the Otamare water competition officially commenced. Let us go, cheered Roya, Mei, Ash, and Misty. their Pokémon surging forward, diving into the race. Following a fierce contest, Roya and Milotic established a commanding lead, holding the first position, while Misty, May, and Ash trailed closely behind, quickly distancing themselves from the rest of the competitors. Midway through the race, Ash and Totodile suddenly accelerated, not only leaving Misty behind, but also catching up to Roya in a matter of moments. With keen observation, Roya noticed that Totodile was not swimming, but rather being lifted and propelled forward by something. Suddenly recalling a detail, he concentrated his radiant power and glanced above Ash and Totodile. To his astonishment, a Latias was indeed carrying Totodile, swiftly pulling ahead of Roya, accompanied by a Latios soaring alongside. Pokémon, Latias type, Dragon, Psychic ability, Levitate gender, female level, 43 qualification, level 2 deity moves, Dragon Pulse, Draco Meteor, Psychic, Zen Headbutt. Calm Mind, Dragon Breath, Dragon Star. Pokémon, Latios type, Dragon, Psychic ability, Levitate gender, male level, 49 qualification, level 3 deity moves, Calm Mind, Psychic, Mist Ball, Zen Headbutt, Teleport. Dragon Pulse, Dragon Breath. Ah, so these two are merely newly hatched. Roya mused, having assessed the capabilities of Latias and Latios. He then refocused on the competition. Just as everyone assumed Ash would secure victory, Latias' mischief resulted in Totodile veering off course, leading to Roya ultimately claiming the championship and the coveted medal. How beautiful! Admired May and Misty as they gazed at the shimmering Autumn cup in Roya's hands. Noticing May's envious stare at the medal, Roya smiled and placed it into her hands. This is for you to cherish, May, he declared with an undeniable tone. Really? May was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Roya. Indeed, I entrust this victory medal to you, May, Roya insisted. All right. After a moment of astonishment, May beamed and accepted the medal, examining it closely, eliciting a look of envy from Misty. What do these two symbols represent? Misty inquired, leaning closer to inspect the design on the medal. Those are the guardian deities of Autumn, Latias and Latios, May explained eagerly, responding to Misty's curiosity. Ah, I see, Misty nodded, having heard similar tales before. Following the conclusion of the Pokémon water competition, Roya, May, and Ash began to leisurely explore Autumn, taking in the sights and occasionally stopping at street vendors for snacks. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, nefarious figures had set their sights on Latias and Latios, as well as the precious heart water droplets. These were none other than the world's most notorious thieves, Sana and Lien. Currently aboard a small yacht on the canal, they were operating miniature machines, scouring every nook of Autumn in search of the legendary Pokémon. Are they truly among this crowd? Sana, with her golden waves cascading over her shoulders, questioned her partner and sister, Lien, while admiring her reflection in a compact mirror. The legends do say that Latios and Latias can disguise themselves as humans, so they must be mingling within the populace, Lien replied, manipulating the computer equipment in her hands. If only that were the case, Sana mused, resting her chin on her hand with a smirk. Leave it to me. The body temperature of Pokémon differs from that of humans. As long as we identify the distinct temperature, we will find Latias or Latios, Lien responded confidently, continuing to sift through the data provided by the miniature robots. As Sana and Lien conversed, a sudden alert from the computer indicated they had detected an individual with a temperature unlike that of the other humans. Bingo! We've found them, Lien exclaimed, a smile spreading across her face as she studied the display. Latios and Latias have a lower body temperature than humans, Lien noted, as Sana leaned in closer to observe the screen. With their target identified, Sana and Lien set their yacht in motion towards Latias. As they navigated, the splashing water from their vessel inadvertently drenched the Team Rocket trio, who were preparing to enjoy ice cream by the shore. What on earth is going on? Musashi shouted, soaked and glaring at Sana and Lien as they sped away. That's Sana and Lien, Kojiro recognized immediately, having come from a prestigious lineage. Who are they? Musashi and Meowth asked in unison. In the world of thieves, they are ranked number 1, Kojiro explained, speculating. There's surely something valuable hidden in this town. Upon hearing this, Musashi leapt to her feet, fists clenched in excitement. If we can seize their first place title, we will become the true champions, she exclaimed, with Meowth quickly chiming in. Absolutely, that sounds splendid. After deliberating, Team Rocket set their plan into motion, initiating an eventful escapade in Autumn. Chapter 185, and after concluding the water competition in Autumn, Roya, May, and Ash began to meander through the town, admiring the scenic beauty while occasionally indulging in snacks from roadside stalls. As they wandered, Pikachu suddenly felt a wave of warmth and dashed to the faucet for a drink, only to find that the person who had previously watered his Pokémon had inadvertently turned it off. Watching the last drop fall, Pikachu drooped his ears, feeling somewhat dejected. Just as Pikachu felt a tinge of disappointment, he heard the sound of someone turning a faucet. With a flicker of hope, he lifted his head and beheld a girl with short brown hair twisting the tap, from which water gushed forth. This girl was none other than Latias, transformed into human form. With a smile gracing her lips, Latias watched as Pikachu happily sipped a few gulps of water, subsequently splashing himself to relish the refreshing sensation the water provided. Meanwhile, Ash, having realized Pikachu was missing, informed Roya, May, Misty, and Brock before setting off alone in search of his beloved companion. After a considerable duration of searching, Ash discovered Pikachu bathing under the faucet, accompanied by the brown-haired girl who was watching him. "Pikachu, have you made a new friend?" Ash exclaimed as he rushed over. "Pika Pika. Thank you for taking care of my Pikachu," he expressed gratefully to the girl who was the human guise of Latias. Upon hearing Ash's words of gratitude, Latias remained silent, instead circling around Ash, her gaze fixed upon him. She had recognized his identity as the trainer she had previously teased. After completing her circle and observing Ash's bemusement, Latias scampered away, heading off to stroll elsewhere. As Latias leisurely ambled alongside a canal, a small yacht silently approached. It was indeed Latias, now in the form of a girl. Lien, observing the peculiar girl on the computer screen, allowed a sly smile to curl upon her lips. "So, she is Latias. How charming she appears," she remarked. After confirming their target, Sana donned her advanced technology glasses. Under the scrutiny of these glasses, the transformed Latias's silhouette became apparent, drawing the attention of the thief Sana. Once Sana and Lien ascertained that the girl strolling casually before them was indeed Latias, they maneuvered their yacht closer. Upon nearing Latias, Sana smiled and inquired, "Where did you purchase that outfit, Latias?" Startled by Sana's words, Latias quickly realized that the woman before her had discerned her true identity and promptly turned to flee. Sana and Lien, however, dispatched their Pokémon, a Solrock and an Ariados, to commence the pursuit of Latias. On the other hand, enjoying the cooling water, Pikachu suddenly sensed something amiss, abandoning his bath to dash toward Latias's direction. Meanwhile, Roya, accompanied by May, Misty, and Brock on a shopping excursion, also felt a disturbance. After some contemplation, he deduced that the two thieves were likely in pursuit of Latias. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Roya interrupted May, Misty, and Brock's outing, leading them toward the source of his intuition regarding Latias. "What is happening, Roya?" May complained as she was pulled away. "Yes, what is going on?" Misty asked with curiosity. "You'll find out once we arrive," Roya replied enigmatically, continuing onward. With Roya's mysterious demeanor, May, Misty, and Brock had no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, Sana and Lien, with the assistance of Solrock and Ariados, successfully cornered Latias on a bridge. Solrock used Psychic to immobilize Latias, while Ariados ensnared her with its Silk attack. As Sana and Lien approached in their yacht, they teased Latias, "We aren't doing anything wrong, so why run? We merely wish to discuss a few matters with you." Lien wore a mischievous grin as she regarded Latias. "Stop this at once." Ash, who had been pursuing Pikachu, shouted upon seeing Latias bound in webbing. "What are you doing?" he demanded of Sana and Lien. "We're simply assessing this child's taste," Sana replied in a teasing tone. "She certainly doesn't appreciate this," Ash exclaimed, rushing forward to tear the silken binds from Latias, turning to Sana and Lien. "Yet we find it rather amusing," Lien laughed, with Sana quickly agreeing. "I was certainly not referring to you two," Ash retorted angrily, harboring no affection for those who toyed with others. "You little brat. How dare you speak to ladies in such a manner? You ought to mind your language." With that, Sana commanded Solrock to attack Ash. Jengar Shadow Ball. Just as Solrock prepared to strike, a dark purple energy sphere collided with it, sending it crashing away. "Who is that?" Sana and Lien, who had previously been mocking, exclaimed. "I was wondering who it might be. Turns out it's merely two thieves," Roya remarked as he approached with May and the others, accompanied by a Jengar. "Who are they? And how did Ash end up here?" May, Misty, and Brock inquired as they arrived. "They are simply two thieves. Though they have a bit of notoriety in the world," Roya explained as he moved closer to Ash. "We are not thieves. We are grand thieves, renowned throughout the world." Sana retorted sharply upon hearing Roya's description. "You're here to steal the Heart-S water drop, aren't you?" "Don't deny it," Roya chuckled at the two. Upon mentioning the Heart-S water drop, Sana, Lien, and the freed Latias gazed at Roya in shock. "How do you know about that?" Sana asked incredulously. "Thieves come here with only that in mind," Isn't there anything else of interest? Roya teased them. Who exactly are you? Sana demanded, now aware that their intentions had been exposed. I am merely an ordinary League investigator. Will you two not surrender? Roya replied with a smile. Upon learning that Roya was an investigator, Sana and Lien hastily prepared to flee on their yacht. However, under Jengar's relentless assault, not only was the yacht destroyed, but both of their Pokémon were also rendered unconscious. What on earth is happening? Aside from Latias, who had just escaped, May, Ash, and the others converged upon Roya. As they pressed for explanations, Roya clarified the entire sequence of events. I see, they all nodded in understanding after hearing the explanation. Once the situation was comprehended, Roya, alongside May and Ash, apprehended the infamous thieves Sana and Lien, delivering them to the local Ms. Kunsa. As for Roya's motivation, it was simply to ensure their vacation remained undisturbed. Just as Roya prepared to enjoy a leisurely holiday with May, a phone call shattered the tranquility. Chapter 186, The Stolen Heart, Water Drop. Hello, this is Roya. How may I assist you? While reveling in his vacation, a sudden call interrupted him. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, he answered, Investigator Roya, this is Ms. Kunsa from Ordoma City. The urgency in her voice was unmistakable. Ms. Kunsa, what has transpired? Roya inquired, sensing something amiss. Investigator Roya, Sana and Lien have escaped from prison. Miss Junsha spoke to Roya in a serious tone. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Roya was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously asked, We have just received news that Sana and Lien, who were previously captured, have escaped from prison and are now untraceable. Miss Junsha reiterated to Roya, What is going on? Roya, shedding his previous nonchalance, inquired of Miss Junsha in a solemn voice. Sana and Lien utilized our unknown technology to incapacitate their escort, reclaimed their Pokémon, and subsequently fled. After we learned of this incident, we promptly dispatched personnel to search for them, yet their whereabouts remain elusive. Miss Junsha reported the sequence of events to Roya. Very well, I understand. Roya replied after a brief silence, adding, There is no need to send anyone to search. I have a hunch about where they might be. Really? Where are they now? Miss Junsha eagerly pressed for details. If I am not mistaken, they should currently be in Odoma Ray, Roya offered his conjecture. Why? Because Odoma Ray houses the treasure known as the Heart's Droplet, along with Latias and Latios. Roya divulged the truth. Moreover, I have already spotted their small robotic companion. With that, Roya summoned his radiant power, forming an energy sphere that shattered the small robot he had just sensed lurking nearby. I shall immediately search for their whereabouts. Upon hearing Roya's declaration, Miss Junsha promptly replied, No need. I will handle Sana and Lien myself. After contemplating for a moment, Roya stated, Then I entrust them to you. Investigator Roya, Miss Junsha responded. After hanging up the phone, Roya felt a headache coming on as he thought of Sana and Lien, who were still engaged in acquiring the Heart's Droplet. He sighed, exclaiming, What a nuisance. What has happened? May, observing Roya's troubled expression, inquired. Upon hearing May's question, Roya shared the recent news with her. May, upon hearing it, expressed her annoyance. How can such people exist? After a round of complaints, Roya and May set off toward Ben Gray's workshop after gathering information. Meanwhile, Sana and Lien, glancing at the now darkened screen, realized their robotic companion had been destroyed. It seems we have been discovered, Lien remarked while operating the computer. However, it is too late. We have already located the entrance to the mysterious garden, Sana said, applying lipstick while smiling at the mirror. Let us depart. With that, the two set off as darkness enveloped the sky. As Roya and May journeyed, they passed by the Team Rocket trio, who had previously fallen while mimicking Sana and Lien's movements. However, due to the urgency of their mission, they had no time to acknowledge them. That little brat is here too. Should we take action? Kojiro asked Musashi and Meowth, watching Roya pass by. Of course we must. Besides, that little brat is not that impressive, Musashi replied through gritted teeth. But we always end up being sent flying by him. Meowth shuddered at the memories of past encounters with Roya. Well, perhaps we should reconsider, Musashi mused, ultimately deciding to abandon his prior thoughts. Sanansu echoed from the Pokeball as the Team Rocket trio resolved to flee with great haste. After a brief interlude, Roya and May finally arrived at what was said to be Ben Gray's private workshop. Upon entering the open door of the workshop, Roya discovered the elderly Ben Gray lying unconscious on the floor, alongside a door leading to the mysterious garden. Please keep an eye on this old man. I will go check inside, Roya instructed May. Understood, just be careful, May nodded in agreement. After hearing May's words, Roya proceeded into the mysterious garden, where he found Sana and Lien attacking Latias with their son Pokémon and Ariados, while Latios lay ensnared in an energy net. Zekrom, thunderbolt. Roya commanded as he released Zekrom, directing it toward the duo. Upon hearing Roya's command, Zekrom aimed at Sana and Lien, unleashing a thunderbolt. However, the agile Sana and Lien evaded the attack and turned to see Roya, the very person who had captured them, standing at the entrance. Who could it be? Oh, it is you, the man who lacks any sense of chivalry, Sana remarked, gently caressing her fair face upon recognizing Roya. A beauty such as you should not resort to thievery, Roya teased, admiring the striking Sana and Lien before calling out, electromagnetic wave. Sun Pokémon, illusion beam. Ariados, poison sting. Seeing Zekrom initiate an attack, Sana and Lien commanded their Pokémon to retaliate. Thus, Zekrom's electromagnetic wave clashed with the Sun Pokémon's illusion beam and Ariados' poison sting, resulting in a fierce aerial confrontation. However, due to the overwhelming disparity in power, the electromagnetic wave swiftly overpowered the others, striking the Sun Pokémon and Ariados, incapacitating them. Not good. Sana and Lien, sensing the dire situation, quickly rushed to Latios' side and threw a smoke bomb. With a loud bang, the garden became engulfed in thick smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Sana and Lien, along with Latios, stealthily slipped away from Roya's view. Upon witnessing their escape, Roya relaxed his guard and approached the injured Latias lying on the ground. Are you all right, Latias? Roya gently stroked Latias' head, speaking softly. Wah! Latias called out to Roya, who had once saved its life, in a hurried tone. Do not worry. I will certainly rescue your brother, Roya assured Latias. Eventually, under Roya's comforting words, Latias calmed down, though its anxious expression remained evident. After soothing Latias, Roya suddenly recalled something and made his way to the small fountain in the center of the garden. Discovering that the heart's droplet had mysteriously vanished, presumably taken by Sana and Lien. What transpired here? Just as Roya finished inspecting the absence of the heart's droplet, a voice echoed from the entrance of the mysterious garden. Chapter 187. The Eruption. What has occurred here? As Roya concluded his examination of the missing heart's droplet, a voice accompanied by footsteps approached. Upon hearing it, Roya swiftly turned to see May, Ash, and others, along with the elderly Ben Gray and Canon. Roya, what has happened? May inquired, noticing Roya standing before the fountain. Those two rascals, Sana and Lien, not only kidnapped Latios, but also took the heart's droplet, Roya explained. How could this happen? If a person with malevolent intent possesses the heart's droplet, it will vanish, the awakened Ben Gray interjected immediately upon hearing Roya's words. By the way, Ash, how did you all come here? Roya suddenly recalled something and asked Ash. I felt a sense of unease, so I returned here to check on Latias. Ash began but fell silent at this point. After Sana and Lien took the heart's water droplet and captured Latios, where would they go next? May stepped forward and inquired. They would undoubtedly head to the cathedral. Upon hearing May's words, Old Man Ben Gray and Canon exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered the address. Let us hasten. Upon hearing this, Ash felt a pang of worry for the captured Latios, leading him to dash towards the cathedral. Wait, Ash, don't leave us behind. His companions, Misty and Brock, immediately trailed after him. We should keep up. Observing Ash and the others gradually receding into the distance, Roa urged May, Old Man Ben Gray, and Canon to follow suit. Meanwhile, having taken the heart's water droplet and captured Latios, and deciphered the tablet within the mysterious garden, Sana and Lien arrived at the cathedral. They placed Latios and the heart's water droplet in their designated positions as instructed, and then activated the ancient mechanisms crafted by the Audemars to safeguard their legacy. After a series of operations, leveraging the powers of Latios and the heart's water droplet, they resurrected the fossilized Aerodactyl and Scyther. Go capture Latias. Under Lien's fierce commands. Not only did the fossilized Aerodactyl and Scyther head into the city to pursue Latias, but metal barriers began to sprout throughout Audemars, ensnaring the entire city. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, and the slumbering populace remained oblivious to the impending danger. Meanwhile, Roa and his companions raced towards the cathedral, and as they arrived at the canals within the city, preparing to board a vessel, the metal barriers silently extended, swiftly encircling Audemars. What is happening? Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Brock, usually half closed-eyed, widened his gaze, filled with disbelief. This is bad. The protective mechanisms inside the cathedral have been activated. Old Man Ben Gray, a guardian of this secret for generations, immediately understood the reason behind the unfolding events. We must hurry to the cathedral. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Roa promptly activated the vessel, steering towards the cathedral. However, an unforeseen incident occurred along the way. The resurrected Aerodactyl and Scyther emerged before Roa and the others, and under Lien's command, began their pursuit of Latias. Upon witnessing the two approaching Pokémon, Roa entrusted the vessel's control to Brock, retrieving 2 Pokeballs to summon his own Aerodactyl and Dragonite. Aerodactyl, Dragonite, unleash Hyper Beam. Faced with such an urgent circumstance, Roa had no time to waste and initiated his most powerful move. Upon receiving Roa's command, Aerodactyl and Dragonite unleashed a brilliant orange beam towards the relatively sluggish Aerodactyl and Scyther, sending them hurtling away. However, as these 2 Pokémon were imbued with the energies of Latios and the Heart's Water Droplet, incapacitating them proved a daunting task, and they could merely be shaken off. Let us press on, Roa urged Brock. After repelling the fossilized Aerodactyl and Scyther, Roa hastily encouraged Brock to steer the vessel away, swiftly arriving at the river before the cathedral. Just as Roa and his companions disembarked, Lien had already spotted them and continued operating the device to launch an assault on Roa and his friends. They witnessed the water in the canal behind them being manipulated by an unseen force, surging towards them. Dragonite, unleash Blizzard. Observing this spectacle, Roa promptly summoned Dragonite. With Dragonite's Blizzard attack, the incoming torrent was instantly frozen, allowing the group to make a dash towards the cathedral. After recalling Dragonite and Aerodactyl, Roa proceeded with Dragonite, along with the newly released Gengar and Zeraora, until they reached the chamber where the device was stored. Upon entering the room, they beheld Sana and Lien manipulating the apparatus. Old Man Ben Gray immediately shouted, "What are you doing? If evildoers harness the power of the Heart's Water Droplet, it will lead to irreparable consequences. Such threats hold no weight with me. With this power, the world will be within my grasp." Lien declared, her ambition palpable. "You think you can conquer the world with this? Don't be absurd." Hearing this, Roa could not help but chuckle, amused by their hubris. Had they encountered the power of a level 1 deity, their perspective would surely differ. Those little brats attack. Sun Pokémon, Illusion Beam. Aridos, Poison Sting. Sana and Lien launched their assault against Roa and his companions. In response to the incoming attacks, Roa commanded his Pokémon, Dragonite, Flamethrower, Zeraora, Volt Tackle, Gengar, Shadow Ball. Under Roa's direction, the 3 Pokémon unleashed their respective moves, shattering the Illusion Beam and Poison Sting before striking the Sun Pokémon and Aridos, rendering them unable to continue the battle. How could this happen? Sana, standing next to the device, looked on in disbelief. Meanwhile, Latias prepared to rescue Latios, but every attempt to break free proved futile. Zeraora, Plasma Fists. Roa called out to Zeraora, who promptly enveloped its arm in electricity and struck the device, imprisoning Latios. With the assault of Plasma Fists, Latios was finally liberated, though severely injured due to Sana and Lien's machinations. Upon witnessing Latios's condition, Roa and the others hurried to assess its state. Despite its grave injuries, the legendary creature's innate resilience ensured it remained alive. At that moment, a sudden upheaval ensued. The device spiraled out of control, spinning uncontrollably while emitting waves of energy that spread forth, ensnaring the very architects of this chaos, Sana and Lien. The Heart's Water Droplet also underwent a transformation, plunging the situation into dire peril. Chapter 188, The Emergence of the Sea God. What on earth? Why has the Heart's Water Droplet suddenly turned black? Just as the device spiraled out of control within the cathedral, Misty noticed the anomaly and urgently called out. Hearing her words, the concerned group turned their gaze towards the Heart's Water Droplet, which had transformed from its vibrant azure hue to a murky state, pulsating with dark purple energy. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, and in that instant, the Heart's Water Droplet vanished, causing the already chaotic device to spiral even more violently. "What is happening?" Ash exclaimed, incredulous at the vanishing Heart's Water Droplet. When wicked individuals exploit the Heart's Water Droplet, their minds become tainted, leading to its disappearance. Along with the city, Old Man Ben Gray explained gravely, "What do we do now? We can't just stand by and watch the city vanish." Ash pressed anxiously. "There is no other solution. Only the Heart's Water Droplet can resolve this crisis. But it has already," before Ben Gray could finish. He turned his gaze to the spot where the Heart's Water Droplet had just disappeared. "What shall we do now?" May furrowed her brow, voicing her concern. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a commotion erupted from outside. "Oh no! Look!" Upon hearing the astonished voices from outside, Roya and the others, along with Latias and Latios, swiftly emerged from the building and arrived at the church's exterior. As they stepped outside, they beheld a startling sight. The sea that had once encircled Odomar was receding, revealing patches of the ocean floor. The sea had vanished. How could this be? Ash and his companions gazed at the scene before them, their expressions brimming with disbelief. Even the usually composed Roya was taken aback by the sight of the completely withdrawn ocean, while Latias and Latios regarded the retreating waters with solemnity. After observing the vanished surface of the sea, Roya, who had a general understanding of the unfolding events, turned his gaze toward the Latios siblings, only to find that Latios appeared gravely injured. Noticing this, Roya promptly retrieved a vitality shard from his system space and approached Latios, presenting the shard before him. Latios, your wounds remain unhealed. This vitality shard can mend your injuries, Roya stated as he offered the shard to Latios. Sensing Roya's sincerity, Latios consumed the shard under the watchful eyes of Roya and the others. Moments later, the shard's restorative effects took hold, enveloping Latios in a soft white glow. Bathed in this gentle light, all traces of Latios's injuries were miraculously healed. Witnessing her brother's recovery, Latias joyfully circled around him before approaching Roya, calling out to him in gratitude. Understanding Latias's sentiment, Roya gently patted her head, smiling as he replied, "This is truly wonderful." Latios and Latias, the others, including Ash, shared in the joy of the moment. "Everyone, look over there." As the group reveled in Latios's recovery, Brock noticed an anomaly emerging from the sea. Following his gaze, they saw a massive wave surging forth from the previously vanishing ocean, hurtling toward Odomar. How could this happen? May, Misty, and Scylla exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide with alarm. "The city is about to be submerged," Old Man Gray murmured as he clutched his granddaughter Scylla close. As the towering wave approached, Latios and Latias exchanged a glance before preparing to confront the impending disaster with all their might. Although Roya possessed strength akin to that of an ordinary champion, he knew he could do little against such a natural calamity, forced to watch helplessly as chaos loomed. Observing the determination of the Latios siblings, Roya realized their intent and understood that it might require sacrificing Latios's life to quell the disaster. "Are you truly willing to face this, even at the risk of your lives?" Roya asked Latios after a moment of contemplation. Latios responded with resolute calls, joined by his sister Latias. As they soared toward the monstrous wave, witnessing their bravery, Roya retrieved the silver feather given to him by Lugia on Asia Island. Gazing mournfully at the retreating figures of the Latios siblings, "How can I allow a brother to perish before his sister?" he lamented. "Oh, Lord of the Sea, Lugia, if you can hear me, please appear and alter the fate of these siblings. It is our humanity that has wrought this calamity. They should not bear the burden alone." "Roya, what's wrong?" May and the others inquired, noticing his distress. However, Roya paid them no heed, clutching the silver feather as he focused on the unwavering Latios siblings. He raised the feather high and cried out to the approaching wave, "I implore you, save Latias and Latios, protect this city, and safeguard its inhabitants, Lugia." "Roya, you." Ash and his friends attempted to respond, but their words were interrupted by a blinding light emanating from the silver feather. The source of the radiance drew everyone's attention. The feather, responding to Roya's earnest plea, erupted in a brilliant glow, casting a hopeful light upon the engulfing darkness of the world. The transformation of the silver feather caught Lugia's attention, and as it sensed the message contained within, it vanished from its location in an instant. Meanwhile, Latios and Latias, struggling against the impending wave, were unable to halt its advance. As the monstrous wave loomed over Odomar, Latios prepared to sacrifice himself to protect the city and, most importantly, his sister. Suddenly, a pure white figure appeared before the wave. "Look!" Roya and the others outside the church exclaimed, gazing at the figure standing defiantly against the wave. "That is Lugia. Lugia has come," Roya shouted joyfully, looking at the glowing feather in his hand and then back at the white figure before the wave. "The Lord of the Sea, Lugia." Upon hearing this name, relief washed over the group, for they believed that with the arrival of the sea god, the imminent threat posed by the towering wave would be averted. True to their hopes, Lugia merely uttered a gentle call and unfurled its majestic wings. Under the divine power of the sea god, the formidable wave, as if confronted by an insurmountable adversary, calmed instantly, replenishing the receded waters and filling the once bare ocean floor. The previously dry riverbeds within the city were restored, returning everything to its original state, even sweeping away the hapless Team Rocket trio in the process. Latios, who had been prepared to sacrifice himself, saw Lugia's arrival and abandoned his intention, instead aiding Lugia in stabilizing the sea. With the combined efforts of Lugia, Latios, and Latias, Odomar returned to its harmonious state. After the wave's retreat, Roya and the others departed from the church, making their way to the dock. There, they reunited with Lugia, Latios, and Latias, who had also arrived at the harbor. Approaching Lugia, Roya bowed respectfully and expressed, "Thank you, Lugia, for your assistance. Otherwise, we could hardly fathom the consequences. Such actions are but my duty, and even without my intervention, those two children would have quelled the disaster," Lugia replied in a gentle tone. "Yet, those consequences should not fall upon them. In any case, I truly appreciate your help, Lugia," Roya said with a smile. "No need for gratitude." Lugia responded with a shake of its head. "By the way, the heart water droplets have vanished. Do you have any way to restore them?" Roya inquired, recalling the disappearance of the precious droplets. "I am unable to assist with that," Lugia replied, shaking its head once more. "The heart water droplets are the crystallized essence of the souls of Latias and Latios' kin, and I have no means to resolve this matter. But without the heart water droplets, will Odomar not?" Roya's unspoken words hung in the air, though everyone understood the implication. "Do not worry. I believe they should be arriving shortly," Lugia reassured the group with a smile. Them? As Roya and his companions pondered the identity of the newcomers, two figures emerged in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that these were none other than the colossal Latias and Latios, even larger than those beside Roya. Surely, they must be the relatives of Latias and Latios. Though phrased as a question, the tone was imbued with certainty. Indeed, the parents of Latias and Latios had arrived. Roya smiled as he beheld the two newcomers, Latias and Latios. After a brief exchange with the two from Odomo-Ray, they approached Elder Ben Gray and Canon, presenting a new drop of heart water to the elder. "This is the heart water drop," Elder Ben Gray exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the new drop. "A guardian of the heart water for generations. Thank you, Latios and Latias." Canon also bowed in gratitude to the two Pokémon. At that moment, the Latias from the Water City transformed into Canon's likeness and approached Roya, glancing at him before planting a kiss on his cheek. This unexpected display left everyone astounded, especially Canon, whose cheeks flushed crimson at the sight of Latias kissing Roya with her own visage, while May looked on with a hint of jealousy. Finally, Latias reverted to her original form and returned to her brother Latios, departing Odomo-Ray alongside the larger Latios and Latias, heading back to their homeland. "I too must take my leave." At that moment, Lugia rose to depart, continuing its journey back to the ocean it called home. Standing at the dock, Roya watched as Lugia, Latias, and Latios vanished from view, prompting May to pout with envy and mutter, "What? Still savoring that sweet kiss?" "Indeed. Just as delightful as the one I shared with May," Roya replied with a smile, causing May's cheeks to redden even more. Following the resolution of the disaster and the departure of Lugia, Latias, and Latios, Roya and his companions, under Elder Ben Gray's guidance, proceeded to the mysterious garden. Returning the heart water drop to the fountain, where the water began to flow once again. After attending to this matter, Roya, accompanied by Miss Junsha and several officers, returned to the church in Odomo-Ray to apprehend the thieves, Sana and Lien, who had been trapped in the damaged device. "Given the severe consequences of your actions in Odomo-Ray, I believe your remaining days will be spent in the League's prison," Roya stated as he looked at Sana and Lien, now caught once more. After addressing them, Roya turned his gaze to Miss Junsha, saying, "Please ensure that these two do not escape again." "I understand." Miss Junsha nodded in agreement. This time, she had thoroughly searched Sana and Lien, even changing their clothes. And their Pokémon had been securely locked in their Pokeballs, leaving them with no opportunity for escape. As the time for the heart water in Odomo-Ray came to a close, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Leaf Town to register for the Silver Conference, while Roya and May remained behind to enjoy the Hawaiian charm they had yet to experience. During their stay in Odomo-Ray, Roya completed his sign-in, reaping significant rewards, including 10 million league coins, 5 rare candies, and a mysterious water droplet, a veritable windfall. After a brief respite in Odomo-Ray, Roya and May prepared to leave, readying themselves for the final training session in anticipation of the upcoming Silver Conference just 3 months away. The arrival of a phone call soon indicated the destination for their training. Chapter 190, Silver Mountain. One day, while reveling in the Pokémon-themed Hawaiian atmosphere, Roya's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was Datu, he answered. When Datu's avatar appeared on the screen, Roya inquired, "Datu, what brings you to contact me?" Since Roya and May had acquired a Dratini and a Bagon from the Dragon Holy Domain of the Yulon clan, he felt a newfound familiarity with Datu. "It's nothing major. Merely a task that requires your attention," Datu replied. "A task? What sort of task?" Roya asked curiously. With the Silver Conference approaching, many trainers are eager to venture into Silver Mountain, hoping to seize the opportunity to capture a Bagon in the reserve. Consequently, the area has become quite crowded, Datu elaborated. Is this relevant to the task? Roya questioned, intrigued by Datu's seemingly unrelated remarks. It is indeed relevant. The influx of visitors has led to a mix of individuals, including poachers intending to target the Pokémon. To prevent such incidents, the League has prohibited entry into the Silver Mountain Reserve and deployed numerous forest rangers to safeguard the area. Datu explained the task. Therefore, your mission is to go to Silver Mountain and act as a ranger, protecting the Pokémon within the reserve. Upon hearing this, Roya immediately grasped the nature of the task. Exactly. With the Silver Conference imminent, I surmise you are also seeking a suitable location for Pokémon training. And Silver Mountain would be an ideal choice, Datu remarked with a smile. Since you put it that way, I shall accept this task. Roya decided after a moment of contemplation. Then make haste to Silver Mountain. I have already made the necessary arrangements. With that, Datu ended the call. Upon hanging up, May turned to Roya and asked, So, our next destination is Silver Mountain? Indeed, there we can conduct some training for our Pokémon before the Silver Conference. Roya nodded in affirmation. I see. May readily agreed with Roya's plan. Let us return to prepare, and we shall head to Silver Mountain tomorrow. Subsequently, the pair strolled back to their hotel to pack their belongings, as their travel supplies had already been prepared. The following morning, Roya checked out of the hotel and departed from the city of Odomore, making his way towards Silver Mountain. After a considerable journey, Roya and May finally arrived at the foot of Silver Mountain. There are so many people. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center at the base, they found it bustling with trainers. May exclaimed in awe. It appears many believe themselves fortunate. Roya scoffed, disdain evident in his tone as he observed those seeking their own luck. Not everyone is as fortunate as I or Ash. After all, I've encountered Ho-Oh, and luck seems to follow me. Roya internally lamented. All right, we should go find Nurse Joy. Following Datu's earlier instructions, Roya approached Nurse Joy. How may I assist you? Nurse Joy greeted him with a smile as he arrived. I am here to fulfill the temporary ranger task, Roya informed her. Ah, so you are Roya, the champion of the Indigo Conference. Nurse Joy exclaimed, recognizing him instantly and pointing him out. Indeed, aside from my victory at the Indigo Conference, I've heard much about you from my sisters, Nurse Joy added. Is that so? I didn't realize I had become so well known, Roya mused, stroking his chin in surprise. What a narcissist. Upon witnessing Luya's vain demeanor, May couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance in his direction. After a bout of light-hearted banter, Miss Joy addressed Luya, saying, I have already notified the ranger in charge here. They should arrive shortly, so please take a moment to rest. With that, Miss Joy busied herself with other matters. After a brief wait at the Pokémon Center, a middle-aged gentleman arrived, accompanying Miss Joy, and approached Luya and May. Miss Joy, who is he? Luya wondered, surmising that this individual must be the ranger. Indeed, this is Mr. Desha, the head ranger of Silver Mountain. Miss Joy introduced them. Hello, Mr. Desha. Following Miss Joy's introduction, Luya and May greeted him warmly. Greetings, Officer Luya. I greatly appreciate your willingness to assist us, Desha said, extending his hand towards Luya. It is my duty, Luya replied, shaking Desha's hand in return. Subsequently, under Desha's guidance, Luya and May were assigned a specific area of Silver Mountain to oversee temporarily, along with a carefully arranged temporary lodging. Thereafter, Luya and May began patrolling the designated area, ensuring that no unauthorized personnel entered, while simultaneously training their Pokémon in preparation for the forthcoming Silver Conference. During their tenure as rangers, Luya and May successfully intercepted numerous trainers seeking fortune on Silver Mountain, as well as apprehending a few poachers masquerading under false pretenses. Time passed swiftly. They also encountered Ash, Misty, and Brock, who had reunited with the stolen Yakira. After a cordial exchange, they bid farewell to the trio. The arrival of Ash and his friends signified the imminent approach of the Silver Conference, marking the conclusion of Luya and May's ranger duties. Thank you for your assistance during this time, Luya and May, Mr. Desha expressed as they prepared to depart. There's no need for such formality. It is my responsibility. And besides, we do receive a salary. Luya chuckled in response. Indeed, both Luya and May earned a generous remuneration during their service as rangers on Silver Mountain. Well then, I wish you both the best of luck in the Silver Conference, Mr. Desha said with a smile. I have already claimed the championship, May declared, her adorable fists clenched in determination. No, the champion will be me. Ash immediately countered, waiting alongside Luya. You are both mistaken. The champion shall be mine, Luya interjected, putting an end to the playful dispute between May and Ash before making his way towards Silver Town, the venue for the Silver Conference. Wait for us. Seeing Luya charge ahead, May and Ash hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 191, The Sacred Fire. Upon completing their duties as rangers on Silver Mountain, Luya coincidentally encountered Ash, Misty, and Brock, who were returning Yakira. Consequently, they decided to journey together towards Silver Town. On that day, as they passed a certain location, they noticed a large crowd gathered in front of a temple, seemingly engaged in some activity. What is happening over there? Why are there so many people gathered? Ash inquired curiously, observing the throng. I feel as if you regard me as an encyclopedia, asking me about everything. Luya replied with a hint of annoyance at Ash's question. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Luya's remark, Ash scratched the back of his head and said, It's because your knowledge is so profound. It seems you know everything. So I thought to ask you. Flattered by Ash's compliment, Luya's spirits lifted, and he responded, While I may not know everything, this particular matter is within my grasp. What is happening then? Ash pressed eagerly. The courtyard before us is known as the Phoenix Shrine, Luya began, only to be interrupted by Ash. You mean this is the Phoenix Shrine? So, it is a place dedicated to honoring the Phoenix. Ash exclaimed, seizing upon the key term in Luya's explanation. That's about the gist of it, Luya affirmed with a nod before elaborating. The Phoenix Shrine houses the sacred fire associated with the Silver Conference we are about to participate in, thus I believe these individuals are here to witness the sacred fire. The sacred fire. Upon hearing this term, Ash immediately recalled the sacred fire from the Indigo Conference, exclaiming, So, this is similar to what was housed during the Indigo Conference. There are still some differences, Luya clarified. What differences might those be? Ash inquired further. The Phoenix Shrine. A thoughtful look crossed Misty and Brock's faces as they absorbed the information. Indeed, the sacred fire used during the Indigo Conference belonged to the legendary Molters, whereas the fire utilized in the Chengdu region's Silver Conference is derived from Ho-Oh, Luya explained, glancing at the contemplative expressions of Misty and Brock, smiling as he elaborated. So, the Phoenix Shrine is dedicated to the fire of Ho-Oh, and all these people are here to witness the sacred fire. Ash suddenly grasped the concept. Exactly, Luya replied, looking at Ash with approval. Then let us go take a look. Ash declared eagerly, racing towards the interior of the Phoenix Shrine. Of course, Luya nodded in agreement. I concur. Misty and May shared beaming expressions as well. With the group's consensus, they stood outside the Phoenix Shrine, patiently awaiting the appearance of the sacred fire. However, as time passed, their initial anticipation waned into a sense of impatience, yet the sacred fire remained elusive. Isn't this taking a bit long? The sacred fire runner should be about to emerge. The crowd began to murmur as the wait extended. Why is it taking so long? Ash frowned, voicing his concern. Could something have happened inside? May wondered, gazing at the tightly shut doors of the Phoenix Shrine. Just as the crowd's patience began to wear thin, the doors of the Phoenix Shrine swung open, and a staff member emerged, addressing the crowd. Thank you for your patience. I apologize for the delay. The sacred fire will take a bit longer to appear, so please bear with us. Excuse me. May I inquire what has transpired inside? Luya, accompanied by May and their friends Ash and Misty, navigated through the crowd to approach the staff member. And you are? The staff member assessed Luya before responding. I am a league investigator, and I would like to understand the situation inside, Luya stated, presenting his investigator credentials. That's splendid. We actually have a matter that requires your assistance, the staff member replied, granting Luya and his companions entry. I can assist as well. A young man with brown hair interjected, stepping forward. And you are? The staff member inquired, observing the newcomer. My name is Yiyu, a Pokémon trainer from the Hoenn region's Mabai Town. The young man introduced himself. Mabai Town? Ash queried, puzzled by the unfamiliar name. That is a region distinct from Chengdu and Kanto, Luya succinctly explained to Ash. After a round of introductions and explanations from the staff, Luya and his companions grasped the situation at hand. A wild Snorlax had taken possession of the sacred fire, preventing the sacred fire runner from retrieving it, which was the reason for the delay in its appearance. We have dispatched numerous individuals, yet they have all fallen prey to its assaults, bolstered by the might of Mac-Hop and Mac-Hoke. Thus far, we have been unable to find a solution, explained the staff member. Then leave it to us. The ever-enthusiastic Ash immediately volunteered to assist. I shall aid as well. I am eager to capture a Snorant. Yiyu also stepped forward, declaring his intent. Together, they ventured towards the shrine above, determined to vanquish the Snorant and claim the sacred flame to inaugurate the Silver Conference. Upon reaching the shrine, Luoya and his companions beheld the formidable Snorant, flanked by its cohorts, Mac-Hop and Mac-Hoke, who were eyeing them with palpable hostility. To obtain the sacred flame, we must first defeat them, Yiyu remarked, gazing at Snorant. Then, we shall handle Mac-Hop and Mac-Hoke, while you take care of Snorant, Luoya said. Having assessed the Snorant's capabilities, which merely indicated potential akin to a quasi-champion. Thus, he had no desire to capture it. Understood, Yue replied. Consequently, through the collaborative efforts of Luoya, Ash, and Yue, they triumphed over Machoke and Machop, while Yue unleashed the prowess of the Hoenn starters to defeat and capture Snorant. Just as they were about to conclude their task, a hot air balloon resembling Snorant appeared in the sky, capturing the attention of the crowd. What is that? Yue exclaimed, experiencing such a sight for the first time. I believe I can discern its purpose, he continued. Then we shall not hold back. Since you have earnestly inquired, I shall generously enlighten you. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Luoya shouted to the nearby Charizard, Charizard, unleash your flames. As a result, Charizard's fiery assault obliterated the hot air balloon, transforming Team Rocket into mere stars, who lamented, we hadn't finished our lines yet. What an exasperating feeling. Following Yue's successful capture of Snorant, Machoke and Machop remained behind as guardians of the Phoenix Shrine, allowing the sacred flame of the Silver Conference to be ignited. Subsequently, Luoya, Mei, Ash, and the others continued their journey towards Silver Town. Chapter 192. The Silver Conference at long last, they arrived at Silver Town. After departing from the Phoenix Shrine, Luoya and his companions reached the venue of the Silver Conference. So many people, Ash exclaimed as they walked along the path leading to the Pokémon Center, gazing at the throngs of attendees. Indeed, over 200 participants are registered for the Silver Conference. Not to mention the multitude of spectators, Luoya responded, clarifying for Ash. So many? Ash marveled at Luoya's words. It seems comparable to the number of participants at the Indigo Conference, Luoya shrugged. That is true, Ash chuckled. Thus, as they continued their conversation, they arrived at the Pokémon Center in Silver Town. Upon entering, they approached the registration desk for contestants. After a brief wait, it was finally their turn, and they stepped forward to greet the receptionist. Hello, we are here to participate in the Silver Conference. Certainly. Please present your identification and gym badges, the cheerful receptionist responded. This is our Pokédex and gym badges. After hearing the receptionist's request, Luoya and his companions presented the badges they had earned in the Chengdu region. Following the receptionist's process, Luoya, Mei, and Ash completed the final requirements to participate in the Silver Conference, receiving their accommodations in the process. Having finalized their registration, they exited the Pokémon Center, intending to explore their dormitory, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face at the entrance. Long time no see, Green. Luoya greeted the newcomer, who sported a familiar hedgehog hairstyle, waving with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while, Luoya and Ash. Green replied, carrying a backpack. Oh, so you're participating in the Silver Conference too? Ash exclaimed with delight upon seeing Green. Yes, I have registered my Pokémon for the competition. And now we await the commencement of the battles, Green replied with a grin. You seem well prepared, Green, Luoya remarked, glancing at him. I have wagered everything on this Silver Conference, aiming for the championship. Green declared confidently. The champion will be me, Ash retorted with a smile. From the moment I entered this tournament, the championship has been reserved for me, Green and Ash, Luoya added with a chuckle. I am no slouch either, Mei asserted, equally determined to claim the title. Then let us settle this in battle. This time, I shall not be defeated, Luoya, Green declared, stepping into the Pokémon Center. Let us find our accommodations first, Luoya said to Mei and Ash as they watched Green disappear inside. They proceeded towards the competitors' village and encountered President Damaranch, whom they had met at the Indigo Conference. President Damaranch, what brings you here? Luoya inquired as he approached him. Ah, it's you all. It has been a while. Damaranch replied with a smile, holding a balloon. What are you doing here? Ash asked. As the organizer of the conference, I am here to welcome guests and serve our enthusiastic supporters. I simply cannot contain my excitement. Damaranch exclaimed, chuckling joyfully. President Damaranch, you still radiate such energy. Luoya observed, smiling at Damaranch's vibrant demeanor. Haha, your words make me laugh, Luoya. Damaranch responded heartily. By the way, are you here to participate in the Silver Conference? He inquired. Indeed, Mei replied with a smile. I hope you all engage in exhilarating battles that will enthrall the audience. Damaranch encouraged them. We will certainly do our best, Luoya and his companions assured him. After their exchange with President Damaranch, they continued towards the competitors' village. Upon arrival, since their room numbers were not in proximity, Luoya and Mei bid farewell to Ash and proceeded to their respective rooms. Perhaps as fate would have it, Luoya and Mei's rooms were merely separated by a wall. After entering their dormitories, Luoya chose not to go out. Instead, he set down his belongings and made his way to the balcony, retrieving his phone to dial Lily from the Alola region. Hello, Lily. Have you missed me? Luoya greeted as Lily's visage appeared on his screen. Luoya, it has been a while. Lily replied shyly at his inquiry. Long time no see, Luoya. Just as Lily began to speak, Kaki and Mao appeared from behind her, smiling and greeting Luoya. Alola, everyone. How have you been? Luoya beamed at the sight of his friends. We've been well, Mao replied with a smile. But Lily has been thinking of you constantly. Water Lily's remark caused Lily's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Ha ha, I miss you too, Lily. Luoya responded with a laugh. By the way, Roya, are you currently in Silvertown? At that moment, Kachi leaned in to inquire. Indeed, I have registered for the Silver Conference in the Chengdu region, Roya replied, nodding in affirmation to Kachi's statement. That's truly remarkable, Kachi exclaimed, his excitement quickly giving way to a hint of disappointment. It's a pity we won't have time to watch you compete. No worries, as long as you cheer for me. I'll feel your support no matter where I am. Roya reassured Kachi. We'll be watching the live broadcast of the Silver Conference, so make sure you don't lose. Mama interjected, squeezing into the frame of the phone. In any case, you must give it your all, Roya? Dr. Kukui chimed in from the side. I understand. And I will secure the championship, Roya declared with unwavering confidence. After chatting for a while, Roya ended the call and prepared to step outside to scout the competition venue. As Roya exited, May also finished her conversation with her parents and friend Tuzi, and the two set off together to explore Silvertown. Chapter 193, Selection Trials. The day after Roya arrived in Silvertown, the Silver Conference officially commenced. However, due to the overwhelming number of participants, a selection process was necessary. Thus, Roya, May, and Ash were about to face the selection trials on that very day. That morning, after meeting up in the competitor village, the trio made their way to the venue designated for the selection trials. As they walked down a corridor between the two battle arenas, they quickly witnessed others already engaged in their selection battles. Ah, it's already started, Ash exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight as he observed the fierce battles taking place on either side. Each Pokémon seems to be at such a high level, Misty remarked, gazing at the fully evolved Pokémon on the field. Roya's attention was likewise drawn to these Pokémon, and upon examining them through his investigative gaze, he noted that none were below level 30, all were of elite caliber. It is essential to recognize that the competition rules for the selection trials mandated one-on-one battles, and a moment's inattention could lead to defeat. Thus, each participant would present their most formidable Pokémon for the contest. Glancing at the guidebook in his hand, Roya addressed May and Ash. In the Silver Conference's selection trials, the Chengdu Alliance will narrow down the 200-plus competitors to just 48. Brock added while scanning the guide. Such a drastic reduction, Ash exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, each competitor essentially has 3 battle opportunities, and depending on their performance, even if they lose once, they can still qualify for the Alliance preliminaries, Brock continued, reading through the competition process. So, as long as we demonstrate commendable battle performance and gain the judges' approval, we stand a chance. May immediately grasped the crucial point. Exactly, Brock nodded in agreement. Although the rules state this, victory remains the most compelling proof. Therefore, we must unleash our full potential, or we risk faltering and potentially missing out on the preliminaries. Roya paused briefly before continuing, rest assured. My Pokémon and I will achieve victory. May felt a surge of confidence in her abilities. My Pikachu and I are formidable. In this Silver Conference, I will surely defeat both you and Shigeru, Ash said, scratching his nose with newfound confidence. That will depend on whether your Pikachu can perform. If it falters, then you. Roya internally scoffed at Ash's bravado. Just as they continued discussing the Silver Conference, an announcement blared from the central loudspeaker. Contestant Ash from Pallet Town and contestant Saburo from Jihua City, please report to Arena C immediately. Then we shall take our leave. Ash promptly bid farewell to Roya and May before hurriedly heading to Arena C with Misty and Brock. Shortly after Ash's departure, the loudspeaker announced the matches for Roya and May. Roya was to compete in Arena A against contestant Sandy from Manjin City, while May would battle contestant RC from Kikyo City in Arena D. The simultaneous announcement of their matches indicated that they could no longer watch each other's competitions and would have to part ways. Before leaving, Roya said to May, "Good luck in your match, May. You too, don't underestimate your opponent." May replied with a smile. After parting ways with May, Roya made his way to the designated Arena A, where he would face Sandy from Manjin City. Upon their arrival, the referee began to announce the match rules, now commencing the 5th match of the selection trials, featuring Roya from the Alola region versus Sandy from Manjin City. The order of attack was determined, and under computer control, it was established that Roya would attack first. The referee raised the flag and declared, Roya will attack first, followed by Sandy. Come forth, Bagon. As the first attacker, Roya sent out his Bagon. Go, Houndoom. Sandy countered with his own Pokémon, a level 36 Houndoom. Bagon Dragon Pulse. As soon as Sandy deployed his Pokémon, Roya immediately launched his attack. Hearing Roya's command, Bagon unleashed a white wave of energy, striking towards Houndoom. Shadow Clone. Under Sandy's directive, Houndoom conjured several phantoms to evade the attack. Houndoom, Flamethrower. After dodging the Dragon Pulse, Sandy initiated his counteroffensive. Following his command, Houndoom released a searing flame towards Bagon. Bagon, Brick Break. Unfazed by the incoming flames, Roya calmly instructed Bagon. Responding to Roya's command, Bagon's glowing arm cleaved through Houndoom's flames effortlessly. Bagon Dragon Tail. With the flames dispersed, Roya pressed the attack. Bagon swung its shimmering tail, striking Houndoom and sending it flying. Houndoom is unable to battle. The winner is Roya from the Alola region. The referee, having assessed Houndoom's condition, raised the flag and announced the result. Following his first selection trial victory, Roya continued without pause into the subsequent 2 battles. He dispatched both Porygon Z and Charizard, achieving a remarkable 3 consecutive victories in the selection trials. After defeating his opponents, Roya arrived at Maze Arena D, where she was also concluding her match against her final opponent. As Roya entered the periphery of the arena, he witnessed May utilizing her Charizard to secure victory, completing her own 3 consecutive wins. Meanwhile, Ash faced some challenges in his matches but ultimately triumphed over his 3 opponents, joining Roya and May in their 3 consecutive victories. Additionally, Shigeru and Leaf from the Hoenn region also effortlessly defeated their opponents, emerging victorious. Chapter 194, Opening Ceremony. After Roya and May triumphed over 3 opponents in the selection trials, they made their way to the Pokémon Center in Silver Town to check their qualifications for the preliminaries. As Roya and May stepped into the Grand Hall of the Pokémon Center, the exuberant voice of Ash reached their ears. Roya, May, look. You've made it to the preliminary rounds. Upon spotting Roya and May, Ash exclaimed with palpable excitement, drawing the attention of several onlookers within the hall. Quiet down. Misty, unable to tolerate Ash's exuberance, clenched her fist and playfully punched him, snapping him back to reality. She continued, given the strength of both Roya and May, isn't it quite expected for them to qualify for the preliminaries? That's true. Ash, reflecting on the capabilities of Roya and May, scratched the back of his head sheepishly, a smile gracing his face. Familiar with Ash's personality, Roya and May paid him little mind, instead turning their gaze towards the display screen. After a thorough search, Roya discovered not only Gary but also Leaf from the Hoenn region among the 48 competitors listed. I've also successfully made it to the preliminaries. My next goal is to grab the championship. I'm going straight for it, Ash declared, his fists clenched with determination. Do you really think it will be that easy, Ash? Just then, an aged voice resonated from behind them. President Damaranch. Upon recognizing the voice, Roya and the others turned to see President Damaranch approaching. Why do you say that? Misty inquired, directing her question at the president. Damaranch surveyed the gathering of trainers before patiently elaborating. Advancing to the decisive rounds is no trivial matter. The format of the Silver Conference differs significantly from that of the Indigo Conference. In the Silver Conference, the preliminaries utilize a 3-person competition format within each zone, where only the trainers with the highest victory points can advance to the decisive rounds. Ultimately, only the top 16 trainers who successfully navigate the preliminaries will qualify for the championship tournament. To win the championship, one must endure numerous matches, then, May remarked, her surprise evident. Indeed, Damaranch affirmed with a nod, a smile playing on his lips. For Roya, it may be a straightforward task, yet for some, it may prove quite challenging. With that, Misty shifted her gaze pointedly toward Ash, the implication clear. That can't possibly be me. I intend to defeat both Roya and Gary in the competition, so why would I stop here? Ash quickly retorted, realizing Misty's underlying message. I'll continue to win alongside Pikachu, achieving victory and securing the championship, Ash proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Pika Pika. Ash's fervent declarations inspired Pikachu, who responded with equal enthusiasm. Well then, you certainly must give it your all, Ash, Roya remarked, observing Ash's resolute demeanor, a smile curving his lips. We want to be taking it easy on you during the match, May added, her expression warm and encouraging. After reviewing the preliminary matchups, Roya and May joined Ash as they made their way back to the competitors' village in Silver Town. The following day dawned, and upon their arrival at the main venue in Silver Town, they found themselves amidst a throng of people. In addition to the 48 competitors participating in the preliminary rounds, a multitude of enthusiastic spectators had filled the area outside the venue, queuing to enter. Beyond the competitors and spectators, various vendors seized the opportunity to peddle their wares, their calls ringing out in a lively cacophony. Notably, television stations from various regions commenced their broadcasts, capturing the unfolding events. In the Alola region, Professor Kukui and his students from the Pokémon School, along with May's family from Radiance City, and Professor Oak, Aunt Hannah, and Tracy from Pallet Town, were all gathered around their televisions, eagerly tuning in to the live coverage of the Silver Conference. As Roya and May entered the competitors' lounge, they noticed Ash animatedly gesturing to Misty and Brock. "When we enter, I'll wave like this, so make sure to watch," Ash exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly. "Please, don't be too conspicuous. That would be quite embarrassing," Misty replied with a reluctant expression. Seeing this interaction, Roya and May couldn't help but chuckle, choosing to remain unobtrusive as they stood patiently at the back of the line, preparing to enter the venue. While queuing, Roya observed Ash being distracted by Team Rocket's Jesse and James. Just as he prepared to intervene, Gary stepped forward, prompting Roya to pause and allow them the opportunity. As anticipated, upon entering the venue, the torchbearer was notably delayed. May turned to Roya, curious. Why hasn't the torchbearer arrived yet? There must have been an unexpected delay. They should appear shortly, Roya responded reassuringly. True to Roya's prediction, a figure holding the torch emerged from the corridor, accompanied by a Pikachu. It was Ash. "Is that Ash?" Those in the audience and viewers at home who recognized him gasped in astonishment at the sight of Ash appearing as the torchbearer. How did Ash become the torchbearer? May rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "I suspect the original torchbearer encountered an unforeseen incident," Roya mused with a smile. As Roya's words fell, they witnessed Gary assisting the originally appointed torchbearer, illuminating the situation for everyone present. Amidst the applause of the audience, Ash, now the torchbearer, ran across the central plaza holding the torch alongside Pikachu, ultimately igniting the flame at the ceremonial pyre, signaling the official commencement of the Silver Conference. Finally, under President Damaranch's address, the opening ceremony of the Silver Conference came to a close. Chapter 195, Preliminary Round 1. Following the conclusion of the Silver Conference's opening ceremony, early the next morning, Roya and May arrived at the Pokémon Center to review their battle arenas and opponents. Upon entering, they soon spotted the grouping results displayed on the screen above the hall. "This is the battle chart for the Silver Conference preliminaries," May exclaimed as she gazed at the screen. "Where am I?" May approached the screen, beginning her search for her grouping. "May, you're in Zone E." Roya quickly identified her grouping and pointed it out to her. "Oh, there it is." Following Roya's gesture, May found her grouping and exclaimed, "I see yours too, Roya. You're in Zone B." Upon hearing this, Roya looked towards the position May indicated on the screen and confirmed, indeed, he was in Zone B, paired against a female trainer and a male trainer. Having ascertained their respective groupings, Roya and May returned to their rooms, where they registered the 3 Pokémon they would be using in the upcoming matches. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for the first match of the preliminaries. Due to their different zones, Roya and May parted ways at the competitors' village, each heading toward their designated arenas. After a prolonged period of anticipation, the inaugural match of Group B was set to commence, featuring the illustrious Roya facing off against Sandy, a male trainer hailing from the vibrant city of Jihua. The preliminary round of the B group was about to unfold, with the competitors being the esteemed Roya from the Alola region's Haole City and Sandy from Jihua. The question lingered, who would strike first? The host, while calling out, signaled the staff to initiate the computer system. After a sequence of operations, the first attacker was determined. Sandy from Jihua would commence the assault, while Roya from Haole City would follow. "Let the battle begin," proclaimed the referee as he waved the signal flag. "Victory shall be mine." As the referee's voice faded, Sandy swiftly unleashed a Pokeball, summoning a level 35 Beartic onto the battlefield. Pokemon, Beartic type, normal ability, stamina gender, male level, 35 qualification, gym moves, pound, scratch, cut, hammer arm, strength, brick break. Aura sphere, body slam, taunt. "Now, I entrust you with this, Togekiss." Upon observing Sandy's Beartic, Roya dispatched his own Togekiss. "Beartic, use hammer arm." Being the first to act, Sandy immediately commanded Beartic to launch an attack on Togekiss. Heeding his trainer's command, Beartic charged forward, swinging its arms with intent to strike Togekiss. "Togekiss, use quick attack." Witnessing Beartic's aggressive advance, Roya swiftly instructed Togekiss. Following Roya's command, Togekiss executed a quick attack, evading Beartic's ferocious assault. "Togekiss, use air slash." After dodging the attack, Roya gestured grandly, directing Togekiss to circle around Beartic and unleash a barrage of energy stars, striking the sluggish Beartic. Under the onslaught of air slash, Beartic was propelled several meters back before finally halting. Togekiss used Psychic. Seizing the opportunity while Beartic was still recovering, Roya commanded Togekiss to unleash a psychic attack. With a gleam in its eyes, Togekiss sent Beartic soaring through the air several meters away. Finish it with Flamethrower. At Roya's command, Togekiss unleashed a torrent of intense flames upon the downed Beartic, scorching it and rendering it incapable of further battle. Beartic has lost its fighting ability. Togekiss is victorious, declared the referee, raising the signal flag. You did your best, Beartic, Sandy consoled as he recalled his Pokémon into its Pokeball. Subsequently, he retrieved another Pokeball, releasing his next Pokémon. I entrust you with this, Fearow. From the luminous Pokeball emerged a level 36 Fearow. Fearow used Drill Peck. Upon hearing Sandy's command, Fearow spiraled towards Togekiss with its sharp beak poised for attack. Togekiss, use Air Cutter, Roya shouted, and Togekiss flapped its wings, generating a series of white blades of air that surged towards Fearow. As Fearow approached with its Drill Peck, it encountered the barrage of air cutters, which forced it back a considerable distance. Fearow, unleash Hurricane. Realizing that the first attempt had failed, Sandy swiftly initiated a new strategy. Under Sandy's direction, Fearow flapped its wings, conjuring a tornado that rushed towards Togekiss. Togekiss, use Teleport. Observing the impending cyclone, Togekiss vanished in an instant at Roya's command, avoiding the attack and reappearing behind Fearow. Togekiss, unleash Flamethrower. Upon Roya's order, Togekiss immediately released a blazing inferno, striking Fearow mid-flight. Overwhelmed by the searing flames, Fearow plummeted to the ground, incapacitated. Fearow has lost its fighting ability. Togekiss is victorious, proclaimed the referee, marking the defeat of Sandy's second Pokémon. Next, I entrust you with this, Swampert. After recalling Fearow, Sandy sent forth his final Pokémon, a level 37 Swampert. Swampert, use Water Gun. Following the release of his last Pokémon, Sandy initiated a counterattack. Responding to his trainer's command, Swampert opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful water gun towards Togekiss. Togekiss, use Double Team. Just as Roya's words echoed, Togekiss swayed slightly, creating numerous illusory copies of itself across the battlefield. The water gun struck one of the illusions, dissipating without harming Togekiss. Swampert, Rapid Fire Water Gun. Observing the multiple copies, Sandy hastily commanded Swampert to bombard the aerial Togekiss with multiple water guns, attempting to flush it out. Quick Attack. After complying with Roya's command, Togekiss executed a quick attack, deftly maneuvering through the air to evade Swampert's barrage. Finish it, Togekiss. Use Hyper Beam. With a decisive command from Roya, Togekiss unleashed a radiant orange beam, striking the exhausted Swampert. Under the force of Togekiss's attack, Swampert succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing upon the battlefield. Swampert has lost its fighting ability. Togekiss is victorious. The winner of this match is Roya, announced the referee, raising the flag once more after assessing Swampert's condition. Having completed the first match of the preliminaries, Roya hastened to the E-Zone where May was competing. Upon his arrival, he found that May's match was nearing its conclusion. After a brief observation, he witnessed May triumphantly using her Dratini to crush her opponent, securing victory in the first round. Upon reuniting with May at the exit of the competitor's tunnel, and learning of their mutual victories, the two clasped hands and returned to the contestant village together. Chapter 196, Preliminary Round 2. The third match of the B group featured the illustrious Kelly from Yuanzhou City pitted against Roya from the Alola region, with Roya set to attack first. The following day in the B group, the third match was about to commence, pitting Roya against Kelly from Yuanzhou City. Prior to this, in the second round, Sandy had faced off against Kelly, and after 3 intense battles, the result concluded with Kelly's victory. In today's third match, following a computerized selection, it was determined that Roya would strike first. Let the battle begin. With the referee raising the signal flag, the third match of Group B officially commenced. It shall be you, Charizard. Roya retrieved Charizard's Pokeball, casting it into the arena, where it materialized in a blaze of light. Go, Blaziken! Amidst a spirited cry, Kelly released her own Pokemon, a level 36 Blaziken. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. As the first attacker, Roya commanded Charizard to launch an assault. Upon hearing Roya's words, Charizard opened its mouth, unleashing a luminous white beam directed at Blaziken. Blaziken, use Flamethrower. In response to the imminent Dragon Pulse, Kelly swiftly directed Blaziken to retaliate. Obeying Kelly's command, the Duckbill Dragon promptly unleashed a torrent of searing flames, colliding with the incoming Dragon Pulse. However, due to various factors, the Dragon Pulse, after a brief standoff, began to propel the fiery torrent towards the Duckbill Dragon. Duckbill Dragon, evade quickly! Kelly shouted decisively as she witnessed her Pokémon being pushed back by the flames. Upon hearing her trainer's words, The duckbill dragon immediately ceased its fiery assault and darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack of Dragon Pulse. Charge in, Charizard. After the duckbill dragon dodged the Dragon Pulse, Roy swiftly commanded Charizard. Following Roy's directive, Charizard flapped its wings and soared towards the duckbill dragon. Duckbill dragon, Flame Vortex. As Charizard approached, Kelly quickly instructed her duckbill dragon. Responding to the command, the duckbill dragon released a pillar of fire aimed at the oncoming Charizard. Charizard Dragon Claw. In the face of the incoming flames, Charizard executed Dragon Claw under Roy's guidance, dispersing the flame vortex. Dragon Tail. After shattering the flame vortex, Charizard ascended into the air and, at Roy's command, enveloped its tail in draconic energy, striking down towards the duckbill dragon below. Duckbill dragon, Flame Punch. Realizing the imminent threat of the dragon tail, Kelly reacted swiftly, instructing her duckbill dragon to unleash Flame Punch in an attempt to counter the attack. However, before the Flame Punch could be executed, it was swept away by Charizard's dragon tail. Finish it off, Charizard. Use Seismic Toss. Observing the fallen duckbill dragon, Roy seized the opportunity and commanded Charizard. At Roy's behest, Charizard flew over to duckbill dragon, grasping its shoulders with its sharp claws and lifting it into the air. After circling in the sky, Charizard then dove sharply towards the ground, releasing duckbill dragon just before impact, allowing it to crash down heavily. The duckbill dragon has lost its fighting capability. Charizard is the victor, the referee declared, raising the flag after assessing duckbill dragon's condition. You've done well, duckbill dragon. Kelly consoled her Pokémon before retrieving the next Pokeball for the upcoming battle. Pokémon, Electabuzz. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Gender, Female. Level, 38. Aptitude, Semi-Champion. Moves, Thundershock. Thunder Wave, Volt Tackle, Flame Punch, Thunder Punch, Signal Beam, Cotton Spore, Light Screen. An Electabuzz with Static. It seems I must resort to ranged attacks. Roy mused as he scanned Electabuzz information with his vision eye. Charizard, Unleash Flamethrower. After assessing Electabuzz attributes, Roy immediately initiated an assault. Upon hearing Roy's command, Charizard opened its mouth and released a torrent of flames directed at Electabuzz. Electabuzz, use Volt Tackle. Witnessing the fierce flamethrower, Kelly instructed Electabuzz to counter with Volt Tackle. After a brief clash with the flamethrower, both Volt Tackle and the flames dissipated into the air, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Electabuzz, use Thunder Punch. Aware of her Pokémon's static ability, Kelly opted for a close-range attack. Following her command, Electabuzz enveloped its arm in lightning and charged at Charizard. Flame Punch. In response to the approaching Thunder Punch, Roy commanded Charizard to retaliate with Flame Punch. Thus, the Thunder Punch and Flame Punch met in fierce confrontation. But it was evident that Charizard's strength surpassed that of Electabuzz, causing it to be pushed back repeatedly. Charizard Dragon Tail. Amidst the intense exchange, Roy seized an opportunity and ordered Charizard to execute Dragon Tail. Following Roy's command, Charizard spun around and struck Electabuzz with its tail, sending it flying. Electabuzz, Cotton Spore. As Electabuzz plummeted towards the ground, Kelly swiftly instructed it to use Cotton Spore. Consequently, a mass of Cotton Spore appeared, cushioning Electabuzz's fall and significantly reducing the damage. However, Roy did not afford Electabuzz a moment to recuperate, continuing to issue commands. Charizard, Flame Vortex. As Electabuzz landed, Charizard's Flame Vortex followed closely, striking Electabuzz, which was unable to evade due to the Cotton Spore. The flames not only consumed the Cotton Spore, but also inflicted substantial damage upon Electabuzz. Charizard, deliver the final blow. Dragon Pulse. Ultimately, Charizard unleashed a Dragon Pulse, sweeping away the already battered Electabuzz. Electabuzz has lost its fighting capability. Charizard is the victor, the referee announced. Just as the match concluded, a faint current of electricity flickered across Charizard's body, catching Roy's attention. It's paralyzed. Roy recognized Charizard's condition, likely a consequence of Electabuzz's static ability, prompting him to recall Charizard. Subsequently, he deployed a red Gyarados to defeat Kelly's third Pokémon, a level 39 Blaziken, thus concluding the third battle. Consequently, in the B-Zone matches, Roy achieved 2 consecutive victories, accruing a total of 6 victory points and advancing to the next round with a commanding lead. Meanwhile, May, Ash, and Green also progressed to the next round of the decisive championship. Chapter 197, Battle against Dush. After vanquishing 2 opponents in Zone B, Roy successfully entered the final championship round, joined by May, Ash, and Green. Ash's opponent was none other than Green. After the preliminary rounds, Roy, May, Green, and Ash gathered at the Pokémon Center in Silver Town to check their next opponents, discovering that Ash's adversary was Green. It seems your journey in the Silver Conference ends here, Ash. Green remarked with a smirk, arms crossed. What did you say? I won't lose to you. The champion of the Silver Conference will be me, Ash retorted, fists clenched, his determination palpable. Let us settle this on the battlefield. Green shot Ash a glance before exiting the Pokémon Center. Just you wait, I will defeat you. Ash shouted at Green's retreating figure, then left with Misty and Brock. Have they always been like this? May inquired of Roy, observing the dynamic between Ash and Green, sensing that their relationship was more complex than it appeared. Ash and Green have grown up together, so beyond being rivals, they are also good friends. Their way of relating is just different, Roy explained with a smile. Understanding their bond. I see, May nodded thoughtfully. After some investigation, Roy learned that his next opponent was named Dush, while May's was a lesser-known contender. Upon hearing the name Dush, Roy quickly recalled that he was the champion of this Silver Conference in the original story. However, given the current circumstances, it was uncertain. Encountering Roy in the finals, Dush's strength would only allow him to reach the top 16. After clarifying their opponents, Roy and May returned to the participant village to register their battling Pokémon. The following morning marked the second round, where Roy faced Dush in the grassy arena. What is about to unfold is a duel between Duxia, hailing from the charming Cherry Town, and Roya, representing the vibrant city of Hole in the Alola region. Each contender is permitted to utilize 6 Pokémon, with the option to substitute during the match. Duxia will take the initiative. The referee raised the flag, declaring the rules of the contest. The match commences. With a decisive downward motion of the flag, the referee officially initiates the battle. I entrust you with this, Rhinoceros Beetle. Duxia summoned forth his first champion, a formidable level 42 Rhinoceros Beetle. Pokémon, Rhinoceros Beetle. Type, Ground Rock. Ability, Lightning Rod. Gender, male. Level, 42. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Horn Attack. Tackle, Heavy Slam, Rock Blast, Ram, Stone Edge. I count on you, Scale Armor Dragon. Ruoya released his own Pokeball, summoning the Scale Armor Dragon. Rhinoceros Beetle. Use Horn Attack. At the first utterance of the referee's call, Duxia swiftly initiated his assault. Upon hearing Duxia's command, Rhinoceros Beetle aimed its horn directly at Ruoya's Scale Armor Dragon, executing the Horn Attack. Scale Armor Dragon. Use Super Strength next. Observing the charging Rhinoceros Beetle, Ruoya promptly issued his directive. As Rhinoceros Beetle barreled towards it, Scale Armor Dragon deftly employed Super Strength, grasping the horn and managing to halt its momentum after being pushed back a short distance. Throw it back. At Ruoya's command, Scale Armor Dragon seized Rhinoceros Beetle by its horn, hoisting it aloft before forcefully slamming it into the ground. Rhinoceros Beetle unleashed Stone Edge. As Rhinoceros Beetle struggled to rise, Duxia prepared for his next offensive. Just as Duxia's words resonated, Rhinoceros Beetle conjured multiple sharp stones to assault Scale Armor Dragon. Scale Armor Dragon, use Brick Break. Calmly commanding in response to the imminent threat, Ruoya directed Scale Armor Dragon. Upon receiving the command, Scale Armor Dragon enveloped its arm in radiant light, executing the Brick Break move, shattering the incoming stones one by one. Scale Armor Dragon, use Meteor Fist. After destroying the stones, Scale Armor Dragon rapidly closed the distance to Rhinoceros Beetle, delivering a Meteor Fist that struck the still recovering Rhinoceros Beetle, sending it crashing against the surrounding wall, rendering it unconscious. Rhinoceros Beetle has lost its fighting capability. Scale Armor Dragon emerges victorious. The referee announced after assessing Rhinoceros Beetle's condition. In that moment, a gentle white light radiated from Scale Armor Dragon, causing its form to expand until it evolved into a dragon tail Scale Armor Dragon. What an extraordinary sight. Ruoya's Scale Armor Dragon has evolved. The host exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he beheld Ruoya's newly transformed dragon tail Scale Armor Dragon. Return, Rhinoceros Beetle. After recalling Rhinoceros Beetle, Duxia retrieved his next Pokeball. Go, Nidoking. Bathed in the glow of the Pokeball, a level 41 Nidoking materialized on the battlefield. Nidoking. Unleash Toxic Spikes. Duxia commanded immediately upon deploying Nidoking. Following Duxia's lead, Nidoking opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of purple toxic spikes toward Dragon Tail Scale Armor. Dragon Tail Scale Armor, unleash Flamethrower. In response to the incoming toxic spikes, Ruoya swiftly reacted, instructing Dragon Tail Scale Armor. Upon hearing the command, Dragon Tail Scale Armor opened its mouth wide and unleashed a searing flamethrower, incinerating the approaching toxic spikes and continuing its assault towards Nidoking, though with diminished effect. Dragon Tail Scale Armor, use Hyper Voice. As Ruoya's words fell, Dragon Tail Scale Armor emitted a piercing sound that overwhelmed Nidoking. causing it to cover its ears in a futile attempt to block the noise. What an unbearable sound. The piercing noise from Dragon Tail scale armor not only affected Nidoking, but also posed a significant distraction for Duxia. Dragon Tail. Observing Duxia and Nidoking's inability to continue the battle, Ruoya commenced his offensive. Heeding Ruoya's command, Dragon Tail scale armor swiftly approached Nidoking, executing Dragon Tail and sending Nidoking sprawling. Finish it off with close combat. Ruoya commanded with a sweeping gesture towards Dragon Tail scale armor. Responding to Ruoya's words, Dragon Tail scale armor seized the opportunity while Nidoking was still disoriented, unleashing a flurry of punches in close combat, ultimately causing Nidoking to collapse onto the ground. Nidoking has lost its fighting capability. Dragon Tail scale armor prevails. The referee declared, raising the flag high. I entrust you with this, Shellder. Duxia sent forth his third Pokémon, a level 43 Shellder. Shellder, use Ice Shard. Duxia immediately commanded upon calling forth Shellder. In response, Shellder unleashed a barrage of ice shards toward Dragon Tail scale armor. Flamethrower. Ruoya countered promptly in response to the incoming ice shards. Just as Ruoya's command left his lips, Dragon Tail scale armor released a flamethrower, melting the ice shards into water, rendering that attack ineffective. Dragon Tail scale armor, use Earthquake. After successfully dealing with the ice shards, Ruoya swiftly organized a counterattack. Following Ruoya's directive, Dragon Tail scale armor stomped forcefully on the ground, unleashing an earthquake that left Shellder reeling from the pain. After lightening its body, unleash Meteor Fist. Following the initial assault, Ruoya quickly advanced to his next move. As Ruoya's words concluded, Dragon Tail scale armor utilized lightweight, significantly enhancing its speed before charging towards Shellder. Shellder, use Ice Beam. Duxia, witnessing the charge, promptly commanded Shellder. Shellder complied, launching an Ice Beam at Dragon Tail scale armor. But it was effortlessly evaded. Upon reaching Shellder, Dragon Tail scale armor unleashed a Meteor Fist, striking Shellder and sending it crashing against the wall, incapacitating it. Shellder has lost its fighting capability. Dragon Tail scale armor is victorious. With the referee's proclamation, the first half of this match came to an end, as both Ruoya and Duxia retreated to their respective resting areas. Chapter 198, The Defeat of Duxia. Now, Duxia has lost 3 Pokémon, while Ruoya retains all 6 of his Pokémon in fighting condition. It appears that Duxia is at a considerable disadvantage. Whether he can turn the tides in the second half remains uncertain. Let us await the unfolding of events. As the second half commenced, the host, microphone in hand, raised his voice with enthusiasm. The match continues. The referee declared, raising the flag. I entrust you with this, Pidgeot. Duxia threw forth his 4th Pokémon, a level 45 Pidgeot, which took to the field. Let us go, Togekiss. Ruoya, in turn, summoned his 2nd Pokémon, Togekiss. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Upon hearing Duxia's command, Pidgeot soared into the sky, flapping its wings to conjure a fierce whirlwind directed at Togekiss. Togekiss, use Agility. Under Ruoya's guidance, Togekiss executed Agility, evading the ferocious winds of Hurricane with remarkable speed. Swift. After dodging the Hurricane, Ruoya promptly instructed Togekiss to launch an offensive. Togekiss complied, releasing a flurry of energy stars towards Pidgeot. Pidgeot, use Agility. Observing the impending barrage of energy stars, Duxia immediately urged Pidgeot to enhance its speed. Pidgeot swiftly executed Agility, avoiding the incoming energy stars from Togekiss. So, you wish to test speed, do you? Ruoya gazed upon the soaring Fiero, darting through the air with remarkable speed. A gentle smile graced his lips as he called out to his partner, Porygon-Z. Porygon-Z, unleash your maximum speed and strike Fiero. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Porygon-Z activated its agility, engaging in a fierce aerial duel with Fiero. Thanks to Ruoya's diligent training, Porygon-Z's velocity surpassed that of Fiero, subjecting the latter to an unrelenting barrage of attacks that it could not evade, even with its own quick maneuvers. In a decisive clash, Porygon-Z sent Fiero plummeting from the sky, seizing the opportunity to follow up with a command, Porygon-Z, unleash Hyper Beam. At Ruoya's behest, Porygon-Z gathered immense energy in its mouth and launched a brilliant orange beam towards the fallen Fiero, rendering it unconscious. With Fiero incapacitated, Porygon-Z emerged victorious, and the referee waved the flag to announce the result. Take a moment to rest. Fiero, Duxia, the opposing trainer, reluctantly recalled his Pokémon and retrieved a second Pokeball. Go forth, Magneton. Duxia sent forth a level 46 Magneton, a formidable contender. Ah, Magneton. Return, Porygon-Z, Ruoya remarked. Assessing the newly summoned Pokémon before recalling Porygon-Z and releasing another Pokeball. I entrust this to you, Steelix. In a flash of crimson light, a colossal Steelix materialized on the battlefield. What a magnificent Steelix! The announcer exclaimed, visibly exhilarated by its imposing presence. Size matters not. Magneton, execute tri-attack. Dusha commanded, eyeing Roya's Steelix with determination. Magneton responded promptly, launching a tri-attack towards Steelix. Steelix, use Dragon Pulse. Roya directed calmly. Following his command, Steelix unleashed a white beam that shattered Magneton's tri-attack, continuing its advance towards the opponent. Magneton, evade swiftly. Dusha shouted in alarm. Fortunately, Magneton narrowly avoided the Dragon Pulse, sustaining minimal damage. Magneton, use Spiral Beam. Upon regaining composure, Dusha issued another command. Magneton spun and charged towards Steelix. Steel Tail. Roya called out with a chuckle, commanding Steelix to counter the incoming Spiral Beam. Steelix swung its steel tail, sending the still-rotating Magneton hurtling across the arena, crashing against the wall and rendering it unconscious. Magneton is unable to battle. Steelix is victorious. The referee declared. Dusha has lost 5 Pokémon, leaving him with just 1, while Roya still has 6 remaining. The outcome of this match seems apparent. The victor will be Roya, the announcer proclaimed, analyzing the unfolding battle. I entrust this to you, Rapidash. Dusha summoned his ace, a level 48 Rapidash. Rapidash, unleash Flamethrower. Upon receiving Dusha's command, Rapidash exhaled a torrent of searing flames directed at Steelix. Dragon Breath. Roya gestured assertively. Upon hearing the command, Steelix expelled a gust of Dragon Breath, dispersing the flames and maintaining its offensive toward Rapidash. Rapidash, agile as ever, effortlessly dodged the Dragon Breath. Rapidash, prepare Flame Charge. Dusha continued, as Rapidash cloaked itself in flames and charged at Steelix. Earthquake. Roya ordered with a decisive wave of his hand, directing Steelix to counter the incoming Rapidash. Steelix complied, slamming its massive tail against the ground, creating an earthquake that disrupted Rapidash's charge and inflicted damage. Sandstorm. Noticing Rapidash momentarily halted, Roya escalated his assault, summoning a fierce sandstorm that battered Rapidash relentlessly, provoking cries of distress from the fiery steed. Rapidash. Dusha shouted in alarm, but his words were in vain. Finish it, Steelix. Dragon Pulse. Upon Roya's command, Steelix unleashed a radiant Dragon Pulse, transforming into a white dragon that struck Rapidash amidst the swirling sand. Overwhelmed by the dual onslaught of the sandstorm and Dragon Pulse, Rapidash succumbed, collapsing to the ground, devoid of combat consciousness. Rapidash is unable to battle. Steelix is the victor, which means the winner is Roya, the referee announced, confirming Roya's triumph in the first round of the decisive championship. This defeat marked the end of Dusha's journey as the former champion of the Silver Conference. Now eliminated in the top 16. After Roya's match, May also triumphed over her opponent, advancing in the competition. Meanwhile, the contest between Shigeru and Ash concluded with Shigeru breaking Fate's hold and defeating Ash, securing a place in the next round. Following his defeat, Ash initially fell into despondency, but soon regained his fighting spirit, more determined than ever to overcome Shigeru. Chapter 199, the Semifinals. Following his victory over Dusha, the original champion of the Silver Conference, Roya advanced to the top 8 and continued into the quarterfinals. Fortunately, Roya, May, Shigeru, and Yiyu did not face each other but battled other contenders, each emerging victorious and securing spots in the semifinals, poised for their impending clashes. Roya, your opponent is Yiyu, Ash announced, pointing at the battle chart displayed on the central monitor in the Pokémon Center of Silvertown. Roya, let us settle this on the battlefield, Yiyu declared with a smile. And it seems my opponent is you. Shigeru, May turned her gaze toward Roya. I will show no mercy. Even though you are Roya's companion, Shigeru remarked with crossed arms. Neither will I, May retorted in defiance. The following day, the main venue of the Silver Conference hosted the first match between Roya and Yiyu. Now we commence the semifinals, where the contenders are Roya from the Alola region and Yiyu from the Hoenn region. Each trainer may utilize 6 Pokémon, with Roya to attack first. The referee proclaimed, raising the signal flag towards Roya and Yiyu. The battle began. Go forth, shiny Gyarados. As the first attacker, Roya sent forth his Pokeball, and in a brilliant flash of red light, his shiny Gyarados emerged onto the battlefield. Once again, Roya has called forth his magnificent shiny Gyarados. No matter how many times one witnesses it, this Gyarados remains a sight to behold. The announcer exclaimed, filled with excitement at the sight of Roya's shimmering Pokemon. Since you have summoned Gyarados, I shall call upon my own, Snorunt. Yi tossed his Pokeball, revealing a Snorunt on the field. Pokémon, Snorunt. Type, Ice Ghost. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, male. Level, 43. Potential, Semi-Champion. Moves, Bite, Taunt, Quick Attack, Critical Hit, Scratch, Ice Shard, Shadow Ball, Metal Claw. Gyarados, Unleash Hydro Pump. As Yi sent out Snorunt, Roya promptly commanded Gyarados to commence its assault. Upon hearing Roya's command, the Crimson Gyarados immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a ferocious Hydro Pump, hurtling towards Snorunt with great force. Snorunt, Ice Beam. In response to the incoming deluge, Yi swiftly instructed Snorunt. Upon receiving the command, Snorunt opened its mouth and released a frigid beam of white light, encasing the approaching Hydro Pump in ice, causing it to plummet to the ground, rendering it incapable of inflicting further harm. Snorunt, use Quick Attack. After shattering Gyarados' Hydro Pump, Yi swiftly organized a counterattack. Upon hearing the voice of its trainer, Snorunt promptly executed Quick Attack, vanishing from its position and racing towards Gyarados at incredible speed. Gyarados, use Whirlwind. Observing Snorunt's swift movements, Roya initiated his offensive. No sooner had Roya's words left his lips than Gyarados summoned a ferocious whirlwind, and the powerful gusts disrupted Snorunt's rapid approach, causing it to momentarily falter against the onslaught of wind, although the impact was minimal. Snorunt, dig. Faced with the relentless winds assaulting it, Snorunt quickly devised a plan. Upon hearing Yi's command, Snorunt promptly dug a hole in the ground with its claws and burrowed inside. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Following Roya's directive, Gyarados unleashed another Hydro Pump, inundating the subterranean hideout. This is bad. Quickly, Snorunt, come out. Upon witnessing the situation, Yi urgently called out, responding to Yi's frantic summons. Snorunt swiftly emerged from its burrow. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Seizing the opportunity as Snorunt emerged, Roya commanded Gyarados. Obeying Roya's order, Gyarados unleashed a powerful orange beam of energy, striking the unsuspecting Snorunt. Snorunt has lost its ability to battle. Gyarados is victorious. After assessing Snorunt's condition, the referee declared, your strength is truly formidable, Roya. As Yi returned the unconscious Snorunt to its Pokeball, he remarked to Roya, your prowess is commendable as well. Roya replied with a smile. Now, I shall deploy my next Pokemon. Yi produced a Pokeball and tossed it forth. Arise, Dream Eater. Bathed in the radiant light of the Pokeball, a Dream Eater materialized on the battlefield. Pokemon, Dream Eater. Type, Psychic. Ability, Insomnia. Gender, female. Level, 46. Aptitude, Near Champion. Moves, Psybeam. Teleport, Hypnosis, Confusion, Psychic, Dream Eater, Headbutt. Dream Eater, use Psybeam. With a sweeping gesture, Yi commanded Dream Eater. Upon hearing Yi's voice, Dream Eater's eyes glowed softly, and a pale blue wave enveloped Gyarados, rendering it immobilized in midair. Under Dream Eater's control, it hurled Gyarados forcefully towards the ground. Given their comparable levels and Yi's exceptional training of Dream Eater, Gyarados found itself unable to escape the grip, crashing down heavily. Gyarados, are you alright? Seeing Gyarados slam to the ground, Roya inquired with concern. Confirming that Gyarados sustained no serious injuries, Roya redirected his focus to the battle. Dream Eater, first use Future Sight, then Hypnosis. Under Yi's guidance, Dream Eater's eyes sparkled as it invoked Future Sight, subsequently swaying its pendant and casting Hypnosis upon Gyarados. Gyarados, use Earthquake. Observing Dream Eater preparing to cast Hypnosis, Roya commanded Gyarados to interrupt it. Gyarados responded immediately, slamming its tail against the ground to unleash an Earthquake attack, which not only disrupted Dream Eater's hypnosis, but also inflicted some damage. Finish it, Hyper Beam. Spotting Dream Eater stabilizing itself amidst the tremors, Roya seized the moment to shout to Gyarados. Under Roya's command, Gyarados released a devastating Hyper Beam, striking Dream Eater and sending it flying. Simultaneously, Dream Eater's earlier Future Sight attack struck Gyarados, causing it to crash to the ground as well. Both Gyarados and Dream Eater simultaneously lost their ability to battle. This round ends in a draw. The referee, witnessing both Pokemon succumb to unconsciousness, waved the flag and declared, well done, Gyarados. After retrieving Gyarados into its Pokeball, Roya remarked, please, both sides send forth your next Pokemon. At the referee's urging, Roya and Yi exchanged glances before each produced a Pokeball and tossed them into the arena. In a flash of red light, two Pokemon emerged on the battlefield, poised for confrontation. Chapter 200, the Semifinals 2. It is you, Aerodactyl. Go, Shapeshifter. At the referee's prompting, Roya sent forth his Aerodactyl, while Yi deployed a Shapeshifter. Pokemon, Shapeshifter. Type, Normal. Ability, color change. Gender, male. Level, 46. Aptitude, near champion. Moves, ancient power, illusion beam, scratch, cut, critical hit, flamethrower, shadow ball. As Shapeshifter materialized on the battlefield, it immediately utilized its ability, blending into the rocky terrain and vanishing from Roya's sight. Soar into the sky, Aerodactyl. In response, Aerodactyl flapped its wings and ascended into the air, focusing intently on the now invisible Shapeshifter. Shapeshifter unleashed Shadow Ball. While Aerodactyl soared through the air, the concealed Shapeshifter aimed a Shadow Ball at it. However, the vigilant Aerodactyl evaded the attack with a swift flap of its wings. Sandstorm. At Roya's command, Aerodactyl summoned a ferocious sandstorm, engulfing the entire arena. The raging sandstorm wreaked havoc upon the rocky terrain, forcing the previously invisible Shapeshifter to reveal itself. Rain Dance. Faced with the onslaught of the sandstorm, Yu promptly ordered Shapeshifter to perform Rain Dance. Under the influence of Shapeshifter's Rain Dance, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, gradually dissipating the sandstorm's fury. Aerodactyl used Stone Edge. As the sandstorm subsided, Roya quickly countered. At Roya's command, a multitude of stones materialized around Aerodactyl, which, under its control, launched them towards the exposed Shapeshifter. Shapeshifter, Rock Smash. In response to the incoming Stone Edge attack, Yu instructed Shapeshifter. Following Yu's command, Shapeshifter swung its arms, executing Rock Smash to shatter the oncoming stones, neutralizing Aerodactyl's assault. Shapeshifter, use Illusion Beam. After successfully thwarting Aerodactyl's attack, Shapeshifter immediately unleashed Illusion Beam at Aerodactyl under Yu's guidance. Dragon Pulse. Just as Roya's words fell, Aerodactyl opened its mouth and released a white dragon composed of luminous energy, shattering Shapeshifter's Illusion Beam and surging towards it. Evade. At Yu's call, Shapeshifter narrowly dodged the attack. Rock Tomb. Upon seeing Shapeshifter evade, Aerodactyl obeyed Roya's command and executed Rock Tomb, sending down rocks to block Shapeshifter's escape route. Now is the time, unleash Hyper Beam. Subsequently, under the devastating onslaught of the fossil pterosaur's orange destructive beam, the transforming dragon ultimately succumbed on the battlefield, losing consciousness. The transforming dragon exerted its combat prowess, granting victory to the fossil pterosaur. With the referee's declaration, the first half of the semifinals for Roya came to a close. After a brief intermission, Roya and Yu commenced the second half. Go Roya! Cheered Mei E and the others in the viewing platform, as well as Lily and Professor Kukui, who were watching from the Alola television. The match resumed, with the referee's authoritative command. The second half of the semifinals officially began. Go Blastoise! Go Steelix! As Roya and Yu simultaneously tossed their Pokeballs, Roya summoned his Blastoise, while Yu released his level 47 Steelix. Steelix, use Rock Slide. Upon Yu's command, Steelix unleashed a torrent of rocks directed at Blastoise. Blastoise, employ Rapid Spin combined with Iron Defense. After hearing Roya's order, Blastoise first activated Iron Defense to bolster its defenses, then retracted its head and limbs into its shell, executing Rapid Spin to deflect the incoming Rock Slide. Water Cannon. Once the barrage of rocks ceased and Blastoise landed safely, Roya continued to issue commands. As soon as he finished speaking, Blastoise maneuvered its two cannons to aim at Steelix and unleashed a powerful water cannon. Steelix, Iron Tail. Just before Blastoise's water cannon struck, Yu shouted instructions to Steelix. Heeding Yu's command, Steelix swung its glimmering white tail at the oncoming water cannon. However, due to the disparity in strength, the water cannon was not dispersed by Steelix's iron tail, but rather pushed Steelix back several meters. Are you alright, Steelix? Yu called out anxiously as he watched Steelix being forced back. After Steelix shook its head in affirmation, indicating it was unharmed, Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Steelix, use Sand Tomb. With the assurance that Steelix was fine, Yu initiated the next wave of attack. Under Steelix's control, a Sand Tomb materialized beneath Blastoise, attempting to ensnare it. Rapid movement. Under Roya's guidance, Blastoise retracted into its shell and executed Rapid Spin to escape the Sand Tomb. It continued spinning towards Steelix, once again pushing the latter back a few steps. Sandstorm. Noticing Steelix steadying itself, Yu commanded it to create a sandstorm. Following Yu's orders, Steelix conjured a swirling sandstorm that quickly engulfed the entire arena. Blastoise, summon Rain Dance. As soon as Roya's command was issued, Blastoise fired two streams of blue energy from its cannons into the sky, leading to dark clouds forming and torrential rain pouring down, dousing the swirling sandstorm. Water Pulse. With a grand gesture, Roya directed Blastoise. Upon hearing this, Blastoise unleashed 2 water-type attacks from its cannon, striking the slower Steelix, which consequently suffered significant damage. Seizing the moment of Steelix's agony, Roya swiftly commanded, Blastoise, unleash your most powerful water cannon. With Roya's fervent shout, Blastoise aimed its cannon at Steelix and released its strongest water cannon. Under the formidable assault of the water cannon, Steelix endured the relentless barrage, ultimately losing its fighting spirit and collapsing onto the ground. Steelix has lost its battle capability. Blastoise is victorious. The referee observed Steelix's condition and raised the flag, proclaiming the outcome. Yiyu has lost 4 Pokémon, while Roya has only lost 1. The situation of the match is now quite clear, the host exclaimed, seizing the microphone with excitement. It appears that I have lost this time. After enduring 4 fierce battles, Yiyu had come to understand Roya's fighting prowess and recognized the gap between them, yet he maintained a calm smile as he added, but I won't concede so easily. Then let us give it our all. Roya first recalled Blastoise, then retrieved his next Pokeball. Addressing Yiyu, I leave it to you now. Chapter 201, the conclusion of the semifinals. I entrust this to you, Houndoom. Yiyu summoned his 5th Pokemon, a level 48 Houndoom. Go, Milotic. After recalling Blastoise, Roya unleashed his next Pokemon, Milotic. Houndoom used Dark Pulse. With a commanding shout, Yiyu initiated the match. Upon receiving Yiyu's command, Houndoom opened its mouth to release a purplish-black beam towards Milotic. Milotic used Dragon Pulse. With a sweeping gesture, Roya ordered Milotic to counterattack. Milotic promptly unleashed a white dragon-shaped beam, which shattered the Dark Pulse before continuing its assault towards Houndoom. Houndoom used Agility. Observing the imminent threat of the Dragon Pulse, Yiyu quickly instructed Houndoom to evade. Just as Yiyu's command was given, Houndoom executed Agility, deftly maneuvering out of the path of the Dragon Pulse, which then struck the ground, creating a significant crater. Houndoom, Thunder Fawn. Under Yiyu's direction, Houndoom swiftly closed the distance to Milotic using Agility, encasing its sharp fangs in crackling electricity as it lunged to bite Milotic. Surf. Remaining composed in the face of Houndoom's charge, Roya calmly directed Milotic to retaliate. Following Roya's command, Milotic summoned a massive wave, surging towards Houndoom. Use Protect. Yiyu shouted urgently to Houndoom. Upon hearing its trainer's command, Houndoom halted its advance and swiftly unleashed Protect, enveloping itself in a pale blue barrier as the colossal wave crashed around it, suffering no harm whatsoever. Once the torrent subsided, the Protect barrier around Houndoom dissipated. Fortunate indeed, Roya remarked with a smirk, observing the lack of effect from the surf attack. What will you do next? He smiled at Yiyu before decisively commanding Milotic. Milotic, use Captivate. Under Roya's instruction, Milotic emitted a captivating sound that filled the arena, enraptured by the alluring melody. Not only were the spectators drawn in, but even Houndoom found itself mesmerized, staring adoringly at Milotic. Houndoom, snap out of it, Yiyu shouted anxiously, attempting to rouse Houndoom from its stupor, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Roya seized the opportunity, commanding, Milotic, unleash the final surf. With Milotic's power, an even larger wave surged towards the entranced Houndoom. Unable to evade in its dazed state, Houndoom was quickly engulfed by the massive wave. As the water receded, Houndoom lay defeated on the ground. Houndoom has lost its battle capability. Milotic is victorious, the referee declared, raising the flag. Come back and rest, Houndoom. Yiyu recalled his unconscious Pokémon and retrieved his final Pokeball. This is the last one. Go, Blaziken. With a flash from the Pokeball, a majestic Blaziken appeared on the battlefield. Pokémon, Blaziken. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Level, 50. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Spark, Flamethrower, Flame Punch, Double Kick, Quick Attack, Slash. Charge Flame Strike. Observing Yiyu's Blaziken, Luoya retracted his Milotic and summoned his Infernape. Thus, Luoya's Infernape emerged, facing off against Yiyu's Blaziken, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Blaziken used Flamethrower. Unable to contain himself, Yiyu initiated the assault. Following Yiyu's command, Blaziken opened its mouth and unleashed a scorching pillar of fire toward Infernape. Infernape, retaliate with Flamethrower. Just as Luoya finished speaking, Infernape expelled intense flames from its fiery belt, colliding with Blaziken's Flamethrower. After a brief stalemate, Infernape's attack surged forward, overwhelming Blaziken. Blaziken charged Flame Strike. As the flames drew nearer, Yiyu commanded Blaziken to charge ahead. No sooner had Yiyu's words left his lips than Blaziken executed a charged Flame Strike, propelling itself toward Infernape amidst the oncoming flames. Infernape, Flame Charge. Following Luoya's orders, Infernape enveloped itself in flames and charged at Blaziken, swiftly colliding with the approaching Blaziken. However, in terms of level and physical stature, Blaziken found itself at a disadvantage, quickly being pushed back several meters by Infernape. Blaziken Flame Punch. Upon hearing this, Blaziken swung its flaming arms toward Infernape. Flame Kick Counter. As Blaziken launched its Flame Punch, Infernape adeptly evaded the attack and, in the blink of an eye, executed a Flame Kick, landing a direct hit to Blaziken's abdomen, sending it flying several meters away once more. Blaziken Quick Attack. Infernape Quick Attack. Upon both Luoya and Yiyu's simultaneous commands, Infernape and Blaziken clashed once more, exchanging blows relentlessly, though predominantly it was Blaziken receiving the punishment. During one of Blaziken's moments of hesitation, Infernape seized the opportunity and struck with a Flame Punch, forcing Blaziken back and altering the tide of battle. Blaziken, are you alright? Observing Blaziken in evident pain, Yiyu anxiously inquired. However, the inherently resilient Blaziken shook its head, signaling to its trainer not to worry, and charged once more toward Infernape. Close combat. Witnessing Blaziken's renewed assault, Luoya sighed in admiration before calling to Infernape. Infernape complied, drawing closer to Blaziken while deftly dodging its attacks, all the while landing punches and kicks on Blaziken. The final heavy punch sent Blaziken reeling once again. Finish it, Meteor Punch. Upon hearing Luoya's command, Infernape unleashed a dazzlingly bright punch, executing a meteor punch that struck Blaziken with tremendous force, sending it crashing into the surrounding walls of the arena. With Blaziken incapacitated, Infernape emerged victorious, thus marking Luoya as the winner of the first match of the semifinals. The host, witnessing the outcome, raised the flag and declared loudly, "Fantastic job, Luoya!" Cheered Mei from the audience, while far off in the Alola region, Lily and her classmates from the Pokémon school echoed the sentiment. "Your strength is remarkable. I have gained much from this encounter." After recalling Blaziken, Yiyu approached Luoya, extending his right hand in greeting. Luoya, after recalling Infernape, reciprocated with a handshake. Smiling as he said, "I, too, have learned a great deal from you. Then let us battle again in the future." Yiyu released Luoya's hand, smiling as he remarked, "Next time, I shall not hold back," Luoya replied with a grin. Thus, Luoya and Yiyu departed the arena. Returning to the waiting room, the second semifinal soon commenced, featuring Mei against Green. Both competitors exhibited formidable skills. However, ultimately Green prevailed, securing his place in the finals at the cost of losing 5 Pokémon. Consequently, the top 2 contenders for the Silver Conference were determined, mirroring the Quartz Conference, with Luoya and Green set to face off for the championship title. Chapter 202, the final match. The time has come for the finals of the Silver Conference, featuring competitors Luoya from Hawali City in the Alola region and Green from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. Who will seize the championship title? Let us eagerly await the outcome. The host, microphone in hand, spoke with a rhythmic cadence before the match commenced. "Go, Luoya! Go, Green!" Ash shouted from the audience, cupping his hands into a makeshift megaphone. "Luoya, you must defeat that guy Green." Mei also shouted from the stands. Much like the Quartz Conference, Green was once again set to challenge Luoya. Professor Oak, observing the 2 combatants in the arena, reflected on the moment with a hint of nostalgia. "It seems you are quite pleased, Professor Oak," Aunt Hanako remarked, covering her mouth with a smile. Far away in the Alola region, Lily and her friends from the Pokémon school, along with Luzamin and others at the Ether Paradise, were silently cheering for Luoya in front of their televisions. "Once again, we stand on this stage, just like in the previous Quartz Conference. However, this time, the champion of the Silver Conference will be me," Green proclaimed, pointing at Luoya. "Then let me witness your full strength. I shall give it my all this time." Luoya responded with a smile, his eyes gleaming with determination as he faced the spirited Green. "I couldn't ask for more." The match commenced with Green launching the first attack. With the referee waving the flag, the battle officially began, taking place on a grassy battlefield. "Go, Nidoking!" Green tossed out his first Pokeball, revealing a level 55 Nidoking onto the field. Upon perceiving Nidoking's capabilities, Luoya smiled and remarked, "It seems your strength has progressed rapidly. You won't be standing still either, right?" Green retorted promptly. "In that case, it's your turn, Gengar." Luoya released his Pokeball, summoning his Gengar onto the battlefield. That's a champion-level Gengar. Green immediately recognized Gengar, yet he remained undeterred, responding with a smile. "Even if it is a champion-level Gengar, I shall not concede easily." "Nidoking, use Flamethrower." At Green's command, Nidoking unleashed a torrent of intense flames toward Gengar, scorching the grass beneath them. However, The ferocious flamethrower failed to achieve its intended effect as Jengar floated effortlessly in the air, swaying its body to evade the attack. Jengar, use Dark Pulse. Witnessing Jengar's effortless evasion, Luoya issued his command. In response, Jengar playfully opened its mouth, releasing a beam of dark purple energy aimed at Nidoking on the ground. Roll out, quickly dodge. At Green's command, Nidoking curled into a ball, executing the rollout move to avoid Jengar's attack. However, after Dark Pulse failed to connect, Jengar blinked and reappeared behind Nidoking. Shadow Punch. Just as Luoya finished speaking, Jengar swung its fist, enveloped in dark purple energy, striking the unsuspecting Nidoking and sending it crashing to the ground. Nidoking. Green cried out anxiously as Nidoking struggled to rise. Finish it off with a barrage of shadow balls. Luoya commanded emphatically, gesturing toward Jengar. Under the command of Roya, Gung-Gue conjured several shadow balls with both hands, launching them towards the Nidoking below. With a relentless barrage from the Gung-Gue cannon, Nidoking found itself with no escape, ultimately succumbing to multiple shadow balls, losing consciousness and collapsing on the battlefield. Nidoking was rendered incapable of battle, and victory was claimed by Gung-Gue. The referee raised his flag and announced, "Return, Nidoking." Shigeru first recalled Nidoking into its Pokeball before retrieving another. Go, Fossil Pterodactyl. In a blaze of red light emanating from the Pokeball, Shigeru's level 55 Fossil Pterodactyl appeared in the air, facing off against Gung-Gue. Gung. Just as Roya and Shigeru were preparing for the next clash, Gung-Gue suddenly turned to Roya and exclaimed, "I truly have no way to deal with you." Understanding Gung-Gue's sentiment, Roya couldn't help but sigh. He then raised both hands and pressed the keystone on his wrist. In an instant, a radiant white light enveloped both Roya and Gung-Gue. So strikingly vivid it was even discernible in daylight. "What is this?" The host and all spectators looked on in astonishment. Then, amidst the spectators' bewildered gazes, the white light emanating from Roya and Gung-Gue miraculously intertwined, enveloping Gung-Gue. Within the luminous aura, Gung-Gue's form continuously morphed, ultimately revealing a different visage as the white light dissipated. Gung-Gue had undergone another evolution. The host exclaimed incredulously, "What on earth is happening?" "We have invited Professor Oak to elucidate." Subsequently, the host ceded the floor to Professor Oak. This evolution is known as Mega Evolution, facilitated by a Mega Stone and Keystone, enabling Pokémon to evolve once more for a brief period, consequently enhancing their prowess. Professor Oak began elaborating into the microphone. Fossil Pterodactyl, unleash Dragon Pulse. After Professor Oak's explanation, the audience and Shigeru grasped the concept of Mega Evolution, prompting Shigeru to launch an immediate offensive. Following Shigeru's command, Fossil Pterodactyl released a beam of white light, transforming into a ferocious white dragon that surged towards Gung-Gue. Magic Shine. At Roya's command, Gung-Gue immediately radiated a dazzling white light that enveloped the entire arena, nullifying the Dragon Pulse attack and inflicting damage upon the airborne Fossil Pterodactyl, causing it to plummet. Observing the descending Fossil Pterodactyl, Shigeru felt a pang of sympathy. Yet seeing its resolute gaze, he could only continue directing. Stone Edge Attack. Heeding Shigeru's command, Fossil Pterodactyl unleashed a barrage of sharp stones, which, under its guidance, hurtled towards Gung-Gue. However, Gung-Gue effortlessly evaded them. Observing this, Roya swiftly commanded, "Evil Pulse." Just as Roya's words fell, he launched a purplish-black beam at Fossil Pterodactyl. Fossil Pterodactyl, use Ancient Power. Following Shigeru's directive, Fossil Pterodactyl countered with Ancient Power, clashing with Gung-Gue's Evil Pulse. The collision of the two attacks resulted in a tremendous explosion, enveloping the arena in a cloud of smoke, after which a shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 203, The Finals 2. Amidst the smoke generated by the two attacks, a shadow fell from the sky, crashing down with great force. Fossil Pterodactyl was incapacitated. Gung-Gue emerged victorious. The referee glanced at the fallen Fossil Pterodactyl and, upon noticing its transformed state, raised the flag and proclaimed, "Your strength is truly formidable." Shigeru regarded Roya with a complex expression. "Your prowess is commendable as well," Roya replied with a smile. Acknowledging that the system's assistance played a significant role, without it, the outcome could have been quite different. Subsequently, Shigeru recalled Fossil Pterodactyl into its Pokeball, and Roya also returned Gung-Gue to its original form. "I entrust you with this, Rapidash." Shigeru sent forth one of his key Pokemon, which had ascended from level 48 at the Quartz Conference to its current level of 53. "Dragonite, it shall be you." Roya summoned one of his three mainstays, Dragonite. What do we see? It's Dragonite. The host exclaimed excitedly upon spotting Dragonite, as it is renowned in both the Kanto and Johto regions, being the iconic Pokémon of Champion Lance, much like the infamous Garchomp of Cynthia and Sinnoh. Following a brief uproar, the battle between Roya and Shigeru resumed. Rapidash. Unleash Flame Charge. At Shigeru's command, Rapidash ignited itself in flames and charged straight towards Dragonite. Dragonite, Water Gun. As Rapidash surged forward, Roya promptly instructed Dragonite. Obeying Roya's command, Dragonite unleashed a powerful water gun, intercepting the flame charge and repelling Rapidash several meters back. Due to Water Gun's effectiveness against the Fire-type Rapidash, combined with Dragonite's superior strength, Rapidash, while not rendered incapable of battle, sustained severe injuries and could only pant heavily as it faced its opponent. Dragonite used Dragon Pulse. Noticing Shigeru's fatigued Rapidash hesitating to attack, Roya seized the opportunity to command Dragonite first. Upon hearing Roya's command, Dragonite unleashed a White Dragon Pulse, transforming into a white dragon that surged towards Rapidash. Observing the impending Dragon Pulse, Shigeru, with a grave expression, ordered Rapidash, dodge with Quick Attack. At Shigeru's command, Rapidash executed a quick attack, evading Dragonite's assault with remarkable speed. Dragonite, Draco Meteor. Noting Rapidash's swift movements across the battlefield, Roya gestured grandly, commanding Dragonite. Upon hearing Roya's call, Dragonite released a concentrated wave of dragon-type energy into the sky, where it manifested into numerous small meteors that rained down upon Rapidash. Under the relentless barrage of meteors, Rapidash, despite its quick attack, was ultimately struck, crashing to the ground from the tremendous impact. Rapidash has lost its ability to battle. Dragonite is victorious. With the referee's announcement, the first half of the Silver Conference Finals concluded. After a brief intermission, Roya and Shigeru emerged once more from their respective resting areas, returning to the central arena for their confrontation. Dragonite, continue the fight. Roya sent forth the previously summoned Dragonite. Go, Lunar Flare. Shigeru dispatched his fourth Pokémon, Lunar Flare. Pokémon, Lunar Flare. Type, Dark. Ability, Synchronize. Gender, Female. Level, 53. Potential, Champion. Moves, Shadow Ball, Roar, Tackle, Bite, Swift, Evil Pulse, Pursuit. Lunar Flare, unleash Shadow Ball. The moment Lunar Flare emerged, Shigeru initiated his assault. Upon receiving the command, Lunar Flare immediately gathered energy in front of its mouth, forming several purple-black energy spheres that relentlessly shot towards Dragonite. Dragonite, Dragon Claw. In response to the incoming Shadow Balls, Roya commanded Dragonite. Upon hearing Roya's directive, Dragonite enveloped its arms in Dragon-type energy, forming claw-like appendages that shattered each approaching Shadow Ball, the purple-black radiance dissipating across the arena. Lunar Flare, use Swift. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of the first attack, Shigeru promptly initiated his next offensive. Lunar Flare unleashed a flurry of energy stars that rushed towards Dragonite in a chaotic swarm. Dragonite, unleash Flamethrower. With a grand sweep of his hand, Roya commanded Dragonite to unleash a torrent of searing flames, obliterating every incoming star with unerring precision. The residual force continuing unabated towards the Moonlight Pokémon. In a flash of brilliance, Shigeru immediately urged his Moonlight Pokémon to accelerate. The Moonlight Pokémon, propelled by the electric spark, deftly evaded the fiery assault with remarkable swiftness. In response, Roya swiftly counterattacked. At his command, Dragonite flapped its powerful wings, executing an agile attack that brought it face-to-face with the Moonlight Pokémon, delivering a swift blow that sent it hurtling away. Despite the impact, Dragonite had not exerted excessive force, leaving the Moonlight Pokémon with merely minor injuries, nothing of grave concern. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Pulse. Seizing the moment while the Moonlight Pokémon was downed, Roya called for an attack. As soon as his words fell, Dragonite emitted a white beam shaped like a dragon, striking the Moonlight Pokémon just as it regained its footing. Under the onslaught of Dragon Pulse, the Moonlight Pokémon let out a pained cry before collapsing, rendered unconscious. The Moonlight Pokémon is unable to continue. Dragonite is victorious. The referee declared loudly. Return, Moonlight Pokémon. Shigeru gazed at the fallen creature with a heart full of concern as he recalled it into its Pokeball, retrieving his next one. Meanwhile, Roya also returned his still formidable Dragonite to its Pokeball. Go, Alakazam. Shigeru sent forth his fifth Pokémon, now elevated to level 53. This is your first appearance in full view. I entrust you with this, Sarud. Roya threw his Pokeball, and a golden, feline Pokémon materialized on the battlefield. Roya has summoned a Pokémon never before seen in this arena, Zarude. What are its capabilities? Let us watch closely, the announcer exclaimed with fervor. Alakazam, use Psybeam. Shigeru commanded. As the words left his lips, Alakazam's eyes glowed softly, releasing a rainbow-hued beam towards Zarude. Volt Tackle. Upon hearing Roya's command, Zarude unleashed a golden bolt of lightning, clashing with Alakazam's Psybeam. Psybeam. Zarude, Volt Tackle. The two Pokémon, under the guidance of their trainers, executed their techniques, clashing in midair. However, the Psybeam proved no match for the ferocity of Zarude's Volt Tackle, which surged forward relentlessly towards Alakazam. Alakazam, teleport. Just as the Volt Tackle was about to strike, Alakazam obeyed Shigeru's command, vanishing from its original position and causing the attack to strike the ground in vain, stirring up a cloud of dust. Alakazam, use Psychic. Reappearing beside Zarude, Alakazam's glasses shimmered once more, sending out a gentle blue wave towards Zarude. Block it. Facing the sudden onslaught, Zarude crossed its arms defensively, bracing for Alakazam's psychic attack. The psychic wave managed to push Zarude back a few steps, but ultimately failed to inflict significant damage. With a powerful sweep of its arms, Zarude shattered Alakazam's psychic assault, rendering Shigeru's attack ineffective against Zarude's overwhelming strength. Zarude, unleash Volt Tackle across the field. To prevent Alakazam from evading once more with Teleport, Roya commanded Zarude to blanket the arena with Volt Tackle. As Roya's words resonated, Zarude released full power, sending Volt Tackle surging across the battlefield. Even as Alakazam attempted to teleport, it was struck by the Volt Tackle, collapsing to the ground. The referee rushed to Alakazam's side, observing its unconscious state, and promptly raised the flag, announcing, "Return, Alakazam." Seeing Alakazam down, Shigeru had no choice but to recall it into its Pokeball. "This will be our final battle here, Roya," he said, producing his last Pokeball. "Ah." Roya nodded in acknowledgement. "I know I have lost this time, but I shall not concede easily in this final round, Roya," Shigeru declared earnestly. "Then bring it on." Roya responded with a smile. "Go, my original partner, Blastoise." Upon Shigeru casting his last Pokeball, a robust Blastoise emerged onto the field, boasting an impressive level of 58. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Following Shigeru's command, Blastoise aimed its cannon at Zarude, unleashing a powerful Hydro Pump. "Zarude, cut it." In response to the incoming torrent, Roya shouted to Zarude. Under his command, Zarude utilized its claws to slice through the oncoming Hydro Pump. "Zarude, Thunder Punch." After deflecting Blastoise's attack, Roya urged Zarude to initiate its own offensive. As the words left his lips, Zarude swung its electrified fist towards Blastoise. Blastoise spin. Shigeru, witnessing Zarude's fierce approach, instructed Blastoise to evade. Heeding the command, Blastoise retreated into its shell, spinning rapidly as it fled the scene, narrowly avoiding Zarude's Thunder Punch. It then circled around to launch its attack from behind Zarude. Counter it. Following Roya's command, Zarude firmly intercepted the spinning Blastoise, merely taking a few steps back while exerting minimal effort. Use Bite. As Zarude held onto Blastoise, Shigeru commanded. Blastoise opened its mouth and bit down on Zarude. Despite the grip, Zarude did not emit a cry of pain. Instead, it endured silently. "Zarude, Thunder." Witnessing this, Roya hastily instructed Zarude to unleash thunder. Powerful bolts of lightning erupted from Zarude, striking Blastoise. With no avenue to escape, Blastoise was struck by the thunder attack, letting out a pained cry and inadvertently releasing its bite. After the storm of lightning subsided, Blastoise collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Blastoise is unable to continue. Zarude is victorious, the referee proclaimed, raising the flag high. With Blastoise down, the champion of the Silver Conference emerged. None other than Roya from Hawali City in the Alola region. "Let us cheer for him," the announcer exclaimed, exhilarated by the declaration of the champion. "Fantastic," cheered Mayash, and others in the audience, jumping with excitement. Far away in the Alola region, Lily and Professor Kukui beamed with joy in front of their television screens. "It seems we have an extraordinary trainer emerging from the Alola region," said Luzamin from Ether Paradise with a smile. "And he is your son-in-law," teased Dr. Burnett, sporting a playful expression. "Once again, I have lost, but I will not concede easily. Next time, do not lose to me, okay?" Shigeru remarked, approaching Roya with a grin as he recalled Blastoise. "Of course, I will not grant you the opportunity to defeat me," Roya responded, shaking Shigeru's hand with a smile. The bond between the two was once again elevated in that moment. After the finals between Roy and Xiaomao, Mei and Yiyue also successfully completed their battle. In the 6 intense matches, Mei ultimately proved her superior skills, defeating Yeyue and securing 3rd place in the Silver Conference. During the closing ceremony, the president of the Pokémon League Council, Damaranch, smiled as he presented the trophies and prizes to Mei, Xiaomao, and Roy. Amidst Damaranch's heartfelt congratulations to Roy and others, as well as his sincere blessings to all trainers, this edition of the Chengdu Region Silver Conference concluded smoothly. Invited by Professor Oak, Roy, Mei, Xiaomao, and Ash held a grand celebration at a large hotel in Silver Town, with Ash's sister, Hanako, serving as the chef. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses filled with beverages, celebrating together. Within the confines of the hotel, Roy and his companions enjoyed a splendid night. Chapter 205, Farewell. This is the story of the night on which Roy claimed victory in the Silver Conference. After attending the celebration hosted by Professor Oak, Roy returned to his room and fell into a deep slumber. Yet, unlike his usual dreams where he would rendezvous with the daughter of the Dream King, he found himself engulfed in a pitch-black void. After wandering in this darkness for a while, he encountered an unfathomable cliff. Gazing at this familiar precipice, Roy suddenly recalled a long-forgotten dream, realizing where he was. This was the ultra-deep sea, the realm where Necrozma resided. As Roy peered down at the slumbering prism Pokémon, he swallowed hard and murmured. Just as he cautiously leaned over the edge to inspect the abyss, a vibrant beam of light suddenly flashed at the bottom, capturing Roy's attention. Simultaneously, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his ears. Hurry, come here. What is this voice? As the fragmented words reached him, Roy felt bewildered. While grappling with the meaning of that phrase, a colossal purple figure materialized before him. Initially startled by the sudden appearance, Roy soon regained his composure and focused his gaze, discovering that it was none other than the four-headed dragon, Nihilego. You've finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Nihilego gazed intently at Roy and spoke. This is telepathy, Roy thought to himself, immediately comprehending the source of the voice. He then addressed Nihilego. You are Nihilego? Indeed. Nihilego nodded in affirmation. What is it that you seek from me? Roy inquired, intrigued by the presence of Nihilego in his dream. You must come to me swiftly. Nihilego insisted. To you? The ultra-deep sea? I cannot access the ultra-deep sea without the sun and moon deities. Roy shrugged helplessly, expressing his inability to enter the ultra-deep sea. You must travel to the place where the sun and moon converge. I will open the ultra-deep sea for you there. You must hurry. Nihilego's words trailed off as Roy was jolted awake from his slumber. The ultra-deep sea, Nihilego, and Necrozma. These names echoed persistently in Roy's mind, leading him to contemplate. It seems I must return to Alola. The convergence of the sun and moon. Is that not the sun and moon altars? As Roy regained consciousness, thoughts of his previous dream consumed him, rendering him unable to fall back asleep. Thus, he engaged in conversation with the system. What about the gains from Silver Town? Roy inquired internally. You have checked in at Silver Town and received a luminary shard. The system replied. Just a luminary shard? Roy was intrigued by this singular item. The luminary shard is a special artifact filled with the boundless brilliance of the sun and moon, to be used only at specific times, the system explained ambiguously. The light of the sun and moon? Upon hearing this phrase, Roy fell into contemplation. After pondering for a while, he reclined back on his bed and succumbed to sleep once more. The next morning, Roy finished packing his belongings and met with Mei at the Pokémon Center, where they gathered with Xiaomao and Ash. What are your plans moving forward? Roy asked his friends. I've decided that after a brief rest, I will head to the Hoenn region, Ash replied, scratching his nose. The Hoenn region? What makes you want to go there? Xiaomao inquired, surprised. It's Yeyue. He invited me to the Hoenn region to challenge the contest there, Ash responded with a grin. I see. Xiaomao nodded in understanding. And you, Xiaomao? Roy directed his gaze towards him. I plan to assist my grandfather in researching Pokémon, Xiaomao replied with a smile. What does that mean? Are you no longer going to be a Pokémon trainer? Ash exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. No, I'm just not planning to compete in league tournaments anymore. Even while helping my grandfather with research, I won't abandon my Pokémon, Xiaomao clarified, shaking his head. All right then, Ash nodded in acceptance. What about you, Mei? Roy shifted his focus to Mei. Tuko has already sent me an invitation. We plan to challenge the Kalos region and search for some megastones along the way. Mei said, gazing at Roy with reluctance. After Roy showcased Mega Evolution, along with Professor Oak's introduction, it garnered significant attention, including from Mei and Tuko. Don't worry. Even if we are separated, we can still video call, right? Noticing the longing in Mei's eyes, Roy comfortingly ruffled her hair. Roy, what are your plans? Xiaomao asked Roy. I intend to return to the Alola region first, and then, like Ash, travel to the Hoenn region, Roy contemplated before responding. Then let's all strive for our future together. The four, Roy, May, Xiaomao, and Ash, clenched their fists and exchanged determined glances. After sharing those words, Xiaomao and Ash, along with Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako, returned to Pallet Town, while Roy accompanied May to the airport in Silver Town. In the airport's waiting lounge, Roy prepared to bid farewell to May. After I leave, you must promise to miss me, May said, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she looked at Roy. Of course. You must miss me too, Roy replied with a smile. The ensuing moments were filled with heartfelt exchanges as the two prepared to part ways. The flight to the Unova region has arrived. All passengers please board promptly. A voice echoed through the lounge, interrupting Roy and May's conversation. Goodbye, Roy, May exclaimed, rising onto her toes to kiss Roy on the lips. And Roy responded in kind. After a brief exchange of kisses, May waved her arm in farewell as she boarded the plane, returning to the Unova region. That girl, Roy thought, savoring the lingering sensation of the kiss, a sweet warmth blossoming in his heart. After relishing the moment, Roy boarded his flight back to the Alola region, preparing to return due to the dream from the previous night. As he looked down at the receding Chengdu region from the airplane, he silently whispered to himself, Goodbye, Chengdu region. Chapter 206, Returning to Alola. Finally, I am back. As Roy's flight approached the skies above the Alola region, he gazed through the airplane's windshield at his long-missed homeland below, filled with a multitude of emotions. It has been quite a while since I last departed from the Alola region, a time that seems to stretch back to my journey to the Orange Archipelago. Now, I have successfully challenged the Chengdu region, which serves to illustrate just how extensive this passage of time has been. It is often said that one feels a twinge of anxiety when returning to familiar grounds. Thus, as I approach the Alola region, a sense of urgency wells up within me. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to arrive at Alola City Airport. Please gather your belongings and prepare for disembarkation. The announcement from the aircraft jolted me from my reverie, prompting me to ready my luggage. Upon stepping out of Alola City Airport, I was met with the stark realization that no one had come to greet me. The reason for this was quite simple. Prior to my return, I had not informed anyone of my arrival. The first thing I did after exiting the airport was to hail a taxi to the Pokémon school. Given that today was not a holiday, Lily and Kaki would be attending classes there, so I hoped to find them at the school. After a brief journey, I arrived at the long-missed entrance of the Pokémon school. Pausing at the roadside, I gazed at the familiar gates and let out a soft chuckle, murmuring to myself, I'm back. Just as I was about to step inside the Pokémon school, a raucous voice called out to me, halting my progress. Hey kid, you're blocking our path. A rather menacing remark echoed from my side. Turning around, I encountered a group of ruffians, their expressions brimming with arrogance. The crime of obstructing our motorcycles is quite grievous. The leader, a blue-haired youth, declared. You're right, big brother, chimed in a chubby boy with black hair beside him. Since you've hindered the Skull Gang, it's unforgivable. The blue-haired leader continued in a brusque tone. Indeed, a pink-haired girl echoed in agreement. After considering their words, I glanced at my position by the roadside, realizing I posed no obstruction to them. They appeared to be troublemakers, so I responded without hesitation. I doubt my position is hindering your motorcycles in any way. What did you say? If I say it's an obstruction, then it's an obstruction. The blue-haired youth bellowed in response to my retort. What do you intend to do then? I replied coolly, unimpressed by their brashness. Let us have a Pokémon battle. If you win, we might let you go, the blue-haired leader proposed. But if you lose, your Pokémon will belong to me. Let us see if you have what it takes, I said, retrieving a Pokeball and giving it a slight shake. You underestimate us. Kid, prepare to witness our might. With that, the trio unleashed 9 Pokeballs, revealing 3 Zubats, 3 Meowths, and 3 Numels before me, all of which were of rather mediocre levels. Charizard, you're up. I called forth my Charizard upon seeing their Pokemon. Take him down, Numel. Use Poison Attack, commanded one of the trio. Zubat, Leech Life. Meowth, grab hold. Under their orders, the 9 Pokemon launched an assault on Charizard and me. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. I instructed, and with that command, Charizard opened its mouth and released a scorching flame, obliterating their attacks and striking all 9 Pokemon with relentless force. Under the searing assault, all 9 Pokemon succumbed, collapsing to the ground. This isn't good. We VE underestimated him. Let us retreat. The trio, witnessing their Pokemon's swift defeat, hastily reached for their Pokeballs. Thinking of escaping? Too late. I commanded Charizard, use Blast Burn. In response, Charizard unleashed a fiery explosion that sent the trio and their 9 Pokemon flying, ultimately fading into the distance like a shooting star. After dealing with the Skull Gang's brief interruption, I resumed my steps towards the Pokemon school. Upon arriving at the entrance to my classroom, I heard the familiar voice of Professor Kukui delivering a lecture. A smile crept onto my face as I recognized that voice. I straightened my attire and pushed open the door to enter. Alola, everyone, I greeted cheerfully as I stepped into the classroom. The sight of me startled Professor Kukui, Lily, Kaki, and the others, who quickly erupted in joyous exclamations. Roya? After a flurry of delighted shouts, they gathered around me. It's been so long, Mina-san, I said with a grin directed at Lily and the others. It's been ages, Professor Kukui, I added, acknowledging the approaching professor. When did you return, Roya? Professor Kukui asked. Astonished. Today, I just landed and came straight here, I replied with a smile. Roya, we saw on the news that you won the Silver Conference. That is amazing, Kaki exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Can we see the winner's trophy? Mamane asked eagerly. Of course, I said, retrieving the Silver Conference trophy from my backpack. Let me see. Kaki, Mamane, Mao, and Swearin all crowded around to admire the trophy. I then turned my attention to Lily, stepping closer to her. I'm back, Lily. Welcome back, Roya, she said, smiling at me with a hint of bashfulness. This is a gift for you. Please accept it. I presented her with the mysterious water drop I had obtained at Odermare. Is that the mysterious water drop? Swearin exclaimed, her eyes widening as she recognized the item. Indeed, Swearin is well informed, I remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Oh, it's nothing, Swearin responded, feeling slightly bashful under my compliment. By the way, I also have gifts for everyone, I announced, pulling out various unique items I had acquired from the Orange Archipelago and the Chengdu region, distributing them among Kaki and the others. Tonight, let us celebrate at my family's Aina restaurant. We'll toast to Roya's victory at the Silver Conference, Mao suggested, having accepted her gift. Absolutely, the others eagerly agreed. Since Roya has returned today, we will conclude today's lessons here, Professor Kukui declared, noting the excitement in the room. Thus, Roya, Lily, and the others, along with Professor Kukui and Principal Chung, made their way towards the Aina restaurant at Mao's place. Chapter 207, The Ultimate Cave. After a lively celebration last night, I awoke early the next morning. Having made arrangements with Lily beforehand, I shouldered my backpack and gathered the supplies I had prepared, making my way to the shores of Malamalo Island. Please, be my guide, Pidgeot. After releasing Pidgeot, I took to the skies, heading towards Pony Island. After a considerable journey, I arrived at the heart of Pony Island, the Sun Altar. On the way to the Sunring Altar, Roya made a brief detour to visit the dwelling place of the Tail Whip Lizard Dragon tribe, where he encountered both the Tail Whip Lizard Dragon and his father. After this fleeting meeting, Roya proceeded to the Sunring Altar located on Pony Island. Upon arriving at the altar, he noticed 4 silhouettes gracefully hovering above it. They were Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Bulu, and Tapu Fini. Roya's eyes widened in astonishment as he quickly recognized the identities of these 4 figures. They were the guardian deities of the Alola region's islands. As soon as the Tapus became aware of Roya's presence, they floated towards him, with Tapu Koko leading the group. What brings you here? Roya inquired, observing that the Tapus seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. In response to his question, Tapu Koko emitted a call. With his radiant power, Roya swiftly comprehended Tapu Koko's intent. You were waiting for me? He asked, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Tapu Koko nodded in affirmation. Is there something you wish to discuss? Roya pressed eagerly. However, the Tapus offered no reply, leaving only the sight of their retreating figures as they returned to hover above the altar. When they reached the zenith of the Sunring Altar, the Tapus began to perform a series of peculiar movements while emitting a cacophony of strange sounds, which left Roya feeling perplexed. Having read the original text, Roya understood that the Tapus must have their reasons for such behavior. Observing their actions, he surmised that it would take some time to complete. So he settled himself on a nearby step and closed his eyes in meditation. After a while, the sounds produced by the Tapus gradually faded, indicating the conclusion of their prelude. Roya, who had been attentively watching them, opened his eyes to gaze at the Tapus once more. To his astonishment, each Tapu stood atop a pillar from which 4 beams of light emanated, tracing the patterns on the altar and extending towards the sun motif etched on the wall. As a result of these beams, the sun motif on the wall suddenly opened, revealing a radiant orange disk imbued with warmth. The moment the disk was unveiled, it emitted a dazzling brilliance, projecting a striking beam of light into the air. This beam of light formed a distorted, bottomless cavern that shimmered with an array of colors. This is the Ultra Wormhole, Roya recognized instantly as a resident of the Alola region. At that moment, Tapu Koko approached Roya and pointed towards the Ultra Wormhole before him. Do you want me to enter? Roya asked, grasping Tapu Koko's intent with a measure of uncertainty. Upon receiving an affirmative response from Tapu Koko and recalling the dream he had experienced in Silver Town, Roya realized that this ultra wormhole led to the realm of the radiant deity, Necrozma. Then I shall proceed, he resolved. Retrieving Dragonite's Pokeball and riding atop Dragonite as they entered the ultra wormhole. Meanwhile, at the Ether Paradise, Dr. Burnett, engrossed in her research, was abruptly alerted by the machine monitoring the ultra wormhole, which emitted a piercing shriek. She hurried to the machine to investigate. Rushing in behind her, Luzaman inquired, "What has happened?" "The machine has detected a powerful energy emanating from the ultra wormhole," Dr. Burnett replied as she manipulated the controls. "Where is the ultra wormhole located?" Luzaman asked anxiously. After a period of operations, the machine finally displayed the coordinates of the ultra wormhole. Dr. Burnett immediately recognized the location and responded, "It is at the Sunring altar on Pony Island." "We must hurry," Luzaman exclaimed, instructing her assistant, Wick, to prepare the helicopter as they hastened towards the Sunring altar. However, by the time they arrived, it was too late. The ultra wormhole, created by the collaboration of the Tapus and the Sunring altar, had vanished, and the guardian deities were nowhere to be found. After a fruitless search, Luzaman and Dr. Burnett returned in disappointment. On Roya's side, guided by Tapu Koko's indication, he and Dragonite traversed the ultra wormhole. After a period of flight, they eventually emerged on the other side, arriving in a world devoid of sunlight, shrouded in darkness, and utterly lifeless. Here, there was no vegetation, only an expanse of black rock and an overwhelming sense of desolation. "This is the place from my dreams," Roya murmured, recognizing the realm he had encountered twice in his visions. After surveying his surroundings, he urged Dragonite to fly towards the imposing cliff that had appeared in his dreams. Upon reaching the edge of the deep chasm, they encountered a swarm of purple Pokémon hovering in the air, encircling Roya and Dragonite, prompting them to become alert. "These are Toxapex." Roya instantly identified the Pokémon. As the Toxapex regarded the unfamiliar Roya with wary eyes, they prepared to strike. Suddenly, a sharp cry resonated from a massive rock at the base of the cliff. This cry halted the Toxapex in their tracks, allowing a path to open towards the large rock. Recognizing that this was the intent of the four-headed dragon, Roya urged Dragonite to fly towards the rock. Upon arriving at the rock's apex, he beheld a colossal four-headed dragon sprawled across its surface, appearing exceedingly fatigued. Species: four-headed dragon type, poison. Dragon ability: beast boost gender, female level, 93 potential, rank 3 deity moves, Thunderbolt, Dragon Pulse, Poison Jab, Air Slash, Giga Drain, Draco Meteor. Noticing the creature's exhaustion, Roya immediately leaped from Dragonite and retrieved some restorative berries from his backpack, offering them to the four-headed dragon. Sensing no malice from Roya, the four-headed dragon opened its mouth and devoured the berries he provided. In a short span of time, the four-headed dragon regained some strength and stood up. Casting its gaze upon Roya, "You have finally arrived, the chosen one." The four-headed dragon's first utterance left Roya momentarily speechless. Chapter 208, The Radiant Deity. "You have finally come, chosen one." The rejuvenated four-headed dragon stood upright and addressed Roya with an ancient voice. "This is telepathy," Roya discerned immediately as he recognized the voice resonating from within his heart. "Furthermore, what does chosen one signify?" he queried the four-headed dragon. "I do not fully comprehend its meaning. I only know that it is what Necrozma conveyed to me," the four-headed dragon replied, shaking its head before elaborating. "What is the significance of this?" Roya inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. "This is a long tale," the four-headed dragon began, before its eyes suddenly radiated with a spectrum of colors, enveloping Roya in a luminous embrace. When Roya opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a sea of flowers. "Where's this?" Observing the surroundings of Changji, Roya felt a surge of speculation within her heart. This was indeed the place we now inhabit, though that was a long time ago. The four-jawed needle dragon, accompanied by a multitude of poison babies, addressed Roya. "Our world is suffused with the radiant light emanating from Necrozma." The four-jawed needle dragon began to unravel the intricate tale of events that had transpired. Under its guidance, a manifestation of Necrozma, the Radiant One, simulated by illusions, materialized before Roya's eyes. "Is this truly the Radiant One?" As she gazed upon the majestic figure, even more formidable than depicted in the anime, Roya murmured in awe. However, the light of hope that descended upon this world was not the only phenomenon. Just as the four-jawed needle dragon concluded its statement, a meteor plummeted from the heavens, bearing a formidable force that descended upon them. Ultimately, it was Necrozma, the Radiant One, who emerged to resist the impact of the meteor with all its might. After shattering the meteor, Necrozma transformed into its black form, devoid of its brilliance. So this is how the Radiant One appears when it loses its luster? Roya witnessed the fallen Necrozma plummet toward the abyss, transforming into a heap of black crystals. Although Necrozma had safeguarded this world, it was wounded, bereft of its light, and had succumbed to slumber. Soon after, the flora withered, and the land lay desolate. Thereafter, everyone could only huddle together, relying on the remnants of light to survive. I must seek a new haven for all, but my aging body lacks the strength. Thus, I resolved to send a poison baby to search for a new home. Just as we placed our hopes in a new world, Necrozma approached me, seeking assistance in finding the Chosen One. Once the Chosen One is found, it could awaken once more, and this world would be restored to its former glory. The four-jawed needle dragon recounted everything slowly. This must be the reason you sought me out not long ago. Roya recalled the dream that had followed the conclusion of the Silver Conference. Indeed, I achieved that with the aid of Necrozma's power. After hearing Roya's words, the four-jawed needle dragon nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, I see. With this revelation, Roya grasped the general sequence of events. Therefore, I implore you to assist Necrozma in regaining its radiance and rescuing this forlorn world. The four-jawed needle dragon beseeched Roya. Yet, I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Though she yearned to help, Roya felt powerless, especially with several years remaining until the Monero festival. I sensed a tremendous light power within you. Perhaps that is the key to saving Necrozma, the four-jawed needle dragon suggested. Light power? Suddenly, Roya seemed to recall something. Four-jawed needle dragon, could you tell me where Necrozma is? After clarifying her thoughts, Roya looked up at the four-jawed needle dragon and asked. Certainly. It is no trouble at all. After hearing Roya's inquiry, the four-jawed needle dragon flapped its wings and soared in a particular direction. Fly, Dragonite, let us follow suit. Observing the guiding four-jawed needle dragon, Roya mounted Dragonite and urged it to keep pace. After a while, they arrived at the resting place of Necrozma. So this is where Necrozma slumbers? Roya gazed at the black crystals before her and addressed the four-jawed needle dragon. Indeed, the four-jawed needle dragon nodded in affirmation and continued. Now, I entrust the next steps to you, Roya. Understood. Upon hearing the four-jawed needle dragon's words, Roya nodded and approached the pile of black crystals. Standing before the dark crystals, Roya extended her hands, placing them upon the surface and channeling her light power, illuminating the black crystals. As her light power gradually enveloped the dark crystals, a sudden sound pierced the stillness of the tranquil world, standing out starkly in the silence. Roya and the four-jawed needle dragon turned their attention to the source of the sound, noticing a fissure had formed in the previously unbroken heap of black crystals. Likely the very sound they had just heard. As Roya continued to infuse the crystals with her light power, the fissure expanded further. Witnessing the widening crack, the four-jawed needle dragon exclaimed with delight, At last, is Necrozma awakening? As the black crystals began to fracture, a shadowy figure opened its colorful eyes before Roya and the four-jawed needle dragon, leaving both in astonishment. This is, the four-jawed needle dragon remarked, gazing at the dark figure before them. Chapter 209, The Awakening of the Radiant One. Is Necrozma not yet fully awakened? The four-jawed needle dragon observed the still dark form of Necrozma, now in its black state, having emerged from slumber. It seems more light is required. After examining Necrozma's appearance, the four-jawed needle dragon addressed Roya. But I am powerless. My light power is only at an intermediate stage and cannot satisfy the vast demand of Necrozma. Roya retorted as the four-jawed needle dragon turned to her. What shall we do? These rays of light are merely a drop in the bucket for Necrozma. Upon hearing this, the four-jawed needle dragon appeared troubled. Just as Roya and the four-jawed needle dragon pondered how to acquire sufficient light, Roya's light power was unknowingly depleted, and her arms ceased to radiate brilliance. Light, insufficient, more is needed, much more. Observing the halted light power, Necrozma communicated telepathically with Roya. But I have no light left. Roya expressed her frustration. Must we seek out Solgaleo and Lunala? The four-jawed needle dragon lamented, but they have not appeared in ages. Just as Roya and the four-jawed needle dragon found themselves at an impasse, the system suddenly addressed Roya. You haven't forgotten, have you? You possess that item. What are you talking about? In her state of urgency, Roya had not considered it and directly inquired of the system. The light divine fragment. It is what you obtained during your sign-in at Silvertown, the system retorted impatiently. I believe I do have that. Roya pondered for a moment. Upon opening the system space and viewing the divine fragment, she asked the system, Does this fragment have any effect on Necrozma? This light divine fragment originates from a remarkably powerful world, brimming with the essence of light, sufficient to meet Necrozma's needs, the system explained. I understand. Upon hearing the system's words, Roya felt a sense of relief. I have devised a plan. Roya glanced at the equally anxious four-jawed needle dragon and smiled. Really? What is the plan? The four-jawed needle dragon eagerly questioned. It is this. With that, Roya retrieved the light divine fragment from the system space. Such a rich radiance. As a Tier 3 divine being, the four-jawed needle dragon immediately sensed the immense brilliance contained within the fragment. In addition to the four-jawed needle dragon, the even more powerful Necrozma, at the pinnacle of legendary strength, also took notice of the divine fragment in Roya's hand. Its previously expressionless face now displaying a hint of urgency. Give it to me. Under Necrozma's urging, Roya extended the fragment toward it. When the light divine fragment made contact with Necrozma, it swiftly merged into its being. In an instant, Necrozma's form radiated a brilliant light, despite the dazzling luminescence enveloping it. Necrozma remained in its black state, not transforming as anticipated. What could be the reason for this? Observing the situation, Luoya promptly inquired with the system. The light from the divine essence alone is insufficient. You must unleash a Z-move upon Necrozma, employing the Ultra Aura to awaken its radiance. The system promptly responded to Luoya's query with a solution. I see. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Luoya summoned his Zeraora and retrieved his electric-type Z crystal, executing the intermediate volt cannon. When Luoya and Zeraora's ultimate volt cannon struck the unyielding Necrozma, it shattered into fragments, and at that moment, the Ultra Aura began to take effect. The light within Necrozma surged forth, its fragmented body reassembling into the majestic form of a colossal, winged angel, radiating a golden glow that shimmered brilliantly. Is this truly Necrozma? Luoya gazed in awe at the immense, golden, ultimate Necrozma before him, his expression one of astonishment. Despite having anticipated this moment, species, ultimate Necrozma type, psychic dragon ability, neuroforce level, 119 potential, level 1 god moves, Psyshock, metal claw, gravity, split, psycho cut, photon geyser, prismatic laser. Restored to its former glory, Necrozma let out a triumphant roar, then shot a golden beam from its body, piercing the heavens. This beam dispelled the shroud of darkness that enveloped the silent world, and miraculously restored the area to its once vibrant state. Our beloved home has returned. The four-jawed Dragonite gazed at the familiar surroundings, basking in the warm sunlight and fragrant flora, its eyes welling with tears. Meanwhile, outside the ultra wormhole in the Alola region, the radiant light emanating from the ultimate Necrozma formed a colossal image of Necrozma itself, hovering majestically over the central ocean of the Four Islands, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Behold, the guardians of the islands, as well as Luzamin from the Ether Paradise and Professor Burnett, were all taken aback by the sight. The radiant deity has finally manifested. Consequently, each of the Four Islands erupted in joyous exclamations. Returning to the interior of the ultra wormhole, after rejuvenating the area, ultimate Necrozma approached Luoya. Thank you for your assistance, Luoya. A gentle voice resonated within Luoya's heart. Not at all, Necrozma, Luoya replied with a smile. I sense that you may require my strength in the future. Thus, I bestow it upon you, Necrozma declared to Luoya. What do you mean? Luoya questioned, astonished by Necrozma's words. I shall accompany you. Take my strength, Necrozma proclaimed. I understand. In that case, I look forward to our partnership, Necrozma. Luoya produced a Master Ball and directed it towards ultimate Necrozma. Upon seeing the Master Ball, Necrozma willingly touched it and was captured without resistance. I have captured Necrozma, Luoya exclaimed joyfully, clutching the Master Ball and mimicking the celebratory gesture of a seasoned trainer. Congratulations, Luoya, the four-jawed Dragonite remarked with a smile, observing Luoya's triumph. In response to the Dragonite's words, Luoya nodded with a grin. This Toxapex possesses the highest potential among us. Please take it with you. The Dragonite called forth a Toxapex amidst a flurry of excitement. Why? Luoya asked, filled with curiosity. I believe its potential far exceeds mine. I do not wish for it to languish here. With the radiant deity's endorsement, you can surely unlock its true capabilities, the Dragonite explained. After listening to the Dragonite's words, Luoya turned his attention to the Toxapex. Species, Toxapex type, poison ability, merciless gender, male level, 31 potential, level 2 god moves, growl, liquid ooze, help, poison jab, toxic spikes, sludge bomb. Very well. After a brief glance at the Toxapex, Luoya took out a luxury ball to capture it. After conversing with the four-jawed Dragonite for a while, Luoya released Ultimate Necrozma, allowing it to open the Ultra Wormhole and return to his home in the Alola region. Reclining in his abode, Luoya reflected on his recent capture of Necrozma and the level 2 god potential Toxapex, feeling a surge of exhilaration. In his excitement, he turned to the system to review the rewards from his recent sign-in at the Ultra Space. Chapter 210, Lily's Memories. That night, having unexpectedly captured the Radiant Deity, Ultimate Necrozma, along with a Toxapex of level 2 god potential, Luoya found himself unable to sleep upon returning home. Therefore, he redirected his focus to the system. What rewards have I received from this sign-in at the Ultra Space? Luoya silently inquired. This sign-in has granted you 1 ability evolution and 50 million alliance coins. The system disclosed. What does ability evolution entail? Luoya, upon hearing of the 50 million alliance coins, was more intrigued by the prospect of ability evolution. Ability evolution allows one of your skills to automatically advance by 1 level, exclusively benefiting the host. The system clarified Luoya's curiosity. So, this means I can enhance my radiant power. Upon comprehending the system's explanation, Luoya's excitement surged as he exclaimed. After all, his radiant power had not been upgraded in quite some time, remaining at an intermediate level, which had caused him much distress. The prospect of evolving it to a higher state was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, you possess a keen mind. Why not join me in seeking enlightenment? The system jested. Go away. Luoya retorted, rolling his eyes at the system, then declared, I will utilize this ability evolution, targeting radiant power. Understood, the system affirmed. Proceeding to implement the ability evolution on radiant power. As the system's words concluded, Luoya felt a warm current flowing through his body, eliciting involuntary sighs of comfort. After this wave of warmth subsided, Luoya distinctly sensed a substantial transformation within himself, and upon checking his attributes, he discovered that radiant power had successfully leveled up. The elevation of his long-desired radiant power due to this sign-in intensified Luoya's excitement, rendering him restless until the early hours of the morning, when he finally succumbed to a fitful slumber. The following morning, a series of urgent knocks on the door jolted Luoya awake from his dreams. As the knocking persisted, Luoya, unable to return to sleep, reluctantly rose to open the door, only to find Lily standing before him. Luoya, did you not sleep well? Lily entered, noticing Luoya's yawns and regarding him with concern. I had a bit of insomnia last night, which led to my late slumber, Luoya replied, stretching lazily. By the way, Lily, don't you have classes today? Luoya inquired, forcing himself to engage with her. Today is the weekend, so there are no classes, you didn't forget. Did you? Lily looked at Luoya with a surprised expression. Indeed, it seems I did. Luoya glanced at the time displayed on his phone and remarked, Luoya, let us venture out today. Upon uttering these words, Lilia cast a hopeful gaze towards Luoya. Very well. Unable to resist Lilia's earnest look, Luoya consented to her invitation. He swiftly retreated to the washroom, took a moment to freshen up, and then exited, locking the door behind him as he and Lilia made their way to Haole City. Upon their arrival in Haole City, Lilia, with Luoya by her side, resembled a wild stallion set free, darting through the streets. She eagerly examined the wares at various stalls, her attention flitting from one shop to another, often stopping by food establishments, reveling in the delightful experience. After a while, feeling somewhat fatigued, Lilia and Luoya found a park to rest, where they began to share their experiences from the Chengdu region. Their conversation was initially vibrant and animated, but Luoya soon noticed the absence of Lilia's responses. Turning to look at her, he discovered Lilia was engrossed in observing the harmonious interactions between people and Pokémon in the park, her eyes betraying a palpable envy. Lilia, are you still afraid of Pokémon? Luoya paused his recounting of his Chengdu adventures to inquire. Yes. Upon hearing Luoya's question, Lilia's demeanor instantly shifted to one of dejection. What is the matter? I recall you used to be able to touch Pokémon, Luoya remarked, sensing Lilia's sadness and wanting to offer his assistance. I am not certain. Ever since that day, I have been terrified of touching Pokémon, but I do not understand what transpired. Lilia's voice grew softer as she spoke. Then it follows that if you could recollect what happened that day, perhaps you could regain your courage, Luoya suggested to Lilia. But I do not know how to go about it, Lilia replied, her disappointment evident. Perhaps I could assist you, Luoya pondered, recalling the original narrative, realizing that Lilia's memories must have been sealed. If he could break the seal, it might restore her. Really? Lilia exclaimed with joy. I cannot guarantee it, but we must try. After Luoya finished speaking, he took Lilia's delicate hand, and together they set off towards his home. Once they arrived at Luoya's abode, Lilia seated herself on a chair and inquired, What will you do? Rely on this, Loya answered, raising his hand which glimmered with radiant golden light in response to her question. What is this? Lilia asked, intrigued by the sight of Loya's glowing hand. This is my superpower. It may be of assistance to you, Loya explained. What must I do? Lilia asked, eager for guidance. Simply sit there, Loya instructed. Complying. Lilia took her seat, remaining still as she awaited Loya's actions. Seeing that Lilia was prepared, Loya harnessed his radiant power, gradually directing it towards her head. Under his control, the luminous energy began to drift into Lilia's mind, quickly detecting the seal nestled within. At that moment, Loya unexpectedly discovered a segment of Lilia's memory that had been sealed away. Lilia, I have found a memory in your mind that has been locked away. I believe this is the source of your fear of touching Pokémon, Loya informed her. What should we do? Lilia queried anxiously. I can use my radiant power to break that seal, though it may be somewhat painful, Loya cautioned. Then do it. I can endure it, Lilia responded resolutely, driven by her desire to connect with the Pokémon she loved. Upon Lilia's affirmation, Loya commenced his efforts. Chapter 2:11, Restoration. With Lilia's encouragement, Loya continued to wield his radiant power. As he supported her, the luminous energy gradually infiltrated Lilia's mind, striving to break through the barrier that imprisoned her memories. As the radiant energy surged forth, Lilia experienced a sensation akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles, a wave of pain escaping her lips. Lilia, are you all right? Witnessing her torment, Loya halted his actions and inquired. I am fine. Do not stop, Lilia urged, grimacing yet resolute. Understood. Acknowledging Lilia's determination, Loya resumed his efforts. With Lilia's steadfast resolve, Loya pressed on, continuing to unleash his radiant power to dismantle the mental seal. As the luminous energy persisted in its endeavor, the seal began to erode, gradually shrinking, while Lilia's expressions of anguish intensified. Loya, witnessing her suffering, felt a pang of sympathy but was reminded of Lilia's unwavering spirit. Thus he gritted his teeth and persevered. After approximately half an hour, the radiant power had diminished the seal to a mere fragment. Crack! With a subtle sound of shattering. The last remnant of the seal was successfully breached by the radiant energy. In that instant of release, a flood of sealed memories surged back into Lilia's consciousness, overwhelming her with a force so great that she let out a piercing scream of pain before collapsing onto the chair, unconscious, her complexion paling. Noticing Lilia's faintness, Loya immediately employed his radiant power to assess her condition. After a thorough examination, he determined that Lilia had merely experienced a surge of memories, resulting in temporary mental fatigue and unconsciousness. Relieved, Loya took a deep breath and began to heal her with his radiant energy. Gradually, Lilia's pallor transformed back to its natural rosy hue, and her furrowed brow relaxed without her even noticing. Once Loya confirmed that Lilia was out of danger, he wiped the sweat from his brow and collapsed onto the floor, utterly drained of energy. After all, he had expended a significant amount of radiant power the previous day, and today he had further depleted himself by breaking the seal within Lilia's mind, leaving him with little strength to rise. Following a brief period of rest, Loya mustered the strength to stand, carrying Lilia back to his room and placing her gently on the bed. Exhausted, he succumbed to slumber, drifting into a deep sleep. As time swiftly passed, evening soon arrived. Loya, in the midst of his dreams, felt an itch upon his nose, awakening him from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lilia, now awake, playfully teasing his nose with her hair. Lilia, how do you fare? Loya asked, his initial grogginess dissipating as he quickly inquired about her well-being. I am quite well now, and I feel even better than before, Lilia responded with a smile, easing Loya's concerns. That is a relief. After hearing her words, Loya exhaled deeply, then continued to question, have your memories returned? In response to Loya's inquiry, Lilia beamed, I have remembered everything. Then, can you touch Pokémon now? Loya eagerly asked, pressing for the pivotal answer. I no longer feel afraid of Pokémon, Lilia exclaimed with a radiant smile. Then let us put that to the test. With that, Roya guided Lilia to the seaside, where he summoned a relatively docile Dragonair. Go ahead and give it a try. Encouraged by Roya, Lilia boldly reached out to touch the Dragonair's body, her own demeanor devoid of any trepidation. I'm not afraid of Pokémon anymore, she exclaimed in delight, leaping into Roya's embrace and cheering joyfully. Roya, too, smiled broadly as he held Lilia close, his heart swelling with happiness for her. After a moment of jubilation, they returned to the room, where Roya inquired about the events surrounding Lilia's memories. Just as depicted in the original story, Lilia recounted a childhood incident where she inadvertently stumbled into a secret laboratory at the Ether Paradise. There, she discovered the clandestine experiments of Zeraora, who had opened an ultra wormhole from which a fearsome ultra beast, Nihilego, emerged and abducted her, intending to take her back through the wormhole. In a moment of crisis, her brother Gladion dispatched his Silvally to rescue her, but this incident left Lilii traumatized, causing her memories to become suppressed. Ever since, she had felt a paralyzing fear whenever she encountered Pokémon. I see, Roya remarked after listening to Liliai's narration. After comparing it with the original account, he felt a sense of relief. By the way, how should we handle Zeraora? Roya suddenly recalled the architect of Liliai's fears and posed the question to her. Let us just leave it be. After all, I have recovered now, Lilii replied after a moment of contemplation. Why is that? Roya asked, puzzled. Because Zeraora isn't inherently malevolent. He is merely obsessed with researching the ultra wormhole and harbors no truly sinister intentions, Lilii explained with a smile. Since you say so, we shall let him be, but we must still issue him a warning, Roya mused. Upon hearing this, Lilii glanced outside at the darkening sky and suggested, it's getting late. Let us postpone our visit until tomorrow. All right, Roya agreed, having also noted the dimming light. It's quite dark now. I should escort you home. With that, he extended his hand to Lilii. Okay. Lilii smiled as she took hold of Roya's hand, and together they stepped out of Roya's home, heading towards her residence. Beneath the luminous moonlight, their figures grew distant until they vanished beyond the horizon. Chapter 212, Gladion. The following morning, as had occurred the day before, Roya was once again roused from his slumber by Lilii. Groggy, he gazed at her beaming face and sighed, reluctantly heading off to wash up. Once refreshed, they set off together towards Liliai's villa. Upon arriving, they found a helicopter waiting in the courtyard. What is this? Roya inquired, pointing at the aircraft. We're heading to the Ether Paradise, so I arranged for a helicopter. It's much more convenient, Lilii explained with a cheerful demeanor. Ah, I see, Roya replied, understanding her reasoning. Let us hurry and depart, Lilii exclaimed, taking Roya by surprise as she pulled him aboard the helicopter. Soon, under the pilot's guidance, they soared towards the artificial island of Ether Paradise. By the way, Lilii, have you told your mother about yesterday's events? Roya asked while admiring the ocean view from the window. Not yet. I plan to share it when we arrive, Lilii responded. This time, we must show Zeraora that my Lilii is not to be trifled with, Roya said playfully, winking at her. What do you mean, my? Lilii blushed at his teasing, her cheeks turning crimson. Thus, the two continued their playful banter, showering each other with affection, while the helicopter pilot internally lamented the decline of societal decorum and found himself missing his own wife. Under the pressure of this delightful torment, the pilot hastened their journey, and they soon arrived at Ether Paradise. As Roya and Lilii disembarked, she eagerly grasped his hand and dashed towards her mother Lizamen's office. Whoa! In her haste to turn a corner, Lilii collided with someone, startled to find it was her long-lost brother Gladion. Her face lit up with joy. You're finally back, she exclaimed, her initial intention to speak forgotten. It's been a while, Lilii, Gladion replied, his gaze filled with a mix of complexity and guilt. This is all because you left without a word. Liliai's discontent over his abrupt departure was evident. Are you still troubled by that incident? It was my error, and I cannot forgive myself, Gladion lamented, recalling how his actions had barred his sister from interacting with Pokémon. That's not your fault. If it weren't for you and Silvally, I might have. Lilii quickly interjected, it's all Zeraora's doing. Yes, Zeraora. Zeraora? What do you mean? Gladion, initially stern, quickly sought clarification from Lilii. Under his questioning gaze, Lilii recounted the events of that fateful day in detail. I see, Gladion said, realization dawning upon him. So Lilii, you. Gladion observed that Lilii had regained her memories, indicating her recovery. Indeed, with Roya's help, I have recovered and can now interact with Pokémon again, Lilii declared. Her spirits lifted. Roya? Gladion turned his attention to Roya, who stood nearby. This is him, my boyfriend, Lilii introduced shyly, her cheeks still flushed. Boyfriend? Gladion froze, his expression one of shock. Lilii and I are on our way to see Mother. We'll be off now. Without waiting for Gladion to recover, Lilii tugged Roya along towards Lizamen's office. Wait for me, Gladion called out, snapping back to reality as he hurried after them. Thus, the trio, Roya, Lilii, and Gladion, made their way to Lizamen's office, though throughout the journey, Gladion cast glowering looks at Roya, as if his gaze alone could obliterate him. Fortunately, they arrived at Lizamen's office, prompting Gladion to relent. Lilii, Gladion, and Roya, what brings you here? Lizamen greeted them with surprise. We have something important to discuss, Roya began, detailing the events that had led to Liliai's fear of Pokémon. Is it true that you have recovered, Lilii? Luzman exclaimed, her joy palpable upon hearing the news. In light of this, Zeraora's unauthorized research into the ultra wormhole, which led to such dire consequences, must be met with severe repercussions, she declared, her protective instincts for her daughter igniting. Gladion, ever the devoted brother, was quick to demand that Luzman take action against Zeraora. Brother, perhaps it's best to let it go. Jangmo-o did not mean any harm. Lily, observing the furious expression on Gladio's face, gently attempted to reason with him. Lily is right. After all, Jangmo-o has been of great assistance to Aunt. Ria chimed in from the side. Moreover, Jangmo-o has always been by Dad's side. A mere warning and a slight reprimand should suffice, so as not to put Mom in a difficult position. Upon hearing Ria's words, Lily nodded in agreement. Gladio, noting his mother's troubled demeanor, reluctantly acquiesced. I understand. I will give Jangmo-o a proper warning. After Lily, Ria, and Gladio concluded their discussion, Luzman raised her head and spoke. Then we shall take our leave. After exchanging farewells with Luzman, the trio departed her office together. As they stepped outside, Gladio turned to Ria and said, I know Lily has a fondness for you, but you must not bully my sister. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. What are you talking about, brother? Lily exclaimed, her cheeks flushing once more upon hearing his words. Rest assured, my dear brother-in-law. I will take good care of Lily, Rio assured, patting his chest confidently. It is best to keep it that way, Gladio replied, casting a glance at Ria before leading the way out. Brother, where are you going? Lily inquired as she watched Gladio's retreating figure. I am heading out for training, he replied, waving his arm before departing. Let us be on our way as well, Ria said, taking Lily's hand as they continued to meander through the Pokémon paradise. Meanwhile, the resolution regarding Jangmo-o was swiftly reached. He was first relieved of his position as research director and subsequently offered an apology to Lily. Generously, Lily accepted Jangmo-o's apology without dwelling on the matter. Chapter 213, Lily's first Pokémon. Lily, since you can now interact with Pokémon, it is time for you to acquire your first Pokémon, Ria announced to Lily as they wandered through the Pokémon paradise. It seems so. Lily's eyes sparkled at Ria's words. She had always envied her friends who had Pokémon of their own, and the thought of finally obtaining one filled her with joy. What kind of Pokémon do you like? Would you prefer one of the Alolan starters, like I did? Ria inquired. Well, I haven't quite decided yet. Lily pondered, contemplating her choice. I seem to like them all. After much deliberation, Lily found herself enamored with numerous Pokémon, making it difficult to choose. Ria, do you have any suggestions? She asked, her uncertainty evident. I believe the Alolan Vulpix would suit you perfectly, Ria suggested, recalling that Lily's first Pokémon in the original story was indeed an Alolan Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix? That sounds wonderful. Lily reflected on the appearance of Alolan Vulpix, feeling a surge of excitement. Then let us venture to Mount Lanakila on Ulula Island and try our luck. It is known to be the habitat of Alolan Vulpix, Ria proposed after considering its natural habitat. Though Alolan Vulpix resides in Mount Lanakila, their numbers are exceedingly scarce, making the likelihood of encountering one quite slim. Lily countered. What shall we do then? Ria asked. Let us first consult my mother, and then we can decide, Lily suggested. If all else fails, we can make a trip to Mount Lanakila, Ria agreed, nodding in affirmation. Then let us hasten, Lily exclaimed, eagerly pulling Ria towards Luzman's office. Lily, what brings you here in such a hurry? Luzman, engrossed in her work, looked up at Lily and Ria as they burst through the door, her tone warm and inviting. Mom, I wish to obtain a starter Pokémon, Lily stated directly, cutting to the chase. Ah, I see. Had you not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten. So, Lily, what Pokémon do you desire? Luzman inquired. I would like an Alolan Vulpix, Lily responded promptly. An Alolan Vulpix, you say? Luzman began to search her computer for information. After a brief pause, she looked up and said, I am truly sorry, Lily, but we do not have any Alolan Vulpix here in the Pokémon paradise. Oh, none at all? Lily's spirits sank upon hearing this. Then I will accompany you to Mount Lanakila, Ria offered, trying to comfort Lily. But, before Lily could finish her thought, Luzman interrupted, addressing both of them. We do have some Pokémon eggs in our hatching room. I cannot say if an Alolan Vulpix is among them, but we can check. That sounds promising. Perhaps we might encounter other Pokémon suitable for Lily, Ria remarked, finding the idea appealing. Then let us proceed, Luzman declared, rising from her chair to head towards the hatching room. However, just as Luzman had taken a few steps, she suddenly swayed and began to topple over. Oh no! Ria exclaimed, rushing to Luzman's side, supporting her slender waist to prevent her from falling. In that fleeting moment of contact, Ria felt a warm, gentle sensation envelop him, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that made it hard for him to release her embrace, leading him to instinctively caress her. As Luzmin was about to fall, she found herself caught in Ria's arms. In his embrace, she experienced a long-forgotten sense of masculine charm, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, unbeknownst to her. "Mom!" Lily's shrill cry jolted Ria and Luzmin back to reality, as Lily rushed to help her mother regain her footing. "Mom, are you all right?" Lily asked anxiously, noticing her mother's reddened face, mistakenly believing Luzmin had been injured. "I am fine. Let us continue to the hatching room." Luzmin quickly composed herself, adjusting her clothing, and, feeling flustered, cast a sidelong glance at Ria before hastily exiting the office. "All right," Lily replied, relieved to see her mother was unharmed, and promptly followed her outside. Meanwhile, Ria lingered in the moment, savoring the lingering scent and warm touch, inwardly exclaiming, "So delightful." "Ria, why are you taking so long? Hurry up," Lily called from outside. Noticing Ria's delay, "Coming," Ria responded, quickly exiting the office. In no time, the trio arrived at the hatching room of the Pokémon Paradise. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of numerous neatly arranged Pokémon eggs displayed on the counter. So many Pokémon eggs. Lily marveled, awestruck by the scale of the hatching room, while Ria shared her admiration. "You may select any Pokémon egg that appeals to you," Luzmin encouraged Lily and Ria. "Do I also have a choice?" Ria asked, pointing at himself in surprise at Luzmin's mention of him. "Of course, you may select one as well," Lushamani said, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she gazed at Roya. "Let us hasten to make our choice." As soon as Lushamani finished her sentence, Lily took hold of Roya's hand, and they began to meander through the hatching room. Roya, in turn, activated his observation eye to scrutinize the data of all the Pokémon eggs present. At the moment he opened his observation eye, a plethora of Pokémon egg data flooded before his vision. Among them were a gym-qualified Piku and an elite-grade Meowth, among others. Just as Roya was diligently examining each egg, he suddenly spotted a pristine white egg adorned with wisps of blue clouds. Pokémon, Alolan Vulpix. Type, Ice. Ability, Snow Cloak. Gender, female. Qualification, champion. Lily, there is an Alolan Vulpix egg here, Roya called out to Lily, who was still searching. "Where?" Lily exclaimed, rushing to Roya's side. "Right here," Roya indicated. Following his guidance, Lily selected the Alolan Vulpix egg. After assisting Lily in finding her desired egg, Roya resumed his quest for other Pokémon eggs. At that moment, another egg caught his eye. Chapter 214, Preparing for Departure. This is a Torchic, and a champion grade 1 at that. As Roya surveyed the myriad of eggs in the hatching room, the Torchic egg captured his attention. Pokémon, Torchic. Type, Fire. Ability, Speed Boost. Gender, male. Qualification, champion. Upon reviewing the Torchic egg, Roya marked it and continued to explore other eggs. Ultimately, he noted that his Torchic and Lily's Alolan Vulpix had the highest qualifications, while the others merely reached the level of semi-champion. In the end, Roya resolved to choose the Torchic egg. With determination, he stepped forward, retrieved the Torchic egg, and exited the hatching room alongside Lily. "Have you made your selections?" Lushamani inquired, observing the pair as they emerged. "We have made our choices," Lily replied, raising the egg in her hand with a radiant smile. "This is an Alolan Vulpix egg." As the chairperson of the Ether Paradise, Lushamani possessed extensive knowledge and immediately recognized the egg cradled in Lily's arms. "Indeed," Lily affirmed with a smile. "Roya, yours must be the Torchic, correct?" Lushamani turned her gaze upon Roya, having discerned the Pokémon egg he held. "Truly impressive, Auntie. You are not only beautiful, but also remarkably knowledgeable," Roya exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and smiling at Lushamani. "Oh, you flatter me," Lushamani replied, slightly bashful at his compliment. "Since you have both chosen your cherished Pokémon eggs, you must take great care of them," Lushamani advised Roya earnestly. "Understood," both Roya and Lily responded in unison. After hearing their assurances, Lushamani glanced at the sky outside and noticed that the sun had already set, casting golden rays of light into the room. "It is getting late, we should return," she suggested. Thus, at Lushamani's invitation, Roya, Lily, and Lushamani, along with Gladio, who had resolved his inner turmoil, made their way back to the villa on Malamalay Island. They were also welcomed at Lily's home for dinner before returning to their own residences. The next morning, Roya rose early and hurried to Pokémon school. Upon entering the classroom, he overheard Kaki and Mao gathered around Lily. "Lily, can you really interact with Pokémon now?" Mao asked her. "Yes, there are no issues now," Lily replied, her spirit noticeably brighter since resolving her inner conflict. "What happened?" Mamane inquired. "It was Roya who helped me gain this ability to interact with Pokémon," Lily explained. "I see. What Pokémon egg do you have in your possession?" Kaki and Mamane asked, noticing the egg in Liliai's hands. It is an Alolan Vulpix, she introduced, gazing at the egg. And yours, Roya? Shui Lian, who had just noticed Roya's entrance, asked about the egg he held. Mine is a Torchic, Roya clarified. A fire-type Torchic. How thrilling, Kaki exclaimed, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. Just as Roya and the others were engrossed in their discussion about the Pokémon eggs, Professor Kukui entered the room. Greeting the students, Alola, everyone. Alola. Roya and the others responded as they returned to their seats. Liliai, is that? Professor Kukui began, noticing the Pokémon egg on Liliai's desk. His tone uncertain. Professor Kukui, Liliai has made a recovery. Mao chimed in with a smile. That is wonderful news. Professor Kukui expressed, genuinely pleased for Liliai as her teacher. Since both Liliai and Roya have Pokémon eggs, let us hold a lesson today on how to care for them. With that, Professor Kukui spontaneously began the day's lesson on Pokémon care. Excellent. Roya and the others replied in unison, and Professor Kukui commenced the lesson at Pokémon School. As the day approached its end, Kukui suddenly turned to Roya and asked, Roya, you have been back for several days. What are your plans moving forward? Isn't the Festival of Colors in the Hoenn region about to begin? I intend to challenge it, Roya promptly responded. Make sure to do your best at the festival. Kukui encouraged with a smile. Absolutely. I have already set my sights on the championship title, Roya declared confidently. And me too, Professor Kukui. At that moment, Liliai stood up and called out to Professor Kukui. Liliai, do you have something to say? Kukui inquired, intrigued by her sudden outburst. Upon hearing the professor's question, Liliai glanced at Roya, then resolutely replied, I wish to take a break from school. A break? Why is that? Kukui asked, taken aback. I have thought it through. I would like to travel to the Hoenn region with Roya, Liliai stated firmly. Liliai, you? Roya was momentarily stunned, as were Kaki and the others. Has your mother agreed to this? Kukui asked after a brief pause. My mother has given her consent, and besides, I will be with Roya, Liliai replied with a smile. I will ensure your safety, Liliai, Roya assured her, feeling elated by her trust in him. Since you have expressed your intentions so clearly, I have no objections. Traveling to broaden your horizons is indeed a fine idea. I will handle the paperwork for your leave of absence, Kukui said cheerfully. Thank you very much, Professor Kukui. Liliai bowed in gratitude. Not at all, Kukui replied, then turned his attention to Roya. When do you plan to depart? In a couple of days. As it is Liliai's first trip, and we still need to prepare a few things, Roya considered thoughtfully. Liliai, have you truly made up your mind? Mao asked, standing up after Professor Kukui spoke. Yes, I have made my decision, Liliai confirmed with a nod. Then, do take care during your journey. As the moonlit night unfolded, Water Lily gathered around Lilia, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Chapter 215, The Night Raid of Glacier. On this particular evening, while Roya was indulging in a sumptuous dinner at home, an unusual sensation from outside his abode suddenly caught his attention, followed by the sound of footsteps that immediately heightened his alertness. Eager to discern the source of the disturbance, Roya seized his pokeball, swung open his front door, and stepped outside, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Glacier, what brings you here? Upon stepping outside, Roya was confronted by Glacier, Lilia's elder brother, who stood ominously near his home. I have come for you, Glacier replied, his expression stoic. For me? Roya echoed, perplexed by Glacier's declaration. I heard today that you intend to take Lilia on a journey to the Hoenn region. Glacier fixed his gaze on Roya. Indeed, that is correct. I am here to prevent that from happening, Glacier continued with resolute determination. Why? This is Lilia's choice. On what grounds do you seek to impede her decision? Roya furrowed his brow in inquiry. It is because I am deeply concerned for Lilia's safety, Glacier shouted at Roya. What if something were to happen in the distant Hoenn region? At this revelation, Roya's understanding dawned. Glacier's apprehension stemmed from his protective instincts as a brother. Unwilling to let Lilia venture out with him, yet reluctant to cause her distress, hence his visit to dissuade their plans. Rest assured, my abilities will safeguard Lilia's well-being. Roya replied with a light-hearted chuckle. I remain unconvinced. In stark contrast to Roya's jovial demeanor, Glacier maintained a stern countenance. What do you propose we do? Roya inquired, raising an eyebrow at Glacier's insistence. Let us battle. Allow me to witness the prowess of the champion of the Indigo League and the Silver Conference, Glacier challenged, producing a pokeball to face Roya. Since you have extended such a gracious invitation, it would be impolite for me to decline, Roya acquiesced, agreeing to Glacier's duel. Upon his consent, the two made their way to a secluded stretch of sandy beach. How about a 2-on-2 battle? Glacier suggested coldly. Absolutely, Roya agreed without hesitation. Go, Rockruff. Glacier summoned forth his first Pokémon, a reddish-brown Rockruff materializing on the midnight shore, embodying the essence of night. Pokémon Rockruff. Type, Rock. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, Male. Level, 38. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Stealth Rock, Shadow Clone, Rock Slide, Rockfall. An elite Rockruff. Quite impressive, Roya noted, discerning the creature's attributes through his probing gaze. Then, it is settled. Come forth, Dusk Mane Necrozma. Roya gently tossed his own Pokeball, and under the illuminating glow, his Dusk Mane Necrozma manifested before Rockruff. What a robust Dusk Mane Necrozma, Glacier observed, momentarily taken aback by the formidable presence of Roya's Pokémon. This Dusk Mane Necrozma is a descendant of the ruler of Pony Island and possesses extraordinary strength, Roya proudly informed Glacier, patting his Pokémon. Ah, I see, Glacier acknowledged, understanding the lineage, before commanding, Rockruff, unleash Rock Slide. With Glacier's command, Rockruff summoned a barrage of stones from above, hurtling them toward Dusk Mane Necrozma. Dusk Mane Necrozma. Use Brick Break. Roya countered, directing his Pokémon. Obeying, Dusk Mane Necrozma illuminated its arms with a brilliant white light and shattered the descending boulders, scattering them harmlessly before it. Dragon Pulse. With the debris neutralized, Roya initiated his offensive. As he spoke, Dusk Mane Necrozma unleashed a white beam resembling a dragon, hurtling toward Glacier's Rockruff. Dodge with Quick Attack. Glacier swiftly commanded, opting to evade the incoming assault. In response, Rockruff glimmered with a faint white aura, darting away with remarkable speed, narrowly avoiding the Dragon Pulse. Rockruff, use Shadow Clone. As Rockruff raced, Glacier issued another command. In an instant, Rockruff executed Quick Attack, while simultaneously creating multiple shadowy duplicates, flooding the battlefield with its likenesses, all charging towards Dusk Mane Necrozma. Dusk Mane Necrozma, unleash Draco Meteor. Roya ordered, witnessing the onslaught. Under Roya's guidance, Dusk Mane Necrozma summoned a whirlwind of draconic energy, which exploded in the air, raining down miniature meteorites towards the advancing Rockruff army. Watch out, evade! Glacier shouted urgently to Rockruff. Responding to Glacier's warning, Rockruff abandoned its assault on Dusk Mane Necrozma and began dodging the incoming meteor shower. However, the sheer volume of the meteors proved overwhelming. Even with Quick Attack, Rockruff found itself struck repeatedly, its shadowy clones dissipating into the ether. Ultimately, as Rockruff attempted to regain its footing, it was inadvertently struck by a falling meteorite, collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Seize this moment. Use Final Gambit, Roya exclaimed, as Dusk Mane Necrozma surged forth with tremendous force toward the fallen Rockruff. Just as Rockruff regained its stance, it was caught squarely by Dusk Mane Necrozma's Final Gambit, sending it hurtling across the sandy expanse, where it lay unconscious. Thank you for your efforts, Rockruff, Glacier remarked sorrowfully, retrieving the defeated Pokémon into its Pokeball. This is my second Pokémon, come forth. With that declaration, Glacier threw his second Pokeball, and in a flash of crimson light, another Pokémon emerged onto the beach. Chapter 216, The Acknowledgement of the Brother-in-Law. Come forth, Lunala, Glacier commanded, as the ethereal Lunala appeared within Roya's sight. Pokémon, Lunala. Type, Psychic Ghost. Ability, Shadow Shield. Gender, Male. Level, 41. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Dark Pulse, Lunar Dance, Teleport, Shadow Ball. Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Cosmic Power. Lunala, unleash Dark Pulse. Upon summoning Lunala, Glacier swiftly ordered an attack on Dusk Mane Necrozma. Responding to Glacier's command, Lunala released a purplish-black beam, surging toward Dusk Mane Necrozma with ferocity. Dusk Mane Necrozma, counter with Dragon Pulse. Observing the incoming threat, Roya immediately strategized for a counterattack. Under Roya's direction, Dusk Mane Necrozma unleashed a white Dragon Pulse, colliding with Lunala's Dark Pulse in a spectacular display of power. Due to the disparity in strength between the Moon Fairy and the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon, the Dragon's Wave effortlessly overpowered the Moon Fairy's Malevolent Wave, which was unable to withstand the onslaught. The Dragon's Wave surged forward, aiming directly at the Moon Fairy. Moon Fairy, execute high-speed movement. Upon witnessing this, Glacio commanded the Moon Fairy to abandon the Malevolent Wave and evade the attack. As soon as Glacio's words left his lips, the Moon Fairy severed the Malevolent Wave and immediately activated high-speed movement, vacating its position. With the obstruction of the Malevolent Wave removed, the Dragon's Wave barreled towards the Moon Fairy. However, by then, the Moon Fairy had already utilized high-speed movement to escape, causing the Dragon's Wave to crash harmlessly onto the beach, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Moon Fairy Shadow Ball. Having departed from its original location with high-speed movement, the Moon Fairy suddenly appeared beside the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon. Seizing this opportunity, Glajo issued his command. Under Glajo's direction, the Moon Fairy unleashed a dark purple energy sphere, launching it toward the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon. Taken by surprise, the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon was swiftly struck by the Moon Fairy Shadow Ball, causing its body to tilt precariously as it nearly toppled to the ground. Just as the Moon Fairy prepared to launch a second Shadow Ball, the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon steadied itself and swung its arms, executing the shattering move to obliterate several incoming Shadow Balls, rendering the Moon Fairy's assault ineffective. Flamethrower. After dispersing the Shadow Balls, Roa continued his offensive. Upon receiving the command, the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon opened its mouth and released a torrent of searing flames towards the Moon Fairy, who stood at a short distance away. High-speed movement. Following Glajo's direction, the Moon Fairy once again employed high-speed movement to evade the flamethrower. Use ear-piercing sound. Having been hit once, Roa was determined not to be caught off guard again, and promptly commanded the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon. As soon as Roa's words were spoken, the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon opened its mouth, emitting a shrill sound that enveloped the arena, prompting both Roa and Glajo to cover their ears instantly. The Moon Fairy, in the midst of high-speed movement, also halted, lowering its front paws to shield its ears. Now, Dragon Tail Armored Dragon unleashed Destructive Beam. Observing the Moon Fairy's temporary cessation, Roa promptly commanded the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon. Upon hearing Roa's directive, the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon ceased its shrill sound and began to gather energy within its mouth. Once the energy was amassed, it unleashed a beam of orange light that struck the Moon Fairy, who had just recovered from the deafening sound, sending it hurtling away. Moon Fairy. Watching the Moon Fairy struggle to rise, yet fail to remain standing, Glajo rushed to its side to assess its condition. Upon realizing that the Moon Fairy was merely exhausted, Glajo breathed a sigh of relief and returned it to its Pokeball. How do you like my strength? After recalling the Dragon Tail Armored Dragon into its Pokeball, Roa approached Glajo and inquired. Your strength is formidable. I concede defeat with full respect, Glajo replied, having secured the Moon Fairy's Pokeball. As for Lily's journey, with your strength, I have no doubt you can ensure her safety, he added, his expression stern. Then it's settled, brother-in-law. With Glajo's approval, Roa felt a surge of joy and teased him. You rascal, Glajo responded, his desire to continue the conversation evaporating. But you must take good care of Lily, otherwise, I shall not spare you. With that, Glajo shot Roa a fierce glare. Under Glajo's serious tone and gaze, Roa solemnly assured, I will certainly take good care of Lily. Then, I entrust you with her well-being in the days to come. With those words, Glajo rose to depart. After taking a few steps, he paused and turned back to Roa, stating, I lost today's battle, but next time, I shall defeat you. I await that day, Roa replied with a smile. After receiving Roa's response, Glajo stood up once more and left, this time without looking back, striding straight ahead until he vanished into the night. Observing Glajo's retreating figure, Roa returned home to continue with his dinner. The following day, Lily rushed to Roa's house and immediately asked, Did my brother come here yesterday? Indeed, Roa shrugged in response. What did my brother come here for? Lily inquired eagerly. He came to warn me to take good care of you, or else he wouldn't let me off easily, Roa said, playfully pinching Lily's nose. Is that true? Lily asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Roa replied with a warm smile. Then you must protect me. Otherwise, I will tell my brother and have him deal with you, Lily threatened with an adorable tilt of her body. All right, I promise to take good care of you, Roa said, pulling Lily close and ruffling her hair with a smile. Now, let's go out and gather supplies. With that, she took Roa by the hand and led him outside. Wait a moment, I haven't changed yet. Hurry up, or I won't wait for you. After a brief flurry of preparations, Roa and Lily set off hand in hand to procure supplies in Hoenn City. Chapter 217, Departure to the Hoenn region. Early in the morning at the cruise ship port, as bustling as ever, a notable gathering of individuals was present. Unlike usual, teachers from the Pokémon school, including Kukui and Principal Seiya, along with classmates like Kachi and others from Ether Paradise, including Lizaman, had assembled to bid farewell to Roa and Lily as they embarked on their journey to the Hoenn region. Lily, you have never been apart from your mother since childhood, and now you are going to the distant Hoenn region. It truly worries me. Lizaman, holding Lily tightly, expressed her concerns. Oh, come on, Mom. I've been living quite well on my own while you worked at Ether Paradise, Lily replied, slightly embarrassed by her mother's public display of concern. Look at that. Lily has grown up enough to retort. Luzmin feigned a wounded look upon hearing Lily's words. Unable to help herself, Lily sighed and said, "Mom, I've grown up now. I can take care of myself. I understand. Please take care of yourself in the Hoenn region." Luzmin returned to her normal demeanor, speaking with a caring tone. "Roa, you must protect Lily," Gladio interjected, addressing Roa. "Absolutely," Roa replied with a grin. "Lily, don't forget to keep in touch while in Hoenn." Mao called out to Lily. "I will," Lily nodded in affirmation. Just as the group was enjoying their conversation, the cruise ship's horn sounded, snapping everyone back to reality. The ship is about to depart. Lily and I must be on our way. Farewell, everyone, Roa announced as the horn blared. "May your journey be smooth." With that, Roa and Lily boarded the cruise ship bound for the Hoenn region, waved off by their friends. "Since we have a long journey ahead, let us first return to our cabins and rest for a bit." Roya and Lily stood in the corridor of the cruise ship, gazing at the receding sight of Alola. Turning to Lily, Roya exclaimed, "I understand now." Lily took one last look at her distant hometown before joining Roya in returning to their cabin. Thus, for an entire month, Roya and Lily led a rather mundane existence aboard the cruise ship en route to the Hoenn region, devoid of the frequent battle competitions that typically enliven such journeys. Their days filled solely with the ordinary rhythms of ship life. Eventually, the cruise ship reached the Hoenn region, docking at a port near Littleroot Town. "Is this truly the Hoenn region?" Lily inquired, her curiosity piqued as they disembarked with the throng. "Indeed, we have arrived at a port close to Littleroot Town," Roya observed, surveying their surroundings. "Littleroot Town?" Lily questioned. "It is a small town situated in the southwest of Hoenn, famously known as a place untouched by any hue. And it is home to the renowned Professor Birch, a luminary in the field of Pokémon research," Roya informed her, glancing at the travel brochure he had just purchased. "Professor Birch, the one who specializes in studying Pokémon in their natural habitats?" Lily, well-versed in knowledge, recognized the name. "Precisely," Roya nodded in affirmation. "Shall we pay him a visit? Would that be convenient?" Lily expressed her apprehension. "Of course, there's no issue at all," Roya replied with a smile. "Then let us set off promptly." After confirming their intention to visit Professor Birch, Roya and Lily hailed a taxi to make their way to the research lab. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Birch Research Lab, Roya stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a brief chime, an assistant opened the door and inquired, "Who might you be?" "My name is Roya, and this is Lily. We have come to visit Professor Birch." Roya introduced himself to the assistant. "Ah, you are Roya. No wonder you looked somewhat familiar," the assistant exclaimed, recognizing him instantly. "You know me?" Roya asked, intrigued. "Certainly. I've watched the live broadcast of the Silver Conference. I am familiar with the champion." "Roya," the assistant smiled. "I see," Roya nodded, continuing, "May I ask if Professor Birch is available?" "He is inside conducting research." "Please, come in," the assistant replied, stepping aside to allow Roya and Lily entry. Following the assistant, they entered Professor Birch's laboratory. "Professor, we have visitors," the assistant announced as they entered the research room. "Who is it?" Professor Birch inquired, setting aside his work. "It is Roya, the champion of the Silver Conference." Along with his companion, the assistant responded. "Ah, Roya, what a pleasant surprise to see you." Professor Birch beamed upon recognizing him. "Professor Birch, you know of me?" Roya asked. His brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, I have heard of you from Professor Oak and Professor Rowan," Professor Birch replied with a smile. "I see. By the way, may I ask who this is?" Professor Birch's gaze shifted to Lily. "Hello, Professor Birch. My name is Lily, and I hail from the Alola region," she introduced herself, bowing slightly as she felt the professor's attention upon her. "She, like me, is a student of Professor Sycamore," Roya added. "Ah, so you are both students of Sycamore," Professor Birch remarked, his smile widening, as he was well acquainted with the esteemed professor, being his cousin. "Indeed. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" After a brief exchange, Professor Birch turned to Roya and Lily, curious. "We recently arrived in the Hoenn region and learned that your research lab is nearby. So we took the liberty of dropping by," Roya explained. "I see. Welcome to my lab." Professor Birch welcomed them warmly. He then proceeded to show Roya the various research projects he was undertaking and introduced them to the unique Pokémon of the Hoenn region. Just as Roya and Lily were engrossed in conversation with Professor Birch, a gentle white light suddenly emanated from their backpacks. Chapter 218, The Hatching of Two Pokémon. While Professor Birch was guiding Roya and Lily through the intricacies of his research and the unique Pokémon eggs of the Hoenn region, the gentle white light from their backpacks intensified. "What is happening?" Professor Birch noticed the unusual occurrence and inquired of Roya and Lily. Upon realizing their backpack was glowing, they quickly retrieved the Pokémon egg emitting the light. "It appears the Pokémon egg is about to hatch," Professor Birch, a man of vast knowledge, deduced the situation immediately. It seems it is indeed hatching, Roya remarked, having previously experienced the hatching of a Togepi and recognizing the familiar scene. We must move it to the lab at once. With that, Professor Birch called upon his assistant to prepare for the event. Thank you for your assistance, Roya and Lily expressed their gratitude. Following Professor Birch into the lab, where they placed the egg on a prepared table, as the assistant brought over some necessary supplies. The light from the egg grew ever more brilliant. Soon, amidst the dazzling radiance, two small figures emerged upon the table. When the light dissipated, a charming Torchic and a pristine Vulpix appeared before them. Hello, Torchic. At long last, we meet, Vulpix. Both Pokémon rushed to the sides of Roya and Lily, who had cared for them for so long. In response, they took out towels to dry the two Pokémon and offered them Moo Moo milk prepared by Professor Birch. This is our Torchic from Hoenn, along with an Alolan Vulpix, the assistant remarked, observing the two Pokémon sipping the milk on the table. That is not an Alolan Vulpix. Professor Birch interjected, shaking his head after glancing at the Vulpix. Then what is it? The assistant quickly inquired. This Vulpix represents its regional form, the Alolan variant of Vulpix. Roya clarified, addressing the assistant's confusion. Regional form? The assistant asked with curiosity. It refers to how the differing environments and climates of various regions can cause the same species of Pokémon to not only alter in appearance, but also in their elemental types. Lily explained, sharing her knowledge with the assistant. Ah, I see. That's quite impressive. The assistant exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Indeed, this snowy Vulpix is the Alolan variant. Distinct from the regular Vulpix in that it possesses the ice type, Professor Birch added. It seems that your knowledge is remarkably extensive, Lily. Quite commendable. He praised her. Professor, you flatter me, Lily replied bashfully at the compliment. I have a somewhat audacious request, and I hope you might consider it. Doctor. Otamaki suddenly turned to Roy and Lilia and inquired, is there something you wish to discuss? I would like to gather some data regarding this Alolan Vulpix, if possible. He asked Lilia. Hesitant due to concerns about the potential harm to Vulpix from the research, Lilia hesitated. Rest assured, I shall not harm Vulpix, Dr. Otamaki assured her, recognizing the reason for her reluctance, and smiled reassuringly. In that case, it poses no problem. Upon hearing that Vulpix would be unharmed, Lilia readily agreed. As it is getting late, why not spend the night here with me? Dr. Otamaki suggested, glancing out at the darkening sky. We appreciate your hospitality, Dr. Otamaki. Roy and Lilia expressed their gratitude. No need for thanks. By the way, Dr. Otamaki, has a trainer named Ash from Masera Town visited you? Roy suddenly inquired about Ash. Are you referring to that trainer with Pikachu? He just left my place this morning. Do you know him? Dr. Otamaki pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed. We are friends, Roy replied with a smile. I see. Thus, under Dr. Otamaki's warm invitation, Roy and Lilia stayed overnight at the Research Institute, capturing their Torchic and Alolan Vulpix in Pokeballs. That night, Roy inquired about the items available in the system for signing in at Wibai Town, from which he received a piece of charcoal, 5 luxury balls, and 10 million Alliance coins. The following morning, after freshening up, Roy and Lilia began to bid farewell to Dr. Otamaki. Here, take these two as a farewell gift, he said, handing over 2 new Pokédexes to Roy and Lilia. What is this? Lilia asked, examining the Pokédex in her hand. This is a Pokédex, which contains data on Pokémon from our Hoenn region. Please accept it, Dr. Otamaki explained with a smile. Thank you very much, Dr. Otamaki, they chorused in unison. After bidding farewell to Dr. Otamaki, Roy and Lilia set forth on their journey through the Hoenn region, with their first destination being the nearby town of Guchen. Are these the Pokémon of the Hoenn region? They are simply marvelous, Lilia exclaimed as they traveled towards Guchen, observing the various Pokémon passing by. She retrieved the Pokédex gifted by Dr. Otamaki and eagerly began to look up data on the Pokémon, her face glowing with delight. This is a new region, filled with many Pokémon different from those in our Alola region, Roy explained with a smile. Traveling is indeed a splendid choice, Lilia remarked, her spirits lifting as she took in her surroundings. Thus, as Roy and Lilia journeyed leisurely, they engaged in battles with passing Pokémon using their Poison Baby and Gyarados. Eventually, by evening, they arrived at the Pokémon Center in Guchen. After handing over their Gyarados and Poison Baby Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, Roy also presented the Pokédex given by Dr. Otamaki to Nurse Joy, requesting her assistance in registering for the Hoenn League. Thank you for your help, Nurse Joy. After completing the registration, Roy accepted the Pokédex she handed back to him. It is my duty, Nurse Joy replied warmly. Could you please help us secure a room? With Nurse Joy as assistance, Roy and Lilia settled in at the Pokémon Center in Guchen. Lilia, how are you feeling today? After chatting with family and friends back in the Alola region, Roy asked Lilia in their room. Traveling is absolutely wonderful, Lilia exclaimed, brimming with joy. Then I look forward to your guidance in the future, Lilia. Understood, Roy, she replied. Thus, as they conversed, Roy and Lilia soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 219, Challenge at the Orange Flower Gym. Good morning, Lilia. Roy greeted Lilia, who had also just awakened, after being roused by the alarm clock in the Pokémon Center in Guchen. Good morning. After exchanging pleasantries, they began their morning routines. Following breakfast, Roy and Lilia promptly set off on their journey to Orange Flower City, which was not far from Guchen. Due to the proximity of Orange Flower City to Guchen, it took them less than a morning to arrive. Upon reaching Orange Flower City, their first stop was the Pokémon Center, where they enjoyed a sumptuous lunch before heading towards the Orange Flower Gym. Is this the Orange Flower Gym? Lilia asked Roy, standing in front of a modest dwelling that looked rather different from her expectations. It bears the gym's insignia, indicating that this is indeed the Orange Flower Gym. Roy pointed out the emblem on the building. I see, Lilia nodded, then continued, what kind of person is the gym leader here? The gym leader of Orange Flower City is named Senri, a trainer well-versed in normal-type Pokémon, whose prowess rivals that of the regional Elite Four. Roy informed Lilia about what he knew regarding Senri. You flatter me, a deep voice resonated from within. Who are you? Roy and Lilia turned towards the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man with a buzz cut standing before them. Lilia promptly addressed him. You must be Senri, the gym leader of Orange Flower. That is I, Senri. May I ask who you are? Senri acknowledged with a nod and inquired. I am Roy from the Alola region. And this is my companion, Lilia. We have come to challenge the Orange Flower Gym. Roy explained his purpose. I see, then please follow me. Senri understood their intent and led Roy and Lilia into the gym. Upon entering, they encountered a lovely woman, Senri's wife, Mitsuko, observing her husband with two newcomers. Mitsuko's curiosity piqued, and she asked, Dear, who are they? They are trainers here to challenge the Orange Flower Gym. Senri promptly clarified. Understood, Mitsuko nodded. I apologize for the intrusion, Mr. Senri. Roy conveyed his apologies. No need to worry. It is my duty, Senri replied nonchalantly before addressing Roy. Now, let us commence our gym challenge. After Senri's declaration, Roy glanced around the compact space and remarked, Is it really appropriate to hold the battle here? What do you mean? Senri inquired with curiosity. If I were to send out my fire-type Pokémon, it might inadvertently cause some damage here. Furthermore, I would like to witness your true strength, Mr. Senri, Roy explained. You are serious about showcasing your full power? Senri asked, frowning slightly. Certainly, my abilities are quite formidable, Roy confidently affirmed. Roy is the champion of both the Indigo and Silver conferences, Lilia proudly interjected, highlighting Roy's accomplishments. No wonder you seemed familiar. You are indeed the Silver Conference champion. In that case, I have no objections to you challenging me with your full strength, Senri conceded, ready to face Roy's prowess. It is indeed rather inappropriate here. Please follow me. After contemplating the words spoken by Roya, Qianli led Roya and Lilia to a more spacious area in the courtyard. Let us commence the gym battle right here, Qianli declared to Roya. No objections, Roya replied. To preface, the rules of our Changhua gym dictate a 3-on-3 battle. Is that agreeable? Qianli directed his gaze toward Roya. I have no objections, Roya shook his head. Subsequently, Qianli arranged for a referee to be present, initiating the bout. Let the battle begin. With that, Qianli retrieved his first Pokeball and threw it forth. Go, Urshifu. Bathed in the glow of the Pokeball, an Urshifu materialized on the battlefield. Species, Urshifu. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Gender, male. Level, 53. Aptitude, champion. Moves, cut, sand attack, pin missile, headbutt, tackle, dig, body slam. Fury swipes, swift. Such a formidable Urshifu, truly befitting Mr. Qianli. Roya discerned the creature's prowess at a glance. Then I shall summon my partner, Steelix. I entrust this battle to you. Upon witnessing Qianli's Urshifu, Roya released his own Pokeball, and Steelix emerged onto the field. Observing the colossal Steelix, Qianli's eyes widened with astonishment. What a magnificent Steelix. It must be 3 or 4 times the size of an ordinary one. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Qianli. Roya felt a swell of pride in his heart. Let our battle commence. At Qianli's urging, Roya and Steelix launched their first assault. Steelix, Rock Slide. Under Steelix's command, numerous boulders materialized above Urshifu and cascaded down upon it. Urshifu, use Quick Attack. Qianli called out urgently. Following Qianli's directive, Urshifu unleashed its Quick Attack, enveloped in a radiant white light, deftly evading the descending rocks with remarkable agility. Having evaded the Rock Slide, Urshifu swiftly closed the distance to Steelix. Urshifu unleashed Tackle. Obeying Qianli's command, Urshifu charged at Steelix with great force. Steelix, use iron defense. In response to the incoming Urshifu, Roya commanded Steelix. Just before Urshifu could make contact, Steelix activated iron defense, radiating a metallic sheen that significantly bolstered its defensive capabilities. The impact from Urshifu merely pushed Steelix back a few steps, causing no damage whatsoever. What incredible defense! Qianli marveled at Steelix's resilience. Steelix, use spikes. Under Roya's guidance, Steelix targeted Urshifu once more with a barrage of stones. However, Urshifu deftly avoided each wave of attacks with its speed, and unable to penetrate Steelix's formidable defenses, the battle reached a stalemate. In this confrontation with Qianli, Steelix struggled to land a hit on the agile Urshifu, while Urshifu found itself equally incapable of breaching Steelix's robust defenses, resulting in a deadlock. It was then that Roya's command shattered the standoff. Steelix, use Sandstorm. Roya gestured emphatically, directing Steelix. Complying with Roya's command, Steelix summoned a raging sandstorm that assailed the grounded Urshifu, which struggled to withstand the tempest. Urshifu used Dig. Noticing Urshifu being buffeted by the sandstorm, Qianli promptly instructed it. As Qianli's words left his lips, Urshifu utilized Dig, its sharp claws carving into the earth, allowing it to burrow underground and evade the storm's wrath. Observing Urshifu's escape into the hole, a smirk crept onto Roya's lips as he commanded, Steelix, use Earthquake. Upon receiving Roya's order, Steelix raised its tail and struck the ground with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling beneath the surface toward Urshifu. Oh no, Urshifu, come out quickly, Qianli exclaimed, urging his Pokémon from the hole. Hearing its trainer's voice amidst the pain, Urshifu swiftly emerged, panting at the entrance of its burrow. Now's your chance, Steelix, unleash Dragon Pulse. Spotting Urshifu resting at the burrow's mouth, Roya seized the moment and commanded Steelix. Upon hearing the order, Steelix unleashed a beam of white light, striking Urshifu and sending it hurtling away, crashing to the ground, its eyes swirling in confusion as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Roya is truly impressive. This was not the first time Lilia had witnessed Roya's battle prowess, yet she remained astounded. Urshifu has lost its fighting spirit. Steelix is victorious. The referee assessed Urshifu's condition before announcing the result. Indeed, as the champion of the Silver Conference, your strength is formidable, Roya, Qianli remarked, recalling Urshifu with a spirited tone. Mr. Qianli, your strength is equally commendable, Roya responded with a smile. Let us continue our match. Your next opponent is this. Qianli produced his second Pokeball and hurled it into the air, revealing a figure amidst the crimson light. Species, Meowth. Type, normal. Ability, immunity. Gender, male. Level, 58. Aptitude, champion. Moves, Fury Cutter, Cut, Revenge, Detect, Cross Chop, Shadow Clone, Rock Smash, Brick Break. With fighting capabilities, this will be a challenging encounter. Roya mused inwardly as he assessed Meowth's attributes. Steelix, use Rock Slide. After a moment of contemplation, he initiated his offensive. Under Roya's command, Steelix executed Rock Slide, summoning a flurry of stones that hurtled toward Meowth. Meowth, use Brick Break. Qianli swiftly commanded. As soon as Qianli's words left his mouth, Meowth's claws gleamed with white light, shattering the incoming rocks one by one. After demolishing all the boulders, Qianli promptly issued another command. Quick Attack. Meowth, enveloped in a faint white glow, transformed into a streak of white lightning, deftly evading Steelix's subsequent assault while darting toward its opponent. Steelix, Earthquake. Roya called out as Meowth approached. Heeding Roya's command, Steelix struck the ground with its tail, executing Earthquake to thwart the advancing Meowth. Meowth, jump! Qianli shouted upon witnessing the unfolding situation. At Qianli's command, Meowth sprang into the air with great agility, landing atop Steelix's massive frame. Steelix, shake it off, Roya urged, as Steelix writhed in an attempt to dislodge the pesky Meowth. But to no avail. Meowth, use Rock Smash. Seizing the opportunity, Qianli commanded Meowth to execute Rock Smash against Steelix. The Rock Smash attack, a formidable fighting skill, inflicted considerable damage upon the Steelix, causing it to emit a cry of anguish before collapsing onto the ground. Steelix, are you alright? Roy called out anxiously upon witnessing the scene. However, Qianli did not relent in his assault. Instead, he commanded his Sandshrew to execute a move. Dig. Consequently, the Sandshrew, having just dismounted from Steelix, brandished its arms, glowing with a white luminescence, and charged towards its opponent. In response, Roy quickly devised a strategy and commanded Steelix, Steelix, unleash Sandstorm. Under Steelix's control, a tempest of sand erupted once more, enveloping the battlefield and obstructing the advancing Sandshrew. Yet, to Roy's astonishment, the Sandshrew persevered against the sandstorm, enduring its pain, and charged fiercely towards Steelix. Roy, taken aback by the display of determination from Sandshrew, quickly urged Steelix, "Steelix, Iron Tail." The Iron Tail of Steelix collided with the incoming dig attack from Sandshrew. In the ensuing clash, both Pokémon were forced back several meters, once again reaching a stalemate. Just when Roy believed the battle would continue, Steelix suddenly collapsed, losing its ability to fight. Upon witnessing Steelix fall, Sandshrew closed its eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. With both Steelix and Sandshrew rendered unable to continue, the match was declared a draw. The referee announced loudly as both Pokémon lay defeated. "You did well, Steelix," Roy remarked, retrieving his fallen companion into its Pokeball. Qianli mirrored this action, recalling Sandshrew as well. "It's time for my trump card. Are you ready?" Qianli declared as he produced his final Pokeball. "I can hardly wait," Roy replied, equally eager, as he too unveiled a Pokeball, brimming with fighting spirit. "I entrust you with this, my partner." Both trainers simultaneously hurled their Pokeballs, and two silhouettes emerged amidst the crimson glow. Chapter 221, The Seizure of the Scale Badge. "Let us go, Slaking," Roy exclaimed. "It's you, Incineroar," Qianli announced as they released their last Pokémon into the fray. In the brilliance of the red light, a Slaking and an Incineroar materialized on the battlefield, facing each other in a tense standoff. Pokémon, Slaking. Type, Normal. Ability, Truant. Gender, Male. Level, 60. Potential, Champion. Moves, Scratch. Hammer Arm, Flamethrower, Dig, Earthquake, Volt Tackle, Rock Smash, Bulk Up, Punch Boost. Roy pondered to himself that a level 61 Slaking was likely not Qianli's ace, but perhaps part of a secondary lineup. What a powerful Pokémon. Just slightly inferior to my Slaking. This boy is truly formidable, Qianli mused as he assessed the Incineroar, which exhibited comparable strength to his Slaking. "What Pokémon is this?" Qianli inquired, having never encountered Incineroar before. "This is the final evolution of Alola's starter Pokémon, Incineroar," Roy explained in response to Qianli's curiosity. "I see." Qianli nodded in understanding. "Let the battle resume," the referee called out, prompting Roy and Qianli to continue their fierce contest. "Incineroar, use Bulk Up," Roy commanded, and with a mighty roar, Incineroar significantly enhanced its attack power. Slaking, use Hammer Arm. At Qianli's command, Slaking lunged forward, its arms shimmering with white light as it barreled towards Incineroar. "Incineroar, unleash Fire Punch," Roy ordered, and Incineroar retaliated with a fist engulfed in searing flames, striking at the advancing Slaking. Upon the impact of the large and small fists, a whirlwind erupted across the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a brief standoff, Incineroar, drawing upon its immense strength, began to falter, retreating under Slaking's powerful assault. Observing Incineroar's struggle, Roy swiftly devised a plan, shouting, "Incineroar, unleash Flamethrower." Heeding Roy's command, Incineroar released a torrent of intense flames from its fiery belt, launching it towards Slaking. "Look out, Slaking, dodge it," Qianli shouted urgently. Alas, it was too late. The inferno surged forth, overwhelming Slaking and forcing it back several meters. As the flames dissipated, Slaking bore the marks of burns. "Are you all right, Slaking?" Qianli asked, alarmed at his Pokémon's condition. Receiving assurance that Slaking was not gravely harmed, Qianli felt relieved and promptly instructed the now enraged Slaking, Punch Boost. Under Qianli's guidance, Slaking initiated a fresh offensive, relentlessly striking at Incineroar without allowing any opportunity for a counterattack. In their exchange, Incineroar found itself at a disadvantage, ultimately retreating to Roy's side, eyeing Slaking cautiously. "It seems we must resort to ranged attacks," Roy concluded, then commanded, "Incineroar, use Flamethrower." As Roy's words echoed, Incineroar unleashed a wave of scorching flames aimed directly at Slaking. "Slaking, counter with Aura Sphere," Qianli instructed, and as the flames advanced, Slaking summoned its energy to disperse the incoming attack. "Big Blast," Roy declared, initiating another offensive. Following Roy's command, Slaking released a massive fire attack directed at Slaking. However, to everyone's shock, Slaking chose to forego a counterstrike, collapsing onto the ground and allowing Incineroar's Big Blast to engulf it. Under the assault of the massive flames, Slaking suffered severe damage. "I didn't foresee that its ability would trigger at this moment," Qianli remarked, half amused and half dismayed. "Slaking, unleash Giga Impact," Qianli commanded as Slaking rose once more. "Incineroar, we shall execute Giga Impact as well," Roy echoed, rallying his Pokémon. Thus, Incineroar and Slaking charged towards each other, colliding with a thunderous roar. Neither Pokémon yielded an inch, locked in a fierce stalemate. "Give it your all, Slaking," Qianli urged fervently. We cannot afford to back down, Roy shouted, equally determined. Amidst their encouragement, the clash between the two Pokémon intensified, and finally, with a tremendous exertion of strength, both were propelled backward by the resulting shockwave before crashing heavily onto the ground. Both Slaking and Incineroar simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities, resulting in a draw. However, as Roy still had one Pokémon left, the battle was declared a victory for him. The referee assessed the situation before announcing the outcome. Wonderful! Roya has triumphed, exclaimed Liliai joyfully upon witnessing the victory. Come back and rest. After Qianli called back Wong, the Pokeball, he approached Roya, who had also returned his Blaziken. What an intense battle. Your prowess is truly remarkable, befitting the champion of the Silver Conference. Qianli remarked as he walked over to Roya. Mr. Qianli, your strength is formidable as well. Roya expressed his admiration for Qianli's skills wholeheartedly. This is the balance badge from the Orange League. Please accept it. With that, Qianli produced a gym badge and handed it to Roya. Thank you, Mr. Qianli. Roya replied as he accepted the badge. After conversing with Qianli for a while, Roya and Liliai made their way back to the Pokemon Center. On their return, Liliai reminisced about the earlier battle, exclaiming, "This is what a gym battle is all about. It was simply fantastic." Roya shared her enthusiasm, for during the duel with Qianli, Blaziken and Steelix had successfully shattered the barrier of the Elite Four, elevating themselves to the ranks of Roya's 4th and 5th elite Pokemon. That night, at the Pokemon Center, Roya was still elated over Blaziken's advancement to elite status that day, so much so that he found it difficult to fall asleep. Consequently, he accessed the system to check the items available for signing in at Orange City. Chapter 222, Capturing in the Orange Forest. The sign-in location was Orange City, and the sign-in items included a silk scarf, 5 healing potions, and 500,000 Alliance coins, as the system revealed. What is the purpose of this silk scarf? Roya inquired about the unfamiliar item. The silk scarf enhances the power of normal-type moves when held by a Pokemon, the system explained in response to Roya's question. I understand now. With the system's clarification, Roya comprehended the scarf's function. Since it was not immediately needed, he decided to store it in the system's space. The following morning, after preparing their supplies, Roya and Liliai departed from Orange City, heading towards the Orange Forest. While exploring the forest, they encountered wild Pokemon and faced challenges from passing trainers. At that moment, they found themselves engaged in a battle with a bug catcher boy. Beedrill, use Twin Needle, commanded the bug catcher as his Beedrill launched a shimmering twin attack towards Ujira. Ujira, use Stone Edge, Roya ordered, and as soon as the command was given, dozens of sharp stones materialized around Ujira and were sent hurtling towards Beedrill. As Beedrill approached Ujira, it was not only interrupted by the incoming stones, but also had to evade them continuously. After a short while, it was struck by one of the rocks and fell to the ground. Ujira, use Rock Slide. As Beedrill landed, Roya seized the opportunity. Under his command, Ujira unleashed Rock Slide, causing numerous rocks to cascade down upon the grounded Beedrill. Overwhelmed by the assault, Beedrill succumbed to unconsciousness. Beedrill is unable to battle. Ujira is the victor, announced Liliai, acting as the referee. You truly possess great skill, said the bug catcher boy as he recalled Beedrill and approached Roya in admiration. You are not lacking either, Roya replied with a smile. After a brief interlude, Roya and Liliai continued their journey through the Orange Forest. As they advanced, they suddenly noticed a small green figure come into view. Look over there, Liliai exclaimed, having spotted the figure. That should be a Trico, Roya identified the creature. Turning to Liliai, it's indeed a Trico. Liliai was slightly astonished, recognizing that Trico is one of the rare starter Pokemon from the Hoenn region. Let us go take a look. Liliai gazed at Roya with hopeful eyes. All right, Roya replied, intrigued. If its potential was high, he would consider capturing it, so without hesitation, he agreed. Thus, Roya and Liliai pursued the direction in which Trico had wandered. After walking for a while, they arrived at the foot of a towering dead tree, which appeared to be the tallest in the vicinity, albeit regrettably lifeless. There's Trico, Liliai exclaimed, spotting it perched on the dead tree. Hearing her, Roya turned to see a Trico, clutching a small twig in its mouth, staring intently at both him and Liliai. Pokemon, Trico. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, Male. Level, 8. Potential, Elite. Moves, Pound, Leer, Leaf, Quick Attack, Cut, Mega Drain. This must be the same Trico that Ash had in the original series. Roya quickly deduced its identity. Since Ash hasn't arrived here yet, I think I shall capture this little one. With that thought, a smile crept onto Roya's face. Determined to capture it, he called out to Trico, Trico, I wish to capture you. Upon hearing Roya's call, Trico dropped the twig from its mouth and leaped down from the tree, standing defiantly before Roya and Lily. In response to the provocation, Roya immediately produced a Pokeball and released his poison baby, ready to confront Trico. Just as the two Pokémon prepared to engage, a dozen Tricos suddenly appeared alongside Trico, diffusing the previously tense atmosphere. The eldest Trico, appearing more mature than the rest, approached the young Trico and exchanged a few calls, initiating a dialogue between them. What are they discussing? Lily asked, glancing at the conversing Tricos. Utilizing his own radiant powers, Roya quickly discerned the situation and explained to Lily, the elder Trico wishes for the young Trico to leave this dead tree and join them in relocating to healthier trees. But the young Trico believes this tree is not truly dead and wishes to protect it. I see Trico values loyalty, Lily said, her gaze towards Trico filled with admiration. The other Tricos, seeing the young Trico's refusal to heed the advice, turned and left the area together. Roya, is there any way you can help it? Lily, moved by compassion, implored Roya. Absolutely, he replied. Approaching the young Trico, he said, Trico, I possess a way to revive this grand tree. Jangmo-o, Trico exclaimed, its eyes wide with disbelief upon hearing Roya's words. Leave this to me. With that, Roya approached the ancient tree, placing one hand upon its trunk. Through a prior request to the deity of light, Ultra Necrozma, a portion of the deity's power was channeled through Roya and transferred to the withered tree. Upon acquiring the ultimate power of Necrozma, the once lifeless tree before them suddenly radiated with newfound vitality, its previously bare branches instantaneously adorned with lush, verdant leaves. How remarkable! The transformation occurring within this desolate tree left both Lily and the grass-type Pokémon, Trico, wide-eyed with astonishment, their expressions reflecting incredulity. After witnessing this extraordinary event, Roy approached Trico. Speaking to it, I have accomplished what you have long awaited. Would you care to accompany me? Let us venture forth and explore the world beyond. Roy extended his invitation to Trico. Trico did not respond to Roy's inquiry. Instead, it cast its gaze upon the rejuvenated tree, a hint of hesitation flickering in its eyes. Understanding Trico's thoughts, Roy stepped closer, smiling as he said, Are you concerned about this great tree? Upon hearing this, Trico nodded affirmatively, confirming Roy's assumption. I believe it shall be well cared for, Roy reassured, then turned his attention back to the congregation of Tricos nearby. Jangmo-o, the Trico clan, drawn by the miraculous revival of the tree, nodded in agreement upon hearing Roy's words. With the assurance that the great tree would be tended to, Trico resolved firmly, stepping forward to press against the luxurious Pokeball that Roy had just produced, entering it without any resistance. Thus, Roy had not merely intercepted, but had successfully captured a Trico of exceptional potential. After allowing Trico to bid farewell to the great tree and its kin, Roy and Lily resumed their journey toward Canas City. Chapter 223, The Shiny Caterpie. Trico unleashed Pound. In the vibrant orange grove, Roy sent forth Trico to engage in battle against a passing trainer, a camping youth, who commanded a level 10 Snivy. As soon as Roy's command left his lips, Trico leaped into action, swinging its tail to strike the unsuspecting Snivy, sending it hurtling through the air before crashing down heavily upon the ground. Snivy succumbed to its injuries, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Trico emerged victorious. Lily, acting as the referee, promptly declared the outcome upon witnessing Snivy's unconscious form. Your prowess is impressive, remarked the camping youth as he recalled his Snivy and approached Roy. Your skills are commendable as well, Roy replied courteously, observing the polite demeanor of the young trainer. By the way, are you also here in search of the shiny Caterpie? The camping youth inquired. Shiny Caterpie? Roy echoed, a look of confusion crossing his face. You don't know? The camping youth responded incredulously upon seeing Roy's bewilderment. Indeed, we are unaware. We merely passed through, Lily interjected from the side. Ah, I see, the camping youth exclaimed, grasping the situation. Is there a shiny Caterpie lurking about here? Roy asked. Indeed, a trainer passing through previously spotted a shiny Caterpie, but it vanished from view almost immediately and has not been seen since. The tale spread, attracting many trainers eager to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. The camping youth explained to Roy and Lily. Now it makes sense why you asked earlier, Lily remarked, finally connecting the dots. I must take my leave. I am off to seek the shiny Caterpie, the camping youth said, bidding farewell to Roy and Lily before hastily dashing off in pursuit of the elusive Pokémon. Shall we also seek the shiny Caterpie? Lily turned to Roy, glancing back at the retreating figure of the camping youth. No need. If we are destined to encounter the shiny Caterpie, it shall reveal itself to us on our journey, even without our deliberate searching. Conversely, if fate does not favor us, we may search in vain, Roy replied with a smile. Very well, Lily conceded, not wishing to press the matter further, and continued alongside Roy as they traversed the orange grove. After a while, the sun reached its zenith, prompting Roy and Lily to find a nearby stream where they could enjoy their lunch. After a period of preparation, Roy, Lily, and their Pokémon began to savor a delightful meal. As they indulged, a vibrant purple figure suddenly appeared within their line of sight. That is, Lily set down her utensils, focusing on the purple silhouette. That must be the shiny caterpie the camping youth mentioned, Roy observed, noting the creature drawn in by the aroma of their food. Pokémon, caterpie. Type, bug. Ability, shield dust. Gender, female. Level, 5. Potential, champion. Moves, tackle, string shot, poison sting. How beautiful, Lily exclaimed, captivated by the unique coloration of the caterpie. If you like it, why not try to capture it? Roy suggested, amused by Lily's admiration. Is it truly permissible? Lily asked eagerly. Of course. This shiny caterpie appears to be wild, Roy explained with a grin. Understood. Lily approached the shiny caterpie, kneeling before it. Hello, caterpie, may I capture you? She inquired sweetly. However, the shiny caterpie paid her no heed, its attention solely fixated on the food belonging to Roy and the others. Seeing the caterpie's lack of response, Lily grew anxious. Upon noticing the caterpie's keen interest in the energy cubes, inspiration struck her, and she said, If you join me, you shall enjoy delectable meals every day. Upon hearing Lily's enticing offer, the previously indifferent shiny caterpie turned its gaze toward her. After pondering for a moment, the caterpie nodded decisively and assumed a battle stance. What does this mean? Lily asked Roy, perplexed by the caterpie's posture. The caterpie is indicating that to capture it, you must first defeat it, Roy explained, clarifying the situation for Lily. I see, Lily exclaimed, understanding the implication. She summoned her Alolan Vulpix, who was still enjoying its meal, to face the shiny caterpie. Upon seeing Vulpix, the shiny caterpie unleashed a barrage of purple poison sting attacks. As the poisonous needles approached, Lily remained composed, instructing Vulpix to evade. Once Vulpix successfully dodged the caterpie's onslaught, Lily promptly commanded, Vulpix, use quick attack. Under Lily's guidance, Alolan Vulpix dashed forward at lightning speed, colliding with the shiny caterpie and sending it flying. However, the shiny caterpie quickly retaliated with string shot, ensnaring Alolan Vulpix and using the momentum to safely land on the ground. Upon witnessing the situation, Lily continued to direct her Alolan Vulpix with an air of determination, commanding, Vulpix, unleash powder snow. Heeding Lily's words, Alolan Vulpix promptly opened its mouth, sending forth a flurry of fine snowflakes towards the nearby shiny Venipede. Under the onslaught of Alolan Vulpix's powder snow, the shiny Venipede was instantly encased in ice, rendered immobile. Observing this, Lily instructed Alolan Vulpix to cease its attack and approached the frozen Venipede, producing a bottle of thawing medicine to liberate it from its icy prison. Now, can you accept my invitation? Lily inquired, brandishing a sleek black luxury ball at the shiny Venipede. Understanding Lily's intentions, the shiny Venipede consented to her invitation, gently tapping its antenna against the pokeball, and without a hint of resistance, willingly entered it. I've captured the shiny Venipede, Lily exclaimed in delight, gazing at the pokeball containing her new companion. Congratulations, Lily, Ruaya remarked, a smile gracing his face in response to her joy. Subsequently, Ruaya and Lily resumed their unfinished lunch, though the company had now increased by one. Looks like we have a real glutton among us, Ruaya jested, eyeing the shiny Venipede as it continued to devour its food with fervor. Ha! Lily burst into laughter at Ruaya's comment, leaving the bewildered shiny Venipede puzzled. After pondering for a moment, it turned back to its meal, undeterred by Ruaya and Lily's banter. Chapter 224, The World's Strongest Pelipper? Having captured her very first Pokémon in the Orange Blossom Forest, Lily's spirits soared, her footsteps light and buoyant as if she were floating. Lily, you seem exceptionally cheerful, Ruaya remarked, grinning at her exuberance after their meal. Of course, I've accomplished my first ever capture, so I'm overjoyed, Lily replied with a radiant smile. That does sound delightful, Ruaya responded, his eyes narrowing in a pleased squint. Isn't it true that you felt the same joy when you captured your first Pokémon, Ruaya? Lily inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. Indeed, Ruaya reminisced, recalling his first capture, a Zeraora, a moment of happiness that eclipsed even Lily's current elation. Such memories were truly precious. You must take good care of the Venipede and uphold its trust in you, Ruaya advised, having concluded his reflections. Fear not, I shall care for it diligently, Lily assured, glancing at the two pokeballs in her grasp. This display elicited a hint of jealousy from Alolan Vulpix within its Pokeball, prompting it to shake the ball in discontent. Upon hearing Alolan Vulpix's cries and observing its sulky demeanor, Lilii instantly grasped its sentiments and chuckled. You are certainly included, Vulpix. Once reassured by Lilii, Alolan Vulpix ceased its agitation, satisfied. Thus, the duo continued their journey through the Orange Blossom Forest. After passing through a quaint locale known as Linshin Town, Ruaya and Lilii took a day's respite, replenishing their dwindling supplies before bidding farewell to the town and setting their sights on Canaz City. On this day, they unexpectedly encountered a colossal advertisement board by the roadside, which was strikingly attention-grabbing. What does it say? Lilii inquired, intrigued by the advertisement, and peered at it, reading aloud. Home of the world's strongest Pokémon gym. What an audacious claim, Lilii remarked, incredulous. I must admit, I am curious to see who makes such a bold statement, Roy mused. His interest piqued as he contemplated this so-called strongest Pokémon. According to Ruaya's knowledge, the world's strongest Pokémon was none other than the creation deity, Arceus. While it may have been an easy target for a mere avatar in the Sinnoh region, its true form, lurking in the void, was undoubtedly formidable. Could it be that this trainer possesses Arceus? Ruaya teased Lilii with a smirk. You must be joking. Lilii shot him a skeptical glance before continuing on her way. Hey, wait for me, Ruaya called out, hastily following her. After some time, the pair arrived at the location indicated by the advertisement, which turned out to be a residence. As they approached, a bespectacled trainer stumbled out, muttering incredulously, "This is impossible." Even as Ruaya and Lilii stood nearby, he seemed oblivious to their presence, trudging away in a state of dismay, revealing the depths of his disappointment. I find myself increasingly intrigued by the trainer within, Ruaya mused, tugging Lilii along into the courtyard. Greetings, I am here to challenge the strongest Pokémon. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted a male trainer adorned with a golden belt. My name is Anthony. Are you here to challenge my Pelipper? Anthony inquired, addressing Ruaya and Lilii. So, is this Pelipper truly the strongest Pokémon in the world? Lilii asked Anthony. Indeed, my Pelipper is the strongest Pokémon, and none can possibly defeat it, Anthony declared with an air of arrogance. Pokémon, Pelipper type, water, flying ability, keen-eye gender, male level, 21 potential, elite moves, wing attack, water gun, growl, supersonic, quick attack, thunderbolt. Upon witnessing Pelipper, Ruaya understood the implications of this encounter. With Anthony maintaining his proud demeanor, Ruaya felt a desire to expose his vulnerabilities and said, Allow me to challenge you. With that, Ruaya positioned himself on the opposite side of the field, facing off against Anthony. I'm counting on you, Trico, he declared, sending forth his level 15 Trico into battle. Pelipper, use wing attack. At Anthony's command, Pelipper flapped its wings, hurtling toward Trico. Trico, dodge with quick attack, Ruaya commanded. And Trico, responding swiftly, evaded Pelipper's wing attack with remarkable agility. Use Vine Whip. However, in the next moment, Anthony issued a surprising command that astounded Lilii. Pelipper opened its mouth and, astonishingly, extended 2 Vine Whips toward Trico. How is it possible for Pelipper to have Vine Whip? Lilii exclaimed, her understanding of the situation being utterly challenged. Trico, use Swords Dance. Upon Ruaya's command, Trico twirled gracefully, executing Swords Dance to deflect the incoming Vine Whips, rendering Pelipper's attack futile. Trico, unleash Leaf Storm. Following the boost in its attack power from Swords Dance, Ruaya directed Trico once more. Upon hearing Luoya's words, Mumu Shoguang immediately unleashed a multitude of verdant leaves, directing them towards the aerial Big-Mouth Seagull. Big-Mouth Seagull, use Spark. Anthony cried out in a state of panic. However, before the Big-Mouth Seagull could execute its attack, Mumu Shoguang's leaves had already struck it. Under the relentless onslaught of leaves, the Big-Mouth Seagull plummeted from the sky. The subsequent scene left Lilii utterly astonished. It's a Budew, a Magnemite, and a Psyduck, she exclaimed, witnessing the 3 Pokémon tumble out of the Big-Mouth Seagull's gaping maw. This is what they call the strongest Pokémon, Luoya remarked with a smile as he instructed Mumu Shoguang to cease its assault. Isn't this cheating? Lilii responded with a hint of indignation. I sincerely apologize. My obsession with victory led me astray. Please forgive me, Anthony implored, realizing he had been found out. If you truly wish for the Big-Mouth Seagull to be the strongest, then invest in nurturing it rather than resorting to deceit. Luoya began imparting some motivational wisdom to Anthony. After all, based solely on the Big-Mouth Seagull, unless a miraculous opportunity presented itself, it could only aspire to elite status in the future. The notion of being the world's strongest was merely a jest. I understand my mistake. Please do not disclose this to anyone else. Anthony pleaded with Luoya and Liliai. You haven't committed any wrongdoing. And as long as you acknowledge your faults and amend them, we shall not pursue this further, Luoya reassured him, having not taken the matter to heart. I've got it. I will diligently train my big-mouth seagull and apologize to those around me, Anthony declared, awakening to his responsibilities under Luoya's guidance. Then we shall take our leave. After bidding farewell to Anthony, Luoya and Liliai continued their journey towards Canas City. Chapter 225, The Training Academy of Canas City. At last, we are free. After nearly a week traversing the orange blossom forest, Luoya and Liliai emerged into the afternoon light outside the forest. Stretching her arms, Liliai exclaimed, "We finally made it. That was quite a challenge." Looking back at the orange blossom forest, Luoya smiled and replied, "Indeed, it was quite the endeavor." Although Luoya had witnessed significant growth in his Pokémon during their time in the forest, with his Fire Chick and Mumu Shoguang evolving into Blaziken and Sceptile, the prolonged exposure to the wilderness had begun to wear on him, for no one can wholly detach from society. Ahead lies Canas City. The sun has yet to set. So let us hasten our pace, Luoya said, pointing towards a towering building in the distance. All right, Liliai responded, and together they made their way towards Canas City. What a bustling place, Liliai remarked as they wandered the streets of Canas City, taking in the vibrant urban atmosphere. This is the essence of city life, I must admit. I prefer the city, Luoya mused, appreciating his surroundings as they walked forward. Eventually, as dusk settled, they arrived at the Pokémon Center in Canas City. Upon entering, Luoya and Liliai promptly entrusted their Pokémon to Nurse Joy, requesting her assistance in restoring their vitality. Naturally, Luoya only entrusted his Fire Chick to her care, while the others remained safely at the Pokémon Ranch. Rest assured, I'll take good care of them, Nurse Joy said with a warm smile as she attended to their needs. Taking advantage of the time while their Pokémon recuperated, Luoya and Liliai headed to the center's cafeteria to enjoy dinner. That evening, in addition to catching up with family and friends from the distant Alola region, they also reached out to Mai, who was traveling in the Kalos region. It was during this time that Luoya introduced Liliai to Mai. Contrary to his preconceived notions of a contentious scenario, Liliai and Mai hit it off splendidly, quickly becoming close friends and leaving Luoya feeling somewhat excluded. The humorous anecdotes they shared about Luoya only added to his vexation, yet seeing their camaraderie flourish, he begrudgingly settled into a state of calm. After a brief respite at the Pokémon Center, the following morning, Luoya took Liliai to the Canas City gym, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. What did you say? Luoya asked incredulously of the gym's staff member. Our gym leader is unavailable today, so there will be no gym challenge, the staff member explained. Then where is the gym leader, Ms. Cuckoo? Luoya inquired, his disappointment palpable. In addition to being the gym leader of Canas City, Ms. Cuckoo is also a teacher at our Pokémon Breeding Academy, where she is currently conducting lessons for the children, the staff member revealed under Luoya's persistent questioning. And where is this Pokémon Breeding Academy located? Liliai interjected. It's right next to our gym, the staff member said, gesturing towards a nearby building. Thank you for your assistance, Luoya replied, and together with Liliai, they proceeded towards the academy as directed. Who are you? What brings you here? They were met at the entrance of the Canas City Breeding Academy by a security guard who blocked their path. Hello. We are here to see gym leader Cuckoo, Luoya stated, clarifying their purpose. Ah, so you're here for Cuckoo. You may enter, the guard replied, allowing them passage. Shortly after Luoya and Liliai stepped into the academy, a middle-aged gentleman approached them, addressing them with a knowing smile. You're here to challenge Cuckoo at the Canas City gym, aren't you? Indeed, and you are? Liliai nodded in affirmation, inquiring about his identity. I am the principal of this breeding academy, and Cuckoo is one of our esteemed alumni, he explained with a smile. I see. Luoya and Liliai replied, nodding in understanding. The principal then proceeded to introduce the various specialized classes offered at the academy. This resembles the Pokémon school back in our region, Liliai remarked after listening to the principal's descriptions. Are you students at a Pokémon school as well? The principal asked, intrigued. Yes, we are students of a Pokémon school in the Alola region, currently traveling through the Hoenn region, Luoya responded. I see. The principal nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, where is Ms. Cuckoo? Luoya recalled their reason for visiting and quickly inquired. Cuckoo is our introductory class teacher. She should be in the classroom teaching the children right now. Follow me, the principal said, leading Luoya and Liliai towards the classroom where the introductory class was held. Cuckoo, there are visitors here to challenge the gym, the principal announced as they entered the classroom, addressing Cuckoo, who was engaged with her students. As Roas stepped into the classroom, his gaze fell upon a woman adorned in a flowing black gown, her long legs elegantly encased in red stockings. With a somewhat graceful visage, she was none other than Dukwang, the gym leader of Canas City. I understand, Principal, Dukwang remarked after listening attentively. Subsequently, she turned her attention to Roa and Lily, inquiring, "May I ask who among you is here to challenge the gym?" "It is I," Roa responded, stepping forward. "I sincerely apologize, but I am currently engaged in teaching at the training academy, hence I am unable to conduct a gym challenge today," Dukwang conveyed with an apologetic gaze directed at Roa. "Then, may I inquire, Miss Dukwang, when would you be available?" Roa promptly asked. "Tomorrow would be suitable," Dukwang replied with a smile. "Understood. I shall make my way to the gym tomorrow," Roa acknowledged upon learning the schedule. "Until we meet again tomorrow." With that, Lily and Roa departed, returning to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 226. Challenge at Canas City Gym. Hello. Is anyone here? We have come to challenge the Canas City Gym. Early the next morning, Roa and Lily left the Pokémon Center and arrived at the entrance of the Canas City Gym. "You have arrived. Miss Dukwang has been awaiting you inside the gym." The same attendant from yesterday opened the gym doors, gesturing for Roa and Lily to enter. "Thank you." After expressing their gratitude, Roa and Lily followed the attendant into the gym. Upon reaching the battle arena, they found gym leader Dukwang already present, seemingly adjusting a camera. "Miss Dukwang, what are you doing?" Lily inquired, noticing the camera. "I wish to record this battle for educational purposes at the training academy. Would that be acceptable?" Dukwang responded, casting her gaze towards Roa. "Of course, that is perfectly fine," Roa readily agreed. "Let us commence our gym challenge," Dukwang declared as she finalized the camera setup. "Very well," Roa replied, taking his position. "Now, we begin the challenge between gym leader Dukwang and the challenger Roa from the Alola region. The rules dictate a knockout tournament utilizing 2 Pokémon, with only the challenger permitted to switch Pokémon," announced the referee, standing alongside the arena. "Then I shall make my move," Dukwang proclaimed as she retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it, exclaiming, "Come forth, Geodude." Under the radiant glow of the Pokeball, a robust Geodude materialized on the battlefield. "Go, Combuskin." Upon realizing that Dukwang's Geodude was at level 18, Roa sent forth his own Combuskin, which had also attained level 18 through rigorous training in the Orange Blossom Forest. The match begins. The referee raised the signal flag and shouted. Immediately, Roa commanded, "Combuskin. Use quick attack." At Roa's command, Combuskin charged towards Geodude. "Block it." Dukwang instructed Geodude, who braced itself to intercept the incoming Combuskin. Observing the standoff between Combuskin and Geodude, Roa swiftly issued another command, "Combuskin, execute double kick." Heeding Roa's words, Combuskin abandoned the struggle of strength, leaping high into the air and unleashed a double kick upon Geodude, sending it flying some distance away. "Geodude, are you alright?" Dukwang inquired with concern as she looked at her staggered Geodude. After receiving confirmation that all was well, Dukwang regained her composure and commanded, "Geodude, use rollout." As Dukwang's words echoed, Geodude curled into a rock ball and rolled towards Combuskin, intent on launching an attack. "Jump, Combuskin!" Roa shouted urgently. As Geodude approached, Combuskin was already prepared. At the last moment, it utilized its leg strength to leap, completely evading Geodude's rolling assault and landing safely. Flame charge. Dukwang swiftly directed Geodude as it halted after the rollout. Upon hearing Roa's command, Combuskin became enveloped in flames and dashed towards Geodude at breakneck speed. Due to Geodude's slower speed, it was struck by the flame charge and sent soaring through the air. "Deliver the final blow, double kick," Roa called out immediately after the impact. As soon as the words left his lips, Combuskin pursued the airborne Geodude, deploying its powerful legs to land a decisive kick, slamming Geodude hard against the ground. Geodude has lost its fighting energy. Combuskin is victorious, the referee announced, raising the signal flag. "Return, Geodude." Dukwang called back her Pokemon and produced her next Pokeball. "This will be my next Pokemon. Nosepass, come forth." With Dukwang's summon, Nosepass appeared on the battlefield. Pokemon, Nosepass type, rock ability, sturdy gender, male level, 20 qualification, gym moves, tackle, rock throw, harden, thunder wave, rock slide, block, earth power. Return, Combuskin. After assessing Nosepass's attributes, Roa withdrew his fatigued Combuskin and sent forth his next Pokeball. "Go, Lurantis." Having gained ample experience and training in the Orange Blossom Forest, his Lurantis had successfully evolved to level 23. Lurantis, unleash Leaf Tornado. At Roa's command, Lurantis directed a barrage of green leaves towards Nosepass. Under Lurantis's control, countless verdant leaves soared towards Nosepass. "Nosepass, use Protect." Dukwang commanded her Pokemon as the leaf assault approached. Responding swiftly, Nosepass conjured a light blue barrier that shielded it from the incoming leaves. Nosepass, execute block. After successfully defending against Lurantis' strike, Duquan quickly organized a counterattack. Under Nosepass's command, rocks rose from the ground and hurtled towards Lurantis. Dodge with quick attack, Roa instructed, and Lurantis maneuvered with remarkable speed, darting behind Nosepass. Lurantis, energy ball. Noticing the opportunity, Roa gestured grandly, commanding Lurantis. As Roa's words faded, Lurantis opened its mouth, gathering energy to form an energy ball and launched it at Nosepass. Taken by surprise, Nosepass was struck by Lurantis' energy ball, suffering significant damage before collapsing to the ground. Now's your chance, unleash Leaf Tornado. Roa seized the moment, directing Lurantis. Upon hearing Roa's command, Lurantis released a flurry of glowing green leaves that struck the downed Nosepass. With a cry of defeat, Nosepass succumbed to its injuries, its eyes spiraling in exhaustion. Nosepass has lost its fighting ability. Lurantis is victorious. The winner is Roa from the Alola region. The referee declared after assessing Nosepass's condition. Thank you for your efforts, Nosepass. After retrieving her north nose, Dowan approached Luoya and exclaimed, "You truly deserve the title of champion of the Silver Conference. Your strength is indeed formidable." "You flatter me, Miss Dowan," Luoya replied with a smile. "Here is my stone badge. Please accept it." With that, Dowan produced a golden yellow badge and handed it to Luoya. "Thank you, Miss Dowan," Luoya said as he accepted the stone badge with a grin. "It is well deserved," Dowan responded with a smile. "Then we shall take our leave. Farewell, Miss Dowan." With that, Luoya and Lily AI bid Dowan goodbye and departed from the Canas City Gym, making their way back to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 227, Wudo Town. Where shall we head next? Lily AI inquired as they walked back to the Pokémon Center. "Our next destination is Wudo Town," Luoya replied after perusing his travel guide for a moment. Wudo Town? Wudo Town, also referred to as Wudo Island, is a maritime island located in the southwestern region of Hoenn, and our next gym battle will take place there. Luoya patiently explained to Lily AI, who was not well acquainted with the Hoenn region. "When do we depart?" Lily AI pressed further. "Let's rest for a day in Canas City and set off the day after tomorrow. Considering we spent the entire previous week in the Orange Forest, it is decided that we shall take a day to recuperate in Canas City," Luoya concluded. "Then let us go shopping." Lily AI's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. "Certainly." Luoya nodded in agreement, a smile spreading across his face as he added, "We can buy a swimsuit here in Canas City." "A swimsuit? Whatever for?" Lily AI asked curiously. "Of course, to see you in a swimsuit," Luoya said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing Luoya's words, Lily AI's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered her response. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Noting Lily AI's bashful demeanor and their current location, Luoya decided to cease his playful banter and said seriously, "After we challenge the Wudo Gym, we can enjoy a wonderful vacation there. So it's necessary to purchase the swimsuit in advance." "I understand." Perhaps still a bit shy, Lily AI spoke softly. If it weren't for Luoya's exceptional hearing, he might not have caught her words. "Let us return to the Pokémon Center," Luoya said, taking Lily AI's hand as they made their way back. That night, Luoya lay in bed, his thoughts immersed in the system. "System, check in at Canas City," he silently commanded while closing his eyes. "Understood." Checked in at Canas City. Received 1 hard stone, 5 luxury balls, and 1,000,000 league coins. The system informed him of the items acquired during the check-in. The hard stone, an indestructible rock, significantly enhances the power of rock-type moves when held by a Pokémon. The system continued to explain the function of the hard stone. "Ah, a hard stone better than nothing," Luoya mused as he gazed at the hard stone stored within the system space. Having completed the check-in, Luoya felt he had accomplished another task in Canas City and soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lily AI woke Luoya early, and after freshening up and having breakfast, she eagerly pulled him along to explore the streets of Canas City. During their shopping excursion, Luoya and Lily AI took the opportunity to replenish their travel supplies, including the long-anticipated swimsuits. After nearly a day filled with shopping, Lily AI returned to the Pokémon Center with a satisfied expression, while Luoya trailed behind her, burdened with a multitude of packages. "If I weren't worried about exposing the system, I would have stowed these damned items away long ago," Luoya thought grimly to himself, lamenting his predicament. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Lily AI giggled as she glanced back at Luoya, who appeared somewhat exhausted. "What do you think?" Luoya retorted with a roll of his eyes. "If it weren't for my robust constitution and regular training, I would have collapsed by now." "Thank you for braving the day for your girlfriend," Lily AI consoled him. "And how shall I be rewarded?" Luoya perked up at her words. gazing intently at her. How about a kiss? Luoya suggested, and upon his request, Lily AI shyly leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. Thus, after a day in Canas City, Luoya and Lily AI set off the following morning to a nearby port, where they boarded a ferry to Wudo Island. Their journey to Wudo Island was remarkably smooth, devoid of the tumultuous experiences faced by Ash and his companions. In summary, the trip was calm and uneventful. After hours of sailing across the sea, they finally arrived at Wudo Island in the afternoon. As Luoya and Lily AI disembarked from the ship and followed the crowd into Wudo town, the first sight that greeted them was the endless expanse of the ocean, complemented by a stretch of golden beach connecting to the water, a view that could rival the beaches of the Alola region. Luoya, when are we going to vacation here? Lily AI exclaimed, her eagerness to begin their holiday evident. Of course, we must first challenge the Wudo gym. After that, we can linger on this island for a while longer. Luoya thoughtfully decided to extend their stay. That's fantastic. Lily AI responded with delight. As the sun began to set, Luoya suggested, since it is getting late, we should head to our hotel. With plans for a vacation in mind, he had reserved a luxurious hotel instead of the Pokémon Center. All right, Lily AI agreed. And together they made their way to their pre-booked accommodation. The following morning, after a restful night, Luoya and Lily AI arrived at the entrance of the Wudo Town gym, only to find the doors firmly shut. Luoya stepped forward and knocked, but the outcome was unexpected. Instead of the gym leader Fujiki, it was a gym apprentice who answered the door. Is Mr. Fujiki inside? I am here to challenge the Wudo gym, Luoya explained upon seeing the apprentice. I'm sorry, but Mr. Fujiki is resting today, so you won't be able to challenge the gym, the apprentice replied apologetically. Then may I ask where Mr. Fujiki is? Luoya inquired further. Mr. Fujiki went surfing at the beach, the apprentice answered. When will Mr. Fujiki be available to accept challenges? Luoya pressed on, concerned about his gym battle. Right now, he is available. Just as the apprentice was about to respond, a confident male voice called out from behind Luoya and Lily AI. Chapter 228, Challenge at the Wudo Gym. Right now he is available. The moment Luoya and Lily AI were waiting for the apprentice's response, a bold male voice resonated from behind them. As they turned to see who had spoken, the apprentice's face lit up with surprise as he greeted the newcomer respectfully, saying, Sir, you have returned. Upon hearing the voice, Roya and Lilia immediately discerned the identity of the speaker. He was undoubtedly the gym trainer of the fighting gym. Filled with curiosity about this trainer, the duo turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a figure with short hair as blue as the ocean and a robust physique, wielding a surfboard that indicated his prowess in surfing. Accompanied by a Macamp at his side, the identity of this individual became evident. It was none other than Fujiki, the trainer of the fighting gym. You must be Mr. Fujiki, the trainer of the fighting gym, Roya remarked, gazing at him with admiration. Indeed, Fujiki replied, nodding in acknowledgement of Roya's words. I am Roya from the Alola region, here to challenge the fighting gym. I wonder, do you have the time to face me? Roya articulated his purpose for visiting. Of course, I have time. After all, I have long admired you, the champion of both the Indigo and Silver conferences. How could I possibly miss the chance to battle you? Fujiki exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Mr. Fujiki, you flatter me, Roya responded modestly, while Lilia beamed with pride at Roya's accomplishments. Just call me Fujiki. No need for such formalities, Fujiki chuckled. Then I shall heed your request, Fujiki. Roya replied with a smile. That's more like it. Being addressed as Mr. feels rather awkward, Fujiki admitted, a satisfied smile gracing his face at Roya's change of address. Since you are here to challenge the gym, please follow me inside, Fujiki stated, shifting the conversation back to the matter at hand, leading the way into the gym. Very well, Roya affirmed, trailing behind Fujiki alongside Lilia. After a period of preparation, Roya and Fujiki stood on the battlefield within the fighting gym, while Lilia took her place on the spectators' platform, and the referee positioned himself at the edge of the arena. Now, we shall witness a battle between Fujiki, the trainer of the fighting gym, and Roya from the Alola region. Each trainer may use 2 Pokémon, and victory will be declared when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. During the match, the gym trainer may not substitute Pokémon, but the challenger may, the referee announced, raising his flag to declare the rules. Then I shall make my move. Go, Macamp, Fujiki declared, releasing his first Pokeball, from which a Macamp materialized onto the battlefield. Pokémon, Macamp type, fighting ability, guts gender, male level, 22 qualification, gym moves, Leer, low kick, focus energy, revenge, karate chop, fire punch, brick break, cut, double slap. Upon assessing matchup's attributes, Roya produced a Pokeball of his own and threw it, exclaiming, Gibble, you're up. As the red light illuminated the arena, Roya's Gibble appeared. ready to confront Fujiki's Mac-Hop. Such a precious Pokémon you possess. Fujiki remarked, eyes gleaming with envy as he surveyed the spirited Gible. It's merely good fortune. Roya replied with a smile. I wish to have such luck, Fujiki jested. After a moment of light-hearted banter, Fujiki composed himself and stated, let us commence our battle. Absolutely. Roya answered, his eyes gleaming with determination. Let the battle begin. The referee proclaimed, raising his flag as both trainers focused intently on the contest. Gible, use Rock Slide. With Roya's command, the battle commenced. Upon hearing Roya's order, rocks began to materialize around Gible, which, under its control, were hurled toward the opposing Mac-Hop. Mac-Hop, use Brick Break. Fujiki immediately commanded, directing Mac-Hop to counter. Mac-Hop, responding to the command, unleashed a powerful Brick Break with its glowing white arms, shattering the incoming rocks. Sustaining minimal damage aside from a slight depletion of stamina. Mac-Hop, Cross Chop. After successfully neutralizing Gible's initial attack, Fujiki initiated his offensive. As the command was executed, Mac-Hop swung its arms toward Gible, poised to follow Fujiki's directive and strike. Gible, use Sand Attack. Noticing Machop's aggressive advance, Roya smirked and instructed Gible. As soon as Roya's words left his mouth, Gible unleashed a flurry of sand towards the approaching Mac-Hop, obscuring its vision and forcing it to halt its attack. Shielding its eyes with its arms. Spike Cannon. Seizing the opportunity while Machop's sight was compromised, Roya commanded Gible. Responding to the order, Gible conjured numerous sharp stones around itself, and with a swift gesture, launched them at Mac-Hop. With no time to evade, Mac-Hop could only watch helplessly as the stones struck, inflicting significant damage. Mac-Hop. Fujiki called out in concern. Yet Roya did not relent. He continued to issue commands. Gible, unleash your final Dark Pulse. Upon Roya's command, Gible released a dark, purplish beam that struck the defenseless Mac-Hop, sending it hurtling against the wall, rendering it unconscious as it collapsed to the ground. Mac-Hop is unable to battle. Gible is the victor, the referee declared, raising his flag after assessing the fallen Mac-Hop. Excellent job, Roya. Lilia cheered from the spectators' platform, her excitement palpable. Thank you for your efforts, Mac-Hop, Fujiki said, retrieving his fainted Pokémon into its Pokeball. He then turned to Roya, speaking with admiration. You truly live up to your reputation as a two-time champion. Your strength is extraordinary. Fujiki, you flatter me. Roya maintained his humility despite the victory. But the next match will not be so easy, Fujiki remarked, tossing his second Pokeball, from which a powerful figure emerged amidst the radiant glow. Now, your opponent is this. Go, Machamp. With the opening of the Pokeball, Machamp gradually took form in the light. Pokemon, Machamp type, fighting ability, thick fat gender, male level, 26 qualification, elite moves, tackle, sand attack, focus energy, heavy slam, dynamic punch, force palm, knock off, brick break, cross chop. Machamp, use bulk up followed by fire punch. After summoning Machamp, Fujiki immediately directed an assault on Roya's Gible. Under Fujiki's guidance, Machamp executed a display of muscle enhancement, significantly boosting its attack and defense, then enveloped its arm in flames as it charged toward Gible. Gible, use Sand Attack. Spotting the oncoming Machamp, Roya prepared to employ a familiar strategy once more. As the formidable Ujira stirred the dust with its claws, the rising wrestler leaped forward, effortlessly bypassing Ujira's sand manipulation and positioned itself directly before Ujira. With a fist engulfed in flames, it struck Ujira, who was unable to evade in time, sending it hurtling through the air. The wrestler unleashed its power. Observing Ujira, who had just regained its footing, Tsubaki seized the opportunity and continued to direct the wrestler. Following Tsubaki's command, the wrestler began to unleash a flurry of punches towards Ujira, generating waves of white shockwaves that surged forth. Ujira, dig a hole. As dozens of white shockwaves approached, Roya had no choice but to retreat, allowing Ujira to evade. Under Roya's instructions, Ujira swiftly utilized its sharp claws to excavate a pit in the ground, taking refuge within to avoid the wrestler's powerful attacks. Wrestler, unleash a million-ton punch against the ground. Noticing Ujira hidden in the pit, Tsubaki devised a strategy and commanded the wrestler. Upon hearing its trainer's words, the wrestler became enveloped in a dazzling white light and struck the ground with tremendous force, causing tremors akin to an earthquake that harmed Ujira within the pit. After enduring the onslaught for a time, Ujira, finally affected by the damage, had no choice but to emerge from the pit. However, danger loomed at that very moment. The wrestler had appeared at the pit's entrance, its glowing arm poised to strike at Ujira. Ujira, unleash primal power. Recognizing that the wrestler was employing the tile-splitting technique, Roya called out to Ujira, Thus, in response to Roya's command, Ujira unleashed its primal power, colliding with the wrestler, while the wrestler's tile-splitting technique simultaneously struck Ujira, sending both Pokémon flying. Yet, the distinction lay in the fact that the wrestler managed to struggle to its feet, sustaining only minor injuries and some fatigue. Whereas Ujira fell to the ground, incapacitated. Ujira has lost its fighting capability. The wrestler is victorious. The referee immediately raised the flag and announced, "Return, Ujira." Seeing the outcome, Roya retrieved Ujira into its Pokeball, then produced his second Pokeball and tossed it into the air. "Come forth, Poison Baby." Under the radiant light of the Pokeball, the purple figure of Poison Baby materialized, floating above the arena and confronting the wrestler. What kind of Pokemon is that? Tsubaki, encountering Poison Baby for the first time, regarded it with curiosity and inquired of Roya. "This is a Pokemon unique to our Alola region, known as Poison Baby." Roya succinctly introduced. "I see," Tsubaki nodded, seemingly comprehending. Let the match continue. With the referee's command, the next round commenced. Poison Baby, unleash Venom Spray. The moment the referee's words faded, Roya directed Poison Baby to attack. Following Roya's guidance, Poison Baby aimed its needle-like pores at the wrestler and launched a stream of purple venom towards it. Wrestler, quickly evade. At Tsubaki's anxious shout, the wrestler dashed across the arena, skillfully avoiding Poison Baby's venomous assault. After dodging the attack, Tsubaki exhaled in relief. Thank goodness it didn't hit, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Afterward, Tsubaki refocused his energy on the match and commanded the wrestler, "Wrestler, unleash Fire Punch." As Tsubaki's words fell, the wrestler swung its fiery fist toward the floating Poison Baby. Fortunately, Poison Baby exhibited remarkable agility in the air, deftly evading the strike and effortlessly maneuvering behind the wrestler. Poison Baby, execute Poison Jab. As Roya's command echoed, Poison Baby's tail glimmered with a purple light before it swiftly struck the wrestler, sending it reeling several meters backward. Unleash your power. Witnessing this, Tsubaki promptly initiated a counterattack. With relentless punches, the wrestler unleashed waves of light towards Poison Baby. Dragon Dance. At Roya's command, Poison Baby performed an ancient dance, effortlessly evading the wrestler's powerful assaults. Meanwhile, the wrestler, having been on the offensive, found its punches gradually slowing due to exhaustion and previous injuries. Roya quickly perceived this and commanded, "Poison Baby, unleash Mud Bomb." As Roya's words resonated, clusters of mud materialized in Poison Baby's grasp, which it then hurled at the wrestler. Amidst the relentless barrage of mud bombs, the wrestler ultimately succumbed, collapsing onto the arena floor. The wrestler has lost its fighting capability. Poison Baby is victorious. The winner of this round is Roya. The referee promptly announced the final result. "Well done, wrestler." Acknowledging the defeat, Tsubaki returned the wrestler to its Pokeball and approached Roya, stating, "You truly live up to your reputation as a two-time champion. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Your prowess is commendable as well, Tsubaki." Roya responded with a smile. "This is the boxing badge, a testament to your victory over me. Please accept it." Tsubaki produced a badge from his pocket and presented it to Roya. "Thank you, Tsubaki." With genuine appreciation, Roya accepted the badge. After placing the badge away, Roya suddenly recalled a question and turned to Tsubaki. "Tsubaki, there's something I wish to inquire." Chapter 230, The Cave of Stones. By the way, Tsubaki, I've heard that the former champion of the Hoenn region, Steven, seems to be spotted on Battle Island. Do you know where he might be? As they were parting, Roya remembered this query and turned to the Battle Dome trainer Tsubaki. "You mean Champion Steven? He is indeed here on Battle Island," Tsubaki replied promptly after hearing Roya's question. "Then where can I find Mr. Steven?" Upon learning that Steven was currently on Battle Island, Roya became instantly excited. He should be in the Cave of Stones on Battle Island. Tsubaki revealed Steven's location. "Cave of Stones? Where is that?" Roya hurriedly inquired. "In that direction." Tsubaki gestured towards a specific direction. "I understand. Thank you, Tsubaki." After receiving the location of Steven, Roya expressed his gratitude to Tsubaki. After inquiring about Steven's whereabouts, Roya and Lily left Tsubaki and headed towards the Pokemon Center. On their way to the Pokemon Center, Lily turned to Roya and asked, "The Steven you mentioned is the former champion of the Hoenn region, right?" "Indeed. Steven is the previous champion of the Hoenn region and also the heir to the renowned Devon Corporation." Roya briefly introduced Steven to Lily. "Why did he resign as champion?" Lily remained puzzled about Steven's sudden resignation. "It is because Steven has a profound fascination with certain unique stones. Due to the demands of being a champion, he lacked the time to pursue his passion for mining stones, so he resigned from the champion position to ensure he had ample time for his endeavors." Roya explained to Lily with a smile. Mr. Stephen is so fond of stones. Lily was taken aback upon hearing this. Indeed, it is well known that Daigo's fondness for stones far surpasses his affection for women, Ria continued. Shall we seek out Mr. Daigo? Lily recalled Ria's earlier inquiry to Tamatsu regarding Daigo's whereabouts, and thus posed the question to Ria. Yes, but not at this moment. We shall embark on our quest tomorrow. We still need to gather some supplies, for our destination is the stone cave, Ria replied with a smile. Understood. With that, Lily fell in step with Ria, heading to the Pokémon Center to restore her Pokémon. The following morning, Ria set forth with Lily and the provisions prepared the day before, making their way toward the stone cave. Are we truly going inside? Standing at the entrance of the cave, Lily glanced into the unfathomable darkness, apprehension creeping into her heart, prompting her to inquire of Ria, who stood nearby. Do not worry, Lily. I shall assist you. Ria perceived Lily's trepidation and gently took her hand in reassurance. I understand. After absorbing Ria's comforting words, Lily clenched her fists, mustering her courage to gaze at the looming cave ahead, and declared to Ria, let us proceed. With that, Ria grasped Lily's hand and ventured into the cave. As they crossed the threshold, darkness enveloped them instantly, eliciting a reflexive tug on Ria's sleeve from Lily, who was clearly frightened. Observing her fear, Ria retrieved a flashlight from her backpack, purchased just the day before, and flicked it on. The beam of light illuminated the cave, rendering some of its features more discernible. Perhaps the flashlight's glow instilled a measure of security in Lily, for she gradually began to relax, her tension dissipating. Let us move on, Ria encouraged, holding Lily's delicate hand as they ventured deeper into the cave. Look, that's a Geodude, and over there, a Zubat. As they strolled through the stone cave, Ria and Lily observed the various Pokémon passing by, and the initially anxious Lily found herself unwittingly smiling at the sight of the creatures. This scene prompted Ria, ever vigilant of their surroundings, to chuckle softly and shake his head before continuing his watchful gaze. After enjoying the sight of the Pokémon, Lily returned to Ria's side and asked, What brings Daigo to this stone cave? It seems he has heard rumors of some rare stones residing here, which is why he has come, Ria explained with a grin. So wherever there are precious stones, there will be Daigo, Lily concluded, summarizing Ria's words. Precisely, a most apt description, Ria responded, giving her a thumbs up in approval. Let us continue deeper, Ria suggested after their light-hearted exchange, leading Lily further into the cave in search of Daigo. Suddenly, an unusual commotion erupted ahead, capturing Ria's ever-watchful attention. What is that? Lily exclaimed, noticing the disturbance not far away and pointing in that direction. That is a stampede of Pokémon. Ria squinted, catching sight of a throng of Pokémon rushing toward them in a frenzied panic, seemingly fleeing from something. What has happened to those Pokémon? Why are they so alarmed? Lily questioned, quickly noticing the anxious expressions on the fleeing creatures. I suspect they must have encountered something terrifying, Ria speculated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Just then, a trainer bolted toward them, his face mirroring the fear of the fleeing Pokémon. Ria promptly intercepted the trainer, inquiring, what transpired here? Indeed. Why are you and the Pokémon fleeing in such a frenzy? Lily stepped forward to ask as well. Up ahead, up ahead. The trainer, having run too hastily, was now panting and struggled to articulate his thoughts. Ria, noticing his distress, offered him a bottle of water from his backpack. After quenching his thirst, the trainer expressed his gratitude to Ria and Lily. What has happened up ahead? Ria pressed for further details once the trainer had regained his composure. A Pokémon has gone berserk, wreaking havoc all around, causing many Pokémon to flee in terror, the trainer explained urgently. If the Pokémon has gone mad, can't you just defeat it? Ria inquired curiously. No, it's far too powerful. My Pokémon were all defeated, leaving me no choice but to escape, the trainer clarified. Oh, I see. Ria and Lily quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. In any case, you should leave this place at once, the trainer urged before dashing away like the wind. A rampaging Pokémon? Ria and Lily exchanged intrigued glances, their curiosity intensifying. Chapter 231, The Rampaging Bisharp. I am increasingly curious about that rampaging Pokémon, Ria mused, observing the trainer's hasty retreat while stroking his chin. Shall we go take a look? He asked Lily, turning his gaze toward her. But that trainer just said it was dangerous, Lily hesitated. Have you forgotten my prowess? Ria chuckled, attempting to reassure her. Very well, Lily relented, recalling Ria's formidable abilities. After Lily agreed, Ria led her toward the direction indicated by the previous trainer, eager to discover the source of the chaos. As they advanced, an unsettling noise reached their ears, growing louder with each step they took, confirming that the rampaging Pokémon was not far ahead. Rhea, gripping Lilya's hand, encouraged her to press on despite her trepidation. After traversing a short distance, they beheld a creature, its back a shimmering silver and its belly a deep black, furiously demolishing its surroundings. Rhea's keen eyes quickly identified the wild Pokémon. It was the rare steel type, Bisharp. Pokémon, Bisharp. Type, Steel Rock. Ability, Heavy Metal. Gender, Male. Level, 60. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Tackle, Harden, Metal Claw, Headbutt, Rock Slide, Rock Throw, Iron Tail, Heavy Slam, Stomp. A Bisharp of champion caliber, exhibiting the raw power of a near-legendary entity. Rhea, using his insightful eye, swiftly discerned the Pokémon's attributes, and a desire to capture it blossomed within him. That Bisharp appears to be in distress, observant Lilya noted, spotting the creature's unusual behavior as it wreaked havoc nearby. How did you perceive that? Rhea inquired, curiosity lacing his tone. It has been repeatedly slamming its mouth against the nearby rocks. I believe something within its mouth is causing it discomfort, Lilya surmised, offering her keen insight. Impressive, Lilya, Rhea exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in admiration of her astuteness. Oh, it's nothing, Lilya replied, feeling a touch of bashfulness at Rhea's praise. By the way, can you alleviate its suffering? The bashful Lilya quickly recalled the rampaging Boscodora and turned to Roy with her inquiry. Leave it to me, Roy responded promptly, nodding in affirmation upon hearing Lilya's plea. Just wait here for me. After speaking with Lilya, Roy produced a Pokeball and advanced towards the direction of Boscodora. As the frenzied Boscodora soon detected Roy's approaching footsteps, it ceased its destructive rampage and turned its gaze towards him. The moment it laid eyes on Roy, a mixture of anger and pain intensified its agitation. With its crimson eyes locked onto Roy, it swung its arms in a furious attack. Amidst the fierce wind generated by the oncoming strike, Roy calmly opened the Pokeball he had retrieved, activated the central switch, and called out, "Minus, Aqua Tail." At Roy's command, a slender figure emerged from the crimson light of the Pokeball, its tail enveloped in water, swinging towards the ferocious Boscodora. Consequently, the rampaging Boscodora was struck by Aqua Tail, its body propelled backwards several meters before finally coming to a halt. As the red glow of the Pokeball dissipated, the identity of the slender figure was revealed. It was Minus, one of Roy's main Pokémon. How beautiful, Lilya exclaimed from a distance, unable to contain her admiration. Meanwhile, the furious Boscodora, still reeling from the blow, grew increasingly enraged. After letting out a roar directed at Roy and Minus, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a devastating beam of energy towards Minus. Unfazed by the incoming torrent of orange light, Roy merely cast a calm glance before directing Minus, Dragon Pulse. Upon hearing Roy's command, Minus released a white, dragon-shaped beam, clashing with the destructive energy. The two beams engaged in a spectacular display before both dissipated into a myriad of sparkling particles within the cavern. Realizing that this assault had proven ineffective, the enraged Boscodora charged towards Minus, propelled by a formidable wave of energy. Ultimate impact, Roy observed, recognizing the move Boscodora was about to unleash. He then shouted to Minus, "Minus, use Surf." In response to Roy's command, a massive wave surged behind Minus, which, under its control, surged forth to confront the oncoming Boscodora. Caught in the throes of ultimate impact, Boscodora was swept away by the colossal wave, crashing forcefully against a wall before collapsing heavily to the ground, utterly exhausted. At that moment, Minus, having triumphed over Boscodora, felt its own power surge, indicating a significant advancement. Minus, congratulations on evolving to the champion level, Roy noted through his assessment. Realizing that Minus had successfully reached level 61, achieving the esteemed champion status. Noticing Boscodora lying nearby, Roy approached it with Minus and spoke gently, "Boscodora, I mean you no harm. I merely wish to assist you." Upon comprehending Roy's words, Boscodora felt a twinge of grievance, gazing at Roy with sorrowful eyes, indicating its injuries as if to say, "Is this how you help me? My apologies for your earlier distress. Your agitation compelled me to take drastic measures." Roy felt a sense of embarrassment at Boscodora's look. "Now, allow me to assist you," he said, channeling his radiant energy to examine Boscodora. After a thorough inspection, Roy discovered that a foreign object was lodged in Boscodora's mouth, prompting him to devise a method for its removal. "What has happened to it?" Lilya inquired as she approached Roy. "It's suffering due to an obstruction in its mouth," Roy explained, glancing at Lilya. "Then we must find a way to extract it," she suggested. "That's precisely what I intend to do," Roy replied before addressing Boscodora. "Open your mouth. I will help you remove it." Perhaps sensing Roy's radiant energy, or perhaps due to his gentle demeanor, Boscodora felt a sense of trust and opened its mouth without resistance, allowing Roy to proceed. Roy soon spotted the foreign object lodged in Boscadora's mouth and, with determination, reached in to grasp it. I've located the obstruction. It may hurt a bit, so bear with me, he warned. With a nod of understanding from Boscadora, Roy began to exert force to extract the object. Though this action caused discomfort, Boscadora endured, steadfastly keeping its mouth open. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, Roy successfully removed the object, granting Boscadora an immediate sense of relief. Amidst Boscadora's expressions of gratitude, Roy discovered that the lodged object was a hard stone, exclaiming, "No wonder Boscadora was unable to manage it. Is it resolved?" Lily asked, observing the scene. Yes. It was this hard stone that caused the obstruction, leading to its pain and subsequent agitation, Roy indicated, holding up the stone. That makes sense. While Roy and Lily conversed, Boscadora approached Roy and emitted a series of calls. Do you wish to accompany me? Roy intuitively grasped Boscadora's intent, given his radiant energy. After acknowledging Roy's words with a nod, Boscadora cried out in agreement. Then I look forward to our partnership. Roy produced a luxury ball and captured the willing Boscadora within. Congratulations, Roy, on acquiring another formidable ally, Lily remarked, stepping forward to commend him. Subsequently, Roy released Boscadora from the pokeball and administered some healing potions, beginning the process of mending its injuries. During this time, Boscadora felt a wave of comfort. Its spirits lifted as it closed its eyes in blissful enjoyment. It appeared that the tumultuous Boscadora had been pacified. Not far from Roy and Lily, in the shadows, a figure watched intently as they tended to Boscadora. Chapter 232, The Former Champion, Daigo. After completing Boscadora's treatment, Roy suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence and shouted towards the darkness. Who goes there? Step forward. Upon hearing Roy's call, Lily immediately heightened her vigilance, scanning the direction he indicated, while the recently revived Boscadora assumed a defensive stance, fixating its gaze ahead. However, the expected ambush did not materialize. Instead, a round of applause echoed, and a tall figure emerged from the shadows before Roy, Lily, and Boscadora. Quite impressive. Truly deserving of the titles from both the Quartz and Silver conferences, the newcomer remarked, applauding as they stepped into view. As the figure emerged from the darkness, Roy recognized the individual instantly, a tall figure clad in an explorer's outfit, with short, light blue hair and a striking visage. You are Mr. Daigo, Roy exclaimed with delight upon recognizing the visitor. Mr. Daigo. Even Lily could hardly believe her eyes. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the former champion of the Hoenn region, the scion of the Devon Corporation, and an ardent enthusiast of rare stones, Stephen. Greetings, Rhea. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Stephen said with a warm smile, his gentle words evoking a sense of familiarity. Hello, Mr. Stephen. Your name precedes you as well, Rhea replied with a smile of her own. And who might this be by your side? Stephen inquired, directing his gaze towards Lily. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Lily promptly responded, Greetings, Mr. Stephen. I am Lily from the Alola region, here with Rhea. Ah, I see. A pleasure to meet you, Lily. Stephen nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Mr. Stephen, what brings you here? Rhea asked, curious about Stephen's unexpected presence, as he should have been elsewhere excavating stones. I was indeed mining within, but upon hearing news of an upheaval caused by a Pokémon here, I decided to investigate, Stephen explained, pausing momentarily before continuing. However, upon my arrival, I found myself observing your battle with that Beldum. I see, Rhea nodded in understanding. That Beldum is the most promising one in this stone cave. You must take good care of it. Having spent considerable time in the stone cave, Stephen was well acquainted with the Beldum, thus he offered this advice. It is now my partner, and that is my responsibility as a trainer, Rhea responded with a smile. If only every trainer could embody your spirit, Stephen said, his expression turning to one of appreciation mixed with a hint of nostalgia. One day, that will come to pass, Rhea replied with a smile. By the way, I heard you were looking for me. What is it you seek? After a moment of reflection, Stephen turned to Rhea and Lily. How did you know? Lily exclaimed, a look of astonishment crossing her face at Stephen's awareness of their search. It was mentioned to me by Fujiki not long ago, Stephen explained with a chuckle. I see. Rhea realized, understanding that there was a connection between Stephen and Fujiki. You still haven't mentioned what you wish to discuss with me, Stephen prompted Rhea again regarding her intentions. I heard from others that you were at the stone cave on Battle Island, so I thought to come and seek your guidance, Rhea admitted, revealing the purpose of her visit. Guidance, you say? Stephen murmured softly. Indeed, I wish to witness the prowess of the strongest trainer in Hoenn, Rhea declared, her gaze fixed intently on Stephen. What compels you to challenge me? Stephen inquired, intrigued by her determination. Because I aspire to become the strongest trainer in the world. But for now, I wish to understand the gap between myself and the champion, Ria explained earnestly. To become the strongest trainer, you say? How familiar that sentiment is. Stephen's tone held a trace of reminiscence as he recalled his own youthful aspirations. Mr. Stephen, does this evoke something for you? Ria asked, curious. Your words remind me of dreams I held in my childhood, Stephen replied thoughtfully. And what was your dream, Mr. Stephen? Ria pressed further. Like you. I wished to become the strongest trainer and to amass the most exquisite stones in the world, Stephen shared with a smile. So that is your dream, Mr. Stephen. Lily realized, her understanding dawning. Ria, at that moment, Stephen called out to her. I'm here, Mr. Stephen, Ria promptly replied. I accept your challenge, Stephen stated. His gaze fixed on Ria, enunciating each word with clarity. That is splendid news. Ria exclaimed joyfully at Stephen's acceptance. However, not today, but tomorrow, Stephen added. Why is that? Because I have yet to finish my excavation today, and this cave is not suitable for battling. I will find another location for our match tomorrow and will notify you beforehand, Stephen explained. I understand, Ria nodded in agreement. Until tomorrow, then. Stephen waved farewell as he departed. Let us take our leave as well, Ria said to Lily, who nodded in acquiescence. They retraced their steps. First visiting the Pokémon Center to restore Beldum and Milotic before returning to the center. The following day, Ria, Lily, Stephen, and the trainer Fujiki from the Battle Dome gathered on a small island adjacent to Battle Island. This place is splendid, I assent it, Fujiki remarked, gesturing to the serene surroundings. Indeed, it is quite lovely, Ria responded, appreciating the tranquil environment. A splendid locale indeed, Stephen concurred, admiring the quiet island as well. Shall we commence our battle? Ria declared, her eyes gleaming with determination as she focused on Stephen. Certainly, Stephen replied, mirroring her intensity. The atmosphere thick with anticipation as the battle was poised to begin. Chapter 233, The Battle Against Stephen. Shall we establish the rules as a one-on-one duel? Stephen suggested as he stood on the battlefield. I have no objections, Ria nodded in agreement. Then I shall send forth my choice. Go, Metagross. With that, Stephen tossed his Pokeball, and a white figure materialized in the arena. Pokémon, Metagross. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Level, 78. Qualification, Semi-Divine. Moves, Hammer Arm, Tackle, Psychic. Metal Claw, Bullet Punch, Zen Headbutt, Psychic, Comet Punch. What a formidable Metagross. Ria gasped in awe at the impressive attributes of Stephen's shining Metagross. However, I shall not concede easily. Ria retrieved her own Pokeball and tossed it into the air, declaring, You shall be my choice, Zeraora. In a blaze of radiant light from the Pokeball, Zeraora's golden form emerged onto the battlefield. Zeraora, I never expected you to possess such a rare Pokémon. As the former champion of Hoenn and a knowledgeable figure, Stephen recognized the mythical Zeraora instantly. My encounter with Zeraora was indeed serendipitous. Ria reminisced fondly about her initial meeting with Zeraora. Let our battle commence. Stephen's words pulled Ria back from her memories. Absolutely, Ria replied, her spirit ignited with determination. After a brief standoff, Ria initiated the attack. Zeraora, unleash a Volt Tackle. At Ria's command, Zeraora radiated a brilliant golden light, sending forth a powerful current toward Metagross. Metagross, use Hyper Beam. Stephen ordered, prompting Metagross to emit a dazzling white light before launching a beam towards the incoming Volt Tackle. The two moves collided, resulting in a magnificent explosion at the center of the battlefield, scattering luminous particles into the air. Quick Attack, followed by Comet Punch. Following the initial exchange, Stephen began his offensive. We'll use Quick Attack as well, then Thunder Punch. Ria commanded her Zeraora in response. Under the command of Roya and Daigo, the striking figures of Zeraora and Metagross transformed into a dazzling white light and a radiant golden glow, respectively, clashing with remarkable speed on the battlefield, exchanging blows in a fiercely contested spectacle. What an exhilarating battle it was. The onlooker, Vine, was utterly astonished by the intensity of the confrontation. Incredible, exclaimed Lilia, her mouth agape, unable to close it in sheer astonishment at witnessing such a fervent clash for the first time. After a heated exchange, Zeraora's Thunder Punch struck Metagross. While Metagross retaliated with Comet Punch, both Pokémon staggering back a few steps as a result. However, the damage sustained by Metagross was evidently less severe than that of Zeraora, who bore visible wounds and began to breathe heavily. Zeraora, are you alright? Roya inquired with concern upon noticing Zeraora's condition. Hearing the worry in Roya's voice, Zeraora shook its head and called out, indicating that it was not gravely harmed. Metagross, use agility. Daigo promptly commanded the seemingly unscathed Metagross to launch an attack. Following Daigo's orders, Metagross gathered energy and unleashed it in the form of energy stars directed at Zeraora. Zeraora, thunder. Roya swiftly countered, instructing Zeraora to retaliate. A golden bolt of lightning erupted from Zeraora, meeting the incoming energy stars in a fierce clash, neither side willing to yield. Yet as Zeraora intensified its output, the thunder began to overpower the energy stars, ultimately dispersing them. After diminishing in strength, the thunder continued its assault on Metagross. Metagross, Euro Ball, Daigo commanded, prompting Metagross to spin rapidly, transforming into a whirling Euro Ball that effortlessly dispelled the incoming thunder, sustaining no damage. After neutralizing Zeraora's thunder, the Euro Ball surged towards Zeraora. Agility. As the Euro Ball approached, Zeraora, under Roya's guidance, swiftly vacated its position, evading the attack as Metagross struck the ground. Now, Zeraora, unleash Plasma Fists. Roya ordered as Zeraora maneuvered behind Metagross. With Roya's words barely spoken, Zeraora gathered immense electrical energy in its right arm and executed its signature move, Plasma Fists. Charging toward Metagross. Daigo, observing the formidable aura emanating from Zeraora, realized the potential devastation this move might inflict upon Metagross and grew serious, instructing Metagross, defend. As Daigo's command echoed, a faint blue barrier enveloped Metagross, successfully intercepting Zeraora's Plasma Fists. Despite Zeraora's best efforts, it could not inflict any harm. Left with no choice, Zeraora retreated to Roya's side, confronting Metagross once more. Zeraora, Volt Tackle. After allowing Zeraora a moment to recover, Roya gestured emphatically, calling out the command. Responding to Roya's voice, Zeraora became enveloped in crackling electricity and charged fiercely at Metagross. Metagross, Psychic, Daigo shouted. And Metagross's crimson eyes glowed faintly as a wave of light blue psychic energy transformed into shockwaves, hurtling toward the oncoming Zeraora. Under the relentless barrage of psychic waves, Zeraora's Volt Tackle was abruptly interrupted, sending it reeling backward. Now we unleash our full power, Zeraora. Upon witnessing this, Roya resolved to execute their ultimate move. This is it, he proclaimed, raising his Zering-adorned right hand high, exclaiming loudly. What is this? Both Daigo on the battlefield and Vine outside looked at Roya in bewilderment, as the Alola region was relatively unknown to them, leaving them unaware of Z moves. Amidst their astonished gazes, Roya elevated his right hand, the Z-ring on his wrist, and the electric-type Z-crystal emanating a brilliant luminescence. Simultaneously, the radiant power enveloping Roya's entire being surged forth through the Z-ring, transferring to Zeraora. With Roya's radiant power having reached an advanced level, he bypassed the need for elaborate motions, directly connecting with his Pokémon through this celestial energy. This is our full power. Zeraora, Ultimate Volt Thunder. As the electric energy from the Z-crystal coursed into Zeraora, an emblem of electricity materialized, followed by Zeraora gathering an even more formidable surge of electric energy than before. Once the energy was amassed, Zeraora hurled it toward Metagross with great ferocity. The Ultimate Volt Thunder racing toward its target. Metagross, unleash your full power with ultimate impact, Daigo shouted, witnessing the oncoming onslaught. Upon receiving Daigo's command, Metagross charged forth. Propelled by a powerful shockwave to meet the Ultimate Volt Thunder, the two moves colliding midair. With Metagross's elevated level of power, the ultimate impact and Zeraora's attack became locked in a fierce standoff. However, moments later, a tremendous explosion erupted between the two moves. The resulting shockwave not only sent Metagross flying, but also propelled Zeraora, who had previously sustained no significant injuries, into the air, utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Zeraora succumbed to unconsciousness, having lost its combat capability, thus declaring Metagross the victor. Zeraora is unable to battle, hence Metagross is the winner. Vine, acting as the referee, announced loudly upon witnessing Zeraora's state. Thank you for your efforts, Zeraora. After tending to Zeraora for a while, Roya recalled it into its Pokeball to rest and recuperate. Turning to Daigo, he remarked, as expected of you, Mr. Daigo, your strength is truly formidable. It's merely a matter of age advantage, at your age. I was nowhere near your level, Daigo replied cheerfully while recalling Metagross. Seeing you now makes me acutely aware of my own aging, he added, gazing at Roya with a complex expression. Mr. Daigo, you are still young and remarkably strong. How could you say such a thing? Roya responded with a smile. Ha ha. Daigo chuckled, his mood lifting at Roya's words. During their laughter, Vine suddenly approached and asked Roya, what was that ultimate Volt Thunder that Zeraora used just now? Intrigued by Roya's move, both Daigo and Vine sought clarification after the match's conclusion. That is a Z move from our Alola region, Lilia interjected, stepping forward to explain to Vine. In our Alola region, various types of Z crystals exist. With a Z ring, the corresponding Z crystal, a bond with the Pokémon, and a special motion. One can unleash the most powerful moves. Following the initial exchange, Lilia, possessing extensive knowledge, elaborated to Daigo and Vine. Indeed, Roya nodded in agreement with Lilia's explanation. I see, Daigo and Vine responded. Enlightened. How can one obtain it? The Z crystal is evidently a unique gemstone, which piqued Daigo's interest. To acquire the Z ring, one must seek out the Island King of our Alola region, and the Z crystal can be obtained either from the Island King himself or from certain powerful Pokémon. Luoya answered Lily AI. After hearing this, I found myself somewhat intrigued. I shall make a trip to Alola when time permits, Daigo remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. We shall warmly welcome Mr. Daigo to the Alola region, Luoya replied enthusiastically. By the way, would you consider becoming the champion of our Hoenn region? Daigo suddenly inquired of Luoya. Daigo had refrained from taking on the champion title due to his personal interests, while the current champion, Mikoli, who has a penchant for Pokémon contests, often contemplated resigning, which left Daigo in a quandary. Seeing the promising Luoya sparked an idea within him. Daigo's suggestion left Luoya momentarily speechless, and both Tensai and Lily AI gazed at Daigo in astonishment. Once he regained his composure, Luoya gave a wry smile and said to Daigo, my abilities still fall short. It matters not if your strength is lacking. I could lend you my Pokémon. And with your prowess, commanding them would be a mere trifle, Daigo continued. Perhaps not. I wish to continue traveling the world. Luoya promptly declined Daigo's invitation without a moment's hesitation. Very well then, Daigo replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. After engaging in conversation with Daigo and Tensai for a while, Daigo hurriedly departed, citing other matters he needed to attend to. Luoya and Lily AI then returned to Wudo Town with Tensai. Upon arriving in Wudo Town, Tensai excused himself to attend to a challenge at the gym, while Luoya and Lily AI set off towards the Pokémon Center. On their way to the Pokémon Center, Lily AI called out to Luoya. What is it? Lily AI? Luoya turned his gaze towards her. Your strength is truly remarkable. Even Mr. Daigo has praised you. Yet here I am, Lily AI murmured, casting her eyes downward. What does that matter? Regardless of my strength, Lily AI, you remain the most important person to me. Furthermore, I believe that one day, you too will become even more formidable, Luoya said earnestly. Is that true? Upon hearing Luoya's words, Lily AI lifted her head, her eyes filled with hope. Indeed. Whether it pertains to Pokémon knowledge or caring for Pokémon, you excel in both, Luoya affirmed, giving her a thumbs up. After a moment of contemplation, Lily AI looked up at Luoya and declared, I have made my decision. I shall become the strongest Pokémon breeder, so I can assist you, Luoya. Now that you have found your goal, you must strive towards it. Seeing Lily AI filled with determination, Luoya smiled. I will. With that, Lily AI clenched her fist tightly, brimming with resolve. Chapter 235, A Vacation on Wudo Island. That night, after being defeated by Daigo in battle, Luoya found himself unable to sleep in his bed. Eventually, he rose and went to the balcony of the hotel, gazing at the luminous moon above. His heart filled with myriad emotions. The memory of his battle with Daigo during the day weighed heavily on him, and he pondered to himself, am I truly so far from the champion's level? Next time, I shall not lose. Luoya clenched his fist, resolutely making up his mind. After calming his thoughts, he remembered that he had yet to check in at Wudo Town, so he addressed the system. System, what rewards do I receive for checking in at Wudo Town? Why must you always disturb me at night? The system expressed mild displeasure at being awakened in the late hours. My apologies, it was rather inconvenient during the day, Luoya replied with an apologetic expression. For this check-in at Wudo Town, you have received 1 soft sand, 5 healing potions, and 500,000 league coins. Despite his apology, the system proceeded to enumerate the items acquired from the check-in. Soft sand, you say? That seems acceptable, Luoya remarked, observing the soft sand stored in the system space. Having settled his thoughts and learned of the rewards from the Wudo Island check-in, Luoya returned to his bed for a restful slumber. On the following morning, eager to enjoy their vacation, Lily AI pulled Luoya from his warm cocoon. Under Lily AI's joyful gaze, Luoya reluctantly completed his morning routine. After breakfast, Lily AI took Luoya by the hand and led him towards the beach. As she was not fond of crowded and noisy beaches, she patiently searched for a more secluded spot on Wudo Island where they could relax and play. After a while, Luoya and Lily AI discovered an uninhabited stretch of sand. This shall be our spot, Lily AI declared, surveying the deserted beach before finding a hidden place to shed her outer garments, revealing a creamy white swimsuit and sprinting towards the sea. Wait for me, Luoya exclaimed, quickly changing into his swimsuit to chase after her. Naturally, they did not forget to release their Pokémon, allowing them to rest for the day as well. For a balance of work and play is essential. Thus, Luoya and Lily AI frolicked in the ocean while their Pokémon each found a nearby spot to engage in their own activities. After a while of playing, Luoya and Lily AI reclined on their prepared lounge chairs, ready to bask in the sun. Just as they were on the verge of dozing off, a voice tinged with annoyance jolted them awake. How dare you trespass on my territory? As Luoya and Lily AI opened their eyes, they beheld a purple-haired girl glaring fiercely at them. Who are you? Luoya inquired, his expression one of confusion. I am the master of this place. You must leave at once, the girl commanded. But this is a desolate beach. How can it belong to you? Lily AI retorted. I say it is mine. Therefore it is mine. The girl stubbornly insisted, displaying a lack of reason. We do not acknowledge that claim. Lily AI teased the irate girl with a smile. Then let us settle this with a Pokemon battle, the girl declared, pulling out her Pokeball and pointing it at Luoya and Lily AI. We accept your challenge. Luoya responded immediately, turning to Lily AI. I leave the battle to you, Lily AI. Me? Lily AI pointed to herself, questioning. Indeed. While you aspire to be a breeder, battling remains an essential part of the journey, Luoya explained with a smile. I understand now. After contemplating Luoya's words, Lily AI agreed. Go, Meryl. The girl sent forth her Pokemon, a level 13 Meryl, onto the beach. I entrust you with this, Spupa. Lily AI called forth her own purple Spupa. A shiny Spupa, you say? But I shall not lose. The purple-haired girl commanded her Meryl. Meryl, use water gun to attack. Spupa, unleash poison sting. Under Lily AI's guidance, Spupa opened its mouth and released a barrage of poison needles to counter the oncoming water gun attack. After a brief clash in midair, the two attacks dissipated simultaneously. Marilu, employing her rolling technique, transformed into a sphere and charged towards the Caterpie upon hearing her trainer's command. Caterpie, use string shot. Upon witnessing this, Lilia promptly issued an order to Caterpie. Following Lilia's direction, Caterpie opened its mouth and unleashed countless strands of white silk towards the oncoming Marilu. The numerous threads released by Caterpie ensnared the rolling Marilu, binding her tightly and rendering her immobile. Marilu, the purple-haired girl exclaimed anxiously. Finish it off, Caterpie. Use poison sting. Seizing the opportunity, Lilia commanded Caterpie. The multitude of poison stings unleashed by Caterpie relentlessly assaulted Marilu, who, unable to evade due to her bindings, could do nothing but endure the attack head-on. Ultimately, Marilu succumbed to Caterpie's onslaught, losing her ability to battle. Marilu, the purple-haired girl cried out, rushing over to assess Marilu's condition. Let me handle it. At that moment, Roya produced a healing potion, administering it to the unconscious Marilu, who subsequently regained her vitality. Thank you for healing my Marilu. The purple-haired girl expressed her gratitude to Roya. No need for thanks. We were the ones who encroached upon your territory, Roya replied with a shake of his head. It's all right. Feel free to use this place. The purple-haired girl responded with a smile. Just as Roya, Lilia, and the purple-haired girl engaged in cheerful conversation, the Caterpie on the beach suddenly emitted a blinding white light, capturing everyone's attention. Caterpie is evolving, Lilia exclaimed in delight. That is a Kakuna. Roya was momentarily awestruck by the golden silhouette emerging from the white glow. A golden Kakuna? Is that the final evolution into a Butterfree? Lilia inquired, looking at Roya. Indeed, Roya nodded affirmatively. That is simply marvelous, Lilia exclaimed joyously, recalling the appearance of Butterfree. After Caterpie evolved into the golden Kakuna, Roya and Lilia resumed their playful activities. On that day, while returning to the Pokemon Center, they were abruptly halted by a familiar voice from behind. Hey Roya. Chapter 236, Journey to Kana City. While training their Pokemon in Fighting Town, Roya and Lilia were suddenly stopped by a familiar voice calling from behind as they made their way to the Pokemon Center for healing. Recognizing the voice, Roya turned to see the caller and greeted, long time no see, Ash and Brock. Just as Roya had surmised, the ones who called out to them at the Pokemon Center were Ash and, beside him, his old friend Brock, along with May, the daughter of Mr. Contesta from the Orange League, and Max, her brother who had just joined them from the Hoenn region. It's been a while, Roya, Ash and Brock greeted with warm smiles. You're the champion of the Quartz and Silver conferences, aren't you? Max exclaimed, running up to Roya with excitement. Indeed, that's me, Roya replied with a smile, though slightly taken aback by Max's sudden enthusiasm. Roya, where's your Dragonite? And your Zeraora? I really want to see them. Max continued eagerly. Well, Roya hesitated, not wanting to release his Pokémon, and fumbled for a response. All right, Max, let us not trouble him. May, feeling a bit embarrassed, pulled Max closer to her. I'm so sorry. Max can be a bit too forward. May apologized to Roya. It's quite all right, Roya replied in a gentle tone. Hearing Roya's soft words, coupled with his striking features, May felt her cheeks flush with a hint of shyness. Hello, Ash. At that moment, Lilia waved cheerfully at Ash. Lilia, it's you? It's been a while, Ash replied, noticing Lilia. Are you traveling with Roya? Brock inquired. Yes, I'm currently on a journey in the Hoenn region with Roya. Lilia confirmed with a nod. I see, Brock acknowledged with a nod. By the way, who are these two? After Lilia finished her conversation with Brock, Roya turned his attention to May and Max. Although he was aware of their identities, it was courteous to feign ignorance upon first meeting. These are May and Max, my traveling companions from Hoenn. They are the children of Mr. Contesta from the Orange League. Ash introduced them to Lilia and Roya. Ah, so you're Mr. Contesta's children. It's a pleasure to meet you. Roya greeted them with a nod. Do you know my dad? Max asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Yes. My first gym badge was the balance badge from Mr. Contesta, Roya explained with a smile. You're impressive, being able to defeat my dad. Max exclaimed with admiration. I can't believe you got the balance badge before me. Ash said, momentarily taken aback, then filled with determination as he addressed Roya. Mr. Contesta is indeed a formidable trainer. Roya expressed his respect for Mr. Contesta, recalling how he had to exert all his strength to defeat his secondary team. My dad is really strong, Max chimed in proudly as Roya praised Mr. Contesta. You must be here to challenge the fighting gym, right? Roya asked Ash. Yes, but the fighting gym is currently closed, Ash replied, sounding a bit disheartened. Mr. Fuji is probably at the beach surfing. You can find him there, Roya suggested, pointing towards the ocean. Fuji, is he the trainer at the fighting gym? Brock inquired. Indeed, Fuji specializes in fighting-type Pokémon, Roya informed Ash. Got it. I'll head to the beach to find Mr. Fuji right now, Ash exclaimed, dashing towards the ocean. Wait for me, Max called, rushing after him. May glanced back at Roya before reluctantly following them. The reason for her hesitation was that Max wanted to see Roya's Pokémon. While May was captivated by Roya's handsome visage. The ferry will be departing soon. We should get going, Roya remarked, checking the time on his phone and addressing Lilia. All right, Lilia replied, and the two set off together from the Pokémon Center toward the docks of Fighting Town. Indeed, Roya and Lilia had been in Fighting Island for quite some time, and their journey to the docks was to catch the ferry to Kana City, the nearest destination from there. Upon arriving at the docks, they found that the ferry had yet to depart, but Roya unexpectedly encountered someone there. Fuji, what brings you here? Roya asked the waiting Fuji at the docks. I'm here to see you off, Fuji explained his presence. I appreciate it, Fuji. Thank you for making the trip. Roya responded with a smile. No need for such formality. After all, we are friends. Tingshu waved his hand and smiled as he spoke. I understand. Roya first gazed at Tingshu, then responded with a smile. You are welcome to visit me and Lilia anytime in the future. Tingshu extended his right hand towards Roya. I shall do so. Roya reciprocated by grasping Tingshu's hand. When that time comes, let us battle with our true strength once more. As soon as the words left his lips, Tingshu fixed a gaze filled with combativeness upon Roya. I shall emerge victorious. To this, Roya responded with a smile. Ha ha. After sharing a glance, both Roya and Tingshu erupted into hearty laughter. Until we meet again. Do visit often. With those parting words, the boarding call for the transport ship echoed, and after bidding farewell to Tingshu, Roya and Lilia joined the throng and boarded the vessel. Shortly after they embarked, the ship slowly set sail, departing from the docks of Wudo Town and heading towards the nearby city of Kana. Chapter 237, The Trade Fair in Kana City. So many people. As Roya and Lilia departed from Wudo Island aboard the transport ship and arrived in Kana City, they were struck by the throngs of pedestrians bustling through the streets. Kana City, a coastal port city, has flourished due to its role as a docking point for numerous ships, leading to the robust development of the local market, which in turn results in a greater influx of visitors compared to other cities. Roya glanced at the travel brochure for the Hoenn region, remarking, Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lilia quickly understood the situation. However, it seems that today is even more crowded than usual. Roya frowned as he observed the congested streets. I wonder what has happened to draw such a crowd. Lilia instinctively moved closer to Roya, seeking solace amidst the throng. Perhaps Kana City is hosting an event. We could inquire with Miss Joy. Noticing Lilia's proximity, Roya smiled and took her small hand, leading her towards the Pokémon Center in Kana City. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, they found a lengthy queue already formed. After exchanging glances, Roya and Lilia sighed in resignation and joined the line at the back. After a considerable wait, it was finally their turn. After entrusting their Pokeballs to Miss Joy, Roya turned to her and inquired, "Miss Joy, what event is taking place in Kana City? Why are there so many people?" Miss Joy exhibited a curious expression upon hearing Roya's question. "You don't know?" she asked, glancing at both Roya and Lilia. They shook their heads and explained, "We are currently challenging the Hoenn region. We are merely passing through." "Ah, I see." Upon hearing Roya's explanation, Miss Joy's expression shifted to one of realization as she elaborated. Kana City is about to host a grand trade fair, which is why there are so many visitors. "A trade fair?" Roya queried. "Indeed, Kana City has developed due to its vibrant market. Therefore, every year around this time, a grand trade fair is held, attracting numerous tourists and merchants from all over the world eager to purchase coveted items, resulting in a significant influx of people." Miss Joy shared her insights with Roya and Lilia. "I see. How long will this trade fair last?" Roya nodded, continuing his inquiry. "It will commence tomorrow and last for 3 days," Miss Joy replied. "Understood. Thank you, Miss Joy." After gathering this information, Roya expressed his gratitude and departed from the front desk. After enjoying a delightful meal at the Pokémon Center, Roya and Lilia left with their rejuvenated Pokémon and headed towards the hotel they had reserved online, as the Pokémon Center would surely be crowded during this period. After spending a night at a luxurious hotel in Kana City, Roya, intrigued by the trade fair, and an eager Lilia made their way to the venue. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at the site of the trade fair. Upon stepping into the venue, they were greeted by a sea of people. The central pathway was teeming with visitors, and the stalls were utterly packed, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with the shouts of vendors. "Come one, come all. A variety of Pokémon delicacies await you. Energy cubes at unbeatable prices. How lively!" Lilia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she tugged Roya into the crowd to explore the various stalls, including those selling Pokémon food, energy cubes, toys, and clothing, where both Roya and Lilia were soon seen browsing. As they wandered past a general goods stall, something caught Roya's eye, prompting him to halt. "Roya, what's wrong?" Lilia turned back and asked upon sensing his sudden stillness. "I want to check out this general goods stall," he explained. "Then let us take a look," Lilia replied, following him to the roadside stall they had just passed. "Hello, what can I assist you with?" The stall owner, a middle-aged man, greeted them. "I'll take a look first," Roya replied, shifting his gaze to the items displayed at the stall. Of course, the owner responded cheerfully, noticing Roya's interest. As Roya focused on the stall, the first item that caught his attention was a metallic sheet, primarily used during Pokémon evolution, enhancing the power of steel-type moves otherwise. However, what truly fascinated Roya were the two spherical objects next to it, Mega Stones, the very purpose for which May and Toko had journeyed to the Kalos region. After a thorough investigation by the system, Roya identified that the two Mega Stones belonged to Banjura and Blaziken. With both a Jira and a Blaziken in his team, he became keen on acquiring these Mega Stones. "How much for these 3 items?" he inquired of the stall owner, holding up the metallic sheet and the 2 Mega Stones. "The metallic sheet is 300,000 Alliance coins, and I'll let those 2 unknown stones go for 50,000 Alliance coins each, totaling 350,000 Alliance coins," the owner replied after assessing the items in Roya's hands. Accepting the price, Roya retrieved his bank card and handed it to the stall owner, purchasing the 3 items. As Roya prepared to leave with Lilia, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Excuse me, could you please wait a moment?" Upon hearing this, Roya and Lilia stopped in their tracks and turned to see a brown-haired young man approaching them. Once he reached them, Roya asked, "What can I do for you?" "My name is Tetsuya, and I would like to purchase the metallic sheet you have," the brown-haired young man, Tetsuya, requested. "Isn't that the champion of this year's colorful Ghost Festival?" Roya immediately recognized him. Of course, without a moment's hesitation, Roya acquiesced, for his intentions were never centered around the metallic membrane. "Excellent," Tetsuya exclaimed with delight upon hearing this, then turned to Roya and said, "You bought it for 300,000. I'll offer you 400,000. What do you say?" "Agreed." After a moment's contemplation, Roya nodded in acceptance. Following this exchange, he traded his metallic membrane with Tetsuya, and after a brief introduction, they bid each other farewell. "Why sell the metallic membrane right after purchasing it?" Lily asked with curiosity once Tetsuya had departed. "The membrane is not my primary focus. My true objective lies within these." As he spoke, Roya revealed the mega stones he held in his hand. Could it be? Lily pondered, her mind racing with speculation as she gazed at the spheres. Indeed, they are the megastones for Banette and Blaziken, Roya replied with a smile. I see now, Lily said, her understanding dawning. Having unexpectedly acquired 2 megastones, Roya and Lily continued to explore the gathering. Chapter 238, A Reunion with Ash. During the course of an extensive 3-day trading festival, after reclaiming the megastones for Banette and Blaziken, Roya found no further treasures of note. Only procuring some supplies for his journey and a few changes of clothing. Aren't you planning to head to Amethyst City? Lily inquired. Observing Roya's reluctance to leave for Amethyst City. I think I shall linger in Kanazumi City a bit longer, Roya replied. Why might that be? Lily asked. Her curiosity piqued as she remained unaware of Roya's reasoning. Kanazumi City will soon host a grand contest, and I have a modicum of interest in it. Hence my desire to participate and witness it firsthand, Roya elucidated with a smile. Ah, I understand now, Lily acknowledged. Which Pokémon do you intend to use for the contest? She inquired with intrigue. Of course, it would be remiss not to involve it, Roya replied, producing a Pokeball as he spoke. Thus, Roya and Lily remained in Kanazumi City, diligently training their Pokémon for the forthcoming contest. After several days of preparation. While training his Pokémon on the private beach of his hotel, Roya suddenly noticed a commotion on a nearby stretch of sand, which piqued both his and Lily's curiosity. They approached the source of the disturbance. Hey Ash. Upon closer examination, they discovered Ash and his companions amidst a heated discussion, prompting them to raise their voices in greeting. Roya, Ash exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing them approach. I thought you would have left Kanazumi City by now. After exchanging pleasantries, Brock posed the inquiry to Roya. Indeed. Has something occurred? Ash, coming back to his senses, also inquired. We were delayed due to a yearly trading festival we participated in here. Roya explained to Brock and the others. A trading festival? Ash, Brock, and May echoed in unison. It's essentially a grand marketplace. Quite bustling, I assure you, Roya responded. I would love to attend such a festival. Ash exclaimed, his enthusiasm renewed. But it's already over. All your fault, Ash, for lingering so long on Fighting Island. May declared, her annoyance directed at Ash, who felt a twinge of guilt. Ah, I see now. Brock nodded in understanding. Moreover, Kanazumi City is about to host a grand contest, which has piqued my interest, compelling me to stay and participate, Roya continued, sharing his reason for remaining. Are you competing in the grand contest as well? May asked eagerly. Yes, Roya confirmed with a nod. You're entering the grand contest too? Brock queried. It's my first encounter with such a contest. Thus I'm intrigued and wish to see what it's all about, Roya responded with a smile. Then it seems we shall be rivals. May exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed. We must strive to excel, Roya replied encouragingly. With competitors like you, victory seems unattainable, interjected a previously silent green-haired boy, Shun, with an icy demeanor. I shall defeat you. May retorted indignantly at Shun's remark, inciting a smirk from Roya as he shifted his gaze towards her. I am determined to vanquish him in the grand contest, May declared, clenching her fists with resolve in response to Roya's words. Then let us put forth our best efforts, Roya encouraged before bidding farewell to Ash and the others. Returning to his training. Upon reaching his Pokémon, Shun unexpectedly appeared beside Roya and stated, You are the champion of the Quartz and Silver conferences. Roya, are you not? Roya nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, Is there something you wish to discuss? I implore you to accept my challenge. I seek to gauge my strength, Shun replied, bowing slightly after his request. Given your earnestness, it would be remiss of me not to comply, Roya conceded. Thank you, Shun said in gratitude before producing a Pokeball and tossing it skyward, declaring, Go forth, Rosalia. With a flash of red light, Shun's level 23 Rosalia emerged onto the beach. Pokémon, Rosalia. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Natural Cure. Gender, Female. Level, 23. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Leaf Tornado, Magical Leaf, Solar Beam. Poison Sting, Leech Seed, Stun Spore, Petal Dance. If your opponent is Rosalia, then it's decided. I shall summon you Trico. After assessing Shun's Rosalia, Roya sent out his own Pokémon, Trico. Rosalia, use Magical Leaf. Recognizing that Roya intended to let him strike first, Shun commanded his Pokémon. Under Shun's direction, Rosalia unleashed a barrage of leaves towards Trico. Trico, use Seed Bomb. Roya ordered, and Trico opened its mouth, unleashing a flurry of seeds that obliterated the incoming magical leaves. Rosalia, Stun Spore. Upon hearing Shun's command, Rosalia released a cloud of Stun Spore towards Roya and Trico. In a flash of lightning, responding to Roya's words, Trico darted away with the swiftness of the wind, swiftly positioning itself behind Rosalia. Trico, Leaf Blade. Roya called out urgently. Trico obeyed, executing the Leaf Blade attack and sending Rosalia tumbling back. Energy Ball, finish it. Roya commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. Under the force of Trico's Energy Ball, Rosalia ultimately collapsed onto the beach, rendered unconscious. Your prowess is formidable. I concede defeat. After reclaiming the Poison Rose, Shun initially felt a pang of sadness before departing without a backward glance. Truly, he is a tempestuous youth. In contrast, Roy seemed to have forgotten that he too was but a young man. Chapter 239, The Cana Conference. On the day of the Cana Conference, after completing his registration, Roy, along with Lillian, arrived at the opulent venue before the clock struck 1. Within this grand arena, aside from Shun, whom he had previously battled, there was also the aspiring Pokémon coordinator, Haruka. As the clock chimed 1, the Cana Conference commenced as scheduled. The host, Vivian, with her golden wavy hair, took to the stage with a microphone in hand to address the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The distinctive Pokémon contest of the Hoenn region, the Cana Conference, is about to begin. Under Vivian's enthusiastic guidance, the crowd erupted into applause. Overseeing the thorough and attentive evaluation of all participants were Mr. Constance, the head of the Conference Affairs Bureau, Mr. Sasaki, president of the Hoenn Pokémon Enthusiasts Club, and Miss Joy from Cana City. Following the introduction of the judges, Vivian continued to elaborate on the details of the contest. Coordinators and their Pokémon who triumph in this competition will be awarded the illustrious Cana Ribbon Badge. Furthermore, those who collect 5 ribbon badges from various competitions will earn the right to participate in elite coordinator events and large-scale Pokémon celebrations. I, Vivian, will serve as your MC for this event. I look forward to your support. With the rules thoroughly explained, the Cana Conference officially commenced, showcasing a series of performances by the coordinators on stage. In the contestants area, however, Haruka was experiencing a different sentiment. Being her first participation in such a grand event, she was quite anxious. With the encouragement of Lillian and Ash, Haruka gradually began to relax. Ultimately, a distinguished trainer must always have faith in oneself and one's Pokémon. Roy reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder, accompanied by a warm smile. I understand, Haruka replied, taking a deep breath and feeling her tension ease under the collective support. At that moment, the television displayed the performance of contestant number 24, Shun, who secured an impressive score of 294 points in the first round with his Poison Rose. Now it's my turn. After bidding farewell to Lillian and Ash, Roy prepared for his stage debut as contestant number 25. And now, presenting contestant number 25, Roy. As Vivian announced his name, Roy emerged onto the stage under the spotlight. Finally, it's Roy's turn. I wonder what kind of performance he will deliver. I can hardly wait. Ash and the others looked on with eager anticipation. Step onto the stage. Milotic. As Roy threw his poke ball into the air, it opened to reveal Milotic, accompanied by a cascade of water that graced the arena. To think that Roy's Pokémon is Milotic, and the way it entered is simply mesmerizing. Both Vivian and the audience displayed expressions of delight. Milotic is, after all, one of the most cherished Pokémon in the contest, as its exquisite beauty captivates all. Milotic, unleash hail. Under Roy's command, Milotic launched a pale blue energy sphere into the air. As it dissipated, a small cloud formed, releasing a flurry of hailstones that began to descend. Milotic, use Swift. At Roy's command, Milotic unleashed a barrage of star-shaped attacks against the falling hail, transforming them into delicate snowflakes, interspersed with glimmering energy points that drifted gracefully to the ground. Milotic, use Mystical Guard. Seizing the moment, Roy called out to Milotic, who radiated a soft blue glow amidst the snowy backdrop, enhancing its ethereal beauty. Thus, Roy's first-round performance concluded. The 3 judges then announced the scores. Without a doubt, under Milotic's enchanting presence, Roy achieved the highest score of 30 points. Roy and Milotic have secured the highest score of 30 points, marking the first perfect score of the day. Truly remarkable, Vivian exclaimed to the audience. Mr. Constance, Mr. Sasaki, and Miss Joy expressed their admiration for Roy and Milotic's performance, allowing him to advance to the next round. Fantastic, Roy. Lillian's face lit up with joy from the audience. Such a performance. It's no wonder it's Roy. Ash marveled at Roy on stage, visibly astonished. Following this, Robert, who also had a Milotic, advanced smoothly to the next round, as did Haruka, who, despite a minor mishap, managed to score 249 points. After a while, 8 trainers successfully passed the first round of evaluations, with Roy, Haruka, Shun, and the champion Robert from the original story advancing to the second round. The second round of the Pokémon contest involved battling, where coordinators aimed to diminish their opponent's scores through elegant moves. Essentially, this was Roy's domain. After the computer matched the competitors, just as in the original story, Haruka faced Shun in the first round. Following a battle between Poison Rose and Butterfree, Haruka was ultimately defeated. As for Roy, Milotic unleashed Dragon Pulse. With a grand gesture, Milotic struck the opponent, rendering her Pokémon unconscious and concluding Roy's first-round battle elegantly. In the second round, Roy's opponent was none other than Shun, who had triumphed over Haruka. With Milotic's overwhelming strength, Shun's Poison Rose ultimately succumbed to a decisive Dragon Pulse. What a clean and swift match. In both battles, Roy and Milotic showcased their dominance, advancing to the finals. Vivian exclaimed in astonishment. Shun has lost. After recovering from his initial heartbreak, Haruka felt a mix of emotions seeing Shun's defeat. Of course, Roy's strength is formidable, Ash remarked, unwavering in his belief. In the grand finale, Roy faced Robert, who also commanded a Milotic. Milotic, use Iron Tail. Under Robert's command, his Milotic charged toward Roy's Milotic. Water Tail, Roy replied calmly, directing his Milotic to envelop its tail in water and swing it toward Robert's Pokémon. With overwhelming power, Roy's Milotic sent Robert's level 33 Milotic crashing against the wall, incapacitating it. The final results were announced, and the champion of the Kana Conference was none other than the first-time contestant, Roy. As Vivian presented the Kana ribbon badge to Roy, the conference came to a splendid close. Roy, will you participate in future Pokémon contests? Ash inquired as they exited the venue. Haruka, having heard Ash's question, turned her attention to Roy as well. I won't. I merely wish to experience this one. My focus remains on the league conference, Roy replied with a smile. Then, Roy turned his gaze towards the little Yao who was staring at him and said, You must put in your utmost effort for the upcoming tournament, little Yao. I will. Little Yao replied, clenching his fists tightly. Chapter 240, The Museum of the Sea. After the grand tournament in Cairna City, Roya initially planned to depart with Lilia for the next city, Zijing City. However, they were unexpectedly halted by Ash and his companions, who insisted on gathering together since it had been quite a while. Reluctantly, Roya agreed to stay a little longer in Cairna City. Cairna City was indeed bustling. Early in the morning, Ash and his group dragged Roya and Lilia to the busy streets, observing the flow of people all around them. It's a far cry from a few days ago. During the trading tournament, the streets were overflowing with people and various vendors. I can't even begin to describe the scene, Roya remarked, noticing the noticeably fewer people compared to the previous days. That's all because of that guy Ash, who stayed in Wudo Town for so long and missed the connecting ship. Little Yao pouted, casting a resentful glance at Ash. This is all my fault, Ash said, feeling a bit embarrassed under Little Yao's gaze, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. It's all right, Little Yao. Although we missed this event, there will surely be other activities in the cities to come. We will have opportunities to meet again. Lilia, with her gentle demeanor, comforted Little Yao, who had not participated in the trading tournament. That's true, Little Yao replied, his spirits lifting a bit after Lilia's words. By the way, where are we going to explore today? Feeling a hint of boredom while wandering the streets, Roya inquired of Ash and the others. I've heard that the Museum of the Sea in Cairna City is quite famous, so we plan to visit it today. Brock, who was currently in charge of the outing, explained the purpose of their trip in response to Roya's inquiry. The Museum of the Sea sounds rather splendid, Roya said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then turned his gaze towards Lilia, who was happily chatting with Little Yao. Lilia, how about we visit the Museum of the Sea? I have no objections. I can go anywhere. Lilia nodded in agreement. That's a wonderful idea. The Museum of the Sea in Cairna City boasts a rich collection of exhibits that I find quite intriguing, Little Shota eagerly responded, showing his enthusiasm for the museum. But I want to go shopping, Little Yao declared, uninterested in the museum and solely wishing to shop. Then I'll accompany you. I need to prepare some supplies for our upcoming journey as well, Brock said, recalling his responsibilities and deciding to go shopping with Little Yao. Lilia, you should join Little Yao and the others. I'll head to the museum with Ash, Roya suggested, knowing that Lilia preferred shopping. Understood. Lilia agreed immediately upon hearing about the shopping. Thus, Roya and Ash's group split into two, with Brock taking one group to shop for supplies, while Roya and Ash proceeded to the Museum of the Sea. Hey, why isn't this museum open? Upon arriving at the Museum of the Sea in Cairna City with Roya and Ash, Little Shota displayed a look of disappointment at the closed doors. But why isn't it open today? The pamphlet shows it's supposed to be open, Roya remarked, glancing at the travel brochure in his hand. It might be due to other matters. Since the museum is closed, let's head back to find Brock and the others, Ash suggested, preparing to turn back. Neither Roya nor Ash objected to returning to find Brock, But little Shota, feeling stubborn, insisted on seeing the Museum of the Sea. He approached the window, hoping to catch a glimpse inside. Seeing little Shota throwing a tantrum, Roya silently empathized with Ash, as he found such behavior quite troublesome. Just as little Shota was about to climb onto the windowsill, a youthful voice rang out nearby. "Who are you? What do you want?" Upon hearing this voice, Roya and Ash turned to look, and even little Shota paused in his actions to see where the sound was coming from. They saw a young boy, roughly little Shota's age, wearing a straw hat, yelling at them. "I know. You're trying to steal the museum's treasures, aren't you? I won't let you succeed." Before Roya and the others could explain, the boy accused them of theft, pulling out his pokeball and throwing it into the air. A level 8 Celio appeared before them, glowing in the light of the pokeball. "Celio, teach them a lesson. Use water gun." Although the boy's bravado was commendable, the outcome was the Celio, following the boy's command, unleashed a water gun attack. However, the target of the attack was not Roya and his companions, but rather the boy himself, resulting in him being drenched and left feeling quite chilly. "Well done," Roya thought to himself, secretly applauding the Celio's performance. "I told you to attack them, not us," the young boy shouted at his Celio after being splashed. As he prepared for another round of attacks, Ash quickly intervened. "We just wanted to take a look at the museum. We were hoping to see inside through the window since it was closed." "Oh, is that so? You should have said so earlier." The boy's expression shifted to one of embarrassment upon realizing his mistake. "The key is that you need to give us a chance to explain." Roya couldn't help but comment, leading to an even more awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, the museum's curator approached, breaking the tension. After learning the full story, the curator, Kusunoji, quickly understood. "Oh, I see. I'm truly sorry. I am the curator of this museum, and my name is Kusunoji. Unfortunately, the museum is closed for the day due to other commitments." "I see," little Shota said, his face falling in disappointment upon hearing the curator's explanation. "However, since you all wish to see the museum, I will grant you permission for a brief tour." Kusunoji smiled at Roya and the others. "Really? Thank you so much," little Shota exclaimed joyfully, thrilled to have his wish fulfilled. Thus, Roya, Ash, and little Shota followed Kusunoji into the Museum of the Sea. Chapter 241, The First Encounter with Team Magma. "Follow me," Kusunoji instructed, leading Roya, Ash, and little Shota into the previously closed museum. "This is the King of Whales. This model is incredibly lifelike." As soon as they entered the museum, little Shota spotted the enormous model of the King of Whales and rushed to stand in front of it, exclaiming in amazement. "What do you think? Besides this King of Whales, there are many other models of Pokémon, like this one of the Tentacruel, the boy in the straw hat, Yosuke." Proudly introduced the exhibits to little Shota. "That's amazing, Kusunoji." Little Shota gazed at the curator with admiration. "Just doing my job," Kusunoji replied modestly. Upon hearing Xiaoxing's remarks, the curator Kusunoji felt a wave of joy wash over him, prompting him to commence his explanation. "I primarily engage in research concerning marine spirits. The data and materials I acquired during my studies are showcased through the creation of models. Thus, I established this Museum of the Sea, to enable a broader audience to appreciate the wonders of the ocean." After listening to director Kusunoji's exposition, Roy was reminded of the previously locked doors of the museum, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. He thus inquired, "Since you intend to exhibit these research findings, why then is the museum closed?" "Indeed, Director Kusunoji, what has transpired?" Both Xiaoxing and Ash, standing nearby, also regarded the curator with inquisitive gazes. "Since you have posed such questions, I shall reveal the truth of the matter," Kusunoji replied. And with that, he retrieved a suitcase from a certain corner of the museum and placed it before the gathered individuals. "Just last night, I received this. In pursuit of studying its contents, I resolved to enter seclusion today," he elucidated to Roy and the others. As they gazed into the suitcase, which contained what appeared to be an ordinary charred stone, confusion swept over them. Only Roy, through the power of brilliance, sensed that this stone was anything but mundane. Though he could not articulate why, he thus queried Kusunoji, "Director Kusunoji, what exactly is this? This stone may seem commonplace in appearance, yet it possesses the ability to emit high temperatures beneath the sea, indicating its extraordinary nature. According to my current research, it is likely connected to certain legendary spirits." With a smile, Kusunoji shared his findings in response to the group's bewilderment. Could it be related to the earth god Groudon? Roy speculated. In the Hoenn region, the only entity associated with this charred rock would be the land-bound Groudon. Upon hearing Roy's conjecture, Kusunoji's eyes lit up, a surge of inspiration igniting within him, compelling him to hasten his preparations for research. Meanwhile, outside, Team Rocket's trio, having learned of the stone's precious nature, plotted to acquire it. they intended to present the stone, along with Ash's Pikachu, as a gift to Giovanni, hoping to ascend to the position of sub-leader in the Hoenn region. However, the formidable little brat was also present. Kojiru, still mindful of Roy's presence, shattered Musashi and Meowth's daydreams. With that powerful little brat around, we would only end up on the receiving end of a beating. I think we should abandon this operation, Kojiru lamented, recalling how Roy had once threatened him with his fiancée, Rumika, leaving him with psychological scars. It seems we have no choice but to do so, Meowth added, exchanging glances with Musashi and Kojiru. Such a sensation. After uttering this last remark, Team Rocket's trio reluctantly withdrew from the scene. Just as Roy stepped out of the Museum of the Sea, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned and shouted in a commanding voice, "Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Show yourself at once." Startled by Roy's bellow, Ash, Director Kusunoji, and the others quickly reacted, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes to guard against any sudden attack. "I didn't expect to encounter someone capable among you. Who are you?" A figure clad in a red uniform emerged from a concealed corner, addressing Roy. "You are from Team Magma." Ash recognized the intruders immediately, having encountered them previously, and pointed at them exclaiming. However, the three members of Team Magma ignored Ash, focusing their attention on Roy instead. "To think I would encounter one of Team Magma's 3 executives here in such a small place. My luck seems rather fortuitous," Roy mused, quickly identifying the leader among them, and fixing his gaze upon them, declared, "I am an Alliance investigator. You have committed offenses, and I must ask you to accompany me." Upon hearing Roy's declaration, the executive's brow furrowed, and he produced a Pokeball, stating, "Let us see your prowess. Go, Houndoom." The other 2 Team Magma members also released their Pokemon. As the 3 Pokeballs soared into the air, they burst open, revealing 3 Houndooms on the grass outside the Museum of the Sea, their eyes fixed menacingly on Roy and the others. Roy, assessing the situation, utilized his insight to examine the attributes of the 3 Houndooms. 2 were at level 32, while the one belonging to the executive was Pokemon, Houndoom. Type, Dark. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 58. Potential, Near Champion. Moves, Sand Attack, Tackle, Dark Pulse, Bite. Shadow Clone, Hyper Beam, Shadow Ball, Final Gambit. Having discerned their strengths, Roy turned to Ash and Director Kusunoji, saying, "I leave those 2 to you. Xiaosheng, take Yangfu and leave this place." Understood. Ash and Director Kusunoji promptly agreed and released their Pikachu and Kingdra to engage in battle with the adversaries. Meanwhile, Roy faced off against the executive. "What brings Team Magma to this location?" Roy inquired after summoning his Pidgeot. "Simply hand over that Chardstone to us, and we shall depart," the executive replied with a raised eyebrow. "I shall not relinquish it to you," retorted Kusunoji, who was battling the Team Magma members. "Did you hear that?" "It is out of the question," Roy added in response to Kusunoji's statement, directing his words toward the executive. "Refusing a polite request invites consequences. Do not blame me for being ruthless." Roy's mockery ignited a fury within the executive, who barked orders to his Houndoom. "Houndoom, unleash Dark Pulse." As soon as the executive's command was given, Houndoom opened its mouth, targeting the flying Pidgeot. A beam of purple-black energy surged forth, tearing through the air toward Pidgeot, its ominous sound echoing even within the confines of the Museum of the Sea. "Pidgeot, use agility," Roy commanded swiftly upon witnessing the incoming attack. Obeying Roy's directive, Pidgeot flapped its powerful wings and executed agility, effortlessly evading the Dark Pulse. Pidgeot, use Double Team. After dodging the attack, Roy initiated his offensive. In the air, Pidgeot continued to fly while employing Double Team, conjuring multiple illusory copies of itself. Houndoom, bombard them with Shadow Balls. The executive, unable to discern Pidgeot's true form amidst the myriad of illusions, ordered Houndoom to launch a barrage of Shadow Balls at the numerous duplicates. Agility. Faced with the onslaught of Shadow Balls, Roy immediately commanded Pidgeot. As soon as he finished speaking, Pidgeot soared into the sky, evading the incoming attacks with remarkable speed. Despite its rapid maneuvers, some duplicates were struck, dissipating into the air. Pidgeot, unleash Air Slash. Following Houndoom's flurry of attacks, Roy gestured for Pidgeot to mount its counteroffensive. Upon hearing Roy's command, Pidgeot promptly flapped its wings, generating a flurry of white wind blades that relentlessly assailed the large hound below. The multitude of Pidgeot's silhouettes in the sky rendered it impossible for the Fire Village and the Great Hound to discern which of the attacks was genuine, leaving them no choice but to evade each assault. Observing the hound's fatigue from above, Pidgeot seized the opportunity and unleashed an air slash, striking the hound and sending it hurtling through the air. "Damn it! Houndoom, unleash your devastating beam." Fire Village glared fiercely at Roy, disregarding the hound's injuries, and commanded it without hesitation. Responding to Fire Village's order, the hound struggled to rise, releasing an orange, devastating beam towards Pidgeot. Pidgeot, we shall also employ the devastating beam. In mid-flight, Pidgeot halted its wings, opened its sharp beak, and unleashed a robust, devastating beam to counter the hound's attack. The two beams clashed in midair, neither yielding to the other, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, Roy shattered this impasse by calling out to Pidgeot, "Pidgeot, unleash our full power." With Roy's encouragement, Pidgeot let out a mighty cry, amplifying its output, the thickness of its devastating beam noticeably increasing as it surged toward Houndoom. "Houndoom, give it everything you've got." Fire Village's loud exhortation spurred the hound to exert its utmost strength as the two beams engaged in a fierce contest. At that moment, however, the hound's body exhibited signs of distress. Its prior injuries rendered it unable to continue the assault, causing its devastating beam to falter. Before long, Pidgeot's beam struck Houndoom directly, incapacitating it under the onslaught of the attack. Useless. Fire Village had no choice but to withdraw the unconscious hound, glaring menacingly at Roy. Meanwhile, Ash and the gym leader Kusunoki had successfully utilized Pikachu and Gyarados to vanquish two of the fire team's hounds. Wait for it. We retreat. Faced with their dire situation, Fire Village ordered a retreat. You shan't escape. Just as Roy prepared to pursue, a plane suddenly appeared at the cliff behind the fire team, with Fire Village and his two minions aboard, departing the scene. Seeing this, Roy halted his pursuit and turned to Ash and gym leader Kusunoki, inquiring, "Are you both unharmed?" "None at all. This charred rock is still intact." Kusunoki gestured to his suitcase. "Are you both all right?" At that moment, the earlier leavers, Shota and Yosuke, arrived with Miss Kunsa and the shopping Brock. In response to their inquiries, Roy shook his head, saying, "We're fine. Lingwei's charred rock remains untouched. Thanks to your assistance." "Roy," Kusunoki smiled at him. "Fighting against wrongdoing is the duty of our League's inspectors. You need not be modest," Roy replied with a grin. Subsequently, at Miss Kunsa's prompting, Roy and Kusunoki recounted the entire series of events. Given that the fire team failed to acquire that charred stone, they will undoubtedly return. "So you must be cautious," Roy speculated, recalling their previous attempt. "Thus, I intend to entrust it to Miss Kunsa for safekeeping. I place my faith in you, Miss Kunsa." Afterward, Kusunoki turned his gaze toward Miss Kunsa, extracting a small piece of rock to keep while handing the rest to her. "Leave it to me," she said, accepting the suitcase from Kusunoki and bowing respectfully before departing. After Miss Kunsa left, Shota turned to Kusunoki, asking, "What does the fire team want with the charred rock?" "Honestly, I'm unsure," Kusunoki replied, shaking his head. "The fire team harbors a fanatical obsession with the land deity Groudon. Hence, I suspect this stone is related to Groudon, which is why they sought to seize it." "I believe you're correct," Kusunoki realized. "However, now that the stone is with the League, I doubt the fire team will dare to trouble us." Kusunoki smiled at this thought. "I concur." The group exchanged knowing glances before erupting into hearty laughter. Chapter 243, Amethyst City. After vanquishing the onslaught of the fire team at the Marine Museum in Kenizumi City, Roy promptly declined Ash's travel invitation, setting forth towards the next city, Amethyst City, alongside Lily. The reason for declining Ash's invitation lay in the fact that his group was perpetually lost, compounded by the troublesome presence of Team Rocket. In essence, accompanying Ash guaranteed a series of predicaments, making it prudent to maintain distance. Of course, should they encounter legendary Pokémon, that would be a different story, considering Ash's knack for attracting them. Once Roy and Lily were prepared in Kenizumi City, they embarked on the path to Amethyst City. After traversing a fog-laden mountain, they arrived at Amethyst City, where Lily's golden cocoon had completed its energy accumulation and evolved into a shimmering huntail with purple wings. The moment of evolution brought Lily immense joy. "Shall we challenge the Amethyst Gym today?" As they entered the city, Lily inquired of Roy beside her. "The gym challenge can wait. There are other pressing matters at hand," Roy replied with a smile. "What important matters?" Lily, puzzled by Roy's words and his beaming expression, curiously asked. "Of course, accompanying my girlfriend on a shopping spree. Don't you wish to join?" Roy raised an eyebrow, teasingly addressing Lily. "Absolutely," Lily replied immediately, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red, resembling a ripe apple. "Then let us be off, my princess." With that, Roy extended his right hand, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. "Princess?" The term caused Lily's cheeks to redden further, yet she still placed her hand in his. As he grasped her delicate hand, they ventured through the bustling commercial streets of Amethyst City, including parks and more. By evening, having enjoyed their outing together, Lily returned to the Pokémon Center filled with delight. While Roy's expression was equally pleasant, aside from the numerous shopping bags he carried, spending time with Lily was undeniably enjoyable. After resting at the Pokémon Center for the night, the following morning, Roy and Lily arrived at the entrance of the Amethyst Gym. Is this really the Amethyst Gym? Why does it feel so different from the others? Lily asked, gazing at the closed doors of the gym. Well, it shouldn't be mistaken. The travel guide clearly states that the Amethyst Gym is located here. And I trust this guide won't deceive us. Roy waved the travel guide in hand, reassuring Lily. Then let us hurry inside. Confirming they were at the gym, Lily urged Roy to proceed. All right. After Luoya nodded, he reached out to push open the tightly shut door of the dojo. But the outcome surprised both him and Lily AI. To their astonishment, with a gentle push, the door collapsed instantly, leaving both Luoya and Lily AI momentarily dumbfounded. Lily AI, with her eyes wide open, exclaimed, "This can't be our doing, can it?" "No, it's merely a prank by an elderly gentleman with a youthful spirit," Luoya explained, stroking his forehead as he clarified for Lily AI, who was aware of the personality of the dojo trainer, Taishian. Elderly gentleman? Lily AI tilted her head, questioning Luoya. Captivated by the adorable expression Lily AI made out of curiosity, Luoya was almost compelled to kiss her on the spot. But mindful of their location in the Zijing dojo, he suppressed his impulse and continued, "It's Taishian, the trainer of the Zijing dojo." After speaking, Luoya glanced toward a spot equipped with a camera. As Luoya had surmised, Taishian was peering at the two of them alongside his assistant from a concealed location. "I see." Lily AI nodded in understanding. "We should hurry inside." With that, Luoya took Lily AI's hand and stepped onto the fallen door, coming to a halt. Just as Lily AI was about to ask something, the door beneath their feet suddenly transformed into a small cart on tracks, beginning to move forward. "What is this?" After steadying herself, Lily AI expressed concern and turned to Luoya. "This cart leads into the dojo. There's no need to worry," Luoya reassured her in a gentle tone. With Luoya's comforting words, Lily AI finally relaxed, cautiously gazing ahead. Subsequently, they both embarked on an exhilarating roller coaster ride. When their thrilling journey concluded, a mechanical Reiku suddenly leapt out from the side, startling Lily AI, who immediately hid behind Luoya and exclaimed, "That's Reiku." "No, it's merely a machine-crafted Reiku," Luoya replied, shaking his head in response to Lily AI's comment. "So it's fake." After observing the unmoving Reiku and hearing Luoya's explanation, Lily AI stepped out from behind him, staring at the mechanical Reiku. "And you, Taishian, if you don't come out soon, I shall destroy this mechanical Reiku," Luoya declared, casting his gaze toward the passage ahead. "How amusing. I never expected you to be so unafraid of my Reiku. You are truly impressive." "I am Taishian, the trainer of the Zijing dojo." "And you are?" Just as Luoya finished speaking, an elderly gentleman emerged, laughing heartily while introducing himself. "Greetings. I am Luoya from the Alola region, here to challenge the Zijing dojo." Luoya introduced himself upon hearing Taishian's inquiry. "Since you are here to challenge the dojo, I cannot refuse. Please, follow me," Taishian responded, turning to lead Luoya and Lily AI into the dojo. Arriving at a battleground. Once they reached their respective positions, Taishian's assistant and referee, Walter, stepped forward to announce the rules of the battle at the Zijing dojo. "Now, we have Taishian, the trainer of the Zijing dojo, facing off against Luoya from the Alola region. Each can use 3 Pokémon, and the challenger may switch Pokémon at any time. Let the battle begin. Allow me to demonstrate the power of thunder." With that, Taishian threw a Pokeball, and a Pokémon emerged in a burst of red light. Chapter 244, The Electric Badge. "Go, Electrode." The trainer of the Zijing dojo, Taishian, launched his Pokeball into the air, revealing a Pokémon resembling the colors of the Pokeball. Pokémon, Electrode. Type, Electric. Ability, Soundproof. Level, 25. Qualification, Dojo. Moves, Tackle. Thunder Shock, Charge, Rollout, Thunderbolt, Thunderwave, Electro Ball, Swift. Since it's Electrode, I shall entrust you with the task, Incineroar. Luoya, having noted Electrode's attributes, immediately threw his own Pokeball, summoning his level 28 Incineroar onto the field. Incineroar, unleash Flamethrower. Luoya commanded with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing Luoya's order, Incineroar promptly launched a torrent of searing flames toward Electrode. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Taishian chuckled heartily at the sight before commanding Electrode. "Electrode, use Thunderbolt." Electrode, responding to Taishian's call, released a powerful surge of electricity to counter the incoming flamethrower, resulting in a clash of energy in midair. However, shortly thereafter, the flames completely overwhelmed Electrode's Thunderbolt, continuing onward to strike Electrode directly. "Electrode, use Swift." Tai Xian quickly shouted as he realized the dire situation. Electrode retaliated by launching a barrage of star-shaped projectiles at the advancing flames, extinguishing them entirely. Incineroar, use quick attack. Seeing that the previous attack had failed, Luoya commanded Incineroar once more. As soon as he finished speaking, Incineroar vanished from its position, only to reappear behind Electrode in the next moment. Watch out, Electrode, dodge. Tai Xian shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. Incineroar collided with Electrode, sending it flying backward until it came to a stop several meters away. Now's your chance, Incineroar. Fire punch. Following Luoya's shout, Incineroar enveloped its fist in flames and charged at Electrode, delivering a powerful strike. The fiery punch connected, sending Electrode crashing against the wall, rendering it unable to battle. Electrode has lost its fighting capability. Incineroar wins. Walter promptly announced the result. What an impressive young man, Tai Xian remarked, impressed, as he recalled Electrode and sent out his second Pokémon. Next, your opponent is this one. Go, Magnemite. The Pokeball soared through the air before opening, revealing Magnemite in a burst of red light. A level 25 Magnemite, huh? Incineroar, continue the battle. Luoya decided to let Incineroar press on without switching Pokémon. Magnemite, use Supersonic. Tai Xian commanded, gesturing towards the newly summoned Magnemite. Upon hearing the command, Magnemite unleashed a supersonic attack at Incineroar. Quick attack, Incineroar, Luoya shouted, noticing the incoming supersonic. Incineroar swiftly evaded Magnemite's attack, reappearing on the opposite side of the field. Incineroar, fire spin. Incineroar immediately launched a fire spin toward Magnemite, surrounding it with a torrent of searing flames. Magnemite. Tai Xian could only watch in concern as the flames engulfed Magnemite. Once the flames dissipated, Magnemite fell from the air, unconscious on the ground. Magnemite has lost its fighting capability. Incineroar wins. Walter declared loudly. Thank you for your efforts, Magnemite. Upon witnessing this, Tai Xian had no choice but to recall the little Magnemite, and then took out his last Pokeball, casting it forth with a plea. I implore you. Try attack Magnemite. Pokémon, try attack Magnemite. Type, electric. Ability, magnet pull. Level, 30. Qualification, gym. Moves, supersonic, thunderbolt, charge beam, electro ball, try attack, thunderwave, Euroball. Try attack Magnemite, unleash thunderbolt. At Tai Xian's command, try attack Magnemite immediately targeted the sturdy Fletchinder below and released a formidable surge of electricity. Fletchinder, unleash flamethrower. Luoya swiftly directed his Fletchinder as it opened its beak wide, releasing a searing torrent of flames to contest the thunderbolt. However, after a brief clash, both attacks dissipated into the air, leaving behind shimmering specks of dual-colored light that drifted away with the wind. Try attack Magnemite, launch a barrage of electro balls. Observing the first move's failure, Tai Xian initiated a second assault. Try attack Magnemite then concentrated its electrical energy, forming multiple electro balls that hurtled towards Fletchinder. Quick attack. Just as Luoya uttered the command, Fletchinder executed a quick attack, vanishing from its previous position, while the electro balls merely struck the ground. Try attack Magnemite continued its relentless assault on the swiftly darting Fletchinder, yet its speed allowed it to evade every electro ball, sustaining not a scratch. Fletchinder, unleash overheat. Seizing the moment when try attack Magnemite paused, Luoya quickly instructed Fletchinder. As Fletchinder released an intense flame, it formed a colossal fin mid-air and charged towards try attack Magnemite. Try attack Magnemite, thunderbolt. Upon witnessing this, Tai Xian promptly commanded try attack Magnemite. Soon, a fierce bolt of lightning clashed with the fiery F, resulting in a deadlock between the two forces. Fletchinder, amplify your power. At Luoya's command, Fletchinder intensified its output, unleashing a wave of scorching flames that shattered the thunderbolt, subsequently surging towards try attack Magnemite with unimpeded ferocity. Try attack Magnemite. Tai Xian cried out as the battered try attack Magnemite plummeted from the sky, rendered unconscious. Try attack Magnemite had lost its fighting capability, and Fletchinder emerged victorious. The winner was Luoya. Upon witnessing the last try attack Magnemite fall, who had announced the result to both combatants. It seems I've truly aged. Tai Xian, slightly disheartened after Luoya's consecutive victories, remarked while recalling the unconscious try attack Magnemite. Old man, you remain as vigorous as ever. I am merely an exception. Luoya responded with a smile after retrieving Fletchinder. Indeed, master, you are still quite formidable, Huat. Acting as the referee, offered comforting words. True enough, haha. With the encouragement from Luoya and the others, Tai Xian regained his previous cheerfulness. This is the electric badge for defeating me. Please accept it. He presented a badge to Luoya. Thank you, Mr. Tai Xian. Luoya gratefully accepted it with a smile. After bidding farewell to Tai Xian and Huat, Luoya departed with Lily AI, returning to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 245, Encountering Michelle. Which city shall we visit next? Lily AI inquired of Luoya as they made their way back to the Pokémon Center in Ziyun City. The nearest gym to Ziyun City is the Fuyin Gym, so our next destination will be Fuyin Town. Luoya had already devised a plan. Having lost interest in continuing to participate in the Grand Contest after his last performance. Therefore, there was no need to attend the Grand Contest in Chiyi Town. Instead, he only needed to head to Fuyin Town to obtain the gym badge. After resting for a day in Ziyun City, we will set off for Fuyin Town the day after tomorrow, which will give us ample time to purchase some supplies. Luoya elaborated on his forthcoming plans to Lily AI. Understood. I also need to buy some literature related to breeding. Lily AI nodded in response. Having heard Luoya's plans, her dream was to become an outstanding breeder, so acquiring essential books was necessary. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After all, I am a senior breeder, Luoya said, recalling his advanced breeding skills upon hearing the term breeder. Not a problem. I shall rely on you in the future. Lily AI smiled. Thus, Luoya and Lily AI returned to the Pokémon Center, where they restored Fletchinder's stamina and enjoyed lunch. In the afternoon, the duo ventured to the market to procure the supplies they required. During their spare time, Luoya also began to inquire about the items he had obtained from signing in at Kana City and Ziyun City. What items did I acquire from signing in at Kana City and Ziyun City? The host received 1 beautiful scale and 1 ocean aroma from signing in at Kana City, and 1 sonic bicycle and 1 000 alliance coins from signing in at Ziyun City. The system promptly listed the items acquired from both cities. The beautiful scale can facilitate the evolution of a Phoeba, while the ocean aroma enhances the power of water-type moves when held, quite decent. As for the sonic bicycle, I suppose it will remain and used for now. Luoya contemplated the acquired items. After a brief respite of 1 day in Ziyun City, Luoya and Lily AI departed from the Electric City, embarking on their journey towards Fuyin Town. Along the way, they encountered various species of Pokémon, yet none captured Luoya's heart, and thus he chose not to capture them. Meanwhile, Lily AI trained her Alolan Vulpix and Shiny Butterfree while simultaneously absorbing knowledge about breeding, assisted by Luoya, which significantly enhanced her skills. One day, as they passed a cliff, the keen-eyed Lily AI noticed a small blue figure atop the summit and pointed it out to Luoya. Luoya, what is that? Following Lily AI's indication, Luoya gazed in the specified direction and soon discerned the figure's true identity. It was a Bagon. But how did a Bagon end up here? I suspect it must belong to someone. Lily AI observed the surrounding environment and voiced her thoughts to Luoya. I believe this little one might have sneaked out. Luoya conveyed his thoughts to Lily AI. Oh no, the Bagon has jumped off the cliff. At that moment, Lily AI gasped in horror as she witnessed Bagon leap from the cliff. Leave it to me. After reassuring Lily AI, Luoya harnessed his radiant power to suspend the plummeting Bagon in midair before gently lowering it to the ground. Once Bagon landed safely, Lily AI exhaled a sigh of relief. Why did Bagon jump off the cliff? Every Bagon harbors a dream of flying high in the sky. Luoya explained to Lily AI. I recall that Bagon's final evolution is Salamence, which can indeed fly. Lily AI recalled the information she had seen regarding Salamence. It is through the relentless effort during its Bagon phase to soar through the skies that it eventually evolves into Salamence and ascends into the blue heavens. A truly inspiring journey. Luoya remarked with a smile. Indeed, this little one is quite remarkable. Having said that, Lily AI gently stroked Bagon. At that moment, an unfamiliar female voice emerged from nearby. What are you planning to do with my Bagon? As soon as the words were spoken, a graceful purple figure emerged within the line of sight of Roya and Lilia, sprinting towards the baby dragon with a tone of caution as she called out to them. Miss, I believe you are mistaken. It was this child who leapt from the cliff, and we were the ones who saved it. Observing the misunderstanding from the woman clad in purple, Lilia immediately spoke up to assert their innocence. I see, my apologies for the misunderstanding, the woman replied, having clarified the situation and expressing her regret to Roya. It's quite all right. The gentle Lilia forgave her abruptness upon hearing the sincerity in her apology. My name is Michelle, and I am the trainer of this baby dragon. The woman in purple introduced herself to Roya and Lilia. I am Roya, and this is Lilia. They both introduced themselves in turn. Thank you for assisting the baby dragon. It often sneaks out and jumps off cliffs to pursue its dream of flight. So I have been genuinely worried for its safety, Michelle said, gazing anxiously at her baby dragon. I believe it relishes the sensation of flying. After all, every baby dragon is like that. With proper training, it will evolve into a salamence in no time, Roya remarked to Michelle. Thus, I am doing my utmost to support it, Michelle responded. Then let us engage in a battle, shall we? Consider it a means for it to accumulate some experience. Roya suggested, producing a pokeball in front of Michelle. Is that truly permissible? She asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Of course. Helping others is part of my nature. Roya replied with a smile. Then I shall act as the referee, Lilia interjected promptly. No problem, let us commence. Michelle agreed readily. Her gaze filled with combativeness as the match was set to begin. Chapter 246, Continuous Evolution. I would like to examine this baby dragon first. As the match was about to commence, Roya utilized his poke vision to assess Michelle's baby dragon's attributes. Species, baby dragon. Type, dragon. Ability, hard head. Gender, female. Level, 29. Potential, champion. Moves, iron head, tackle, ember, bite, dragon breath, headbutt, dragon claw, dragon pulse. After discerning the attributes of the baby dragon, Roya pondered his strategy and then tossed a luxury ball into the air. I entrust this to you, Gyarados. The instant the pokeball opened, a figure emerged amid a crimson glow, revealing Roya's equally level 29 Gyarados. I did not expect you to possess such a rare Gyarados, Michelle exclaimed, her eyes brimming with astonishment upon seeing it. Likewise, Roya replied with a smile, glancing at the baby dragon. The battle rules are one-on-one, with no time limit. The match begins now. Lilia, acting as the referee, promptly announced the rules. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Roya commanded his Gyarados first. Upon hearing Roya's command, Gyarados began performing an ancient dance, enhancing its attributes. Not so fast. Baby dragon, use Ember at 6 o'clock. Michelle, sporting a pair of smart glasses, instructed her baby dragon after analyzing the data. As soon as she finished speaking, the baby dragon obeyed Michelle's command and launched an Ember attack towards the 6 o'clock direction. Coincidentally, Gyarados, having completed its dragon dance, positioned itself right in the path of the Ember attack and was struck. What is this? Roya inquired with curiosity as he observed Gyarados being hit. This is my method of predicting the opponent's next move through data analysis and utilizing it for a counterattack. Michelle explained to Roya. I see. So you are a data-driven trainer. Roya understood her approach. Data analysis sounds quite impressive, Lilia remarked, feeling a tinge of concern for Roya upon witnessing Michelle's remarkable predictions. Now it's our turn. Baby dragon, use Iron Head. Michelle commanded after a moment of calculation. The baby dragon immediately executed Iron Head towards Gyarados. Gyarados, use Rock Tomb. Roya countered as he observed the incoming attack. Under Roya's direction, numerous sharp stones erupted from the ground in Gyarados' path, obstructing and damaging the baby dragon. Seeing this unfold, Michelle, through her smart glasses, calculated the positions of the rising stones and compared them to many sharp spikes. Relying solely on data is futile. After all, every Pokémon egg has limitless potential that cannot be measured by data, Roya remarked with a smile. After saying this to Michelle, Roya shouted to Gyarados, increase the power, Gyarados. At Roya's command, Gyarados amplified the output of its move, causing dozens of rocks to emerge from the ground, with several successfully obstructing the baby dragon's advance and temporarily halting its assault. This scene left Michelle somewhat incredulous, as it exceeded her expectations. Since we cannot attack up close, let us opt for a ranged attack. Baby dragon, use Dragon Breath. After calming herself, Michelle continued to command her baby dragon. Upon hearing Michelle's instruction, the baby dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of energy, shattering several rocks as it surged towards Gyarados. Dark Pulse, Roya commanded, gesturing towards Gyarados. The moment he finished speaking, Gyarados released a dark purple beam heading straight for the incoming dragon-type attack. The two moves collided in midair, creating a stalemate, neither side willing to yield. Come on, Roya shouted encouragingly to Gyarados. Let us not lose, baby dragon. Michelle likewise urged her Pokémon. Just as Michelle finished her encouragement, she suddenly froze, pondering, what just happened? This is the allure of Pokémon battles, Roya explained with a smile. It feels exhilarating, Michelle replied, removing her glasses and smiling back. Under the fervent encouragement of Roya and Michelle, Gyarados and the baby dragon intensified their attacks, resulting in a spectacular explosion in midair before both Pokémon retreated a few steps as the energies dissipated. Let us not lose. Roya and Michelle shouted in unison to their Pokémon. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Both Gyarados and the baby dragon were enveloped in a radiant white light. This is the light of evolution. Michelle stared, transfixed, at her baby dragon surrounded by the glow of evolution, murmuring to herself, is it finally evolving, Gyarados? Roya observed, his expression subtly brightening as he watched Gyarados enveloped in the same light. As the light of evolution faded, a Shelgon and a Shelmet appeared before Roya, Lilia, and Michelle. Wonderful. Baby dragon, no, it's Shelmet now? Michelle exclaimed, rushing towards the newly evolved Shelmet and embracing it with excitement. Roya also approached Shelgon, joyfully patting its head. Once Michelle had calmed down a bit, Roya suggested, since our Pokémon have evolved, let us pause this battle for now. Certainly, Michelle replied after a moment of contemplation. Thanks to you, my dear dragon can now evolve into a Shelmet. Michelle approached Roya, and after smoothing her purple hair, she smiled and said to him, I too. If it weren't for you, my Yuki would not have evolved at this moment. Roya shook his head and responded with a smile. Ha ha. After sharing a glance, they both burst into laughter. Following their conversation, Roya, Lilia, and Michelle bid each other farewell. Michelle continued training her Shelmet, hoping to evolve it into a Salamence soon, while Roya and Lilia resumed their journey towards Fiery Town. Chapter 247. Encounter with Team Magma and Team Aqua. Is this Mount Smokestack? On their way to Fiery Town, Roya and Lilia passed a great mountain. After checking the map, Lilia turned to Roya and said, Indeed, Mount Smokestack is a dormant volcano located in the Hoenn region, which has not erupted for a long time. Fiery Town lies at the foot of this volcano, famous for its hot springs and sand baths, both of which are attributed to Mount Smokestack. Upon hearing Lilia's words, Roya promptly elaborated. Sand baths and hot springs. Lilia's eyes sparkled at the mention of these two terms. After all, who could possibly resist the allure of splendid hot springs and sand baths? Even Roya was not an exception. Although he had previously enjoyed a hot spring experience on Fiery Island, he still yearned for it. Then let us hasten our journey to Fiery Town, Roya said with a smile to Lilia. Absolutely, for the sake of hot springs and sand baths. At that moment, Lilia, sporting a ponytail and dressed in a white tracksuit, looked determined as she clenched her fists, embodying her enthusiasm. Motivated by the prospect of hot springs and sand baths, Roya and Lilia quickened their pace, and soon they arrived at the foot of Mount Smokestack. They only needed to take the cable car to reach the summit, from where they could access Fiery Town. Thus, Roya and Lilia boarded the cable car, expecting a smooth ascent, but the outcome was far from what Roya anticipated. As the cable car reached the midpoint of the mountain, two helicopters suddenly soared past, one crimson and the other azure, heading directly for the summit. Those helicopters belong to Team Magma and Team Aqua. Why are they here? Roya wondered, perplexed by the sudden appearance of these two villainous organizations. In the original story, Team Magma and Team Aqua only arrived after Ash and his companions reached this location, but Ash was still on his way to leave town. The premature arrival of these evil factions took Roya by surprise. Could this be another instance of the butterfly effect? Roya speculated. Roya. Just as he was lost in thought about the unexpected presence of Team Magma and Team Aqua, Lilia pulled him back to reality. Lilia, what is it? Roya asked, turning to the concerned Lilia, who had been calling him. What were you thinking? I called you several times without a response, Lilia said, her eyes filled with worry. Apologies. Lilia, I was contemplating the matter regarding those two helicopters and did not hear you. Upon hearing her concerned tone, Roya quickly replied. What about those helicopters? Lilia shifted her attention back to them after confirming that Roya was all right. They belong to the two major villainous organizations in the Hoenn region, Team Magma and Team Aqua. I wonder why they have appeared here. Although Roya had an inkling of what was happening, he feigned ignorance. What should we do? Lilia asked, her concern evident. Just as Roya was about to respond, the cable car suddenly came to a halt, ceasing its ascent, which immediately heightened Roya's alertness. He turned to Lilia and said, This must be the work of those individuals. I need to contact some relevant parties to handle this situation. Relevant parties? Lilia inquired, puzzled. Without answering, Roya took out his phone and dialed the number of Zubik Daigo, whom he had saved in his contacts while on Battle Island. After informing Daigo about the situation at Mount Smokestack, he hung up upon receiving confirmation that assistance would be dispatched. After ending the call, Roya turned to Lilia and said, There might be an incident on the mountain. I need to go check it out. You should stay here. I want to go too. Lilia immediately shook her head in refusal, insisting on accompanying Roya up the mountain. Seeing the determination in Lilia's eyes, Roya reluctantly agreed. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved 3 Pokeballs containing Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, handing them to Lilia for her safety. Upon accepting them, Roya opened the cable car door and released his Dragonite, while Lilia summoned her Charizard, and together they ascended towards the summit of Mount Smokestack. At the peak, the astronomy enthusiast Professor Solans had discovered the small meteorite that had fallen a few days prior. just as he prepared to take the meteorite back for research. Team Magma's members emerged from their helicopter, blocking his path and attempting to seize the meteorite. Just as Team Magma was about to succeed, Team Aqua arrived, intercepting them, resulting in a confrontation where both factions unleashed their Pokémon. Team Magma deployed Houndoom and Zubat, while Team Aqua sent forth Dugong and Kingler. Of course, prior to Team Aqua's arrival, they had already dispatched operatives to halt the cable car, which was the reason for Roya's cable car stopping midway. In the midst of the fierce battle, Solens seized the opportunity to escape. However, Team Magma and Team Aqua each dispatched 3 members to pursue Professor Solens. Professor Solens, I advise you to surrender the meteorite in your possession. After catching up to him, Team Magma surrounded Solens, while Team Aqua also closed in, creating a standoff that trapped Solens in the center. In that critical moment, 2 voices, akin to saviors for Professor Solens, resonated from above, bringing him newfound hope. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse, Charizard, Flamethrower. Under these commands, 2 beams of contrasting colors descended from the sky, striking Team Magma and Team Aqua's sides, sending their Pokémon flying. Who is it? The sudden assault alerted both Team Magma and Team Aqua members, who shouted towards the sky. Just an inquisitive League investigator, Roya announced as he leaped down from Dragonite. You think you can take us on with just the 2 of you? Attack! After learning that Roya was a League investigator, Team Magma and Team Aqua launched a joint assault against him and Lilia. Dugong, Aurora Beam. Kingler, Bubble Beam. Zubat, Houndoom, Dark Pulse. Faced with the onslaught of attacks, Roya and Lilia immediately retaliated. With the combined might of Dragonite and Charizard, they overwhelmed the members of the organizations. After confiscating their Pokeballs, Roya, with Solens' assistance, bound all the captured Team Magma and Team Aqua members. Subsequently, Roya instructed Lilia and Solens to rescue the staff of the cable car, while he ventured alone towards the main body of Team Magma and Team Aqua. Fiery Town. We meet again. Upon arriving at the scene, Roya smiled at the leader of the Magma team, Hua Village, and remarked, I never expected the League to show up. Do you truly believe you can defeat us alone? Upon noticing Roya's arrival, Hua Village, alongside the leader of the Aqua team, Izumi, aimed their weapons at him. Who says I am alone? Chapter 248. The 2 organizations crushed. What if I join in? Just as Roya stood his ground against Hua Village and Izumi's Aqua team, a venerable voice echoed from the side. Who goes there? Hua Village and Izumi shouted in unison at the approaching figure. You dare to wreak havoc on my territory and question my identity? The figure soon revealed itself to be the gym leader of Fiery Town, the retired Fire-type Elite 4-member, Mura. However, Roya found it somewhat perplexing. After all, in his memory, Mura was the quintessential old rascal, having abandoned his position as a gym leader for the sake of Pokémon poetry. The seriousness he displayed now left Roya momentarily astonished. Mura, what brings you here instead of staying in Fiery Town? Hua Village questioned bluntly. There are disturbances in my domain. How could I not come? Mura replied with a cheerful gaze directed at Hua Village. Now that you're here, don't blame me for being rude. Hua Village glared menacingly at Mura. Let us see how that unfolds. Mura responded before turning his attention to Roya. Young man over there, lend me a hand. Of course, Roya readily agreed. Fixing his gaze on Izumi from the Aqua team, while Mura focused on Hua Village, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Dugong, unleash Aurora Beam. Unable to restrain herself, Izumi issued the first command to her Dugong, initiating an assault on Roya's Dragonite. Pokémon, Dugong. Type, Ice Water. Ability, Thick Fat. Gender, Female. Level, 59. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Water Gun, Aurora Beam, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Hail, Absolute Zero. Dragonite, use Flamethrower. Upon seeing the incoming Aurora Beam, Roya promptly commanded his Dragonite, having already discerned Dugong's attributes. Following Roya's directive, Dragonite opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of searing flames, clashing against the Aurora Beam. As the intensity of Dragonite's flames escalated, the flamethrower began to overpower the Aurora Beam. Consequently, as the flamethrower shattered the Aurora Beam, it surged forward, incinerating the air in its wake as it charged toward Dugong. Dugong, use Hydro Pump. Izumi commanded, witnessing the flamethrower neutralize the incoming attack. Following this, she released another Pokeball. Go, Kingler. In a flash of red light, Kingler emerged opposite Dragonite, quickly positioning itself in a standoff with Dugong and Dragonite. Pokémon, Kingler. Type, Water Bug. Ability, Hypercutter. Gender, Male. Level, 57. Aptitude, Near Elite. Moves, Bubble, Bubble Beam, Water Gun, Harden, Hydro Pump, Crab Hammer, Aqua Jet, Hyper Beam. Dugong, unleash Blizzard. Kingler, use Bubble Beam. After summoning Kingler, Izumi directed both of her Pokémon to attack, simultaneously targeting Roya's Dragonite. Observing this, Roya released his Pidgeot and Aerodactyl to deal with the ordinary members while retrieving another Pokeball to summon Gengar. Dragonite, use Hurricane. Gengar, unleash Dark Pulse. Under Roya's command, Dragonite's Hurricane intercepted Dugong's Blizzard and Kingler's Bubble Beam, while Gengar's Dark Pulse struck true, sending Dugong flying. With Dugong incapacitated, Kingler's Bubble Beam was also dispersed by Dragonite's Hurricane, sending Kingler back several meters. Dragonite, Thunderbolt. Gengar, fire Shadow Balls in succession. Seizing the moment, Roya commanded both Dragonite and Gengar. As his words echoed, they began to gather energy, launching Thunderbolt and Shadow Balls that struck Dugong and Kingler, both being sent crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Immediately, Roya dashed to Izumi's side, overpowering her with his robust physique and binding her with a sturdy rope, immobilizing her. Let me go? Izumi glared furiously at Roya, but he paid her no heed, continuing to subdue the remaining ordinary members. Meanwhile, the gym leader Mura successfully defeated Hua Village, and with the assistance of Officer Junsha and her arriving police force, they apprehended the entirety of the Magma team. Later, with Roya's help, they also captured the Aqua team members. Just then, Lilia, who had rescued the cable car workers, returned to Roya's side. Upon confirming his safety, she sighed in relief and returned 3 Pokeballs to him. Officer Junsha and Mura, who had apprehended all the Magma and Aqua team members, approached Roya. Mura smiled warmly at him, saying, "What an impressive young man you are." He had witnessed the battle between Roya and Izumi, noting the extraordinary strength of his Dragonite and Gengar, contrasting it with the bewildered state of his own granddaughter. "I truly owe you my gratitude for your assistance, Officer Roya." Officer Junsha expressed her thanks with a respectful bow. Roya waved dismissively. "It is merely my duty as an officer." It is worth noting that as an officer, Roya's salary was quite substantial, complemented by task bonuses that were too tempting to resist, not to mention various policy benefits, which were reasons he agreed to join the search team. After Junsha departed, Mura regarded Roya with a meaningful gaze and remarked, "You've come to Fiery Town to challenge the gym. Haven to you?" "Indeed. I am eager to witness the prowess of the Fire-type elite." Roya replied earnestly. "Then I shall await your challenge in Fiery Town, Roya," Mura stated before following Officer Junsha as they departed from Mount Smoke. After bidding farewell to Professor Solens, Roya and Lilia received a meteorite gifted by him and left Mount Smoke, making their way towards Fiery Town, for a fierce battle awaited them. What? Hua Village has been captured. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader of the Magma team, Chi In-song, quickly learned of his captain Hua Village's arrest. With Hua Village's strength, it's likely that old Mura was behind this. He exclaimed, pounding his fist against the sofa in frustration. "Should we rescue Captain Hua?" inquired a member of the Magma team. "Not yet. The Aqua team member will undoubtedly attempt to rescue Izumi. We shall bide our time and then rescue Hua Village." Chi In-song concluded. "Understood, boss," the Magma team member replied before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, upon discovering that Izumi had been captured, Mizuki of the Aqua team immediately dispatched personnel to rescue her. Chapter 249, The Fire-type Elite Mura. At long last, we have arrived at the town of Fuyan, and my heart yearns for a soak in the hot springs. Lily AI gazed at the entrance of Fuyan with hopeful eyes. "Let us first arrange our accommodations before indulging in the hot springs," said Roera, gently restraining the restless Lily AI. "Very well," Lily AI replied, her voice tinged with reluctant compliance upon hearing Roera's words. Roera shook her head, observing the lackluster demeanor of Lily AI, and then led her towards the pre-booked hotel. The decision to stay at a hotel was primarily to relish the hot springs it offered. After spending a delightful night at the hot spring hotel, they set off together towards the Fuyan gym. Upon reaching the entrance of the Fuyan gym, a familiar voice echoed, "Yasha, you must understand that to become a competent gym trainer, one must always maintain composure." "I know, Grandpa," came a female voice from within. Having encountered Mura atop the Yin Mountain, Zeraora immediately recognized it was indeed Mura's voice, and the female voice belonged to his granddaughter, Yasha, the gym trainer at Fuyan. Recognizing Mura was inside the gym, Roera entered with Lily AI in tow. "Old Mura, I have come to challenge the Fuyan gym," Roera declared upon entering, addressing Mura, who was training his granddaughter. "Roera, you have finally arrived. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." Mura replied with a broad smile upon seeing Roera. "I apologize for the wait, esteemed Mura," Roera responded with a grin. "By the way, who is this?" Roera feigned ignorance as he glanced at Yasha, directing his question to Mura. Her name is Yasha, my granddaughter. Mura introduced Yasha to Royera and Lily AI. Hello, I am Yasha, she greeted cheerfully, waving at them. Greetings. I am Zeraora from the Alola region, and this is Lily AI. They introduced themselves in turn after Yasha's introduction. Following a pleasant exchange, the gym battle commenced between Royera and Mura, while Lily AI took her place at the observation platform alongside Yasha. Now commencing the gym challenge between Mura, the gym trainer of Fu Yen, and Royera from the Alola region. Each may use 3 Pokémon, and victory is awarded when one side's 3 Pokémon can no longer fight. Announced a referee who stepped forward to declare the rules of the challenge. Go Cold Turtle. Mura launched his first Pokeball, revealing the figure of Cold Turtle amidst a burst of red light. Pokémon, Cold Turtle type, Fire ability, Shell armor gender, male level, 62 qualification, champion moves, Ember, Flamethrower. Rapid Spin, Fire Wheel, Smokescreen, Iron Defense, Heat Wave, Flame Vortex. Then I shall entrust you with this, Blastoise. Upon witnessing Mura's formidable level 62 Cold Turtle, Zeraora sent forth his own level 60 Blastoise. The Pokeball opened midair, and Blastoise's magnificent figure stood proudly before Cold Turtle. This Blastoise is exceptionally well trained. Mura marveled at the imposing presence of Royera's Blastoise. Your Cold Turtle is quite impressive as well, esteemed Mura, Royera replied with a smile. Let the battle begin. Following a moment of mutual admiration, the referee raised the flag, officially commencing the match. Blastoise, unleash Water Pulse. As the challenger, Zeraora initiated the assault. No sooner had Royera finished his command than Blastoise's 2 cannons glimmered with a blue light, launching towards the distant Cold Turtle. Cold Turtle, use Flamethrower. Mura called out to Cold Turtle upon seeing the incoming Water Pulse. Cold Turtle exhaled a torrent of scalding flames, resulting in a massive explosion as the 2 moves collided, enveloping the arena in a cloud of smoke. What an excellent opportunity. Use Smokescreen. Mura commanded with a smile as the smoke filled the battlefield, severely impairing Blastoise's visibility. Observing the anxious expression of Blastoise, who was struggling to see through the smoke, Royera urged, stay calm, Blastoise. At the sound of Royera's voice, the previously agitated Blastoise regained its composure, vigilant and alert for any impending attack from Cold Turtle. Cold Turtle, use Flamethrower, Mura ordered, directing Cold Turtle to launch a blazing inferno towards Blastoise, which was scanning the surroundings through the smoke. Blastoise, water gun at 6 o'clock. Royera quickly reacted as he sensed the incoming flamethrower. Following his command, Blastoise fired a water gun toward the source of the flames, extinguishing the fiery assault. I didn't expect you to perceive such a sudden attack, Mura chuckled. In response, Zeraora merely smiled, gesturing grandly toward Blastoise. Blastoise, use Rain Dance to clear the smoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Blastoise shot 2 blue energy spheres into the air, where they exploded, forming a small cloud that released a gentle rain, dissipating all the smoke. This rainy weather is rather unfavorable for Cold Turtle. Cold Turtle, use Sunny Day? Mura commanded as Cold Turtle retaliated by launching a red energy blast skyward, dispersing the recently formed clouds and revealing a blinding sunlight. Blastoise, water gun. Without hesitation, Royera instructed Blastoise to attack. Blastoise promptly unleashed a water gun towards Cold Turtle. Cold Turtle, use Rapid Spin. Under Mura's guidance, Cold Turtle withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, executing a rapid spin that intercepted the oncoming water gun. Surf. As Cold Turtle landed back on the ground, Royera seized the opportunity to command Blastoise. In an instant, Blastoise conjured a colossal wave that surged powerfully toward Cold Turtle. Cold Turtle, unleash Solar Beam. With the sun's radiance bolstering its strength, Cold Turtle began gathering energy to confront the incoming tidal wave. However, the wave proved too formidable, and Cold Turtle's solar beam could not withstand it, resulting in a powerful collision that ultimately rendered Cold Turtle unable to battle. Cold Turtle has lost its fighting capability. Blastoise is victorious, the referee declared, raising his flag high. Impressive indeed, Mura remarked as he recalled Cold Turtle, turning to Royera. You flatter me, esteemed Mura. Royera replied with a grin. Now, your next opponent shall be this one. Chapter 250. The battle against Mura now. Your next opponent shall be this. Go Magcargo. Mura released his Pokeball, summoning a fiery red Magcargo onto the battlefield. Pokémon, Magcargo type, Fire, Rock ability, Lava armor gender, male level, 63 qualification, champion. Moveset, Spark. Flamethrower, Earth power, Flame Vortex, Inferno, Rock slide, Flame burst. A level 63 Magma Snail. Observing the exhausted Magma Snail, Luoya retrieved it into a Pokeball and subsequently produced another one, casting it into the air. I entrust this round to you, Milotic. The Pokeball burst open midair, revealing the majestic form of a level 61 Milotic, a Pokemon of the Elite Four caliber. It's Milotic. Upon seeing Luoya's Milotic, Mura was reminded of a certain individual from the Hoenn region. Allow me to witness the prowess of your Milotic, Mura remarked to Luoya. I couldn't ask for more, Luoya replied with a fierce glint in his eyes, then called out to Milotic, Milotic, unleash Dragon Pulse. Upon hearing Luoya's command, Milotic released a beam of white light, surging towards the distant Magma Snail. Magma Snail, use Flamethrower. Mura, noticing the incoming Dragon Pulse, commanded his Pokemon. The Magma Snail opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that collided with Milotic's Dragon Pulse. The two attacks clashed in midair, producing a violent explosion before dissipating into the atmosphere. Milotic, use Hydro Pump. Noticing the first strike had failed, Luoya commanded Milotic to continue the assault. Following his orders, Milotic unleashed a powerful Hydro Pump aimed squarely at the Magma Snail. Magma Snail, use Solar Beam. Mura, observing that the previous sunny weather had not yet waned, directed his Pokemon accordingly. The Magma Snail swiftly gathered solar energy and launched a formidable solar beam towards Milotic, ripping through the air and colliding with Milotic's Hydro Pump. Upon impact, the Hydro Pump was torn apart, and the solar beam continued its relentless advance towards Milotic. Milotic, use Dragon Pulse. Seeing the Hydro Pump obliterated, Luoya urgently instructed Milotic. In a brief moment, Milotic concentrated its energy, colliding with the incoming solar beam, resulting in another explosion that sent Milotic reeling back several meters. Milotic, use Recover. Noticing Milotic's injuries, Luoya issued the command. Under Milotic's control, a soothing green light enveloped it, gradually alleviating its wounds. Do not let it succeed. Use Origin Pulse. As Milotic began to heal, Luoya immediately ordered the Magma Snail to thwart it. Just as Mura's command echoed, the ground beneath the Magma Snail trembled, several rocks hurtling towards Milotic under its command. Milotic, create a protective barrier. At Luoya's command, a verdant shield appeared before Milotic, effectively blocking the Magma Snail's Origin Pulse. As once the barrier was erected, it could intercept numerous attacks. As Milotic and the Magma Snail engaged in continuous skirmishes, Luoya struggled to find the opportune moment to counterattack. Just when he felt despondent, an idea struck him, and he called out to Milotic. Milotic, use Sing. Upon hearing Luoya's call, Milotic deftly evaded the Magma Snail's offensive and emitted a captivating melody that wafted throughout the battlefield. What a beautiful sound! Lily and Asha in the observation area were visibly entranced. Not good. Magma Snail, do not succumb. Mura quickly recognized Luoya's intent and shouted at the Magma Snail. But it was too late. The Magma Snail's eyes turned into hearts, devoid of any desire to attack, merely gazing adoringly at Milotic. Milotic, use Surf. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Magma Snail's lack of combativeness, Luoya commanded. Milotic, upon receiving the order, flicked its fan-like tail, summoning a colossal wave that surged towards the Magma Snail. Under the relentless assault of the crashing waves, the Magma Snail was swiftly engulfed, and when the tumultuous tide receded, it lay unconscious on the ground. The Magma Snail has lost its fighting energy. Milotic is victorious, the referee announced after assessing the condition of the Magma Snail. Addressing Luoya and Mura. How impressive, Asha exclaimed, reflecting on how Luoya had seamlessly defeated her grandfather's two Pokemon. Indeed, Luoya is the most formidable, Lily remarked, her demeanor radiating pride, as though she herself had triumphed over Mura. However, the next battle will not be so simple. My grandfather will summon his strongest Pokemon, Asha said, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. His strongest Pokemon? Lily also turned her attention to the arena. Prepare yourself, for your next opponent is my old companion. Go, Blaziken. Mura declared as he released his final Pokeball, revealing a Blaziken on the field. Pokemon, Blaziken. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Level, 67. Aptitude, Champion. Moveset, Spark. Flamethrower, Blaze Kick, Quick Attack, Fire Spin, Flamethrower, High Speed Star. What a powerful Blaziken, Luoya noted, recalling his fatigued Milotic. He withdrew it and retrieved another Pokeball, exclaiming, I entrust this to you, Gengar. In a flash of red light, Luoya's level 70 Gengar appeared on the battlefield. I count on you, Gengar, Luoya said to the freshly summoned Pokemon. After receiving Gengar's acknowledgement, Luoya and Gengar faced Mura and his Blaziken. Gengar, use Dark Pulse. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. As Luoya and Mura released their final Pokémon, under their commands, the two Pokémon launched their attacks, and the battle between them commenced instantly. Chapter 251, Obtaining the Flame Badge. Gengar, use Dark Pulse. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. After a brief standoff, both trainers commanded their Pokémon. Following Luoya's command, Gengar unleashed a beam of dark purple energy, tearing through the air and hurtling towards Blaziken with immense force. Blaziken, not to be outdone, retaliated with Flamethrower. Fiery flames clashing against Gengar's Dark Pulse in a spectacular confrontation. After a moment of stalemate, both attacks culminated in a thunderous explosion. Gengar, use Shadow Punch. At Luoya's call, Gengar's fist, imbued with dark purple energy, surged towards Blaziken. Blaziken, use Fire Punch. In response to Gengar's advancing fist, Blaziken met the challenge head-on, launching its fiery arm forward under Mura's guidance. The crimson flames of the fire-type energy clashed against the purple-black ghostly energy, each refusing to yield. After a tense exchange, Gengar and Blaziken, recognizing the futility of their struggle, retreated to their respective trainers, glaring at one another. Blaziken unleashed Blaze Kick. Mura, having assessed the standoff with Luoya, commanded Blaziken to attack. Following Mura's directive, Blaziken opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of searing flames that formed a large letter in the air, hurtling towards Gengar. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. At the command of Luoya, Gung-Gue conjured a large spiral sphere, known as the Shadow Ball, in its hands, directing it towards the incoming fiery onslaught of the Fire-type Pokémon. Once again, the two techniques collided, resulting in a resounding explosion. However, this clash was markedly different from the previous one. Gung-Gue, unleash a barrage of Shadow Balls. Luoya commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand. Obeying Luoya's directive, Gung-Gue swiftly produced a series of Shadow Balls from its hands, launching a relentless assault upon the Fire-type Pokémon. Fire-type, evade. Mula called out, as the onslaught of attacks left the Fire-type with no opportunity to counterattack, compelling it to heed Mu-La's orders and dash around the arena, cautiously dodging each incoming Shadow Ball. Yet, as the old adage goes, one cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. In its frantic evasion, the Fire-type was soon struck by a Shadow Ball, sending it flying a considerable distance. Now's our chance. Gung-Gue unleashed Dark Pulse. Luoya seized the moment and issued the command. Gung-Gue immediately concentrated energy in its hands, transforming it into a beam of light that surged towards the downed Fire-type. Fire-type roll. Mula commanded as the Fire-type struggled to regain its footing. Just in the nick of time, the Fire-type executed the roll move, narrowly escaping the pursuit of Dark Pulse. Fire-type, use Rapid Spin. After evading one wave of attacks, the Fire-type, catching its breath, unleashed a flurry of energy stars under Mu-La's guidance, charging towards the floating Gung-Gue. Magical Shine. With a commanding shout, Luoya directed Gung-Gue, which radiated a dazzling brilliance that melted away the incoming energy stars, the residual energy sweeping across the arena and even striking the Fire-type on the ground, sending it hurtling backward once more. How impressive! Exclaimed Asha from the observation platform, witnessing the astonishing scene as her mouth fell agape in awe. Even Mula felt a twinge of astonishment, mentally applauding the remarkable youth before him. What an extraordinary young man. Meanwhile, Luoya remained undistracted, fervently commanding Gung-Gue. Gung-Gue, unleash the final destruction beam. At Luoya's fervent call, Gung-Gue, floating in midair, unleashed a formidable orange beam directed at the Fire-type still struggling on the ground. With insufficient time to mount a defense, the Fire-type was forced to confront the destruction beam head-on, ultimately losing consciousness upon impact and collapsing to the ground. The Fire-type was rendered incapable of battle, and Gung-Gue emerged victorious, declaring Luoya from the Alola region as the victor. The referee raised the flag, announcing the final outcome. Thank you for your hard work, old friend, Mula said, looking at the fallen Fire-type before retrieving it into its Pokeball. Well done, Gung-Gue. After defeating Mula, Luoya joyfully embraced Gung-Gue as it descended by his side. Following a moment of celebration, Luoya returned Gung-Gue to its Pokeball to rest as Mula approached him. You are truly remarkable, Luoya, even in his youth. Though Wu could not measure up to you, Mula remarked with admiration. You flatter me. I still have a long way to go to reach Mr. De Wu. Luoya replied, scratching the back of his head modestly. This is proof of your victory over our fiery gym. Please accept this flame badge, Mula said, producing a flame badge and extending it towards Luoya. Thank you, Senior Mula. Luoya expressed his gratitude, receiving the flame badge and placing it in his badge case. Incredible, Luoya. Lily AI exclaimed excitedly as she approached, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Grandfather. Asha addressed Mullah Asha. Remember that being a gym trainer is not merely about victories in battle, but about guiding those who come to challenge you. Mullah imparted wisdom to his granddaughter, who was soon to inherit the fiery gym. I understand, Asha replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. I believe you will become an outstanding gym trainer, Luo Ya and Lily AI said with smiles, noticing her earnestness. Thank you, Asha responded gratefully with a nod. By the way, would you care to try the sand bath at my home? It's quite delightful, Mullah suggested with a cheerful smile. Is that possible? Luo Ya and Lily AI asked, excitement evident in their voices. Of course, Mullah replied with grandiosity. Then we shall take you up on that offer. Luo Ya and Lily AI said in unison, delighted. They then proceeded to enjoy the sand bath at Mu La's gym, compensating for the previous day's missed opportunity to indulge in the hot springs. Thus, Luo Ya, half buried in the warm sand, gradually succumbed to slumber under the gentle embrace of the sun. Chapter 252, The Wishing Star of Seven Nights. As they prepared to leave Fiery Town, Luo Ya and Lily AI stood at the town's entrance, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Let's go. We must embark on our journey, Luo Ya said, observing Lily AI's hesitation as she gazed back at the town. With a resigned expression, he took her hand and led her away from Fiery Town. Continuing their adventure in the Hoenn region. Where are we headed next? Lily AI inquired as they walked along the path. Our next destination is the Ivy Gym in Ivy City, but before we head there, we must return to Lilac City first, Luo Ya explained regarding their upcoming journey. Why is that? Lily AI asked, puzzled. Because Ivy City is located just east of Lilac City, and we need to reach Lilac City before continuing to Ivy City. Luo Ya elaborated, glancing at the Hoenn region map in his hands. I see. Then let's hurry and set off. With that, Lily AI bounced forward eagerly. However, as Luo Ya and Lily AI continued their trek towards Lilac City, Luo Ya's phone suddenly rang, interrupting their progress. Curiously, he pulled out the phone, which had been ringing for quite some time, and was surprised to find it was a call from Dawu. This piqued Luo Ya's curiosity, as he had only been in contact with Dawu during their time on Battle Island and at the Smoke Peak. Why would he be calling? With a sense of intrigue, Luo Ya answered the call, and upon pressing the connection button, Dawu's face appeared on the screen. However, Dawu did not appear as composed as usual. Instead, he looked at Luo Ya with an anxious expression. Luo Ya, ever observant, noticed the change in Dawu's demeanor and furrowed his brow, asking, Mr. Dawu, what has happened? An anomaly is about to occur in the Ferns region. Dawu replied, his brow furrowed in concern. An anomaly is about to occur in the Ferns region, Luo Ya echoed. Then seemingly recalling something, he inquired, could it be that someone is after Kyogre? Precisely. Dawu nodded vigorously in response. What exactly is happening? Although Luo Ya had a good idea that this was related to someone named Butler attempting to use Kyogre to resurrect Groudon, he feigned ignorance to avoid unnecessary complications. Well, let me explain. Dawu began to detail the situation to Luo Ya. As in the original work, Butler, the former researcher of Team Magma, found himself cast out due to the failure of the resurrection of Groudon. In his desperation, he sought to harness the immense energy accumulated by the Millennium Comet Jirachi, combined with his own technological prowess, to resurrect Groudon using a stone he had previously acquired, in order to fulfill his ambitions. Personally, I believe there is something fundamentally flawed in his reasoning. Upon hearing this, Roya could not help but roll her eyes. After all, even Team Rocket had endured considerable trials and paid a hefty price to successfully research Mutwo. It is utterly improbable that mere reliance on Jirachi's power could yield success. Especially considering that Groudon is a living entity, how could one possibly succeed in such an endeavor? Some scientists truly are mad. Daigo also could not refrain from voicing his disdain. So, what is the current situation? Roya inquired hastily. It appears that a group led by Ash and Diantha has seized Jirachi from Butler and is now transporting it towards Fanes, while Butler himself is also making his way in that direction. Daigo began to elucidate the current circumstances. With Daigo's detailed explanation, it became evident that the Pokémon League had likely set its sights on Butler. Should Butler manage to acquire Jirachi, the consequences could be dire. Thus I implore you to intervene and apprehend him, Daigo instructed Roya. Given the perilous nature of this situation, dispatching ordinary personnel would only lead to their demise. Only someone of formidable strength could be entrusted with this task. Unfortunately, Daigo, Makuri, and the Elite Four of the Hoenn region are too far from Fanes to arrive in a timely manner. Thus, Daigo thought of Roya, hoping she could resolve this matter, as her strength rivals that of the Elite Four, if not surpasses it. Rest assured, The Hoenn League will not be stingy with rewards this time. Encouraged by Daigo's words, Roya readily agreed, bolstered by the presence of the radiant deity, granting her ample confidence. However, based on the original narrative, Fanes is undoubtedly fraught with peril in the story. May was devoured by that monstrous entity. Therefore, Roya resolved to ensure Lily was not placed in harm's way. She decided to first escort Lily to the nearest town, Aoki, before heading to Fanes. Although Lily was somewhat reluctant upon hearing Roya's plan, she understood her presence would only complicate matters and thus acquiesced. Consequently, Roya and Lily swiftly took flight on a Pokémon, heading towards Aoki, where they secured a room at a local inn, preparing to depart. You must promise to stay safe. As they were about to leave, Lily cast a worried glance at Roya. Fear not, I have its protection, my safety is assured, Roya replied, producing a master ball containing the Ultra Necrozma. Lily, already aware of the existence of the radiant deity Ultra Necrozma, understood that there were few circumstances that could threaten Roya. Nevertheless, a sliver of concern lingered in her heart. As Roya departed Aoki on Dragonite, heading towards Fanes, on the other side, Ash and his companions, under Diantha's guidance, had finally arrived in the Fanes region on the penultimate day of Jirachi's countdown after several days of travel. Following a brief night's rest, they set out the next day, escorted by a host of wild Pokémon led by Absol, to return Jirachi to its original resting place. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. But then an unexpected turn of events occurred. Butler, who had been waiting, seized Jirachi from Ash and his companions and, utilizing advanced technological equipment, attempted to resurrect Groudon through Jirachi's powers harnessed from the Millennium Comet. Despite Ash and the wild Pokémon's efforts to intervene, Butler ultimately succeeded, and a colossal creature emerged in Fanes, beginning to devour everything in its path. Chapter 253, The Earth Beast. The creature resurrected by Butler, using Jirachi's strength, was not Groudon, but rather a monstrous entity resembling Groudon, a mindless beast that consumed indiscriminately. Like Groudon, it could not fly. Upon its emergence, the Earth Beast did not behave as Butler had envisioned. Instead, it rampantly used its tentacles to devour all in Fanes, including Flora, Fauna, and Ash's group. Diantha, witnessing the chaos wrought by the Earth Beast, glared at Butler, exclaiming, "Butler, is this truly what you sought? Nay, this is not what I intended to create." The sight of the creature he had unleashed upon the world left Butler in shock, unable to accept the outcome. How could something so terrifying ever be Groudon? It was absolutely not Groudon. In his daze, Butler staggered toward the Earth Beast, just as a tentacle lashed out towards him. Danger! Diantha, who had long harbored feelings for Butler, instinctively pushed him aside, only to be consumed by the tentacle herself. In her final moments, she declared with deep sincerity, "Butler, I truly love you." It was only at that moment, as Diantha was swallowed, that Butler fully awakened to the truth. He realized she had never betrayed him. She only sought to save him, and he had failed to comprehend her feelings all along. "Curse it, return Diantha to me." Enraged at the sight of Diantha being devoured, Butler commanded his Salamence to attack the Earth Beast, yet the efforts proved ineffectual. While Ash and Butler continued their assault on the beast, Brock, amidst counterattacks, skillfully defended against the oncoming tentacles. However, May and Max, who were evading the creature's strikes, found themselves in peril as two tentacles stealthily approached them, poised to consume them. "May, Max, danger!" Ash shouted to his friends, who, alerted by his cry, turned to see the impending threat. However, the situation left them with no avenue for escape, and they could only watch in horror as the tentacles drew near. Just as they closed their eyes, resigned to their fate, a familiar voice echoed from above, "Dragonite. Use flamethrower." As the command was issued, a searing flame engulfed the tentacles reaching for May and Max, incinerating them completely. Moments later, May felt a gentle breeze and was enveloped in a warm embrace. "Sister, we are saved. It's Roya." Max, having recognized their savior, called out. When May opened her eyes, she was met with the striking visage of Roya, who had come to their rescue, and they found themselves atop Dragonite. "Are you both all right?" Roya inquired, glancing at May, who was nestled in her arms, and Max, who clung to Dragonite's leg. "We're fine," perhaps sensing the safety emanating from Roya's embrace. May felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "The situation was dire. I must escort you to safety," Roya declared, and with that, she urged Dragonite to swiftly retreat from the battlefield, guiding them to a secluded area where she gently set May and Max down. "Stay here and do not approach the battlefield. Take good care of Kirachi." After setting down Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng, Luoya instructed them. "You must also ensure your safety," Xiaoyao said, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Luoya. "Brother Luoya, You must defeat that fiend, Xiaoxing declared, clenching his fists at Luoya. I will, Luoya nodded in affirmation. After ensuring Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing were settled, Luoya mounted the back of his Dragonite once more and surged towards the monstrous creature that was relentlessly consuming the earth. Upon arriving in the vicinity of the earth monster, it immediately sensed Luoya's presence and extended several deep green tentacles towards him and his Dragonite. With keen perception, Luoya swiftly spotted the approaching tentacles and commanded, Dragonite, unleash Dragon Pulse. At his command, Dragonite unleashed a torrent of Dragon Pulse, obliterating the advancing tentacles one by one. After dispatching several of the attacking appendages, Luoya steered Dragonite towards Ash and Butler, anxiously asking, how shall we deal with this creature? I have a plan. We need Kirachi to return to my device. If we activate it in reverse, we can extract energy from that monster, Butler promptly explained. You're not deceiving us again, are you? Ash, having been tricked once, was skeptical of Butler's words. No, my sole intention is to rescue Jian. Butler's voice was resolute. Understood. I'll trust you once more, Luoya said, nodding at Butler's determined gaze. Then, Ash and Butler, I entrust you with returning Kirachi to the device. I will distract this monster. Luoya resolved firmly, addressing Ash and the others. I understand. Acknowledging his own limitations, Ash simply nodded in agreement. Xiaoxing Xiaoyao and Kirachi are over there. You two should head to them. After indicating Kirachi's location to Ash, Luoya urged Dragonite to hasten towards the monster and draw its attention away. Everyone, let us join forces, Luoya exclaimed, retrieving 4 additional Pokeballs and summoning Genki, Pidgeot, Togekiss, and Aerodactyl. Dragonite, Thunderbolt. Genki, Dark Pulse. Pidgeot, Air Slash. Togekiss, Dazzling Gleam. Aerodactyl, Flamethrower. Eliminate those extending tentacles. Luoya began issuing commands to his 5 Pokémon, simultaneously luring the monster away from Butler's device while dismantling its numerous tentacles. As Luoya attacked the tentacles and diverted the monster's attention, wild desert dragonflies joined the fray, assisting in the destruction of the appendages. Just as Luoya and his Pokémon drew the monster's gaze, Ash and Butler successfully returned Kirachi to the device. Now we just need to reverse the device's operation, Butler stated after a series of manipulations. Let us get started. Chapter 254. Kirachi's Slumber Once More. Let us commence operating the device, Xiaoyao urged Butler, glancing at Luoya, who was still valiantly obstructing the earth monster. I understand, Butler replied, swiftly activating the device. Since the device operated on Kirachi's power, as soon as Kirachi stood on it, and Butler initiated the mechanism, beams of white light shot forth from beneath the device, targeting the location where the earth monster had originated, beginning to release its energy. The previously irrational monster, perhaps instinctively sensing danger as its strength waned, broke free from its standoff with Luoya and turned its body towards Ash and Kirachi, intending to interrupt their actions. Now, Pidgeot, Togekiss, Genki, Aerodactyl. Unleash Hyper Beam and target its legs. Observing the monster's energy progressively diminishing, Luoya realized that Ash and the others had succeeded in their task, and they merely needed to delay the monster for a while longer. At Luoya's command, the 4 Pokémon converged their immense energy, releasing 4 robust orange beams that struck the monster's legs. Devoid of energy to sustain its recovery, the creature could only support itself against nearby mountains, unable to advance further as its power dwindled. As the monster's energy reached a critically low point, Luoya noticed its body growing exceedingly feeble. He leaped onto Pidgeot and called out to Dragonite. Now, it's time for our final move. Luoya produced a dark green Z crystal and placed it upon his Z-ring. Instantly, a radiant power surged from Luoya, coursing into Dragonite. Having attained a high level of radiant power, Luoya was no longer encumbered by the cumbersome motions typically required to execute a Z move. Dragonite used the ultimate Dragon Quake. Once the radiant energy transferred to Dragonite, it amassed a colossal energy sphere, then hurled it towards the monster. As the purple orb soared through the air, it morphed into a magnificent purple dragon, crashing into the monster's chest with tremendous force, propelling it skyward. At that moment, Kirachi, who had been resting with closed eyes on the device, suddenly radiated dazzling light, and in an instant, opened its eyes wide. Harnessing its brilliant glow, Kirachi unleashed its signature move, Wish of Destruction, transforming into a brilliant beam that surged towards the airborne monster. Upon collision with the white light, a tremendous explosion erupted, disintegrating the once relatively intact creature into countless specks of white light that rained upon the land of Fanes. As the luminescence settled, every Pokémon that had been consumed reappeared on the land, along with the unexpectedly swallowed Team Rocket trio and Butler's cherished Diane. The moment Diane emerged, Butler dashed towards her, and upon their reunion, they embraced joyfully. Shortly thereafter, Kirachi, having executed its wish of destruction, floated down from the sky to join the gathered Luoya, Ash, and others. Kirachi, thank you, Xiaosheng exclaimed, embracing Kirachi with delight. Xiaosheng, I adore you. Kirachi communicated telepathically, looking at everyone. I love you all dearly, for you have all been so kind to me. We shall always be friends. After a heartfelt exchange, Kirachi inquired, would you like to hear my wish? Kirachi's wish. I wish to hear a song, for I am about to sleep. Kirachi gazed tenderly at Xiaosheng and the others. Then let us sing a lullaby, Xiaoyao suggested. And the group began to hum a lullaby. As the soothing melody enveloped them, Kirachi transformed into a crystalline form, gradually descending into the earth before their eyes. Good night, Kirachi, Ash said with a smile, watching the crystal sink beneath the surface. Sleep well, Xiaoyao added, her face adorned with a smile. Kirachi, I am truly glad to have met you, Xiaosheng remarked, gazing up at the starry sky as if he had suddenly matured in that moment. Kiraki will harness the energy accumulated over a millennium of slumber to nurture the Farns region until it awakens once more after another 1,000 years. Rhea approached Ash and his companions, remarking, I must say, you have truly embarked on a magnificent journey. With a reminiscent smile, Rhea spoke to Ash, Dawn, and the others. After a moment of reflection, Rhea led them to confront the principal architect of their troubles, Butler. Addressing him, she stated, It is now your turn, Butler. I take full responsibility for my misdeeds. Please arrest me. Butler lowered his head and confessed to Rhea. Butler. Diane and Ash fell silent, gazing at the dejected Butler. As for your apprehension, Miss Junsha, I will report this matter to the higher authorities, and the League will determine your punishment. Observing the silence around them, Rhea raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Subsequently, under the scrutiny of the group, Rhea contacted Daigo, detailing the events surrounding the Kiraki incident. Upon learning of the situation, the League deliberated and, considering that Butler's resurrection of the land's creatures had not resulted in significant repercussions, decided to impose no immediate punishment. Instead, he would need to redeem himself by devising a method to restore the barren land to its former lushness, under the League's supervision, to earn his absolution. That evening, Rhea and Ash began sharing tales of their adventures, and when Rhea discovered that Misty also possessed a Bakubi and had ventured to the Miraz Kingdom, she couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the narrative. How splendid! Ash exclaimed the next day upon learning of Butler's sentence. I will remain in Farns alongside Diane, Butler announced to Rhea and Ash's group. We shall research methods to rejuvenate the desolate land, Diane added. How wonderful that your wish has come true, Miss Diane, Dawn said, beaming at Rhea. Now, I shall escort you to the nearest town, Butler suggested as he prepared to bid Ash and the others farewell. Then I must take my leave as well. Farewell, Ash and everyone. Rhea departed on her Dragonite, returning to Autumn Leaf Town to reunite with Lily, and after this journey, Rhea's Dragonite successfully ascended to the ranks of champions. Chapter 255. The leisure of Autumn Leaf Town. After Rhea and Ash resolved the chaos caused by Butler's actions, the following morning, Rhea once more mounted her Dragonite and set off for Autumn Leaf Town. Thanks to the incredible speed of her Dragonite, she arrived in no time. Upon reaching the town, she made her way to the predetermined hotel. As she entered, she spotted Lily, reminiscent of a stone waiting for her beloved, intently gazing at the door, hoping Rhea would return soon. The moment Rhea stepped inside, Lily, having been vigilantly watching, dashed toward her. I'm back, Lily, Rhea exclaimed with a smile, arms wide open, welcoming Lily into her embrace. Welcome back, Rhea, Lily replied, her gaze lifting to meet Rhea's as she clung tightly to her, unwilling to let go. After a tender moment, Lily finally extricated herself from Rhea's hold. However, she soon noticed the curious stares of everyone in the hotel lobby directed at them, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, akin to rosy apples. Realizing her previous display had garnered an audience, she quickly took Rhea by the hand and retreated to her room, shutting the door tightly behind them. After a brief moment, Lily's initial embarrassment subsided, and she began inquiring about the details of Rhea's recent mission. Rhea, in response to Lily's questions, pulled her into her embrace, and they settled on the sofa as Rhea recounted the essence of her recent endeavor. Particularly, when mentioning Kiraki, Lily's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a flicker that Rhea could only catch due to her keen observation. When Rhea described Kiraki's return to the earth for rest, Lily felt a wave of sentimentality wash over her for the legendary Pokémon. After Rhea concluded her narration, Lily ceased her inquiries regarding the mission and, recalling something, asked, Shall our travels resume soon? Which city are we headed to next? Ria reflected on their journey since departing from Kana City, acknowledging the numerous towns they had traversed in a constant rush. For the next few days, let us remain in Autumn Leaf Town, Ria suggested, recognizing the need for a respite. Why is that? Lily asked, her curiosity piqued. Since leaving Kana City, we have been on the move, and it is only natural that we feel fatigued. Therefore, I propose we rest here in Autumn Leaf Town, and, besides, we can enjoy the upcoming Autumn Leaf Festival. Ria explained with a smile. Really? Lily gazed at Ria in disbelief. Of course, Ria affirmed with a nod. How splendid. Upon receiving Ria's confirmation, Lily leaped with joy. Watching Lily's exuberance, Ria felt a pang of guilt for having previously prioritized their travels over Lily's comfort. After all, Lily had been a lady of privilege in the Alola region. It was indeed a burden for her to accompany Ria on such a demanding journey. Though Lily was remarkably resilient, Ria wished to be mindful of this aspect. With their plans solidified, Ria and Lily settled into Autumn Leaf Town. Prior to the festival, Ria devoted herself to exploring the town with Lily. Ultimately, over the course of those days, they had nearly exhausted all the attractions Autumn Leaf Town had to offer. Although this delay in progressing to the next gym challenge was a few days, witnessing the joy on Lily's face made it all worthwhile. As the Autumn Leaf Festival approached, Ash and Dawn hurriedly arrived in town. Upon witnessing Ria and Lily together, they were filled with excitement. Are you also participating in the Autumn Leaf Festival? Dawn inquired, her dark eyes fixed on Ria. This time, I will not be participating, Ria replied, shaking her head. But you competed in the Kana Festival last time, didn't you? Dawn questioned. That time, I was merely curious and wanted to give it a try. Ria explained with a smile. I see. Dawn sighed in relief, perhaps lamenting the missed opportunity to face Ria in the festival, or perhaps feeling fortunate to avoid another encounter. Subsequently, in a manner akin to the original tale, Dawn smoothly advanced through the first round of preliminaries, then defeated a foe disguised as Musashi in the second round. Ultimately, using her Pokémon, she skillfully orchestrated a pivotal Silver Wind move from her hunting Butterfree, triumphing over her greatest adversary, Miss Grace's Charm, and securing her first ribbon badge. Congratulations to you, Xiaoyao. After the competition, Ruoya and Lily approached Xiaoyao to commend her for her remarkable performance, and Xiaoyao herself was filled with joy. Following a round of celebration, Ruoya turned to Ash and remarked, Your next objective should be the Flame Badge of Fuyin Town, correct? Indeed. Ash nodded in agreement upon hearing this, then inquired of Ruoya, What about you? Not quite, Ruoya replied, shaking his head before adding, Before arriving at AY Town, I had already acquired the Flame Badge from the Fuyin Gym. Truly impressive, brother Ruoya. Always a step ahead of Ash. Xiaoqing gazed at Ruoya with admiration. Well, if we hadn't arrived in AY Town first, I would have already obtained the Flame Badge, Ash lamented inwardly. Let it be known that brother Ruoya possesses 2 more badges than you. Xiaoqing countered immediately after Ash's remark. Moreover, Ash, you have never been a match for brother Ruoya. Xiaoqing's words struck directly at Ash's vulnerable spot. All right, I get it, Ash conceded, waving his hand in resignation, his spirit somewhat deflated. Then, good luck with your upcoming gym challenges, Ruoya said with a smile. Thus, the two groups parted ways in AY Town. Ash and his companions headed toward the nearby Fuyin Town, while Ruoya made his way toward Zijing City. Chapter 256, Farewell, Taishian. After bidding farewell to Ash, Xiaoyao Brock, and Xiaoqing, Ruoya and Lily set forth toward Zijing City, preparing to continue their journey to Inu City to challenge the Inu Gym. After several days of travel, Ruoya and Lily arrived in Zijing City. We have returned to Zijing City. It feels quite nostalgic, Lily remarked with a smile as she walked along the familiar streets, taking in the surroundings. Indeed, Ruoya nodded in agreement with Lily. Let us head to the Pokémon Center. My Pokémon have become rather fatigued after these past few days. Lily recalled, noting the exhaustion of her Huntail and Vulpix, and turned to Ruoya. Certainly, Ruoya replied, we must remain in Zijing City for a couple of days, as our supplies have dwindled significantly and require replenishment. Then let us set off promptly. No sooner had he spoken than Ruoya and Lily walked hand in hand toward the Pokémon Center. The following day, while Ruoya and Lily were purchasing supplies for their journey at the market in Zijing City, they were suddenly halted by a familiar voice calling out to them. Upon recognizing the voice, Ruoya and Lily turned with curiosity to see a robust elderly man with white hair alongside a young man clad in a white lab coat, both of whom were approaching them. Mr. Tai Xian and Mr. Wait, Lily exclaimed, immediately identifying the individuals who had called out to them as the gym leader Tai Xian of the Zijing Gym and his apprentice, Wait. It has been a long time. Mr. Tai Xian and Mr. Wait. When Tai Xian and Wei reached Ruoya and Lily, Ruoya greeted them warmly. It has indeed been a while, Ruoya and Lily. I never anticipated we would encounter you again in Zijing City. What a delightful coincidence, the jovial Tai Xian remarked. My master and I were strolling about when we spotted two familiar figures, and upon recognizing you, my master was thrilled to seek you out, Wei added. Since we are headed to Inu City, we needed to return to Zijing City, Lily chimed in with a smile after hearing Tai Xian and Wei's words. Does that mean you have already acquired the badge from that old man, Mila? Tai Xian's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, Ruoya nodded. To have triumphed over that rascal Mula certainly attests to your prowess. Shall we engage in a battle once more? I assure you, my strength now rivals that of 1,000,000 volts. Tai Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he issued his challenge. Since you have extended the invitation, I am more than willing to accept, Ruoya responded, eager for the challenge. Then let us return to the gym, for there are no suitable battlegrounds nearby, Wei suggested. Adjusting his glasses. Very well, Ruoya and Lily replied in unison. After accepting Tai Xian's challenge, Ruoya and Lily followed Tai Xian and Wei into the gym. Once Ruoya and Tai Xian took their positions, Tai Xian tossed out a pokeball and called, I entrust this to you, Raikou. The pokeball burst open in midair, revealing the vibrant green Raikou on the battlefield. Pokémon, Raikou type, electric ability, static gender, male level, 30 qualification, near champion moves, tackle, thunder wave, thunder shock, quick attack, bite. Thunder Fong, discharge, charge. Then it shall be you, forest lizard. Ruoya released his forest lizard, which appeared before Raikou, illuminated by the red glow of the pokeball. Let the battle commence. Wade announced, serving as the referee. Raikou used tackle. Since this was not an official gym challenge, Tai Xian initiated the attack against the forest lizard right away. Upon hearing Tai Xian's command, Raikou charged forward with tremendous force toward the forest lizard. Forest lizard. Use quick attack, Ruoya ordered, gesturing with his hand. As Raikou approached, the forest lizard deftly evaded the assault with quick attack, then countered with a strike that sent Raikou sprawling. Pursue it, forest lizard, and unleash leaf blade, Ruoya commanded as he observed Raikou retreating. As soon as Ruoya's words left his lips, the forest lizard surged forward, its arm covered in a vibrant green light, stretching dramatically as it slashed toward Raikou. Raikou, use thunder shock, Tai Xian called out, prompting Raikou to regain its footing and emit a golden glow as it unleashed a thunder shock toward the oncoming forest lizard. Cut through it. At Ruoya's command, the forest lizard employed its leaf blade to slice through the incoming thunder shock, dispersing the attack effortlessly. Forest lizard, energy ball, Ruoya instructed as he saw the thunder shock neutralized. Following Ruoya's command, the forest lizard opened its mouth, gathering green grass-type energy, and after forming a ball, launched it toward Raikou. Avoid it, Raikou, Tai Xian urged, prompting Raikou to leap into the air, evading the energy ball from the forest lizard. It's merely a target in the air. Observing Raikou's ascent, Ruoya called out, Forest lizard, use leaf blade. As Ruoya finished his command, the forest lizard unleashed a flurry of glowing green leaves, attacking Raikou from all directions. Raikou, Tai Xian cried out, visibly concerned for his Pokémon as it became surrounded by leaf blade. Once the barrage of leaf blade dissipated, Raikou descended to the ground, battered and exhausted, its eyes becoming unfocused. Raikou has lost its ability to battle. The victor is the forest lizard. Upon witnessing the event, Walter promptly announced the outcome. As formidable as ever. Ruoya, it seems that both my Raikou and I must continue to strive for improvement, Iron Shin remarked after recalling his Raikou. So do I. This battle has offered me invaluable insights, Ruoya politely replied. After engaging in conversation with Iron Shin and Walter for a while, he graciously accepted their invitation to dine at the Amethyst Gym. As they made their way back to the Pokémon Center, Ruoya suddenly recalled that he had yet to claim his sign-in rewards from Furnace Town. He promptly accessed his system space. After some inquiries, he discovered his bounty from Furnace Town, a fire gem and a sum of 5 million Alliance coins. The fire gem has the ability to enhance the power of fire-type moves once when carried, making it a reasonably useful item. Having collected his rewards, Ruoya shifted his focus to the path ahead. Chapter 257, The First Double Battle. Farewell, Mr. Iron Shin and Mr. Walter, Ruoya said at the exit of Amethyst City, addressing the two who had come to see him off. If I return to Amethyst City again, let us engage in another battle. I promise to become even stronger and to defeat you, Iron Shin replied with a cheerful grin. Absolutely, I look forward to our next encounter, Mr. Iron Shin, Ruoya responded, waving his hand as he began his final farewells to Iron Shin and Walter. Goodbye. After the farewells, Lilia hurried to match Ruoya's pace. and together they ventured towards Inu City. After several days of travel, Roya and Lilia arrived at a vast forest. Upon entering the forest, Roya took out his phone to check the time, realizing it was nearly noon. He decided it was the perfect moment to stop and prepare their lunch. It's already noon. Let us prepare our meal, Roya said to Lilia, who was nearby. Sure, I'll help too, Lilia replied promptly. Without delay, they set off in search of the perfect spot. After a brief search, they quickly found a place near a small stream, where they decided to settle down and unpack their cooking supplies. Blissey, I must call upon your assistance once more, Roya said as he retrieved a pokeball from his pocket and released Blissey. Lucky, Blissey exclaimed joyfully, and after a few cheerful sounds, began preparing alongside Roya and Lilia. Given the number of Pokémon Roya had, it took a considerable amount of time to prepare their meal. Once lunch was ready, Roya, Lilia, and their Pokémon all dove into their food with great enthusiasm. The delightful lunch hour always seems fleeting, and after cleaning up the dishes, Roya and Lilia found a patch of grass to sit upon. Lilia leaned against Roya's shoulder, and they began to enjoy a moment of rest. As the two sat contentedly on the grass, their peaceful interlude was abruptly interrupted by two unfamiliar voices nearby, startling them from their brief respite. When they turned to locate the source of the voices, they saw a young man dressed in princely attire and a young woman attired in a princess gown, both smiling warmly at them. Who are you? Lilia inquired curiously, having never encountered these individuals before. My name is Oscar, the green-haired young man replied with a gentle smile. And I am Andrew. The beautiful woman with golden hair followed suit. I'm Lilia, and this is Roya. May I ask what brings you here? Lilia introduced herself and Roya. Honestly, I admire the bond you two share, Oscar stated with a smile. We have a favor to ask of you. Andrew seamlessly continued Oscar's thought. Your bond is truly commendable. Upon hearing this, Lilia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Please, tell us what you need, Roya nodded in agreement. We would like to challenge you, Oscar declared boldly. However, it is not an ordinary battle. It is a test of the harmony in your relationship through a Pokémon double battle, both Oscar and Andrew stated in unison. That sounds intriguing. I accept, Roya said after exchanging glances with Lilia, who also nodded in agreement. The rules of the double battle were quite straightforward. Each trainer could only utilize one Pokémon in combat, relying on their partner for assistance. The first side to incapacitate both opposing Pokémon would emerge victorious, Oscar and Andrew explained, each taking turns. Sounds good. Roya and Lilia exchanged a determined glance before simultaneously releasing their Pokémon. Come forth, Nidoking Nidoqueen. Oscar and Andrew sent out their Pokémon, both at level 30. Let us go? Shakira Vulpix. Roya and Lilia followed suit, releasing their Pokémon. Although Lilia's Vulpix was only level 20 and significantly underpowered compared to Nidoking and Nidoqueen, the outcome would largely depend on Roya's strength. Nidoking Nidoqueen, unleash your powerful Love Burst Punch. Oscar and Andrew commanded their Pokémon in unison. Upon hearing their trainer's command, Nidoking and Nidoqueen charged forward, their arms glowing with white energy, aiming at Shakira and Vulpix. Shakira, use Dark Pulse. Vulpix, unleash Powder Snow. Roya and Lilia countered immediately. As per their commands, Shakira unleashed a surge of dark energy, forming a purple-black beam that rocketed towards Nidoking and Nidoqueen, while Vulpix produced a flurry of powdery snow that swirled toward the opposing Pokémon. Caught off guard by the onslaught, Nidoking and Nidoqueen halted their advance and utilized their Love Burst Punch to shatter the incoming Dark Pulse and Powder Snow. Rock Slide, Roya shouted, seizing the moment as the initial wave of attacks subsided. Shakira summoned a barrage of rocks that descended from above, raining down upon Nidoking and Nidoqueen under Roya's command. Nidoking Nidoqueen, counter with Love Split. Oscar and Andrew commanded, as both Pokémon executed their move, shattering the approaching rocks. Now unleash the laser beam. Lilia seized the opportunity, instructing Vulpix while Nidoking and Nidoqueen were preoccupied with the rock onslaught. Vulpix emitted a concentrated beam of white light, striking Nidoqueen and pushing her back. With Nidoqueen's support diminished, Nidoking faced increased pressure from the falling rocks. Sensing the urgency, Roya called out to Shakira, Quicksand Hell, responding to Roya's command. Shakira conjured a pit of quicksand beneath Nidoking, who, burdened by his weight, became ensnared. Nidoqueen, quickly assist Nidoking in breaking free. Andrew shouted urgently to his Nidoqueen. Unfortunately, it was too late. Roya refused to let this opportunity slip away. Shakira, use Earth Power, he commanded decisively. As Roya's voice fell, Shakira stomped the ground hard, causing several rocks to break free and, under Shakira's control, launched toward Nidoqueen and Nidoking. Vulpix, Blizzard. Lilia followed up, giving her command to Vulpix. Vulpix immediately unleashed a blizzard at Nidoqueen and Nidoking. Under the combined force of Earth Power and Blizzard, Nidoqueen and Nidoking lost their ability to continue battling. What an amazing couple. Not only are they so close, but their Pokémon are also extraordinarily strong. Andrew said as he recalled Roa and Lilia's battle while recalling his own Pokémon. This time, we lost, Oscar admitted, following Andrew's lead. Well, we'll take our leave then, they said, disappearing without looking back, leaving Roa and Lilia staring at each other in surprise. Chapter 258, An Unexpected Gain in a Dense Forest. Roa and Lilia experienced their first doubles battle, leaving them both with lingering impressions of the fight. Too bad Oscar and Andrew left. Otherwise, we could have tried another doubles battle, Lilia said, slightly disappointed. We'll have another chance later. Don't dwell on it, Roa said with a reassuring smile. All right then. Lilia let go of her disappointment and continued moving forward. After a while, a dazzling blue scene appeared before them. What a huge lake, Lilia exclaimed, her previous disappointment melting away as she gazed at the clear water. Since we've reached the lake, let us take a break here, Roa suggested. All right, Lilia agreed. They quickly made their way to the lake, finding some tables by the shore where they could sit. Not long after, Roa noticed a small boat on the lake with an elderly man in purple clothing and white hair. He seems to be fishing, Lilia remarked. Then let us go fishing too, Roa said with a smile. Good idea. Lilia clapped her hands in agreement, but then frowned. But I don't have a fishing rod. I do. Roa pulled 2 fishing rods from his backpack and waved at Lilia with a smile. How do you already have fishing rods? Lilia asked, surprised as she took one. On a trip, a fishing rod is an essential tool, Roa replied with a grin. I see. Then let us start fishing. Roa led Lilia to a spot with abundant water plants, prepared special bait, and sat by the riverbank to cast his line. I'll sit here then, Lilia said, placing her bait and beginning to fish alongside him. They waited quietly. After a while, Roa's line started shaking violently, catching both their attention. Roa, you've got a bite, Lilia exclaimed excitedly. I know, Roa replied, pulling harder on the rod. Soon, a fish was reeled in, and it was a Gyarados. Roa, you caught a Gyarados? Lilia laughed. Looks like it's not that unusual this time, Roa said, shaking his head. Then released it back into the water before continuing to fish. Over time, Roa caught many ordinary Pokémon like Magikarp and Catfish Pokémon, none with impressive stats. So he released them all. Compared to Roa's frequent catches, Lilia remained quiet, having caught nothing so far. Just as Lilia was about to give up, she felt a strong tug on her line. Her eyes lit up with joy. Looks like you've got a catch too, Lilia, Roa said with a smile. Roa was about to help when Lilia exerted all her strength and reeled in the fish herself. A Phoeba appeared on the hook. A Phoeba? Roa exclaimed, inspecting it with his analytical eye and discovering it had semi-champion potential. This Phoeba is great. Do you want to catch it? Roa asked Lilia. Of course. This is my hard-earned catch, Lilia said, smiling. She had long admired Roa's Milotic. Then go ahead and catch it, Roa replied. Lilia sent out her Vulpix, defeated the Phoeba, and captured it in a luxury ball. I caught the Phoeba, Lilia said, holding up the Pokeball excitedly. Congratulations, Lilia, Roa said, smiling. Your fishing skills are impressive. At that moment, the elderly fisherman they had seen earlier approached them. And you are? Lilia asked. My name is Suzumura, and I'm an expert fisherman, the old man said proudly. Hello, Mr. Suzumura. Roa and Lilia greeted him and introduced themselves. You're here for the master, right? The old man suddenly asked. The master? Lilia asked, puzzled. Ah, you don't know. The master is a giant catfish Pokémon that has lived in this lake for over 100 years. I've been trying to catch it for years, Suzumura explained. I see, Roa and Lilia nodded. Just as Suzumura was about to continue, Roa's fishing rod violently jerked, the strongest tug yet. With a strong pull, a massive figure was lifted from the water. Such a huge catfish. Could this be the master? Lilia exclaimed, astonished. Come on out. It's you then, Steelix. Roa sent out his similarly large Steelix to face the giant catfish. After a brief battle, Roa captured it in a luxury ball. I've been trying to catch it for 50 years, and yet you caught it, Suzumura said, disappointed as he looked at Roa's Pokeball containing the enormous catfish. Well, I guess it's just luck, Roa said, holding the Pokeball. I have a rather audacious request, and I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it. The elderly Mr. Suzuki suddenly addressed Roa. Please, go ahead, Roa encouraged. I wish to exchange the magnificent catfish king that you possess. Would that be agreeable? Mr. Suzuki, fearing Roa might decline, swiftly produced a purple master ball, stating, I have exerted considerable effort to obtain this master ball. May I trade it for the catfish king? Upon hearing Mr. Suzuki's proposition, Roa, recognizing the value of the master ball, consented, realizing that the ball held greater worth than merely pointing at the Catfish King. Thus, Roa proceeded to exchange the Catfish King for the Master Ball, handing over the magnificent creature to Mr. Suzuki after receiving the coveted item. However, the subsequent action taken by Mr. Suzuki left both Roa and Lilia in utter astonishment. Mr. Suzuki released the Catfish King back into the lake and shattered the Master Ball in his hand. Mr. Suzuki, what are you doing? Roa inquired, his expression one of disbelief. I believe that catching it myself would bring me greater satisfaction, Mr. Suzuki replied with a smile as he departed. Mr. Suzuki is indeed a fascinating individual, Roa remarked, watching the old man's retreating figure with a sense of reflection. Indeed, Lilia nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. Chapter 259, Longevity Town. I still cannot comprehend why Mr. Suzuki chose to return the Catfish King to the lake. Lilia pondered as they continued their journey. She was perplexed, considering that he had dedicated 50 years to catching that very fish. Did he not state his desire to catch the Catfish King through his own efforts? If he were to rely on others, what would have been the purpose of his 50 years of perseverance? Moreover, Mr. Suzuki's intention was never to capture the Catfish King. Roa explained with a smile. I understand now, Lilia responded, enlightened by Roa's words. The Catfish King held a special significance for Mr. Suzuki. His pursuit was not for possession, but rather to revel in the joy of the chase. Seeing that Lilia had grasped the understanding, Roa smiled gently, and together they resumed their journey toward Inu City. After several days of travel, Roa and Lilia unexpectedly passed through a small town. Realizing they had been on the road for quite some time, Roa decided to take a brief respite in this quaint locale named Longevity Town. As they strolled along the streets of Longevity Town, they were taken aback by the vibrant atmosphere. The town was bustling with activity, far exceeding Roa's expectations. Why are there so many people here? Lilia observed. Noting that many passers-by were clearly not locals, her curiosity piqued. I cannot say for certain, Roa replied, shaking his head. He then pointed in a particular direction, continuing. That might provide us with an answer. Following Roa's gesture, Lilia soon spotted a poster affixed to a wall, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Intrigued, she led Roa closer to the poster. After examining the poster, Lilia exclaimed, Ah, it seems a grand contest is about to be held here. That explains the influx of visitors to Longevity Town. However, what does R1 signify? Despite understanding that a grand contest was forthcoming, Lilia remained puzzled by the term on the poster. R1 stands for Ribbon 1, which indicates that to participate in the longevity contest, one must possess at least one badge. Roa recalled, promptly sharing his knowledge with her. A ribbon badge, you say? Roa, you have a ribbon badge, don't you? Lilia suddenly remembered that Roa had previously competed in the grand contest in Kana City and had earned a ribbon badge. Indeed, Roa confirmed with a nod. Then why not participate in this grand contest as well? The rules appear quite intriguing, Lilia suggested eagerly. The rules of the longevity contest stipulated that competitors must use 2 Pokémon during the first round of evaluations, and the second round required 2 distinct Pokémon, which differed significantly from other tournaments. Well, since it is your request, I shall oblige, Roa responded, intrigued by the prospect of the R1 Grand Contest. Let us proceed to register, Lilia exclaimed, taking Roa by the hand and leading him toward the Pokémon Center to sign up for the contest. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, they noticed a green-haired young man at the front desk registering for the competition. Hello, Shun. Roa greeted the familiar face. Roa, are you also participating in the longevity contest? Shun asked, his expression one of surprise upon seeing Roa. Indeed. After all, the longevity contest employs the rules of a grand celebration, which piques my interest. Roa replied with a smile. Since you are participating, I presume you will also be entering the grand contest, Shun? Roa inquired. Yes. Although the longevity contest is smaller in scale, it still presents a valuable opportunity for practice for those accustomed to larger celebrations, Shun responded. I see, Lilia interjected, pausing before continuing. Then you and Roa shall be rivals. I regretted not having the chance to compete with you in Kana City. I never imagined we would reunite here in Longevity Town. This time, I shall not be defeated, Shun declared, casting a determined gaze at Roa. Previously, on the sandy beaches of Kana City, Shun had challenged Roa with his poison ivy, only to be decisively defeated by Roa's forest lizard. Now, Shun eagerly sought to redeem himself against Roa. Let us battle again in the second round, Roa said, pausing before adding. But do not lose to anyone else before you face me. I shall not, Shun affirmed, his eyes filled with determination. After completing his registration, Shun hurriedly departed, likely off to train his Pokémon. Once Shun exited the Pokémon Center, Roa approached Nurse Joy and stated, Nurse Joy, I would like to register for the longevity contest. Please present your ribbon badge. Nurse Joy replied with a smile. After Roa displayed the ribbon badge he had earned in Kana City, Nurse Joy processed his registration for the longevity contest. Once registered, Lilia turned to Roa and asked, "Which two Pokémon will you be using in this contest?" "Well, I believe I shall enter with my Porygon Z and Milotic," Roa replied after contemplating his Pokémon. "Since you have decided on Porygon Z and Milotic for the competition, let us train our Pokémon," Lilia exclaimed, eagerly pulling Roa out of the Pokémon Center to begin their training. "Wait a moment, Lilia. We have yet to arrange for our accommodations. Let us secure lodging first, then we shall train," Roa interjected, stopping her as they prepared to leave. He then approached Nurse Joy to make arrangements for their stay. Chapter 260, The Enthusiastic Fans. Upon confirming her intention to participate in the Grand Festival of Pokémon, Roya, alongside Liliai, made a brief stop in the tranquil town of Choju, where they engaged in rigorous pre-competition training with their Pokémon, Milotic and Togekiss. After several days of intensive training, while Milotic and Togekiss did not exhibit significant improvement in strength, their mastery of various skills had undeniably matured. On this particular day, after completing their training, Roya and Liliai embarked on their journey back to the Pokémon Center, having recalled their somewhat fatigued companions. As they entered the Pokémon Center, they noticed several familiar faces engaged in lively conversation in the lobby, led by none other than Ash and his companions, along with Shun, whom they had encountered just days prior. However, it was evident that May appeared somewhat distressed, her eyes glaring at Shun with indignation, clearly indicating that he had once again teased her. "Hey Ash, your progress is rather sluggish, I assenti it? I've been waiting here for you all for several days." Roya interrupted Ash's dialogue with Shun. Upon hearing Roya's voice, Ash and his companions turned their attention towards her, and Ash's face lit up with surprise upon recognizing her. "Roya and Liliai, what brings you here?" Ash exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Of course, we're here to participate in the Grand Festival," Roya replied with a smile. "Roya, you're entering the Grand Festival too?" May responded, suddenly realizing, as she directed her question to Roya. "Indeed, it's an R1 level event, so participating holds significant meaning," Roya answered promptly. Just as May was about to continue, a sudden shriek interrupted her thoughts. The group, along with Ash, turned towards the source of the commotion, only to see a throng of women rushing towards them, fervently shouting, "It's Shun." In the blink of an eye, a horde of women encircled Shun, brandishing photos of him and proclaiming their unwavering support. "Shun, I'm your loyal fan," they cried in unison. "I had no idea Shun was this popular," May remarked, her astonishment evident, as the envy in her tone did not go unnoticed by Roya and the others. P.S. Like an idol, Ash, who had never experienced such attention, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. As May watched Shun being engulfed by admirers, a gentle voice broke through the chaos. "Excuse me, are you May from the Orange League?" Roya and her companions turned to see a woman clad in a yellow top adorned with a ribbon badge addressing May. "Yes, that's me," May replied promptly. "Indeed. Everyone, take note. It's May, the daughter of Mr. Kiryu." The woman's announcement drew the attention of Shun's admirers away from him and towards May, who was suddenly encircled by them instead. After all, May's father, Kiryu, was a well-known figure in the Hoenn region, and compared to Shun, her fame was considerably greater. Amidst the flattery, May's earlier feelings of envy melted away, and a sense of pride began to take over. Observing this transformation, Roya couldn't help but shake her head, thinking, "This child still lacks a bit of reality as harsh lessons." As Roya, Ash, and the others watched May bask in the attention, a woman dressed in green approached them. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before," she said, her eyes narrowing in recognition. Ash perked up at her words. "Is that so?" However, the harsh realities of life soon struck again as the woman flipped through a notebook and stated, "I'm sorry, but your names aren't on my list of promising young trainers." This revelation delivered a significant blow to Ash, who let out a dejected sigh. "But you're Roya, the champion of the Indigo and Silver conferences, the trainer with both exceptional skill and striking looks." The woman quickly recognized Roya, her voice rising in excitement as she called out to her friends. "What? Roya is here too?" they exclaimed. "Oh, I watched him compete in the Indigo and Silver conferences. I'm a huge fan." In an instant, the group that had previously surrounded May now redirected their attention to Roya, pushing aside Liliai and Ash as they clamored for his autograph, pulling out numerous photos. Desperate for help, Roya cast a pleading glance toward Liliai, but received only a shrug in response. Resigned to his fate, he began signing autographs, continuing until the crowd dispersed when it was time for them to return home. "Liliai, you could have rescued me," he said, his expression one of mock despair once liberated. "You seem to be enjoying yourself, so I didn't want to interrupt." Lily replied with a teasing glance. I apologize. We PMDM members may have gotten a bit carried away, the woman in yellow said gently. What does PMDM stand for? Roya inquired, perplexed. PMDM stands for Pokémon Moms Enthusiast Club, the yellow-clad woman explained. My name is Tsukiko, and I'm also a member of PMDM and a devoted fan of yours, preparing to participate in the Grand Festival. She introduced herself to Roya. Hello, Miss Tsukiko. Roya nodded in response. I heard you're participating in the Grand Festival as well? Tsukiko asked. Yes, Roya confirmed. That is wonderful. I truly hope to battle alongside you at the Grand Festival, Tsukiko said, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Perhaps we shall, Roya replied, feeling a stir of admiration for the gentle woman. However, recalling the impropriety of such thoughts, he quickly suppressed them and bade farewell to Ash and the others. Departing with Lily. What a handsome young man. Even his silhouette is striking. Tsukiko murmured dreamily as she gazed at Roya's retreating figure. Chapter 261, The Grand Festival. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the Grand Festival. The familiar brown-haired host, Vivian, stood poised on stage, passionately introducing this magnificent event. Furthermore, this tournament is classified as an R1 level competition, meaning that only coordinators possessing more than one ribbon badge may participate, thus ensuring a display of exceptional talent. Now, let me introduce the judges. Vivian proceeded to present the customary trio of judges, Kankenstan, Sasaki, and Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center of Choju. Meanwhile, the participants, including Roya, Mei, Shun, and Tsukiko, awaited the commencement of the competition in the contestants' room. However, Tsukiko appeared somewhat anxious, her cheeks flushed and hands tightly clasped. A clear indication of her nervousness. Mei, you seem quite unfazed, Tsukiko observed, glancing at the composed Mei beside her. Once you get used to it, the nerves dissipate. Mei replied with an air of confidence, bordering on arrogance. Up until this moment, Xiao Yao had believed that the admiration she received from others was due to her own prowess, which had led her to develop an excessive sense of pride. It seemed that only through enduring a harsh lesson would she truly grow. Luoya, observing the still self-satisfied Xiao Yao, shook his head, contemplating her naivety. Meanwhile, Shun, who leaned against the wall, was equally aware of this truth. He silently watched Xiao Yao without offering any counsel, presumably sharing Luoya's sentiments. Before long, the first round of the evaluation commenced, with Xiao Yao being the first among Luoya and the others to take the stage. Her outstanding performance in summoning a hunting butterfly endeared her to the audience, ensuring her passage through the initial assessment. Following her were Yuzi, who showcased the fire spirit, and Shun, who dazzled with his poisonous rose, each completing their own splendid displays. Lastly, it was Luoya, representing the Alola region, who ascended the stage at Vivian's announcement. Come forth, Milotic, unleash Hydro Pump. Upon casting his Pokeball, Milotic appeared and immediately executed Hydro Pump, but in an extraordinary manner, under Milotic's psychic control. The water began to swirl around it in a mesmerizing dance. What a stunning entrance. This captivating display astonished Vivian, the three judges, and the audience alike. Milotic, summon a whirlwind. Following Luoya's command, a tempest encircled Milotic, dispersing the water that had previously encircled it. Now, unleash the final icy wind. With a decisive order from Luoya, Milotic conjured a gust of frigid air that instantly froze the flowing water into exquisite ice flowers that blossomed around it. Such beautiful ice flowers! Vivian exclaimed, her expression one of awe. I can hardly contain my excitement. That was magnificent, Luoya, cheered a member of the PMDM whom he had encountered earlier. Luoya's strength remains unparalleled, both Ash and Brock marveled. Meanwhile, Lily AI exhibited an air of pride, as if she were the one on stage herself. The flawless synergy among Hydro Pump, Psychic, Whirlwind, and Icy Wind is truly impressive, commented Kankensuiten. I absolutely adore this, was Suzumaki's assessment. A flawless performance. Miss Joy also offered her high praise. Thus, buoyed by the admiration of the four judges and the audience, Luoya achieved a perfect score, mirroring Shun's previous accomplishment, and advanced smoothly into the second round. After a thorough evaluation, Luoya, Xiao Yao, Shun, and Yuzi progressed to the next stage. In the second round's groupings, Luoya initially anticipated teaming up with either Xiao Yao or Yuzi. However, to his surprise, he found himself matched against Shun, whom he had encountered in the first round. At last, we meet again. I have eagerly awaited this battle, Shun stated as he stood in the arena. Allow me to witness the strength you take such pride in. Luoya replied with a cheerful smile. Go, Rain Moth. Shun sent forth his Pokemon for the second round, the Rain Moth. Now, I entrust you with this Togekiss. After tossing his Pokeball, Togekiss emerged onto the battlefield. Pokemon, Rain Moth type, Bug, Flying ability, Tension gender, Female level, 35 qualification, Semi-champion moves, Bubble, Bubble Beam, Bug Buzz, Quick Attack, Quiver Dance, Silver Wind, Air Slash. Just as Luoya finished assessing the Rain Moth's attributes, Shun eagerly began his assault. Rain Moth, use Bubble. Following Shun's command, the Rain Moth unleashed a flurry of bubbles that soared towards Togekiss. Togekiss, use Air Slash. Observing the incoming bubbles, Luoya promptly issued his command. Responding to his direction, Togekiss flapped its wings, generating several white blades that shattered the approaching bubbles, maintaining momentum as it advanced towards Rain Moth. This elegant yet decisive counterattack completely nullified Rain Moth's offensive, continuing its pursuit and resulting in a slight decrease in Shun's score. Vivian, as the host, maintained her professionalism, diligently narrating the unfolding battle to the audience. Rain Moth, dodge quickly. Seeing the menacing Air Slash, Shun urged Rain Moth to evade. The Rain Moth complied, deftly avoiding the oncoming attack. However, at that moment, Togekiss suddenly appeared above Rain Moth, catching both Shun and his Pokemon off guard. It's using high-speed movement. Togekiss has positioned itself above Rain Moth with astonishing speed, leaving its opponent momentarily stunned. Vivian continued to describe the battle. Shun, this match is about to come to an end, Luoya said with a smile directed at Shun, then made a sweeping gesture to command Togekiss. Use Sky Attack. At Luoya's command, Togekiss enveloped itself in radiant light before darting towards Rain Moth at breakneck speed. The distance was too short. Despite Shun's attempts to evade and counterattack, even deploying Silver Wind, it proved futile. Togekiss broke through Rain Moth's Silver Wind and collided directly with it, sending it crashing to the ground and enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust, rendering Rain Moth's condition uncertain. Rain Moth is unable to battle. As the dust settled, the unconscious Rain Moth became visible to all. The three judges, upon witnessing this, pressed the X button in unison, indicating that Shun had been eliminated by Luoya in the longevity tournament. Luoya and Togekiss have triumphed using only Air Slash, high-speed movement, and Sky Attack against the formidable Shun. It is truly astonishing, Vivian exclaimed, visibly shocked by Luoya's rapid offensive. How impressive. I must continue to watch my idol. The young fans in the audience displayed their admiration, inciting a twinge of jealousy in Lily AI seated among them. Meanwhile, in the competitors' lounge, Yuzi was equally captivated by Luoya's victory. Indeed, Luoya is the stronger one, both in appearance and skill. Thus, having decisively defeated Shun, Luoya advanced smoothly into the second round of the finals. Following the initial battle between Luoya and Shun, it was now time for Xiao Yao to face Yuzi from the Longevity Town. Xiao Yao deployed her newly captured Bulbasaur, while Yuzi sent forth her Kecleon, and their battle commenced as anticipated. True to the original narrative, Xiao Yao sent her Bulbasaur against Yuzi's Kecleon, and buoyed by her previous victories, she felt a swell of pride, neglecting Bulbasaur's inexperience by sending it into battle for the first time. As it was Bulbasaur's debut, it exhibited some trepidation and failed to respond promptly to Kecleon's attacks, resulting in substantial damage. Subsequently, due to her erroneous commands, Bulbasaur sustained significant injuries. Yet Xiao Yao insisted on continuing the battle. Ultimately, under the intervention of Miss Joy, the confrontation with Yuzi came to an end, and Xiao Yao faced defeat due to her excessive pride. As I had anticipated, Xiao Yao was indeed somewhat overconfident and underestimated her opponent, making her loss in this battle inevitable. In the competitors' lounge, Luoya remarked to Shun, who was beside him, "It's a pity I warned her before the match, but she didn't heed my advice." Shun nodded in agreement with Luoya's sentiment. Subsequently, under the admonition of the three judges, Xiao Yao dejectedly left the venue, running outside, closely followed by her companion Xiaoji, who sought to comfort her through a similar display of solidarity. Meanwhile, the longevity tournament continued its proceedings, now reaching the final battle between Leah and Yuzi. It was now the ultimate round, with both competitors being Leah and Mr. Yuzi. The question lingered, who would emerge victorious? I shall observe with bated breath. With a declaration from Vivian, the stage was set for the climactic battle. How envious I am that Yuzi gets to face Luoya. I wish I could be one of the combatants. Whom should I cheer for? The choice is so difficult. Members of PMDM voiced their support. Go, Kadora. Yuzi's level 30 Kadora appeared in a burst of red light. Onward, Pokékiss. Luoya sent forth his own Pokékiss. Kadora, use Spike Cannon. At Yuzi's command, Kadora stomped lightly, summoning numerous sharp stones in midair, which, under Kadora's control, hurtled toward Pokékiss. Pokékiss, use Agility. Luoya immediately commanded as he saw the impending attack. Following Luoya's instructions, Pocus executed agility, soaring through the air with remarkable speed, deftly evading all the spikes. Pocus Shadow Ball. After dodging the spikes, Luoya swiftly ordered Pocus. Emerging above Kadora, Pocus unleashed a massive purple-black energy sphere and hurled it downward. Oh no, Kadora, use Iron Defense. With the attack too close to retaliate, Yuzi commanded Kadora to defend. In the face of the Iron Defense, Kadora absorbed the damage from the Shadow Ball, but remained standing, albeit significantly drained of energy. Since you've dodged that one, what will your next move be? Luoya smiled gently at Yuzi and directed Pocus. Pocus, unleash the final Hyper Beam. At Luoya's cry, Pocus gathered immense energy in its mouth, forming a robust orange beam that charged toward the grounded Kadora. Kadora, Earth Power. Under Yuzi's guidance, Kadora stomped the ground vigorously, launching countless stones to clash with Pocus's Hyper Beam. However, due to the vast disparity in strength, Kadora was immediately pushed back by the Hyper Beam, sustaining a direct hit. Under the forceful onslaught of the Hyper Beam, Kadora succumbed to exhaustion. With Kadora unable to continue battling, Luoya was declared the victor of this contest. Thus, the champion of the Pokémon contest at the longevity tournament is Luoya. As Vivian's words echoed, it signified Luoya's ultimate triumph. Afterward, Luoya approached Yuzi, who was comforting Kadora, extending his right hand toward her and saying, "What a splendid match." Confronted with Luoya's hand in praise, Yuzi, who had been somewhat disheartened, felt a surge of excitement. Grasping Luoya's hand tightly and smiling, "Thank you, Luoya." Meanwhile, the PMDM members in the audience displayed envious expressions, exclaiming disbelief and admiration. Thus, Luoya received the ribbon badge from the longevity tournament, while the defeated Xiaoshun found himself without his fourth badge, realizing he still needed 2 more to achieve his goal. "Congratulations, Luoya," Xiaoyao said to Luoya with a forced smile, having been coaxed back by Xiaoji. "Do you remember the feelings and emotions you had during your first Pokémon contest?" Luoya inquired gently of the downcast Xiaoyao. Reflecting on her initial experience at the Canon conference, Xiaoyao began to reminisce. A single defeat does not define one's journey. Possessing the confidence to persevere, maintaining a sincere bond with one's Pokémon, and approaching competitions with humility, these attributes will surely lead you to success, Xiaoyao. Luoya imparted the wisdom he had gleaned from numerous online discussions to the disheartened girl. "Yes, I understand." Xiaoyao, momentarily taken aback by Luoya's words, regained her fighting spirit. Thus, having experienced the competitive atmosphere of the tournament and the encouragement from Luoya and Xiaoji, Xiaoyao awakened to her initial determination and continued forward with renewed vigor. Chapter 263, The Weather Research Institute. After participating in the Pokémon contest in Longevity Town and showcasing exceptional prowess by defeating Xiaoshun and Yuzi, Luoya successfully secured the ribbon badge from Longevity Town. The day after acquiring the ribbon badge, fully prepared with supplies, he departed from Longevity Town, setting his sights on Inu City. However, this journey differed from previous ones, as Luoya deliberately slowed his pace, primarily focusing on training his Pokémon before proceeding to Inu City. The reason behind this was to await the arrival of Xiaoji and his companions. Although Luoya felt a twinge of impatience, it seemed that Xiaoji was destined for greatness. Encountering nearly every legendary Pokémon in each region he visited, this was Luoya's motivation for waiting. Soon, during his travels, Luoya arrived at a quaint town named Yokohama, where a ring tournament was set to take place, yet Luoya found himself disinterested. Thus, he and Lily only lingered in Yokohama for a day, purchasing supplies before swiftly moving on. After several days of travel, Luoya and Lily approached a location not far from Inu City. "How much longer until we reach Inu City?" Lily inquired as they walked. "We are quite close now. Just 1 more day of travel will bring us to Inu City," Luoya replied, glancing at the map in hand. "Got it. I will do my best." Upon hearing Luoya's words, Lily, who had been somewhat listless, instantly revived her spirits and marched forward with renewed determination. Shortly after they had resumed their journey, a single drop of rain suddenly fell from the sky, landing on Lily's delicate face. This drop of rain immediately caught her attention, and after reaching out to touch it, she remarked, "Is it going to rain?" Just as Lily's words left her lips, the sky darkened abruptly, and a mass of cumulonimbus clouds began to gather, soon unleashing a torrential downpour. "I have an umbrella," Luoya quickly responded, retrieving a long-prepared umbrella from his backpack, raising it to shield both Lily and himself from the rain. However, what transpired next left both Luoya and Lily in disbelief. Following the heavy rain, thunder rumbled ominously, fierce winds howled, and eventually, a flurry of snowflakes began to fall like feathers. What on earth is happening? Lily curled her body amidst the blizzard, trembling as she spoke. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should hasten our departure from this place. Upon finishing her words, Roya promptly grasped Lily's hand and sprinted in a particular direction, swiftly escaping the tempestuous weather. Upon encountering the dazzling sunlight that starkly contrasted with the earlier storm, Lily's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of incredulity. What on earth is happening? She exclaimed. There's a weather research facility nearby. I suspect this meteorological shift is linked to it, Roya remarked, glancing at the map on his phone. A weather research facility? Is that a place dedicated to studying meteorological phenomena? Lily inquired with curiosity. I believe it is, Roya replied. Then let us make haste to investigate. The prospect of a facility capable of manipulating weather piqued Lily's interest. All right. Just as Roya and Lily prepared to depart for the research facility, a familiar voice interrupted their course of action. What is going on here? A deep voice resonated from behind them. Isn't that Ash, May, Brock, and Tracy? Upon hearing the voice, Roya and Lily immediately turned to see Ash and his companions, along with a floating Pokémon, hovering above them. The initially grumbling Ash promptly silenced himself upon recognizing Roya and Lily, quickly spotting them a short distance ahead. Roya, Lily, long time no see, Ash called out excitedly. Following this, Ash and his friends approached Roya and Lily. It's been a while, Roya and Lily, May and Brock greeted them warmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Roya and Lily's attention shifted to the floating bubble Pokémon above Ash and his friends. Is that a Swablu? The knowledgeable Lily immediately identified the levitating creature. Indeed, it was this Pokémon that rescued us from the harsh weather, Ash replied with a smile. At that moment, Roya activated his Pokédex to examine the floating bubble's attributes. However, upon discovering that it was merely a gym-level Pokémon, his initial intrigue waned. While Roya, Lily, and Brock were engrossed in conversation, a pair of researchers, a man and a woman clad in lab coats, approached them briskly. Are you all right? The male researcher inquired. We sincerely apologize. The female researcher with reddish-brown hair added in an apologetic tone. We're fine, the group replied, shaking their heads in unison. I'm truly sorry. The recent weather was caused by our weather research facility, the male researcher explained, clarifying the cause of the unusual meteorological events. A weather research facility? You can manipulate the weather? How do you accomplish that? Both Ash's group and Roya and Lily found the researcher's assertions hard to believe. Before the researchers could respond, Brock, unable to contain his impulsive nature, made a move towards the female researcher, attempting to flirt. However, he hesitated before taking any further action. After this brief interlude, the male researcher introduced himself. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Baruch, the director of the weather research facility, and this is Millie. Hello, my name is Ash, and these are my companions, Ash volunteered, introducing May and the others. Meanwhile, Roya cast a lingering glance at Millie, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Following their introductions, Director Baruch smiled and suggested, if you don't mind, would you like to rest at our research facility? Thank you for the invitation, the group readily accepted. Under the invitation of Director Baruch, Roya, Lily, and Ash arrived at the entrance of the weather research facility, where Baruch proudly showcased their weather control machine. Subsequently, under Millie's guidance, they began their tour of the facility. Meanwhile, having narrowly escaped the inclement weather, Team Rocket had also arrived at the weather research facility. This weather control machine seems rather impressive. We should seize it immediately, Musashi mused, eyeing the device. However, Kojiru, having noticed Roya's presence, refrained from taking action. I think it's best if we don't proceed, Nyarth advised, having also spotted Roya. Very well. Considering Roya's prowess, Musashi, Kojiru, and Nyarth discreetly retreated, back with Roya and his companions. While they were exploring the research facility under Millie's guidance, they suddenly noticed a blue helicopter hovering above the building. What is that? Millie inquired curiously, gazing at the approaching aircraft. Is that yours, Miss Millie? Ash asked as he observed the helicopter descending from the sky. Though Ash had previously encountered Team Aqua and seen their submarine, this was his first sighting of their helicopter. That is not our helicopter, Millie replied, shaking her head, her expression turning wary as she watched the helicopter land. As the helicopter settled above the facility, ropes descended from it, and a group of individuals clad in blue uniforms began to rappel down to the ground. It's Team Aqua. Lily and Ash immediately recognized the assailants from their vantage point on the second floor. Team Aqua? Millie asked, having never heard of them before. They are a group that exploits Pokémon for nefarious purposes, Ash explained, leaving Millie somewhat perplexed. Team Aqua seeks to obtain the power of the ancient Pokémon Kyogre to expand the Ocean's territory, while their rival, Team Magma, aims to harness Groudon's power to increase landmass. Roya elucidated, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he clarified Team Aqua's intentions to the bewildered Millie. Then they are here for our ancient Pokémon egg research, Millie exclaimed, suddenly understanding Team Aqua's motives. That seems likely, Roya affirmed, then continued, I will descend to confront them. You all should remain here. Understood, Lily and the others readily agreed. However, before proceeding, Roya had one more task. What is it? Ash and Lily questioned, their expressions filled with curiosity. Just as Roya was about to reveal his intentions, he suddenly unleashed his radiant power, striking Millie and rendering her unconscious. Simultaneously, the Ditto that had been accompanying her was swiftly incapacitated by Roya's formidable attack. What are you doing? Ash and the others exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Roya's actions. She isn't Millie. She is a man in disguise. Roya promptly bound the individual masquerading as Millie with ropes, subsequently discarding his disguise. Before the onlookers, a rather fierce-looking man soon emerged. Who is he? Ash and the others inquired of Roya. He is one of the members of the Magma Gang, known as Benai, who is adept at disguise and has come here in search of the ancient Pokémon egg data, Roya elucidated, being well-versed in the unfolding narrative. I'll leave this to you. Ash. After his explanation, Roya entrusted Ash with the responsibility of watching over everyone and keeping an eye on Benai, while he himself dashed away. Just as Roya apprehended Benai, the Aqua Gang had already dispatched their Pokémon, finding the researchers downstairs, including Director Baru. Have you discovered any pertinent data on the target? In her capacity as the operations leader, Izumi addressed a nearby member who was operating a computer. We cannot extract data from the main computer. It appears a specialized access card is required, the Aqua Gang member reported after some attempts at the console. I recall you are the director. Summon the access card. Izumi commanded, pointing a finger at Baru. Floatzel, deliver this access card to Millie, swiftly. Baru commanded, instructing Floatzel to escape the premises with the card. Clawitzer, seize Floatzel. At Izumi's directive, several Clawitzers launched an assault on Floatzel. Firo, unleash air slash. Just as the Clawitzers commenced their attack, a voice emanated from within the research facility, followed by a barrage of white blades that repelled the attacking Clawitzers, allowing Floatzel to slip into the research institute. Who goes there? Izumi bellowed, visibly irked by the interruption. Long time no see, Izumi. Amidst her reprimand, Roya stepped forth, teasing her with a grin. It's you. Izumi's fury ignited upon recognizing the individual who had previously incarcerated her. Indeed, it is I once more, Roya replied with a smile. Though I am unaware of how you escaped before, it seems I shall have the pleasure of sending you back to prison again. How infuriating. Clawitzer, use Water Pulse. Izumi commanded her Clawitzer, which possessed elite 4-level strength, to attack Roya. Firo, use Hurricane. Under Roya's direction, Firo flapped its wings vigorously, sending a powerful gust that shattered Clawitzer's Water Pulse and surged toward Clawitzer. Clawitzer, counter with Dark Pulse. Clawitzer managed to nullify the incoming hurricane with its Dark Pulse. Clawitzer, Water Gun. After neutralizing the hurricane, Izumi continued to direct Clawitzer to retaliate. Upon hearing Izumi's orders, Clawitzer unleashed a robust jet of water aimed at the airborne Firo. Firo, use Quick Attack. Under Roya's command, Firo deftly maneuvered to evade the water gun attack by flying at high speeds. This time, we have hostages. Can you afford to ignore them? Izumi, previously poised for attack, halted abruptly, gesturing toward the researchers nearby as a threat to Roya. Are you referring to this? Roya pointed at the Aqua Gang member at the console, who was currently subdued by a powerful combustion. How vexing. Why are you all just standing there? Get moving. Izumi, realizing she was outmatched by Roya, shouted at her fellow Aqua members in frustration. Clawitzer, use Water Pulse. Under Izumi's command, multiple Clawitzers targeted Roya, Firo, and Combuskin with their attacks. Firo, use Tornado. Combuskin, Ember. Sandshrew, use Sandstorm. Lurantis, use Leaf Blade. Boskage, unleash Solar Beam. After releasing his other Pokémon, Roya initiated a counteroffensive, quickly overwhelming the Aqua Gang's Pokémon. Damn it. I won't let you off next time. After witnessing the defeat of her team, Izumi uttered a final threat before retreating in a helicopter, and Roya chose not to pursue her. As Roya prepared to reclaim his Pokémon egg, Combuskin and Lurantis suddenly emanated a radiant glow, evolving into Blaziken and Lurantis, both reaching level 41 and entering the ranks of gym challengers. Following the defeat of the Aqua Gang and the capture of Benai, the real Millie made her appearance. After handing Benai over to Miss Junsha, Roya bid farewell to the researchers at the Weather Institute and set off with Ash and the others towards Verdanturf Town. Chapter 265. The Carnival of Verdanturf Town. After the events at the Weather Institute, Roya, Lily, and Ash made their way towards the nearby Verdanturf Town. We've finally arrived at Verdanturf. Upon entering the town, both May and Lily's spirits lifted after their prolonged camping in the wilderness as they finally reached the city. Verdanturf Town feels so unique, with tree houses everywhere, remarked Max, gazing at the arboreal dwellings surrounding them. Verdanturf is a city where humans and nature coexist harmoniously. Most residents live in tree houses, thus it is referred to as the arboreal city that frolics with nature, Roya explained to the group. So that is how it is. Lily and May nodded in understanding. Let us not fuss over the details. We should hurry and challenge the gym. Ash, excited about the gym in Verdanturf, was eager to take on the challenge, his enthusiasm eliciting exasperated expressions from Roya and Brock. I must remind you, Ash, it is already evening. The gym is likely closed. And we shouldn't disturb the gym leader, Roya stated with a tone of resignation. Roya is right. We should rest at the Pokémon Center tonight and challenge the gym tomorrow. Brock added, supporting Roya's suggestion. Seems like that makes sense. All right then. Ash, upon hearing Roya and Brock's reasoning and gazing at the evening sky, reluctantly agreed. After Ash acquiesced, the group headed towards the Verdanturf Pokémon Center, where they restored their weary Pokémon and settled in for the night. The following morning, eager to challenge the Verdanturf gym, Ash hurriedly set off with Brock, May, and Max towards the gym. In contrast, Roya, after enjoying a leisurely breakfast, chose not to head to the gym, instead meandering towards the Verdanturf marketplace. Why aren't we going to challenge the Verdanturf gym? Lily inquired as she walked alongside Roya. Because a carnival is currently underway here. We should enjoy it first and discuss the gym challenge later. My primary goal is to accompany you, Lily. Upon this declaration, Roya halted, gazing at Lily with affectionate eyes. I understand. Lily blushed under Roya's gaze, shyly lowering her head. Moreover, with such a significant event like the carnival taking place in Verdanturf, I believe gym leader Nagi will also be present to ensure the festivities proceed smoothly, Roya continued, smiling at Lily. So, Nagi isn't at the gym then? Lily lifted her head, asking Roya. I believe so, Roya replied with a grin. Thus, we shall venture to the carnival for some amusement. After uttering these words, Roya took Lily AI's fair hand and began to stride towards the carnival's venue. Upon their arrival at the carnival grounds, Roya and Lily AI began to meander about, indulging in the purchase of various unique items. As they strolled through the carnival, they soon found themselves at the very heart of the festivities. There, they beheld a captivating young woman adorned in a delicate blue attire, her flowing lavender hair dancing in the breeze, as she played joyfully with a group of children. Beside her stood a towering armored bird, even more imposing than the usual variety. Sister Naki, it's my turn now, exclaimed a small boy, raising his hand towards the violet-haired beauty, who was none other than Naki. Very well, Naki replied with a gentle smile, lifting the boy onto the armored bird before mounting it herself. Together, they soared freely through the skies. Is that Naki, the gym leader of the Inu gym? Lily AI recognized her identity upon hearing the children's reverence for the violet-haired lady. Indeed, she is the esteemed trainer of the Inu gym, Roya nodded in confirmation. Miss Naki is so gentle and beautiful. Surely, many must admire her, Lily AI remarked, squinting her eyes as she gazed at Naki, who was accompanying the children in the air. Well, my dear Lily AI is no less remarkable. Roya felt a twinge of unease upon hearing this, and quickly responded to Lily AI. Smart of you to recognize. Lily AI retorted with a playful roll of her eyes before making her way towards the carnival's center. After catching his breath from narrowly escaping the conversation, Roya hurried after her. When Roya and Lily AI reached the children, Naki was just descending from the skies with the boy she had been playing with. As Naki gracefully dismounted from the armored bird, Roya approached her, standing before her and saying, Greetings, Miss Naki. And you are? Naki inquired, observing the handsome young man she had never seen before and the lovely Lily AI beside him, her expression tinged with curiosity. I am Roya from the Alola region. And this is my companion, Lily AI, he introduced himself succinctly. Hello, Miss Naki, Lily AI politely greeted. Greetings. May I inquire what brings you to me? Naki asked Roya and Lily AI. I have come to challenge the Inu gym, Roya stated plainly, revealing his purpose for the visit. I accept your challenge, Naki replied readily, though she added apologetically. However, I must first honor my promise to these children to take them flying. That's all right. Tomorrow will suffice, Roya replied with a nod. Then let us meet at the gym tomorrow, Naki smiled at Roya. Certainly, he agreed without hesitation. After arranging their battle for the following day, Roya and Lily AI released their Pokémon, joining the children in their playful antics. Shortly thereafter, Ash, who had been searching for Naki at the gym, arrived. But due to his tardiness, he learned that his battle with Naki would have to wait until the day after tomorrow. The day unfolded with the notorious Team Rocket causing a ruckus at the carnival using their contraptions, only to be thwarted by Naki and her armored bird. After a delightful day at the carnival, Roya, Lily AI, and Ash returned to the Pokémon Center to prepare for the impending gym challenge. Chapter 266, the Inu Gym Challenge. The next morning, Roya and Lily AI arrived at the Inu Gym as promised, where Naki had been waiting at the battle arena for some time. Naturally, Ash, eager to witness the prowess of both trainers, accompanied by Brock and others, had joined them to observe this highly anticipated showdown. "Let us engage in a thrilling battle," Roya said, gazing at the charming gym leader, Naki, with a smile. "Absolutely," Naki replied, her expression brightening at the sight of the determined young man before her. As both trainers took their positions, Naki suddenly knelt on the ground, closed her eyes, and began to chant, "O great deity of the skies, grant us your wings. Bestow upon us the formidable feathers that will not yield to any tempest and guide us through the vast azure realm. Let us unfurl our majestic wings." "What is Miss Naki doing?" a curious May asked from the sidelines. "I believe it is a pre-battle ritual," her brother Max explained. "The sky must be their guardian for Miss Naki," Brock added, crossing his arms. After Naki's prayer, the referee of the Inu gym stood in position, waving the flag and proclaiming, "Now, the gym battle between Naki, the gym leader, and the challenger from the Alola region, Roya, is about to commence. Each side may use 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Only the challenger may switch Pokémon." With the rules established, the crowd eagerly anticipated the unveiling of Naki's first Pokémon. "Come forth, Sylveon." Naki tossed her first Pokeball, and a Sylveon materialized in midair. "Wow, it's Sylveon!" Ash exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he pulled out his Pokédex to scan it. Pokémon, Sylveon. Type, Fairy. Ability, Pixelate. Gender, female. Level, 36. Potential, Semi-Champion. Moves, Tackle. Fairy Wind, Quick Attack, Draining Kiss, Dazzling Gleam, and Mystical Fire. Sylveon, huh? Then I shall entrust you with this, Lizard King. After assessing Sylveon's attributes, Roya called forth his own Lizard King. Lizard King, being a flying type, should have the upper hand, right? Max expressed his surprise. "I believe Roya has his own strategy in mind, and his strength is quite formidable," Ash remarked confidently, unconcerned about type advantages. "Let the battle begin." The referee raised the flag as both trainers sent forth their Pokémon. Sylveon, dive down swiftly. Naki commanded as Sylveon began its descent towards Lizard King. Lizard King, unleash Magical Leaf. Roya countered, initiating his first move. As Lizard King obeyed, a flurry of colorful leaves erupted from its elongated tail, transforming into a barrage of leaf blades that hurtled toward the descending Sylveon. "Watch out, Sylveon, evade," Naki called out urgently. Although Sylveon followed Naki's command and flapped its wings to avoid the initial onslaught, the Magical Leaf, being an unerring attack, pursued relentlessly under Lizard King's control, continuing its advance towards Sylveon in midair. Sylveon used Dragon Breath. Realizing evasion was futile, Sylveon retaliated at Naki's behest, releasing a verdant beam that shattered the incoming Magical Leaf. Lizard King, Seed Gatling Gun. Upon witnessing the first wave of attacks being neutralized, Roya commanded the Lizard King to unleash a second offensive. The Lizard King opened its mouth wide, releasing a multitude of luminescent seeds that soared toward the airborne Chishi Bluebird. High-speed movement. At Naki's command, the Chishi Bluebird executed a swift maneuver, evading the barrage of seeds from the Lizard King. The Chishi Bluebird, prepared to initiate a beak attack, immediately launched its counteroffensive after dodging the Lizard King's onslaught. Responding to Naki's call, the Chishi Bluebird began its descent towards the Lizard King below, ready to unleash its beak attack. Lizard King, Shadow Clone. Roya, observing the incoming Chishi Bluebird, promptly issued an order to the Lizard King. As Roya's words fell, the Lizard King merely shook its body a few times, creating numerous indistinguishable clones on the battlefield. This left the Chishi Bluebird momentarily perplexed, unable to discern the true Lizard King, and it was forced to strike randomly, only to discover it was merely an illusion after the attack. Lizard King, unleashed Dragon Pulse. Roya quickly seized the opportunity and commanded the Lizard King. All the Lizard King clones opened their mouths simultaneously, gathering energy, and then unleashed a barrage of white dragon pulses toward the Chishi Bluebird, with the assault coming from all directions. The Chishi Bluebird and Naki found themselves unable to identify the source, and without time to evade, they could only watch anxiously as the dragon pulses approached. Undoubtedly, the dragon pulse soon struck the flustered Chishi bluebird, sending it flying. Deliver the final blow, unleash destruction beam. Noticing the Chishi bluebird incapacitated on the ground, Roya instantly seized the moment. A robust orange beam struck the grounded Chishi bluebird, rendering it completely unconscious. The Chishi bluebird has lost its fighting capability. The Lizard King emerges victorious. The referee announced, directing his voice towards Roya and Naki. Well done, Lizard King. Roya praised the Lizard King, giving it a thumbs up, and the Lizard King joyfully accepted the compliment. Such formidable strength in this Lizard King. My forest lizard will undoubtedly become powerful too, Ash exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at the Lizard King. Roya, your prowess and commanding ability are impressive, Naki complimented him. Your strength is also remarkable, Naki. Roya reciprocated. After a round of mutual praise, Naki recalled the fallen Chishi bluebird, and Roya likewise returned the Lizard King. Now it's your turn. Following her conversation with Roya, Naki produced her second Pokeball and tossed it into the sky. Chapter 267, Obtaining the White Feather Badge. Now it's your turn. Naki swiftly summoned her second Pokemon, revealing an armor bird from the red light of her Pokeball, the very one they had encountered the previous day. Pokemon, armor bird. Type, steel, flying. Ability, keen eye. Gender, male. Level, 37. Qualification, near champion. Moves, peck, drill peck, metal claw, steel wing, wing attack, cut, brave bird, high-speed movement, high-speed star. I leave this battle to you. Blaziken. Roya sent forth his second Pokemon, Blaziken. Blaziken, how magnificent! Little Yao exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement upon seeing the fiery creature. Though Blaziken is indeed impressive, I still have a fondness for the Lizard King, Little Shota remarked, eliciting a glance from Blaziken that made him recoil slightly, hesitant to continue. Blaziken, unleash flamethrower. Roya commanded, igniting the first clash. Blaziken opened its mouth, releasing a scorching pillar of fire that surged skyward toward the armor bird. Avoid it, armor bird. Naki shouted immediately. Heeding Naki's command, armor bird gracefully flapped its wings, evading the fiery assault. Armor bird, use drill peck. At Naki's command, armor bird's metallic beak glimmered with a faint white light, slicing through the air as it charged towards Blaziken below. Jump and evade. Observing the impending attack from armor bird, Roya calmly directed Blaziken. As drill peck approached, Blaziken obeyed Roya's command, executing a powerful leap to evade the strike. Flame kick. Upon hearing Roya's order, Blaziken ignited its foot with flames and executed a somersault, delivering a fierce kick toward the armor bird beneath. Armor bird, high-speed movement. Sensing the urgency as Blaziken's fiery kick approached, Naki urgently commanded armor bird. However, just as armor bird prepared to move swiftly, Blaziken's flame kick landed, sending the airborne Pokemon crashing heavily to the ground. Finish it off with Fire Spin. Spotting armor bird struggling beneath Blaziken, Roya waved his hand decisively, instructing Blaziken. As his words finished, Blaziken released a torrent of searing flames, engulfing armor bird. Due to the relentless onslaught of intense heat, armor bird ultimately succumbed to its injuries, its eyes glazing over. Armor bird has lost its fighting capability. Blaziken is victorious. The referee raised the flag high, declaring the outcome as he gazed at the unconscious armor bird. What a powerful and striking Blaziken! Ash exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the valiant Pokemon. I can't wait for my Torchic to evolve. Little Yao expressed her excitement for her own Torchic. I wonder what Naki's final Pokemon will be. Brock mused, intrigued by Naki's last choice. I want to let you claim that badge easily. Go Swellow. As Naki released her final Pokeball, a shimmering Swellow appeared on the field. Pokemon, Swellow. Type, normal, flying. Ability, guts. Gender, female. Level, 38. Qualification, champion. Moves, peck, quick attack, wing attack, air slash, air cutter, brave bird. A shiny Swellow, how rare. Roya was not surprised by Naki's dazzling Swellow, having been aware of her information beforehand. Meanwhile, Ash, watching from the sidelines, was astonished, recalling his own golden Noctowl. Go, Togekiss. In response to the shiny Swellow, Roya recalled Blaziken and sent forth his Togekiss. No matter how many times I see it, Togekiss is utterly adorable. As a coordinator, Little Yao had no defenses against the cuteness of Togekiss. Togekiss, use air cutter. Upon Togekiss's arrival, Roya issued his command. Togekiss flapped its wings, sending a flurry of white blades slicing toward Swellow. Swellow, use high-speed star. Under Naki's direction, Swellow unleashed a barrage of high-speed stars, clashing with the incoming air cutter. resulting in a spectacular explosion that obscured both Pokémon from view. Swellow used Wing Attack. After neutralizing the air cutter, Naki commanded her offensive. Swellow, with its glimmering wings, charged toward Togekiss. Togekiss, let's also use Wing Attack. Under the command of Roya, Porygon-Z engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Swellow, utilizing its radiant wings. The disparity in their levels resulted in Swellow being propelled several meters backward before finally coming to a halt. What an impressive Porygon-Z. Miss Naki's Swellow seemed utterly devoid of any capacity for retaliation. Xiaoyao, Xiaojang, and the others were left in awe of Porygon-Z's prowess. Swellow, unleash our ultimate move. The reversal attack. Upon witnessing the stark difference between the two Pokémon, Naki resolved to employ her signature technique. Consequently, as Swellow soared through the air during its clash with Porygon-Z, it executed a swift turn and charged toward its opponent. Just as it was about to strike, Roya urgently commanded high-speed movement. Responding to Roya's directive, Porygon-Z vanished from its position, evading the reversal attack entirely. Meanwhile, Porygon-Z reappeared behind Swellow, and Roya seized the opportunity. Instructing Porygon-Z, unleash the Hyper Beam. Obediently following Roya's command, Porygon-Z fired a brilliant orange beam towards Swellow. Swellow, reversal attack. However, under Naki's guidance, Swellow deftly maneuvered to avoid the Hyper Beam and launched itself toward Porygon-Z. Now unleash the dazzling magic. Observing the approaching Swellow, Roya's lips curled into a slight smile. And with a grand gesture, he called out to Porygon-Z. In response to Roya's command, Porygon-Z emanated a breathtaking pink light from its body, rapidly expanding at an astonishing speed, striking the oncoming Swellow with tremendous force and sending it crashing to the ground. Swellow was rendered unable to continue battling, thus declaring Roya the victor of the Alola Gym Challenge. The referee's final declaration marked the conclusion of this gym battle, confirming Roya's triumph. Congratulations, Roya. This is the token of your victory over the Nacrene Gym, the Feather Badge. After retrieving the incapacitated Swellow, Naki presented Roya with a badge shaped like a white feather. Thank you, Miss Naki. After expressing his gratitude, Roya accepted the badge from Naki's hands. I believe in your strength. You will surely emerge as the champion of the upcoming Celestial Conference. After handing over the badge, Naki smiled at Roya. The champion has already been preordained since my arrival in the Hoenn region, Roya replied, displaying a confident smile. I eagerly await the moment you claim victory. Naki smiled in response to Roya's confidence. I will. Thus, Roya successfully defeated the Nacrene Gym leader Naki, earning his 6th Feather Badge. Chapter 268, LaRousse City. The day after Roya secured the Feather Badge, Ash, also a challenger, initiated a battle against the Nacrene Gym leader Naki. True to the original narrative, Ash began by employing Trico to defeat Naki's Swablu. Following that, Pikachu and Wingull met their end simultaneously, and ultimately, Ash dispatched his own Swellow to vanquish Naki's shiny Swellow, thereby obtaining the Feather Badge from the Nacrene Gym. After presenting the Feather Badge, Naki inquired of Roya and Ash, what are your next destinations? Ash hesitated, unsure of how to respond, as he only knew he was challenging gyms. The specifics were typically confirmed by Brock. Observing Ash's bewildered expression, Roya shook his head in mild exasperation and stepped in to assist his friend, smiling at Naki. Next, we plan to head to the Verdanturf Gym in Verdanturf Town. Verdanturf Town, you say? If you're traveling there, you might as well stop by LaRousse City along the way, Naki replied with a smile. LaRousse City? I've never heard of it, Ash remarked, looking perplexed. LaRousse City is not far from Nacrene City. It is the most technologically advanced city in the Hoenn region, featuring a battle tower where trainers from around the world can compete, Naki elaborated, sharing some insights about LaRousse City with Roya and Ash. Competing with trainers from around the globe sounds fantastic. Ash's eyes sparkled at the mention of battling, filled with eager anticipation. I really want to go. How about we head to LaRousse City next? He urged, casting a hopeful glance at Roya, Lilia, and Xiaoyao. You never fail to perk up at the mere mention of battling, Xiaoyao remarked, somewhat exasperated by her enthusiastic companion. I'm also quite keen on visiting LaRousse City. So let us make the journey together, Roya agreed with a smile. Since Roya has expressed his willingness, our next stop will indeed be LaRousse City. Following Roya's affirmation, Lilia, Xiaoyao, and Brock also concurred. After inquiring about the route to LaRousse City, Roya and Ash took a brief respite in Nacrene City before preparing their travel supplies and embarking on their journey to LaRousse City. After traversing some distance, they arrived at the town Naki had mentioned, where they boarded a train bound for LaRousse City. Is that LaRousse City? It looks so bustling. As the train approached its destination, Ash, who had been eagerly anticipating LaRousse City, leaned toward the window, exclaiming in wonder. Hearing the incredulity in Ash's voice, Roya, Lilia, Xiaoyao, Brock, and even little Shota turned their gazes outside, beholding a city adorned with towering skyscrapers, radiating an air of prosperity. That is indeed LaRue City. And it appears to be even more vibrant than our Lily Cove City, Lilia remarked, noting that even the largest city she had seen in Alola, Lily Cove City, paled in comparison to the grandeur of LaRue City. This journey to LaRue City is becoming increasingly intriguing, Roya mused, simultaneously contemplating the imminent encounters with Rayquaza and Deoxys. Thus, as the train arrived at LaRue City station, Roya and the others disembarked alongside the throngs of passengers, stepping out into the bustling station. Meanwhile, in a frigid, snow-laden expanse of the Hoenn region, deep within a thick sheet of ice, a sudden burst of violet light flickered, causing the ice to shatter. A humanoid Pokémon soared forth from the frozen depths, emanating a brilliant purple glow as it ascended into the sky and flew off into the distance. "I can't wait to battle at the battle tower," Ash exclaimed, stepping out of the train station in LaRue City, his excitement palpable. Just as Roya and Ash descended from the elevator, a cubic robot appeared before them. "Welcome to LaRue City," the robot greeted, its screen displaying the word welcome. What an adorable way to be welcomed. Xiaoyao beamed at the charming robot that had suddenly appeared before them. "It's a robot," little Shota exclaimed, equally amazed. "Truly, this is a testament to the high-tech nature of this city," Lilia remarked, astonished by the display. In contrast, Brock felt somewhat disappointed that the welcoming party was not a beautiful lady. As the robot approached Xiaoyao, it suddenly extended a camera towards her, catching her off guard and eliciting an astonished expression with her mouth agape, which the robot promptly captured in a photograph. After taking a picture of Xiaoyao, the robot proceeded to photograph Luoya, Lili AI, Xiaoji, Xiaogang, and Xiaosheng, ensuring that no one was overlooked. Once it had finished capturing images of Luoya and Xiaoji's group, the robot transmitted this information to the central control room in LaRue City, where the identities of Luoya and the others were displayed. Upon retrieving the data, the personnel in the control room registered the entry of Luoya and her companions into LaRue City and subsequently produced a card, which was handed to Luoya and Xiaoji by the robot station in front of them. "What is this?" Xiaoji inquired, holding the card with a perplexed expression. "This is our city's pass," the robot explained in response to Xiaoji's question. "A pass? Within this city, please carry this card. It can be used for purchases and other transactions," the robot continued, while it continued the process of issuing passes to Luoya and the others. However, Xiaoyao expressed her dissatisfaction with her astonished pass, continuously complaining as she scrutinized it. "I wish I could take another picture." With their passes in hand, Luoya, Lili AI, and Xiaoji stepped out of the station and into the vibrant streets of LaRue City. Xiaoji, preoccupied with thoughts of the battle tower, was distractedly looking around and failed to pay attention to his feet. Soon, due to his carelessness, he accidentally stepped onto an automated walkway, which whisked him away. This spectacle left Luoya and Xiaoyao in shock, as they stood frozen, calling out to Xiaoji, who was being carried off. "What is happening?" Xiaoji exclaimed in panic as he realized he was being transported away, desperately trying to run back. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not return, only finding himself further away from Luoya and the others. Just as Luoya prepared to rescue Xiaoji, 2 boys and 2 girls on the opposite automated walkway approached him. "Going against the flow won't work. Patience is a virtue." The 2 onlookers chuckled at Xiaoji's predicament. "Such a clumsy fellow," Luoya sighed, shaking his head, and then took out a pokeball, releasing his Lizard King. "Lizard King, bring Xiaoji back." Following Luoya's command, Lizard King leaped to Xiaoji's location, picked him up, and jumped back to Luoya's side. "Thank you, Luoya," Xiaoji said, having escaped the automated walkway. "Just be more careful next time," Luoya advised, concerned for his friend. "I will," Xiaoji replied, though it was uncertain whether he truly absorbed the advice. The moment Xiaoji returned to Luoya's side, the 4 individuals from earlier arrived at their location. "What an intriguing person," a handsome young man with black hair remarked with a smile directed at Xiaoji. "What did you say?" Xiaoji retorted, anger flaring its wings. Just as a more rotund young man spoke to Luoya and Xiaoji. "I take it this is your first visit to our city?" "Indeed. My name is Luoya, and these are Lili AI, Xiaoji, Xiaoyao, Xiaogang, and Xiaosheng." Luoya introduced himself and his friends. "I am Aaron, and this is Hoda. These 2 are my younger sisters," the handsome young man, Aaron, responded, introducing himself and his companions. "Xiaoyao, you all seem quite charming." Hoda, the plump young man, appeared to take an interest in Xiaoyao. This remark left Xiao Ji momentarily stunned, while Xiao Sheng, who understood his sister's temperament, muttered under his breath, "You know nothing. We would like to visit the battle tower. Could you please direct us?" Luo Ya inquired, intrigued by the battle tower. "If you wish to go to the battle tower, take this route here," Aaron instructed, pointing the way. "Understood. Thank you," Luo Ya acknowledged, and together with his companions, they boarded the automated walkway alongside Aaron and his friends, heading towards the battle tower. "Be careful not to fall." Aaron's sisters smiled as they boarded the walkway. With Aaron's guidance, Luo Ya, Lili AI, and Xiao Ji followed suit, advancing towards the battle tower. "Let us battle, Aaron," Xiao Ji challenged as they walked along the automated path. "Anyone can participate in the battle tower. I'm always ready for a match, Xiao Ji." Aaron responded with a grin. "Aaron, you're planning to have a showdown with me today, right?" Just as Xiao Ji was about to continue, a violet-haired beauty holding a computer appeared from the side of the walkway. Upon hearing Aaron's words, she looked at him and said, "Ah, beautiful sister with glasses. May I ask your name?" Xiao Gang, upon seeing the attractive lady, was eager to approach her, but was promptly restrained by Xiao Sheng, who pinched his ear to prevent him from advancing. Meanwhile, Hoda explained, "That lady is Miss Xiao Tong, who utilizes a data-focused battle style with her metagross. Her skills are quite formidable." Before long, Luo Ya, Lili AI, Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng, accompanied by Aaron, arrived at the renowned battle tower in LaRue City. Upon entering the battle tower and parting ways with Aaron and his friends, Xiao Ji eagerly declared to Luo Ya and the others, "I'm going to register as a contestant. We'll head to the spectator seats first." Luo Ya replied to Xiao Ji, "Aren't you going to battle, Luo Ya?" Xiao Ji was taken aback upon hearing Luo Ya's intention to join the audience. "Yes." Luo Ya nodded. "All right then," Xiao Ji responded, realizing Luo Ya had no intention of battling, and he hurried off in a different direction. "Let us go to the spectator seats," Luo Ya instructed Lili AI, Xiao Yao, and the others. Thus, guided by a square robot, Luo Ya and his companions made their way to the spectator seats of the battle tower, settling in for the day's matches. After only a short while in the audience, they witnessed Xiao Ji emerging from below, accompanied by a boy with light blue hair. Recognizing the plot, Luo Ya immediately identified the blue-haired boy as Dr. Rondo's son, Xiao Chao. On one side, Xiao Ji and Xiao Chao represented the blue team, while their opponents on the red team were the recently encountered Aaron and Hoda. As per the original storyline, Xiao Ji lent his cold turtle to Xiao Chao, while he sent out his initial partner, Pikachu, to battle against the opposing Blaziken and Blastoise. Due to Xiao Chao's lingering fear of Pokémon, he failed to command the cold turtle promptly, making it difficult for Xiao Ji to manage both Pokémon. Thus, they soon faced defeat. After Xiao Ji and Xiao Chao exited the arena, Luo Ya and his companions also left the spectator area, arriving at the contestant exit. As Ash and Dawn emerged, preparing to approach, they were met by a middle-aged gentleman and a strikingly beautiful lady who stood before them. It was then that Roy recognized their identities as Professor Rondo and his assistant, Miss Yuko. Professor Rondo, beaming with joy, addressed Dawn, saying, "You have finally expressed an interest in participating in Pokémon battles." "No, I found myself there due to a misunderstanding," Dawn promptly denied, her gaze dropping as she hurried away from the confrontation. Subsequently, Roy and his companions learned from Miss Yuko that Dawn harbored a fear of touching Pokémon. "Isn't that just like me?" Lily exclaimed in surprise upon discovering Dawn's trepidation. "You two are afraid to touch Pokémon?" Ash responded, his expression reflecting genuine astonishment at Lily's admission. "Yes, that was in the past," Lily nodded affirmatively. "How did you overcome it?" Yuko asked excitedly. Unlike Dawn, who was merely apprehensive, Lily's fear stemmed from a traumatic incident in her childhood that had caused her memories to be sealed. This incident had led to her body instinctively rejecting contact with Pokémon, two distinct matters altogether. Roy, sensing Yuko's hopeful anticipation, promptly clarified, "Ah, I see. It appears that, judging by Dawn's demeanor, she does not actually dislike Pokémon. Rather, she experiences an instinctive fear. I believe all she needs is an opportunity to regain her confidence." "Indeed." Yuko nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall assist in creating such an opportunity. As long as she becomes friends with me and Pikachu, everything will be fine," Ash declared, eager to offer his help. "I want to help too," chimed in May, Brock, and Max, alongside Lily, expressing their willingness to join in the effort. "Thank you all." Yuko smiled gratefully at the group. Chapter 270. The Visitor from the Rift 2. After resolving to assist Dawn in overcoming her fear of Pokémon, Roy and his companions made their way to Lavaridge City in search of her, who had previously fled from the battle tower. Given that Lavaridge City was a sprawling metropolis, They decided to split into two teams for more efficient searching. Roy, Lily, and Ash formed one group, while Brock, Max, and May comprised the other. Once separated, Roy, Lily, and Ash commenced their search for Dawn throughout the vast city. Laveridge City is so large. Where could she possibly be? Ash voiced his concern for Dawn. Do not worry. We will find her quickly, Lily reassured him, noticing his anxious demeanor. When people encounter distressing situations, they often gravitate towards the lakeside for a stroll. I suspect Dawn might be near the lake at this moment, Roy hinted, recalling her previous actions. That is quite plausible, Ash responded, seizing upon Roy's suggestion as he dashed towards a nearby lake. Let's follow him, Roy said, quickening his pace alongside Lily to keep up with Ash. Thanks to Roy's guidance, Ash found Dawn significantly sooner than in the original narrative, and soon the trio spotted her walking pensively along the lakeshore. Just as Ash was about to approach her, a wild Electrike dashed in front of Dawn, seeking her assistance to rescue a trapped Electrike. Upon witnessing the distressed Electrike, Dawn readily agreed to help, following the creature to a nearby trash bin where they discovered another Electrike stuck inside. After seeing its plight, Dawn found a stick and successfully freed the trapped Electrike, a scene observed by Roy and his companions who had been closely following her. As the rescued Electrike attempted to leap into Dawn's arms to express gratitude, she instinctively recoiled in fear and hurriedly departed. Observing this, Roy and the others swiftly sprang into action to pursue her. Not long after their departure, a well-meaning Snorlax righted the fallen trash bin, picking up an empty bottle from the ground and kicked it effortlessly into the bin. Thankfully, Roy had already moved on, otherwise, he would have surely commended this civic-minded citizen, exclaiming, "This is far more inspiring than the national football team." Following closely behind Dawn, Roy and his companions soon arrived at a botanical garden. Upon entering, they utilized their pass and ascended to a high platform where they spotted Dawn conversing happily with a radiant green entity, none other than the green core of Deoxys. Dawn was animatedly recounting her recent experiences, including the rescue of the Electrike from the trash bin and her battle with Ash. At that moment, Roy suddenly sensed something. Redirecting his gaze from Dawn to the exterior of the botanical garden, through his innate luminescent power, he detected the presence of an entity of immense energy arriving in Laveridge City. Is it the purple core of Deoxys? Is the event finally about to unfold? Roy pondered, realizing it was indeed the purple core of Deoxys. As the Deoxys appeared above Laveridge City, it emitted a dazzling purple aurora, which quickly dissipated. Roy, are you all right? Lily inquired, noticing his change in demeanor. Nothing to worry about. I was merely lost in thought, Roy replied softly, turning his attention back to Dawn. However, he soon noticed that during his momentary distraction, Ash had rushed down to join Dawn. After the aurora vanished, Ash attempted to engage her in conversation. Perhaps the exchange was not fruitful, as Dawn quickly abandoned Ash and continued her flight from the garden. Undeterred, Ash chased after her, prompting Roy to follow suit. When Roy and Lily caught up, they found Ash gripping Dawn's collar, ready to confront her. At that moment, May and the others arrived, swiftly intervening to prevent any escalation. Once the two groups reunited, Brock proposed that they invite Dawn to share a meal to diffuse the tension between her and Ash. After consuming a few bites of their snacks, Dawn, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the gathering Pokémon, hurriedly apologized for the earlier incident and departed in haste. The food that Brock had prepared for their gathering was promptly devoured by the enthusiastic Snorlax, who, with an innocent expression, scratched itself and scampered off, leaving May fuming at the sudden loss of their meal. After witnessing their feast vanish, Roy and his companions tidied up before returning to the Pokémon Center to address their accommodation for the night, where they also encountered Aaron and Dawn's friends. As time passed, darkness enveloped the sky, and golden hues of twilight spread across the horizon. At this juncture, the purple core of Deoxys once again took flight, commencing its search throughout Laveridge City. After a fruitless quest, Deoxys returned to the apex of the battle tower, where night had fully descended. Returning to the conflict atop the tower of Deoxys, the enigmatic creature radiates a mesmerizing purple aurora across the skies once more. With the night cloaked in darkness, the violet lights shimmer beautifully against the backdrop of the obsidian sky. This breathtaking spectacle captures the attention of Roy, Ash, and their companions gathered at the Pokémon Center. "The aurora has appeared again," exclaimed Max, his astonishment echoing from the terrace of the center. "How marvelous!" Ash mirrored his surprise, gazing at the dense tapestry of purple lights above. "It's so beautiful," chimed May and Lily, who were equally enchanted by the captivating scene. Meanwhile, Dawn, seated with her computer, maintained a demeanor of calm akin to Roy's. After conducting a brief analysis, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. This is impossible. But why? Inquired Aaron's sister. Curiosity etched on her face. Auroras are typically visible only at the poles. Why here? Even Dawn found it hard to accept. Isn't it fortunate to witness such a phenomenon? May remarked nonchalantly, her fondness for beauty evident. Our meeting is also a stroke of luck, isn't it, May? Shunta quickly seized the moment to strike up a conversation. I might be rather unlucky, May replied, turning her head away, visibly displeased at the unsolicited attention. Miss Dawn, you are even more beautiful than the Aurora. Brock's flattery was more audacious than Shunta's. Emboldened by the stunning scenery, he brazenly continued his advances toward Dawn. Observing this, Roy, who had long been tempted to tug at Brock's ears, acted decisively. He approached Brock and, with a firm grip, pulled him aside to regain his composure. What are you doing, Roy? Brock protested, irritation lacing his voice. Seeing how Max and Misty handle such situations piqued my curiosity, Roy shrugged nonchalantly. You rascal. Brock rolled his eyes in response. Meanwhile, Ash was joined by Aaron, who proposed they engage in another battle. The previously vanished Sho also returned to the Pokémon Center with a box of cookies, ready to share the treats prepared by Yuko. Subsequently, everyone released their Pokémon in the park of the center, indulging in playful activities. After releasing his Pokémon, Roy reflected wistfully. This is the final moment of tranquility. Chapter 271, The Visitor from the Rift. In contrast to Roy's joyous gathering, the trio from Team Rocket, who had clandestinely followed them, found themselves beset by misfortune, tormented by hunger. As Roy and his friends drifted into slumber, the violet core of Deoxys continued its relentless search for its companions throughout LaRue City. Yet its efforts yielded no results. The persistent energy fluctuations caused by Deoxys's actions were soon detected by Rayquaza, dwelling in the ozone layer. Upon realizing Deoxys's lingering presence, Rayquaza soared toward LaRue City, following the trail of energy. Is my friend here? This must be the botanical garden. After a final peaceful night, an exuberant Sho rose early, eager to lead Roy and the others to the botanical garden previously visited by Ash and himself, intending to introduce his friend to his new companions. Bathed in morning light, Sho guided the group to the botanical garden in LaRue City. After passing through the entrance, they arrived at a tranquil lakeside within the garden. With a radiant smile, Sho called out to the surroundings, "Come out. I want to introduce my friends to you." At his beckoning, a luminous green entity emerged from a corner of the garden, floating gracefully before the group. Is this Sho's friend? Ash was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the sentient light. What is this? Max, equally intrigued, expressed his curiosity. After a brief introduction, Aaron, Shunta, and Dawn released their Pokémon to interact with the glowing entity, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Just as Roy was engaging amicably with the radiant being, alarms blared throughout LaRue City, signaling the imminent approach of Rayquaza. Deoxys, still scouring the city for its companions. Since the arrival of Rayquaza, under the pressure of Rayquaza's presence, Deoxys's patience waned, prompting it to unleash its psychic abilities in a frantic search for its allies. Any equipment struck by Deoxys's energy suffered severe malfunctions. This alarming situation soon caught the attention of Dr. Rondo, Sho's father, who informed Miss Junsha in the central control room. Deoxys has manifested in this city, which is why Rayquaza has arrived. The presence of two legendary Pokémon within her jurisdiction left Miss Junsha in a state of distress. If a confrontation were to erupt between Rayquaza and Deoxys in LaRue City, it would result in catastrophic consequences, necessitating immediate evacuation for the populace. Dr. Rondo's expression darkened at the realization of the impending crisis. I understand. After grasping the situation, Miss Junsha promptly activated the emergency evacuation system. As the emergency protocols initiated in LaRue City, all robotic units swiftly mobilized, guiding residents to board trains and ships for evacuation. Before long, the city alarms reached the botanical garden, capturing everyone's attention. What is happening? Ash, a newcomer to LaRue City, queried, perplexed. It sounds like an alarm. What could it be? Aaron, familiar with the city, shared in the confusion. I sense two powerful energies approaching the city. This must be the cause of the alarm. Roy stated after a moment of concentration. Powerful energies? What does that mean? Ash, unable to comprehend Roy's words, anxiously pressed for clarification. We'll find out if we step outside. Roy replied with calm assurance. Following his suggestion, everyone gathered at the entrance of the botanical garden, eager to see what lay beyond. However, despite their attempts to swipe their access cards, the doors remained unresponsive. It seems the system has crashed, Aaron deduced, realizing they were trapped inside the garden. Leave this to me, Roy declared, retrieving a pokeball and tossing it into the air, summoning his Bastiodon. After signaling the others to step back from the door, Roy commanded, "Bastiodon, use ram." At Roy's command, Bastiodon charged at the glass doors, shattering them with a resounding crash, allowing Roy and the others to escape the botanical garden. Meanwhile, Dr. Rondo, also searching for his son Sho, was swept away by the panicking crowd and ended up in the river, narrowly escaping disaster thanks to the timely intervention of Miss Junsha from Hoenn. However, at an exit in the city of Larousse, the purple cord Deoxys suddenly descended, unleashing countless clones to ensnare vast numbers of humans. Among those unfortunate souls, the notorious trio of Team Rocket, who had been plagued with misfortune since entering Larousse, were the first to be captured by the purple cord Deoxys. Meanwhile, the ever-journeying Rayquaza arrived above Larousse, unleashing a devastating hyper beam upon the city, heralding the commencement of a cataclysmic clash between the legendary Pokémon. Upon sensing Rayquaza's impending assault, the purple cord Deoxys swiftly shifted into a defensive mode, channeling its immense psychic prowess to conjure a formidable barrier that enveloped the entirety of Larousse. Subsequently, the purple cord Deoxys vanished into the heart of the city. This psychic shield effectively barred Rayquaza from breaching the city's defenses. No matter how fiercely Rayquaza charged, it could not shatter the barrier, inciting its fury as it relentlessly attempted to destroy it. Observing Rayquaza's futile struggle, the purple cord Deoxys delved deeper into Larousse, continuing its campaign of capture, ensnaring both humans and Pokémon alike without exception. As Ash and his companions prepared to step outside the botanical garden after opening its gates, a shadow loomed overhead. "Wait, don't go out." Roya urgently halted the group, who, upon being restrained, sensed the focus of the purple cord Deoxys upon them. Having witnessed the battle between Rayquaza and Deoxys, Little Chow immediately recognized the identity of the threat, that is Deoxys. The purple cord Deoxys manifested numerous clones, which surged toward the group with malicious intent. "This is bad, everyone. Hurry inside." Roya, seeing the approaching clones, positioned himself at the forefront, commanding his Boscadora to fend off the assailants. Under Roya's spirited exhortations, Lily and the others swiftly retreated into the botanical garden, while under Chow's guidance, Brock and Lily made their way toward other exits. "We'll handle things from here." Roya, Ash, Alan, and the uncaptured Juntai formed a final line of defense against the oncoming clones. Chapter 272, The Visitor from the Sky. Jirachi, unleash Thunderbolt. As the last bastion, Roya recalled his somewhat sluggish Boscadora and deployed his ace Pokémon, joining Ash and Alan in repelling the assaults of Deoxys's clones. Once informed that Brock and the others had entered a secret passage, Roya and his companions swiftly dispatched a wave of clones and quickly exited the fray, making their way into the emergency evacuation route, eventually leaving the botanical garden. However, they soon encountered a figure that left Chow astounded. "Chow, Miss Yuko." Chow exclaimed in surprise at the sight of Yuko, who had always cared for him and served as his father's assistant. Under Yuko's guidance, the group followed her to a concealed location, an underground research facility, where they would commence their journey of refuge. The barrier encircled the entire city, rendering both exit and entry impossible, and communication with the outside world had been severed. The power supply had switched to a backup source, plunging the city's systems into complete dysfunction. Inside the research facility, Yuko, visibly anxious, elaborated on the current predicament to the group. Most critically, Pokeballs had ceased to function. At this moment, the ever-reliant Codone discovered that her Pokeball was unusable. However, the luxurious balls provided by the system, which Roya had been using, remained unaffected, still operational. "Roya," whispered the inexperienced Lily, her voice tinged with fear, "what exactly was that Deoxys?" After a brief silence, Ash suddenly directed his question toward Yuko. "That Pokemon is an extraterrestrial being. For years ago, a meteorite fell in the Arctic, from which a new Pokemon was born. Dr. Lundo named this Pokemon Deoxys. At that time, Rayquaza appeared abruptly and launched an attack, likely perceiving Deoxys as an intruder, resulting in Deoxys being overwhelmed and vanishing into the depths of the ocean." Yuko began recounting the events that transpired in the Arctic. Rayquaza is the guardian of the skies, residing in Earth's ozone layer, which it considers its territory. It does not permit any beings from outer space to enter Earth, and often destroys meteors that accidentally breach the atmosphere. At this juncture, Roya also took the opportunity to enlighten the group about Rayquaza. So, Rayquaza perceived Deoxys as an invader, prompting its attack. Roya elucidated, leading the group to a collective understanding. "But why did that Deoxys?" Brock inquired hastily. "I suspect that the Deoxys which was defeated has undergone a lengthy regeneration process. Yuko responded to Brock's question. Regeneration? Lily, leaning against Roya, expressed her disbelief. Deoxys possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, Dr. Lundo, and we are currently researching this phenomenon. In response to Lily's probing, Yuko elaborated further. Research? So you possess a core of Deoxys? Upon hearing Yuko's words, Roya immediately grasped the crux of the matter and squinted at her. Indeed, after that battle, Dr. Lundo brought back the green core and commenced his research on it. Yuko revealed after a moment of silence prompted by Roya's inquiry. So, the purple core Deoxys has come seeking its partner. The truth began to dawn upon the group. Indeed, from the very beginning, the purple core Deoxys sought only to find its companion. When Rayquaza arrived, it sensed danger, which is why it resorted to such extreme measures in its search. Roya shared his insights. Thus, if we return that green core to it, the Deoxys will depart from Larus. Upon hearing this, Alan immediately reacted, exactly. Roya nodded and asked Yuko, where's that green core? It is within this laboratory, Yuko replied. Then hand it over to me. I shall take care of the ensuing matters, Roya stated, gazing intently at Yuko. But Yuko still harbored reservations about Roya. Do not worry. Roya is exceptionally powerful, and he is also an alliance investigator, Ash affirmed with unwavering trust in Roya. An alliance investigator? How impressive. The others, including Chao, Alan, Juntai, and Kodon, exhibited expressions of astonishment at Roya's identity. Then please follow me. Yuko, seeing their reactions, reluctantly acquiesced. Just as they prepared to leave, an unexpected noise emanated from the ventilation shaft, instantly heightening the group's vigilance. Amidst their watchful gazes, a Plusle, a Minun, and a Snorlax emerged from the vent. Upon recognizing these three Pokémon, the group exhaled in relief and continued to follow Yuko toward the laboratory. After a short while, Yuko led the group to the lowest level of the laboratory, which housed the regeneration chamber for Deoxys. Upon entering the lab, the group beheld a green crystal formed from Deoxys. Is this the core of Deoxys? The crowd gazed in astonishment at the crystal resting upon the experimental platform. As their eyes were fixed upon the core, a luminescent green entity soared forth from within, hovering before them. It was none other than the companion of little Chao, whom they had encountered not long ago. I believe it to be Dialga, Lily declared, unveiling the true identity of the glowing figure, which was indeed another Dialga. Our next task is to facilitate the regeneration of this Dialga, Roya announced to the assembly. This Dialga is all alone and must feel exceedingly lonely. Thus, we must ensure its rebirth. Little Chao reflected, empathizing with the solitary Dialga. Indeed, once it finds a companion, it shall undoubtedly return, Ash chimed in, coming to the same realization. However, Ms. Yuko promptly voiced the current predicament. Activating the equipment here cannot rely solely on the existing backup power. We shall find a solution for the power issue, Aaron proclaimed, stepping forth to uplift spirits. Let us set the wind power plant into motion. Only in this manner can we procure ample energy to regenerate the Dialga, Kodon suggested from the sidelines. In truth, it need not be so complicated. The regeneration of Dialga requires merely sufficient energy, Roya interjected, shaking his head as he expressed his perspective. But where shall we acquire this ample energy? Lilia inquired, her curiosity piqued by Roya's statement, while Ash and the others regarded him with puzzled expressions. It is this, Roya replied, producing a purple Pokeball and smiling at the assembly. This is a Master Ball. I've never seen one before, Ash remarked, his curiosity evident upon encountering the legendary item for the first time. Indeed, this is a Master Ball, a highly rare type of Pokeball, Ms. Yuko, as an assistant to Professor Rondo, recognized it immediately. Upon hearing her words, the others, possessing knowledge of the Master Ball, displayed expressions of astonishment, casting incredulous glances at Roya. They understood that a Pokémon contained within a Master Ball was typically quite rare, and given its potential to inject energy into Dialga's core, it implied that this Master Ball housed a legendary creature, a notion shared by everyone present, save for Ash and Little Yao. Leave the rest to me, Roya said, meeting the gazes fixed upon him with a calm smile, as he approached the verdant core. His decision to assist Dialga in regaining energy was primarily spurred by a response from Ultra Necrozma. Upon learning that Dialga's regeneration necessitated energy, a voice resonated within Roya's heart. I can assist with that. Upon hearing Ultra Necrozma's voice, Roya quelled his restlessness, inwardly questioning, will this have any adverse effects on you? He was concerned that should Ultra Necrozma transfer energy, it might render him temporarily weakened, risking the loss of luminosity if too much energy was expended. These humans have already channeled substantial energy into this core, so I do not require a great deal for myself. It will not impact me adversely, Ultra Necrozma clarified. Understanding Roya's hesitation. I see, Roya replied, feeling reassured, and he stepped forward. Liliai, do you know what Pokémon is contained within Roya's Master Ball? Little Yao inquired. Curiosity evident in her tone. I do not know. Roya has never disclosed that information to me, Liliai responded, shaking her head. As Roya approached the core, he aimed the Master Ball at the green core resting on the apparatus. Amidst the crowd's intrigued gazes, a golden beam of light erupted from the Master Ball, streaming unceasingly towards the green core until it seamlessly entered, causing the core to radiate with dazzling brilliance. What is this? The spectators were utterly astonished by the spectacle, some even unable to close their mouths in disbelief. After a moment of energy infusion from the Master Ball, the transmission ceased automatically, just as the crowd began to speak. The green core erupted into a resplendent glow. What a brilliant light! Amidst the verdant luminescence, the onlookers discerned a vague silhouette, which gradually expanded within the radiance. At last, when the light dissipated, a Dialga, nearly identical to the one they had encountered in the city, materialized before them, albeit with a green core, contrasting the purple one outside. Splendid! We have succeeded at last. Ash and his companions erupted in joyous exclamations at the revival of the Dialga with the green core. Little Chow, a longtime friend of Dialga, gazed at the newly revived creature with heartfelt emotion, oblivious to the electric Pokémon perched on his shoulder, as a joyous smile graced his face. Dialga, is it truly you? Upon hearing Little Chow's words, the green core Dialga released a dazzling display of emerald auroras, enveloping both Little Chow and Roya in a gesture of camaraderie. It is now time to reunite with your companions and depart from here, Dialga. Roya gently urged the green core Dialga. In response, the Dialga dissipated the radiant aura surrounding them, emanating a soft blue glow as it employed the psychic move, lifting Roya and Little Chow aloft before soaring out of the laboratory. Upon reaching the city, the green core Dialga was swiftly detected by the purple core Dialga, which was scouring the area, and it hastened to approach. As it set Roya and Little Chow down on a high rooftop, both Dialgas unleashed their respective colored auras, initiating a silent communion between them. Meanwhile, Roya observed closely, discerning that both Dialgas possessed the strength of a level 2 deity, while the destructive Lycanroc outside the barrier was also at the pinnacle of level 2, yet had not ascended to level 1. A plausible explanation for its brash demeanor in the original narrative, as it had yet to reach its zenith. After a time of communion, both Dialgas soared to the rooftop where Roya and Little Chow stood, their cores glimmering faintly, as if conveying a message to them. With the brilliance of light within him, Roya quickly understood that this was an expression of gratitude from both Dialgas. He shook his head with a smile and addressed them. There is no need for thanks. It is time for you to return to your rightful places. Following his words, Roya noticed the rampant Lycanroc outside the barrier and continued, you should leave promptly. Do not engage with Lycanroc again, for it may cause significant destruction to Lara City. Indeed, now that your companion has been found, it is time for you to return home, Little Chow added with a warm smile directed at the green core Dialga. Upon hearing Roya and Little Chow's words, both Dialgas nodded in agreement, subsequently dissolving the barrier cloaking Lara City before ascending into the sky, preparing to depart. Professor Rondo, the barrier over Lara City has vanished. Miss Junsha was the first to notice the peculiarities on the outskirts of LaRue City, promptly addressing Dr. Rondo beside her. This is splendid. Upon learning this, a smile graced Dr. Rondo's face. At that moment, the legendary Rayquaza, unimpeded by any barriers, descended upon the two Deoxys hovering above, unleashing a devastating hyper beam aimed directly at them. Fortunately, the Deoxys had transformed into their defensive forms, successfully withstanding the onslaught. This is bad. Deoxys is engaging Rayquaza again. At this juncture, Roy and his companions, including Ash who had just emerged from the laboratory, looked on with concern at the imminent clash. Without hesitation, Roy mounted his Dragonite and positioned himself between Deoxys and Rayquaza, striving to halt their conflict. Rayquaza, they have merely strayed onto this planet. Allow them to depart peacefully and cease this quarrel. Upon witnessing Roy's intervention, Rayquaza, momentarily taken aback, let out a roar, indicating Roy should leave. If you insist on continuing this dispute, then I shall be your opponent, Roy declared, brandishing a Master Ball containing Ultra Necrozma towards Rayquaza. As Rayquaza sensed the formidable power of Ultra Necrozma, its once volatile temperament began to subside, for it had only experienced such strength in a unique member of its own kind. Observing Rayquaza's waning desire for battle, the two Deoxys exchanged silent communication with Roy before ascending into the sky, ultimately vanishing from the Azure planet. After witnessing the departure of the Deoxys, Rayquaza cast a lingering glance at Roy, and with a resounding roar, a verdant orb materialized in Roy's hand. This is a green orb. Roy instantly recognized the precious gift from Rayquaza, casting a look of astonishment and curiosity at it. However, Rayquaza offered no explanation, instead soaring towards the ozone layer until it faded from view. Once Rayquaza had vanished, Roy gathered his thoughts, stowed the green orb into his system space, and then returned to the ground atop Dragonite, joining Lilia and the others. "I'm back." Roy greeted the radiant figure before him with a smile. "Welcome back," Lilia replied, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Chapter 274. Arrival in Verdanturf Town. Are you all departing? At the LaRue City train station, Xiao Xiao and Aaron had gathered to bid farewell to Roy and Ash. "Indeed, we must continue our challenge journey across the Hoenn region and cannot linger here for long." Ash, all geared up, replied to Xiao Xiao. "I still have 2 gyms left to challenge alongside Ash, so we must set off," Roy added. "Then we can only see you off here," Aaron said, accompanied by his 2 sisters. "Good luck with the upcoming gym battles and the Hoenn League." Xiao Xiao cheerfully encouraged Roy and Ash. "We will," Ash nodded in affirmation. "I will miss you, Xiao Yao." The chubby boy, Tai, expressed his reluctance toward Xiao Yao, attempting to embrace her. "But I'm fine with it." Xiao Yao nimbly dodged the hug and retorted, "Well then, we shall take our leave." At that moment, the train announced its imminent departure, prompting Roy to bid farewell to the friends he had made in LaRue City. "Farewell." Lilia and Ash waved goodbye to Aaron and his party before boarding the train, embarking once more on their journey to challenge the Hoenn region. Unlike before, upon arriving at the station, Roy and Lilia did not travel together with Ash and the others as they had done in Verdanturf City. Instead, they parted ways directly at the station. Once separated from the group, Roy and Lilia set their sights on their next destination, Suijing City. "Why aren't you traveling with Ash and the others?" Lilia inquired as they walked along the path. "It's because Ash has encountered some troubles. Aside from the constant interference from Team Rocket, he often loses his way," Roy replied, slightly exasperated at the thought. After all, Ash was notorious not only for being a master of legendary Pokémon, but also for his chronic tardiness and propensity to get lost. While Roy appreciated the title of Master of Legendary Pokémon, he preferred to avoid the other 2 monikers. "I see." Lilia quickly grasped Roy's reasoning, recalling their time traveling with Ash, which elicited an involuntary smile from her lips. After the initial interlude, the remainder of the journey unfolded as Roy and Lilia made their way to Suijing City. Throughout their travels, they trained their Pokémon while engaging in battles with various trainers they encountered along the road, significantly enhancing their Pokémon's abilities. After several days of travel, Roy and Lilia finally arrived in Suijing City. "Shall we linger here in Suijing City?" Lilia asked Roy upon their arrival. "Just for a day, tomorrow. We'll catch a boat from the Suijing City dock to Verdanturf Town," Roy explained his itinerary. "I understand," Lilia nodded, a smile gracing her face as she gently suggested, "Then let us spend the rest of today shopping together." "Very well," Roy conceded to Lilia's irresistible tone. Thus, the 2 spent their time strolling through Suijing City, taking the opportunity to procure supplies. Early the next morning, Roy and Lilia arrived promptly at the Suijing City dock, boarding a vessel bound for Verdanturf Town. Verdanturf Town is situated on an island encircled by the sea in the eastern part of the Hoenn region. The town is renowned for its Verdanturf Space Center, primarily dedicated to the research and development of various rockets for space exploration. After a considerable journey over water, the ship carrying Roy and Lilia finally docked at Verdanturf Town. Once the vessel was secured, they disembarked, merging with the throng of passengers and setting foot on the soil of Verdanturf Town. "We have finally arrived in Verdanturf Town. What a journey it has been," Lilia reflected, recalling their relentless travels with a tone of wonder. "Shall we challenge the Verdanturf gym now?" Lilia inquired after her moment of reflection. "Let us rest at the Pokémon Center for the night. After such a long journey, we deserve a break. We can visit the gym tomorrow." Roy pondered for a moment before responding to Lilia. "Then let us head to the Pokémon Center first." Agreeing with Roy's suggestion, they confirmed the location of the Pokémon Center and proceeded in that direction. En route to the Pokémon Center, Lilia suddenly turned to Roy and asked, "Roy, do you have any knowledge of the Verdanturf gym?" "Of course, this is an essential task for any challenger before embarking on their journey," Roy replied with a smile, secretly contemplating, "except for someone, of course." "What kind of gym is the Verdanturf gym?" Lilia queried with curiosity about the establishment, prompting her to seek out Roy's insights. Greenridge Gym specialized in Psychic-type Pokémon. The gym trainers were twins named Fong and Nan, who primarily used Psychic-type Pokémon. The gym challenge followed a unique doubles battle format. Roa shared the information he had learned in advance with Lilia. Doubles battle. This reminds me of the battles I had with Oscar and Andrew before, Lilia said, recalling the matches against the couple. This time it's different. I'll be challenging 2 gym trainers by myself, Roa said with a smile, highlighting the difference. I understand. Lilia nodded in response. With that, Roa and Lilia chatted as they made their way to the Pokémon Center in Greenridge City, where they rested for the night. The next morning, after breakfast, Roa and Lilia arrived at Greenridge Gym, ready for the challenge. This is Greenridge Gym? Lilia asked, looking at the circular building. Yes. Let us go in, Roa confirmed, checking the gym's emblem, then led Lilia inside as the challenge was about to begin. Chapter 275, Greenridge Gym Battle. Who are you? A gentle voice called out as Roa and Lilia stepped into the gym. They looked toward the voice and saw a woman with short blue hair and glasses. Her appearance calm and kind. I'm Roa from the Alola region, and this is my girlfriend, Lilia. We're here to challenge the gym, Roa said, stating their purpose. Oh, so you're here for a gym challenge? Then follow me, the woman replied, leading them deeper into the gym. On the way, they learned from her that she was the mother of Fong and Nan. Fong, Nan, we have challengers, she called out to her children, who were training inside the gym. Got it. Fong and Nan stopped their training and answered in unison. I'm Fong. My name is Nan. After introducing themselves, Fong and Nan led Roa and Lilia to the battle arena inside Greenridge Gym. This planet? Lilia exclaimed, stunned by the sight upon entering the arena. Yes. Besides the basic ground, even the floating planets count as part of our battle arena, explained Fong and Nan's mother. I see, Roa nodded, understanding the layout. I'll act as the referee for this gym challenge, she added. No problem, Roa, Fong, and Nan replied in unison. The upcoming gym battle will be a doubles match under modified rules. Gym trainers Fong and Nan will use Solrock and Lunatone. The challenger will use 2 Pokémon. During the match, neither side may switch their Pokémon. Do you understand? Fong and Nan's mother announced the rules. Yes, all 3 responded. The battle would continue until one side lost both Pokémon. This is my first time seeing a battle arena like this. It's quite interesting, Roa said with a smile after hearing the rules. Go, Solrock. Fong sent out his Solrock. Lunatone, it's your turn. Then sent out her Lunatone. Pokémon details, Solrock, Rock Psychic, Levitate, level 36, semi-champion tier. Moves, Tackle, Confusion, Rock Throw, Hypnosis, Zen Headbutt, Extrasensory, Rock Blast. Lunatone, Rock Psychic, Levitate, level 36, semi-champion tier. Moves, Rock Throw, Confusion, Extrasensory, Ice Beam, Moonlight, Light Screen, Doom Desire. Level 36 Solrock and Lunatone? Then I'll rely on you, Blaziken and Sceptile. Seeing their opponents, Roa sent out his starter Pokémon, Blaziken and Sceptile. You actually have both starters? That is impressive. Fong and Nan were surprised. Having even one starter Pokémon was rare for trainers, let alone 2. Just lucky, I guess, Roa said with a light smile. Let the match begin. Fong and Nan's mother raised the flag, signaling the start of the battle. Solrock, use Tackle. Lunatone, Tackle as well. At their command, Solrock and Lunatone charged at Roa's Blaziken and Sceptile. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. Sceptile, Leaf Blade. Roa immediately ordered his Pokémon in response. Blaziken's fiery kicks slammed into Solrock, while Sceptile's extended leaf, infused with grass energy, slashed toward Lunatone. The 4 Pokémon clashed, creating ripples across the arena. After a brief standoff, Solrock and Lunatone were pushed back. Solrock Lunatone, use Teleport. Fong and Nan commanded, noticing their Pokémon were about to crash into the floating planets. Solrock and Lunatone vanished instantly, avoiding disaster, and reappeared safely next to their trainers, eyes locked on Blaziken and Sceptile, now wary of their opponent's strength. Blaziken, use Flamethrower on Solrock, Roa ordered. Blaziken released a stream of intense flames towards Solrock. Lunatone, Light Screen, Nan commanded. Lunatone positioned itself in front of Solrock and generated a transparent wall, blocking Blaziken's flames. Solrock, Flamethrower. Fong seized the moment. Solrock emerged from behind Lunatone and unleashed a stream of high-temperature fire at Sceptile. King Lizard unleashed the Dragon Pulse. Unfazed by the flames that countered him, King Lizard, under Roy's command, promptly released a white Dragon Pulse, striking against the fiery barrage and overpowering it. Moonstone utilized Ice Beam. Fortunately, Nan swiftly issued a command to Moonstone, sparing Sunstone from peril. Sunstone Moonstone, employ Psychic. After exchanging glances, Fong and Nan each directed their commands at their respective Pokémon. As the 2 Pokémon unleashed their psychic attacks, the 2 floating planets were immediately controlled and sent crashing toward Fire Chicken and King Lizard. Fire Chicken, unleash a million-ton punch. King Lizard, use your most powerful leaf blade. Watching the two planets hurtle toward him, Roy promptly commanded his Pokémon. Under the two Pokémon's formidable moves, the planets were shattered, causing no harm to Fire Chicken and King Lizard. Just then, Fong and Nan launched a surprise attack, directing their moves at Roy's Pokémon. Chapter 276, Acquiring the Mind Badge. Sunstone, unleash Solar Flare. Moonstone, Ice Beam. Seizing the opportunity while Roy's Fire Chicken and King Lizard were preoccupied with the destruction of the planets, Fong and Nan called out to their Sunstone and Moonstone. Upon hearing their voices, Sunstone and Moonstone aimed at Fire Chicken, unleashing Solar Flare and Ice Beam. This could spell disaster. If these attacks connected, Fire Chicken would surely be incapacitated. Watching this unfold, Lily-Eye's expression turned serious. This is bad. Roy, too, felt urgency mounting. Yet he found himself powerless to avert the impending crisis, helplessly watching as the two attacks approached Fire Chicken. However, the outcome surprised everyone present, including the referee, Fong and Nan's mother, and Roy's Pokémon, who were momentarily stunned. Miraculously, the Solar Flare from Sunstone and the Ice Beam from Moonstone collided midair, dissipating without inflicting any damage upon Fire Chicken. That was dangerously close. Lily-Eye exhaled in relief as she witnessed the attacks miss their target. Don't hinder me. From the angle just now, you should have attacked King Lizard. Fong reproached his sister Nan. No, it was your Sunstone that should have been targeting King Lizard, Nan retorted, not holding back. Observing this exchange, Fong and Nan's mother felt a sense of helplessness. As the referee, she could not interject with comments related to the battle. Thus, she could only watch the siblings with an exasperated expression. An opportunity arises. Fire Chicken, charge up for Flame Burst and attack Moonstone. King Lizard, launch Energy Ball at Sunstone. Seizing the distraction caused by Fong and Nan's argument, Roy commanded both Fire Chicken and King Lizard. Following his orders, Fire Chicken enveloped itself in flames and charged toward Moonstone, while King Lizard gathered energy in its mouth, forming a vibrant green energy ball that it hurled toward Sunstone. Without the guidance of Fong and Nan, Fire Chicken's flame burst and King Lizard's energy ball struck true, sending Sunstone and Moonstone flying. Taking advantage of our quarrel to strike, Moonstone unleashed Tackle. Nan, displeased with Roy's sudden assault, shouted at Moonstone. As soon as her command was issued, Moonstone lunged toward King Lizard with Tackle. Sunstone, execute Psychic. At Fang's behest, Sunstone employed Psychic to temporarily immobilize King Lizard, allowing it to evade Moonstone's strike. However, King Lizard summoned all its strength and broke free from Sunstone's control. What are you doing? I was attacking King Lizard. Nan expressed her frustration at Fang's interference. I merely restrained King Lizard to facilitate your attack. It was your aim that faltered, not mine. Fong protested, feeling slighted that Nan did not appreciate his assistance. It seems your synergy needs improvement, Roy noted with a hint of amusement as he observed the unfolding drama. Clearly, the rapport between these two still requires enhancement. Lily-Eye watched the siblings bicker with an expression of resignation. Now, I shall not hold back any longer. With their quarrel still ongoing, Roy launched his counterattack. Fire Chicken, unleash Million-Ton Punch against Moonstone. King Lizard, execute Leaf Blade on Sunstone. At Roy's command, Fire Chicken and King Lizard instantly obeyed. Fire Chicken gathered immense power in its fist and struck down upon the floating Moonstone. Meanwhile, King Lizard swung its elongated green tail, releasing a flurry of glimmering green leaves that soared towards Sunstone. Under the onslaught of Fire Chicken and King Lizard's formidable moves, both Sunstone and Moonstone were struck down, crashing to the ground with dazed expressions, having lost their fighting capabilities. Sunstone and Moonstone have been rendered unable to battle. Thus, victory belongs to Fire Chicken and King Lizard. Fong and Nan's mother announced the final outcome. It appears your teamwork requires further refinement. After fulfilling her role as referee, she addressed her children. I understand. In the face of defeat, both Fong and Nan acknowledged their shortcomings. Come back and rest, Fire Chicken and King Lizard. After the match, Roy withdrew them into their Pokeballs. Fong and Nan, having returned their Sunstone and Moonstone, approached Roy, with Fong speaking first. We lost this battle. Our cooperation was far from perfect. Next time will be different. Nan nodded, affirming her brother's sentiment. Let us battle again when the opportunity arises. Roy smiled at Fong and Nan. Agreed, they replied in unison. It's settled then, Roy nodded. By the way, here is the proof of your victory. Please accept this mind badge. Nan produced a pink heart-shaped mind badge and presented it to Roy. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Roy accepted the badge and placed it in his badge case. After bidding farewell to the gym leaders Fong and Nan, Roy departed the Green Ridge Gym alongside Lily-Eye. On their journey back to the Pokémon Center, Lily congratulated Roy with a smile. Congratulations on acquiring your 7th gym badge. Now only one remains. Once you obtain it, you will secure your ticket to the colorful tournament. Roy gazed at the 7 badges nestled in his case. What is the next badge? Lily inquired. The next is the Raindrop badge from Liu City, Roy promptly replied. Then let us hasten to secure that final badge, Lily declared, her fists clenched in determination. Indeed. Thus, the two continued their conversation as they made their way back to the Pokémon Center. That night, Roy began reflecting on the formidable items he had encountered in the previous cities. Upon signing in at the Lush City, Luoya received a sharp bird beak, 5 luxury balls, and 1 million Alliance coins. At La City, he obtained a Mega Stone for Blastoise and 5 million Alliance coins, while in Shuijing City, he acquired a premium water stone and 1 million Alliance coins. In Green Ridge City, he received a twisted soup pot, 5 healing potions, and 700,000 Alliance coins. When the system reported the items acquired during the sign-ins at Luoya's inquiry, he found the results fairly satisfactory. After reviewing the items, Luoya closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. However, tranquility was abruptly shattered the following day while Luoya and Lily AI were resting in Green Ridge City, as an unexpected phone call disrupted their peaceful respite. Chapter 277, Infiltrating Team Magma. After defeating the gym trainers Feng and Nan at the Green Ridge Gym, Luoya and Lily AI intended to take a well-deserved day of rest in the city. Yet, contrary to Luoya's expectations, their leisurely outing was abruptly interrupted by a sudden phone call while they were strolling through the streets. Annoyed by the disturbance, Luoya retrieved his phone from his pocket, and as anticipated, it was Yulongdu reaching out. Reflecting on the recent events, Luoya quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, Luoya promptly answered the call, and Du's face appeared on the screen. With a habitual jest, Luoya remarked, "Isn't this our esteemed flying-type champion, Mr. Du? What brings you to seek the assistance of a mere clerk like me?" Lily AI, who had been curious about the caller, quickly deduced the identity of the caller upon hearing Luoya's playful address, and she stifled a giggle. "I've told you countless times, I am the dragon-type champion, not the flying type." Upon hearing the title of flying-type champion, Du's expression stiffened, and he retorted with irritation. "Then tell me, among the Pokémon you possess, do you have more flying types or dragon types?" Luoya smirked at Du's stubbornness. Caught off guard by Luoya's comment, Du momentarily faltered. Observing Du's awkward expression on the screen, Luoya couldn't help but chuckle. "Enough with the laughter. I have a pressing matter that requires your assistance," Du interrupted, his frustration palpable. "What has happened?" Luoya inquired, noticing the seriousness etched on Du's face, prompting him to cease his laughter and adopt a more solemn tone. According to reports from the Alliance's scouts, Team Magma has captured the ancient Pokémon Kyogre from the Hoenn region, while Team Aqua has seized another ancient Pokémon, Groudon. They plan to exchange them at a designated location. Du detailed the mission. Groudon and Kyogre? Have these organizations grown so formidable? Luoya raised an eyebrow upon hearing the news. They took advantage of Groudon and Kyogre's slumber to capture them, and I believe they have obtained the blue orb and red orb capable of controlling them, Du stated gravely. "What do you suggest?" Luoya asked. "Do I want you to infiltrate Team Magma with me? Bide your time, and together we will capture Team Magma's leader, Maxie, and Team Aqua's leader, Archie, and then release the 2 captured ancient Pokémon." Du articulated the plan. "I understand." Luoya nodded in agreement. "I will await your arrival in Shuijing City. I hope you reach there swiftly," Du instructed. "I will make haste," Luoya affirmed. After hanging up the phone, as he was about to converse with Lily AI, he noticed her covering his mouth, a strained smile gracing her lips as she said, "I know what you intend to say. You should hurry and undertake your mission." "Understood," Luoya replied after observing her for a moment. "I will remain here, waiting for your return," Lily AI assured him. "Rest assured, for I am its guardian." Luoya consoled Lily AI, who was concerned for him. Upon hearing this, Lily AI recalled the Pokeball Luoya had shown in La City, and out of curiosity, she inquired, "What Pokemon is it?" To reassure Lily AI, lifting Roya and Little Chow aloft Luoya before revealed its true soaring out of the laboratory by identity. "It is the Ultra Necrozma, the radiant deity of our Alola region." Upon reaching the city, the green core Dialga, radiant was deity, swiftly detected by the purple core Dialga. Lily AI was momentarily taken aback by Luoya's words, but a wave of relief soon washed over her. After bidding farewell to Lily AI, Luoya swiftly departed Green Ridge City atop his Pidgeot, racing towards Shuijing City. After several hours of flight, he met up with Du in Shuijing City. "What shall we do next?" Luoya asked Du, who was in disguise. "Of course, We will infiltrate Team Magma and wait for the right moment. Luoya outlined the operational plan. But how do we infiltrate? Luoya shot a glance at Du, who seemed to have left that detail unsaid. I have already prepared for this. We simply need to disguise ourselves as Team Magma members, Du replied, producing 2 sets of Team Magma uniforms and handing one to Luoya. I believe it would be better to storm in, Luoya suggested. Looking at the uniform Du had presented, that would arouse suspicion. After all, we do not know where they are hiding Groudon and Kyogre. If we corner them, they might awaken the Pokémon, and that would be troublesome, Du countered. Very well, Luoya conceded, accepting the Team Magma uniform. Once they had changed into their Team Magma outfits and performed some rudimentary disguising, Luoya followed Du as they cautiously slipped into a secret base of Team Magma located near Shueijing City, preparing to lie in wait. As they entered the base, a stern voice suddenly boomed from behind them. What are you two doing here instead of attending the meeting? Startled by the voice, Luoya and Du turned to see a Team Magma squad leader approaching. Apologies, Captain. We were in the restroom when the boss called for the meeting, so we couldn't make it in time. Luoya quickly concocted an excuse. I see. Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but do not let it happen again, understood? The squad leader admonished sternly. We understand, Captain. Both Luoya and Du nodded vigorously. The meeting hasn't started yet. Follow me, the squad leader instructed after checking the time. Yes, Luoya and Du exchanged glances before hastily following the squad leader deeper into the secret base. Chapter 278, The Misfortunate Ash and Company. Thus, Luoya and Du successfully infiltrated Team Magma's secret base, guided by the squad leader, and continued deeper into the facility. After walking for a while, they arrived at a large chamber filled with Team Magma members, seamlessly blending into the crowd alongside the squad leader. You two, stand still and wait patiently for the arrival of Boss Maxi, understood? The squad leader commanded sternly. We understand, Captain. Roya and Dewey immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor as they addressed the squad leader. After receiving their responses, the squad leader proceeded to his commanding position, where he patiently awaited the arrival of Qi and Song. Shortly after Roya and Dewey's arrival, the leader of the Fire Rock team, Qi and Song, and his chief commander, Huitsuan, entered through another door, making their way to the elevated platform before the gathered members of the Fire Rock team. Standing upon the platform, Qi and Song commenced his address. Our noble objective within the Fire Rock team is to expand the territory of the land upon which we depend for survival. To achieve this, we require the formidable power of the land deity, Groudon, from our Fengyuan region. However, the nefarious water fleet seized the opportunity to capture Groudon during its slumber, marking a grave oversight on our part. Fortunately, we have also captured the legendary Kyogre, which they have long coveted. To procure our ancient Pokémon, I negotiated with that fellow, Water Wudong, and we have agreed to exchange Groudon for Kyogre. However, to thwart any potential ambushes from the water fleet, we must remain ever vigilant and deny them any opportunity. Understood? Understood. The members of the Fire Rock team chorused in unison. Now, we must deploy a vigilance unit to thwart any surprise attacks from the water fleet. Qi and Song instructed the assembly. Yes, under Qi and Song's direction. All present members of the Fire Rock team were organized into groups, tasked with vigilance duties around the base, and coincidentally, Roya and Dewey found themselves assigned to the same unit. Time passed swiftly, and after the first batch completed their vigilance duty, it was the turn of the squad to which Roya and Dewey belonged, led by Huitsuan. Before their departure, Qi and Song approached Roya and the others, cautioning them. Exercise utmost caution. Subsequently, under Huitsuan's leadership, Roya, Dewey, and their group boarded the Fire Rock team's submarine to commence their vigilance tasks near the secret base. Meanwhile, on the other side, although the trio from Team Rocket had failed in their attempt to seize Ash's Pikachu, their actions inadvertently caused Ash to plunge into the sea while en route to Green Ridge City, placing Ash and his companions in imminent peril of sinking into the depths. Yet, as fate would have it, Ash, the chosen one, was favored by fortune. Just as Ash, Haruka, Brock, and Kasumi were about to succumb to the sea, a crimson submarine emerged from the depths, rescuing them from the water. As Ash prepared to call for help from those aboard the submarine, he was startled to find that it was Huitsuan, whom they had encountered previously. In a moment of desperation, Ash and his companions swiftly retreated to a corner of the submarine, hiding from Huitsuan's line of sight, thus evading immediate danger. However, fortune does not always smile upon them. Upon the return of the Fire Rock team's submarine to the secret base, Ash and his companions were soon discovered and apprehended by the Fire Rock team members, among whom were Roya and Dewey. When Roya and Dewey emerged from the submarine, they found themselves face to face with the captured Ash and his friends. Roya could only feel a sense of helplessness, inwardly reflecting. It seems wherever legendary beasts appear, Ash is destined to follow. At that moment, Roya glanced at Dewey, who, as expected, was wide-eyed in disbelief at the sight of Ash and his companions. However, to avoid revealing their true identities, Roya and Dewey quickly masked their agitation, regarding Ash and his friends with complex expressions. Enough with the fierce expressions. I am Chi Song, the leader of the Fire Rock team, Chi Song remarked, observing Ash's defiant demeanor akin to that of a fierce hound. What do you intend to do with us? Ash retorted, his indifference toward the Fire Rock team evident. In truth, we bear you no ill will. We are merely preoccupied with pressing matters. Until our battle plans conclude, I ask that you behave yourselves aboard this vessel. Chi Song replied dismissively, placing little value on Ash and his companions. As one of the guards, Roya accompanied Chi Song and Huatsuan as they escorted Ash and his friends to Chi Song's office, while Dewey remained on the submarine, maintaining vigilance. Within Chi Song's office, Roya finally witnessed Ash's reckless nature firsthand. Despite being ensnared in a dire situation, Ash continued to engage Chi Song with unfiltered words, causing Roya, who was disguised as a member of the Fire Rock team, to break into a cold sweat, inwardly critiquing, has Ash always been this audacious? While Chi Song and his associates interrogated Ash and his friends, on the opposite side of the submarine, the water fleet's commander, Mizuki, stealthily infiltrated the vessel disguised as a member of the Fire Rock team. After swiftly incapacitating several guards at the door, she entered the chamber containing the slumbering Kyogre. Upon seeing Kyogre bound by various instruments, a triumphant smile crept across Mizuki's lips as she began to deftly operate the control panel of the binding machinery, ultimately releasing Kyogre from its restraints. As the bindings fell away, Kyogre awakened from its slumber and burst forth from the submarine, leaping into the ocean. Following Kyogre's liberation, Wudong utilized the Red Orb to summon the freed Pokémon. Red Orb, convey my will to Kyogre, unleash its tremendous power. At the call of the Red Orb, Kyogre, which had been lurking in the deep sea, erupted from the water's surface. Attack, Kyogre. With Wudong's command, Kyogre unleashed a devastating hydro vortex upon the Fire Rock team's submarine. This is bad. Lord Chi Song, the water fleet has released Kyogre and is directing it to attack us. Huatsuan reported urgently after assessing the situation. No matter. We have contingencies in place. Let us retreat for now, Chi Song replied, a sly smile gracing his lips as he regarded an object in his hand. Chapter 279, The Awakening of Groudon. Moreover, I still hold a trump card, Chi Song added, revealing a mischievous smile as he gazed at the blue orb in his possession. Indeed, the blue orb in Chi Song's hand was the very artifact capable of controlling Groudon. Unlike before, this blue orb had not merged with Ash's Pikachu, but remained firmly in Chi Song's grasp. Meanwhile, disguised as members of the Fire Rock team, Roya and Dewey refrained from seizing the opportunity, patiently biding their time. Subsequently, Roya and Dewey continued to follow the main body of the Fire Rock team, boarding a helicopter as they evacuated the area before Kyogre could wreak further havoc on the submarine, heading towards the nearby Dream Island. In the chaos caused by Kyogre's escape, Ash and his companions managed to break free from the Fire Rock team's grasp, leaping into the sea. However, the tumultuous waves stirred by Kyogre's destructive actions soon submerged them all beneath the surface. Fortunately, Roya had previously dispatched his red Gyarados to the ocean floor, allowing it to rescue Ash and his companions from the depths. Red Gyarados. Haruka and Kasumi were the first to notice that they were atop a red Gyarados, their hearts racing with trepidation. Red Gyarados, could it be? Brock pondered, casting a curious glance at the creature that had saved them. Brock, do you recognize it? Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing observed that Xiaojing seemed to recognize something and hurriedly inquired. It must be the Gyarados belonging to Ruoya, Ash declared with conviction, confirming that the red Gyarados was indeed Ruoya's. However, the question remained, where could Ruoya be? Though Ash had identified the red Gyarados as belonging to Ruoya, he still could not ascertain her whereabouts. Yet, the red Gyarados offered no response to their queries. Instead, it led the four of them onward in the direction of Dream Island. Meanwhile, we switch back to Ruoya, who, along with Duga, arrived at Dream Island via helicopter, accompanied by Chihayetsuma. Upon landing, they were greeted by Shuei Wudong, the leader of the Aqua team, who had been waiting for them. As soon as Chihayetsuma disembarked, he furiously confronted Shuei Wudong, exclaiming, "You dare to mock us, Aqua team." Shuei Wudong, unfazed, retorted with disdain, then ordered his subordinates to bring forth all the infiltrators previously sent by Chihayetsuma for him to see. I presume these individuals are your spies? I suspect they were dispatched to seize my Groudon, but alas, their skills fell a bit short. He sneered, his expression dripping with contempt. You, before Chihayetsuma could finish. Shui Wudong continued, you proposed this meeting, yet you sent spies to gather intelligence. Thus, you have no grounds for complaint, regardless of my actions. Very well. I shall gift you Kyogre. However, Groudon in your possession holds no significance for you, so surrender it to us, Chihayetsuma demanded, yearning for his rightful Groudon. Ha! It seems you are still oblivious to your position, Shui Wudong jeered. I have decided to maintain Groudon's seal. What? Chihayetsuma's face contorted in disbelief. The Magma team disbands as of today. Obediently watch as we, the Aqua team, conquer the world. Or would you prefer I summon Kyogre right now to annihilate you all? After declaring this, Shui Wudong brandished a red orb as a threat. Ha! At this juncture, Chihayetsuma erupted into laughter, leaving Shui Wudong and his Aqua team members perplexed. Chihayetsuma, is this your way of accepting defeat? Shui Wudong inquired. Do you really think I dispatched only these few spies into your Aqua team? Chihayetsuma said with a sly smile. What do you mean? Shui Wudong was bewildered by Chihayetsuma's words. These individuals were merely bait to divert your attention. In truth, I had already sent others to seize Groudon. They should have succeeded by now, Chihayetsuma explained, chuckling heartily at Shui Wudong's confusion. What? Shui Wudong's face was instantly filled with shock. Unsurprisingly, Ruoya and Duga also bore expressions of astonishment. Particularly Ruoya, as this development had completely veered off the narrative, transforming it beyond recognition. Just as Shui Wudong finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted on the opposite coast of Dream Island, where the Aqua team concealed Groudon. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the air, and at that moment, the sealed Groudon opened its dark eyes. Chihayetsuma clarified, I had already dispatched Banai to infiltrate the Aqua team and await the opportune moment to awaken Groudon. Upon hearing this, Shui Wudong found it hard to believe and immediately led his Aqua team members toward the location where Groudon was hidden. We'll follow suit, Chihayetsuma shouted to his subordinates. And soon he, along with others from the Magma team, set off in pursuit. The distance was not far, and thus the Magma team led by Chihayetsuma and the Aqua team under Shui Wudong swiftly reached the shores of Dream Island. As they arrived, Ash and his companions, rescued by Ruoya's red Gyarados, were also present, hidden in the nearby bushes. Banai, who had infiltrated the Aqua team to awaken Groudon, quickly approached Chihayetsuma upon his arrival. This fellow has also been released, Ruoya exclaimed, a wave of emotion sweeping through him at the sight of Banai, whom he had previously captured at the Weather Institute. Banai addressed Chihayetsuma, Master Chihayetsuma, the mission is complete. Well done, Banai. Chihayetsuma replied with a satisfied smile. Damn it, Shui Wudong, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, seethed with anger. Now it's our turn, Chihayetsuma declared, retrieving the blue orb from his pocket, raising it high, and proclaiming, Awaken, Groudon. With Chihayetsuma's command, the blue orb emitted a dazzling light, and Groudon emerged from the storage with a mighty roar. Damn, my Kyogre is no pushover, Shui Wudong countered, producing his red orb as Kyogre rose from the depths of the sea, fixating its gaze on Groudon. The stage was set for an impending clash. Chapter 280, The Great Battle, Groudon versus Kyogre. The situation escalated. Ruoya and Duga exchanged grave looks as they beheld the standoff between Groudon and Kyogre, their expressions mirroring the tension. Seizing the moment, Ruoya activated the Eye of Insight to examine the attributes of the two ancient Pokémon. Pokémon, Groudon. Type, Ground. Ability, Drought. Level, 115. Potential, Level 1 Divine. Moves, Primal Force, Solar Flare, Mudshot, Earth Power, Earthquake, Eruption, Flamethrower, Cliff Sword. Pokémon, Kyogre. Type, Water. Ability, Drizzle. Level, 115. Potential, Level 1 Divine. Moves, Rain Dance, Water Spout, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Primal Force, Ice Beam, Absolute Zero, Origin Pulse. As Ruoya completed his examination of Groudon and Kyogre's attributes, Chihayetsuma and Shui Wudong raised their respective orbs, encircling Groudon and Kyogre, commanding them to battle. Groudon, attack Kyogre. Kyogre, obliterate Groudon and devastate the continent. With their shouts, Groudon and Kyogre launched into combat. Kyogre unleashed a powerful water spout, its ferocity directed at Groudon. A torrent several meters wide, showcasing its immense power. Groudon, refusing to be outdone, retaliated with a massive flamethrower, equally wide, and the two attacks collided with great intensity. Neither backing down. As the confrontation escalated, Groudon and Kyogre engaged in a fierce struggle between land and sea. Flames and torrents clashed violently, each side exchanging blows in a tumultuous spectacle. Simultaneously, the unique abilities of Groudon and Kyogre caused the weather around Dream Island to undergo drastic changes, with torrential rain beginning to fall on Kyogre's side, while brilliant sunshine shone on Groudon's. Damn it, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Ash, who had been hiding nearby, could no longer restrain himself. He intervened to block the approach of Xiaoyao and her companions, commanding Pikachu to unleash an attack on the nearest opponent, the fiery Chien. Hound him. Use Shadow Ball. Fortunately, the ever-loyal Hua village noticed the impending Thunderbolt and promptly directed Houndoom to counter it with a Shadow Ball, successfully intercepting the attack. What do you intend to do? After halting the Thunderbolt, Hua village gazed toward the source of the attack, recognizing Ash and his friends, and challenged them. Of course. We aim to stop you. Are you not aware that divine beasts are beyond our reach? Ash retorted loudly. Indeed, that is correct. Thus, you should relinquish the orbs in your possession. At this moment, Luoya could no longer maintain his disguise and stepped forward to echo Ash's sentiments. It's Luoya. The four of Ash's group displayed expressions of surprise upon seeing Luoya shed his disguise. I knew Luoya would be nearby. He was the one who sent the red Gyarados to rescue us, Ash remarked with a smile. Impossible. Chien and Mizuki exclaimed in unison, then continued to command Groudon and Kyogre to battle fiercely through the orbs. The ancient orbs, originally designed to control the primordial Pokémon as weapons, ultimately proved futile, as the power of these ancient beings surpassed the wisdom of their creators, leading only to a desecration of nature. At that moment, Wataru also revealed his true self. The more malevolent the controller, the harder it is to govern the ancient Pokémon that feed on such malevolence. Thus, these two orbs were sealed away to prevent humanity from repeating the same mistakes. Mr. Wataru. The group recognized Wataru's identity. It appears that Chien and Mizuki have fallen under the control of the orbs, Luoya observed, casting a resigned glance at the maniacally laughing Chien and Mizuki. What? Hua village and Izumi were momentarily taken aback, especially upon witnessing their leader's unusual demeanor, which shattered their composure. That's impossible. We have accurately analyzed the power of the orbs. Our strength can control them. Hua village struggled to accept this reality. The people of ancient times thought the same, yet they ultimately failed, Luoya retorted sharply. No. I refuse to believe it. Hua village protested, but as he beheld his leader's deranged state, he reluctantly accepted the truth. Our first course of action is to seize the orbs from Chien and Mizuki, Luoya suggested, observing the escalating clash between Groudon and Kyogre. Agreed. Everyone present, including Hua village of the Magma Gang and Izumi of the Aqua Gang, nodded in agreement and approached Chien and Mizuki. What do you intend to do? The deranged duo yelled as they noticed the encircling members of the Magma and Aqua teams led by Luoya and Wataru. Lord Chien, we should relinquish the orbs. Hua village pleaded. Indeed, Lord Mizuki, we cannot hope to control the powers of the divine beasts, Izumi added in support. Absolutely not. Chien and Mizuki shouted in unison. Since you have betrayed us, you shall sink alongside this island. Mizuki bellowed at the approaching Izumi, his eyes aflame with rage. That's right. You shall be destroyed along with this island. Chien echoed. Groudon Kyogre, obliterate this island. Enraged, Chien and Mizuki commanded Groudon and Kyogre through the orbs, forgetting even their own presence on the island. Under the influence of the orbs, Groudon and Kyogre ceased their conflict and turned their attention toward Dream Island. They opened their mouths to unleash immense energy, forming two formidable orange beams that surged toward Dream Island. Quick! Dragonite Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Houndoom Empoleon, unleash Hyper Beam. Alongside the Magma and Aqua teams, Wataru and Luoya fired their own Hyper Beams at Groudon and Kyogre's attack, but their efforts were overwhelmed. Should Groudon and Kyogre's Hyper Beam strike Dream Island, the island and everyone on it, including Luoya and his companions, would be doomed. Chapter 281, Primal Reversion and the Emergence of the Radiant Deity. Just as Groudon and Kyogre's Hyper Beams approached, two unfamiliar voices resonated in the air, followed by two additional powerful Hyper Beams that intervened, barely staving off a portion of Groudon and Kyogre's might. The group, led by Luoya and Wataru, having evaded this peril, turned to see the newcomers. Upon recognizing them, smiles broke out on Luoya and Wataru's faces. Wataru stepped forward, addressing the newcomers. Long time no see, Daigo and Mikuri. Indeed, as Wataru mentioned, the arrivals were none other than the champion Mikuri and former champion Daigo of the Hoenn region. It's been a while, Daigo. Luoya greeted the familiar Daigo with a nod. It's been too long, Luoya, Daigo replied before introducing Mikuri. This is Mikuri. I believe you are acquainted. Of course. The illustrious master of glamour and champion of the Hoenn League. How could I not know of you? Luoya chuckled lightly. Hello. I've heard much about you. Luoya, Mikuri responded warmly. Let us put introductions aside for now. Our immediate concern is addressing the situation with Groudon and Kyogre, Wataru interjected, displaying a sense of urgency and righteousness. Agreed. Upon hearing Wataru's words, Daigo and Mikuri nodded and focused their serious gazes on the standoff between Groudon and Kyogre. Allow me to take the lead, Luoya said with a slight smile as he stepped forward to face Wataru and the others. Luoya, what do you intend to do? Ash and his companions, along with Wataru, Daigo, and Mikuri, looked at Luoya with confusion. I intend to stop them, Luoya replied, directing his gaze toward Groudon and Kyogre. But with your strength, you cannot possibly match Groudon and Kyogre, Daigo exclaimed. Have no fear, I possess a trump card, Luoya said with a grin. After all, the power of the radiant deity, Ultra Necrozma, ranks among the pinnacle of the first-tier deities, comparable to the likes of Rayquaza, Giratina, Kyurem, and Zygarde. Its might is sufficient to overpower typical first-tier deities. In the original narrative, even an unrecovered UB, Black overwhelmed the first-tier deities Solgaleo and Lunala. Therefore, with the might of Ultra Necrozma, it should be capable of overpowering Groudon and Kyogre. Moreover, didn't I receive the green orb from Rayquaza in Larus City? I can always summon it to assist. While the second-tier deity Rayquaza may not be a match for Groudon and Kyogre, it could still buy some time. Combined with Ultra Necrozma's strength, it should be manageable. This was the plan that formulated in Luoya's mind. Could it be that, in contrast to the urgency displayed by Ash and his companions, as well as by Steven and Michael, Datu possesses a profound understanding of Roya's character? Without adequate means, Roya would never act so recklessly. Thus a flicker of speculation ignited within Datu's mind. Just as Datu surmised, Roya retrieved the Master Ball he had previously extracted in Larus City. This is the Master Ball. The initially anxious quartet of Ash, upon witnessing the Master Ball, recalled the events in Larus City, and their hearts began to settle. Come forth, Ultra Necrozma. In the glaring gaze of the gathered crowd, Roya cast the Master Ball into the air, and amidst its radiant glow, a creature adorned with golden wings, radiating a dazzling brilliance, materialized before them. What is this? Every individual present stood transfixed in astonishment. It is the radiant deity of our Alola region, Ultra Necrozma, Roya elucidated with a smile. The radiant deity, Ultra Necrozma, elicited expressions of disbelief from Datu and the others. Leave the rest to me, Roya stated, subsequently redirecting his attention to the side where Groudon and Kyogre stood. Upon sensing the threat emanating from Ultra Necrozma, Groudon and Kyogre exchanged a knowing glance, as if attuned to one another. In that instant, the two ancient Pokémon unleashed a torrent of water spouts and flamethrowers toward Ultra Necrozma. Ultra Necrozma unleashed Dragon Claw, observing the immense columns of water and fire. Roya waved his hand and commanded Ultra Necrozma. Instantly, Ultra Necrozma's four claws, enveloped in draconic energy, coalesced into a colossal claw that effortlessly tore apart the incoming water spouts and flamethrowers, posing no threat to Ultra Necrozma whatsoever. At that moment, Roya also retrieved the green orb gifted by Li Kongzuo, preparing to summon it. With the infusion of his radiant power, the once dormant green orb burst forth with light, calling upon Li Kongzuo, who resided in the ozone layer. As Li Kongzuo patrolled its territory, it suddenly felt a pull from the green orb, perceiving the presence of Groudon, Kyogre, and Ultra Necrozma, prompting it to depart from its domain and head towards Dream Island. On Dream Island, after Groudon and Kyogre's attacks were neutralized, Roya continued issuing commands to Ultra Necrozma, Dragon Pulse. At Roya's behest, Ultra Necrozma unleashed two beams of white light from its mouth, transforming into a white dragon that surged forth with boundless might toward Groudon and Kyogre. Realizing the imminent threat, Groudon and Kyogre countered with several sunlight flames and water spouts, successfully halting the Dragon Pulse. Following this exchange of attacks, Groudon and Kyogre recognized their inferiority to Ultra Necrozma, resulting in a throaty roar. Subsequently, the blue and red orbs previously held by Qian Song and Shueiji Tong detached from their grasp, swiftly merging into Groudon and Kyogre. What has happened to me? What have I done? Upon regaining consciousness after being freed from the control of the blue and red orbs, Qian Song and Shueiji Tong were filled with remorse as they witnessed the power of Groudon and Kyogre, reflecting on their previous actions. Had it not been for the support of Huitzuan and Izumi, they might have collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Groudon and Kyogre, now empowered by their respective orbs, underwent significant transformations. Golden magma coursed through the patterns on Groudon's body, its eyes shifting to a golden-red hue, and its form drastically altering, mirroring similar changes in Kyogre. What is happening? Datu and the others gazed in disbelief. Chapter 282, The Battle of Divine Beasts. What is occurring? Datu observed the transformed Groudon and Kyogre with astonished eyes. A sentiment echoed by Ash and the others. This is the primal reversion form exclusive to Groudon and Kyogre, Roya explained to the group. Primal reversion? The crowd, hearing this term for the first time, inquired with curiosity. It signifies that Groudon and Kyogre have reverted to their original forms by absorbing natural energy. In this state, their power is significantly enhanced. Roya regarded the primal reverted Groudon and Kyogre with a grave expression. Following primal reversion, Groudon's ability shifts from drought to desolate land, rendering it immune to water-type attacks. Conversely, Kyogre's ability transitions from drizzle to primordial sea, making it impervious to fire-type assaults. Witnessing this transformation, Roya's expression grew increasingly serious, and he commanded Ultra Necrozma. Ultra Necrozma, unleash Dragon Pulse. At Roya's directive, Ultra Necrozma immediately released 2 Dragon Pulses aimed at Groudon and Kyogre. In response, Groudon and Kyogre launched a counterattack, each firing a Sunlight Flame and Water Pulse, engaging in a fierce clash with the Dragon Pulses. Unlike before, the primal reverted Groudon and Kyogre demonstrated a remarkable surge in power, swiftly neutralizing Ultra Necrozma's Dragon Pulses. Following this, Groudon and Kyogre intensified their assault, their sights set firmly on Ultra Necrozma. After a brief moment of gathering energy, they unleashed their respective flamethrowers and water spouts upon Ultra Necrozma. Light screen, Roya exclaimed, instantly instructing Ultra Necrozma. In response to his command, a colossal transparent barrier manifested before Ultra Necrozma, effectively intercepting the flamethrowers and water spouts from Groudon and Kyogre. Psychic. As Ultra Necrozma's eyes radiated a rich blue light, a wave of psychic energy erupted, surging toward Groudon and Kyogre. The psychic attack forcefully propelled Groudon and Kyogre several meters back before they regained their footing. Psyshock. Following the initial attack, Roya quickly commanded the next move. As his words fell, Ultra Necrozma once again harnessed its psychic prowess, launching a concentrated blue wave toward Groudon and Kyogre. Despite their efforts to stabilize themselves after the previous assault, Groudon and Kyogre were once more knocked back several meters by the psychic shock. Infuriated by the relentless onslaught from Roya and Ultra Necrozma, Groudon and Kyogre amassed their energy within a brief span, unleashing their signature moves, the Cliff Blade and Origin Pulse. Not good. Roya immediately recognized these moves as the ultimate attacks of Groudon and Kyogre, urgently calling out to Ultra Necrozma. Ultra Necrozma, unleash Photon Geyser. At Roya's command, Ultra Necrozma gathered immense golden energy, transforming it into 2 blinding beams of light that collided with Groudon and Kyogre's Cliff Blade and Origin Pulse, resulting in a stalemate where neither side yielded. After a brief stalemate between the ultimate Necrozma and the legendary Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre, a brilliant orange beam of destructive light descended from the heavens, accompanied by a resounding roar, striking Groudon, who was maintaining the Sword of Ruin, and sending it flying. With the support of Groudon's Sword of Ruin lost, the Photon Geyser of Ultimate Necrozma surged relentlessly towards Kyogre, causing Kyogre to plunge into the depths of the sea upon impact. The onlookers, including Roya, turned their gazes towards the source of the roar, where a resplendent emerald dragon-like creature appeared beside Ultimate Necrozma. It was none other than Rayquaza. Overjoyed by the arrival of this dragon-type Pokémon, Dudu exclaimed, recognizing it as the very Rayquaza that Roya had summoned earlier with the green orb, a cherished dream Pokémon of Dudu's heart. As Roya looked towards Rayquaza, he swiftly activated his Aura Sight to assess its attributes. Pokémon, Rayquaza. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Airlock. Level, 112. Potential, God Tier. Moves, Dragon Pulse, Hurricane, Destructive Light, Origin Power. Extreme Speed, Storm, Dragon Tail, and the signature move, Dragon Ascent. With the knowledge of having learned Dragon Ascent, this Rayquaza was now capable of Mega Evolving, ensuring a decisive advantage in the battle. After contemplating for a moment, Roya mounted his Dragonite and soared to Rayquaza's side, raising his voice to call out to the great Rayquaza, Rayquaza, I beseech you to lend me your strength. Upon hearing Roya's plea, Rayquaza roared in affirmation and nodded, agreeing to assist him. Thus, the battle commenced anew. Ultimate Necrozma, Rayquaza, unleash Dragon Ascent, Roya shouted, issuing commands to both Ultimate Necrozma and Rayquaza. In response, Ultimate Necrozma and Rayquaza unleashed a massive surge of dragon-type energy from their mouths, launching it into the sky. The energy transformed into a cascade of meteor-like projectiles, raining down upon Groudon and Kyogre once more. Struck by the descending dragon ascent, Groudon and Kyogre were once again sent crashing into the ocean, enduring a relentless assault from the two legendary Pokémon. It seemed as though fate had dealt these two unfortunate beings a cruel hand, having previously only faced the wrath of Rayquaza alone. What an intense showdown. Is this the true power of the legendary Pokémon? Doodoo, Daigo, Mikuri, and Satoshi watched in awe as Roya commanded the two deities to unleash their fury upon Groudon and Kyogre. Truly formidable. It appears our previous notions were naive. Legendary Pokémon are beyond our control. The thoughts of Akainu and Suiron, who once aspired to dominate Groudon and Kyogre, now seemed utterly ludicrous. It was time to deliver the final blow. After a series of relentless strikes against Groudon and Kyogre, Roya resolved to conclude this battle decisively. Rayquaza Mega Evolve. The declaration startled those present, eliciting astonished reactions from Doodoo and the others. Mega Evolution. Rayquaza can Mega Evolve? Doodoo's expression reflected disbelief. Given their stature within the Pokémon League, Doodoo, Daigo, and Mikuri were well acquainted with the concept of Mega Evolution, having witnessed its power demonstrated by Professor Sycamore in the Kalos region, and previously showcased at the Silver Conference. Wait, I think I remember something about it, but I can't quite place it, Satoshi mused, struggling to recall. Didn't Roya use Mega Evolution at the Silver Conference? Have you forgotten? Brock interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Satoshi. Mega Evolution? What is that? Asked May, her curiosity piqued. Sister, you don't even know that? Sho sighed, exasperated by his sister's ignorance, and proceeded to explain, Mega Evolution is the result of a trainer's bond with their Pokémon, combined with the appropriate Mega Stone and Key Stone, allowing the Pokémon to undergo a temporary evolution. Oh, I see. May exclaimed, enlightened by Sho's explanation. Returning to Roya, upon hearing his summons, Rayquaza immediately harnessed its power, utilizing its celestial organ as both Key Stone and Mega Stone, elevating its strength and achieving its ultimate form, Mega Rayquaza. Amidst a blinding flash of white light, Rayquaza's dragon form swelled in size, adorned with resplendent golden light patterns that shimmered brilliantly. Is this the visage of Mega Rayquaza? All present, including Roya, were entranced by its magnificent appearance. Following its Mega Evolution, Rayquaza's ability transformed from airlock to delta stream, creating turbulent weather conditions that could not be altered unless by the effects of the Distortion World or the Origin Sea. Consequently, when Mega Rayquaza emerged, Groudon and Kyogre found themselves utterly subdued. Witnessing this spectacle, Roya resolved to bring an end to the chaos. Rayquaza unleashed Dragon Ascent. At Roya's command, Mega Rayquaza surged forth with unparalleled might, executing its signature move towards Groudon. Now it's our turn, Ultimate Necrozma. Roya called to his Ultimate Necrozma, who responded by summoning a Z-Crystal unique to it into Roya's hand. He placed the Z-Crystal into his Z-Ring, channeling its power through his own radiant energy to unleash Ultimate Necrozma's Z-Move. Ultimate Necrozma. Unleash the Cataclysmic Radiant Burst. Roya bellowed the name of the move. Upon hearing his command, Ultimate Necrozma amassed a vast reservoir of energy, releasing a dazzling golden beam that tore through the air, hurtling towards Kyogre. In retaliation, Groudon and Kyogre unleashed their own moves, Sword of Ruin and Origin Pulse, engaging in a fierce clash against Ultimate Necrozma and Mega Rayquaza. With a thunderous explosion, Groudon and Kyogre, originally in their primal forms, were overwhelmed by the combined forces of Ultimate Necrozma and Mega Rayquaza, reverting to their base states and plunging into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, Mega Rayquaza and Ultimate Necrozma emerged from the confrontation unscathed, standing defiantly before the onlookers. As Groudon and Kyogre reappeared on the ocean's surface, this time they did not confront their adversaries, but, recognizing the formidable presence of Ultimate Necrozma and Mega Rayquaza, they sensed their inevitable defeat. Groudon, unable to fly, staggered toward a nearby volcanic crater, its forlorn silhouette evoking a sense of melancholy. Subsequently, Groudon leapt into the volcano, vanishing from sight. As they watched the departing Groudon and Kyogre, and the weather returning to its normal state, the crowd erupted with excitement, shouting, "Wonderful! It's finally over. Thank you, Ultra Necrozma." First, Luoya expressed his gratitude to Ultra Necrozma before recalling it into its Pokeball and placing it back in the Pokémon Ranch. "Thank you for your efforts, Rayquaza." After retrieving Ultra Necrozma, Luoya thanked the now normal Rayquaza. With a roar, Rayquaza shook its head. indicating that there was no need for concern. Then, it fixed its gaze upon Luoya and called out to him. Through the power of Radiance, Luoya quickly discerned Rayquaza's intention, and with an incredulous tone, he asked, "Do you wish to accompany me?" Upon hearing this, Rayquaza nodded affirmatively. Containing his joy, Luoya produced a Master Ball and said to Rayquaza, "Then, I look forward to our journey together, Rayquaza." After Luoya finished speaking, Rayquaza pressed the button of the Master Ball and willingly entered within. Following the capture of Rayquaza, Luoya settled it into his Pokémon ranch. After repelling Groudon and Kyogre and capturing Rayquaza, Luoya descended to the ground on his Dragonite, where he was greeted warmly by the crowd. However, no one spoke of Luoya's capture of Rayquaza or the involvement of Ultra Necrozma, including members of Team Magma and Team Aqua. After resolving the issues with Groudon and Kyogre, the two champions of the Hoenn region, Steven and Wallace, proceeded to apprehend Team Magma and Team Aqua. Acknowledging their mistakes, Maxie and Archie faced the consequences with composure, leading to the dissolution of their organizations. Now, it was time to discuss the matter of rewards. Chapter 284, Post-Event Chores. Observing the now busy Wallace, Steven, and Maxie, Luoya approached the trio, rubbing his hands together with a cheerful smile, and remarked, "Well, shouldn't we settle my reward for this endeavor?" Reward? At Luoya's mention, Wallace, Steven, and Maxie were momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, I assisted you in resolving such a significant issue, not to mention the previous matter with Jirachi. Shouldn't you consider compensating me?" Luoya beamed at the three standing before him. "Well, the League never forgets those who have rendered service," Wallace stammered. "If there's not a reward this time, the next negotiation might not be so agreeable." Luoya continued to smile at the trio. "Rest assured, a reward will be forthcoming." Wallace quickly assured Luoya. Yes, we will arrange it immediately." Steven and Maxie exchanged glances before promising Luoya. "By the way, what would you like?" Wallace, familiar with Luoya's usual modesty, inquired. After all, Luoya seldom requested anything unless necessary. "I would like 2 Togepi eggs," Luoya replied after a moment of contemplation. He had previously promised May a Togepi during their travels in the Sinnoh region, and intended to gift one to Lily as well, thus he required 2 Togepi eggs. "You say? If possible, could you provide me with 2? I can exchange my merit points for them," Luoya conveyed to the trio. As an investigator for the League, Luoya received a base salary and earned merit points upon completing tasks, which could be exchanged for Pokémon eggs or special items. Having completed several major tasks without redeeming any points, Luoya's merit points were undoubtedly substantial. "Not a problem, we will prepare them," the trio replied after glancing at one another. "Thank you for your assistance," Luoya responded to Wallace, Steven, and Maxie, adding, "Please send them to the Pokémon Center in Littleroot Town." "Absolutely," they immediately affirmed. After agreeing to help Luoya acquire the 2 Togepi eggs, the trio returned to their respective duties. At that moment, Ash and his friends seized the opportunity to approach Luoya. Ash was the first to speak, saying, "Luoya, thank you for saving us earlier in the ocean." "Yes, if it weren't for your red Gyarados, we would have been doomed," May chimed in. "It was nothing, after all." "You are my friends," Luoya replied with a smile. "Indeed, we owe you a great deal." "Luoya," Brock expressed his gratitude from the side. "By the way, may I see Ultra Necrozma and Rayquaza?" Max eagerly anticipated a glimpse of Luoya's legendary Pokémon. Just as Luoya was pondering how to decline, May pulled Max aside and scolded him. "Max, don't trouble others with such requests." Understood, Max conceded after May's reprimand, ultimately relinquishing his desire to see the legendary Pokémon. "Well, I must take my leave. Lily is waiting for me." Luoya observed the surroundings, realizing it was time to depart, and addressed Ash and his friends. "All right, we shall meet again next time," they all agreed. Thus, after bidding farewell to Wallace, Steven, and Maxie, Luoya summoned Dragonite and departed from Moss Deep Island, soaring towards Littleroot Town. Upon his return, Luoya reunited with Lily, who had missed him dearly. After sharing heartfelt exchanges, he recounted the events of his recent mission, particularly how he had captured Rayquaza, which brought joy to Lily. "Are we leaving Littleroot Town now?" Lily inquired after hearing about the mission. "Let us rest in Littleroot for a few days. After all, we are still awaiting some items." Luoya promptly replied to Lily's question. "Why is that?" "Partly due to the fatigue from this mission, I wish to rest for a few days. Additionally, my items have yet to arrive," Luoya explained. "What items?" Lily tilted her head in curiosity. 2 Togepi eggs. One is for you, and the other is for May." Luoya smiled as he spoke. "Thank you, Luoya," Lily exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. "That was quite the ambush. I should be the one to initiate." Luoya chuckled after savoring the moment. and began to playfully chase Lily around the room, culminating in a kiss. On the third day, Luoya received 2 Togepi eggs from Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center, both possessing elite qualities. He presented one to Lily, while the other was intended for May. After securing the eggs, Luoya dialed May's number, and her face soon appeared on his screen. After exchanging heartfelt words, Luoya grinned and said to May, "This time, I have a gift for you." "What kind of gift?" May inquired with curiosity. "A Togepi egg," Luoya replied, his smile widening. "What, a Togepi?" May's excitement was palpable. "Indeed. I had promised you one during our time in the Sinnoh region, did I not?" Luoya chuckled in response. "I cannot thank you enough, Luoya," May beamed, her happiness evident. "Is there any need for thanks between us?" Luoya responded with a gentle smile. "By the way, where are you now?" "I will send the Togepi egg your way." Roya remembered something and asked Meili, "I'm currently studying at Professor Bretonno's lab. Can you send it to this research facility?" Meili told him her current location. "Got it." After a heartfelt exchange, Roya hung up the phone. He then arranged for the best and most expensive courier service, Pidgeot Express, to deliver the Togepi egg to Professor Bretonno's lab in Mier City, Kalos region. After sending the package, Roya continued to stroll around Verdanturf town with Lilia, and along the way, they ran into Ash and his friends who had also arrived in town. After spending 2 days in Verdanturf town, Roya and Lilia left for their next destination, Lilycove City. While passing by an unnamed small island, Roya suddenly noticed someone very familiar walking nearby. That person was Chapter 285, Elite Four Sorsagi, as Roya and Lilia left Verdanturf town, continuing toward Lilycove City. They passed an unnamed small island, where Roya suddenly saw a familiar figure walk past them. Curious, Roya looked in that direction and saw an elderly man dressed in a black naval-style uniform, slowly making his way forward. It's one of the Hoenn Elite Four, Roya realized. The man was Sorsagi, the Dragon-type Elite Four member of Hoenn, one of the most experienced among the region's Elite Four. "Roya, what is it?" Lilia noticed Roya's reaction and asked, taking his hand. "I just saw someone familiar walk past us," Roya explained, turning back to her. "Someone familiar?" Lilia's curiosity was piqued. "He's one of the Hoenn Elite Four, Sorsagi. He just walked past us," Roya told her. "Elite Four Sorsagi." Lilia was familiar with him and was visibly surprised. After a moment, she asked, "Should we go say hello?" "Of course we should," Roya replied with a smile. "Then let us go quickly," Lilia said, holding his hand. "Let us go?" Roya and Lilia headed towards Sorsagi and soon caught up to him. Walking along the path, Sorsagi noticed the young couple, Roya and Lilia, blocking his way and asked in a low voice, "Do you need something?" "Hello, Elite Four Sorsagi. My name is Roya. And this is my girlfriend, Lilia," Roya introduced himself. "We saw you on the road and wanted to come say hello." "Hello," Lilia politely greeted him. "So you're Roya," Sorsagi said, looking at him closely. "You know me?" Roya raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Yes, I've heard of you. You're quite a skilled young trainer," Sorsagi said. Regarding Roya, both Stephen and Wallace had mentioned him to the Hoenn Elite Four. After helping the Hoenn region 3 times, Roya had gained a certain reputation among the Elite Four and champions. "Oh, so it was Stephen and Wallace who mentioned me," Roya guessed, naming the 2 he knew among the Hoenn champions. "That's right," Sorsagi nodded. "By the way, would you be interested in a battle, Elite Four Sorsagi?" Roya asked. This was his main purpose for approaching Sorsagi. Though older, Sorsagi's strength was undeniable. As the most senior Elite Four member specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon, his power was certainly formidable. "I've heard much praise about you from Stephen and Wallace, so I'm curious about your strength. I accept your challenge," Sorsagi replied without hesitation. "Shall our battle take place here?" Roya asked, looking around. "There's a dense forest on this island." "That will be our battlefield," Sorsagi said, shaking his head slightly. "Then let us head there now," Roya urged, eager to test the Dragon-type Elite Four's strength. "Let us go," Sorsagi said, leading Roya and Lilia into the forest. Once they arrived at the battlefield, Sorsagi stood across from Roya. "Due to time constraints, how about a one-on-one battle?" he suggested. "No problem," Roya nodded. "I'll send out this one," Sorsagi said, tossing a Pokeball. "Go, Salamence." With the red light of the Pokeball fading, a muscular Salamence exuding overwhelming power appeared before Roya and Lilia. Pokemon, Salamence type, Dragon Flying ability, Intimidate gender, male level, 72 potential, champion moves, Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Hyper Beam, and Impressive Salamence. Roya exclaimed after using his inspection ability to check its stats. "I'll leave this one to you." Dragonite. Roya sent out his own Dragon Flying Pokemon, a level 71 Dragonite. Sorsagi, recognizing Dragon types well, nodded appreciatively. "Roya, Your Dragonite is very well trained. Champion level strength, no doubt. You flatter me. Your Salamence is amazing as well, Roya replied with a smile. Then let us see what you're truly capable of, Sir Seiji said. His usually calm demeanor now replaced with a sharp intensity. I'm looking forward to it, Roya said, eyes burning with determination. As they faced each other, the aura from both trainers filled the battlefield, tension thick in the air. Looks like it's going to be a fierce dragon-type duel, Lilia whispered, though she smiled confidently, trusting in Roya's strength. Chapter 286, Battle with Sir Seiji Salamence. Use Flamethrower. Sir Seiji commanded, initiating the battle. After complying with Genji's command, the ferocious salamander promptly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that transformed into a pillar of fire, hurtling towards Dragonite. Dragonite, unleash Hydro Pump. Roya commanded upon witnessing the pillar of fire, hot enough to roast the air. As soon as Roya's words fell, Dragonite in the air opened its mouth to release a powerful stream of water, clashing with the fiery attack, creating a standoff in midair. However, after a brief moment of contention, both the flames and the hydro pump dissipated into the ether, resulting in a stalemate where neither side gained the upper hand. Ferocious Salamander, Dragon Claw. After observing that the fiery assault had no effect, Genji immediately initiated the next wave of attack. At his command, the ferocious salamander enveloped its claws in dragon energy, forming a colossal claw of energy that swung menacingly towards Dragonite. Dragonite, quick attack. Noticing the impending danger of the dragon claw, Roya promptly instructed Dragonite to evade. Following Roya's command, Dragonite executed quick attack, vanishing from its original position and leaving the dragon claw to strike nothing but air. Having successfully evaded, Dragonite reappeared behind the ferocious salamander, and Roya seized this golden opportunity, calling out, Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse. Obeying Roya, Dragonite released a white, dragon-shaped beam towards the ferocious salamander. Calmly, Genji instructed, Ferocious Salamander, return. At Genji's command, the ferocious salamander vanished from sight, reappearing behind Dragonite, launching a fierce attack with its wings. Dragonite, use agility to dodge. Seeing the ferocious salamander's aggressive approach, Roya urgently shouted to Dragonite. Upon hearing Roya's words, Dragonite immediately performed agility, vanishing once again. And thus the two Pokémon continued their aerial skirmish. After a while, both Dragonite and the ferocious salamander realized they were unable to outmaneuver each other and retreated to hover above their respective trainers, continuing to maintain their standoff. Ferocious Salamander, Inferno. After a brief glance, Genji resumed his assault. The ferocious salamander unleashed a torrent of blistering flames that formed a massive character in midair, charging towards Dragonite. Dragon Breath. Observing the formidable Inferno, Roya called to Dragonite. Consequently, Dragonite released a beam of energy that collided with the ferocious salamander's Inferno, extinguishing it. Though Dragon Breath also dissipated afterward. Dragonite, unleashed Thunderbolt. Following this, Roya initiated his own offensive. Dragonite radiated a golden glow, unleashing a bolt of lightning that sped towards the ferocious salamander. Ferocious Salamander, Dragon Pulse. At Genji's command, the ferocious salamander retaliated with a white beam of dragon energy directed at the encroaching Thunderbolt. After a fierce clash, both Dragon Pulse and Thunderbolt vanished without a trace. Dragonite. Quick attack. Noticing one attack had failed, Roya continued to direct Dragonite. With extraordinary speed, Dragonite disappeared from its position and charged towards the ferocious salamander with greater velocity than before. Ferocious Salamander. Unleash a barrage of flamethrowers. Under Genji's guidance, the ferocious salamander unleashed a relentless stream of flames. Yet, Dragonite, utilizing its superior speed, adeptly dodged every assault, swiftly closing the distance to the ferocious salamander. As Dragonite approached, Roya shouted, Dragonite, Dragon Claw. At Roya's command, Dragonite executed Dragon Claw, swinging at the ferocious salamander directly in front of it. With the distance too short for the ferocious salamander to evade in time, it was struck by Dragonite's attack, sending it hurtling backward. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Roya called out, Dragonite, use Ice Beam. As soon as Roya's words echoed, Dragonite released a chilling beam towards the ferocious salamander, which was still reeling from the impact. Just as the ferocious salamander regained its balance midair, it was struck again by Dragonite's Ice Beam, causing it to plummet to the ground. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. Spotting the ferocious salamander falling, Roya seized the moment to command Dragonite. Upon hearing Roya's directive, Dragonite opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful orange beam that tore through the air, striking the ferocious salamander as it crashed to the ground. having suffered a devastating blow from Hyper Beam. The ferocious salamander collapsed, its vision blurring into a haze, and it succumbed to unconsciousness. This time, I concede, Genji remarked, retrieving his ferocious salamander into its poke ball upon witnessing its loss of combat capability, addressing Roya with a nod. Mr. Genji's prowess is indeed formidable. Roya responded with a smile as he returned his panting Dragonite. No need for modesty. Your strength validates the words of Daigo and Michi, Genji replied, his usual stoic demeanor softening into a grin as he engaged with Roya. You flatter me, Mr. Genji. I still have much to learn. Roya maintained his humility in response to Genji's praise. Both you and Mr. Genji demonstrate exceptional strength. Liliai approached, standing beside Roya as she spoke to both him and Genji. Ha! The trio burst into laughter at Liliai's compliment. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you, Genji suddenly said after their laughter subsided. Chapter 287, Capturing the Baby Dragon. Roya, I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you, Genji remarked after the laughter died down. What is it, Mr. Genji? Roya inquired, his curiosity piqued, unsure of what Genji sought from him. I have a baby dragon, but its temperament is somewhat peculiar. So I wish to entrust it to you, Genji stated, glancing at Roya. A baby dragon? Roya was taken aback upon hearing Genji's words. The baby dragon was a semi-divine Pokémon from the Hoenn region, a rare and precious entity. Surprised by Genji's request, Roya questioned, but why would you choose me? That is because I have entrusted it to other capable trainers before, yet none have succeeded in capturing it. Genji explained the reasoning behind his choice. Then why not raise it yourself? Liliai interjected, probing Genji further. Because I am no longer as young as I once was and lack the time to nurture it properly. Thus, I wish to pass it on to you, Roya. I believe your strength is adequate to capture it, Genji replied with a smile. I see. Since you say so, I shall graciously accept your offer, Mr. Genji. With a sense of resolve, Roya accepted the task of caring for the baby dragon. Then, I entrust it to you. With that, Genji retrieved a pokeball from his pocket and handed it over to Roya. Thank you, Mr. Genji. After expressing her gratitude, Roya accepted the pokeball that Genji had handed her. No need to mention it. Now, it's time for you to capture it, Genji replied, shaking his head before addressing Roya. Good luck, Roya, cheered Lilian, who stood nearby, encouraging her. Come forth, Dragonite. With Genji and Lilian's watchful gazes upon her, Roya released the Dragonite from the pokeball that Genji had gifted her. Upon its emergence, the Dragonite first surveyed its surroundings with caution, only relaxing upon spotting Genji. Dragonite, this is the trainer I have entrusted you to. You two must learn to coexist harmoniously, Genji spoke to the newly released Dragonite. After hearing Genji's words, Dragonite fixed its gaze on its future trainer, sensing a warm familiarity emanating from Roya. It let out a few calls towards her, its eyes brimming with fighting spirit, conveying an unmistakable message. So, you mean that if I can defeat you, I can join you? Roya understood the Dragonite's implication and inquired further, receiving an affirmative nod in response. Species, Dragonite type, Dragon ability, inner focus gender, male level, 29 potential, champion moves, glare, ember, bite, headbutt, scary face, dragon claw, flamethrower. A champion potential Dragonite, Genji is quite generous. Roya mused to herself after assessing the Dragonite's attributes. Well then, I entrust you with this battle, Poison Baby. After scrutinizing the Dragonite's stats, Roya sent out her level 41 Poison Baby. What kind of Pokemon is this? Genji, unfamiliar with Poison Baby, inquired with curiosity. Poison Baby is a unique Ultra Beast from our Alola region, belonging to the Poison type. Lilian, who was knowledgeable about Poison Baby, explained to Genji. So, this is an Ultra Beast, Genji remarked, clearly possessing some understanding of these creatures, being one of the high-ranking officials in the league. As soon as Dragonite saw Poison Baby, it opened its mouth and unleashed a scorching pillar of fire towards Poison Baby. Poison Baby, use Poison Spray. At Roya's command, Poison Baby released a continuous stream of purple poison towards the incoming flamethrower. Under the obvious level disadvantage, Poison Baby's Poison Spray quickly suppressed Dragonite's flamethrower, overwhelming it as it surged forward. Upon witnessing the approaching toxic stream, Dragonite swiftly leaped aside, evading the onslaught. However, Poison Baby had successfully closed the distance to Dragonite, prompting Roya to issue another command. Poison Baby, unleash Steel Tail. Position next to Dragonite. Poison Baby enveloped its tail in a radiant white light before delivering a powerful strike towards Dragonite. Poison Baby's steel tail tore through the air and struck Dragonite with great force, sending it flying. Finish it off with a final blow, Roya commanded with a sweeping gesture. Just as Roya's words echoed, Poison Baby unleashed a white dragon-shaped beam from its mouth, striking the defenseless Dragonite and sending it crashing to the ground. Poison Baby, you've learned Dragon Pulse, Roya exclaimed in excitement upon witnessing Poison Baby's final move. BB. Poison Baby joyfully danced in the air. At that moment, a dazzling white light enveloped Poison Baby, causing everyone present to instinctively shield their eyes. Is it finally evolving? Roya looked on with exhilaration, his face alight with joy as he observed Poison Baby amidst the evolution light. When the light finally dissipated, a massive purple Pokémon appeared before everyone. Congratulations, Four-Mouth Needle Dragon. Roya smiled at Poison Baby's evolved form. Yay! Four-Mouth Needle Dragon responded joyfully to Roya. After recalling the now-evolved Four-Mouth Needle Dragon, Roya approached the dejected Dragonite, saying, "So, what do you say? Would you like to become my partner?" Upon hearing Roya's words, Dragonite lifted its head and gazed at him. "I will nurture you and help you grow stronger," Roya declared, holding out an empty luxury ball towards Dragonite. Upon hearing the promise of strength, Dragonite's expression turned resolute, and it touched the luxury ball, willingly entering it, allowing Roya to capture it effortlessly. Congratulations, Roya, not only have you captured Dragonite, but Poison Baby has also successfully evolved. Lillian gleefully exclaimed as she scampered over to Roya with a charming smile. You must treat Dragonite well, Genji advised as he approached. I will, Roya affirmed, nodding in agreement while looking at the Pokeball in his hand. Chapter 288, The Proud Ash. By the way, would you like to come aboard my ship? Genji suddenly asked Roya and Lillian after the capture of Dragonite. Mr. Genji's ship? Lillian queried with curiosity. In addition to being a member of the Elite Four of Hoenn, Mr. Genji is also an accomplished captain, accompanied by a crew of sailors. Thus, he is often referred to as the Son of the Sea as he navigates the world. Roya explained to Lillian, who had little knowledge of Genji's background. Ah, I see, Lillian exclaimed, understanding after Roya's explanation. Then let us go and see Mr. Genji's ship, she said, casting an eager glance at Roya. Absolutely. To be honest, Roya was equally curious about Genji's ship and wished to explore it, thus he accepted the invitation. However, my ship is still being prepared, so let's first rest at a cafe. The hot milk with sugar there is quite delightful. Once we're ready, we can head over, Genji said, recalling something. No problem. Thus, Roya followed Genji as they departed the forest, heading towards the cafe he had mentioned. Upon their arrival at the cafe, Roya and Lillian heard a familiar voice. But the most important thing is that the opponent's strength is too weak. I initially thought they would be stronger. Upon hearing this voice, Roya immediately recognized the speaker, none other than Ash. Look at that guy. Ash, he's getting cocky again after winning a few battles, Roya thought, shaking his head internally. Ash, I think you should be cautious not to become too overconfident, Brock's voice chimed in from within the cafe. I'm not overconfident. I just feel like I won't lose to anyone anymore, Ash replied, his voice brimming with pride. Hearing this, Roya couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. And even Lillian, who had known Ash for a while, stifled a giggle. Noticing Roya and Lillian's reaction, Genji asked, So, do you know these speakers? Indeed. They are my friends, Roya nodded, continuing, but Ash has been a bit too cocky lately. Ash, the boy accompanied by Pikachu? Yuan Ji inquired as he gazed through the window, observing the smug expression on Ash's face. Indeed, it is him. After casting another glance at the self-satisfied Ash within the coffee shop, Roya's eyes sparkled with mischief as he turned to Yuan Ji and said, Mr. Yuan Ji, I have a request I would like to impose upon you. You are referring to the young Ash inside, aren't you? Yuan Ji discerned Roya's intentions immediately. Precisely. Ash has become somewhat overconfident after winning a few battles recently, and I thought it might be prudent for you to give him a gentle reprimand. After all, he seems to be lacking a bit of real-world wisdom at the moment, Roya chuckled, fixating his gaze on Ash. Unbeknownst to Ash, who was busy boasting about his victories, there were already people scheming against him outside. He merely shivered with curiosity, dismissing the feeling as he continued his display of pride. It appears the boy has indeed become excessively arrogant. Thus, it is time for me to set him back on the right path. After observing Ash for a moment, Yuan Ji acquiesced to Roya's request. Upon receiving Yuan Ji's agreement, Roya promptly pushed open the coffee shop's door and walked inside, approaching Ash with a genial smile. Ash, long time no see. Ah, it's you, Roya, Ash exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing him. It's been a while, Roya, Brock chimed in, greeting Roya as well. Roya, I challenge you. I believe my strength is now sufficient to defeat you, Ash boldly declared upon seeing Roya. I don't have time at the moment. But you should challenge this gentleman beside me, Roya replied with a mischievous grin, his tone suggesting a hidden agenda. which went unnoticed by the proud Ash, unlike the others, May, Brock, and Max, who sensed the underlying implications. He is, Ash said, shifting his gaze towards Yuan Ji, standing next to Roya. You are, Brock stammered, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Yuan Ji. Max's eyes widened as he stared at Yuan Ji and asked, Are you the esteemed Yuan Ji of the Elite Four? The mention of the Elite Four piqued Ash's interest immediately. Oh, you know of my existence? Yuan Ji replied, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. For he currently led a rather low-profile life, and it was uncommon for people to recognize him. Yes, Max nodded eagerly. Since you are part of the Elite Four, let me witness your prowess. Ash, feeling a surge of confidence, challenged Yuan Ji, buoyed by the belief that he could defeat an Elite Four member. Of course. But please wait a moment. I would like to enjoy a cup of hot milk here first. Yuan Ji consented to Ash's challenge after Roya's earlier request. After ordering a cup of hot milk with sugar, he settled down to enjoy it. At that moment, Meowth from Team Rocket, who were working in the cafe, brought Yuan Ji's milk. Roya recognized their identities but chose not to pursue the matter, considering they had not caused any trouble. After Yuan Ji finished his beloved hot milk, he led Roya, Lily, and Ash to his ship. The Team Rocket trio, upon witnessing this, refrained from taking the opportunity to board the ship and continued to work diligently in the cafe. When Roya and the others arrived at the dock of the small island alongside Yuan Ji, they noticed the absence of Yuan Ji's ship, prompting Max to ask, Mr. Yuan Ji, where is your ship? My ship is over there, Yuan Ji replied, pointing in a specific direction. Following his gesture, the group beheld a magnificent sailing ship gliding toward them across the sea. What a colossal ship! Max exclaimed in awe. It resembles a pirate ship, Ash added enthusiastically. As everyone boarded the sailing vessel, it became evident that Ash's encounter with a reality check was imminent. Chapter 289, Ash's Lesson from Yuan Ji. Captain, you've returned. The preparations are complete. Upon arrival at Yuan Ji's ship, Roya, Lily, and Ash encountered a man dressed in white waiting for them. Thank you for your hard work. Yuan Ji responded promptly. After acknowledging the man in white, Yuan Ji introduced him to Roya and the others. This is Liang Guang, my top disciple. Hello. They all exchanged greetings with Liang Guang. Upon stepping onto the ship's expansive deck, Ash could not help but exclaim, Incredible. The deck is so spacious. And the mast is quite robust. It seems very sturdy. Brock, usually calm and composed, expressed some surprise as well. Indeed, our ship can withstand any fierce storms we may encounter, Liang Guang replied with a hint of pride after hearing their praises. Just as Liang Guang finished speaking, Max suddenly appeared beside Yuan Ji, gazing up at him with eager eyes. Mr. Yuan Ji, he called out, prompting Yuan Ji to glance at him and inquire. What is it? May I please take a look at your Pokémon? Max asked earnestly. I want to see too. Ash chimed in, now interested due to Max's enthusiasm. No need to rush. There will be a battle between Mr. Yuan Ji and Ash soon, and you can observe his Pokémon then, Roya said with a smile. A fierce battle on this deck will surely be spectacular, Lily added with a light chuckle. I can hardly wait. I've always wanted to compete with someone formidable. Ash confidently replied. That's fantastic. Max exclaimed, eagerly anticipating the battle between Ash and Yuan Ji. Wait a moment, Ash. Battling an Elite Four member is entirely different from facing an ordinary trainer, Brock cautioned, hoping to temper Ash's enthusiasm. No need to worry. I'm in peak condition right now, and I can handle even Roya. Ash retorted dismissively, brimming with confidence. Upon hearing his bold declaration, Lily and May exchanged glances, astonished by Ash's audacity, as if questioning the source of his newfound courage. Following Ash's boastful words, Roya and Yuan Ji shared a knowing glance and a subtle smile, each recognizing the amusing turn of events. Lily, aware of Roya and Yuan Ji's intentions to teach Ash a lesson, couldn't help but smile faintly at the unfolding situation. As Ash proclaimed his readiness, Yuan Ji began outlining the rules for the upcoming match. The battle will consist of 3 rounds. The first to win 2 rounds will be declared the victor. After stating the rules, Yuan Ji scanned the crowd, asking, Is there anyone willing to act as the referee? A sailor on the ship stepped forward to take on the role. Thank you for your assistance, Yuan Ji said before he and Ash positioned themselves on opposite sides of the deck, ready to confront one another. Let the Pokémon battle between Mr. Yuan Ji and Ash commence, the sailor announced, stepping between the two. Ash, for my first Pokémon, I shall use this one. Yuan Ji retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and hurled it into the air, proclaiming loudly, Come forth, Shelmet. The Pokeball soared gracefully before bursting open, and amidst a flash of crimson light, a Shelmet materialized upon the deck. It's Shelmet, Xiaosheng exclaimed in delight upon witnessing Yuan Ji's summon. Pokémon, Shelmet. Type, Dragon. Ability, Shell Armor. Gender, male. Level, 43. Potential, Champion. Moves, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Protect, Ember, Flamethrower, Headbutt, Bite, Confusion. Mr. Yuan-Ji is the Dragon-type champion of the Hoenn region, specializing in Dragon Pokémon, and this particular Shelmet is not even his ace. Upon recognizing the attributes of Shelmet, Luoya began to elucidate the situation for Xiao Yao and the others. The opponent is Shelmet? In that case, Pikachu, you shall battle. Xiaoji declared to his level 46 Pikachu perched on his shoulder after observing Yuan-Ji's choice. Upon hearing Xiaoji's command, Pikachu leapt confidently from his shoulder to face Shelmet, ready for combat. Shelmet's movements appeared sluggish, and Xiaoji mused that Pikachu's swift attacks would surely lead to a swift victory. A smirk crept onto his lips at this thought. Very well, Xiaoji. Unleash your best, Yuan-Ji remarked after observing the unfolding scene. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Xiaoji commanded, and as soon as he spoke, Pikachu unleashed a brilliant bolt of golden lightning towards Shelmet. However, Shelmet did not evade. It stood resolutely to absorb Pikachu's Thunderbolt. An immediate attack, Xiaoxing exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. But why is Mr. Yuan-Ji making no move? He hasn't even issued a command to dodge, Xiaojing pondered, bewildered by Yuan-Ji's uncharacteristic behavior. Pikachu, hit him again with Thunderbolt, Xiaoji commanded, and Pikachu launched another Thunderbolt at Shelmet. In response, Yuan-Ji did not remain passive. He directed Shelmet with authority. Shelmet, execute Body Slam. With a brilliant white glow, Shelmet charged towards Pikachu, unperturbed by Xiaoji's Thunderbolt. Even if it had evaded the Thunderbolt, its speed would soon allow it to close the distance to Pikachu. Observing the battle, Xiao Yao shared her insights. As expected, with Shelmet's speed, Pikachu used Quick Attack to evade. Following Xiaoji's command, Pikachu vanished in a flash of white light, successfully dodging Shelmet's Body Slam. What's going on with Mr. Yuan-Ji? Xiaoxing questioned, perplexed by his demeanor. Turns out even a member of the Elite Four isn't necessarily invincible, Xiao Yao commented, taking in the scenario. Is that your perspective? Liang Wang inquired, drawing the attention of the trio. What do you mean? Xiao Yao and the others responded, puzzled. Shelmet possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Even Pikachu's Thunderbolt would scarcely inflict harm. If Shelmet seizes the opportunity, it can decisively take down Pikachu, which explains why Mr. Yuan-Ji refrained from dodging. Lily explained from the sidelines. Ah, I see now, Xiao Yao and her companions acknowledged, enlightened by Lily's clarification. As anticipated, after seizing the moment, Shelmet unleashed a Dragon Breath that struck Pikachu, followed by a Dragon Claw that ultimately rendered Pikachu unable to continue fighting. Pikachu is unable to battle, the referee announced. Presiding over the match. What just happened? Xiaoji gazed in disbelief at Pikachu, who lay on the deck. Is Pikachu all right? He swiftly rushed to cradle his fallen companion, allowing it to rest nearby. Remarkable. Xiao Yao and her friends expressed their astonishment. As Lily had previously articulated, Mr. Yuan-Ji's Shelmet exhibited extraordinary defensive prowess. Thus, by calculating the approximate damage potential, he could effectively seize the moment to secure victory. Across the tumultuous seas of the world, it is the captain's weapon that is forged through the strength of body and will, Liang Wang added with a smile. Xiaoji, your assault was indeed fierce. Yet without accurately gauging your opponent's stamina and strength, such reckless aggression is perilous. Yuan-Ji began to instruct Xiaoji. It is time for the next battle, he announced, preparing for the subsequent confrontation. After recalling Shelmet, he produced another Pokeball and released its contents. Xiaoji, I shall battle with this one. Come forth, Swablu. In a flash of red light, the level 47 Swablu appeared, soaring gracefully in the air. Swablu, you say? Observing the two masts around him, Xiaoji quickly formulated a plan and threw forth his own Pokeball. Forest Lizard, I choose you. With a cry, Xiaoji's level 36 Forest Lizard emerged onto the battlefield. Forest Lizard against a flying type, like Swablu? The type advantage is decidedly unfavorable. Xiaoxing exclaimed. Ah, I see now. Xiaoji has devised this strategy. Liang Wang quickly grasped Xiaoji's reasoning. You all must recall Xiaoji's challenge against the Inu Gym. He intends to utilize the ship's mass to significantly enhance Forest Lizard's agility, thereby securing an opportunity for victory, Luoya elaborated. Now I understand. Go for it, Xiaoji. Xiao Yao and her companions cheered for him, encouraged by Luoya's explanation. Forest Lizard, leap using the mast, Xiaoji commanded. And Forest Lizard began to spring from the ship's masts with agility. Forest Lizard, use Seed Bomb. As Forest Lizard ascended the mast, Xiaoji initiated his offensive. Upon hearing the command, Forest Lizard opened its mouth, releasing numerous glowing seeds that surged towards Swablu. Quick, evade! Yuan Ji called out, and Swablu swiftly darted behind the mast, successfully avoiding the seed bomb assault. Forest Lizard, unleash Leaf Blade. Noticing that the previous move had failed, Xiaoji pressed on with his command. Forest Lizard promptly executed the Leaf Blade technique, positioning itself behind Swablu's mast, preparing to strike. However, as Forest Lizard leaped onto another mast, it discovered that Swablu had vanished from behind the mast and appeared directly behind it. Use Body Slam, Yuan Ji commanded, and Swablu charged forth with unrelenting force, colliding with the unsuspecting Forest Lizard and sending it crashing against the ship's sail. Swablu, unleash Dragon Breath. Yuan Ji took advantage of the opportunity, issuing his command. Swablu opened its mouth, releasing a beam of verdant energy that struck Forest Lizard, knocking it down onto the deck. Forest Lizard. Xiao Yao and her companions cried out in concern from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji wore a frustrated expression, muttering, "Why? Ash, in the heat of battle, often encounters unforeseen circumstances, leaving him caught off guard. This is frequently attributed to a wandering mind. While possessing confidence is commendable, excessive self-assurance can obscure one's clarity of vision." As a mentor in this contest, Gunji continues to guide Ash. It becomes evident that Gunji has already discerned Ash's overzealous pride, a realization that dawns upon Brock as well. This is precisely the favor that Roy entrusted to Gunji. Lily, observing from the sidelines, remarked with a smile, "Entrusting Gunji with assistance?" The trio of May, Max, and Brock looked on with curiosity at Lily's recent utterance. Earlier, at the cafe, we witnessed Ash's overconfidence. To provide him with a humbling experience, Roy solicited Gunji's help. Lily explained, her tone lighthearted. Now it all makes sense. Roy truly has Ash's best interests at heart. Upon hearing Lily's words, May and her companions quickly grasped the situation. Only those who can relinquish distractions and focus their minds on the contest can control the flow of battle. Gunji continued to instruct Ash, emphasizing the importance of casting aside distractions and concentrating on the competition. Ash, absorbing this wisdom, began to comprehend its significance. Shiny Pidgey. Unleash Brave Bird. After concluding one round of instruction, Gunji initiated another wave of attacks. The shiny Pidgey, enveloped in a blaze of crimson flames, tore through the air, targeting the Forest Lizard. Cast away any extraneous thoughts and concentrate. After some reflection, Ash shouted towards the Forest Lizard, "Forest Lizard, use Quick Attack." Upon receiving Ash's command, the Forest Lizard vanished from sight, leaping into the air to evade the shiny Pidgey's assault. Seizing the opportunity as the Forest Lizard ascended, Ash called out, "Forest Lizard, use Leaf Blade." The Forest Lizard, upon hearing this, immediately executed the move, striking fiercely towards the shiny Pidgey. Use Spin Attack. Under Gunji's guidance, the shiny Pidgey performed a spin attack, evading the Forest Lizard's Leaf Blade and reappearing behind it. Employ Solar Beam. At Gunji's command, the shiny Pidgey released a beam of white light, striking the Forest Lizard, who was unable to escape, and knocking it down onto the deck. With the Forest Lizard incapacitated, the shiny Pidgey emerged victorious, and thus Gunji was declared the winner by the referee, who swiftly assessed the condition of the Forest Lizard. After retrieving the defeated Forest Lizard, a disheartened Ash began to speak. Gunji, but Gunji interjected, speaking earnestly. Ash, that last move was executed excellently. Free of distractions, you focused wholeheartedly on the contest. This feeling is paramount, do not forget it. I understand, thank you. Gunji, Ash nodded in acknowledgement. Ultimately, an exceptional trainer must maintain a calm and composed heart, unwaveringly focused on the competition. Your previous demeanor clearly contradicted this notion, Roy interjected, approaching Ash. I understand, Ash replied with a nod. When you return from the Pokémon Center, I shall treat you all to a splendid dinner. Gunji addressed Roy and the others. We are truly grateful, May and her companions expressed with delight. Thus, at Roy's behest, the esteemed Elite Four member Gunji successfully realigned the overly proud Ash onto the right path. Chapter 291. Encounter with the Shiny Gardevoir Family. Sir, we have lost one Ralts, one Curlia, and one Gardevoir that we had captured. Within a small aircraft, a man clad in a black uniform reported to a formidable-looking individual seated before him. Unmistakably someone not to be trifled with. Are you saying that the 3 Pokémon, for which the client paid a handsome sum, have escaped? The menacing figure expressed his displeasure upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Yes, due to a lapse in oversight, they managed to flee. The reporting personnel, sensing the fierce demeanor of their boss, trembled slightly as they relayed the information cautiously. All of you are useless. If you cannot keep track of 3 Pokémon, then such incompetence is unnecessary. Find a time to make him disappear. The man's eyes glinted with malice as he finished his statement. Understood, the subordinate replied, trepidation evident in their voice. By the way, where did the 3 Pokémon vanish? The man inquired. It seems they disappeared near Ceros town, the subordinate quickly informed him. Then let us retrieve them. Someone has invested a considerable sum in acquiring them. The man's expression shifted to a sinister smile. Yes, the subordinate responded promptly. After a short while, the small aircraft, piloted by the formidable man, began its journey towards Ceros town, as indicated by the subordinate's report. Meanwhile, as Roy and Lily disembarked from the vessel of Genji, one of the elite 4 from the Hoenn region, they chose not to accompany Ash and his companions on their journey. Instead, the two continued on their path towards Lilycove City together. After several days of travel, they arrived at a vast and dense forest. With the assistance of their Chansey, Roy and Lily, along with their Pokémon, commenced their lunch within the forest. The map suggests that once we traverse this forest, we will reach Ceros town. It appears quite close, Lily remarked, glancing at her phone while addressing Roy. While the map may suggest proximity, the actual journey is still considerably lengthy, Roy replied, peering at the map. We need only to continue onward. There's no need to rush. Lily had no objections. After all, there were still several months until the Hoenn League's upcoming Grand Festival, and with only the Lilycove gym remaining for Roy to challenge, they had ample time. Then let us press on. Once we arrive at Ceros town, we shall rest for a few days, Roy declared after organizing their belongings. Agreed, Lily responded, ready to embark on the next leg of their journey. Just as they had not ventured far, a clear voice resonated within Roy's heart. Imbued with a faint plea and a sense of helplessness. Who can save us? Upon hearing this voice, Roy halted, scanning the surrounding forest in search of the source of the call for help. Lily, noticing Roy's sudden change in demeanor, felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, Roy, what is happening? I believe I heard someone calling for help, Roy explained. After listening to Roy's explanation, Lily fell silent, straining to hear any sounds. However, after a brief moment with no response, she said, but I don't hear anything. This is a form of telepathy. Naturally, you wouldn't hear it. Roy clarified for the puzzled Lily. Ah, so it's telepathy, Lily exclaimed, suddenly understanding. Then we should hurry over. Wait a moment. Roy as swiftly apprehended the departing Lilia and summoned the radiant power within him to locate the source of the earlier voice. Almost immediately, he discerned the direction he sought and turned to Lilia, declaring, it lies in that direction. With that, Roy led Lilia toward the sense location, and they soon arrived at the scene of the incident. Upon their arrival, they were momentarily stunned by the sight of those in distress. It was none other than Ralulus, Kyrillian, and Shinado. As Roya and Lilia approached, the first thing that captured their attention was these 3 Pokémon, and they quickly recognized their identities. The ones who had called for help were undoubtedly them. Roya stroked his chin thoughtfully, noting that Shinado, like them, possessed the rare ability of telepathy, albeit in exceedingly scarce numbers. They are gravely injured. But what could have caused this? Lilia observed the various wounds adorning the 3 Pokémon, noting that Ralulus bore the most serious injuries, her heart aching at the sight. We cannot delay any longer. We must attend to their wounds first. With that, Roya and Lilia cautiously approached Ralulus, Kyrillian, and Shinado. As they drew near, the 3 Pokémon, now on high alert, fixed their watchful gazes upon Roya and Lilia, as if ready to strike at the slightest movement. Fear not, we are here to assist you. We heard your cries for help and have come to your aid. Roya reassured them, explaining their presence. Upon hearing Roya's comforting words and sensing his warmth, Ralulus, Kyrillian, and Shinado gradually relaxed, lowering their defenses. With their permission granted, Roya promptly retrieved his healing potions from his backpack and, alongside Lilia, began to apply the restorative sprays on the 3 Pokémon. Under the effects of the healing potion, Kyrillian and Shinado showed remarkable recovery, while Ralulus remained in a notably weakened state. Seeing Ralulus' frailty, Roya invoked his radiant power, initiating a healing process for the beleaguered Pokémon. With the infusion of his radiant energy, Ralulus soon regained her strength. After tending to Ralulus, Kyrillian, and Shinado, Roya sensed their lingering weakness and hunger, prompting him to produce his psychic energy cubes, which he generously offered to Ralulus and the others. Upon sighting the food, Ralulus and her companions eagerly devoured the offering, wholly disregarding any semblance of decorum. While Ralulus and her friends feasted, Roya seized the opportunity to examine their attributes. Pokémon, Ralulus. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Ability, Telepathy. Gender, Female. Level, 17. Potential, Champion. Moves, Psyshock, Shadow Clone. Hypnosis, Teleport, Charm Voice, Drain Kiss. Pokémon, Kyrillian. Type, psychic, fairy. Ability, synchronize. Gender, female. Level, 26. Potential, elite. Moves, Psyshock. Drain Kiss, Charm Voice, Psychic, Hypnosis, Light Screen. Pokémon, Shenado. Type, psychic, fairy. Ability, copycat. Gender, female. Level, 38. Potential, elite. Moves, Psyshock, Psychic, Teleport, Light Screen, Shadow Clone. Drain Kiss. What remarkable Pokémon they are. After reviewing their attributes, Roya felt a surge of desire to capture them. Just as he contemplated whether to seize the opportunity, a boisterous voice echoed from the sky. So, this is where you are. Chapter 292, The Arrival of Hunter K. As Roya hesitated over whether to capture Ralula's, Kyrillian, and Shenado, a cacophony of mechanical sounds suddenly resonated from above. Roya, Lilia, and the three Pokémon instinctively gazed skyward, soon spotting a small aircraft approaching. The moment Ralula's and her companions laid eyes on the aircraft, fear flashed across their expressions, a detail that did not escape Roya's keen observation. What is that? Lilia inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she watched the flying machine. I'm not certain, but I suspect it may be connected to the injuries sustained by Ralula's and her friends, Roya replied. His gaze fixed on the aircraft. As Roya and Lilia conversed, a gruff voice boomed from the craft. So, you are the ones I've been searching for. It took quite an effort to find you. No sooner had the words left his lips than the aircraft descended, and 4 or 5 men clad in black emerged, the leader bearing a particularly menacing visage. Who are you? What do you want? Roya immediately discerned their ill intentions and confronted them with authority. Oh, I didn't expect to find 2 little brats here. Well then, hand over your Pokémon willingly, or don't blame us for being unfriendly. The rugged man, revealing himself as Hunter K, erupted into laughter upon spotting Roya and Lilia. Hearing their arrogant taunts and recognizing their familiar tactics, Roya furrowed his brow and retorted. You must be Pokémon hunters. Indeed, I am Hunter K, the burly man boasted, unabashedly confirming his identity. We will not surrender Ralula's and the others to you, Lilia declared. Stepping protectively in front of Ralula's alongside Roya, defiantly confronting Hunter K and his cohort. Then don't say we didn't warn you. Hunter K snarled menacingly at the defiant duo. Let us see what you're made of. Roya narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze onto Hunter K. Then let the battle begin, Mytayana. Hunter K commanded, unleashing his first Pokémon, a level 56 Mytayana, which emerged with a fierce glare directed at Roya and his companions. Then I shall call forth my Boscodora. Roya responded, sending out his own Pokémon to stand firm against the Mytayana. To think you possess a Boscodora. How fortunate for me. Hunter K's eyes gleamed with delight at the sight of Roya's Pokémon. If you dare, then come at me. Roya replied with a smirk, amused that Hunter K underestimated him as merely an ordinary child. Mytayana, use Shadow Ball. At Hunter K's command, Mytayana unleashed a dark, swirling energy sphere that hurtled toward Boscodora. Boscodora, deflect it with Brick Break. Roya remained unfazed by the fierce assault, calmly instructing his Pokémon to counterattack. Obeying Roya's command, Boscodora met the Shadow Ball with its glowing white hand, deftly dispersing the attack, leaving only a few purple energy motes to dissipate into the air. Mytayana, use Quick Attack. Upon witnessing his first command fail, Hunter K immediately launched a second offensive. Mytayana vanished from sight, racing toward Boscodora with a flash of white light. Earthquake. As soon as Luo Ya's voice fell, Boscodora immediately stomped its feet violently against the ground, sending forth a powerful tremor that swiftly interrupted the high-speed motion of the great wolfhound, which was subsequently propelled away by the residual force. Boscodora, a formidable force. Under Luo Ya's command, Boscodora charged with unbridled might towards the great wolfhound, colliding with it once more and sending it flying, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Undoubtedly, in this state, the great wolfhound had lost its fighting capability. Upon witnessing the unconscious form of the great wolfhound, Hunter K cursed viciously, useless, and then recalled the creature. After this encounter, Hunter K realized that Luo Ya was not as harmless as he appeared. It was evident that he was a tough opponent. After some contemplation, Hunter K softened his tone slightly, addressing Luo Ya. Your strength is quite impressive. What do you mean by that? Luo Ya raised an eyebrow in response. If you hand over Alola to us, I shall let bygones be bygones. What say you? Hunter K inquired. Hearing Hunter K's words, Alola, Kyrillian, and Shenado exchanged anxious glances with Luo Ya, fearing he might abandon them. I certainly will not relinquish them to you. In the end, Luo Ya upheld their expectations and firmly rejected Hunter K. How infuriating. You refuse my goodwill, so do not blame me for being uncivil. Hunter K's fury ignited upon Luo Ya's outright refusal, his gaze turning menacing. What will you do? Luo Ya feigned indifference, appearing to dismiss Hunter K entirely. This attitude only served to further enrage Hunter K, who shouted in a fierce tone, "Then do not blame me for being rude. Come forth, Spoon Snake." With that, Hunter K unleashed his Pokeball, and a Spoon Snake appeared on the battlefield. Pokémon, Spoon Snake. Type, Poison. Ability, Shed Skin. Gender, Male. Level, 62. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Iron Tail, Bite, Poison Tail, Poison Jab, Toxic Foam, Venoshock, Crunch, Bind. An elite-level Spoon Snake. Luo Ya recognized the creature's strength at a glance, furrowing his brow. Indeed. Kid, you might as well hand over your Pokémon without further ado. Hunter K, brimming with confidence regarding his Spoon Snake's prowess, adopted an increasingly arrogant demeanor. My Bosque Dora is right here. Come and take it if you can, Luo Ya replied with a light chuckle, as Bosque Dora echoed his words with a fierce roar. Challenging Hunter K, Spoon Snake, unleash Flamethrower. At Hunter K's command, Spoon Snake opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of scorching flames directed at Bosque Dora. Chapter 293, Hunter K's Defeat. Spoon Snake, execute Flamethrower. After summoning Spoon Snake, Hunter K immediately issued his command. Obeying, Spoon Snake flicked its tongue before unleashing a wave of intense fire, charging towards Bosque Dora, the heat distorting the very air around it. Bosque Dora, use Hydro Pump. With a swift command from Luo Ya, Bosque Dora released a high-pressure jet of water that soon collided with the approaching flamethrower. Water and fire clashed in the air, each attempting to extinguish the other, neither able to prevail. After a tense standoff, both the flamethrower and hydro pump dissipated into the atmosphere, leaving behind swirling motes of crimson and azure energy. Spoon Snake, Iron Tail. After witnessing the ineffectiveness of the previous attack, Hunter K readied his next strike. Spoon Snake swiftly glided towards Bosque Dora, its tail gleaming with a metallic sheen. Rock Slide. Upon witnessing this, Luo Ya immediately commanded Bosque Dora. Following Luo Ya's orders, Bosque Dora stomped its foot, causing a surge of sharp rocks to erupt along Spoon Snake's path, obstructing its advance. Despite Spoon Snake's agility allowing it to evade many of the rising stones, it was inevitable that it would misstep. In a moment of carelessness, Spoon Snake was struck by a protruding rock, sending it hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. Now's your chance, Bosque Dora. Use Spike Cannon, Luo Ya shouted, seizing the opportunity as Spoon Snake lay on the ground. Responding to Luo Ya's call, Bosque Dora stomped the earth once more, causing a flurry of sharp stones to soar into the air, converging upon the fallen Spoon Snake. Seeing the multitude of spikes in the air, Hunter K's eyes narrowed sharply, and he shouted to Spoon Snake, "Spoon Snake, use Dig." Having just risen, Spoon Snake obeyed Hunter K's command, swiftly burrowing into the ground. With Spoon Snake underground, Bosque Dora's spike cannon lost its target, striking only the nearby trees, while Spoon Snake evaded the attack by hiding in its burrow. At this moment, utilizing Dig was a foolish choice. Luo Ya scoffed at Hunter K's command and ordered Bosque Dora, Earthquake. Not good. Spoon Snake, hurry and come out. Hunter K's pupils widened in alarm upon hearing Luo Ya's command to Bosque Dora, urgently calling to Spoon Snake. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bosque Dora slammed its foot into the ground, generating a violent tremor that dealt significant damage to the Spoon Snake still concealed underground. When Spoon Snake finally emerged from its burrow, it collapsed at the entrance, its eyes glazed over from the effects of the earthquake. After defeating the elite-level Spoon Snake, Bosque Dora, previously at the pinnacle of the quasi-champion level, immediately ascended to the champion level, reaching level 61. Damn it! Upon witnessing the incapacitated Spoon Snake, Hunter K erupted in frustration. Is this truly your strength? It seems rather lacking. Luo Ya held no fondness for the Pokemon hunter and harbored a deep disdain for his illicit poaching activities, thus maintaining a cold demeanor towards Hunter K. Bastard. After hearing Luo Ya's scornful taunts, Hunter K, already ill-tempered, exploded with rage, shouting at his subordinates behind him. What are you fools still doing there? Get over here and help me. At Hunter K's bellow, his previously idle subordinates scrambled to retrieve their Pokeballs, releasing their Pokemon, which soon included several great wolfhounds, Drubii, and Kingler. Then you should join the fray as well. Observing this, Luo Ya produced several Pokeballs of his own, summoning his Pidgeot, Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. Under Luo Ya's command, these Pokemon, led by Bosque Dora, launched a coordinated assault against Hunter K and his subordinates, swiftly incapacitating all their Pokemon. This is getting out of hand. We must retreat. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Hunter K realized that Luoya was an exceptionally formidable opponent and signaled for his underlings to prepare for a hasty withdrawal. Think you can escape? Not a chance. After noticing Hunter K and his team were planning to retreat, Roya immediately commanded his Pokémon. Claydol, use Hyper Beam. Destroy that aircraft. Before Hunter K and his team could even reach their aircraft, Claydol's Hyper Beam struck it, completely obliterating it and reducing it to a pile of scrap metal. Damn it! Hunter K shouted in frustration, but realizing he was no match for Roya, he could only suppress his anger and flee into the forest. Venusaur, use Vine Whip and Sleep Powder. Roya ordered. Venusaur immediately extended multiple vines, binding all of Hunter K's team, and to ensure their safety. Also use Sleep Powder to put them to sleep. After incapacitating all the Pokémon hunters, Roya had Lilia call the Ceros Town authorities. While he used a pre-prepared rope to tie up all the hunters, including Hunter K, retrieving their Pokémon into their Pokeballs and restraining them. A short while later, Ms. Junsha from Ceros Town arrived with a large squad of officers and took all the hunters, led by Hunter K, into custody. Roya, thank you for capturing Hunter K, Ms. Junsha said, giving him a salute. No need to thank me. It's my duty as a league inspector, Roya replied casually, waving his hand. Afterward, Ms. Junsha escorted the captured Pokémon hunters back to Ceros Town. Roya turned his attention to the Pokémon by his side, Ralts, Kirlia, and Gardevoir. Chapter 294, Arrival at Lily Cove City. Hunter K has been dealt with. What will you three do now? Roya asked Ralts, Kirlia, and Gardevoir after seeing the hunters taken away. Yes, where are you heading next? Lilia also asked. The three Pokémon began discussing among themselves. After a brief discussion, the eldest, Gardevoir, stepped forward. Sana. Gardevoir called out several times, expressing its thoughts. What does she mean? Lilia, unable to understand Gardevoir, asked Roya, having already understood the Pokémon's intentions through their glowing aura. Roya explained, they want to follow us and become part of our team. I see, Lilia said, turning to ask Gardevoir, receiving 3 nods in response. In that case, you should capture them. Roya, Lilia said. You want me to capture all 3? Roya asked, curious. They are sisters, and I don't want them separated. Only you, Roya, can fully bring out their abilities, Lilia explained. Understood. Then please take care of them, Roya said, with their consent. He pulled out 3 luxury balls and captured all 3 Pokémon. After adding Gardevoir, Kirlia, and Ralts to his team, Roya and Lilia continued their journey towards Ceros Town. After a one-day stop there, they boarded a ship bound for Lily Cove City. After some time at sea, the ship from Ceros Town soon reached the waters near Lily Cove City. Standing on deck, Lilia gazed at the city in awe. This is Lily Cove City? It's so beautiful. Roya explained briefly. Lily Cove City is an island city in the eastern part of the Hoenn region, surrounded by the sea. Its gym specializes in water-type Pokémon, making it similar to Ordemer in the Sinnoh region, earning it the title of the water capital. I see, Lilia said, nodding, smiling at Roya. Why do you say that? Roya asked, puzzled. Roya, this is your final gym challenge. Once you earn the Lily Cove badge, you can enter the Hoenn League tournament, right? Lilia said with a teasing smile. Now that you mention it, I guess that's true, Roya said, scratching the back of his head and smiling. What kind of gym is Lily Cove Gym? Lilia asked, having not researched it beforehand. As I mentioned before, it specializes in water-type Pokémon, and the gym leader is the famous trainer Adam, Roya explained. Famous? Lilia asked, curious. Adam is not only the Lily Cove gym leader, he is also a top Pokémon coordinator and the mentor of the current Hoenn champion, Wallace, Roya elaborated. Wallace's mentor? That is impressive, Lilia exclaimed, covering her mouth in amazement. Haha, I'm not that strong myself, a strange voice suddenly rang out behind them. Turning around. Ability, telepathy. Roya and Lilia saw a figure with striking black and white hair, a tuft of white, and dressed in azure clothing. It was none other gender than Adam, the Lily Cove gym leader. Are you Mr. Adam? Lilia asked, realizing his identity. Yes, I am Adam, the Lily Cove gym leader, he confirmed with a nod. Hello, Mr. Adam. My name is Lilia, and this is my boyfriend, Roya. We are trainers from the Alola region, Lilia introduced. Hello, Adam greeted them, then turned to Roya and Lilia. I heard you intend to challenge Lily Cove Gym? Yes, I'm here to challenge you, Roya replied. So you're coming today? Adam asked. I'm afraid it's too late today, Roya said, glancing at the evening sky. Then I'll be waiting for you at Lily Cove Gym tomorrow, Adam said, noticing the late hour and arranging to battle them the next day. All right, we'll see you tomorrow, Roya said, bidding Adam farewell. And he and Lilia headed toward the Pokemon Center. I'm sure you'll earn the Lily Cove badge tomorrow, Lilia said cheerfully as they walked. You really have that much confidence in me? Roya asked with a smile. Of course. My Roya is the strongest, Lilia replied with a grin. I knew you'd say that, Roya chuckled. After saying that, Roya held Lilia's hand, and the two of them headed to the Pokémon Center. After restoring their Pokémon there, they checked into a room and spent the night. The next morning, after having breakfast, Roya and Lilia set out together toward the location of the Cerulean Gym, ready to challenge it. Roya was now on the verge of obtaining his final gym badge. Chapter 295, Cerulean Gym. When Roya arrived at the Cerulean Gym, Adam's butler was already standing at the entrance, waiting for Roya and Lilia as per the arrangement made the day before. Seeing them arrive, the butler approached and said, "You must be Mr. Roya and Miss Lilia." "Yes." "May I ask who you are?" Roya asked politely, though he already had an idea of the butler's identity. "I am Mr. Adam's butler." "Mr. Adam has been waiting for you inside the gym," the butler said with a smile. "In that case, please lead the way," Roya responded courteously. "Please follow me." With that, the butler began leading the way, guiding Roya and Lilia into the Cerulean Gym and quickly bringing them to the battle arena, where gym leader Adam was already waiting. "You've finally arrived, Roya and Lilia," Adam said with a smile upon seeing them. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Roya replied with a nod. "Now that you're here, let us begin our battle. But note, the rules of Cerulean Gym are slightly different from the ones you've encountered before," Adam explained. "Oh, what is different?" Curious, Roya asked. "At Cerulean Gym, challengers use 5 Pokémon. There will be 1 double battle and 3 single battles. The gym leader can only proceed to the singles once both Pokémon in the double battle are knocked out, whereas challengers have no such restriction," the butler, acting as referee, clarified. "So that means if a challenger loses 1 Pokémon in the double battle, they can still send out another. But Adam can only move to singles after both his double battle Pokémon are down, right?" Roya asked, quickly understanding the rule. "Exactly," the butler confirmed with a nod. "Now that you understand, let us begin. I've been eager to test your skills," Adam said, turning to Roya. "I can't wait," Roya replied, retrieving his Pokeballs with a smile. "Let the battle begin." The butler raised the flag, officially starting the gym challenge. "Go, Seaking and Goldeen," Adam commanded, throwing out 2 Pokeballs. In a flash of red light, the 2 Pokémon appeared in the battle arena, Seaking and Goldeen. Pokémon, Seaking type, Water Ice ability, Thick Fat Gender, male level, 38 rank, semi-legendary moves, Water Gun, Rollout, Powder Snow, Brine, Ice Ball, Aurora Beam, Ice Beam. Hydro Pump Pokémon, Goldeen type, Water ability, Swift Swim Gender, male level, 37 rank, gym moves, Water Pulse, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Agility, Horn Drill, Mega Horn, Hyper Beam. High Speed Star. After noting their types, Roya pondered briefly, then switched his Pokeballs and sent out, "Come on, Dragonite and Gyarados." In a flash, 2 massive figures appeared in the arena's pool. When the red light faded, Roya's shiny Dragonite and red Gyarados emerged. "You actually have 2 shiny Pokémon," Adam exclaimed in surprise, noticing Dragonite's purple sheen and Gyarados' red coloring. A twinge of envy flickered in his eyes, as he loved shiny water-type Pokémon the most. "Just lucky," Roya said with a small smile, then added, "Now, let us begin the battle." Of course. Seeing Adam ready, Roya immediately commanded, "Dragonite, use Ice Beam." Following his command, Dragonite summoned a chilling wind that rapidly froze the arena pool. The ice thickened significantly, and although Goldeen avoided the Ice Beam's damage, its dependency on water made it ineffective unless the ice was destroyed. Adam realized Roya's intention, his expression turning slightly grim. But as a skilled trainer, he quickly collected himself and commanded, "Seaking, use Aurora Beam." While Seaking fired the beam at red Gyarados, Adam also directed Goldeen, "Goldeen, use Water Splash." Then Hyper Beam to break the ice. Roya understood that Seaking was just a distraction. Adam's goal was to break the ice and create a favorable battlefield. But Roya had anticipated this. He ordered, "Gyarados, use Flamethrower to block Aurora Beam." "Dragonite, use Ice Beam on Goldeen." At Roya's commands, red Gyarados released a fiery blast, countering Seaking's Aurora Beam and pushing toward it. Meanwhile, Dragonite fired a white, icy beam from its horn, hitting the airborne Goldeen, causing it to fall onto the ice and faint. With Goldeen out, Adam focused solely on Seaking, but red Gyarados' flamethrower barreled toward it, putting Seaking in imminent danger. Adam quickly shouted his next command. Chapter 296, Battle with Adam. Seaking, dodge immediately, Adam ordered as the flamethrower advanced. Seaking ceased its Aurora Beam attack and slid quickly on the frozen pool to avoid the incoming fire. "Seaking, use Ice Ball," Adam then commanded. The Pokémon formed a small ice ball and launched it at red Gyarados. "Red Gyarados, unleash your Iron Tail and shatter it." Upon witnessing the incoming ice ball, Roya immediately commanded the Crimson Gyarados. In an impressive display, the Gyarados utilized its metallic tail to obliterate the approaching ice projectile. Dragonair, employ Thunderbolt. Gyarados, unleash Flamethrower. After successfully neutralizing Adam's onslaught, Roya promptly directed his Dragonair and the red Gyarados. No sooner had Roya's command left his lips than Dragonair emanated a radiant golden energy, launching a powerful bolt of lightning towards the Sea Lion. Sea Lion, evade swiftly. Adam, seeing the impending danger, hastily ordered his Sea Lion to glide over the ice to dodge the Thunderbolt. Just as the Sea Lion had barely evaded the Thunderbolt and reached another part of the arena, the Gyarados' flamethrowers surged forward, targeting the Sea Lion. Due to the pressing circumstances, the Sea Lion could not escape this fiery assault in time and was struck directly, though the damage inflicted was minimal. Now's our chance. Dragonair. Thunderbolt. Recognizing the opportunity, Roya called out to his Dragonair. As his command resonated, Dragonair unleashed a brilliant golden thunderbolt towards the Sea Lion, striking it with an unyielding force. After enduring the electric-type attack, the Sea Lion succumbed to significant damage, collapsing onto the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. The Sea Lion is unable to battle. Gyarados and Dragonair emerge victorious. The referee, Butler, exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, as Mickley mentioned, you are quite the remarkable youth. Adam, recalling his Sea Lion and Kingler, cast a contemplative glance at Roya while praising his prowess. Has Mickley spoken of me? Roya inquired, raising an eyebrow. Certainly. He described you as an extraordinary young man. Adam replied with a hearty laugh. That is merely Mickley's overestimation. Roya modestly shook his head, responding with humility. As Roya and Adam engaged in conversation, the water level in the pool unexpectedly began to recede. At that moment, the butler announced, as the second battle commences, the battlefield will be transformed and exchanged with the trainer's area. With deft movements, the butler initiated a transformation, causing another battlefield to rise from the original pool. And both Roya and Adam complied with the butler's instructions to switch their training areas. Once the second round's battlefield emerged, it revealed a terrain featuring a winding creek. So this is the battlefield for the second round, predominantly land-based, observed Lily from the stands. Given this terrain, I choose you. Roya surveyed the new battlefield, retrieved a Pokeball, and exclaimed, I entrust this to you, Shinado. As the crimson light of the Pokeball dissipated, Shinado, whom Roya had recently captured, materialized before the spectators. In response to Roya's deployment, Adam quickly followed suit, tossing out his own Pokeball. I rely on you, Luvdisc. As the ball opened, a pink Luvdisc emerged, gracefully swimming in the meandering waters of the battlefield. Pokémon, Luvdisc. Type, Water. Ability, Swift Swim. Gender, Female. Level, 37. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Charm, Drain Kiss. Water Gun, Agility, Sweet Kiss, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse. Upon discerning Luvdisc's attributes, Roya promptly commanded Shinado, Shinado, unleash Energy Ball. Following his directive, Shinado conjured a verdant energy sphere with both hands and hurled it towards Luvdisc in the water. Dodge it and use Water Pulse. Adam instructed Luvdisc as it swiftly navigated through the winding pool, releasing a water-based energy sphere aimed at Shinado. Teleport to evade, then unleash Magical Leaf. Seeing the formidable attack approaching, Roya remained composed and directed Shinado to dodge first before counterattacking. Obeying Roya's command, Shinado executed Teleport, vanishing from its original position just in time to avoid Luvdisc's Water Pulse, which struck the ground instead, causing no harm. Reappearing on the opposite side of the arena, Shinado released a flurry of luminescent green leaves, which surged towards Luvdisc under Shinado's control. Luvdisc, use Hydro Pump. Under Adam's command, Luvdisc retaliated with Hydro Pump, clashing against the incoming Magical Leaf. Shadow Ball. As the Magical Leaf and Hydro Pump collided, Shinado concentrated a massive amount of Ghost-type energy at its chest, forming a dark orb and launching it towards Luvdisc. Quickly dodge it. Adam shouted in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shinado's Shadow Ball struck Luvdisc decisively, sending it crashing against the walls, leaving a crack in the structure. Luvdisc is unable to battle, therefore Shinado is victorious. The butler declared, gazing at the unconscious Luvdisc. Thank you for your efforts, Luvdisc. Now rest well, Adam said, retrieving Luvdisc with a Pokeball. Subsequently, Adam produced another Pokeball and addressed Roya. Now, allow me to present my fourth contender. Chapter 297, Acquiring the Raindrop Badge. Now here comes my fourth participant. Go forth, Kingler. Following Roya's triumph over Luvdisc, Adam sent forth his fourth Pokemon, a Kingler. Pokemon, Kingler. Type, Water, Ground. Ability, Shell Armor. Gender male. Level 40. Qualification almost elite. Moves surf, heavy slam, hammer arm. Water pulse, water gun, hydro pump, earthquake, hyper beam. Level 40 Kingler. Then I shall call back Shinado. Roya promptly recalled Shinado and retrieved another Pokeball. Tossing it forth. I entrust this battle to you, Sceptile. As the Pokeball opened midair, a vibrant green figure emerged, revealing Roya's Sceptile at level 43. Kingler. Unleash Hydro Pump. Upon seeing Roya's Sceptile, Adam immediately issued his command. Kingler emerged from the water, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful torrent of water directed at Sceptile. Sceptile, use Leaf Blade. Roya commanded without hesitation. As he spoke, Sceptile's arms glimmered with green light, transforming into two scythe-like blades. With a swift motion, Sceptile sliced through Kingler's Hydro Pump attack, rendering it ineffective. Sceptile, unleash Seed Bomb. After Sceptile neutralized the Hydro Pump, Roya commanded it to initiate an offensive. Aiming at the submerged Kingler, Sceptile released a barrage of glowing seeds that launched towards Kingler with precision. Kingler, dive underwater. Adam commanded, preparing for the next move. Upon witnessing the formidable seed Gatling gun, Adam promptly instructed King Catfish to submerge into the water. Descending to the depths, King Catfish adeptly utilized the water's surface to withstand the onslaught of the Lizard King's seed artillery. Surf. After evading the initial strike, Adam immediately launched a counterattack. King Catfish surged from the depths, conjuring a colossal wave that surged towards the Lizard King. Lizard King, unleash Dragon Pulse. Observing the approaching tidal wave, Roa commanded the Lizard King. Complying with Roa's orders, the Lizard King unleashed a white dragon-shaped beam from its mouth, sweeping across the incoming wave and shattering it completely, sustaining no injury in the process. However, King Catfish, who had been riding the wave, was struck by the Dragon Pulse, sending it hurtling away before crashing heavily onto the ground, yet it remained capable of battle. Now, unleash the Destruction Beam. Seizing the moment, Roa shouted towards the Lizard King. Upon hearing Roa's command, the Lizard King expelled a robust orange beam, which tore through the air and struck the struggling King Catfish on the ground. The sheer destructive force of the beam sent King Catfish flying back into the water. When it resurfaced, its eyes had transformed into spiral patterns, indicating it had lost its fighting capability. The winner is the Lizard King, the butler promptly declared. Then my final Pokemon shall be my old companion, Monado. After recalling King Catfish, Adam produced his last Pokemon, his Monado. A Monado just like Roas. It's truly magnificent. I hope my little fish can evolve into Monado soon. Lily exclaimed with envy upon seeing the elegant creature. Pokemon Monado. Type, Water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Gender, Male. Level, 45. Potential, Near Champion. Moves, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse. Mystic Guard, Dragon Pulse, Hurricane, Attract. Return, Lizard King. Roa first recalled the Lizard King into its Pokeball before taking out another Pokeball and tossing it into the air. Go, Four-Jawed Dragon. As the red light from the Pokeball dissipated, the purple form of the Four-Jawed Dragon appeared before everyone, now at level 42. Monado, start with Hydro Pump. Although Adam was unfamiliar with Roa's Four-Jawed Dragon, as a competent gym trainer, he refrained from questioning Roa at that moment and initiated his attack. Monado, after letting out a cry, unleashed a Hydro Pump towards the airborne Four-Jawed Dragon. Four-Jawed Dragon, Dragon Pulse. At Roa's command, the Four-Jawed Dragon released a white dragon-shaped beam, dispersing Monado's Hydro Pump and continuing its relentless assault towards Monado. Monado, counter with Dragon Pulse. Under Adam's directive, Monado hastily executed a Dragon Pulse, clashing with the Four-Jawed Dragon's attack. Due to the prior expenditure of energy during the Hydro Pump exchange, both attacks dissipated in midair. Thunderbolt. Witnessing the previous assault yield no results, Roa promptly initiated the next wave of attack. Golden lightning shot forth from the Four-Jawed Dragon, striking with tremendous force towards Monado. However, Adam did not instruct Monado to evade, allowing it to absorb the blow. Observing Monado emit a pained cry amidst the thunderbolt while Adam remained unfazed. A smirk playing on his lips, Roa began to speculate. Adam's choice to have Monado endure is because this Monado can regenerate, correct? Roa remarked, having discerned Adam's strategy. Indeed, unless you can incapacitate Monado in one strike, you cannot defeat my Monado, Adam replied with unwavering confidence. You underestimate me, Mr. Adam. Roa merely chuckled at Adam's assertion before shouting to the Four-Jawed Dragon, unleash maximum power, Thunder. Upon hearing Roa's command, the golden radiance surrounding the Four-Jawed Dragon intensified, and the currents surged, inflicting even greater agony upon Monado. The four-jawed dragon was no ordinary Pokémon. It rivaled some legendary creatures, its strength far exceeding mere appearances. Roa silently scoffed at this realization. As the four-jawed dragon amplified its power, Minato ultimately succumbed to Adam's arrogance. How could this be? Adam exclaimed in shock. My four-jawed dragon is quite strong. Do not underestimate it. Roa replied with a smile. Minato has lost its fighting capability. The four-jawed dragon is victorious. Thus the winner is Roa. The butler, witnessing Adam's last Pokémon, Minato, fall, raised the flag and proclaimed the results. I concede this match, Adam said, recalling his incapacitated Minato and approaching Roa. This is proof of your victory, the raindrop badge. Please accept it. He then retrieved a blue raindrop badge from his pocket and handed it to Roa. Thank you, Mr. Adam. Roa replied with a smile as he accepted the raindrop badge. You deserve this, Adam said, shaking his head. After receiving the final raindrop badge, Roa bid farewell to Adam alongside Lily, and the two departed from the Glazed Gym. Returning to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 298, a 6vs6 with Ash. After defeating gym trainer Adam of the Glazed Gym, Roa and Lily retraced their steps back to the Pokémon Center. On the way, Roa began inquiring with the system about the rewards from the formidable Glazed City system. Check-in at Glazed City. Check-in at Glazed City has yielded the item Blastoise Megastone and 2,000,000 League coins. The system informed Roa after completing the check-in. Another Megastone? It seems the rewards are rather satisfactory, Roa mused, his spirits lifting as he gazed at the Blastoise Megastone nestled within the system's space. Having acquired the Raindrop badge, Roa did not rush to leave Glazed City. Instead, he accompanied Lily, leisurely exploring the beautiful city. After all, Roa had obtained the last Raindrop badge, securing his entry into the Hoenn League's Spectral Conference, and there was ample time before the event, allowing him to enjoy the sights and relieve the pressures of long-term travel. While Roa and Lily were meandering through the streets that day, they unexpectedly encountered Ash, May, Brock, and Max passing by. Long time no see, Ash, May, Brock, and Max. Roa greeted, shaking his head in recognition. Roa. Upon spotting Roa greeting them, the four displayed expressions of delight. Hello, Lily chimed in with a smile. Among the four, Ash's excitement was particularly palpable. After exchanging greetings, he produced a blue badge, proudly displaying it to Roa. Roa, I've obtained the final Raindrop badge and secured my qualification for the Spectral Conference. What about you? Is there really any need to ask? Given Roya's prowess, he must have long since acquired the Raindrop badge, especially since he has triumphed over my father's Pokémon. Beside them, Xiaoxing adjusted his glasses and remarked upon hearing Xiaoji's words. Indeed, I have already secured the Raindrop badge. Upon noticing the inquisitive glance from Xiaoji, Roya gently nodded in affirmation. That is truly splendid. After hearing Roya's confirmation, Xiaoji expressed his delight for Roya. By the way, Roya, let us engage in battle. Following a moment of elation, Xiaoji suddenly fixed a gaze full of combat fervor upon Roya. Why must we battle all of a sudden? Xiaoya was taken aback by Xiaoji's abrupt shift in demeanor. Isn't this wonderful? This way, I can witness Roya's Pokémon in action. Xiaoxing wholeheartedly concurred, for he was indeed very curious about Roya's Pokémon. Xiaojang, however, remained nonchalant. After accompanying Xiaoji through 3 regions, nothing he did could astonish him anymore. Since you have expressed such a desire, it would be rather unkind of me to refuse. With a smile, Roya accepted Xiaoji's challenge, as he too was intrigued by Xiaoji's capabilities. The current environment is unsuitable for a battle. Let us find a more appropriate location. Xiaojing glanced around and recognized that this place was not conducive for Pokémon dueling. Thus, he suggested to Roya and Xiaoji. Then let us proceed to a place I know. It is quite spacious and seldom frequented. Roya recalled a broad area he had passed by in the last few days, which would serve as an excellent battleground, and proposed they head there. Very well. With Xiaoji and the others in agreement, Roya and Lily led them to the open space Roya had previously encountered. Upon arriving at this clearing, Roya and Xiaoji took their positions, facing each other. Since I have already agreed to battle you, let us make this a grand affair, a 6 vs 6 Pokémon showdown. Roya wished to gauge Xiaoji's strength, and thus proposed a full 6-on-6 confrontation. Certainly, that is not an issue. Xiaoji promptly accepted. Then I shall serve as the referee. Xiaojang stepped forward from the onlookers and addressed Roya and Xiaoji. No objections here. Both Roya and Xiaoji acquiesced. Thus, we shall commence the battle between Roya and Xiaoji, with 6 Pokémon allowed and no time constraints. Xiaojang announced the rules of engagement. I choose you, Kingler. With that declaration, Xiaoji sent forth his Kingler. Pokémon, Kingler. Type, Water. Ability, Hyper Cutter. Gender, Male. Level, 36. Aptitude, Near Champion. Moves: Water Gun, Water Pulse, Bubble Beam, Harden, Crab Hammer, Protect, Crunch. As for me, I choose this one. Go Feraligatr. Roya summoned his Feraligatr. What kind of Pokemon is that? Seeing Feraligatr for the first time, both Xiaoji and Xiaoyao consulted their Pokédex but found no information, prompting them to inquire of Roya. This is a unique Ultra Beast from our Alola region, seldom seen in other areas, Roya explained to Xiaoji. I see. After hearing Roya's exposition, the four of them nodded in understanding. Let the match begin. After their discussion, Xiaojang, acting as the referee, proclaimed loudly, Kingler, use Bubble Beam. As soon as Xiaojang finished speaking, Xiaoji commanded Kingler. Kingler promptly opened one of its claws and unleashed a multitude of iridescent bubbles, aimed at Feraligatr. Feraligatr, evade and unleash Poison Jab. At Roya's command, Feraligatr flapped its wings and deftly maneuvered to dodge the incoming bubble beam. After avoiding the bubbles, Feraligatr aimed its large syringe-like appendage at Kingler and released a stream of purple toxin toward it. Kingler, dodge and counter with Crab Hammer. Heeding Xiaoji's command, Kingler swiftly evaded the toxic assault and swung its claw, imbued with a radiant light, toward Feraligatr. Air Slash. Recognizing the opportunity, Roya shouted to Feraligatr. Feraligatr flapped its wings a few times, summoning dozens of white blades that surged toward the oncoming Kingler. Caught off guard, Kingler was unable to evade and was struck by the Air Slash, sending it flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Feraligatr unleashed Dragon Pulse. Seizing the moment, Roya commanded Feraligatr. A beam of white light erupted from Feraligatr, hurtling toward the downed Kingler. Kingler, use Harden. Xiaoji, perceiving the imminent danger, immediately instructed Kingler to bolster its defenses in hopes of withstanding the attack. Unfortunately, in the face of Dragon Pulse's onslaught, Kingler could not hold out. After being propelled a distance away, it collapsed onto the ground. Kingler is unable to battle. Feraligatr is victorious. Xiaojang promptly announced the outcome. You've done well, Kingler. Xiaoji could only recall Kingler and then retrieved his next Pokeball. Roya also returned Feraligatr, preparing to bring forth his next Pokemon. Saying to Xiaoji, then my next contender shall be this one. Chapter 299, the 6 vs 6 battle with Xiaoji. Therefore, my second contestant is this, Go Sceptile. After recalling Feraligatr, Roya summoned his second Pokemon. At the same moment, Xiaoji also dispatched his Pokemon. I choose you, Trico. In the radiant glow of their Pokeballs, Roya's Sceptile and Xiaoji's Trico materialized before the group. Trico unleashed Seed Bomb. After glancing at Sceptile, Xiaoji promptly issued the command. Trico released a flurry of glowing green seeds, all directed at Sceptile under its control. Evade. Roya merely smiled gently and called out to Sceptile. Sceptile leapt gracefully, avoiding the barrage of seed bombs, and at that moment, Roya issued another command. Sceptile, use Leaf Storm. Following Roya's directive, Sceptile shook its leafy tail and released a flurry of green leaves toward Trico. Trico quickly evade. Xiaoji urged Trico, who promptly responded to the command and moved out of the way to avoid the incoming attack. Just then, Xiaoxing suddenly shouted to Xiaoji. Xiaoji. Leaf Storm is unavoidable. It's a guaranteed hit. What? Upon hearing Xiaoxing's warning, Xiaoji instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Alas, it was already too late. Roya paid no heed to Xiaoxing's alert, as Leaf Storm had already reached Trico from behind, leaving no time for a response. Just as Xiaoji realized the impending danger, Leaf Storm struck Trico, pushing it back several steps, though it did not inflict significant damage. Sceptile, use Leaf Blade. Recognizing the opportunity, Roya commanded Sceptile. The Lizard King promptly enveloped its arm in grass energy, molding the leaves into a blade-like shape, and then swung it towards the Forest Lizard. Forest Lizard, let us unleash Leaf Blade as well. Upon witnessing this, Ash hastily commanded his Forest Lizard to counter with Leaf Blade against Roy's Lizard King. The Forest Lizard executed the move, clashing with the Lizard King. However, it proved to be weaker than its opponent, resulting in its Leaf Blade being effortlessly severed by the Lizard King, sending the Forest Lizard flying. Now, Lizard King, unleash Dragon Pulse. Roy commanded with a sweeping gesture. The Lizard King released a white dragon-shaped beam from its mouth, hurtling towards the Forest Lizard. Undoubtedly, Dragon Pulse struck the defenseless Forest Lizard directly. Overwhelmed by the impact of the attack, the Forest Lizard succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. With the Forest Lizard incapacitated, the Lizard King emerged victorious. At that moment, Brock fulfilled his duty by announcing the outcome. Ash had lost once more. This marked the second Pokemon he had lost. I knew it. Ash's strength could never match Roy's. May remarked, shaking her head. What a pity, this is only the second match, I won't lose. Ash retorted, pouting slightly. Then go forth, Snorunt, Ash said with irritation as he recalled the forest lizard and sent out the Snorunt he had recently captured. Is Ash really sending out a Snorunt so soon? May commented, observing the newly summoned Snorunt. At this point, Snorunt's strength appears to be relatively weak, Max rationally assessed. Pokémon, Snorunt. Type, Ice. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, male. Level, 35. Aptitude, Almost Champion. Moves, Powder Snow, Double Team, Icy Wind, Glare, Headbutt, Bite, Crunch. Since it's Snorunt, then it's your turn, Gardevoir. Roy, taken aback by Ash's Snorunt, recalled the Lizard King and sent out his recently captured Gardevoir. As Gardevoir appeared on the battlefield, May immediately recognized its identity, and gazing at Gardevoir's noble stature, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Such a beautiful Gardevoir, I desperately want one. Indeed, Gardevoir was well suited for participating in beauty contests, a sentiment echoed by Max, who nodded in agreement. Gardevoir, Snorunt, and I will not be defeated, Ash declared with unwavering confidence, issuing the command, Snorunt, use Powder Snow. Following Ash's instruction, Snorunt opened its mouth and directed a flurry of snowflakes towards Gardevoir. Teleport. At Roy's command, Gardevoir vanished from its original position and reappeared on the opposite side of the field, evading Snorunt's Powder Snow attack. Gardevoir, use Confusion. After Gardevoir dodged the attack, Roy waved his hand, giving the command. Gardevoir's eyes glowed with a blue luminescence, and a pale blue wave surged towards Snorunt, swiftly sending it flying away. Ah, Snorunt! Ash exclaimed, calling out to his Pokémon in alarm. Seizing the opportunity, Roy remarked to Ash, as a trainer, you must always remain calm, don't you think? After saying this, he commanded Gardevoir, Gardevoir, unleash Shadow Ball. Almost as soon as Roy finished speaking, Gardevoir gathered purple energy in its hands, forming a dark purple energy sphere, which it then hurled towards Snorunt. Soon enough, Gardevoir's Shadow Ball struck Snorunt, who had just begun to rise, and under the assault, Snorunt ultimately fell. Losing its ability to fight, Snorunt is unable to battle, and Gardevoir is victorious. You've worked hard, Snorunt. This was my mistake, Ash said regretfully as he recalled the fallen Snorunt. Roy also withdrew Gardevoir and, with a serious tone, advised Ash, Ash, as a competent trainer, you must always maintain your composure. Losing your cool can lead to missed opportunities in battle. I understand, Ash acknowledged, nodding in realization of his error. Now, let us commence our fourth battle. Roy produced a Pokeball, addressing the principal. I can hardly wait. Ash also pulled out his Pokeball, ready for the challenge. Chapter 300, Ash's 6 vs 6 battle. Swellow, I entrust you with this task. Go, Shiny Rayquaza. Both Roy and Ash sent forth their Pokemon, Ash's Swellow and Roy's Shiny Rayquaza. Pokemon, Swellow. Type, Normal, Flying. Ability, Guts. Gender, male. Level, 37. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Quick Attack, Air Slash, Aerial Ace, Wing Attack, Double Team, Hyper Beam, Brave Bird. It's Shiny Rayquaza. How nostalgic. As Ash beheld Roy's Rayquaza, memories of his own Rayquaza from the Chengdu region flooded back, prompting him to speak with a wistful tone. Did Ash also capture a Rayquaza? May inquired curiously. That was back in the Chengdu region, but I later returned it to Silver Mountain, Brock briefly explained. Now I see. May and Max nodded in understanding. Returning to the battle between Roy and Ash, Ash commanded Swellow, Swellow, use Quick Attack. As soon as he spoke, Swellow vanished in a flash of white light, dashing towards Rayquaza. Rayquaza, use Protect. Roy simply smiled at the approaching Swellow and directed his Pokémon. Upon Rayquaza activating Protect to bolster its defenses, Swellow collided with it, merely pushing Rayquaza back a few meters without inflicting any harm. Once Rayquaza steadied itself, Roy commanded, Rayquaza, use Spike Cannon. Following Roy's order, Rayquaza conjured dozens of sharp stones around it, launching them toward the airborne Swellow. Agility. Ash calmly directed Swellow. Swellow executed Agility, its swift movements allowing it to evade the incoming barrage of stones. Double Team, then Steel Wing. After avoiding the attack, Ash initiated his offensive. Swellow slightly shifted in the air, creating several shadowy duplicates that filled the sky. Each Swellow's wings gleamed with white light as they charged towards Rayquaza with Steel Wing. Rayquaza, create a sandstorm, Roy shouted in response. Just as Roy's command echoed, Rayquaza summoned a fierce sandstorm that enveloped the battlefield, obscuring Swellow's vision and causing the shadowy duplicates to vanish, leaving Swellow disoriented within the storm. Swellow, get out of there. Ash realized the precarious situation and urgently called out to Swellow. Unfortunately, it was too late. Roy seized the moment and commanded, Rayquaza, unleash Dark Pulse. Subsequently, at the command of Roya, Shakira unleashed a beam of deep violet light from her mouth, striking directly at the majestic Swellow caught in the sandstorm, bringing it crashing down. Finish it off, Shakira, unleash Rock Slide. At Roya's command, Shakira executed the Rock Slide attack, causing a multitude of stones to appear above Swellow, which then cascaded down in a relentless swarm under Shakira's control. With no opportunity to evade, Swellow was forced to endure the onslaught of falling rocks and ultimately succumbed. Collapsing onto the battlefield, Swellow lost its ability to battle, declaring victory for Shakira. The referee, Brock, promptly announced the outcome of the match. Impressive. Ash has already lost 4 Pokémon, while all of Roya's Pokémon remain capable of fighting, albeit a bit fatigued. The disparity is immense. Xiaoyao glanced at the battle, wearing an expression of incredulity. It must be noted that Roya's strength is formidable, rivaling that of the Elite Four. In response to Xiaoyao's praise for Roya, Lilia proudly remarked that Ash's current prowess is still inadequate to match Roya. Xiaoking also voiced his opinion. Then let us proceed to the next battle. With that, Ash produced a Pokeball. Go, Torkoal. Pokemon, Torkoal. Type, Fire. Ability, Shell Armor. Gender, Male. Level, 36. Aptitude, Near Elite. Moves, Heavy Slam, Flamethrower, Ember, Flame Wheel, Smokescreen. Heavy Slam, Heat Wave. Now it's my turn. Let us go, Blaziken. Roya sent forth his own Blaziken. Let the 5th match commence. Brock proclaimed loudly, signaling the start of the battle. Torkoal, use Heavy Slam. At Ash's command, Torkoal released a crimson beam towards Blaziken. In a flash, just as Roya's words faded, Blaziken vanished from its position, deftly avoiding the Heavy Slam. What incredible speed! Xiaoyao and Xiaoking, observing the battle, wore expressions of astonishment at Blaziken's swiftness. Roya's Blaziken possesses the Speed Boost ability, which frequently enhances its speed, thus rendering it a formidable weapon. Lilia elucidated from the sidelines. I see. Xiaoyao and her companion nodded in understanding. Blaziken, use Sky Uppercut. Blaziken, having disappeared, transformed into a streak of red light, appearing beside Torkoal and delivering a powerful uppercut with its claws, sending Torkoal soaring into the air. Flame Kick. Upon witnessing this, Roya immediately called out to Blaziken. Following Roya's command, Blaziken bent its legs, then leaped into the air, executing a fiery kick that struck Torkoal, sending it crashing to the ground. However, thanks to Torkoal's robust shell defense, it sustained only minor injuries and remained capable of battle. Heavy Slam. Following Roya's directive, Blaziken targeted Torkoal in midair, delivering a crushing Heavy Slam that enveloped Torkoal in a cloud of dust. As the haze cleared, Torkoal's eyes appeared glazed. Torkoal has lost its ability to battle. Blaziken is victorious, Brock exclaimed upon witnessing Torkoal's state. Incredible. Torkoal was defeated without a hint of resistance. Xiaoyao and Xiaoking were taken aback by Torkoal's lack of counterattack. Is this the extent of Roya's power? Xiaoyao murmured in astonishment. Now, only the final match remains, Ash. After recalling Blaziken, Roya looked up at Ash. Chapter 301. The conclusion of Ash's 6 vs 6 battle. Now, only the last round remains, Ash, Roya stated after recalling Blaziken. Even though I am well aware that I am no match for you, I will nonetheless give my all in this final battle, Ash declared, his determination unwavering as he gazed at Roya. Upon hearing this, Roya paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, replying, Indeed, this is the Ash I know. Pikachu, I entrust you with this final battle. With that, Ash turned to the Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Pika Pika. After hearing Ash's words, Pikachu patted its diminutive chest, as if to say, leave it to me, before leaping onto the battlefield. And for my part, I choose you, Aerodactyl. Roya assessed Pikachu's level and, noting it had reached level 49, sent forth his own level 60 Aerodactyl. In a flash of crimson light from the Pokeball, Aerodactyl's gray form materialized in the air, confronting Pikachu on the ground. Aerodactyl, an ancient Pokemon that has long been extinct. I can't believe Roya possesses one, Xiaoking exclaimed, standing up in excitement at the sight of Roya's Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl is a flying type, so Ash and Pikachu may very well have a chance to win. Xiaoyao speculated after examining Aerodactyl's attributes. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. As in previous battles, Ash commanded Pikachu to unleash its most familiar move. Upon receiving Ash's command, Pikachu immediately executed Thunderbolt, emitting a bolt of golden lightning towards Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, evade. At Roya's command, Aerodactyl simply flapped its wings, effortlessly dodging Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Aerodactyl, use Stone Edge. Roya observed Pikachu on the ground and instructed Aerodactyl accordingly. Suddenly, Numerous rocks began to levitate around Aerodactyl, which then surged towards Pikachu as Aerodactyl flapped its wings. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Ash quickly directed Pikachu. Following Ash's command, Pikachu darted through the oncoming rocks with remarkable speed, glowing with a white light. Pikachu, use the rocks as platforms, jump up, and then strike Aerodactyl with Iron Tail. An idea struck Ash as he watched the descending rocks, prompting him to issue the command. As soon as Ash's words left his lips, Pikachu leaped onto the falling rocks at high speed, using them as stepping stones to ascend towards Aerodactyl. When it neared Aerodactyl, Pikachu swung its gleaming tail, preparing to deliver an Iron Tail. Aerodactyl, use Agility. Just as the attack was about to land, Aerodactyl, heeding Roya's command, executed Agility, vanishing from its position and causing Pikachu's Iron Tail to miss entirely. Aerodactyl, it's time for our counterattack, unleash Origin Pulse. Roya shouted at Aerodactyl upon seeing Pikachu in midair. With a mighty roar, Aerodactyl unleashed Origin Pulse, charging towards Pikachu with immense force. Unable to evade while suspended in the air, Pikachu was struck head-on by Aerodactyl's Origin Pulse, plummeting to the ground. Pikachu! Ash cried out urgently upon witnessing this scene. Indeed, Ash's power is still far from matching Roya's, Xiaoqing remarked, adjusting his glasses as he observed the one-sided battle. Pika! Upon hearing Ash's words, Pikachu let out a fierce cry and struggled to rise from the ground, wounded yet determined as it gazed up at the fossil pterodactyl soaring above. Ash! Pikachu is gravely injured. Now is not the time to be reckless, Roya advised, observing Pikachu's battered state. I understand. This time, I concede, Ash declared. Surveying the injuries on his loyal companion, he resolved to forego further combat and chose to surrender. A wise decision, Roya remarked with a smile as he recalled the fossil pterodactyl. With Ash's withdrawal, Roya was declared the victor, as announced by Brock. Just as I suspected, Roya has triumphed, remarked Mitsuhide, grinning at the sight of Roya's 6 Pokémon. Though I may have lost this time, I will strive to enhance my skills. One day, I will defeat you, Ash vowed, cradling the injured Pikachu in his arms, his tone resolute. I eagerly await that day, Roya replied with a chuckle, then retrieved a healing potion from his bag and presented it to Ash. But before that, you must attend to Pikachu's injuries properly. Understood. Thank you, Roya, Ash responded, accepting the potion and beginning to treat Pikachu's wounds. After tending to Pikachu and the other Pokémon eggs, Ash approached Roya with curiosity. Roya, what do you plan to do next? Intrigued by Roya's next steps after acquiring the final badge, Ash inquired further. I've decided to find a location to make final preparations before the colorful conference, Roya contemplated. And you, Ash? He asked in return. Mr. Adam informed us about the last grand festival taking place in the Twilight Town, so we plan to head there next, Ash elucidated. Roya, would you like to join us? Brock chimed in. I think I'll pass. Roya pondered briefly before declining, as Ash and his friend's journey seemed far too exhilarating. I still wish to learn more from you about training Pokémon, May admitted, a hint of disappointment in her voice at Roya's refusal. You've already consulted Ash on training. His skills are formidable, Roya replied with a smile. All right, May nodded in agreement. After engaging in conversation with Ash and his companions for a while longer, Roya and Lilia bid them farewell and returned to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 302, Final Preparations in the Hoenn region. While on their way back to the Pokémon Center, Lilia suddenly turned to Roya and asked, Roya, where do you intend to make your final adjustments? I haven't decided yet, Roya replied. Lilia, do you have any suggestions? What about the Fighting Town? Lilia proposed. Fighting Island sounds quite appealing, Roya mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. After considering the location and environment of Fighting Island, he concluded that it was indeed suitable for final preparations. Then we shall head to Fighting Island, Roya proclaimed decisively. After confirming their destination, Roya and Lilia spent just one night in Lychee City before boarding a ship to Fighting Island the following morning. After a period of sailing across the sea, they finally arrived at the port of Fighting Island. Since their purpose was to conduct final training, they opted not to seek out Tetsuya, instead heading to the small island where Roya had previously battled Daigo to commence their training. Once on the island, Roya released all his Pokémon, including the formidable Zeraora. Before the colorful conference begins, we will engage in our final training here. Let us all strive together, Roya declared, addressing his Pokémon. Upon hearing his words, his Pokémon responded in unison with enthusiastic cries. Are these Roya's Pokémon? They're amazing, Lilia exclaimed, having never seen all of Roya's Pokémon before, her mouth agape in astonishment. After receiving their affirmations, Roya began assigning tasks to each Pokémon. For those unable to enhance their strength temporarily, he designated apprentices to help them experience the responsibilities of teaching. Meanwhile, Roya and Lilia prepared energy cubes for their Pokémon while taking breaks. Over the course of the following month, Roya diligently trained his Pokémon, particularly focusing on those newly nurtured in the Hoenn region, such as Blaziken, Sceptile, Shiny Gyarados, and Gardevoir. During a trip back to Fighting Town for supplies, Roya encountered a fellow trainer surfing the waves with a Machamp, and they engaged in a battle, which Roya, of course, won. Throughout this period, Roya and Lilia also visited Kanazumi City, close to Fighting Island, to watch May compete in the Grand Festival. As in the original tale, although May performed exceptionally well, she ultimately fell to her rival, Shoma, and then to the champion Robert, narrowly missing the title. Robert was the same coordinator who had previously lost to Roya in the Kanazumi Conference. After witnessing the Grand Festival, Roya and Lilia returned to Fighting Island to continue training their Pokémon. Time flew by, and the month of training soon came to an end, drawing closer to the registration deadline for the colorful conference. Through this month of rigorous training, Roya's Pokémon experienced significant growth, especially the newly cultivated ones from the Hoenn region. Below are the levels of Roya's Pokémon: Zeraora, level 73, Dragonite, level 72, Gengar, level 70, Incineroar, level 63, Steelix, level 62, Milotic, level 62, Boscodora, level 61, Pidgeot, Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, level 60, Togekiss, Druddigon, Lapras, Red Gyarados, level 57, Shiny Gyarados, level 48, Blaziken, level 47, Sceptile, level 48, Shuckle, level 47, Gardevoir, level 41, Gardevoir, level 35, Kirlia, level 23, Kabutops, level 32, Happiny, level 39. Having assessed the strength of each Pokémon through his scouting eye, Roya felt a deep sense of satisfaction, his face illuminated with a smile. After all the strenuous training, he granted them a day of rest, allowing them to freely explore the island and unwind. After all, the previous training had been quite taxing, and a moment of relaxation was warranted. After a day of respite, Roya recalled all his Pokémon into their Pokeballs and returned them to the Pokémon Ranch. He and Lilia then boarded a ship, departing from Fighting Town, and set their course toward the venue of the Hoenn League's Colorful Conference in Colorful City. After a while of travel, Roya and Lilia arrived at Colorful City just before the registration deadline. As Roya and Lilia arrived at the venue of the Colorful Spirit Conference, Lilia was immediately awestruck by the breathtaking sight before her. The venue resembled an intricate spider web, majestically perched above a serene lake, exuding an extraordinary splendor. After recovering from the initial shock, the duo made their way to the Pokémon Center in Colorful City, where Roya, accompanied by Lilia, swiftly approached the registration desk. He addressed the charming attendant, Miss Joy, who was responsible for processing the tournament entries, saying, "Hello, I would like to register for the Colorful Spirit Conference. Greetings. Please present your identification and 8 gym badges." Miss Joy replied with a warm smile. "Certainly," Roya responded, retrieving his Pokédex along with the 8 badges and handing them over to Miss Joy. After a brief series of procedures, Miss Joy announced, "Roya from Hawali City in the Alola region, your registration is now complete." "Thank you, Miss Joy," Roya said with a smile as he accepted the badges and Pokédex back from her. "This is the official guidebook for the Colorful Spirit Conference. Please take it," Miss Joy added, offering him a guidebook. With the registration finalized, the clock struck 5 p.m., marking the deadline for entries into the tournament. Just as Roya and Lilia were about to leave the Pokémon Center to return to their accommodations, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Chapter 303, Preliminary Rounds. Roya, who was eager to head back to the contestants' village with Lilia, paused upon hearing the voice and turned toward its origin, discovering Ash and his companions, alongside a chubby boy with orange hair, engaged in conversation. "Isn't that Ash and the others?" Lilia inquired, also peering toward the group. "Let's go over," Roya suggested, leading Lilia to join Ash and his friends. As Ash stumbled over his words, struggling to articulate what the preliminary rounds entailed, Roya, familiar with Ash's disposition, shook his head in bemusement before elaborating. The preliminaries involve selecting 256 participants from a pool of over 600 contestants. Each trainer competes in one-on-one battles, and the victors advance to the tournament's preliminary championship, while the defeated are eliminated. "Yes, exactly," Ash, momentarily taken aback, hastily echoed. "Ash, you still haven't changed," Lilia remarked, stifling a giggle at Ash's befuddled expression. Upon hearing Lilia's voice, Ash turned around, instantly recognizing Roya and Lilia standing behind him. Realizing it was Roya who had explained the preliminaries, prompting him to exclaim excitedly, "Roya, you finally made it." Earlier, when Ash had registered, he had inquired with Miss Joy about whether Roya had completed his registration, only to be met with the shocking news that he had not. "I was just delayed on my way here," Roya explained, smiling at Ash's evident anxiety. "Did you manage to register in time?" "The deadline has passed," Ash exclaimed, glancing at the clock in the Pokémon Center, realizing it was already past 5 p.m. "Don't worry, Roya has completed his registration," Lilia reassured Ash. "I knew it. Roya is always meticulous. He wouldn't be late," Glisker chimed in, adjusting his glasses. "By the way, who is this?" After a brief exchange, Roya's gaze shifted to the orange-haired boy, prompting him to inquire about his identity. "This is Masamune from Greenleaf Town, and he is currently my rival." Ash introduced the chubby boy. "Hello, I'm Masamune," he said, introducing himself to Roya. "Greetings, I am Roya from the Alola region. My name is Lilia," she added, following Roya's lead in introductions. "Since everyone is here, how about I prepare a feast to celebrate the upcoming preliminaries?" Brock suggested, stepping forward. "Sounds great." The food-loving May eagerly agreed. "Let us invite Takashi too," Ash quickly concurred, deciding to include Takashi, who had previously lent them a hand. After relishing a delightful dinner, the day of the preliminaries arrived swiftly. Following the registration of their participating Pokémon, Roya, having confirmed his match time was after Ash and the others, decided to watch Ash, Masamune, and Takashi's matches first. As in the original story, Ash utilized Pikachu to triumph over his opponent, Onix. Masamune sent out his Medong to defeat his adversary, Electabuzz, successfully evolving into Metagross, while Takashi used Meowth to vanquish his opponent, Meowth, securing his advancement to the preliminaries. After a period of anticipation, it was finally time for Roya's match, where he would face his opponent, Aaron, from Flametown. Now, we shall commence the preliminary battle between Roya from the Alola region and Aaron from Flametown. Each contestant may use one Pokémon, and victory is determined when one Pokémon is rendered unable to battle. Let the match begin. With the referee waving the flag, Roya's preliminary battle was underway. "Go, Magcargo." Aaron sent forth his level 39 Magcargo into the fray. "All right, I entrust you with this, Shakira." Upon seeing his opponent's Pokémon, Roya tossed his Pokeball, summoning Shakira to the battlefield. "It's Roya's Shakira," Glisker exclaimed with excitement from the audience. "Roya's prowess guarantees his victory," Ash stated confidently. "I share that confidence," Lilia echoed with a smile. "Magcargo, unleash Flamethrower." At Aaron's command, Magcargo expelled a torrent of flames toward Shakira. "Shakira, use Dark Pulse." Roya remained calm and composed in the face of the approaching flames, directing Shakira with ease. Upon receiving Roya's command, Shakira unleashed a beam of dark purple energy that collided with the oncoming flamethrower. As Shakira intensified its attack, the Dark Pulse surged forward, overpowering the flamethrower and continuing its assault toward Magcargo. "Watch out, Magcargo. Use Flame Vortex." Aaron, sensing danger as Dark Pulse bore down on his Pokémon, urgently commanded Magcargo. In a critical moment, Magcargo managed to unleash a Flame Vortex just in time to counter the Dark Pulse. "Finish it with Oblivion Beam." At Roya's command, Shakira fired an orange beam directly at Magcargo. Having just countered the Dark Pulse, Magcargo had little time to recover before Shakira's Oblivion Beam closed in. Unable to evade in time, Magcargo was struck by the attack. With a resounding explosion, Magcargo collapsed amidst the rising dust, rendered unable to battle. Magcargo is unable to battle. The victor is Roya. The referee, clad in an orange uniform, raised his flag and declared, "Fantastic. Roya has emerged victorious." In the audience, Ash was immediately stirred with excitement as he stood up, and the surrounding spectators erupted in applause for Roya's remarkable battle. Thus, Roya successfully triumphed over his opponent, Aaron, in the first round of the preliminaries, advancing to the next stage of the competition. Chapter 304, Preliminaries 1. After defeating his first-round adversary Aaron, Roya, alongside Ash, Masamune, and Tetsuya, navigated through the preliminaries and successfully entered the preliminary championships. Following their victory in the preliminaries, Roya and his companions participated in the opening ceremony of the Colorful Spirit Conference, where Ash received commendation from President Damalanche for safeguarding the sacred flame prior to Roya's arrival in Colorful City, earning him the honor of being the final torchbearer. As Roya observed Ash, who was running with the torch, he couldn't help but recall Ash's own role as the last torchbearer during the Silver Conference, aided by the trio of Team Rocket. Now, at the Colorful Conference, Ash similarly protected the sacred flame from the trio's mischief and thus attained the esteemed title of the final torchbearer. The resemblance between the two situations brought an involuntary smile to Roya's face as he continued to watch Ash ignite the sacred flame, witnessing the grand inauguration of the Hoenn League's colorful conference. The following morning, after the conclusion of the opening ceremony, Roya, Lilia, and Ash gathered in the Pokémon Center at the conference venue, quietly awaiting the upcoming grouping for the preliminary championships. After a brief wait, Miss Joy, holding a microphone, stepped forward to announce, "Now, we shall reveal the groupings for the Hoenn League Colorful Conference Preliminary Championship." As soon as Miss Joy's words echoed, the Pokémon Center buzzed with excitement as everyone turned their attention to the large screen in the center, eager to discover their matchups. "Who will my opponent be?" Ash eagerly gazed at the screen. "No matter who I face, I will never concede," Masamune confidently declared. A total of 256 trainers participated in the preliminary championship, with 32 victors earning the right to compete in the final championship. Furthermore, the preliminary championship adopted a best-of-3 format, all conducted as double battles. Miss Joy, through the Pokémon Center's announcement system, relayed further details about the upcoming preliminary championship. 3 consecutive battles for doubles, exclaimed the astonished show nearby. Moreover, if you lose even one match, you are eliminated. You must achieve 3 consecutive victories, added Brock, who was preparing to record the details for the beautiful trainers. Now, let us unveil the groupings. With Miss Joy's declaration, the large screen in the Pokémon Center displayed the groupings. After a period of eager searching, the audience discovered the pertinent information. Ash was assigned to Arena C for the afternoon matches, Masamune to Arena E for the morning, while Roya was set for the morning matches in Arena A. Time flew by, and soon it was Roya's turn to battle in Arena A. However, in the audience, only Lilia cheered for Roya, as Ash and the others had gone to watch Masamune's match, which was also scheduled for the morning. First up, representing the Alola region, we have contestant Roya, announced the host as Roya emerged from the contestant corridor. His opponent, contestant Sashu from Brawl Town, also stepped out as introduced by the host. The preliminary championship utilized a double battle format, with both trainers presenting their Pokémon. Sashu was the first to release his 2 Pokeballs, tossing them onto the field. Go! Conkeldurr and Electivire. As the red light from the Pokeballs faded, Sashu's level 38 Conkeldurr and level 36 Electivire materialized on the battlefield. "Now, let me introduce my Pokémon," Roya declared as he threw his own Pokeballs, revealing his Feraligatr and Gardevoir. As Sashu called upon Conkeldurr and Electivire, Roya's selection of Gardevoir and Feraligatr marked the first time the audience witnessed Feraligatr in action. The host dutifully began to narrate the unfolding battle. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, the battle officially commenced. As soon as the referee's words fell, Sashu initiated the attack. Conkeldurr used Stone Edge against Feraligatr. Sashu aimed to take down the airborne Feraligatr to gain the upper hand. Following Sashu's command, Conkeldurr stomped heavily on the ground, causing numerous sharp rocks to rise and target the flying Feraligatr, launching them toward its direction. Gardevoir used Psychic, Roya called out upon witnessing the impending assault. As soon as Roya finished his command, Gardevoir's eyes glowed with a soft blue light, swiftly controlling the incoming stones aimed at Feraligatr. "Return it," Roya gestured emphatically to Gardevoir. With a gentle wave of her hand, the stones redirected toward Conkeldurr. "Conkeldurr, use Brick Break," Sasha shouted, hastily commanding his Pokémon to counter the returning rocks, while simultaneously directing Electivire. Electivire, unleash Thunderbolt at Gardevoir. Gardevoir, counter with Shadow Ball, and Feraligatr, employ Dragon Pulse against Conkeldurr. Roya promptly responded, instructing his 2 Pokémon. Gardevoir launched a Shadow Ball to intercept the incoming Thunderbolt, while Feraligatr's White Dragon Pulse surged toward Conkeldurr. "Conkeldurr, use Drain Punch," Sasha commanded, directing his Pokémon to retaliate against the incoming Dragon Pulse. Following Sashu's orders, Conkeldurr, still recovering from the Stone Edge attack, swung its glowing fist toward the approaching Dragon Pulse. Despite Conkeldurr's powerful counter, the immense force of Dragon Pulse pushed it back several steps. Meanwhile, Gardevoir's continuous barrage of Shadow Balls swiftly shattered the Thunderbolt, maintaining momentum as it pressed toward Electivire, ultimately striking it with a decisive blow. Electivire is unable to battle, the referee announced loudly upon witnessing the fallen Electivire. "Damn it!" Sashu fumed at the sight, quickly rallying his Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr, charge at Gardevoir with heavy slam. Following Sashu's command, Conkeldurr thundered toward Gardevoir with immense force. "Gardevoir, use Teleport followed by Psybeam," Roya calmly instructed, a subtle smile on his face as he observed the incoming threat. Just as Conkeldurr barreled forward, Gardevoir vanished from her original position, leaving a void in the wake of Conkeldur's heavy slam. Reappearing behind Conkeldur, Gardevoir unleashed a beam of white light, striking the unsuspecting Conkeldur and sending it flying across the arena. Feraligatr used Poison Jab. Roya sensed that the Iron Palm Warrior had not yet lost its fighting capability. Thus, he commanded the four-jawed Needle Dragon to deliver another strike. No sooner had Roya's words left his lips than the four-jawed Needle Dragon expelled a copious amount of purple venom from its needle-like mouth, undoubtedly hitting the fallen Iron Palm Warrior. After enduring 2 successive assaults, the Iron Palm Warrior ultimately succumbed, losing its capacity to battle. With the Iron Palm Warrior incapacitated, Shinado and the four-jawed Needle Dragon emerged victorious. Consequently, the victor was declared to be contestant Roya. Following the announcement of the final result after both of Sasha's Pokémon had been rendered unable to continue, the referee confirmed that Roya had completed the first round of the preliminary tournament, though 2 more battles awaited him. Chapter 305, Preliminary Tournament 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we now embark upon the second preliminary match of the champion seed contestant, Roya, whose opponent is the contestant Xena from Kansas City. What Pokémon will they summon in this battle? Let us await the spectacle. The host, microphone in hand, intoned with rhythmic cadence. Go, Golem and Onix. As Xena unleashed his Pokeballs, the majestic forms of Golem and Onix, both at level 38, materialized amid the crimson glow. Upon discerning the attributes of his adversary's Pokémon, Roya cast forth his own 2 Pokeballs. I entrust you, Shinado and Banshee Dragon. The Pokeballs, hurled into the air by Roya, burst open, revealing Shinado and Banshee Dragon in a flash of red light, immediately confronting their opponents. The match begins, as Roya and Xena dispatched their respective Pokémon. The referee stationed at the edge of the arena swiftly brandished his flag and announced, Golem, use Rollout. Onix, unleash Rock Smash against Banshee Dragon. No sooner had the referee's words echoed than Xena eagerly commanded his Pokémon to attack Roya's duo. Responding to their trainer's call, Golem curled into a rocky sphere and rolled toward Shinado, aiming to collide with it. Meanwhile, Onix, fueled by its own tenacity and vigor, charged at Banshee Dragon with a powerful Rock Smash. Observing the fierce onslaught from Xena's Pokémon, Roya remained composed, directing Shinado and Banshee Dragon with calm precision. Banshee Dragon, use Earthquake. At Roya's command, Banshee Dragon stomped its right foot heavily upon the ground, sending a potent tremor radiating throughout the arena. Golem and Onix, both caught in the seismic waves, found their attacks interrupted and suffered damage from the earthquake. Shinado, acting as a steadfast ally, utilized telekinesis to levitate gracefully above the ground, evading the tremors and emerging unscathed. Seizing the moment, Shinado launched Magical Leaf toward Golem while Banshee Dragon struck Onix with Force Palm. Roya, seizing the opportunity presented by Golem and Onix's brief recovery from the earthquake, promptly issued commands to his Pokémon. Shinado waved gently, summoning a multitude of luminescent green leaves that flew towards Golem, striking it and sending it hurtling several meters away. On Banshee Dragon's side, upon receiving Roya's command, it sprinted to Onix's side and unleashed a flurry of radiant punches, ultimately delivering a final blow that sent Onix crashing against the surrounding walls of the arena. As Onix tumbled to the ground, its eyes glazed over, signaling its loss of consciousness. The referee, glancing at Onix's condition, proclaimed loudly, Onix has lost its fighting capability. With Xena's Onix now incapacitated, only Golem remained. How would Xena retaliate? The host, unwilling to be outdone, began to heighten the atmosphere. Golem, use Rock Slide. Seeing Roya's 2 Pokémon, Xena promptly abandoned the notion of close combat in favor of a ranged attack. Under Golem's command, numerous boulders flew toward Shinado and Banshee Dragon. Banshee Dragon, use Brick Break. Roya immediately instructed. Complying with Roya's command, Banshee Dragon executed Brick Break, shattering the incoming rocks effortlessly. Meanwhile, Roya did not neglect to direct Shinado. Shinado, unleash Psybeam. As soon as Roya's words left him, a beam of white light shot forth from Shinado's hand, striking Golem, who was in the midst of executing Rock Slide, and sending it flying. Now, Banshee Dragon, unleash Dragon Pulse. Spotting the opportune moment, Roya swiftly commanded Banshee Dragon. Just as Roya's words fell, a white dragon pulse erupted from Banshee Dragon's mouth, unimpeded as it struck the still recovering Golem, knocking it down once again, ultimately rendering it unconscious. Golem lost its fighting ability, leading to the triumph of Shinado and Banshee Dragon. Thus, the ultimate victor was declared to be contestant Roya. The referee promptly announced the final result of this battle. In this manner, Roya successfully defeated his opponent Xena with the aid of Shinado and Banshee Dragon. winning the second match of the preliminary tournament. Following a brief intermission, the final match of the preliminary tournament commenced the next day. Roya's last opponent was contestant Simo from Mushui Town, who was currently dispatching his Pokémon, a level 37 Psyduck and a level 38 Houndoom, to battle against Roya's combination of Blaziken and Sceptile. Psyduck, use Water Gun against Blaziken. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower against Sceptile. Upon summoning his Pokémon, Simo commanded his duo to attack Roya's Blaziken and Sceptile. At Simo's command, Psyduck and Houndoom simultaneously launched their respective attacks toward Roya's Pokémon. Sceptile, use Leaf Blade to cut through Water Gun. Blaziken, retaliate with Flamethrower against Houndoom. Roya swiftly followed suit, issuing commands to his Pokémon. As soon as Roya's words were spoken, Sceptile approached the Water Gun and executed Leaf Blade, slicing through the attack and dismantling Psyduck's Water Gun. Meanwhile, Blaziken's Flamethrower countered Houndoom's Flamethrower, dissipating it while continuing its assault towards Houndoom. Although Houndoom belonged to the Fire type, without the Fire Boost ability, it still endured some damage from Blaziken's attack. Blaziken, use Quick Attack on Houndoom. At Roya's command, Blaziken unleashed its speed, charging towards Houndoom. Despite Houndoom's persistent fire attacks, Blaziken skillfully evaded them, continuing its advance. Psyduck, use Confusion. Simo directed Psyduck to provide support, which it did by casting Confusion in an attempt to immobilize Blaziken. However, Simo overlooked the presence of Sceptile. Sceptile, final Leaf Blade. Before Psyduck could harness its power, Sceptile's Leaf Blade struck Psyduck, causing it to collapse to the ground, losing consciousness. On the other side, the Blaziken utilized its swiftness to send the Houndoom flying, and Luoya seized this opportunity, commanding Blaziken to unleash a Thunder Punch that ultimately incapacitated Houndoom. Thus, Luoya successfully triumphed in all three battles of the preliminary tournament, alongside Ash, Masamune, and Tetsuya, securing a place in the top 32 and advancing to the decisive championship tournament. Chapter 306, Advancing to the Top 16. Luoya, I have successfully entered the championship tournament. Upon encountering Luoya in the Pokémon Center, Ash rushed up to him, eager to share his advancement. Congratulations, Ash, Luoya replied with a warm smile, sharing in Ash's joy. This time, I am determined to seize victory, and even if I face you, I will not concede easily, Ash declared, clenching his fists as a means of self-motivation. Then, let's do our best, Luoya responded with an encouraging grin. The following day marked the official commencement of the decisive championship tournament of the Hoenn League. The tournament was primarily held in the central arena of the grand venue, featuring a total of 32 trainers. The competition involved battles utilizing 6 Pokémon, allowing trainers the freedom to switch their Pokémon during the match. The battlefields were categorized into 4 types: grass, rock, water, and ice, with the specific arena determined by a spinning wheel. Furthermore, if one side's Pokémon lost their fighting ability, a temporary break would occur, along with a change in the battle arena. In the inaugural match of the championship tournament, Ash squared off against Kaido from Water's Edge City. Initially, Ash found himself at a disadvantage until the appearance of his forest lizard turned the tide, allowing him to successfully advance to the top 16. In the meantime, both Masamune and Tetsuya also emerged victorious in their matches, leaving only Luoya yet to compete. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Luoya's turn to participate in the advancement match. As he made his way through the player tunnel, Lily and Ash, among others, were already seated in the audience, eagerly awaiting Luoya's battle. After the selection by the spinning wheel, Luoya discovered he would be battling in the same rock-type arena as Ash. As both Luoya and his opponent took their positions, the referee began to announce the battle rules. We shall now commence the first round between contestant Luoya and contestant Kaido. Trainers, please release your Pokémon. Since it's a rock-type arena, I entrust you with this, Blaziken. Luoya sent forth his Blaziken to take the lead. Go, Servine. Kaido tossed forth his Pokeball, summoning a level 39 Servine onto the battlefield. The match began. As the battle officially commenced, Kaido immediately issued a command to his Servine. Servine, use Venoshock. Following Kaido's command, Servine opened its maw wide, releasing a stream of purple venom directed towards Blaziken. Blaziken, quick attack, Luoya commanded with a swift motion of his hand. Upon hearing Luoya's order, Blaziken vanished in a flash of white light, evading Servine's Venoshock. With its accelerated agility, Blaziken swiftly closed the distance to Servine, prompting Luoya to shout, Blaziken, charge up Flame Charge. In an instant, Blaziken radiated intense flames as it surged towards Servine, sending it flying until it crashed against a stone pillar, ultimately losing its fighting capability. Servine has lost its fighting energy, Blaziken is the victor, the referee promptly declared. Impressive. It took only a few moves to defeat the opponent's first Pokémon, exclaimed Haruka, taken aback by the display. Meanwhile, Ash and Masamune remained unfazed, while Tetsuya regarded Luoya with a grave expression, his eyes betraying a sense of caution. Come back and rest, Servine, Kaido said, recalling his Pokémon before producing his second Pokeball. Go, Delcatty. As the light from the Pokeball faded, a level 39 Delcatty appeared before the spectators. Delcatty, use Fury Swipes. Upon hearing Kaido's command, Delcatty dashed toward Blaziken, swishing its tail in preparation for a barrage of slashing attacks. Mach Punch. Before Delcatty could strike, Luoya swiftly ordered Blaziken. In response to Luoya's command, Blaziken vanished from its position, delivering a glowing punch that collided with Delcatty, sending it soaring. However, this time, Delcatty remained standing, ready to confront Blaziken. Delcatty, use Thunderbolt. Kaido, realizing that close-range attacks were ineffective, opted for a ranged assault. Under Kaido's guidance, Delcatty shimmered with golden light, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards Blaziken. Dodge it and use Flamethrower, Luoya instructed without hesitation. Upon receiving Luoya's command, Blaziken leapt into the air, skillfully evading Delcatty's Thunderbolt and unleashed a Flamethrower mid-flight, striking Delcatty squarely. Delcatty collapsed onto the battlefield, unable to continue fighting. Delcatty has lost its fighting energy. Blaziken is the victor, the referee announced after assessing Delcatty's condition. Thank you for your efforts, Delcatty, Kaido said as he recalled Delcatty and sent forth his third Pokémon. As the red light from the Pokeball dissipated, a level 41 Swampert emerged. Swampert, use Water Gun, Kaido commanded immediately after summoning Swampert. Swampert opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful torrent of water that tore through the air toward Blaziken. However, Luoya did not issue a command. Blaziken effortlessly dodged Swampert's water gun with its remarkable speed. Blaziken, use Bulk Up. After Blaziken evaded the attack, Luoya directed it to enhance its attack and defense. Stop it. Use Rapid Water Guns. Kaido, sensing the urgency, commanded Swampert to thwart Blaziken's power-up. Yet, Blaziken's speed proved too formidable, evading each of Swampert's water gun attempts as it closed in. As Blaziken approached Swampert, Kaido urgently shouted, Swampert, use Ice Punch. Swampert swung its icy fist toward the approaching Blaziken. I'm using Fire Punch as well, Luoya shouted after Bulk Up concluded. Blaziken's right fist ignited with flames as it clashed with Swampert's Ice Punch, gradually overpowering Swampert and pushing it back. Finish it off with a Meteor Mash, Luoya bellowed. With a Radiant Punch, Blaziken struck Swampert, sending it flying out of the battlefield, crashing heavily onto the ground. Swampert has lost its fighting capability. Blaziken is the victor, the referee declared without delay. At this moment, the host proclaimed, due to the fact that Kaina's 3 Pokémon have all lost their fighting capabilities, we shall now enter the intermission. Chapter 307, advancing to the top 16-2. Following a brief interlude, the second half of the battle was about to commence, taking place on the lush, grassy battlefield. With the host's announcement, the second half of the match in the showdown from 32 to 16 began. As the host's words faded, Kaina produced her 4th Pokeball and tossed it forth. Let us commence, Nidoking. As the crimson light dissipated from the Pokeball, a majestic, level 40 Nidoking stood on the grassy field, initially roaring powerfully before fixing its gaze on Roa with a fierce determination. Then I shall summon my Lizard King, Roa declared, releasing his own Pokeball. A vibrant green figure materialized before Nidoking. The Lizard King, clutching a small twig in its mouth, immediately focused intently on Nidoking. With the battle poised to erupt, the match begins. The referee, having witnessed both Roa and Kaina release their Pokémon, promptly raised the flag, announcing the commencement of the second half. Lizard King Seed Bomb. Roa was the first to initiate an assault on Nidoking. As Roa's command echoed, Lizard King unleashed a multitude of pale green orbs, all propelled towards Nidoking under its meticulous control. We shall not concede, Nidoking. Use Flamethrower. Kaina, unwilling to back down, quickly directed Nidoking. Following her command, Nidoking opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of crimson flames that clashed fiercely with Lizard King's seed bombs. However, due to the elemental disadvantage, the flamethrower overwhelmed the seed bombs and surged relentlessly towards Lizard King. Agility. Under Roa's command, Lizard King shimmered with a brilliant white light, executing agility to evade the flamethrower, swiftly closing the distance to Nidoking and causing it to stagger back several paces. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. Observing Nidoking's retreat, Roa immediately urged Lizard King to pursue. Heeding Roa's directive, Lizard King's arms glimmered with verdant blades, and it followed closely behind Nidoking, delivering a devastating leaf blade that sent Nidoking crashing to the ground. Finish it with Iron Tail, Roa shouted as he witnessed this turn of events. In response, Lizard King leaped into the air, its tail glowing with a brilliant white light, striking Nidoking, who had just risen, and concluding the battle. Nidoking has lost its fighting capacity. Lizard King is victorious, the referee announced after assessing Nidoking's condition. Roa's Lizard King strikes with such ferocity, exclaimed Xiao Yao from the audience, unable to contain her amazement after witnessing Roa's battle. This is Roa's combat style. Once he seizes the moment, his opponents are met with a tempest of relentless assaults. Brock elucidated, aware of Roa's fighting approach. Meanwhile, Ji, observing Brock's explanation, adopted a more serious demeanor, mirroring the expressions of the other competitors who had reached the top 16 and were spectating, with the exception of the two oblivious individuals nearby. Go Houndoom. After recalling Nidoking, Kaina produced her fifth Pokémon, a level 41 Houndoom. Houndoom unleashed Dark Pulse. After sending out Houndoom, Kaina clenched her fist and commanded. The newly summoned Houndoom released a menacing purplish-black beam, slicing through the air and targeting Lizard King. Leaf Blade cut through it. Roa remained composed, continuing to direct Lizard King. Once again, Lizard King's arms glimmered with blade-like energy, and it swung its leaf blade to split the Dark Pulse in two, neutralizing the initial wave of attack. Before continuing its advance towards Houndoom, Houndoom used Double Team. Recognizing the incoming Lizard King, Kaina swiftly reacted, instructing Houndoom to create several illusory copies, obscuring Lizard King's ability to discern the real target. However, mere illusions would not deter Roa, who possessed the enhanced perception granted by his radiant power. With this advantage, Roa swiftly identified Houndoom's true form. Thus, he commanded Lizard King, Dragon Pulse, right ahead. Responding promptly to Roa's call, Lizard King unleashed a powerful white Dragon Pulse, surging toward Houndoom and striking its true form, sending it careening backward. Lizard King, unleash your final destruction ray. Roa gestured emphatically, issuing his last directive. As the command echoed, Lizard King released a thick orange beam, targeting Houndoom, which soon struck the grounded Pokémon. Under the overwhelming force of the destruction ray, Houndoom succumbed with a pained cry. Houndoom has lost its fighting capacity. Lizard King is victorious. The referee declared without delay. Come back and rest, Houndoom. Kaina, witnessing this outcome, reluctantly recalled her Pokémon and retrieved her final Pokeball. Let's go, Swellow. The Pokeball opened, revealing a level 42 Swellow soaring above the arena. Upon seeing Swellow, Roa recalled Lizard King and subsequently produced his third Pokeball, casting it forth. I entrust you with this, Togekiss. The Pokeball soared through the air and opened, revealing Roa's Togekiss before the spectators. Upon its arrival, Togekiss immediately focused its gaze on its opponent, Swellow. Swellow, use Quick Attack, Kaina commanded. As her words finished, Swellow shimmered with a bright light, dashing towards Togekiss at remarkable speed. Agility. Under Roa's instruction, Togekiss executed agility, vanishing from its original position, causing Swellow to miss its mark, only to reappear behind it. Seizing the opportunity, Roa issued his command, Flamethrower. As the fiery assault surged forth, composed of large letters, it advanced towards Swellow. Swellow, evade quickly, Kaina shouted urgently. Just as Swellow narrowly avoided the onslaught of Flamethrower, Togekiss had already closed in, executing Steel Wing and striking Swellow before it could react, sending it plummeting towards the ground. Roa, not letting this chance slip away, seized the moment to instruct Togekiss. Finish it with your final Flamethrower. With a decisive blast, Togekiss's Flamethrower struck Swellow, culminating the battle and securing Roa's place among the top 16. Wonderful. With this, I, Roa, Masamune, and Ji have all advanced, exclaimed Ash, brimming with excitement as he prepared to view the next round's matchups at the Pokémon Center. Ash, the next round's matchups have already been released, Brock reminded him as he reveled in the moment. After the search concluded, Ash did not encounter Masamune as in the original narrative. Instead, he came across an unknown passerby. As Roa and Ash examined the battle roster and discovered Roa's opponent, they were momentarily taken aback. Roa, your opponent is Masamune. Chapter 308, Battle with Masamune 1. After successfully completing the 32-16 battle rounds, Roa, Ash, Masamune, and Tetsuya advanced together into the top 16 of the Colorful Spirit Conference. Subsequently, the group returned to the Pokémon Center to check the match list for the upcoming battles. Upon seeing Roa's next opponent, they were all left in stunned silence, their faces displaying expressions of disbelief. Even Roa was taken aback. It seems we have indeed crossed paths, Masamune, Roa remarked with a slight smile, addressing him. I will not hold back. I intend to seize victory with unwavering determination. Masamune declared, his fists clenched, ready to face Roa. This was a natural reaction. Considering Roa was not Ash, the depth of their friendship had yet to reach the same profound level. I share your sentiment. Let us showcase our true strengths in this contest, for that is the hallmark of a worthy trainer. Roa responded, locking eyes with Masamune, his tone earnest and resolute. Then let us strive together, Roa said, extending his hand towards Masamune in camaraderie. Time flew by, and soon the moment arrived for the match between Roa and Masamune. They stood in their respective positions on the battlefield, their intense gazes clashing in the charged atmosphere. Now, we shall witness the battle between Roa from the Alola region and Masamune from Green Glade Town. Each trainer may deploy up to 6 Pokémon, with substitutions allowed during the match, which has no time limit. The first half of the contest will take place on an icy battlefield. Following the selection of the arena, the host commenced their duties. Go for it, Roa. Masamune, Ash exclaimed from the stands, unable to contain his excitement, rising to cheer for them. Let us go, Carinci. In a manner akin to the original tale, Masamune sent forth his first Pokémon, a level 41 Carinci. Pokémon, Carinci. Type, normal, psychic. Ability, levitate. Gender, male. Level, 41. Aptitude, semi-champion. Moves, psychic, quick attack, illusion beam, mind hammer, crunch, psychic surge, light screen, reflect. Then I shall unleash my own. Go, Gyarados. Roa tossed out the red Pokeball, and upon its opening, the majestic red Gyarados materialized onto the ice, facing Carinci. The battle begins. With the referee's signal, Roa immediately commanded, Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump. As Roa's words echoed, Gyarados opened its mouth wide, releasing a powerful blue torrent aimed directly at Carinci. Use Psychic to deflect it back. Masamune swiftly directed Carinci to retaliate. Following his command, Carinci's eyes glowed with a faint blue light, channeling Psychic to seize control of Gyarados' Hydro Pump in midair before sending it hurtling back towards Gyarados. Gyarados, counter with Blizzard. Seeing the Hydro Pump hurtling back, Roa swiftly devised a strategy. Under his guidance, Gyarados unleashed a ferocious blizzard, freezing the returning Hydro Pump and sending the icy storm hurtling towards Carinci. Not good. Use Protect. At Masamune's command, Carinci swiftly enacted Protect to shield itself from the oncoming storm. However, Roa and Gyarados had already set their next move into motion. Gyarados used Dragon Pulse. Just as Carinci was still reeling from the blizzard, Roa commanded Gyarados to launch its next offensive. Gyarados released a radiant white Dragon Pulse, transforming it into a white dragon that struck Carinci, sending it flying and crashing onto the icy surface. Finish it off with Hyper Beam. Roa waved his hand dramatically, signaling Gyarados for the final blow. As Roa's words fell, a robust orange beam erupted from Gyarados' mouth, directly hitting the recovering Carinci. After enduring the Hyper Beam's devastating impact, Carinci collapsed onto the ice. Carinci is unable to battle. Gyarados wins. The referee declared loudly after assessing Carinci's condition. Thank you for your efforts, Carinci, Masamune said, recalling Carinci back into its Pokeball. He then turned his gaze towards Roa, stating, though I may have lost this round, I will not relent, and you shall witness my resolve. With that, Masamune produced his second Pokeball and threw it into the air. Go, Swampert. As the red light from the Pokeball dissipated, a level 43 Swampert emerged onto the icy terrain. Observing Masamune's second Pokemon, Roa smiled and replied, then let me see the extent of your resolve. Gyarados, unleash Flamethrower. Roa commanded, gesturing towards Gyarados. Gyarados, obeying Roa's command, released a searing flame that scorched the surrounding air as it surged towards Swampert. Swampert, use Hydro Pump. Under Masamune's guidance, Swampert retaliated with a powerful blue water jet, clashing against the Flamethrower in a battle of elements. The two attacks locked in combat for a brief moment before culminating in a spectacular explosion, engulfing the arena in smoke. Swampert, deliver a focus punch. Masamune ordered, raising his fist in determination. As the command was issued, Swampert swung its arm, glowing with white light, aiming a powerful punch at Gyarados. Steel Tail. Roa countered, directing Gyarados once more. Obeying, Gyarados retaliated with its glowing tail, clashing against Swampert's focus punch. However, due to the significant disparity in their strengths, Swampert was sent sprawling, crashing onto the ice. Gyarados, deliver the final Dragon Breath attack. Seeing Swampert struggle to rise, Roa called out to Gyarados. As Roa's command rang out, Gyarados opened its previously clenched jaws, unleashing a crimson beam that rushed toward the rising Swampert. Swampert, Use Focus Punch. Masamune shouted, instructing his Pokémon to respond. With a firm stance, Swampert swung its arm, executing a Focus Punch in a desperate attempt to counter the incoming Dragon Breath. Yet, after a brief struggle in midair, Swampert was ultimately overwhelmed and sent flying by the Dragon Breath. Dragon Pulse. Following Roa's command, Gyarados launched another Dragon Pulse, striking the airborne Swampert, sending it crashing down onto the battlefield amidst a cloud of smoke. Witnessing this scene, both Masamune and the surrounding judges and spectators gazed curiously at the obscured Swampert within the haze. Chapter 309, Battle with Masamune 2. As the mist on the battlefield dissipated, the unconscious Gyarados lay before the spectators. Stripped of its fighting capability, Gyarados was declared the defeated, marking a resounding victory for the Red Gyarados. The referee, after a brief glance at the incapacitated Gyarados, promptly announced the outcome. "What an impressive Gyarados, having triumphed over two of Masamune's Pokémon," exclaimed May, astonished by the turn of events. This was a clear demonstration of the disparity in strength. Brock, well aware of the prowess of Roa's Red Gyarados, nodded in agreement. It is noteworthy that this Red Gyarados stands as one of the more formidable Pokémon in Roa's second team. Lily, standing nearby, responded with a smile. The second team. The crowd reacted with expressions of surprise upon hearing this revelation. "My next Pokémon will be it. Go, Metagross," Masamune declared, retrieving his incapacitated Gyarados and releasing his next Pokémon. Pokémon, Metagross. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Level, 44. Potential, Elite. Moves, Tackle, Psychic, Metal Claw, Tackle, Zen Headbutt, Bullet Punch, Hyper Beam, Meteor Mash. Metagross, unleash Tackle. Masamune commanded as soon as Metagross entered the fray. With all its might, Metagross charged towards the Red Gyarados. "Gyarados, use Aqua Tail," Roa instructed, gesturing towards his Pokémon. The Red Gyarados' tail soon became enveloped in swirling water, which it then swung towards the oncoming Metagross. The clash of Aqua Tail and Tackle resulted in the Red Gyarados remaining steadfast, while Metagross was sent reeling backwards, stumbling several steps before regaining its balance. Metagross, fire a powerful Hyper Beam. Undeterred by the previous exchange, Masamune continued to direct Metagross. As soon as the words left his mouth, a white beam of energy formed before Metagross, which, under Masamune's control, transformed into a brilliant ray aimed at the Red Gyarados. "We shall retaliate with Dragon Pulse," commanded Roa, as the Red Gyarados countered with Dragon Pulse, clashing with the Hyper Beam. With each surge of power, the Dragon Pulse swiftly dissipated the Hyper Beam, continuing its relentless assault towards Metagross. Without a moment to evade, Metagross was struck directly by the Dragon Pulse, crashing onto the icy surface below. Yet, Roa sensed that Metagross had not lost its fighting spirit, prompting him to command, "It has not yet succumbed. Let us finish it off with Flamethrower." Upon hearing Roa's directive and witnessing Metagross struggle to rise, the Red Gyarados let out a fierce roar, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that enveloped the airborne Metagross. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Metagross succumbed to the flames, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Metagross is unable to continue. Gyarados wins. The referee raised the flag, declaring the result. With Masamune having lost 3 Pokémon, the match was now at half-time, as announced by the host. In the competitors' lounge, as Roa and Masamune entered, they were immediately surrounded by a group led by Ash. "Roa, Masamune, the first half was simply exhilarating. Keep up the momentum for the second half," Ash exclaimed with palpable excitement. "I shall not relent. I am determined to showcase my true spirit in the second half," Masamune declared, brimming with resolve. Roa merely smiled in response, his demeanor calm. Subsequently, he pulled Lily aside for a quiet conversation. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was time for the second half of Roa and Masamune's battle, now taking place on a rocky terrain. "Given the rocky battlefield, I entrust you with the task, Steelix," Masamune proclaimed, throwing forth his Pokeball, which revealed a formidable Steelix at level 43. "Then I shall summon Blastoise," Roa responded, releasing his own Pokémon, Blastoise, onto the field. "Steelix, use Iron Tail." Upon seeing Roa's Blastoise, Masamune immediately commanded. The Steelix's tail shone with brilliance as it swung towards Blastoise. "Blastoise, deploy Defense Curl and seize it," Roa ordered. Responding to his command, Blastoise enveloped itself in a metallic sheen, significantly enhancing its defense, and then caught Steelix's tail with its sturdy arms. "Throw it away," Roa shouted, and Blastoise obeyed, grasping Steelix's tail and swinging it vigorously in the air, slamming it forcefully onto the rocky ground, causing tremors to ripple across the battlefield. Ultimately, Blastoise flung Steelix away. "Unleash Water Cannon," Roa continued directing Blastoise after the successful throw. Adjusting its cannons, Blastoise unleashed two powerful jets of water that converged and surged towards Steelix. Steelix, dig to evade. Masamune commanded, as he noted Steelix rising. Just before Blastoise's water cannon could connect, Steelix successfully dug into the ground, vanishing from Roa and Blastoise's sight. Digging. How unfortunate that it cannot escape this. Anticipating Steelix's move, Roa swiftly commanded, Blastoise, direct water cannon into Steelix's tunnel. Following Roa's order, Blastoise unleashed a continuous stream of water into the hole, flooding it. Not good. Steelix, come out quickly. Masamune's warning came too late, as Steelix, unable to withstand the deluge, emerged from the hole, gasping for air on the surface. Finish it. Use Dragon Pulse. Roa commanded, signaling for Blastoise to deliver the final blow. Blastoise fired two energy spheres composed of water from its back cannons, striking the gasping Steelix directly. Under the assault of Dragon Pulse, Steelix ultimately collapsed onto the ground, its fighting spirit extinguished. Steelix is unable to continue. Blastoise wins. The referee promptly announced after assessing the situation. Chapter 310, Battle against Masamune 3. Staring in disbelief at the downed Steelix, Masamune quickly recalled it into its Pokeball and produced another, tossing it forth. Arise, Scyther. As the red light of the Pokeball faded, a purple Scyther materialized on the battlefield. Simultaneously, Roa utilized his Eye of Insight to assess Scyther's attributes. Pokemon, Scyther. Type, Ground, Flying. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Level, 42. Potential, Semi-Elite. Moves, Fury Cutter, Steel Wing, Wing Attack, Quick Attack, Cut, Poison Jab, Shadow Clone, Aerial Ace. Return, Blastoise. Observing Scyther soaring in the air, Roa contemplated for a moment before recalling Blastoise and releasing another Pokeball. I entrust this round to you, Pidgeot. After Roya released his Fearow from the Pokeball, it soared into the air, confronting the opposing Scorpy. Scorpy, use Poison Sting. Masamune shouted as soon as he spotted Roya's Fearow. The Scorpy promptly aimed one of its pincers at the airborne Fearow and unleashed a multitude of purple poison stings, hurtling towards its target. Fearow, use Hurricane. Upon witnessing the imminent poison attack, Roya swiftly commanded. Responding to Roya's order, Fearow flapped its wings vigorously, summoning a tempest that obliterated the incoming poison stings in an instant. Scorpy, execute Quick Attack on Fearow. Noticing the futility of the poison stings, Masamune immediately initiated his next assault. As soon as he finished speaking, Scorpy glimmered with white light and charged towards Fearow at lightning speed. Use Quick Attack. Under Roya's guidance, Fearow employed the Quick Attack technique, pausing momentarily before vanishing from sight. Evading Scorpy's strike. Maintain Quick Attack, then unleash Steel Wing. After dodging Scorpy's attack, Roya launched his offensive. Fearow, still soaring at high speed, suddenly emanated a dazzling white light from its wings and dove towards Scorpy. Scorpy, use Double Team to evade. Masamune quickly reacted, commanding Scorpy. Obeying Masamune's directive, Scorpy executed Double Team, transforming from 1 into 3 in an instant, leaving onlookers momentarily bewildered as to which one was real. Fearow's attack shattered one of the illusory clones, but it halted thereafter. Now, Scorpy, execute Pin Missile. Seizing the opportunity after Fearow's assault, Masamune directed Scorpy to attack. Observing the advancing Scorpy, Roya swiftly devised a countermeasure. Instructing Fearow, Fearow, use Roost. Just as Roya finished speaking, the flying Fearow executed a rapid turnaround and collided with Scorpy, sending it soaring away. Finish it off. Use Brave Bird. Roya shouted fervently to Fearow. Complying with Roya's command, Fearow ignited in blue flames, charging with tremendous force towards Scorpy, striking it down to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Scorpy lay incapacitated on the ground, devoid of consciousness. Scorpy has lost its fighting ability. Fearow is the victor, the referee announced after assessing Scorpy. You've worked hard, Scorpy, Masamune comforted as he recalled it to its Pokeball. Then raised his head to Roya, stating, I lost this battle, but I shall fight with all my might in the final match. My spirit is indomitable. Let us engage in a thrilling duel. Roya, invigorated by the challenge, smiled back at Masamune. I look forward to it, Houndoom. Masamune sent forth his final Pokemon, a level 41 Houndoom. The moment Houndoom emerged, Masamune commanded, Houndoom, use Flamethrower. Responding to Masamune's command, Houndoom howled before unleashing a torrent of intense flames towards the airborne Fearow. Fearow, use Quick Attack. Roya, witnessing the assault, promptly directed Fearow. Following Roya's order, Fearow executed Quick Attack, radiating a brilliant light as it flew towards the oncoming Flamethrower. However, Instead of clashing with the flames, Firo deftly sidestepped the attack, redirecting its charge towards the grounded Houndoom, sending it crashing against a rock. Firo unleashed Air Slash. Observing the fallen Houndoom, Roya pressed the advantage. Just as Roya finished speaking, Firo flapped its wings, conjuring dozens of shimmering white blades that surged towards Houndoom. Houndoom, dodge quickly. Masamune urged as Houndoom, just recovering, swiftly evaded the attack, causing Firo's Air Slash to strike the ground instead. Quick attack. Not disheartened by Houndoom's evasion, Roya continued to command Firo. The avian Pokémon, gleaming with white light, pursued Houndoom relentlessly. Houndoom, unwilling to yield, retaliated by spitting fire to disrupt Firo's advance. Yet Firo nimbly evaded each attempt, swiftly closing the distance between them. Soon, Firo's remarkable speed enabled it to strike Houndoom once more, sending it sprawling. Now, deliver the finishing blow with Hyper Beam. Following Roya's command, Firo opened its beak wide, swiftly gathering energy that transformed into an orange beam, crashing into Houndoom. Enduring the force of Hyper Beam, Houndoom fell with a mournful cry. Houndoom! Masamune exclaimed, rushing to embrace his fallen Pokémon with a concerned tone. Meanwhile, the referee fulfilled his duty, announcing to the spectators, Houndoom has lost its fighting ability. Firo is the victor, and thus the ultimate champion is Roya. I lost this time. Let us battle again when the opportunity arises, and I shall surely triumph with my indomitable spirit, Masamune declared after recalling Houndoom, extending his right hand towards Roya. Certainly, Roya replied, clasping Masamune's hand with a smile. Thus, having defeated Masamune, Roya successfully achieved his goal of advancing to the top 8. Chapter 311, An Unexpected Visitor. After defeating Masamune, Roya confidently entered the top 8, while Ash, who was originally set to face Masamune, battled other trainers and also made it to the top 8. Likewise, Tetsuya, after overcoming his opponent, joined Roya and Ash in the top 8. That night, Masamune stood outside, gazing silently at the luminous moon for a moment before howling at the sky. Ah, I have lost. At that moment, Ash and his companions appeared behind him. Free signal. With Ash stepping forward to say, that was an exhilarating battle today, Masamune. Indeed, your battle was thrilling as well. Ko added with a smile. After hearing Ash and his friends, Masamune felt a bit bashful, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed expression. Moments later, he addressed Ash. Ash, you must give it your all in the next match. Of course, Ash nodded in agreement. The previously somber atmosphere dissipated as the group exchanged smiles. The following day commenced with Ash's match. True to the original narrative, Ash encountered his good friend Tetsuya in the quarterfinals, who had won the Hoenn League in the original story. After a fierce battle, Ash unfortunately faced defeat, marking the end of his journey in the Pokémon League. Ash felt a brief wave of sadness but soon regained his composure, turning his attention to Roya's impending battle against Tetsuya. Charizard, unleash your final earthquake against the armored Tyrannosaurus. Roya commanded with fervor in the Pokémon League arena, directing Charizard for the decisive strike against the opposing armored Tyrannosaurus. Thus, after Charizard had lifted the steel Tyranitar off the ground, it forcefully slammed it back down, leaving the steel Tyranitar sprawled on the arena floor. With the steel Tyranitar rendered incapable of continuing the battle, Charizard emerged victorious, securing the win for contestant Roya. The referee, after a brief glance at the fallen steel Tyranitar, announced the result. Contestant Aya's steel Tyranitar had succumbed, and Roya had earned a place in the finals. He would face contestant Tetsuya from Amethyst City tomorrow, where they would determine who would claim victory in the Colorful Spirit Conference. Let us await the outcome. Following the conclusion of the battle, the host stirred the audience's anticipation for the forthcoming final. Roya, let us engage in a match devoid of regrets tomorrow. Upon exiting the arena, Roya encountered not only Lilia and Ash, but also his final opponent, Tetsuya, who addressed him with a voice brimming with competitive spirit. No problem. Roya fixed his gaze on Tetsuya for a moment before nodding emphatically in agreement. After exchanging pleasantries, Roya, Lilia, and Ash prepared to return to the Pokémon Center. Just as they made their way back, they were suddenly halted by a familiar, gentle voice. Lilia. Upon hearing this voice, both Roya and Lilia instantly recognized its owner and turned to see a beautiful woman with golden hair standing before them. Mother. Lilia exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the newcomer, rushing into her embrace. Indeed, the golden-haired beauty was none other than Lilia's mother, Luzamin. Gazing at her daughter, who had evidently matured during her travels, Luzamin beamed with pride and remarked, My Lilia has grown so much. After sharing a heartfelt embrace for a moment, the two reluctantly parted, and Roya stepped forward with a smile, saying, It's been a while, Aunt Luzamin. It has indeed, Roya. Thank you for taking care of Lilia during her time in the Hoenn region, Luzamin replied, her expression softening into a warm smile. It was my pleasure, Roya responded, shaking his head modestly. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Luzamin smiled in response. Mother, did you come alone this time? Lilia suddenly noticed that Luzamin was by herself, without any familiar companions, and curiously inquired, do you not wish for your mother to visit? Does my Lilia no longer love her mother? Luzamin feigned a wounded expression. Here you go again, mother. I was merely curious, Lilia retorted, exasperated by her mother's penchant for theatrics. Your classmates are still in class, and Baika and the others have matters to attend to at the Ether Paradise, while your brother is training in the Alola region, so I came alone. Upon realizing her attempts at dramatics were in vain, Luzamin responded to Lilia's question with a more straightforward answer. I see. Both Roya and Lilia nodded in understanding. Roya. Lilia, who is this? Ash, who had been observing Luzamin's striking resemblance to Lilia, asked with curiosity. This is my mother, Luzamin. Lilia introduced her mother to Ash and the others before presenting Ash and May to Luzamin. Is this really Lilia's mother? She is so beautiful. Ash and May exclaimed in surprise upon catching sight of Luzamin's exquisite features. You children certainly know how to flatter, Luzamin replied, smiling with delight at the compliments. After a brief conversation, Roya, intrigued by Luzamin's unexpected appearance, inquired, Aunt Luzamin, what brings you to Colorful City? I haven't seen you all in quite some time, so I thought I would drop by to cheer you on for your final match. Roya, you must secure victory in the Colorful Conference, Luzamin declared with enthusiasm, though she subtly hinted at another purpose for her visit with a meaningful glance at Roya. Understood. I will definitely seize the championship, Roya responded, a confident smile gracing his face. Following Luzamin's surprising arrival, Roya and Lilia decided to forego their trip to the Pokémon Center. After bidding farewell to Ash and Tetsuya, they accompanied Luzamin for a leisurely stroll around the arena in Colorful City, sharing stories from their time in the Hoenn region and enjoying each other's company in pleasant harmony. Chapter 312. The Finals, Battle against Tetsuya 1. Presently, the Hoenn League's Colorful Conference is drawing to a close, with the final and most critical battle about to commence, where the champion of this conference will be determined. At that moment, the host invigorated the audience with passionate words. The contestants for the finals are Roya from the Alola region and Tetsuya from Amethyst City. And the battleground for the first half will be the grass arena. Who will ultimately emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. Roya's match against Tetsuya promises to be an intensely fierce competition. Little Victory's excitement grew at the thought of the impending clash between Roya and Tetsuya. Go for it, Roya. Tetsuya, Ash exclaimed, rising from his seat in the audience and shouting encouragement to both competitors. You can do it, Roya. Lilia cheered from the stands, her enthusiasm palpable as she witnessed the final battle. Observing Lilia's spirited demeanor, Luzamin felt a sense of pride and joy. Despite her initial purpose for visiting being focused on Roya's Pokémon, her gaze remained fixed on Roya as she softly murmured, You must do your best, Roya. Go, Donphan. As the host's words echoed in the arena, Tetsuya swiftly threw a Pokeball, summoning a gray Donphan onto the battlefield. I'm counting on you, Steelix. Simultaneously, both Roya and Tetsuya sent forth their Pokémon, Steelix emerging to join the fray. Upon seeing Tetsuya's Donphan, Roya promptly activated his Pokédex to analyze its attributes. Pokémon, Donphan. Type, Ground. Ability, Sturdy. Gender, Male. Level, 48. Aptitude, Near Champion. Moves, Tackle, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Rollout, Rapid Spin, Heavy Slam, Earthquake, Sandstorm, Hidden Power. Donphan, use Rollout. Tetsuya commanded, gesturing decisively to initiate his attack. Following her trainer's order, Donphan curled into a ball and rolled towards Steelix. Steelix, use Iron Tail. Roya countered swiftly. As Roya's command resonated, Steelix swung its massive tail, shimmering with a bright light, and struck Donphan as it rolled forward, sending it hurtling through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Donphan, Tetsuya shouted in alarm as he witnessed the scene, relieved to see that Donphan had not lost its fighting spirit, struggling to rise and resolutely facing Steelix once more. Well done, Donphan. Upon witnessing Dunjia rise to his feet, Ji offered a commendation before resuming his command. Dunjia, unleash the earthquake attack. At Ji's directive, Dunjia promptly stamped his foot upon the ground, sending tremors rippling outward towards the steel snake. An earthquake, indeed. Alas, it would prove futile. Luoya had already devised a countermeasure against the impending seismic assault. Thus he called out to the steel snake, Steel Snake, fear not, execute Mountain Crush. As soon as Luoya's words fell, the steel snake understood its course of action. With a powerful swing of its robust tail, it struck the earth with great force, propelling itself upward to evade the earthquake's onslaught. Having locked onto Dun Jia's position, it then descended with tremendous weight. What? Both Ziyi and Dun Jia were taken aback by Luo Ya's unexpected maneuver, rendered momentarily speechless. The steel snake's sudden action caught Dun Jia off guard. Unable to evade while still executing earthquake, it was subsequently pinned down by the steel snake's mountain crush. One must acknowledge the sheer size of Luo Ya's steel snake, making the damage inflicted by mountain crush quite significant. As the steel snake shifted its bulk, Dun Jia had already succumbed to a loss of combat capability. With Dun Jia incapacitated, the steel snake emerged victorious. The referee, glancing at the unconscious Dun Jia, hastily announced the outcome of this duel. You did well, Dun Jia. After recalling Dun Jia, Ziyi retrieved his second Pokeball. I entrust you with this, Iron Fist. Pokémon, Iron Fist. Type, Fighting. Ability, Thick Fat. Gender, Male. Level, 47. Potential, Almost Champion. Moves, Heavy Slam, Brick Break, Vital Throw, Earthquake, Close Combat, Hit and Run, True Chi Punch. After surveying Ziyi's Iron Fist's attributes, Luoya recalled the Steel Snake and summoned his next Pokemon. Go forth, Venusaur. As Luoya tossed the Pokeball, it burst open mid-air, revealing his Venusaur, which gazed intently at the opposing Iron Fist. Iron Fist, execute spikes. Ziyi commanded immediately after Luoya deployed his Pokemon. Iron Fist stomped a single foot upon the ground, causing numerous sharp stones to rise from the earth, which, under Iron Fist's guidance, hurtled toward Venusaur. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. At the moment Luoya's command was issued, Venusaur unleashed a barrage of leaf-shaped blades from its floral appendages, striking forth to intercept the oncoming spikes. The Leaf Blade, having obliterated the spikes, continued its trajectory toward Iron Fist. Iron Fist, use Heavy Slam. Ziyi swiftly directed Iron Fist to counter. As anticipated, Iron Fist swung its sturdy palms vigorously, executing Heavy Slam to intercept Venusaur's Leaf Blade, although it too was forced back a few steps by the force of the encounter. Venusaur, initiate Petal Dance. Luoya, sensing an opportunity, commanded Venusaur to launch a second wave of offense. Responding promptly, Venusaur released a flurry of pink petals, glowing softly as they surged toward Iron Fist. Defend. Observing the approaching Petal Dance, Ziyi immediately instructed Iron Fist to guard. As Iron Fist erected a blue shield to block the petals, Ziyi followed up with an offensive command. Iron Fist, use Heavy Impact. In response to Ziyi's command, Iron Fist charged forward with tremendous force toward Venusaur. Seeing the formidable advance of Iron Fist, Luoya's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gestured grandly, instructing Venusaur, Venusaur, use Grass Knot. As Luoya's words echoed, Venusaur executed Grass Knot, ensnaring Iron Fist's feet with tendrils of grass as it charged ahead. This unexpected entanglement caused Iron Fist to stumble and crash heavily to the ground, sustaining significant damage. Yet, Luoya sensed that Iron Fist had not yet lost its combat capability. Thus he commanded Venusaur, Solar Beam. As the command was uttered, a radiant beam of white light erupted from Venusaur's flower, swiftly striking Iron Fist, which was unable to evade. The attack not only inflicted damage but also created a cloud of dust, obscuring the state of Iron Fist momentarily. As the haze from the solar beam dissipated, the sight of Iron Fist lying unconscious became apparent, prompting the referee to declare, Iron Fist has lost its combat ability. Venusaur is victorious. Come back and rest, Iron Fist. Upon witnessing this, Ziyi recalled Iron Fist into its Pokeball. Simultaneously, Luoya also returned Venusaur. Ziyi had now lost 2 Pokemon. While Luoya had yet to see any of his Pokemon incapacitated, it seemed the match was decidedly in Luoya's favor. From the stands, Ash remarked after observing the duel, it appears Luoya intends to engage Ziyi in a one-on-one confrontation. Brock, noticing Luoya's choice to deploy 2 Pokemon in succession, surmised his strategy. Indeed, it seems this child possesses formidable strength. Lu Shami-Nai, also in the stands, expressed her astonishment. I told you, Luoya's prowess is exceptional. Lily declared proudly, beaming at her mother's praise for Luoya. Go forth, Sceptile. You shall be my choice, Charizard. In the third battle, Luoya and Ziyi simultaneously released their Pokeballs, revealing Sceptile and Charizard amidst a burst of crimson light. Pokemon, Sceptile. Type, Grass, Dark. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, Male. Level, 48. Potential, Champion. Moves, Giga Drain, Leaf Blade, Sunny Day, Leaf Storm, Solar Beam, Sunny Day, High Speed Stars. Upon discerning Sceptile's attributes, Luoya initiated the attack. Charizard. Unleash Flamethrower. At Luoya's command, Charizard took to the skies, opening its mouth to release a searing torrent of flames that scorched the surrounding air as it surged toward the grounded Sceptile. Ji, witnessing this scene, immediately commanded Sceptile, "Sceptile, evade quickly." Thus, under Jiye's orders, Sceptile demonstrated remarkable agility, leaping nimbly to evade Charizard's flamethrower. Charizard, unwilling to concede, continued to unleash several waves of flames, all of which Sceptile skillfully dodged. After successfully evading these attacks, Sceptile mounted a counteroffensive at Jiye's command. Sceptile, use Dark Pulse. Gathering energy within its mouth, Sceptile released a dark purple beam aimed at the airborne Charizard. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. Following Luoya's directive, Charizard swiftly released a white beam of energy to collide with the oncoming Dark Pulse. However, as Charizard intensified its output, the Dragon Pulse overwhelmed the Dark Pulse, striking Sceptile, which had failed to evade, sending it careening to the ground. Observing the cunning Tengu struggling to rise on the battlefield, Tetsuya let out a sigh of relief before continuing to command the crafty creature. Utilize photosynthesis. After executing the command, the Tengu radiated a brilliant white light, gradually healing its wounds. Interrupted. Unleash the Flame Vortex. Under Roya's instructions, the Charizard released a column of fire from its mouth, launching an assault towards the grounded Tengu. Dodge. Following Tetsuya's command, the Tengu effortlessly evaded the oncoming flame vortex. Increase the firepower. Set the grassy field ablaze. Noticing the evasive maneuvers of the Tengu, Roya immediately issued the order. As soon as Roya's words echoed, Charizard intensified its fiery assault, the searing flames swiftly igniting the grass on the field, rapidly spreading in all directions. Upon witnessing this, the referee quickly distanced himself from the scene. The Tengu, trapped within the flames, was soon engulfed, succumbing to the relentless barrage of fire and becoming increasingly weakened. Observing this, Tetsuya hastily recalled the Tengu into its Pokeball, addressing the referee, "I concede this match." The referee nodded in acknowledgement and began to announce, "The Tengu has lost its fighting capability, thus Charizard is the victor." Consequently, all three of Tetsuya's Pokémon had been rendered unable to battle, leading swiftly to the halftime break. After a brief respite, Roya and Tetsuya re-entered the central arena to resume their confrontation, the setting for the second half now being a rocky terrain. Go, Lizard King. The moment the second half commenced, Tetsuya promptly dispatched his Pokémon. Pokémon, Lizard King. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, Male. Level, 49. Potential, Champion. Moves, Leaf Blade, Dragon Pulse. Solar Flare, Leaf Storm, Leaf, Magical Leaf, Energy Ball, Seed Bomb. And here comes my next contender. Go, Blazing Roar Tiger. Eager for a swift resolution, Roya sent forth his subsequent Pokémon, the Blazing Roar Tiger. Lizard King, unleash Seed Bomb. At Tetsuya's command, Lizard King expelled a multitude of green glowing seeds towards the direction of Blazing Roar Tiger. Flame Vortex. In rapid response to the incoming seed bombs, Roya commanded Blazing Roar Tiger to counterattack. The Blazing Roar Tiger, obeying Roya's order, released a column of fire from its waist, incinerating the approaching seeds and continuing its assault on Lizard King. Dodge, then strike with Leaf Blade. Tetsuya reacted swiftly, utilizing its agility. Lizard King avoided the flame vortex and executed Leaf Blade towards Blazing Roar Tiger, swinging its attack. Flame Punch. Following Roya's instruction, Blazing Roar Tiger bent low to evade the Leaf Blade strike from Lizard King, then delivered a powerful flame punch that sent Lizard King flying, crashing onto the battlefield. Now, Blazing Roar Tiger, unleash Flamethrower. Sensing that Lizard King had not yet lost its fighting capability, Roya promptly commanded Blazing Roar Tiger. A torrent of flames erupted from Blazing Roar Tiger's fiery waist, striking Lizard King directly. The flamethrower's assault dealt the final blow, swiftly concluding the battle. Lizard King has lost its fighting capability. Blazing Roar Tiger is victorious. The referee announced promptly. Incredible. Is this truly Roya's Blazing Roar Tiger? Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng were left speechless by the swift resolution of the battle. The prowess of Blazing Roar Tiger has grown tremendously. Both Ash and Brock, having witnessed Roya's Blazing Roar Tiger before, expressed their admiration. Is this the extent of Roya's strength? It has reached the level of the Elite Four. Has this child truly progressed to such heights? The well-versed Luzaman gazed at Roya in astonishment. After recalling Lizard King, Tetsuya dispatched his next Pokémon, which emerged from its Pokeball onto the battlefield. Chapter 314, Finals, Battle with Tetsuya 3. And here is my next Pokémon, Go Meowth. After recalling Lizard King, Tetsuya sent forth his 5th Pokémon, a Meowth adorned with a hat and boots. Pokémon Meowth. Type: Normal. Ability: Pickup. Gender: Male. Level: 50. Potential: Champion. Moves: Cut, Thunderbolt, Fury Swipes, Shadow Clone, Iron Tail, Covet, Quick Attack. And now, I shall summon my next Pokémon. Go Gengar. After recalling Blazing Roar Tiger, Roya brought forth his next Pokémon. Gengar. Meowth. Start with Fury Swipes. Upon seeing Roya's Gengar take the stage, Tetsuya commanded Meowth. Hearing Tetsuya's command, Meowth sharpened its claws, transforming them into elongated, pointed weapons, and dashed towards Gengar, swinging its claws. Dodge Gengar. Roya urgently directed. Gengar, upon hearing Roya's instruction, displayed a mischievous grin before vanishing from sight, causing Meowth to miss its attack entirely. Shadow Ball. Following Roya's command, Gengar suddenly reappeared, hovering above Meowth. It then gathered energy in its small hands, forming a purple energy sphere, which it hurled towards the unsuspecting Meowth below. Meowth, evade quickly. Realizing Gengar's intent, Meowth sprang into action under Tetsuya's order, executing a backflip to dodge the Shadow Ball's assault. Meowth, unleash Thunderbolt. After successfully avoiding Gengar's attack, Tetsuya ordered Meowth to retaliate. As soon as Tetsuya's command was uttered, Meowth radiated a dazzling golden light, summoning a bolt of lightning that surged towards Gengar, floating in the air. Observing the impending golden thunder, Roya chuckled softly and commanded Gengar, Dark Pulse. As soon as the words left his lips, a purple-black beam materialized in Gengar's hands, colliding forcefully with the approaching Thunderbolt. Upon impact, the Thunderbolt dissipated into the air as if melting away like snow, while the purple-black Dark Pulse continued its assault towards Meowth. Meowth, utilize Shadow Clone. Witnessing this, Tetsuya shouted urgently at Meowth. Upon hearing Tetsuya's words, the initially startled Meowth swiftly executed Shadow Clone, creating multiple replicas of itself. Gengar's Dark Pulse pierced through one of the clones before crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater, allowing Meowth to escape unscathed. Did you evade that? Then how about this? Roya's lips curled upwards as he waved his hand, instructing Gengar. Gengar, use Shadow Claw. Upon receiving Roya's command, Gengar chuckled softly, disappearing once more. While Tetsuya and Meowth searched for Gengar's whereabouts, a purple-black figure suddenly materialized behind Meowth. Gengar, with sharp claws formed from purple energy, struck Meowth fiercely, sending it flying. The cat, having soared into the air, ultimately collapsed to the ground after crashing through several rocks, its eyes now resembling the spirals of incense coils, lying motionless. The cat had exhausted its fighting spirit, and thus, Gengar emerged victorious. The referee, after casting a glance at the unconscious cat, promptly announced in a loud voice. Is this the extent of Roy's prowess? Ash, typically boisterous, found himself rendered speechless upon witnessing Roy's prowess, which far surpassed that of the Chengdu region. His companions, including Mei, were equally astonished. Roy, your strength is truly formidable. I am no match for you, Zachary stated as he retrieved the unconscious cat, but I shall not concede easily. Allow me to witness your true power. With that, Zachary fixed a serious and earnest gaze upon Roy, his indomitable spirit evoking a sense of resonance within Roy. In response to Zachary's words, Roy declared with spirited enthusiasm, let us engage in a most exhilarating battle. This is my final Pokémon. Go Metagross. As Zachary hurled the poke ball into the air, it burst open to reveal a majestic Metagross before the onlookers. Pokémon, Metagross type, Steel. Psychic ability, clear body level, 53 qualification. Champion moves, Psychic, Zen Headbutt, Hyper Beam, Meteor Mash, Hammer Arm, Metal Claw, Psyshock, Giga Impact. This Metagross appears to be rather poorly trained, Roy mused, stroking his chin as he observed Zachary's Metagross. In stark contrast to Daigo's illustrious, shiny Metagross, the disparity in their physique was immediately apparent, revealing Zachary's Metagross to be underdeveloped. Then allow me to present my choice. After reluctantly recalling Gengar, Roy produced another Pokeball and tossed it forth. Come forth, Zeraora. As the Pokeball opened midair, Zeraora's golden form materialized before all present, marking the reappearance of Roy's long-absent ace Pokemon. Let the battle commence. With the referee's call, the final confrontation between Roy and Zachary commenced. Metagross, unleash Meteor Mash. Zachary commanded, initiating the assault. The Metagross, with its claws glimmering white, lunged towards Zeraora. Defend yourself. Roy responded calmly, and Zeraora effortlessly caught Metagross's Meteor Mash with a single hand. Its stance unwavering, though its claws dug slightly into the ground. Thunder Punch. As Zeraora grasped Metagross, Roy swiftly issued his command. Zeraora's arm became enveloped in a brilliant golden lightning, and with a fierce punch, it struck Metagross, sending it hurtling away. However, this blow was not delivered with full force, sparing Metagross from any critical harm. Zachary, your Metagross still has a long way to go to match Daigo's. After repelling Metagross's advance, Roy addressed Zachary, lifting his gaze. Have you encountered Mr. Daigo? At this, Zachary's excitement surged, for Daigo was a figure he aspired to emulate. Indeed, I once battled against Daigo's Metagross, but I was defeated. Roy reminisced about his battle with Daigo's shiny Metagross, recalling its formidable strength that lingered in his memory. Then allow me to witness the strength you displayed against Mr. Daigo, Zachary exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with determination. As you wish, Roy replied, understanding Zachary's fervor. He called out, Zeraora, unleash Volt Switch. As the words left his mouth, Zeraora radiated with golden lightning, dashing toward Metagross at high speed, filling the arena with its electric aura. Metagross, execute your strongest Hyper Beam, Zachary commanded, initiating his most powerful strike. Under Zachary's direction, Metagross unleashed a massive Hyper Beam directed at Zeraora, its intensity palpable. Yet, what appeared to be a formidable attack soon melted away upon encountering Zeraora, dissipating like snow under the sun, before colliding with Metagross and resulting in a tremendous explosion, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust that obscured the scene. Chapter 315, The Conclusion of the Hoenn League. As Zeraora's Volt Switch struck Metagross, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, and the arena was shrouded in dust, leaving the onlookers curious about the outcome. As the dust settled, the scene became clear. A golden figure stood tall in the arena, while the blue form lay motionless on the ground. Metagross had lost its fighting capability. Zeraora was victorious, thus declaring Roy as the winner. The referee, surveying the fallen Metagross, promptly announced the final results of the Colorful Conference. After several days of battles, the champion of this year's Colorful Conference was finally revealed, Roy, hailing from the Alola region's Hawali City. Let us all give a round of applause for Roy and his Pokémon. The host, witnessing Roy's triumph, erupted with excitement. Roy, Roy! Cheers erupted from all directions, coming from the audience that filled the stands, each person rising to their feet to applaud the champion. Even Lily, Luzaman, and Ash joined in, standing to celebrate Roy's victory, their faces beaming with joy. Congratulations, Roy! After recalling the unconscious Metagross, Zachary approached Roy, extending his hand in camaraderie. Thank you, Roy replied, shaking Zachary's hand with a smile. Following the conclusion of the battle, Roy, surrounded by his 6 Pokémon eggs, raised the championship trophy handed to him by President Damaranch. This is the 3rd time I have presented you with the championship trophy. I hope to do so again next time, President Damaranch remarked, stroking his proud beard. Our next encounter will be at the Sinnoh League, Roy replied with a smile. Haha. I eagerly await the moment I present you with the trophy from the Sinnoh League, President Damaranch chuckled in response. After Roy accepted the championship trophy, it was time for the runners-up, 3rd-place finishers, and other top 8 trainers to receive their honor certificates, with Ash being one of them. As night fell, following a celebration, the night sky of Colorful City was adorned with beautiful fireworks. Amidst laughter and cheer, this year's Hoenn League Colorful Conference came to a definitive close. After a brief celebration at the competitors' village, Roy and the others retired to their rooms, leaving Roy on the balcony, gazing at the starlit sky. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared silently behind him, prompting Roy to sense her presence and turn around, only to find an unexpected visitor before him. Luzaman, is there something you wish to discuss? Roy inquired, curious about Luzaman's late-night visit. Actually, I have another purpose for coming to Colorful City. Luzaman gazed intently at Roy. I assume it pertains to the 4-headed dragon, she continued. Roy pondered for a moment before recalling the 4-jawed needle dragon in his possession. For only the ultimate beasts could pique the interest of the Ether Paradise's master. Indeed, you are quite astute. Luzaman nodded in affirmation before continuing. When I first beheld the 4-jawed needle dragon during the broadcast of the Alolan Colorful Festival, I immediately recognized its identity. It is the ultimate beast, isn't it? Despite the speculative nature of her words, her tone was imbued with certainty. Yes, Roy replied, casting a deep glance at Luzaman and nodding in acknowledgement of the 4-jawed needle dragon's true identity. Upon receiving Roy's affirmation, Luzaman became immediately exhilarated, gripping his arm tightly and inquiring with urgency, where did you encounter it? After all, this was related to the Ultra Wormhole, igniting a sense of urgency within Luzaman, who had been tirelessly searching for her husband, Moan. I retrieved it from within the ultra wormhole, Roya stated clearly, observing the anxious expression on Luzamin's delicate face. How did you gain access? Luzamin pressed, her desire to enter the ultra wormhole evident in her tone. I accessed the ultra wormhole through the sun, altar, and the guardian deities of the Alola region, Roya explained. Can I still enter the ultra wormhole? Luzamin asked with an eager tone. Aunt Luzamin, are you still fixated on finding Professor Mon? Roya sighed, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, then fixed his gaze on Luzamin's lovely countenance. Though he was aware of Professor Mon's whereabouts from the original narrative, he refrained from divulging this information to Luzamin, wary of potential butterfly effects and mindful of his own ulterior motives. Yes, Luzamin affirmed with unwavering determination. Very well, I have a way to enter the ultra wormhole. Roya said after a moment of contemplation, his heart softening at the sight of Luzamin's pleading expression. What must we do? Luzamin eagerly pressed for details upon hearing Roya's assurance. I have my methods. When we return to the Alola region, I will take you into the ultra wormhole, Roya assured her. Thank you, Roya, Luzamin exclaimed, her delight palpable. It is getting late. We should return to rest. We must head back to the Alola region tomorrow, Roya remarked, glancing at the darkening sky outside. All right, Luzamin agreed. Then departed. Roya lingered on the balcony, inwardly inquiring of the system, what rewards did I receive from signing in at the colorful city? Congratulations, host. You have obtained an electric-type law crystal and 50 million alliance coins, the system announced regarding his signing in rewards. What is this electric-type law crystal? Roya questioned, intrigued by the novel item. The extraordinary power of legendary Pokémon stems from their mastery of law, which is the fundamental condition for Pokémon to ascend to the level of deities. The law crystal enables Pokémon to comprehend the power of law, facilitating their ascension to the realm of legendary beings. Thus, the previously acquired rare candies are effective only for Pokémon of champion rank and lower, rendering them useless for legendary beings, the system elucidated. I see, Roya mused, now understanding how to utilize the electric-type crystal within the system's space. After securing his rewards, he returned to his room to rest. The following morning, Roya, Lily, and Luzamin bid farewell to Ash and his companions, as well as Masamune and Tetsuya, boarding a flight back to their homeland, the Alola region. Thus, Roya's journey in the Hoenn region came to a definitive close. Chapter 316, Journey to the Ultra Wormhole. After defeating Tetsuya, Roya asserted his dominance by becoming the ultimate victor of the Hoenn League Colorful Festival. Following his victory, Roya, Lily, and Luzamin boarded a flight back to the Alola region. Upon their return, as with their previous visits, they received a warm welcome from the Pokemon school community and held a celebratory gathering at the Aina Cafe of the Mo family to honor Roya and Lily's return and celebrate Roya's championship win. The festivities continued into the late hours, with guests reluctantly departing. After escorting Lily back to her estate, Roya returned home to rest. Over the ensuing days, he refrained from venturing on any adventures, opting instead to relax on the beach alongside his Pokemon, as the rigors of travel in the Hoenn region had left him physically and mentally fatigued. In contrast, Lily resumed her studies at the Pokemon school after a mere 2 days of rest, as she was indeed a diligent student. However, tranquility was short-lived. One day while resting, Roya received a call from his mother-in-law, Luzamin. Do you have time now? Her image appeared on his phone screen. Are you prepared? Roya discerned that Luzamin was urging him to proceed to the Ultra Wormhole. Yes, Luzamin promptly affirmed. Then let's schedule it for tomorrow, Roya decided, noting that Luzamin was ready. All right, come to Ether Paradise tomorrow, Luzamin agreed upon hearing the proposed time. Of course, Roya replied. I truly am a restless soul. He chuckled wryly, realizing that his hard-earned rest was slipping away. Roya then recalled all his Pokemon from the beach into the Pokemon Ranch and set off for the market in Hawali City, intending to procure supplies to avert any potential troubles within the Ultra Wormhole. Once he had gathered the necessary provisions, he returned home to prepare for the next day's venture. Time sped by, and soon Roya was up early on the following day. After completing his morning routine and having a quick breakfast, he took to the skies on his Dragonite, heading towards the nearby artificial island of Ether Paradise. Upon arriving, he found Luzamin had been waiting for quite some time. Accompanied by 3 others, Luzamin's assistant, Beak, the doctor researching the Ultra Wormhole, and the future wife of Professor Kukui, Burnett, along with the researcher of Ether Paradise, Zeraora. As Roya spotted them, he instructed Dragonite to land and leap before Luzamin and her companions, apologizing. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Not at all. We've only just arrived, Luzamin replied, shaking her head. You are the child the president mentioned who can access the Ultra Wormhole? Zeraora regarded Roya with skepticism upon seeing him. That is indeed I. What insights do you have? Roya felt little patience for Zeraora, as he had been the cause of Lily's fear of Pokémon. Although that issue was now resolved, it hardly endeared him to Roya. Zeraora began, but was interrupted by Dr. Burnett, who addressed Roya. Roya, are you confident in your ability to navigate the alternate world within the Ultra Wormhole? Absolutely, he affirmed. Roya exuded a considerable confidence, for he possessed the radiant deity, the ultimate Necrozma, firmly in his grasp. In any alternate realm, one could assert that Roya navigated effortlessly. Are you aware of what lies within the depths of the Ultra Wormhole? Barnett could hardly contain her curiosity and promptly inquired of Roya. The specifics elude me. I have only ventured into one of those worlds, where I encountered the poison baby and the four-mouthed dragon, the creatures you refer to as Ultra Beasts, Roya replied, shaking his head slightly before continuing to elucidate. Thus, you cannot guarantee what might transpire within. Upon hearing this, Baika, serving as an aide, wore a troubled expression. As the matter pertained to the safety of Luzamin, I told you this lad is utterly unreliable, though he wields an Ultra Beast. We must not place our trust in him, Zeraora interjected, standing up to voice his dissent. Enough, Zeraora. My mind is made up. I have faith in Roya. So cease your objections. Luzamin declared with the authoritative presence befitting a leader, effectively silencing Zeraora. Understood, Madam President. After hearing Luzamin's resolute words, Zeraora finally fell silent. Casting a fierce gaze upon Roya, you must ensure that President Luzamin returns safely. It is imperative. Roya regarded Zeraora with a hint of surprise, taken aback by his evident concern for Luzamin's well-being. The sincerity in Zeraora's demeanor was unexpected, leaving Roya slightly astonished. When can we embark? Luzamin, eager to seek out Morn, turned to Roya with anticipation. At any moment, Roya shrugged nonchalantly. I understand. Luzamin nodded, then turned her attention to Barnett and her companions. During my absence, I entrust you with matters concerning the Ether Paradise. Of course, Barnett and her companions readily affirmed. Once they had given their assent, Luzamin quickly shifted her gaze back to Roya. Let us depart at once. Certainly. Roya nodded and retrieved the Master Ball containing the ultimate Necrozma, pointing it forward. After a brief communion with the ultimate Necrozma, a golden energy surged forth from the Master Ball, swiftly dissipating into the air, revealing a vibrant, multicolored portal. What on earth is this? The sight of the golden energy that manifested the Ultra Wormhole left Luzamin and her companions momentarily speechless, murmuring in astonishment. The Ultra Wormhole is ready. We must set off, Aunt Luzamin. After retracting the Master Ball, Roya turned his gaze toward Luzamin. Very well. After regaining her composure, Luzamin summoned a shiny Noctowl and mounted it, alongside Roya on his Dragonite. They soared into the Ultra Wormhole, disappearing from view as the portal quickly vanished. May President Luzamin return safely. Barnett and her companions watched the vanishing Ultra Wormhole before departing to attend to their respective tasks. Chapter 317. Farewell to the Four-Mouthed Dragon. Having traversed the Ultra Wormhole with the power of the ultimate Necrozma, Roya and Luzamin boarded their flying Pokémon and ventured into the depths of the Ultra Wormhole. In the kaleidoscopic passage brimming with vibrant hues, Luzamin urged her shiny Noctowl to catch up with Roya and inquired, to where does this Ultra Wormhole lead? The realms within the Ultra Wormhole primarily comprise the Ultra Metropolis, Ultra Deep Sea, Ultra Jungle, Ultra Desert, Ultra Power Plant, Ultra Canyon, Ultra Forest, and Ultra Skyscraper. Each inhabited by various Ultra Beasts, Roya elaborated, providing a detailed account of the worlds within the Ultra Wormhole. In other words, there is more than one world within the Ultra Wormhole. Though Luzamin had anticipated this, she felt a wave of astonishment upon hearing Roya's words. For neither she nor the Ether Paradise had yet reached the level of expertise in researching the Ultra Wormhole as Ash had when he entered the Alola region. Indeed, just like the Ultra Beast you encountered previously, known as Nihilego, which resides in the Ultra Deep Sea, Roya affirmed, using the example of Nihilego to illustrate his point. Which world are we visiting now? Luzamin pressed eagerly. We shall first journey to the Ultra Metropolis, home to the Poison Baby and the Four-Mouthed Dragon. This was the world I previously entered, and I share a favorable rapport with them, so we may inquire whether they have encountered any other intruders. Roya promptly answered her query. I see. After a moment of contemplation, Luzamin agreed to the plan. With their destination confirmed, Roya and Luzamin quickened their pace towards the Ultra Metropolis. After a brief passage of time, they successfully emerged from the Ultra Wormhole into the realm of the Ultra Metropolis. Upon entering, Roya was greeted not by the darkness and rugged terrain he had previously encountered, but rather a world alive with the fragrance of blossoms and the melodies of birds, radiating light and hope. What a beautiful world, Luzman exclaimed, captivated by the vibrant scenery that surrounded them. This place was once shrouded in darkness until its awakening restored its beauty, Roya reflected, reminiscent of the former silence that blanketed the world, filled with a sense of nostalgia. While the details of Roya's musings eluded her, Luzman was too focused on the task at hand to dwell on them, urging him to hasten in locating the four-mouthed dragon and its companions. In response to Luzman's insistence, Roya set aside his contemplations and led the way toward the Great Canyon, where the poisoned baby and the four-mouthed dragon resided. As they arrived at the canyon, the presence of the four-mouthed dragons was immediately sensed, leading them to their location, guided by the welcoming poison baby. Roya, you have returned. The elder four-mouthed dragon greeted him through telepathy. It has been a while, my friend, Roya replied with a warm smile. Luzman, astonished to witness the telepathic communication, gasped. This is telepathy. Do you have a specific reason for your visit? The four-mouthed dragon inquired, intrigued by Roya's unexpected arrival. I am here primarily to ask you a question. While also allowing my four-mouthed dragon to reconnect with its companions, Roya stated directly, producing his pokeball and releasing his four-mouthed dragon into the air. Upon its emergence, the four-mouthed dragon immediately spotted its former companions and rejoiced, eagerly gazing at Roya with longing. Understanding its intent, Roya chuckled, go ahead and join your friends. With Roya's approval, the four-mouthed dragon eagerly dashed off to reunite with its old companions, their joyous calls echoing as they engaged in a spirited exchange. You have nurtured this child remarkably well. The venerable four-jawed dragon beheld the robust physique of Roya's four-jawed dragon, and with a tone imbued with gratitude, expressed its satisfaction. This is the conduct befitting a competent trainer, Roya remarked with a gentle smile. By the way, what brings you here today? The four-jawed dragon recalled the purpose of Roya's visit and inquired. This is Luzman. Her husband inadvertently ventured into the Ultra Wormhole several years ago, and I am uncertain whether he entered your Ultra Metropolis. Thus I came to ask you. Roya articulated his query. I implore you. This is of utmost importance to me. Luzman beseeched the four-jawed dragon with a tone of earnest longing, hoping for favorable news. However, the reality was stark. After a moment of contemplation, the four-jawed dragon shook its head and addressed Luzman, saying, I apologize, but in recent years, aside from Roya, no human has entered our Ultra Metropolis. What? Upon hearing this, Luzman's expression became one of utter disbelief. Could it be that you did not sense him? Roya, observing Luzman's dazed demeanor, felt a twinge of sympathy and turned to the four-jawed dragon with a question. That is impossible. Any presence emanating from an opened Ultra Wormhole would be detected by us, the four-jawed dragon asserted with unwavering certainty. Then Dr. Mon has never set foot in the Ultra Metropolis. The four-jawed dragon's affirmative tone indicated that Mon had not entered the Ultra Metropolis. Since there was no trace of Dr. Mon in this world, there must be other alternate worlds where he might be found. Luzman, Roya consoled her. I understand. Let us hasten to the next alternate world. Luzman promptly composed herself and said to Roya. Yet, noticing that his four-jawed dragon appeared somewhat reluctant to part from its homeland, Roya resolved. You shall remain here for a while longer, to bond with your companions. I will return for you. Hearing this, Roya's four-jawed dragon nodded in delight. Subsequently, Roya turned his gaze to the elderly four-jawed dragon, saying, I entrust the care of my four-jawed dragon to you. No problem, the elderly four-jawed dragon readily agreed. After bidding farewell to the four-jawed dragon and the poison baby Pokémon, Roya and Luzman continued their journey to other alternate worlds. Chapter 318, Capturing the Ultimate Beasts. After failing to gather any information about Dr. Mon in the Ultra Metropolis, Roya once again invoked the power of the Radiant Necrozma, creating an Ultra Wormhole leading to the next alternate world, and together with Luzman, embarked on the quest to find Dr. Mon. The next alternate world was the Ultra Jungle, inhabited by the ultimate beast known as the muscular mosquito, a creature that relished showcasing its muscular physique to others. As Roya and Luzman stepped into the Ultra Jungle, a verdant expanse unfolded before their eyes. Where are we? Perched atop the back of a shiny Noctowl, Luzman surveyed the unfamiliar landscape, markedly distinct from what they had previously encountered, and remarked to Roya, who was riding a Dragonite beside her. I believe this must be the Ultra Jungle, Roya speculated, his heart tinged with curiosity, and shared his thoughts with Luzman. Let us swiftly seek out the indigenous inhabitants for information, she urged, eager to pursue any leads on Mon's whereabouts. Nodding in agreement, Roya prompted his Dragonite to glide low over the treetops in search of the ultimate beasts residing in this realm. After approximately half an hour of searching, a cacophony of sounds reached their ears from a short distance away. Exchanging glances, Roya and Luzamin soared towards the source of the commotion, soon discovering an orange-hued ultimate beast resembling a mosquito engaged in peculiar antics, seemingly showcasing its muscular prowess. As they approached, the muscular mosquito's keen perception detected their presence, causing it to cease its display and fix its sharp gaze upon them. Muscular mosquito, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to pose a question, Roya assured it, raising a hand to convey their goodwill, as the muscular mosquito appeared poised to attack. Perceiving that Roya meant no harm, and influenced by the affable aura of his radiant power, the muscular mosquito relaxed its guard, yet curiosity lingered in its demeanor as it tilted its head, inquiring what they sought. Through his radiant energy, Roya quickly comprehended the muscular mosquito's inquiry regarding their purpose. Understanding that the muscular mosquito was willing to respond, Roya posed his question. Have any ultra wormholes opened in recent years, allowing humans like us to enter this world? Upon hearing Roya's inquiry, the muscular mosquito displayed a semblance of human-like contemplation, pondering for a time before shaking its head, indicating it had not witnessed such an event. Following this, it gestured animatedly with its limbs, exclaiming, "Muscular mosquito, what does that mean?" Luzamin, perplexed by the muscular mosquito's utterance, inquired of Roya. It signifies that their world has not seen an ultra wormhole open for quite some time, nor have any humans entered, Roya clarified in response to Luzamin's question. Then Dr. Moan has not appeared in this world, Luzamin remarked with a furrowed brow. I believe that to be the case, Roya nodded in agreement. Let us proceed to the next world. With that, Luzamin expressed her eagerness to venture into the next alternate realm. Certainly, but before we do, there is one matter I must attend to, Roya stated to Luzamin. What matter? She queried, her curiosity piqued. I wish to capture this creature, Roya replied, revealing one of his motivations for traversing alternate worlds, as he found the ultimate beast like the muscular mosquito to be intriguing. I see, Luzamin acknowledged with a nod, understanding his intent. Then, muscular mosquito, would you be willing to become my partner? Roya turned to the muscular mosquito, posing the question. Upon hearing Roya's invitation, the muscular mosquito fell into deep contemplation and after a moment, nodded in agreement. Muscular mosquito, it proclaimed, energetically flexing its muscles as if to convey its readiness. Recognizing that it meant he must defeat it first, Roya produced a pokeball and tossed it, calling, Zeraora, I entrust this to you. As the pokeball soared through the air, Roya's Zeraora emerged from the crimson light within. At that moment, Roya glanced at the muscular mosquito, eager to utilize his insight to discern its attributes. Species, muscular mosquito. Type, bug, fighting. Ability, beast boost. Level, 73. Potential, rank 3 god. Move set, power-up punch. Fatal needle strike, bodybuilding, explosive punch, arm hammer, chi punch, ice punch, thunder punch. Zeraora, unleash thunderbolt. Upon discerning the attributes of the buff mosquito, Roya commanded Zeraora to commence the assault. A brilliant bolt of golden lightning erupted from Zeraora, hurtling towards the buff mosquito. In response, the buff mosquito executed the slate splitter move, its fist, radiating with a white glow, shattered the thunderbolt effortlessly. Subsequently, it brandished its gleaming fist and charged towards Zeraora. Witnessing this, Roya immediately shouted, Zeraora, swift movement. Just before the buff mosquito could strike, Zeraora vanished from sight, evading the attack and reappearing behind the buff mosquito. Flame punch. Following Roya's command, a searing flame ignited upon Zeraora's arm, which then delivered a powerful blow, engulfed in fire, to the buff mosquito, sending it flying. Observing the downed buff mosquito, Roya abandoned the idea of further assault and approached it, producing a luxury ball, addressing the buff mosquito. What do you say? Will you become my partner? With a nod of agreement, the buff mosquito touched Roya's luxury ball, its entire being drawn into it without a hint of resistance. I look forward to your companionship, buff mosquito, Roya remarked as he held the luxury ball, which soon began to shake, signaling the buff mosquito's acceptance. Congratulations, Roya. You have captured a Pokémon you adore. Lushaminai stepped forward, addressing Roya. Thank you, Roya replied, retrieving the Pokeball and subsequently returning the buff mosquito to the Pokémon Ranch before stating to Lushaminai, let us continue onward. Chapter 319. A disappointed Lushaminai after capturing the buff mosquito, endowed with champion-level prowess. In the ultimate jungle, Roya and Lushaminai embarked on their journey through other dimensions. Upon departing from the ultimate jungle, they traversed several other locales, garnering numerous rewards. For instance, they captured a level 72 Pharaoh Moth in the ultimate desert, secured a towering and formidable level 74 Iron Fire Kagaya in the ultimate canyon, obtained a level 73 Paper Samurai in the ultimate forest, and finally, captured a level 71 Electrowood in the ultimate power plant. Consequently, after traversing multiple dimensions, Roya's champion team expanded significantly, greatly enhancing his prowess. Once Jengar departed from the ultimate power plant, Lushamani inquired, "So, which world shall we venture to next?" "Next, we shall explore the ultimate deep sea, where the creature you previously encountered, the Void Wyrm, resides." Upon hearing Lushamani's words, Roya promptly replied, "The Void Wyrm, perhaps we could glean some information about Moan there." Upon mentioning the Void Wyrm, Lushamani recalled the message left by Moan, exclaiming with delight, "In that case, let us hasten to the ultimate deep sea." With a smile, Roya responded, "Absolutely." Following this exchange, Roya and Lushamani mounted their Dragonite and Noctowl, soaring towards the ultimate cave leading to the ultimate deep sea. After a brief passage of time, they emerged into the realm of the Void Wyrm, the ultimate deep sea. Upon entering, they were greeted by a pitch-black sky and myriad floating islands. "Is this truly the ultimate deep sea?" Lushamani remarked with a furrowed brow, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards the environment and the Void Wyrm. "Indeed, this is the ultimate deep sea, the dwelling of the Void Wyrm." Roya observed the surroundings. "Let us promptly seek out a Void Wyrm to inquire about the situation." After a moment of contemplation, Lushamani urged Roya. "Very well." With that, Roya motivated Dragonite to accelerate in flight. Thus, after some time traversing the ultimate deep sea, a Void Wyrm materialized before them. Pokémon, Void Wyrm type, Rock. Poison ability, Beast enhancement level, 70 qualification, Semi-divine move set, Bind, Dissolving liquid, Acid bomb, Poison impact, Poison trap, Power gem, Psychic force. Roya, perceiving the comparatively lesser qualifications of this Void Wyrm relative to other ultimate beasts, found himself disinclined to capture it. "There lies a Void Wyrm. Let us approach and inquire." Although Lushamani harbored little fondness for the Void Wyrm, her desire for information regarding Moan compelled her to proceed. Agreed. Upon acquiescing, Roya urged Dragonite closer to the Void Wyrm. As Roya and Lushamani drew near, the Void Wyrm quickly detected their presence. Observing the wariness in its gaze, Roya unleashed his radiant power in an attempt to ease the Void Wyrm's suspicion, but to no avail. The moment they approached, the Void Wyrm launched an attack against them. Fortunately, both Roya and Lushamani evaded the strike with their swift reflexes. Ultimately, under the suppression of Zeraora, the Void Wyrm subdued its aggression. "Void Wyrm, we mean no harm. We merely wish to ask you a question," Roya stated, having established dominance over the creature. Sensing Roya's strength, the previously agitated Void Wyrm calmed down, casting a wary glance at Zeraora before nodding, signaling Roya to pose his inquiry. "Years ago, did you encounter any humans who traversed from the ultimate cave?" Upon receiving the Void Wyrm's assent, Roya seized the opportunity to present his question. Upon hearing Roya's inquiry, the Void Wyrm fell into deep contemplation, sifting through its memories to unearth any relevant recollections. As Roya and Lushamani waited, displaying signs of impatience, the previously pensive Void Wyrm finally lifted its head, seemingly having recalled something pertinent. "Have you remembered something?" Lushamani inquired with hopeful anticipation. In response to Lushamani's question, the Void Wyrm nodded affirmatively, acknowledging her words. Upon witnessing the Void Wyrm's nod, Lushamani's expression brightened with excitement, and she hurriedly pressed, "So, has a human ever ventured into this world?" Under Lushamani's persistent questioning, the Void Wyrm began to vocalize its past encounters. "What does the Void Wyrm mean by that?" Lushamani, puzzled by the Void Wyrm's utterances, turned to Roya for clarification. The Void Wyrm indicates that years ago, it encountered a man with golden short hair who passed through the ultimate cave into this world, the ultimate deep sea. As Roya translated, Lushamani's eyes sparkled with realization. "That man must be Moan," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. "And what happened next?" "Afterwards, the man encountered a white Nihilego, and they departed from this world together, thereafter vanishing without a trace." Roya continued to translate Nihilego's words. "This meant that Moan had returned to our world. Yet why did he not come back to find us?" Upon hearing this, Luzamin's initial hope was abruptly extinguished, leaving her somewhat unsteady, teetering as if she might fall. Observing this, Roya swiftly extended his arm to support Luzamin's delicate, fair figure, preventing her from collapsing to the ground, and at that moment, she fell into his embrace. The fragrant scent emanating from Luzamin stirred something within Roya, but bolstered by his formidable willpower, He quickly regained his composure and comforted her. Luzmin, after all, do we not possess some clues? Moreover, I, along with Lily, Gladion, and everyone from Alola, am here to accompany you. As thoughts of Lily and Gladion crossed her mind, a hint of color returned to Luzmin's previously pallid complexion. I understand. Feeling the strength of Roya's embrace, Luzmin attempted to break free, yet found herself devoid of energy. Instead enveloped by a long-lost sense of safety. Noticing that Luzmin had ceased her struggles, Roya continued to hold her close, and thus, they remained in that position for an extended period. I will always be by your side, Roya murmured softly. Upon hearing his gentle voice, Luzmin managed to smile, enhancing her already enchanting visage. After a brief moment, she stepped out of Roya's embrace and spoke to him. Since we have obtained the information we sought, let us return. Very well. Initially still savoring the warmth of her presence, Roya snapped out of his reverie and promptly responded. Subsequently, the two of them returned to the Ultra Megalopolis to retrieve the Nihilego left behind, after which they traversed the Ultra Wormhole, returning to their own world. Although Luzmin did not acquire any particularly useful information during this endeavor, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 320. Return to the present world. Before Roya and Luzmin returned to their world, they made a brief visit to the Ultra Megalopolis to collect the Nihilego remaining there. Then, they embarked on their journey home through the Ultra Wormhole, which had been opened by Ultra Necrozma. After a journey of several minutes, they exited the vibrant Ultra Wormhole, returning to the Alola region of the real world, precisely at the location from which they had departed, hovering above the Ether Paradise. Upon their return, what had been a bright morning had transformed into the depths of night, with stars twinkling in the sky, while the Ether Paradise below remained brilliantly illuminated. Likely due to concerns for Luzmin's well-being, we should hasten our descent. I am certain that Professor Burnett and the others are quite worried about your safety, Roya remarked, glancing at the Ether Paradise beneath them, addressing Luzmin, who was riding alongside him on a Tapu Koko. I suppose so, but it is rather late now. You should rest for the night at our Ether Paradise, Luzmin replied gently, her spirits having been restored, bolstered by the intimate contact with Roya in the ultra-deep sea. Since you have suggested it, I shall graciously accept, Roya responded readily, seizing the opportunity, which elicited a playful eye roll from Luzmin. After accepting the invitation, Roya followed Luzmin as they gracefully descended onto the Ether Paradise. As they prepared to enter the building, they were greeted at the entrance by Burnett, Bede, and Zeraora, whose primary focus was, of course, Luzmin. It is truly wonderful to see you return safely, President, Bede exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he approached Luzmin. How was it? Did you encounter any dangers? Professor Burnett inquired, scanning Luzmin for any signs of harm. I am perfectly fine, Burnett. With Roya's protection, I felt very secure. Luzmin replied with a smile, reassured by Burnett's scrutiny. Thank you for your assistance, Roya, Luzmin added, eliciting expressions of gratitude from Burnett and the others, including Zeraora. There is no need to mention it. It was my duty, Roya said with a smile, shaking his head. So, did you obtain any news regarding Professor Mon? Zeraora, who had been eager to uncover Mon's whereabouts, immediately inquired after confirming Luzmin's safety. I have indeed received some information, Luzmin nodded in response to Zeraora's question before continuing. But we shall discuss that matter later. First, let us arrange accommodations for Roya. Leave that to me, Bede promptly volunteered, stepping forward to take on the task. Subsequently, Roya settled down to rest in the room arranged by Bede. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Ether Paradise, aside from Luzmin, Burnett, Bede, and Zeraora gathered to listen to the information Luzmin had brought back. So, Professor Mon is no longer in the alternate world and has returned to our realm. Why then does he not come back? Zeraora inquired, furrowing his brow upon hearing Luzmin's news. Perhaps due to unforeseen circumstances, Burnett offered her thoughts. Should we search for Professor Mon's whereabouts in this world? Bede, who had organized Roya's accommodations, asked Luzmin. There is no need to expend time searching, Luzmin replied, shaking her head in refusal. Why not? Zeraora exclaimed, suddenly anxious, pressing Luzmin for an explanation. In the years prior, I had neglected Gladion and Lily in my pursuit of Mon's trail. Through this latest journey to another world, I have come to realize that I must focus my energies on those two children. That is the best way to honor Mon, Luzmin confessed, her cheeks flushing as she recalled Roya's broad chest. Fortunately, the others were preoccupied with her previous statements and did not notice. However, just as Zeraora was about to argue, he suddenly recalled all that Luzmin had sacrificed over the years, and his words caught in his throat, rendered speechless. After a period of contemplation, Zeraora finally came to terms with it. lifting his gaze to address Luzmin and the others. I have no objections. The president should live her own life. We share no objections either. Bede and Burnett exchanged glances, smiles dawning on their faces. Thank you all, Luzmin beamed, her smile radiating joy as she beheld their support. Henceforth, let us continue our focus on researching the Ultra Wormhole and the Ultra Beasts at the Ether Paradise. Let us all strive together, Luzmin declared, rising with enthusiasm. Absolutely. Burnett and the others responded in unison. Just as Luzmin prepared to leave, she suddenly turned to Bede and the others, who were also departing, and added, by the way, Roya has several types of Ultra Beasts. After finishing her words, Luzmin chuckled lightly before departing from the conference room, retreating to her chamber for some much-needed rest, having endured a taxing day traversing another world. Meanwhile, Dr. Burnett, Zeraora, and Baika, upon hearing Luzmin's remarks, found their eyes suddenly alight with excitement. However, they opted not to seek out Roya immediately, instead planning to do so the following day. On the morning of the next day, as Roya had just risen, he found himself besieged by Burnett and Zeraora, who insisted that he allow them to study his ultimate beasts. After some inquiries, he learned that the news of his possession of ultimate beasts had been disclosed by Luzmin, which left Roya feeling quite vexed. After a prolonged exchange, Roya ultimately released a few of the ultimate beasts he had captured, allowing Burnett and Zeraora to conduct some rudimentary research before hastily departing from the Ether Paradise, anxious to avoid further entanglement with them. Upon witnessing Roya's hasty retreat, Luzmin's delicate features broke into a lovely smile. Chapter 321, A Call from Ash. After leaving the Ether Paradise, Roya returned home, resuming his period of repose. During this time, he also took out the remaining 5 rare candies and bestowed them upon his Dragonite and Jengar, resulting in a substantial elevation in their levels. Dragonite ascended from level 72 to 74, while Jengar progressed from level 70 to 73, reaching the champion tier. Meanwhile, after battling several champion-level ultimate beasts, Zeraora attained level 75, and the electric-type law crystal he acquired in Colorful City was entrusted to Zeraora, allowing it to absorb the energy within and adequately prepare for its imminent transition into the divine beast stage. As Roya lounged on a beach chair that day, he unexpectedly received a call from someone he hadn't anticipated. Ash, why are you calling me? Roya inquired, his voice tinged with surprise at the sight of Ash's name flashing on his screen. Roya, do you know who I encountered today? Ash exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he addressed Roya. Who? Roya asked, curiosity piqued. I met someone named Akira in Viridian City today. He told me there are battle development areas in the Kanto region, filled with formidable development brains. There are a total of 7 battle development areas in Kanto, and battling the brains there can earn us the symbol of development. Isn't that fascinating? Ash animatedly explained to Roya. Battle development areas? I've heard whispers of this before. Upon hearing this, Roya felt a flicker of interest. For these development brains were reputed to possess strength no less than that of a quasi-champion, with some even rivaling the might of true champions. For instance, within the battle factory in Celadon City, there was a Articuno under Dalla's command, and within the battle pyramid, there existed 3 legendary Pokémon under the watchful eye of Shindai, all exhibiting extraordinary prowess. I plan to challenge the battle development areas. Would you like to join me? Ash inquired. I've always been intrigued by battles against formidable trainers. I will indeed make my way to Kanto, Roya replied to Ash. All right, I'll be waiting for you in Pallet Town. This time, I'll be the first to complete the challenges of the 7 battle development areas, Ash declared, brimming with excitement. Then best of luck. With that, Roya ended the call. After deciding to venture to Kanto for the battle development challenges, Roya recalled his frolicking Pokémon back to their pasture and departed from his home, heading towards the Pokémon school. At that moment, the school had yet to dismiss its students, so Lily was still engaged in her studies there. Roya intended to inquire if Lily would like to accompany him on his journey to Kanto. Alola, everyone. Upon arriving at the Pokémon school, Roya greeted his classmates. Alola, Roya. They responded in unison upon noticing him. Roya's appearance at the Pokémon school surprised everyone present, including Professor Kukui and all his classmates, especially Lily, who knew he was supposed to be in a resting phase. Roya, what brings you to school? Lily asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. It's because Ash called me. Asking if I wanted to challenge the battle development areas in Kanto, Roya explained, recounting the origin of his visit. So you're planning to head to Kanto? Lily deduced, quickly grasping Roya's intentions. Indeed, he affirmed, giving her a thumbs up. I came here to see if you would like to join me on this journey to Kanto. A trip to Kanto sounds amazing, exclaimed Man, her excitement palpable. Absolutely. In Kanto, We can encounter fire-type Pokémon unlike those in Alola. I'm eager to go. Kaki chimed in, his expression filled with envy. The water-type Pokémon there are also fantastic, Water Lily added. Mao, with a tone of yearning, remarked. Kanto boasts numerous delicacies that one cannot experience in Alola. I truly wish to go. Roya had anticipated their reactions, and he merely smiled softly before turning his gaze back to Lily. Lily, would you care to join me? Well, I think I'll pass. I still have much to learn to become an accomplished breeder, so I'll continue my studies in Alola, Lily replied after some contemplation. Shaking her head to indicate she wouldn't be traveling to Kanto. That is perfectly fine. It's good that you've just finished your journey in Hoenn and can take some time to rest, Roya nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that Lily's recent travels had already left her somewhat fatigued. Then I shall proceed to Kanto alone. Having made his decision, Roya bid farewell to Lily and the others before heading to Hoenn City to procure the supplies he would need for his journey. After acquiring the necessary provisions, Roya departed early the next day, bidding farewell to Lily and his companions in Alola, and boarded a plane destined for Kanto. Upon arriving in Radiance City that afternoon, Roya noted that there was still ample time left, so he took to the skies on his Pidgeot toward Pallet Town. Upon reaching Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town, he discovered Team Rocket's trio causing mischief in the lab's backyard. These three rascals are at it again, bothering Ash and the others, Roya lamented, shaking his head in exasperation upon spotting the trio. Just as he was considering intervening, Ash and May united their efforts to battle the trio, destroying their robot and sending them flying, leaving behind only the exclamation, "What an annoying feeling." At that moment, Roya urged his Pidgeot to descend before the astonished faces of Ash and his companions, smiling as he greeted them. I've arrived as promised, Ash. Chapter 322, Continuing the Journey. Ash, I've arrived as promised. After witnessing Ash and May send Team Rocket flying, Roya urged his Pidgeot to land in front of them. Beaming as he spoke, Roya, you finally made it. Ash exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Roya. It's been a while, Roya. Beside them, Xiaoxia and Xiaojian also wore expressions of surprise upon witnessing the scene. Roya, how did you end up in the Kanto region? In response to Roya's arrival, Xiaosheng adjusted his glasses and inquired. It was I who invited Roya to challenge us in the Kanto region's battle frontier, Xiaoji immediately interjected, answering Xiaosheng's question. That's correct. Roya nodded in agreement, standing to the side. By the way, Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng, what brings you to Zeraora town? Curious about their presence, Roya directed his question toward them. I came to Kanto to participate in the grand celebration of the Pokémon contest being held here, Xiaoyao explained after hearing Roya's inquiry. I accompanied Dr. Otamaki, Xiaosheng added, echoing his sister's words to reveal his purpose for being there. At that moment, Professor Okido, Dr. Otamaki, and Hanako, Xiaoji's mother, approached the group. Upon seeing them, Roya greeted. It's been a while, Professor Okido, Dr. Otamaki, and Aunt Hanako. Indeed, it has been some time since we last met, Professor Okido replied with a hint of nostalgia. Recalling the last time they had seen each other was after parting ways in Shirogane Town. Yes, our last encounter was during the Chengdu Alliance Shirogane Conference. Roya replied with a smile. Since we have all gathered again today, why not come to my house for a celebration? Hanako proposed cheerfully. A celebration means delicious food. I want to join, exclaimed Xiaoyao, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of indulging in culinary delights. Then let's all have dinner at my house tonight, Hanako said, her face beaming with joy. As Hanako suggested, that evening, Roya, Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, Xiaoxia, and Professor Okido gathered at Xiaoji's home, relishing the delectable dishes prepared by Hanako, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. The following morning, Xiaoji could hardly contain his eagerness to leave Zeraora town. After bidding farewell to his mother Hanako and Professor Okido, he set off with Roya, Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, and Xiaoxia on their journey to challenge the battle frontier. During this time, Roya, Xiaoji, and Xiaoyao also received a parting gift from Professor Okido, the latest model of the Pokémon Pokédex. So, where are we headed first to challenge the battle frontier? Xiaoyao suddenly asked Xiaoji, who was walking ahead on the road to Shirnu City. Of course, we should go to, Xiaoji stammered, momentarily at a loss as he had no knowledge of the battle frontier. Honestly, Xiaoji, you don't even know where the first battle frontier is? Xiaosheng remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Xiaoji. Well, Xiaoji hesitated, and under the scrutinizing gazes of Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, and Xiaoxia, he finally bowed his head, weakly admitting, all right. I truly do not know. Well, that's quite typical of Xiaoji, Xiaoxia remarked, a smile playing on her lips as she observed the familiar sight of him. So, where exactly is our first destination? Xiaoji asked, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. Our first battle frontier is the battle factory located near Hualan City. And the battle brain, there is a trainer named Darla, Roya explained, shaking his head at Xiaoji's cluelessness. Oh, so the first battle frontier is indeed in Hualan City. Xiaoji exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. This battle frontier is also mentioned in the Pokémon Navigator. Xiaoxing noted, glancing at the navigator in his hand. That's perfect. I need to return to Hualan City to continue my role as a gym leader. So let us head there together, Xiaoxia chimed in, cradling a cute lullaby in her arms. In that case, our first goal is the battle factory in Hualan City, Xiaoji declared. His spirits lifted upon learning the location of their first battle facility. He raised his hand triumphantly, striding forward while shouting loudly. Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, energetically raised its tiny paw in agreement, echoing Xiaoji's enthusiasm. Pikachu. It seems Xiaoji is still the same as ever. He can hardly contain his excitement at the thought of battling. Xiaoxia observed, a smile spreading across her face as she watched Xiaoji's unchanged demeanor. Let us hurry and catch up. Roya called out to Xiaoyao and the others, urging them to follow as they hastened to join Xiaoji. All right. After agreeing, Xiaoyao and the others quickly set off in the direction of Xiaoji. Thus, they traversed through the Judo Forest and arrived in Nibi City. Just as they were preparing to leave, a voice called out from behind them. Hey, you folks up ahead, you haven't forgotten someone, have you? The voice belonged to Brock. Xiaoyao, who adored Brock's cooking, immediately recognized the voice and exclaimed with joy, Brock, you're here too. Xiaoji, Xiaoxing, and Xiaoxia were equally astonished upon seeing him. Pikachu. Pikachu also expressed its delight at Brock's arrival. Of course, with Xiaoji embarking on a new journey, I must continue my quest for love. Just thinking about the many beautiful older sisters I might meet fills me with happiness, Brock declared, his face lighting up with infatuation. It seemed that aside from Xiaoji, Brock had not changed much at all, a fact that Xiaoxia silently noted with a hint of sarcasm. Meanwhile, Xiaoji, Xiaoyao, and Xiaoxing wiped the inexplicable sweat from their brows after hearing Brock's bold proclamation. Thus, after reuniting with Brock in Nibi City, Roya and Xiaoji's group set off once more toward the battle factory in Hualan City. Chapter 323, Clefairy's Dance at Moonview. As Roya and Xiaoji's group made their way to the outskirts of Hualan City and passed through the Moonview Mountain, it was around noon, and they decided to have their lunch in a clearing. While they were eating, Xiaoji suddenly noticed that Brock's Lotad was missing, prompting him to ask curiously, Brock, where's your Lotad? Oh, that little guy? He gets along splendidly with my younger siblings. Not only do they adore him, but even my mother is thrilled, as if she has another child to care for. So, I left him at home to keep my siblings and parents company, Brock explained, pausing his meal to clarify. I see. Upon hearing Brock's explanation, everyone understood. By the way, Xiaoyao, where are your Butterfree and Esper? They seem to be absent as well, Roya inquired, noticing their absence among Xiaoyao's Pokémon. Oh, my mother loves Butterfree, so I left it with her to keep her company. Esper has taken a liking to our greenhouse, so I left it there for my parents to take care of, Xiaoyao replied, explaining to Roya. Now I understand. Roya nodded in comprehension. Xiaoyao, did you receive a Squirtle from Professor Okito? Brock noticed the Squirtle next to Xiaoyao and inquired. Indeed, this child has independently decided that I shall be its trainer, Xiaoyao remarked as she gently caressed the smooth head of her Squirtle. It truly adores being pampered by you. Xiaoxia smiled at this scene. However, the pleasant moment was short-lived, as Xiaoxia soon received a phone call from her sister urging her to return, with the added threat of withholding a badge if she did not hurry back to the gym. With no other choice, Xiaoxia reluctantly agreed to return as soon as possible. Honestly, I cannot fathom what my sister is thinking. After hanging up, Xiaoxia sighed deeply. Given the circumstances, it's about time for us to set off, Xiaojang stated promptly. Right then, let us hasten our pace and traverse Moonview Mountain, Ash exclaimed. It seems that there are Clefairy and Cleffa roaming about there, right? Kasumi, intrigued by the Clefairy and Cleffa, felt her eyes light up at the thought. I am so eager to catch a glimpse of them. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao, who has a weakness for adorable creatures, also expressed a desire to see the Clefairy. Impossible, impossible. Katsu immediately shook his head in contradiction to his sister's words. Crossing his arms as he continued, Clefairy seldom appears before humans, just as Katsu confidently declared how elusive Clefairy was. A pink and adorable Clefairy emerged from a patch of grass and began frolicking with Ash and the others' Pokémon. Oh, it's a Clefairy. Luoya and Ash's group were momentarily stunned upon seeing the unexpected Clefairy. But how could a Clefairy appear here? Xiaojang exclaimed in disbelief. It's likely that our Pokémon are quite rare, which piqued its curiosity, prompting it to approach us, Xiaoxia speculated. Regardless of how it came to be, this Clefairy is simply too adorable. Xiaoyao paid no heed to the circumstances of the Clefairy's appearance. She was instantly smitten and dashed forward, asking, Clefairy, would you like to be my friend? Perhaps startled by Xiaoyao's overwhelming enthusiasm, the Clefairy swiftly darted behind a Snorlax for cover. Why did it react that way? Xiaoyao expressed her confusion upon witnessing the scene. Clefairy is a Pokémon that harbors a strong wariness towards humans, so your exuberance frightened it, Luoya explained with a chuckle. Ah, I see, Xiaoyao exclaimed, her understanding dawning. Now, allow me to demonstrate. With that, Luoya stepped forward, utilizing his amicable demeanor to ease the Clefairy's apprehensions, successfully reaching out to pet it, which elicited a look of pure enjoyment from the Clefairy. I must say, Luoya's charm is truly remarkable. Ash and the others displayed expressions of astonishment as they witnessed Luoya petting the Clefairy. Subsequently, under Luoya's gentle persuasion, the Clefairy accepted Xiaoyao and the others, allowing them to play together. Just as the group was reveling in their joy, a sudden powerful suction emerged from the sky, pulling both the Clefairy and a Lickitung away. Luoya and Ash immediately looked up to see Team Rocket floating in the air with a balloon and a contraption. What an incorrigible trio! Luoya sighed in exasperation upon spotting them, then commanded his Pidgeot, Pidgeot, hurry and rescue the Clefairy. With astonishing speed, Pidgeot swooped in and retrieved the Clefairy and Lickitung just before they were sucked into the machine. Thank you, Luoya. Xiaoxia expressed her gratitude after securing Lickitung. Luoya, cradling the Clefairy, smiled and shook his head, saying, no need for thanks. Team Rocket, it's you again. Ash, visibly irritated by Team Rocket's previous antics, scolded them with a furrowed brow. Indeed, it is us. This time, we shall capture all of your Pokémon. Kojiru proclaimed boastfully from the balloon. Keep your voice down. That formidable little brat is also here. Meowth cautioned as it noticed Luoya's presence, alerting Kojiru and Musashi. This time, we are well prepared. Even that formidable little brat's Pokémon shall be ours. Musashi expressed unwavering confidence in her new machine, dismissing any concern regarding Luoya. You lot are truly hopeless. Luoya's previously joyous mood was instantly soured by their presence, and he shouted to his Pidgeot, Pidgeot, unleash Hyper Beam and send them home. Upon hearing this command, Pidgeot swiftly executed the Hyper Beam, striking Team Rocket's balloon, along with their machine, and obliterating it. The explosion sent Team Rocket soaring back home, leaving behind a familiar lament. What an annoying sensation. What a trio that never learns their lesson. Xiaoxia remarked with resignation as she watched Team Rocket. Later, as night fell, Luoya and Ash returned the Clefairy to its parents and companions. Under the cover of night, they were treated to a mesmerizing Clefairy dance. And Luoya even pulled out his phone to capture the moment as a keepsake. Chapter 324, Arrival at the Battle Factory. Upon arriving in Celadon City, Xiaoxia, faced with several trainers awaiting her challenge at the Celadon gym, promptly separated from the group and headed back to her gym. Meanwhile, Ash, eager to challenge the Battle Factory, led Luoya and Xiaoyao towards the outskirts where the factory was located. However, matters did not unfold as smoothly as he had anticipated. Is the Battle Factory in this direction? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Luoya mused, glancing around the dense forest, now utterly uncertain of the factory's location. Well, Katsu stammered while fiddling with the navigator. I think we might be lost. Xiaojang, examining the paper map in his hands, voiced a shocking realization that left everyone present in disbelief. No way, it's nearby, we'll arrive shortly. Katsu immediately denied this, flailing his arms in protest upon hearing Xiaojang's words. Katsu's spirited denial led Luoya and the others to acknowledge the unfortunate reality of their situation, while only Ash remained steadfast in his belief. Upon hearing that they were close by, Ash's excitement surged, and he clenched his fists in anticipation. Ash, as much as I dislike dampening your spirits, we have indeed veered off course, Luoya cautioned, observing Ash's naivety. What? Upon hearing this, Ash's previously exhilarated expression shifted to one of disbelief, and he turned to Katsu, who had insisted they weren't lost. I'm sorry, I might have misused the navigator. Katsu chuckled apologetically after his deception was unveiled. What shall we do now? Where exactly is the Battle Factory? Ash, growing increasingly anxious, scanned the surroundings. I truly am at a loss for you lot. As Roya observed the performance of Ash and his companions, he could only shake his head in resignation. After consulting the map on his phone and determining their next course of action, he lifted his gaze and addressed Ash and the others. There is a Pokémon Center nearby. Let us rest there for the night and proceed to the Battle Factory tomorrow. Is there really a Pokémon Center around here? Xiaoyao exclaimed, her excitement palpable, for she had no desire to spend the night outdoors. It's just ahead, Roya indicated with a gesture. Then let us make our way there. Brock remarked as he closed the map. Ah, but we have to wait until tomorrow. I can hardly contain my eagerness to battle, Ash complained. A look of reluctance etched on his face. Do settle down. After all, it was our being lost that brought us here. Roya patted Ash on the shoulder reassuringly. Fine. Ash conceded, acquiescing to the suggestion. Thus, under Roya's guidance, they set off towards the Pokémon Center. However, as they proceeded along their path, they suddenly noticed delicate snowflakes drifting down from the heavens. Is that snow? Xiaoxiao, walking alongside, remarked, her curiosity piqued by the falling flakes. But I recall the weather being quite pleasant lately. How could snow possibly fall? Brock pondered aloud, recalling the recent forecasts. It is the presence of the legendary Articuno, Roya. Aware of the unfolding narrative, sensed an icy aura approaching and looked up to see. The others, having noticed Roya's sudden action, followed his gaze and soon spotted a majestic blue Articuno soaring gracefully through the sky, accompanied by an orange aircraft. Yet, as the plane emitted a plume of smoke, visibility was rapidly obscured for all present. Once the smoke dissipated, both the Articuno and the aircraft had vanished without a trace. Where did the Articuno go? Ash exclaimed, scanning his surroundings in dismay. The plane has disappeared as well, Xiaoyao noted, observing the absence of the aircraft. Where could they have gone? Xiaoxing echoed, his curiosity piqued. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. For now, let us proceed to the Pokémon Center, Roya suggested, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, for he understood the significance of the Articuno's appearance. Very well, Ash and the others replied, following Roya to the Pokémon Center. After a restful night at the Pokémon Center, Ash awoke the next morning, brimming with enthusiasm, and inquired eagerly of Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, do you know where the battle factory is located? Are you planning to challenge the battle frontier? Nurse Joy asked, her face brightening at the mention. Indeed. Roya nodded in affirmation. Well, as for how to get to the battle factory. But before Nurse Joy could elaborate, a voice interrupted her. Nurse Joy? She halted mid-sentence and turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a rather portly gentleman in a blue shirt leaning against the railing, beckoning her. I shall lead you to the battle factory, the rotund man declared, sipping from a bottle of water. Following Nurse Joy's gaze, Roya and Ash also recognized the speaker. Mr. Yoshida, Ash exclaimed, recognizing him immediately. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Yoshida, the affluent gentleman who had guided Ash in his previous challenges at the Kanto region's battle frontier. Hello, Ash, Pikachu. You are up quite early. Yoshida greeted them warmly upon seeing Ash and his companions. Is that really Mr. Yoshida? Xiaoxing asked Ash, wide-eyed. Yes. He is seeking trainers who wish to compete at the battle frontier, Ash explained. You must be the companions traveling with him, Yoshida remarked as he approached Roya and the others. That's right, Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, and Brock replied in unison. I am Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, Brock. They introduced themselves to Yoshida. I am Yoshida. It is a pleasure to meet you all, he responded with a smile. My name is Roya, and I too am here to challenge the battle frontier. Roya added, returning the smile. I know you. You are the renowned Roya, who has triumphed in 3 consecutive league championships, correct? Yoshida quickly recognized him after the introduction. Are you also challenging the battle frontier? He asked, adjusting his sunglasses to scrutinize Roya. Yes, I am quite curious about Mr. Shindai's prowess, Roya explained with a grin. That is splendid news. I believe Shindai will be delighted to hear of your challenge, Yoshida replied, his enthusiasm evident. Then, Mr. Yoshida, we entrust the rest to you. Nurse Joy interjected, entrusting Roya and Ash to Yoshida's care. Leave it to me, Yoshida assured them, and soon after, he drove his car, transporting Roya and Ash to the battle factory. Chapter 325. The battle factory's leader, Daraludin, makes his entrance. Under Yoshida's guidance, after a swift journey, Roya and Ash soon arrived at the battle factory's impressive steel structure. This is the battle factory, Ash exclaimed, astonished by its considerable size. Indeed, this is it. Confirming their destination, Ash's excitement surged as he turned to Pikachu, declaring, All right, let us give it our all, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu enthusiastically cheered from Ash's shoulder. Just as Ash prepared to knock on the door, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, capturing everyone's attention. What is that noise? Xiaoyao inquired, her eyes fixed on the factory doors in confusion. The sound seems to be growing louder, Xiaoxing observed, his concern mounting. Could it be? No way, Yoshida exclaimed incredulously, as a memory seemed to dawn upon him. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, a smoke-emitting battle vehicle burst forth from the factory, crashing through the doors and hurtling toward Roya and Ash, prompting them to scramble for safety. What on earth is happening? Xiaoyao gasped, trembling at the sight of the chaotic vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Frantic and rugged shouts echoed, "Stop! Quickly stop it!" Yet the pleas proved futile. As the vehicle continued its reckless path, narrowly avoiding collisions with Roya and his companions. "Hurry! Use your Pokémon to stop it!" Yoshida shouted urgently at Roya and Ash. "All right. I'm counting on you, Macamp." Roya called out, releasing Macamp from its Pokeball. "Macamp, use your strength to halt it," he commanded. Following Roya's instructions, Macamp positioned itself in front of the rampaging vehicle, successfully bringing it to a halt. Finally, it has stopped. A voice from within the vehicle proclaimed as the engine, previously roaring, fell silent. Feeling the vehicle's cessation, Macamp released its grip and returned to Roya's side. Roya gently patted Bosquido's body, a smile gracing his lips as he praised. "Well done." Flushed with embarrassment from the compliment, Bosquido shyly scratched his head and broke into a hearty grin. "I'm saved. This vehicle refuses to heed my commands as its master. It's truly a perplexing predicament." At that moment, a man donned in a red hat and a white trench coat swung open the car door and emerged. "Dara, why do you remain unchanged?" Yaida inquired, furrowing his brow after the earlier incident. "This is my passion. Besides, this vehicle took me an extensive period to construct," Dara proudly declared, patting the war machine behind him as he introduced it to the onlookers. "What is this?" Ash asked uncertainly, gazing at the contraption before him. "That is a splendid question." Dara, unable to contain his excitement upon hearing Ash's inquiry, gave him a thumbs up and began his introduction. "This little fellow is the Dara J9, a super machine I created that operates solely on steam. What do you think?" Recalling its earlier rampage, Xiaoyao felt a twinge of skepticism and remarked, "It doesn't seem all that impressive." "Indeed, it's ostentatious yet superficial," chimed in Xiaosheng, echoing his sister's sentiments. "Master." At this moment, a brown-haired man rushed from the factory towards the group, voicing his complaint to Dara. "Master, why have you created yet another toy?" "This is not a toy. It's a hobby," Dara retorted. "There seems to be little distinction." His disciple replied, irritation evident in his tone. "Allow me to introduce him. He is, by a stretch, my eldest disciple, and his name is Shansho." Feeling somewhat embarrassed after being rebutted by his student, Dara took Shansho's arm and introduced him to the group, thereby shifting the conversation. "Greetings, my name is Shansho, a diligent disciple of Dara." Shansho introduced himself, while Roya and Ash also stepped forward to share their names. After the introductions, Yaida stepped up and suggested to Dara, "You should also properly introduce yourself." Upon hearing this, Dara feigned a profound demeanor, striking a pose before stating, "There is not much to say. I am the head of the Battle Factory, the brain behind its inception, Dara." "Hello, Mr. Dara. We have come to challenge the Battle Factory," Roya promptly stated, revealing the purpose of their visit. "Indeed, please accept our challenge," Ash added, clenching his fist with enthusiasm. "No problem, I accept your challenge." Dara readily agreed to Roya and Ash's request for battle. "Well then, it's perfect timing for lunch. I've brought everyone out," Shansho announced, emerging from the factory with a bunch of energy cubes and Dara's Pokémon, beginning to feed them. Roya and Ash observed Dara's Pokémon enjoying their meal, each well cultivated, featuring robust Lantern and imposing Venusaur among others. Meanwhile, the trio of Team Rocket stealthily trailed behind Ash and his friends, with Musashi, captivated by the sight of these Pokémon, exuberantly exclaimed, "I want to capture all these Pokémon to present to the boss. This could elevate me to a higher rank, making me a board member. How splendid." Nyarth also became ensnared in his own whimsical fantasies. However, the shrewd Kojiru noticed Roya's formidable presence and cautioned Musashi and Nyarth. "That formidable little brat seems to be here as well." Upon hearing this, Musashi and Nyarth's expressions froze. "Perhaps it's best to reconsider. We are no match for that little brat." After weighing Roya's strength, the trio of Team Rocket promptly abandoned their plans, echoing their habitual conclusion, "What an utterly annoying feeling." "Are all of these Mr. Dara's Pokémon?" Ash inquired curiously, observing the numerous Pokémon feasting before him. "Indeed." Dara nodded proudly. "The greater the number of Pokémon eggs, the more strategies one can employ in battle. Everyone, feel free to jump in and select one for the duel." "Is selection permitted?" Ash asked, intrigued. "Absolutely. You can choose as many as you wish," Dara replied with enthusiasm. "So, Roya, which Pokémon will you choose?" After deliberating for a while, Ash turned to Roya to inquire. "I shall choose Chapter 326, the battle with Dara 1. What Pokémon will you select?" Dara asked after accepting Roya and Ash's challenge. "I will choose Articuno," Roya announced, gradually revealing his choice. "What? Articuno?" Ash and the others gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. "It seems you have come prepared, Roya," Yaida remarked, looking at Roya with surprise, well aware that Dara possessed an Articuno. "How did you know I had Articuno?" Dara furrowed his brow, questioning Roya, for not many were aware of his possession of Articuno. Because of last night, Roya began to explain, noticing Dara's skeptical expression. Last night, Dara raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Could it be that last night was you, Mr. Dara? Ash and his companions quickly recalled the orange aircraft and Articuno from the previous evening. Indeed, as I possess psychic powers, I sensed Mr. Dara's aura, which was identical to that of last night. Hence I knew you had Articuno, Roya elaborated. Ah, I see. Dara responded with a smile. I wonder if Mr. Dara would accept my challenge? Roya continued to inquire. Well, I must consult Articuno before I can respond, Dara said, glancing towards the factory. Aren't you the trainer of Articuno, Mr. Dara? Why do you need to ask it? Ash queried, intrigued. I am not its trainer. I merely became its partner due to certain circumstances, Dara clarified after shaking his head in response to Ash's question. Ah, understood. Ash exclaimed, enlightened, and excitedly declared. I also wish to challenge Articuno. That requires prior consultation, Dara responded, then called out towards the factory. Articuno, there are challengers here for you. Soon. A piercing cry echoed from within the factory, followed by a vibrant blue figure soaring out to join Dara. Articuno, they wish to challenge you. Is that agreeable? Dara asked gently, gazing at Articuno. After considering Roya and Ash, Articuno nodded in agreement, accepting their challenge. Articuno has accepted. This is fantastic. Ash exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he clenched his fists. Since Articuno has agreed, I cannot refuse. Dara chuckled heartily and continued. So, who among you will challenge first? Let Roya go first. My Pokémon isn't ready yet, Ash suggested, wishing to use his Charizard from the Charizard Valley against Articuno, thus allowing Roya to lead the charge. In that case, I shall kick off the first battle. Roya immediately nodded in agreement. Then the battle arena is inside. Follow me, Dara said, beckoning Roya and Ash with the others to follow him into the battle factory. Upon arriving at the arena, what first caught their eyes was a vast, open battlefield, surrounded entirely by steel, giving it a magnificent appearance. With the flick of a switch from the back of his coat, the previously enclosed arena opened its ceiling, transforming the battleground into an open-air venue. Roya, Ash, are you satisfied with this arena? Dara called out across the field. It's an amazing battle arena. Roya replied with a smile. Then let us begin our battle. Just so you know, I won't hold back. I'll give it my all, Dara said confidently, clenching his fists. Looking forward to it, Roya responded, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Articuno, go! Dara shouted, and the majestic ice-type bird soared into the arena. Articuno looks so beautiful. Pikachu's companion, Sho, remarked in admiration. Yeah, in a contest like this, it would definitely be the center of attention. May, Sho's sister, nodded. Articuno type, ice flying ability, pressure level, 62 rank, tier 3 legendary moves, ice beam, blizzard, hail, hurricane, agility, gust, sheer cold, doom desire. After noting Articuno's stats, Roya retrieved a Pokeball and pressed the button, calling out, Charizard, I choose you. In a flash of red light, Roya's Charizard appeared, glaring intensely at Articuno. This Charizard is remarkably well trained, Dara said, noticing Charizard's stronger build compared to a normal one. But don't think that just because of type advantage, you'll win easily. Of course not, Roya replied, nodding. Then let us begin. This is a battle between Roya from the Alola region and Battle Chief Dara, Shimo, the assistant, announced, taking up the role of referee, while Ash, Roya, and Yaida moved to the stands to watch. Battle start. Shimo shouted. Charizard, use flamethrower. Roya commanded. Charizard soared into the air and unleashed a pillar of blazing fire at the flying Articuno. Articuno, dodge and use Ice Beam, Dara ordered. Articuno flapped its wings and vanished from sight, dodging Charizard's attack. Then it fired a blue beam directly at Charizard. Inferno Overdrive. Roya immediately countered, commanding Charizard. Charizard released a massive fire attack in midair, forming a fiery cross that clashed with Articuno's Ice Beam. The two attacks collided, dissipating in midair and leaving only small sparks of red and blue drifting down. Not bad. How about this? Articuno, use Blizzard. Dara grinned, responding to Roya's swift counterattack. Articuno flapped its wings, unleashing a fierce blizzard that swept toward Charizard, freezing the air and striking with tremendous force. Chapter 327. Battle with Dara 2. Seeing the oncoming blizzard, Roya's expression turned serious. Charizard, use Heat Wave, he shouted. Charizard flapped its wings, generating a scorching wind to clash with Articuno's blizzard. The air around them turned a mix of red and blue, the intensity of the battle electrifying. What an intense battle! Sho exclaimed, eyes wide in amazement. Both are no ordinary trainers, Yaida remarked, a small smile appearing on his face. I'm getting more excited for tomorrow's battle, Ash said, his own fighting spirit rising. After a while, the heat wave and blizzard canceled each other out, exploding and dissipating into the air. Charizard, close in and use Fire Punch. Roa seized the moment, taking advantage of the smoke to obscure Charizard's approach. Charizard quickly located Articuno and charged, flames blazing along its right arm as it swung toward the bird. Articuno, use agility. Dara commanded. Articuno instantly disappeared, dodging Charizard's Fire Punch. Now, Articuno, use Hurricane. Dara instructed. A fierce wind surged from Articuno's wings, directed at Charizard. Dodge it, Charizard. Roa shouted. Charizard flapped its wings and rose into the air, avoiding Articuno's Hurricane. Use Fire Blast. Roa commanded. Charizard, engulfed in flames, surged from above toward Articuno. Counter it with Ice Beam. Dara called. Articuno fired a blue beam at Charizard, but the intense heat from Charizard instantly melted the Ice Beam, and Charizard continued its charge. Use Air Slash. Dara quickly responded. Articuno made a sharp turn, appearing behind Charizard, striking with great force. Charizard, use Steel Tail. Roa shouted. Charizard swung its tail, striking the incoming Articuno with a bright metallic hit, sending it plummeting toward the ground. Now, Charizard, Flamethrower. Roa commanded. A blazing column of fire erupted from Charizard's mouth, aiming straight at Articuno. Articuno, use Mist. At this moment, Dara also realized the situation and instructed the recently stabilized Articuno to unleash a mist, which swiftly enveloped the area around it in a thick white fog, rendering the Charizard unable to strike its target. However, this did not pose a challenge for Roya. With the aid of his radiant power, he quickly discerned Articuno's silhouette within the mist. Consequently, he promptly commanded Charizard. Direct your assault towards the upper part of the mist and unleash the flamethrower. Upon receiving Roya's directive, Charizard immediately expelled a torrent of flame from its mouth, which then formed a large character shape in midair, propelled towards the upper section of the fog under Charizard's control. Upon incinerating the mist it encountered, the flamethrower directly struck Articuno concealed within. As fire is super effective against ice, Articuno sustained considerable damage, its body marred with numerous wounds. After letting out a mournful cry, it began to plummet towards the ground. Charizard, execute your final flame charge. Roya commanded upon witnessing the descending Articuno. Thus, Charizard, enveloped in an even fiercer blaze, tore through the air and collided with the falling Articuno. Enduring yet another assault from Charizard's flame charge, Articuno crashed into the ground, creating a crater before losing consciousness and collapsing. With Articuno incapacitated, Charizard emerged victorious, thus declaring Roya the winner. The referee, Shantao, promptly announced the outcome. Well done. Roya exclaimed with a smile, praising Charizard after their victory. Charizard successfully advanced to level 62, achieving the strength of a champion. Meanwhile, Dara gently stroked Articuno, expressing, "Thank you for your hard work, Articuno." After comforting their respective Pokémon, Dara approached Roya and remarked, "That was truly an exhilarating battle, Roya. I must also thank you, Mr. Dara, for your guidance," Roya replied with a smile. Subsequently, under Dara's direction, Shantao retrieved a golden coin-like item and presented it to Dara, explaining, "This is a symbol of your conquest, awarded for winning in the battle frontier. This represents knowledge and is proof of your victory over me, along with this collection box. Please accept it as well." Dara elaborated on his symbol of conquest. "Thank you, Mr. Dara." Roya expressed his gratitude upon receiving the token of knowledge and the collection box. "Tomorrow, it will be my turn. I am truly looking forward to it." Ash, observing Roya's acquisition of the symbol of conquest, eagerly expressed his enthusiasm. "Then let us prepare for an even more intense battle tomorrow, Ash," Dara remarked with a smile. "I can hardly wait," Ash exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Chapter 328, Return to Violet City. The following day, Ash, mirroring the original story, retrieved his Charizard from Charizard Valley. After a grueling battle, he ultimately executed a decisive throw, swiftly incapacitating Articuno and defeating the Battle Factory's leader, Dara, thus securing victory and the symbol of knowledge. As the sun set, departing the Battle Factory, Yashida addressed Roya and Ash, mentioning the next battle facility. "Now, Roya and Ash, your next challenge will be the Battle Arena." "The Battle Arena?" Ash questioned with curiosity, having never heard the term before. "It is located near Goldenrod City, which will be our second battle facility to challenge," Roya explained after glancing at his phone for details. "All right, I am determined to press on and obtain the next symbol of conquest," Ash proclaimed with spirited enthusiasm. "Well said." Show your resolve and make your mark in the battle frontier. Dara praised Ash's determination, subsequently encouraging his subordinates. Yes, I will do my best. Ash responded eagerly. I must take my leave now. Ash and everyone, Roya said as he bid farewell to Ash and the others after departing the battle factory. Ah, Roya, are you leaving us? Ash asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Roya confirmed with a gentle nod. But why don't you travel with us? Ko, feeling reluctant to part ways, inquired. You all have your journey, and I have mine. Ko, you need to hurry to Goldenrod City for the Grand Festival, while I intend to visit Violet City. Roya explained with a smile. Violet City? Why go there? Ash asked, puzzled. Ever since Jengar returned to the Kanto region, I have longed to revisit. Hence, I shall make a trip to Violet City first, Roya answered Ash's inquiry. Well, if you say so, Ash and the others reluctantly acquiesced. Farewell, Ash, Ko and everyone. After waving goodbye to Ash and his companions, Roya departed from their group, each party proceeding in their respective directions. Thus, Roya continued to train his Pokémon while battling various trainers encountered along his journey, making his way towards Jengar's hometown. After several days of travel, Roya eventually arrived at this scarcely populated town as night fell. Standing at the entrance of Violet City, he gazed upon the familiar scenery, evoking memories of his early journey, leaving him deeply nostalgic. Just as Roya was reminiscing about his past, Jengar and the Pokémon Ranch became animated, eagerly calling out to Roya, unable to contain its excitement to see its homeland. Awakened from his reverie by Jengar, Roya noticed the exuberant Pokémon and promptly released it from its Pokeball. Upon emerging, Jengar immediately began surveying its surroundings, soaking in the sights reminiscent of its memories, resembling a traveler returning home after a long absence. Understanding Jengar's emotions, Roya allowed it to explore while he patiently awaited by the side. After approximately half an hour had passed, Jengar remained exuberant, showing no signs of wanting to stop. Thus, Roya called out, Jengar, let us first visit the Pokémon Center, and afterward we can proceed to the Pokémon Tower. At the sound of Roya's voice, the energetic Jengar paused its exploration and returned to Roya's side, and together they made their way to the Pokémon Center in Violet City. Due to the eerie atmosphere of Violet City, the Pokémon Center was nearly deserted, save for Nurse Joy and a Chansey quietly reading at the front desk. Nurse Joy quickly noticed Roya's entrance and greeted him. Hello, how may I assist you? Roya approached her, stating, Nurse Joy, I would like to reserve a room for the night. Certainly, please hold on a moment. After completing the necessary registration, Nurse Joy handed Roya a key labeled with the room number. Following a satisfying dinner at the Pokémon Center, Roya prepared to leave, but before he could exit, Nurse Joy called out to him. Excuse me, sir, where are you headed? I am going to the Pokémon Tower, Roya promptly replied. But that place can be quite dangerous. Ms. Joy continued to caution him, reminding Roya that there had been several accidents there in the past. No worries. My Jengar just wants to take a look at its old home, Roya said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, Jengar, who had been inside its Pokeball, popped out on its own, cheerfully waving at Ms. Joy. I see. Seeing Roya's Jengar, Ms. Joy relaxed and continued to remind him, our closing time is 11 p.m. So make sure you're back before then. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Ms. Joy, Roya replied, nodding with a smile. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Roya and Jengar spent some time traveling until they arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Tower. Roya looked at the slightly gloomy tower for a moment, then called Jengar to follow him inside. Once inside, Jengar became even more excited, eagerly looking around at its old home. As Roya and Jengar ventured deeper into the tower, they encountered many mischievous Ghastly and Haunter. However, all were chased away by Roya's Jengar, making the journey relatively smooth. Jengar also reunited with its old companions, and they happily chatted together. Time passed quickly, and it was already past 10 p.m. Noticing the time, Roya said to Jengar, who was still talking with its friends. It's about time. We should head back now. At Roya's call, Jengar said its goodbyes and returned to Roya's side. Seeing Jengar reluctant to leave, Roya comforted it. We can come back to visit another time. Reassured, Jengar cheered up, and the two prepared to leave the Pokémon Tower. However, just a few steps later, they noticed a figure standing ahead. At first, Roya thought it might be a passing trainer, but as he got a clearer look, he froze. That was Chapter 329. Reuniting with Nassie as Roya and Jengar were about to leave the Pokémon Tower, they spotted a familiar figure not far ahead. As they approached, Roya clearly saw her. She had long purple hair and a tall figure. Immediately, he recognized her from memory. It was Nassie. Roya instantly recognized the gym trainer from Goldenrod City, the psychic-type girl from the Kanto region. But why was Nassie here? Roya, puzzled, recalled Jengar to its Pokeball and hurried toward her. Nassie, sensing Roa's presence, stopped walking and waited for him to arrive. Nassie, it's been a long time. Roa greeted as he approached. This gave him a chance to observe Nassie. He noticed that her once cold demeanor had softened. She now looked warm and gentle, a striking contrast to when they first met. You are Nassie studied Roa for a moment, then remembered, Roa? After a moment, she recalled that he had decisively defeated her Pokémon before. Yes, it's me, Roa said with a smile. It's been a while. How come you're here? Nassie asked. I previously caught a Jengar here, so I just brought it back to visit its old home, Roa replied with a smile. I see. What about you, Nassie? Roa asked, curious why she was in Violet Town. I also accidentally caught a Haunter, so I brought it back to visit, Nassie explained, revealing that her purpose, like Roa's, was simply to let her ghost-type Pokémon see its old home. Oh, that makes sense. Roa quickly remembered that Ash and the others had left a Haunter behind when passing through Goldenrod City, and he understood the situation. By the way, want to have another battle? Nassie suddenly asked. Now, but the Pokémon Center is about to close. Roa looked at the time on his phone. It was already 10:45 p.m. Right. Nassie realized the time as well. Then let us have the battle back in Goldenrod City. I happen to be heading there too, Roa said with a smile. Okay, Nassie nodded. Let us head back to the Pokémon Center together, Roa suggested, noticing it was getting late. All right, Nassie agreed. The two left the Pokémon Tower and made their way to the Pokémon Center. After a brief walk, they arrived just in time before the center closed. You're finally back. Ms. Joy, who had been worried, sighed in relief at their safe return. Thank you, Ms. Joy, Nassie said softly. Since you're back, get some rest. Staying up late isn't good for you, Ms. Joy reminded them, though she shook her head at Nassie's words, continuing to urge them to rest. All right, they replied in unison, and both Roa and Nassie went to their rooms to wash up and rest. The next morning, as Roa was about to leave the Pokémon Center in Violet Town, someone called out behind him. Hey, Roa? Roa immediately recognized the voice as Nassie's and turned to her. Nassie, is there something you need? He asked. Are you heading to Goldenrod City next? Nassie asked. Yes. I'm going to challenge the battle arena near Goldenrod City, Roa replied, nodding. Perfect. I'm also going back to Goldenrod City. Let us go together, Nassie said, inviting him to travel with her. No problem, Roa agreed readily. Then let us go? I'm looking forward to our battle, Nassie said, smiling. All right. With that, Roa and Nassie set off together toward Goldenrod City. After several days of travel, they finally arrived in the bustling city. Standing on the streets of Goldenrod, Roa marveled at the crowd. Goldenrod City is as lively as ever. Since we're here, let us visit my gym first. Our scheduled battle hasn't happened yet, Nassie suggested. All right, Roa agreed, and they headed to Nassie's gym together. At the entrance, Nassie's parents were waiting. Upon seeing Roa, the referee, Nassie's father, immediately recognized him. You're Roa? Shantao promptly announced the outcome. After all, Roa had consecutively won 3 league championships, and on top of that, he had decisively defeated Nassie in their previous battle. This left a deep impression on him, similar to the impression made by Ash, who had helped him before. How come you're with Nassie? Nassie's father asked Roa curiously. Roa chuckled and then explained the entire sequence of events in detail. I see. Then why don't you come to my battle arena? I'd like to see your skills, Nassie's father said after understanding the situation. Since Nassie just came back, let us eat first. We can talk about the battle after lunch, Nassie meow meow interjected, stopping them from heading straight to the arena. All right, dear, Nassie's father said with a smile. Roa, you come too. Consider it a reward for taking care of Nassie, Nassie's mother added, giving Roa a kind, ant-like smile. Sure, I'd be happy to. Roa accepted her invitation, and together they had lunch in Goldenrod Gym. Chapter 330. Another battle with Nassie. After the invitation from Nassie's mother, Roa stayed at Nassie's house and enjoyed a hearty lunch. Once lunch was over, Nassie eagerly said, let us have a battle next, to really get moving. No problem, Roa nodded in agreement. I'll act as the referee, Nassie's father immediately volunteered. Thanks, Dad, Nassie said, and then led Roa and her father to the battle area inside Goldenrod Gym. Once they reached their positions, Nassie suddenly suggested, how about a one-on-one battle this time? Sure, Roa agreed. All right, the battle rules are as follows. Each trainer may use only one Pokémon. When one Pokémon is unable to battle, the other trainer wins. Nassie's father announced. Here I go. Sunflora, I'm counting on you. Nassie sent out her Pokémon. A Sunflora. Pokémon, Sunflora type, psychic ability, synchronized gender, female level, 42 talent, elite 4 level moves, confusion, takedown, Psyshock, imitation beam, swift, light screen, reflect. As for me, it LLB Gardevoir. Roa sent out his 45 level Gardevoir. the first Pokémon he had initially. What an elegant Gardevoir. Nasi, who specialized in psychic types, admired the Pokémon and added, "But I want to go easy on you either." "Just what I wanted," Roa replied with a smile. "Begin the battle." The referee, Nasi's father, raised both hands. "Sunflora, use Psybeam." Nasi commanded. Sunflora's eyes glowed a bright blue, and a white beam shot toward Gardevoir. Double team. Following Roa's instruction, Gardevoir swayed slightly and created multiple illusory images, causing Sunflora's Psybeam to hit only a decoy, missing the real Gardevoir. Shadow Ball. Roa countered immediately. Gardevoir formed a purple energy orb between its hands and launched it at Sunflora. Quick attack. At Nasi's command, Sunflora instantly transformed into a white streak of light, dodging the Shadow Ball, and reappeared behind Gardevoir. Shadow Ball counterattack. Sunflora formed a dark purple energy orb and hurled it at Gardevoir. Teleport. Roa ordered. Gardevoir disappeared in a flash of light, evading the incoming Shadow Ball, and then reappeared behind Sunflora. Psyshock. Gardevoir emitted a wave of blue energy, hitting Sunflora and sending it sliding several meters before stopping. Thunderbolt. Roa seized the opportunity. Gardevoir glowed with golden light as a bolt of electricity shot towards Sunflora. Sunflora, use Light Screen. Sunflora created a transparent barrier that blocked the Thunderbolt. Shadow Ball continuous. Roa commanded. Gardevoir launched a series of purple-black energy spheres at the light screen. Under Gardevoir's relentless assault, the light screen soon broke, and one Shadow Ball hit Sunflora, exploding and sending it flying. Finish it. Use Magical Leaf. Roa shouted. Gardevoir sent a flurry of green leaves that struck Sunflora as it struggled to rise. Sunflora collapsed, unconscious. Sunflora is unable to battle. Gardevoir wins. Nasi's father called out. Good job, Sunflora. Nasi comforted her Pokémon and returned it to its Pokeball. Great work, Gardevoir. Roa praised before recalling it for rest. Your skill is still as impressive as ever. Nasi said admiringly. You're strong too, Roa replied. You both surpass me, an old man. Truly heroes among the youth. Nasi's father remarked. You flatter me, Roa said modestly. So what is your next plan? Nasi asked after the battle. I plan to challenge the nearby battle frontier. The battle arena, Roa said. Then I wish you success in your challenge. Nasi said with a smile. Thank you. After spending some time at the Goldenrod Gym, Roya bid farewell to Naji and her family and set forth once more on the journey to the battle arena. Chapter 331, The Battle Arena. Following his match against Naji in Goldenrod City, Roya departed hastily, heading towards the nearby battle arena. After several days of travel, he finally arrived at the town housing the arena that very afternoon. Naturally, the first thing Roya did upon reaching this destination was to visit the Pokémon Center. Given that the hour was rather late, he resolved to challenge the battle arena the following day. Upon entering, Roya promptly addressed Nurse Joy, saying, Nurse Joy, could you please arrange a room for me? Certainly, she replied. After a brief flurry of activity, Roya successfully obtained the key he required. Just as he was leaving the reception area and passing through the lounge, a familiar voice interrupted him. Roya, it's been a while. Upon hearing his name called, Roya turned towards the source of the voice and spotted Ashida seated comfortably, sipping tea while greeting him. Mr. Ashida, what brings you here? Roya inquired, intrigued by Ashida's presence. I anticipated your arrival within the next few days, so I came here to await you, Ashida explained. Ah, I see. Roya replied, understanding dawning upon him. By the way, where are Ash and the others? I don't see them. Unbeknownst to Ashida, Roya had already parted ways with Ash and his companions at the battle factory, which prompted Ashida's curiosity about their absence. Considering Ashida's question, Roya contemplated his response, since Ashida was inquiring. It implied that Ash and his friends had not yet challenged the battle arena. After some thought, Roya shook his head and replied, I am unaware of their whereabouts, as I separated from them after finishing my challenge at the battle factory. Ah, I understand now, Ashida said, grasping the situation. So, they have yet to arrive. That seems to be the case, Roya nodded in agreement. Then I shall escort you to the battle arena. Ashida then looked up at Roya and said, Let us do it tomorrow, it's getting late now. Roya glanced outside at the sky painted with hues of dusk and responded to Ashida. You're right. We shall go tomorrow. I'll come to the Pokémon Center to fetch you. Ashida acknowledged Roya's words and glanced at the dimming sky, replying, Very well. I shall see you then. Thank you, Mr. Ashida. Roya expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Ashida waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no trouble, and then departed from the Pokémon Center. After resting at the Pokémon Center for the night, Roya encountered Ashida the following morning, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Mr. Ashida, you seem to be here quite early, Roya exclaimed, surprised by Ashida's early arrival. I couldn't help myself. The thought of an intense battle has me quite eager, Ashida replied with a hearty laugh. In that case, let us set off. After Roya's declaration, he hopped into Ashida's car, and together they arrived at the entrance of the battle arena. Upon reaching the arena's entrance, Roya looked at the locked gates and inquired, Mr. Ashida, may I ask who the head of this battle arena is? Her name is Cucumber Fragrance. She specializes in fighting-type Pokémon, with her most frequently used Pokémon being Medicam and Machamp, Ashida elaborated, providing not only the name of the arena's leader but also some pertinent information about her. Mr. Ashida, are you sure it's wise to divulge such details about our opponent? Roya raised an eyebrow at Ashida's revelations regarding the opponent's Pokémon. It's quite all right. I believe Cucumber Fragrance wouldn't mind. Ashida chuckled as he led Roya into the battle arena. As they entered, Roya observed the disciples standing in neat rows on either side of the path, silently watching him approach. At the end of the path stood a woman with golden hair, clad in martial arts attire. Cucumber Fragrance, this is Roya, the challenger I mentioned. Ashida introduced Roya as they reached her. Hello, Roya. I am Cucumber Fragrance, the head of this battle arena. Let us engage in an exhilarating battle. Upon finishing her statement, Cucumber Fragrance fixed a determined gaze upon Roya. Absolutely, he replied, exuding confidence and matching her intensity. Now, let us select the battle format. At Cucumber Fragrance's command, the disciples swiftly produced a spinning wheel marked with the options of 1 on 1, 2 on 2, and 3 on 3 battles. After a moment of anticipation, the pointer landed on the 3 on 3 section. Excellent. We shall commence with a 3 on 3 elimination match, Cucumber Fragrance announced, leading Roya and Ashida to the battle arena. Once the referee outlined the battle rules, Cucumber Fragrance, adhering to the guidelines, summoned her 3 Pokémon. True to Ashida's earlier description, in addition to Medicam and Machamp, Cucumber Fragrance also sent forth a 3rd Pokémon, a Machamp. It was not surprising, considering her admiration for the fighting-type specialists from the Chengdu region and the Hoenn region. Upon witnessing the trio of Pokémon summoned by Cucumber Fragrance, Roya unleashed his own 3 Pokeballs, and as he stepped forward, his formidable Blaziken, Sceptile, and Gardevoir materialized behind him. What powerful Pokémon! Cucumber Fragrance exclaimed, offering her praise. I find myself increasingly eager for this battle. As do I, Roya replied, his gaze fixed intensely on Cucumber Fragrance, his competitive spirit palpable. Let the match begin. With the referee's declaration, Cucumber Fragrance called out to her Pokémon. For the first round, I entrust you with this task. Chapter 332, The Battle Against Cucumber Fragrance. And for my first Pokémon, I choose you. Go, Machamp. Cucumber Fragrance commanded, sending her Machamp into the arena. Upon hearing her call, Machamp leaped onto the battlefield. Pokémon, Machamp. Type, Fighting. Ability, Guts. Gender, Female. Level, 52. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Low Kick, Focus Energy, Cross Chop, Earthquake, Dynamic Punch, Body Slam, and Heavy Slam. And for my first Pokémon, I summon you. Go, Blaziken, Roya declared, as his Blaziken sprang onto the battlefield, ready to face the opposing Machamp. The battle begins, the referee announced, raising both hands to signal the start. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower, Roya commanded, launching an immediate offensive. Blaziken obeyed, releasing a torrent of searing flames towards Machamp. We won't back down either. Machamp, use Karate Chop. Cucumber Fragrance responded enthusiastically, rallying her Pokémon for the counterattack. Upon hearing the call of the Cucumber Fragrance, the powerful creature's 4 arms suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, which it then directed towards the approaching jet of flames. The forceful gust of its punch, combined with a chopping motion, split the fire column in 2, causing it to vanish after passing beyond the formidable creature. Charging forward, it unleashed a cross chop. Immediately after shattering the flames, the Cucumber Fragrance launched an offensive. The powerful creature swung its 4 arms towards the direction of the Fire Chicken. In a flash of electricity, the Fire Chicken, under Roy's command, executed a quick maneuver just as the powerful creature was about to land a hit on, and added, vanishing in a gleam of white light like a bolt of lightning, evading the attack entirely. The now missing Fire Chicken reappeared behind the powerful creature, poised to strike with an eager demeanor. Roy, in perfect sync with the Fire Chicken, commanded, Fire Chicken, use Flame Kick. Upon hearing Roy's order, the Fire Chicken swiftly grounded itself on one foot, while flames enveloped the other. It then executed a spinning kick, striking the powerful creature and sending it hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. Powerful creature, do not concede easily. Let them witness our perseverance. At the sound of the Cucumber Fragrance's rallying cry, the powerful creature let out a fierce roar and stood back up. Well done, Powerful creature. Let's engage in close combat. Upon witnessing the creature's resurgence, the cucumber fragrance shouted encouragingly. Following the command, the powerful creature swung its arms towards the fire chicken. We shall also engage in close combat. Roy bellowed to the fire chicken as the creature charged forward. The fire chicken, responding to Roy's direction, dashed towards the powerful creature, and thus commenced a fierce melee, with both sides exchanging blows. As time progressed, it became apparent to all present that the fire chicken's speed was increasing, allowing it to easily dodge the powerful creature's punches while exploiting openings to counterattack, leaving the powerful creature increasingly battered. Could it be? A nearby observer, Ashida, seemed to grasp the situation, his expression one of realization. What is happening? The cucumber fragrance watched in shock as the powerful creature found itself at a disadvantage. That is because my fire chicken possesses the speed boost ability. Its speed increases with every round, Roy explained, noting the cucumber fragrance's astonishment. Ah, I see. The cucumber fragrance's understanding dawned, while Ashida exhibited a knowing expression. Then finish it, fire chicken. Use charged flame attack. Observing the fatigued, powerful creature, Roy commanded the fire chicken. The fire chicken, obeying Roy's command, deftly evaded the powerful creature's attack, igniting itself in flames before charging towards it. Stop it. Use aura sphere. The powerful creature, following the cucumber fragrance's order, aimed at the fire chicken with an aura sphere, hoping to thwart its advance. However, the fire chicken's speed proved to be exceptional. A sharp turn allowed it to easily dodge the aura sphere. Subsequently, the fire chicken struck the defenseless powerful creature with the charged flame attack. The force of the impact coupled with the flames causing the creature to be sent flying, ultimately crashing to the ground, unconscious. The powerful creature has lost its ability to battle. The fire chicken is victorious. The referee announced upon witnessing this turn of events. Thank you for your effort, powerful creature. The cucumber fragrance said, retrieving the creature into its pokeball while offering words of comfort. You performed splendidly. I am growing increasingly excited. The cucumber fragrance looked up at Roy, fervently expressing her enthusiasm, before calling out to another Pokémon behind her. Now it's your turn, Conkeldurr. Upon hearing the cucumber fragrance's call, Conkeldurr lumbered onto the battlefield with its hefty physique. Pokémon, Conkeldurr. Type, fighting. Ability, thick fat. Gender, male. Level, 52. Potential, near champion. Moves, heavy slam, drain punch, reversal, brick break, cross chop, earthquake, wake up slap, hammer arm. Come back and rest, fire chicken, Roy instructed, having assessed Conkeldurr's attributes. He then addressed another Pokémon behind him. Now, it is your turn, Sceptile. As Sceptile entered the battlefield, Roy initiated the assault. Sceptile, unleashed Dragon Pulse. As soon as Roy's command echoed, Sceptile opened its mouth, releasing a white beam that surged towards Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr, use Protect. The cucumber fragrance, upon seeing the impending Dragon Pulse, immediately called out to Conkeldurr. In the moment before the Dragon Pulse struck, a dazzling light emanated from Conkeldurr, successfully intercepting Sceptile's attack and merely causing it to stagger back a few steps without sustaining damage. Conkeldurr, execute Cross Chop. Following this, the cucumber fragrance commanded her Pokémon to launch an offensive. Conkeldurr swung its massive hands, charging toward Sceptile. Quick attack. Under Roy's directive, Sceptile transformed into a streak of white lightning, evading Conkeldurr's charge and positioning itself behind the creature. Steel Tail. Seizing the opportunity, Roy commanded Sceptile to attack immediately. With Roy's guidance, Sceptile's tail shimmered with white light as it swung forcefully toward Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr, use Heavy Slam. The cucumber fragrance, observing the unfolding events with composure, directed Conkeldurr with steady resolve. Conkeldurr complied, using its robust hands to execute Heavy Slam, not only breaking Sceptile's steel tail, but also capturing it. In a perilous predicament, Sceptile found itself ensnared by Conkeldurr's grasp. Oh no! Roy realized the gravity of the situation. Smashed Sceptile to the ground. Upon capturing Sceptile's tail, the cucumber fragrance commanded Conkeldurr to slam it down. Hearing this, Conkeldurr tightened its grip on Sceptile's tail and hurled it towards the ground. Just as Sceptile was about to be smashed down, Roy reacted swiftly, shouting, Sceptile, use Leaf Storm. At that moment, as Sceptile was about to hit the ground, a flurry of leaves erupted from its tail, launching an assault on Conkeldurr under Sceptile's control. Despite enduring the damage inflicted by the leaf storm, Conkeldurr managed to slam Sceptile into the ground. However, it could not withstand the assault and loosened its grip, allowing Sceptile to struggle back to its feet. Meanwhile, Conkeldurr shook off the effects of the leaf storm and resumed its standoff with Sceptile, intensifying the atmosphere in the arena. Conkeldurr, use Awakening Power. After a brief standoff, the cucumber fragrance commanded Conkeldurr. Upon receiving the order, Conkeldurr radiated a brilliant light, forming a beam that surged towards Sceptile. Dragon Pulse. Roy quickly countered. A dragon-shaped beam shot from Sceptile's mouth, clashing against the incoming awakening power. Increase the power. Upon hearing Roy's command, Sceptile intensified its dragon pulse, overpowering the awakening power. We must not yield easily. As Huang Guoxiang observed the unfolding chaos, she urgently called out to the Iron Palm Warrior. Yet, time was already of the essence. The dragon pulse unleashed by the Lizard King shattered the awakened powers, sending the Iron Palm Warrior crashing to the ground. Rise, Iron Palm Warrior. Summon your tenacity. Huang Guoxiang implored, and amidst her rallying cries, the warrior managed to rise once more, fixing its gaze intently upon the Lizard King. Well done, Iron Palm Warrior. Execute a powerful charge. Upon witnessing the Iron Palm Warrior's resurgence, Huang Guoxiang immediately launched her assault. No sooner had she spoken than the formidable figure of the Iron Palm Warrior surged forward, a force of nature barreling toward the Lizard King. Observing this fierce advance, Ahita murmured, "What will you do in the face of such an attack?" As the Iron Palm Warrior charged forth, Roy's lips curled into a slight smile. Formulating a strategy in his mind, he then called out to the Lizard King, "Lizard King, entangle it in grass." At the sound of Roy's command, both Ahita and Huang Guoxiang were momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "What?" Suddenly, small blades of grass emerged along the Iron Palm Warrior's path, ensnaring its feet. The warrior, caught off guard by the unexpected hindrance, stumbled and crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that shook the arena as if it were an earthquake. Once the dust settled, the Iron Palm Warrior's eyes had transformed into a dazed state. The referee, witnessing this turn of events, immediately raised both hands and declared, "The Iron Palm Warrior has lost its combat capability. The Lizard King is victorious. You fought valiantly, Iron Palm Warrior." Huang Guoxiang consoled it before recalling the warrior into its Pokeball for rest. She then lifted her head and called out to Roy, "Now it is time for my final Pokemon. Go, Charm." Upon hearing Huang Guoxiang's call, Charm leaped onto the battlefield, its eyes fixed intently on Roy, who at that moment utilized his investigative gaze to assess Charm's attributes. Pokemon, Charm. Type, Fighting, Psychic. Ability, Telepathy. Gender, Female. Level, 53. Potential, Champion. Moves, Flame Punch, Ice Punch. Thunder Punch, Brick Break, Psychic, Yoga Pose, Flying Knee Strike. Then I shall summon my final Pokemon as well. Go, Shakira. After recalling the Lizard King, Roy sent forth his last Pokemon, Shakira. Let the battle commence. The referee announced loudly as both trainers dispatched their Pokemon. Charm, execute Yoga Pose. As soon as the referee's voice faded, Huang Guoxiang issued her first command. Charm complied, performing the Yoga Pose to bolster its offensive strength. You shall not succeed, Shakira. Unleash Spike Attack. Roy, understanding Huang Guoxiang's intentions, shouted to Shakira. At Roy's command, spikes suddenly materialized around Shakira, which, under its guidance, launched toward Charm. Just as Charm had settled into its Yoga Pose, it was disrupted by Shakira's Spike Attack. Realizing that remaining in place would lead to a hit, Charm had no choice but to abandon the pose, swiftly evading the incoming spikes with its agile form. Charm, execute Brick Break. Undeterred by her plan being thwarted, Huang Guoxiang pressed the attack against Shakira. With a swift motion, Charm dashed toward Shakira, its right hand glowing with a radiant light, and struck forcefully as it neared. Shakira, use Iron Defense. Under Roy's command, Shakira's body shimmered with a metallic sheen, significantly enhancing its defenses after employing Iron Defense. Charm's Brick Break, upon striking, only caused Shakira to stagger back a few steps, resulting in negligible damage. Next, unleash Force Palm. Huang Guoxiang directed, undeterred by the previous setback. Observing the advancing Charm, Roy quickly ordered Shakira, "Shakira, summon Sandstorm." Complying with Roy's directive, a fierce sandstorm erupted around Shakira, swiftly enveloping Charm, which became ensnared and battered by the swirling sands. Charm, unleash your most powerful psychic move. Huang Guoxiang, witnessing Charm's plight in the sandstorm, seized the moment and shouted to her Pokemon. Responding to Huang Guoxiang's call, Charm, enduring the storm, concentrated its energy, its eyes glowing with a brilliant blue light. It soon exerted its formidable psychic ability, dispelling the sandstorm from the arena with great effort. Shakira, use Dark Pulse. As Charm caught its breath after using Psychic, Roy immediately issued the next command for Shakira. Observing Charm weakened from overexertion, Roy swiftly commanded, "Shakira, unleash Dark Pulse." Following Roy's instruction, Shakira unleashed a dark beam of energy that surged toward the gasping Charm. Charm, create light screen. In a desperate attempt, Charm summoned its strength and formed a transparent barrier before it, halting the advance of the dark pulse. Now, use recover. Seeing Charm's exhaustion, Huang Guoxiang commanded it to regain its strength. However, Roy was determined not to allow this. He promptly ordered Shakira to prevent Charm from recovering. Shakira, use Screech. As soon as Roy's command was given, Shakira opened its mouth, emitting a piercing sound that reverberated throughout the arena, causing discomfort even among the onlookers, including Ahita and the many disciples. The primary target, Charm, was even more severely affected. Its attempt to use recover abruptly interrupted. It was left with no choice but to cover its ears with both hands, desperate to shield itself from the cacophony. Continue the noise while summoning another sandstorm, Roy declared, watching as Charm struggled to move. Following Roy's command, Shakira maintained the deafening sound while conjuring yet another sandstorm, quickly enveloping Charm once again. Charm! Huang Guoxiang exclaimed anxiously upon seeing her Pokémon caught in the storm once more. Finish it, Shakira. Use Hyper Beam. Roy, recognizing Charm's dwindling stamina, commanded Shakira to deliver the final blow. Upon hearing Roy's command, a massive surge of energy gathered in Shakira's mouth, forming a robust orange beam that shot toward the beleaguered Charm, ensnared in the sandstorm. Inevitably, Charm, overwhelmed by the storm, could not evade the onslaught and was struck directly by Shakira's hyper beam. The collision resulted in a powerful explosion, sending Charm hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. The referee cast a glance at Charm's condition before immediately raising both hands and declaring, Charm has lost its ability to battle, and Shakira is the victor. Thus, the ultimate champion is Roya. Please take a moment to rest. Following the referee's announcement, Huang Guoxiang retrieved a Pokeball and recalled the unconscious Charm. Roya also produced his 3 Pokeballs, returning his battling companions, Blaziken, Lizard King, and Shakira, to their orbs. Well done, Roya! Exclaimed the previously spectating Ashida, approaching Roya and giving him a thumbs up. Your perseverance and strength are truly astonishing. At that moment, Huang Guoxiang joined Roya's side, offering him praise as well. You flatter me, Roya replied, maintaining a humble demeanor, aware that many individuals in this world far surpassed his abilities. This is proof of your victory over me, a symbol of my perseverance. Please accept it. After a brief conversation, Huang Guoxiang produced a golden coin and handed it to Roya. Thank you, Huang Guoxiang, Roya said gratefully as he accepted the emblem of perseverance. Congratulations, Roya, Ashida chimed in with a smile, extending his felicitations. So, where do you plan to go next? Ashida continued to inquire. I have no plans yet. Do you have any suggestions, Mr. Ashida? Roya discerned Ashida's intent and posed the question. Since you lack a plan, I suggest you head to the Battle Dome. It's located in a town near Zun. Ashida advised. The Battle Dome? Upon hearing this, Roya recalled the original text portrayal of the rather mockable leader, Hills. The mastermind of the Battle Dome is a tactical genius. I doubt you will be disappointed, Ashida continued to reveal. Very well, my next goal will be the Battle Dome. Roya contemplated before agreeing. Then it's settled. I shall await your arrival there. Ashida expressed his delight at Roya's willingness to heed his advice. All right, after agreeing, Roya bid farewell to Ashida and Huang Guoxiang, departing from the battle arena to the Pokémon Center, where he intended to rest for the night before setting off the next day. That night, unable to sleep, Roya quietly spoke to his system. I wonder if I can check in at the Battle Development Zone? You can check in at the Battle Development Zone, the system responded. Then what rewards did I receive for checking in at the Battle Factory and the Battle Arena? Roya raised an eyebrow and inquired. Checking in at the Battle Factory grants you 1 Ice Beam and 300,000 Alliance coins. Checking in at the Battle Arena awards you 1 Black Belt and 500,000 Alliance coins. The system disclosed the items obtained through Roya's inquiry. An Ice Beam and a Black Belt? Not bad, Roya acknowledged, knowing the functions of both items, and felt quite satisfied with his rewards before drifting off to sleep. The following morning, after procuring supplies, Roya departed from the town while Ashida remained behind, awaiting the arrival of Ash and his companions. On the second day after Roya's departure, Ash and his group arrived at the town housing the battle arena and encountered Ashida, who had been waiting for them. Mr. Ashida, are you saying that Roya has defeated the mastermind of the battle arena and obtained the emblem of perseverance? Upon hearing that Roya had successfully acquired the emblem, Ash exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Ashida nodded in confirmation. Roya truly is remarkable. His strength is indeed formidable. Xiaoyao remarked, visibly astonished. I can't wait to challenge the battle arena. With that, Ash eagerly led his companions toward the battle arena to obtain the emblem of perseverance. Chapter 335, The Sacred Fishing Ground. After defeating the battle arena's head, Huang Guoxiang, Roya promptly left the town, heading in the direction Ashida had indicated towards the UN, intending to challenge the third battle development zone, known as the Battle Dome. However, Roya did not rush to the Battle Dome. Instead, he consulted a map and discovered a renowned fishing sacred ground that had received outstanding reviews online. Intrigued, he decided to pay a visit. Being a person of action, he resolved to head toward the fishing sacred ground and soon arrived at this well-known location. Upon reaching the fishing sacred ground, however, Roya was dismayed to find it bore no resemblance to the vibrant description he had encountered online. The lake before him was devoid of life and appeared lifeless. Not even a single Magikarp was in sight, and the entire body of water seemed utterly barren. Nevertheless, through his radiant power, he sensed a formidable presence deep within the lake's depths, alongside another slightly weaker one, the identity of which remained a mystery to him. As he had no recollection of any such scene from the original text, Roya did not dwell on the creature lurking beneath the lake. Instead, upon witnessing the dismal state of the location, he muttered, "Is this truly the so-called Haxorus Lake? What a blatant case of false advertising." Having surveyed the lake and the decrepit wooden shack nearby, Roya's initial enthusiasm had completely waned. Just as he was about to turn away from the disappointing sight, a melodious female voice called out to him, "Excuse me, are you?" Upon hearing the voice from behind, Roya halted, turning around to see a striking older sister who had addressed him. "Hello, I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Roya, a passing trainer." Roya responded politely upon being questioned by the woman. "Greetings, my name is Chao Wu, and I am the owner of this fishing sacred ground." Chao Wu introduced herself in return. "The fishing sacred ground? Is this what you mean? It seems vastly different from the online descriptions." Upon hearing Chao Wu's words, Roya raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the silent lake nearby. It was not always like this, however. Chao Wu began to counter, but seemed to recall something and left her sentence unfinished. What happened here? Noticing Chao Wu's hesitance, Roya's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. Yes, Chao Wu nodded. Continuing, a year ago, this place was indeed a true fishing sacred ground, and it was rumored that a Haxorus dwelled within this lake, attracting a multitude of fishing enthusiasts. Hence it was dubbed Haxorus Lake. However, the good times did not last. A large company named Tears Bridge Industry sought to destroy our lake in order to construct an amusement park. I immediately refused their offer not only to preserve the family heirloom boat rental shop, but also because of my deep love for this lake. Subsequently, an intrusion of Crawdons emerged from who knows where, persistently harassing both the anglers and their Pokémon, turning this place into a barren lake devoid of both fishers and Pokémon eggs. Chao Wu recounted the events to Roya as he had inquired. "I see," Roya replied, now enlightened. After listening to Chao Wu's account, Luoya stroked his chin thoughtfully, harboring certain conjectures in his heart. He then expressed his perspective on the attack. "Based on my calculations, that Iron Claw lobster must be related to the Tear Bridge Industries. I believe so too. But the people from Tear Bridge Industries refuse to acknowledge it, leaving me at an impasse," Chao Wu replied, lowering his head in a slight dejection. "Yet, this isn't an insurmountable problem. Since the Tear Bridge personnel deny that the Iron Claw lobster is their spirit, can't we simply drive it away?" Luoya proposed his solution promptly. "That's not feasible. I've consulted numerous trainers, but none can match the Iron Claw lobster," Chao Wu responded, dishearteningly. "Then allow me to take on this task," Luoya volunteered eagerly. "Is that truly possible?" Chao Wu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Luoya's words. "Of course. It would be a tragedy for such a beautiful lake to fade away," Luoya remarked, gazing at the desolate expanse of water before turning to Chao Wu. "Then I entrust this to you, Mr. Luoya," Chao Wu declared joyfully upon hearing of Luoya's willingness to assist. "That little sprite lacks the strength to defeat the Iron Claw lobster." A frail voice emerged from within the house, just as Luoya and Chao Wu prepared to set off. "Who is it?" Luoya turned towards the source of the voice, discovering an elderly woman with white hair gazing at them with bleary eyes. "Grandma," Chao Wu called out upon recognizing the old woman. When Luoya heard Chao Wu's grandmother say that she was not a match for the Iron Claw lobster, he smiled gently and replied, "Do not underestimate my strength. I possess considerable power." "Very well, do as you wish," the old woman acquiesced, returning to the house after observing Luoya's persistence. Subsequently, Luoya accompanied Chao Wu to retrieve 2 fishing rods from her home, arriving at the lake's edge. After glancing at the time, Chao Wu remarked, "I believe the Iron Claw lobster must be lurking within this lake." "Then let us commence," Luoya stated. immediately casting his fishing line into the water, with Chao Wu doing likewise, both patiently awaiting a bite from the iron claw lobster. No sooner had they cast their baits than a dark shadow emerged from the lake bed, quickly caught by Luo Ya's keen eye. He gestured towards the water, prompting Chao Wu to focus her attention on the lake. Sure enough, as Luo Ya identified the shadow, Chao Wu's fishing rod began to tremble violently. Realizing that the iron claw lobster had taken the bait, Luo Ya rushed to Chao Wu's side, grasping her rod firmly, and with a mighty pull, a crimson figure burst forth from the water. Chapter 336. The perfect resolution. As Chao Wu's fishing rod shook violently, both she and Luo Ya understood that the iron claw lobster was hooked. Luo Ya seized the rod, and, with a powerful tug, the red figure soared above the surface, landing heavily on the ground beside the lake. Once the iron claw lobster was caught, Luo Ya and Chao Wu turned their gazes towards it, and Luo Ya promptly activated his insight eye to examine its attributes. Spirit, iron claw lobster. Type, water, dark. Ability, huge power. Gender, male. Level, 51. Potential, near champion. Moves, water gun, bubble beam, hydro pump, dark pulse, rapid spin, crab hammer, brick break, huge power, destruction ray. A near champion level iron claw lobster. No wonder Chao Wu mentioned that many trainers could not contend with it. Upon witnessing the iron claw lobster's prowess, Luo Ya instantly comprehended why no trainers had previously been its match, as near champion level trainers are indeed a rarity. Now, it's your turn, Lizard King. Luo Ya summoned the pokeball containing Lizard King and tossed it forth, with Lizard King materializing at the lake's edge, facing off against the iron claw lobster. After a brief standoff between the iron claw lobster and Lizard King, the former could no longer contain itself. Glancing at Lizard King, it raised one of its pincers, unleashing a torrent of bubbles toward its opponent. Lizard King, use Seed Bomb. Luo Ya commanded urgently as he observed the incoming bubble beam. At Luo Ya's command, Lizard King opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of green glowing seeds, which clashed with the iron claw lobster's bubble beam. The seeds swiftly shattered the bubbles and continued their assault toward the iron claw lobster. Seeing the approaching seed bomb, the iron claw lobster leapt aside to evade the attack. Following the conclusion of the seed bomb barrage, it swung its gleaming white claw, charging toward Lizard King. That's Crab Hammer. Lizard King, use Quick Attack. Luo Ya discerned the iron claw lobster's move and immediately directed Lizard King. Obeying Luo Ya's command, Lizard King executed Quick Attack, deftly sidestepping the rushing iron claw lobster and positioning itself behind it. Upon seeing that Lizard King had reached the desired location, Luo Ya shouted, Lizard King, unleash Leaf Blade. As Luo Ya's words fell, the leaves on Lizard King's arms were enveloped in vibrant grass energy, forming a blade-like edge that slashed toward the iron claw lobster. Under the assault of Leaf Blade, the iron claw lobster was cleaved away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Chao Wu, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth and exclaiming, incredible. Unbeknownst to Luo Ya and Chao Wu, an elderly woman nearby was observing them from a distance. Upon seeing Lizard King overpower the iron claw lobster, a smile broke across her previously indifferent face as she muttered, well done. Meanwhile, as Luo Ya prepared to issue further commands for Lizard King to continue its assault on the iron claw lobster, a shout interrupted him, prompting him to turn towards the source of the voice. He spotted an old man with white hair approaching across the lake in a boat. It was the owner of Tier Bridge Industries. What do you intend to do to my iron claw lobster? The elder called out to Luo Ya and Chao Wu. Did you not claim that it was not your spirit? Why should our actions concern you? Luo Ya retorted dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Tier Bridge. Are you challenging Tier Bridge Industries? Tier Bridge questioned, furrowing his brow at Luo Ya's defiance. With mere words, Tier Bridge Industries cannot deter me. Luo Ya, confident in his strength and background, felt no fear of the elder's threats. Without heeding Tier Bridge's remarks, he continued to command Lizard King. Lizard King, use Dragon Pulse. Upon hearing Luo Ya's call, Lizard King amassed a tremendous amount of energy in its mouth, transforming it into a white dragon that surged toward the iron claw lobster. Upon impact, the dragon pulse detonated, sending the iron claw lobster flying through the air. However, what took Roya by surprise was that the blasted iron claw lobster fortuitously struck the vessel upon which Lei Qiao was aboard, causing the small boat to capsize instantly, plunging Lei Qiao into the depths of the lake. Witnessing this scene, both Roya and Chao Wu, along with her grandmother, were utterly astonished by the sheer coincidence of such an event occurring in the world. Just as Roya prepared to summon his water-type Pokémon to rescue Lei Qiao, he observed Chao Wu's grandmother leap into the river, swiftly rescuing the submerged Lei Qiao with the aid of a Hakuryu. In that moment of confusion, Lei Qiao, who had been disoriented in the water, recognized Qiao Wu's grandmother as the very individual who had saved him previously. Seizing the opportunity, Roya and Qiao Wu inquired about the circumstances surrounding this incident. After Lei Qiao recounted his tale, both Roya and Qiao Wu came to an understanding. It was precisely because Lei Qiao had nearly drowned in this very spot that he harbored disdain for this fishing haven, thus desiring to sabotage it. Upon grasping the full context of the situation, Roya addressed Lei Qiao, saying, "I trust that now, knowing the truth, you will no longer seek to destroy this place. After all, it is the site of my savior." Lei Qiao nodded in agreement. Thus, the matter reached its conclusion. After recalling his lizard king, Roya turned to the trio before him and remarked, "Very well. I truly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Roya." Qiao Wu immediately expressed her gratitude. "There is no need for formality. It was but a trifling effort," Roya replied, shaking his head. He understood that had it not been for Qiao Wu's grandmother's prior rescue of Lei Qiao, the situation could have escalated further, hence it was not his merit, merely a modest contribution. Nevertheless, Qiao Wu insisted on expressing her thanks, and as evening approached, she invited both Roya and Lei Qiao to stay the night and enjoy a sumptuous meal. With the departure of the Ironclaw lobster, the lake near Qiao Wu's home was once again teeming with various Pokémon, revitalizing it into the fishing paradise it once was. Chapter 337, Arrival at the Battle Dome. After resolving the issue with Qiao Wu at the fishing haven, Roya declined her invitation and continued on his journey to challenge the Battle Expansion Zone, with his next objective being the Battle Dome located near Ziyuan Town. After several days of travel, Roya soon arrived in the town where the Battle Dome was situated, close to Ziyuan Town. Originally, Roya intended to challenge the Battle Dome upon arrival, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, he learned that one must make a reservation in advance to challenge the Battle Dome. Stunned by this revelation, Roya had no choice but to secure a reservation for the following day, fortunate that no one else was challenging the dome at that time. The next day, after confirming his appointment, Roya made his way toward the Battle Dome, only to find it swarmed with reporters and numerous spectators eager to witness the event, creating a scene of bustling excitement. Several helicopters hovered above the dome, collaborating with a reporter capturing the moment. The atmosphere was electric, as today marked the grand super expansion battle featuring the illustrious Lord Hills, with Roya set to be the challenger. As the reporter passionately described the scene, he suddenly noticed Roya's arrival. "He here." He approaching from the direction of the Pokémon Center. As the crowd recognized Roya, especially the reporters, they surged toward him, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. "You are Roya from the Alola region, correct? You are about to challenge the Battle Dome. Please share a few words." Amidst the chaos, a female reporter suddenly directed a question at Roya. "Mr. Roya, we know you are a 3-time champion of the Alliance Conference. What brings you to challenge Mr. Hills? Is it his formidable strength?" Initially managing the reporters, Roya's smile faltered upon hearing her voice. Realizing that Hills intended to leverage his fame through him, this thought soured his mood, prompting him to withdraw the 2 Pokémon he had initially chosen and select different ones instead. Just as he was about to express his frustration, a stout man in a blue short-sleeved shirt stepped forward, shouting to the crowd of reporters, "Hold on. We will hold a press conference later to address all your questions." Upon hearing this, Roya's expression grew colder, his mood worsening further as he turned to Yaida and stated, "I have no desire to hold a press conference. I am here to challenge the Battle Dome." With that, he pushed through the crowd and entered the dome, leaving Yaida and the reporters exchanging perplexed glances. After a moment of contemplation, Yaida seemed to grasp the situation, muttering, "This is bad," before hastily following Roya into the Battle Dome. As Roya stood on the battlefield, the audience was already packed to capacity, all eyes eagerly fixed on the arena. A spotlight illuminated Roya, and the event's host began to exuberantly announce, "Today, Lord Hills welcomes yet another battle challenge, facing none other than the 3-time champion of the Alliance Conference, Mr. Roya." The audience erupted in cheers at the host's words. The ensuing announcement ignited even greater enthusiasm among those present. Pokémon battles are like ephemeral blossoms, exquisite artists of the Grand Dome. Let the spectators here be entranced by the dazzling moves and cunning strategies. The superstar of the Dome, Hills, has arrived. Amidst the cheers, Hills, adorned in garish attire, appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. "Welcome, beautiful audience, to the Battle Dome," Hills declared in an exaggerated tone, addressing everyone present. Roya merely cast a disdainful glance at the flamboyantly dressed Hills and remarked, "What a pretense." Meanwhile, Yaida on the high platform looked helplessly at both Roya and Hills on the battlefield, shaking his head and sighing. I truly don't understand what your strategy is. Please, everyone, enjoy yourselves today, Hills exclaimed, dramatically spreading his extravagant garments, though his tone was less than enthusiastic. Following the warm-up, Hills turned his gaze toward Roya and proclaimed, "Hey, Roya, I hope you'll put forth a performance worthy of the symbol of strategy today." His tone bore an air of condescension, as though addressing a junior. "I merely hope to amuse myself today," Roya coldly replied. "What you will face today is the fiery passion and the icy chill of the fusion of fire and water." As Hills tossed out 2 Pokeballs, releasing his Pokémon. Almost instantly, a Frostless and a Swampert materialized on the battlefield and through his Pokédex. Roya quickly discerned that both Pokémon were at level 51. Immediately following Hills' Pokémon release, the host announced, "Behold the fiery speedster, Frostless, and the sovereign of water and earth. Swampert, these are the foes you shall confront." At this moment, the host began to elaborate on the rules of the battle within the combat dome. Today's contest would be a doubles match, concluding once either side's Pokémon had both lost their ability to fight. The competitor, Roya, had already decided on the Pokémon he would utilize, and thus, he was prompted to select his 2 Pokémon as well. The host, who also served as the referee, approached Roya aboard a small aerial vehicle and spoke. Following this, a mechanical voice synchronized with the host's words rose into the air. "If needed, you may summon your Pokémon here on the spot. What do you intend to do?" "I do not require a change of Pokémon," Roya promptly declared as he produced 2 Pokeballs, addressing the host with a shout. "Okay." The host immediately nodded in agreement. "Then, I entrust this to you." Just as the host finished speaking, Roya hurled his 2 Pokeballs into the air, and amidst a flash of red light, the silhouettes of 2 Pokémon emerged. Chapter 338, The Devastating Triumph Over Hills. "I entrust this to you, Zeraora and Frosmoth." After releasing his 2 Pokémon, Zeraora and Frosmoth materialized from their respective Pokeballs, instantly fixating their gazes upon the opposing Manectric and Swampert. What are these 2 Pokémon? This was the first encounter for everyone present with Roya's chosen Pokémon, prompting curious inquiries. Such a presence, both Pokémon possessed champion-level prowess. The well-informed and affluent Ashida quickly discerned the strength of Roya's Pokémon and cast a glance toward Hills, murmuring, "Hills, it appears you have miscalculated this time. I can only hope that Roya does not go too hard on you." Ashida was aware that Hills aimed to elevate his notoriety through this battle, striving for stardom. However, it was evident that he had underestimated his opponent, for Roya was no ordinary contender. Despite lacking knowledge of the specifics regarding Roya's Pokémon, the match must proceed. The battle commences. The host raised both hands in exclamation. Upon hearing the announcement, Roya promptly commanded Zeraora and Frosmoth, "Utilize Quick Attack." No sooner had Roya's words left his lips than Zeraora and Frosmoth executed the command, vanishing from their original positions and dashing toward Manectric and Swampert. "Do not let them approach." Manectric, use Quick Attack on Frosmoth. Swampert, unleash Mud Shot on Zeraora. Hills, having recognized the attributes of Roya's Pokémon at a glance, immediately shouted commands to his own Pokémon. However, to his astonishment, Zeraora, in its state of Quick Attack, effortlessly evaded Manectric's assault with a slight turn, appearing beside the electric type. While Frosmoth swiftly confronted Swampert. Zeraora, unleash Thunder Punch. Frosmoth, execute Double Kick. Seizing the opportunity, Roya commanded his Pokémon with fervor. Upon hearing Roya's orders, Zeraora's arms enveloped in crackling electricity, forcefully struck Manectric, sending it careening away. Simultaneously, Frosmoth utilized its slender yet powerful legs to deliver 2 consecutive kicks, striking Swampert with overwhelming force, propelling it backward. How is this possible? Hills was momentarily stunned by the spectacle before him, his expression a mixture of disbelief. "Your ostentatious power and tactics are hardly impressive," Roya remarked, crossing his arms with an air of disdain directed at Hills. Manectric, Swampert, get up quickly. At Hills' urging, both Pokémon struggled to rise, determinately advancing toward Roya's Zeraora and Frosmoth. "Well done. Manectric, unleash Overheat. Swampert, utilize Hydro Pump." Observing his Pokémon regaining their footing, Hills couldn't help but smile, issuing commands with renewed vigor. "Oh, it seems you still possess some energy? Then allow me to conclude this with the next move." Watching the formidable attacks approach, Roya merely smiled lightly and began relaying instructions to Zeraora and Frosmoth. Zeraora, employ Thunder against Manectric. Frosmoth, unleash Blizzard against Swampert. At Roya's command, Zeraora radiated a blinding brilliance, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that obliterated Overheat and struck Manectric. In the wake of Zeraora's thunder, Manectric emitted a cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Simultaneously, Swampert was overwhelmed by Frostmatha's blizzard, the force of the attack propelling it backward until, with a resounding explosion, it was sent flying, ultimately crashing heavily onto the arena floor, incapacitated. Manectric and Swampert have lost their ability to battle. The victor is Roya from the Alola region. The referee declared after glancing at Hills's defeated Pokémon. Witnessing Hills's swift defeat within merely 2 rounds, the audience, who had been supporters of Hills, instantly fell into despair. How could this happen? After experiencing Roya's overwhelming triumph, Hills wore an expression of utter incredulity. The battle has concluded. I should be awarded the tactical badge. Roya approached Hills, gazing at the incredulous figure before him. This is the tactical badge awarded for defeating me. Under Roya's inquiry, Hills reluctantly produced a tactical badge and handed it to him. Roya accepted the emblem of victory, placing it in his badge case before addressing the despondent Hills. I hope you will take the time to learn about your opponents before embarking on such endeavors in the future. With that, Roya paid no mind to the astonished expressions of the audience and strode away, departing the combat dome to return to the Pokémon Center. As Roya exited, Ashida approached Hills, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. I hope this experience will awaken you. After all, the title of Combat Star seems to have clouded your judgment. I understand. Hills nodded in response to Ashida's words. I shall take my leave now. After offering solace to Hills, Ashida promptly pursued Roya, who had already stepped outside the combat dome. Wait, Roya. Ashida quickly intercepted him, rushing to stand before him. Is there something you need, Mr. Ashida? Roya inquired, observing the breathless Ashida. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive Hills for his previous actions. Ashida addressed Roya earnestly. I have already taught him a lesson. The matter ends here. Roya bore no lingering resentment towards Hills. That is a relief. Ashida sighed in relief. As Hills was someone he had invited to join the battle development area, he could not simply disregard him. Now, you may proceed to challenge that place. Ashida, noticing that Roya had moved past the incident, began to introduce the next battle facility. That place. Chapter 339, Capturing Electrode. That place. Are you referring to the battle water pipe? Roya recalled the next battle facility, the battle water pipe, and inquired of Ashida. Indeed. The formidable opponent known as the Queen of the Battle Pipes, Xiaojing, possesses extraordinary strength. Ahida nodded and remarked, I understand. My next objective will be to challenge the battle pipes. After contemplating for a moment, Luoya resolved that his next battleground would indeed be the battle pipes. Situated near the city of Shallow Red. I wish you a safe journey, Ahida said, waving farewell to Luoya. The prospect of facing Xiaojing, the Queen of the Battle Pipes, filled Luoya with anticipation, as he watched Ahida's figure recede into the distance. A subtle smile graced his lips before he made his way back to the Pokémon Center to rest. That night, Luoya stood before the window, gazing at the night sky illuminated by a radiant moon. However, his thoughts were not on the picturesque scenery outside, but rather delved deep within his mind. Engaging in a conversation with the system about the rewards from his recent participation in the Battle Dome. What items did I acquire from signing in at the Battle Dome? Luoya inquired silently to the system. You have received 1 piece of charcoal and 500,000 league coins. The system reported regarding the items obtained during this sign-in. Charcoal. Not too shabby, Luoya mused, observing the charcoal within the system's storage. He then retrieved the charcoal and presented it to his Blaziken to enhance its attacking prowess. After completing the sign-in procedures at the Battle Dome, Luoya contentedly reclined on his bed, surrendering himself to slumber. The following morning, he departed from the Pokémon Center, resuming his journey towards Shallow Red City. During his travels that day, he passed a rather peculiar mountain, known for its significant thunderclouds that formed in this season each year. When these thunderclouds appeared, they unleashed fierce lightning upon the mountain, which also disrupted the Pokémon dwelling within. Nevertheless, Luoya felt merely a flicker of curiosity toward this strange thundercloud and chose to press onward, eager to reach Shallow Red City sooner. However, as Luoya continued along his path, he noticed numerous unconscious Pokémon scattered on the ground, their bodies crackling with electric sparks. This is an electric-type attack. Luoya immediately deduced that these Pokémon had been struck down by an electric-type creature. Upon assessing their injuries, he swiftly produced some healing potions and began administering them to the afflicted Pokémon. Under the restorative effects of the potions, the previously unconscious Pokémon soon regained consciousness. Once they were awake, Luoya employed his radiant power to inquire about the events that had transpired. Through conversation, he quickly grasped the situation's context. It turned out that the peculiar thunderclouds erupted annually during this season, and the Pokémon had assumed, as in previous years, that these clouds and lightning would pose no threat to them, thus neglecting to heed the warning. However, an unexpected incident had occurred recently. An Electabuzz had invaded the forest, absorbing the lightning produced by the thunderclouds. Having absorbed an excessive amount of electricity, it had gone berserk, causing the Pokémon to faint. With the situation clarified, Luoya felt a surge of interest in this Electabuzz. After all, its final evolution, Electivire, was a creature that intrigued him greatly. Thus, he resolved to capture this Electabuzz. However, before doing so, he needed to ascertain its location. Without hesitation, Luoya unleashed his radiant power, expanding his search for the Electabuzz whereabouts. As the reach of his radiant power enveloped a radius of several kilometers, he quickly detected the presence of the Electabuzz. Retracting his radiant power, he immediately dashed towards its location. After a brief journey, Luoya arrived at the site of the Electabuzz, which was recklessly discharging its electric currents to alleviate the pain caused by its overloaded energy. The moment Luoya laid eyes upon it, he activated his observation eye to assess the Electabuzz attributes, revealing that its qualifications were quite satisfactory. Pokémon, Electabuzz type, electric ability, static gender, male level, 29 potential, champion moves, quick attack, thunder shock, thunderbolt, electromagnetic wave, swift, charge, electromagnetic wave, thunder punch. Upon detecting Luoya's presence, the Electabuzz immediately unleashed a surge of electricity towards him. In response, Luoya summoned his Shelgon and commanded, "Shelgon, use spark." As soon as Luoya's words left his lips, Shelgon released a flame from its mouth. Thanks to Luoya's guidance, Shelgon did not exert its full power. Thus, the spark merely dissipated the electric current before vanishing. After neutralizing the Electabuzz electricity, Luoya activated his radiant power and approached the Electabuzz. With the influence of his radiant power, the Electabuzz was soon lulled into a state of vigilance, allowing Luoya to reach it without resistance. He gently placed his hand, enveloped in radiant power, upon the Electabuzz's head, swiftly discerning its true condition, the consequence of having absorbed too much electricity. After a thorough assessment, Luoya formulated a treatment plan. He surrounded himself with radiant power for protection before channeling the excess electrical energy from within the Electabuzz. Under the effect of the radiant power, the surplus electricity erupted from the Electabuzz, releasing it entirely. The Electabuzz quickly regained its original vitality, while Luoya utilized his radiant power to shield himself from the residual electric shocks, sustaining minimal harm. Once the excess energy within the Electabuzz was resolved, Luoya retrieved a luxury ball, pointing it at the creature, and extended an invitation. "Electabuzz, would you like to become my partner?" After meeting Luoya's sincere gaze, the Electabuzz pondered for a moment before pressing the button on the Pokeball, surrendering without resistance. Gazing at the Pokeball containing Electabuzz, Luoya smiled and declared, "I have captured Electabuzz." After successfully capturing Electabuzz in the forest, he resumed his journey towards Shallow Red City. Chapter 340, Challenge at the Battle Pipes. Following the capture of Electabuzz, Luoya continued on his path to Shallow Red City. Along the way, he encountered a convenient bike path, which was off-limits to pedestrians. Consequently, he sought out a nearby rental shop, and after spending a sum of money, he set off on the bike path. After a considerable distance, Luoya arrived at the battle town at the end of the bike path and returned the bicycle to the shop. Since Luoya's pace was swifter than that of Ash and his companions, he did not encounter the events involving Celebi from the original story, thus enjoying a smooth journey. After several days of travel, Luoya finally arrived at Shallow Red City and quickly checked into the local Pokémon Center. As Roya arrived in Shinhong City, it was already the afternoon. Sensing that time might be insufficient, he decided to forego his plan to challenge the battle pipe today and instead made a visit to the city's market to procure the supplies that had nearly run out. Just as he was about to head back to the Pokémon Center, a familiar voice called out to him, "Roya, wait a moment." Roya quickly recognized the voice belonged to Ashida and turned around with a hint of exasperation, saying, "Mr. Ashida, you truly have a knack for appearing out of nowhere." Roya was quite curious about why Ashida seemed so leisurely, considering he often showed up at the locations where Roya and others faced the battle facilities. After all, it was no small matter that you and Ash were trainers I have my eye on, who very well might conquer all 7 battle facilities. Upon hearing Roya's slightly resigned words, Ashida burst into laughter, responding, "It is indeed an honor to be regarded by you." After hearing this, Roya smiled and replied, "By the way, when do you plan to challenge the battle pipe?" Ashida quickly recalled the matter at hand and inquired, genuinely concerned about Roya's challenge. "Unfortunately, time is not on my side today, so I intend to challenge the battle pipe tomorrow," Roya indicated, gesturing at the sky. "Then it's settled. I shall await your arrival at the battle pipe tomorrow." Ashida nodded in agreement upon hearing Roya's timing. "All right." After Roya affirmed, Ashida promptly departed. and Roya embarked on his journey back to the Pokémon Center. The next day arrived swiftly, and after leaving the Pokémon Center, Roya soon arrived at the battle pipe nestled in the mountains. Glancing at the building adorned with a spoon snake emblem, he approached the entrance and began to knock on the door. Is anyone there? I am here to challenge the battle pipe. Upon reaching the grand entrance, Roya knocked loudly and announced his presence. Coming. Why knock so loudly? A blonde girl clad in a white coat opened the door, expressing her annoyance. I apologize. I am here to challenge the queen of the battle pipe, Xiaojing. Roya offered an apology before stating his purpose. What Xiaojing? You should address her as Lady Xiaojing. The blonde girl retorted with irritation upon hearing Roya's address. Xiaojing, no need to be so rude, Ashida chimed in, having just arrived, and smiled at her. He is Roya, here to challenge Xiaojing. Please lead us in. Ashida addressed the blonde girl with a friendly demeanor. Understood, follow me. Xiaojing nodded in compliance with her boss's command and turned to guide Roya and Ashida into the battle pipe. Upon entering the battle arena within the battle pipe, Roya's eyes were immediately drawn to a waterground duel-type battlefield where a striking figure in a black, revealing outfit awaited challengers. Lady Xiaojing, we have a challenger. Xiaojing's assistant announced to her. I am aware, Xiaojing replied, her eyes opening from a meditative state. Roya approached her and introduced himself. Hello, Miss Xiaojing. I am Roya from the Alola region, here to challenge the battle pipe. How many times must I say it? You must precede our name with lady. Xiaojing's assistant snapped at him. Xiaojing, do not be disrespectful. After casting a stern glance at her assistant, Xiaojing turned to Roya and said, I accept your challenge. As Xiaojing agreed to Roya's challenge, a blue-haired female referee arrived at her designated spot and began to announce the rules of the battle pipe match. Now commencing is the battle between Roya from the Alola region and the queen of the battle pipe, Xiaojing. Each trainer may use 2 Pokémon, and the first to win 2 rounds will be declared the victor. After concluding her announcement, the blue-haired referee raised her hands and called out, both sides. Please send forth your Pokémon. Spoon Snake, you shall lead the first battle, Xiaojing declared as she tossed out her Pokeball, revealing a level 52 Spoon Snake onto the battlefield. Upon assessing the Spoon Snake's attributes with his Pokédex, Roya contemplated for a moment before producing his own Pokeball and throwing it. I entrust you with this, Shakira. Roya sent forth Shakira, who immediately confronted the Spoon Snake, intensifying the atmosphere. The battle begins. The referee's voice rang out, marking the official start of the contest. As soon as the referee's words echoed, Roya commanded, Shakira, use Stone Edge. Following Roya's order, numerous rocks began to levitate around Shakira and, under her control, were launched towards the Spoon Snake. Toxic Tail. Xiaojing instructed her Spoon Snake in a calm tone upon witnessing the impending attack. As her command resonated, the Spoon Snake brandished its shimmering purple tail, shattering the incoming Stone Edge with ease. Having effortlessly countered Roya's first strike, Xiaojing swiftly initiated her counterattack. Spoon Snake, unleash Flamethrower. The Spoon Snake, heeding Xiaojing's command, expelled a torrent of searing flames toward Shakira. Shakira, use Dark Pulse. Roya countered, guiding Shakira to unleash a purple-black wave of dark energy to clash with the Flamethrower. After a moment of tension, both attacks erupted in a cacophony of explosions, dissipating into the air, leaving neither side at a disadvantage. As the Flamethrower and Dark Pulse faded into the ether, Xiaojing immediately launched another offensive against Shakira. Spoon Snake, use Bite. With a decisive wave of her hand, Xiaojing commanded. Just as her words fell, the Spoon Snake bared its fangs, lunging towards Shakira with ferocity. Observing the oncoming threat, Roya shouted, Shakira, use Sandstorm. Upon receiving the command, Shakira emanated a faint yellow glow, summoning a tempest of sand that surged toward the Spoon Snake. Unfortunately for the Spoon Snake, the swirling sand engulfed it completely, as the storm infiltrated its open mouth, subjecting it to a relentless barrage both internally and externally. Spoon Snake, strike the water surface with Toxic Tail. Realizing the precarious situation, Xiaojing promptly reacted, commanding the Spoon Snake to deliver a powerful strike to the arena's water pool. In an instant, a torrent of water erupted, dousing the swirling sandstorm and rendering it ineffective. Continue with Toxic Tail, Xiaojing commanded, now fully focused on the attack. Following her orders, the Spoon Snake resumed its assault, launching its shimmering purple tail toward Shakira. Shakira, use Heavy Slam. Roya instructed, ready for the next move. As soon as Roya's voice faded, Shakira sprang into action, leaping into the air to evade the venomous tail of the Spoon Snake. Swiftly, she descended upon the creature with a formidable force, crushing it into the ground and creating a substantial crater. The Spoon Snake ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, lying at the center of the pit. With the Spoon Snake rendered incapable of battle, Shakira emerged victorious. The blue-haired referee promptly announced the outcome of the round. Thank you for your efforts, Spoon Snake. After witnessing the result, Xiaoji quickly offered words of consolation to the defeated Spoon Snake before returning it to its Pokeball. Meanwhile, as Roya prepared to recall Shakira, he beheld her entire form enveloped in a dazzling white light, her silhouette expanding within the brilliance. She is evolving, exclaimed the astonished Yaida from the sidelines. At last, she has evolved into Bankira. Just as Roya uttered these words, the radiant light surrounding Shakira dissipated, revealing Bankira's tank-like physique to the onlookers. Pokémon, Bankira. Type, Rock, Dark. Ability, Sandstream. Gender, Male. Level, 55. Potential, Champion. Moves, Stone Edge, Sandstorm, Dark Pulse, Iron Defense, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Bite, Crunch. Upon witnessing the evolution into Bankira, Roya felt a surge of joy, though he promptly returned it to its Pokeball and retrieved a second Pokeball that he had prepared. Observing Roya's action, Xiaoji swiftly released her own second Pokeball, exclaiming, "Come forth, Milotic." From the crimson glow of the Pokeball emerged the elegant form of a level 55 Milotic, gracefully appearing in the pool. "Your opponent is here. Go forth, Feraligatr." Roya followed suit, opening his second Pokeball to unleash the eagerly anticipated Feraligatr. Milotic, unleash Water Pulse. As Roya called upon Feraligatr, Xiaoji immediately directed her attack. Milotic opened its mouth, unleashing a cerulean water column that surged toward Feraligatr. "Poison Jab," Roya shouted. Observing the approaching Water Pulse, complying with his command, Feraligatr fired a stream of purple venom from its underbelly, colliding with the incoming Water Pulse. The two moves clashed in midair, neither side yielding to the other, resulting in a stalemate. However, as the venomous attack clashed with the Water Pulse, a significant amount of toxic liquid splashed into the pool, transforming the previously azure waters into a murky purple. "Not good, use Mist." Realizing the pool's transformation, Xiaoji promptly commanded Milotic. Instantly, Milotic's entire body radiated a blue glow, rendering the toxic liquid harmless to it. It seems Roya's strategy has been seen through. Yaida in the audience quickly grasped the intentions of both trainers, shaking his head in acknowledgement. Feraligatr unleashed Dragon Pulse. Upon realizing his plan had been anticipated, Roya remained undeterred and continued his assault. "We too shall unleash Dragon Pulse." Xiaoji issued the same command to Milotic right after Roya. Two white dragon pulses clashed violently in the air, neither side gaining the upper hand. Yet, the deadlock was swiftly shattered by Roya's next command. "Increase power." Upon hearing Roya's call, Feraligatr amplified its output, the dragon pulse surging forcefully toward Milotic. "Dragon Breath." Observing this development, Xiaoji hastily instructed Milotic to counter, successfully intercepting Feraligatr's dragon pulse. "Thunderbolt." Seizing the opportunity, Roya commanded Feraligatr. A golden bolt of lightning erupted from Feraligatr, striking Milotic, who was unable to evade in time. After enduring the thunderbolt from Feraligatr, Milotic suffered considerable damage but remained in fighting condition. "Milotic, recover." Seeing the dire situation, Xiaoji quickly issued her command to restore Milotic's health. As Milotic emanated a white glow to heal its wounds, Roya would not allow this chance to go unchallenged. Feraligatr unleashed thunder once more to finish it. At Roya's fierce command, an even more powerful bolt of thunder erupted from Feraligatr, crashing down upon Milotic, with the resulting lightning striking the surrounding arena, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust. Chapter 342. Longing across time and space as the dust settled. Milotic lay in a state of unconsciousness before the spectators. The referee, upon witnessing this, called out loudly, "Milotic has lost its ability to battle. Feraligatr is victorious. Thus the ultimate victor is Trainer Roya. Thank you for your hard work, Milotic." After the referee declared the conclusion, Xiaoji recalled her Milotic, offering consolation. "Come back and rest, Feraligatr." Following his victory, Roya returned Feraligatr to its Pokeball. At that moment, the graceful Xiaoji approached Roya, graciously acknowledging, "Your strength is indeed formidable. I concede this match." "Miss Xiaoji, your prowess is equally impressive," Roya responded with a smile. "This token symbolizes luck. Please accept it." Upon hearing Roya's words, Xiaoji produced a golden emblem of luck and extended it towards him. Roya accepted it gratefully, replying, "Thank you, Miss Xiaoji. You deserve this." Xiaoji replied, shaking her head. "What an exhilarating match." As Roya prepared to speak further, Yahida's voice interrupted as he descended from the audience to address Roya. "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Yaida," Roya replied with a smile. "Next, you should make your way to Metal Island near Twin Island," Yaida continued. Metal Island? Are you referring to the island that houses the Battle Palace? Roya inquired. Indeed, I believe you will not be disappointed by the strength of the Battle Palace's head, Yukon. Yaida stated with a smile. Understood, then my next objective is Metal Island, Roya affirmed after considering Yahida's suggestion. I shall await your arrival at Metal Island, Yaida responded cheerfully. Very well. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ji and Yaida, Roya returned to the Pokémon Center to restore the energy of his recently participated Pokémon. After revitalizing his 2 Pokémon, Roya returned to his room and began to inquire about the rewards obtained from the recent sign-in battle against the water pipe. For the sign-in battle against the water pipe, you have received 2 potential enhancers and 800,000 alliance coins. The system disclosed the rewards upon Roya's inquiry. Potential enhancers? How rare. Roya was astonished to discover that potential enhancers could be obtained from such a location as the water pipe, his expression reflecting disbelief. The items acquired during sign-in are largely based on luck. Previously, you were simply unfortunate, the system retorted. Was it necessary to say it that way? Hearing the system speak like that, Roya felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead. The system's teasing immediately drained Roya of the desire to continue chatting with it. He just lay back on the bed and continued resting. The next day, Roya didn't rush to leave Vermilion City. Instead, he went to an abandoned train station, a place where, in the original story, May had traveled back decades into the past using a necklace. Roya still had a vivid memory of this and was very curious, so he decided to check it out. He left the Pokémon Center and, after asking for directions, soon arrived at the deserted station. Upon entering, Roya first noticed an elderly lady sitting on a long bench, seemingly waiting for someone. Roya, aware of the background of the situation, still approached her and asked, "Grandma, what are you doing here?" "I'm waiting for my husband." The old lady replied with a gentle smile upon seeing Roya. "And what is your name, young man?" she asked warmly, looking at him kindly. "My name is Roya," he replied. "Is that so? What a lovely name. You can just call me Grandma Aku." The old lady introduced herself. As Roya was about to continue speaking, the sound of a Squirtle's voice reached him. He stopped and looked toward the source, seeing a Squirtle running toward them. "Isn't that may Squirtle? Looks like Ash and the others have come to Vermilion City too." Roya immediately recognized it. Seeing the Squirtle approach, Roya laughed and patted its smooth head. "Long time no see, Squirtle. Do you know this kid?" the old lady asked. "It's my friend Squirtle," Roya replied. "I see." Grandma Aku nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Roya was about to continue, a clear voice called out from nearby, "Squirtle, where are you?" Roya immediately shouted to May, "Squirtle's here." Upon hearing this, May ran over and hugged Squirtle, then asked Roya, "Roya, what are you doing here?" "I was just taking a walk and ended up here," Roya explained with a smile. He then introduced Grandma Aku to May. "This is Grandma Aku." "Hello," May greeted politely. At that moment, the gloomy sky began to drizzle. Seeing the light rain, Grandma Aku said to Roya and May, "Since the rain isn't heavy yet, you should head back soon." "Yes," May responded, then asked, "But Grandma, what are you doing here?" "I'm waiting for the train from the city," Grandma Aku said, glancing toward the tunnel not far from the station. "Train?" May asked curiously. "This station is the train's terminus. The train will pass through that tunnel," Grandma Aku explained. This station before May could finish, Grandma Aku continued. "That person will come back, so I must wait." "That person?" May murmured curiously. "Grandma." Another voice called from the station entrance. Chapter 343. Longing across time too. Hearing the call, Roya and May turned toward the sound, and soon saw a little girl rushing over with an umbrella, calling Grandma. "Why are you here again?" "Kimiko, you're here." Grandma Aku smiled warmly upon seeing her. Through Grandma Aku's introduction, Roya and May got to know Kimiko. Kimiko then said, holding the umbrella, "Come on, Grandma, let us go home before you catch a cold." Hearing this, Grandma Aku looked again toward the tunnel, still seeing no train, and sighed with regret. "Looks like it won't be coming today." Grandma understanding the situation, Kimiko could only watch silently, as did Roya. Grandma Aku muttered to herself while leaving. It was raining heavily that day too. If only it had been snow. Curious about the story, May asked Kimiko, who then recounted the past of Grandma Aku. Long ago, Grandma Aku had worked in the town raising Pokémon eggs, and her husband, Ayu, helped her. They grew close over time and fell in love. However, one day, Ayu decided to leave the town to study advanced Pokémon egg care in the big city and invited Grandma Aku to come with him. But Grandma Aku didn't want to leave. She wanted a simple life raising Pokémon eggs there with Ayu. Seeing this, Ayu left alone, promising to return after obtaining his degree. On that rainy day, Ayu left her a letter and boarded the train, unaware that Grandma Aku was already pregnant. A year later, she received news of Ayu's death in an accident. but she refused to believe it, continuing to wait for him at the station every day, year after year, even as the station fell into disrepair. Hearing this, emotional May's eyes filled with tears, while Roa remained silent. Kimiko also told them about the tall scallion tree that used to attract many Volbeat and Iliumize during their mating dance, creating a beautiful glow the townspeople called the Light of Happiness. But when the tree died, the Pokémon no longer came, leaving Grandma Aku deeply saddened. After chatting for a while, Kimiko left in a hurry to take care of Grandma Aku. "Let us find that lost necklace," Roa said to May. Okay, May agreed, eager to do something for Grandma Aku. Following Roa's guidance, they found the necklace along a railway track. When Roa opened the necklace, it suddenly emitted a dazzling light, enveloping Roa, May, and Squirtle. When the light faded, they realized their surroundings had changed drastically, and a train was approaching. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Roya swiftly pulled Xiaoyao and Squirtle onto the platform, narrowly escaping disaster. However, they were not spared from the ire of the train station staff, who chastised them before expelling them from the premises. Shortly thereafter, the observant Xiaoyao noticed the verdant onion tree that Kumi had described earlier, now vividly present before her. With a tone of incredulity, she exclaimed, "This onion tree is. I believe we have traversed time and arrived in the past." Roya voiced his thoughts on the matter. Return to the past? Xiaoyao found it hard to believe. At that moment, a figure resembling Iong unexpectedly passed by Roya and Xiaoyao, making his way into the train station. Upon seeing him, Xiaoyao became convinced of their time-traveling predicament and hurriedly attempted to enter the station to persuade Iong, only to be thwarted by the staff. Subsequently, Roya employed a method from the original narrative, ascending in a hot air balloon to a considerable height. He then unleashed an ice beam upon the rain clouds above, creating a snowfall. With the collaboration of Xiaoyao's Squirtle and Roya's Milotic, the inclement rain transformed into a gentle snowfall, causing the train's departure to be temporarily delayed. Meanwhile, Aku, having received a letter from Iong, hastily pursued him and revealed her pregnancy. Upon learning this news, Iong was filled with joy, promptly abandoning his plans to head to the metropolis. After embracing Aku, the two departed the train station with smiles, returning to their home. Squirtle. Following Squirtle's lead, a swarm of fireflies and sweet fireflies emerged from the large tree, performing a courtship dance, which Roya and Xiaoyao were fortunate enough to witness, basking in the radiant glow of happiness. Xiaoyao then remarked upon the necklace in Roya's hand. "Perhaps it is Aku's longing that has summoned us here." Roya, smiling as he gazed at the necklace, concurred, "Indeed, it may very well be." Suddenly, the necklace shimmered once more with dazzling brilliance, transporting Roya and Xiaoyao back to the present, albeit with peculiar circumstances. The previously abandoned train station continued to operate, and the onion tree remained lush and thriving, leaving both Xiaoyao and the now enlightened Roya in a state of disbelief. Later, while hatching Pokémon eggs at the Pokémon Center, they encountered an elderly Iong and Aku. Xiaoyao was astounded by the sight, while Roya murmured with a smile, "This truly is a testament to the longing that transcends time." Chapter 344, Journey to Metal Island. After experiencing the events surrounding Aku alongside Xiaoyao in Shallow Red City, Roya soon faced a similar challenge as he battled against the water pipe with Ash. Nevertheless, he did not linger, continuing on his journey to conquer the frontier, with his next destination being the Battle Palace on Metal Island and its guardian, Yukong. The day after meeting Ash, Roya boarded a cruise ship in Shallow Red City, setting sail towards Metal Island. During the voyage, like in the original tale, Roya and Ash stopped briefly at a beautiful locale known as Vanilla Island. However, Roya opted not to tarry there, resting for just one night before resuming their journey to Metal Island the following day. After a lengthy maritime journey, Roya and the ship finally arrived at the island housing the 5th battle facility, the Battle Palace. Metal Island, situated adjacent to the renowned Twin Islands, differed from its counterpart by boasting lush forests instead of snow and ice, its natural beauty rivaling that of Vanilla Island. As was customary, Roya arrived at Metal Island in the afternoon. Following the flow of passengers disembarking from the ship, he made his way briskly to the Pokémon Center. Upon arriving, he promptly requested a room from Nurse Joy to serve as his lodging during his challenge at the Battle Palace. Just as he was about to head to his room, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire of Nurse Joy. "Excuse me, Nurse Joy, do you happen to know where the Battle Palace is located?" Being unfamiliar with the vastness of the island, he sought her guidance. "You must be looking to challenge Mr. Yukong," Nurse Joy surmised, her smile revealing her understanding of his intentions. Indeed, Roya nodded in affirmation. "The Battle Palace is situated in the center of this island, though he is not currently there," she informed him. Eager for more information, Roya pressed on. Then where is he? Mr. Yukong has recently been seen in the forest, she replied. In the forest? Roya echoed, intrigued. Yes, it is currently the time for the evolution of the Iron Shell Pokémon, and the Beedrills in the forest have become quite irritable, aggressively attacking any intruders. To prevent any mishaps, Mr. Yukong has gone into the forest, Nurse Joy explained with a warm smile. I see, Roya acknowledged, then continued, how can I find him? Leave that to me. I will notify him on your behalf. At that moment, Ashida entered the room, addressing Roya. Ah, Mr. Ashida, you're here as well, Roya remarked. Unfazed by his arrival. I figured you would be arriving about now. Ashida laughed heartily. Then I shall leave the matter of Mr. Yukong to you, Mr. Ashida, Roya said. Very well, I will escort you to the Battle Palace tomorrow, Ashida assured, patting his chest. The following morning, under Ashida's guidance, Roya arrived at a palace constructed from stacked stones, the fifth battle facility, the Battle Palace. Yukong, are you there? I have brought a challenger. Ashida called out as they reached the palace entrance. I am here, Ashida, came the reply, and an elderly gentleman with a long white beard emerged, leaning on a cane. Upon seeing Yukong, Roya stepped forward and introduced himself. Mr. Yukong, I am Roya from the Alola region, here to challenge the Battle Palace. Greetings, I am Yukong, the architect of the Battle Palace, and I accept your challenge, he replied after a brief glance at Roya. Let us commence the match. I am eager to begin. Roya proclaimed with a spirited tone. No problem. I shall give my all in this battle. Yukong narrowed his eyes, agreeing. Guided by Yukong, they proceeded to the battle arena within the palace, preparing to engage in the challenge of the battle facility. Allow me to explain the battle rules. This will be a 3-on-3 elimination format, with only the challenger permitted to substitute Pokémon. Ashida, stationed at the referee's stand, explained the rules to Roya. Understood, Roya nodded, indicating his readiness. Then I shall send forth my first Pokémon. Come forth, Sceptile, Yukong declared, releasing his first Pokémon, observing the approaching water pulse. A Sceptile. Pokémon, Sceptile type, Grass, Dark ability, Chlorophyll gender, Male level, 53 potential, Champion move, Grass Mixer, Blow Away, Absorb, Leaf Blade, Photosynthesis, Energy Ball, Shadow Clone, Shadow Ball. The cunning Shiftry, then on my side, is the fiery Blaziken. Roya also threw out his Pokeball, revealing a level 52 Blaziken, utilizing a Fire-type Pokémon for battle. It appears that Roya had prior knowledge of Yukong's strategy. Upon witnessing this scene, Ahita remarked, the match begins. Acting as the referee, Ahita immediately announced in a loud voice. Then I shall strike first. After exchanging words with Yukong, Roya commanded his Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. No sooner had Roya spoken than Blaziken opened its mouth, and a crimson pillar of flame erupted forth, aimed directly at Shiftry. Shadow Clone. Yukong remained unfazed by the approaching flamethrower and issued a command to Shiftry. Upon hearing Yukong's instruction, Shiftry promptly vanished from sight, evading the flamethrower attack, only to be followed by several clones surrounding Blaziken. Just as Shiftry had successfully created multiple clones, Yukong continued to direct, Shiftry, use Shadow Ball. In response to Yukong's command, both Shiftry and its shadow clones conjured purple-black energy spheres with their hands, launching them from all directions toward Blaziken, creating a perilous situation. Chapter 345, Battle against Yukong. Observing the incoming shadow balls, Roya quickly devised a counter-strategy and shouted, Blaziken, leap into the air and spin while using Flamethrower. Upon hearing Roya's command, Blaziken swiftly stomped its feet and leapt high into the air, effortlessly dodging the shadow balls. Then, while airborne, it executed a 360-degree spin, releasing Flamethrower, which swiftly obliterated all surrounding shadow clones, leaving only the real Shiftry unharmed. Shiftry used Dark Pulse. After evading the attack, Yukong continued to command Shiftry. Following Yukong's order, Shiftry unleashed a purple-black beam of energy from its hands, shooting directly toward Blaziken. Dodge with Quick Attack. Roya promptly instructed Blaziken. As soon as Roya's words left his mouth, Blaziken executed Quick Attack, vanishing from its previous position, allowing the Dark Pulse to strike the ground. Shortly thereafter, the previously vanished Blaziken reappeared on the opposite side, and at that moment, Roya commanded, Blaziken, unleash Overheat. With the acceleration from Quick Attack, Blaziken's Overheat move was extraordinarily swift. Enveloped in flames, it surged forward like a red lightning bolt, crashing into Shiftry and sending it flying, landing heavily on the ground. At this instant, Shiftry's eyes transformed into swirls, rendering it incapable of rising again. Thus, acting as the referee, Ahita immediately exclaimed, Shiftry has lost its ability to battle. Blaziken is the victor. Your prowess truly matches the rumors of your strength. Yukon remarked with a tone of admiration as he retrieved his defeated Shiftry into its Pokeball. Oh, Mr. Yukon, have you heard of me? Roya inquired with curiosity, also recalling Blaziken. I heard about you from Dala and the others. Yukon replied with a cheerful smile. I see. Roya realized, understanding Yukon's words. Without further ado, let us commence the next match. After saying this, Yukon produced his second Pokeball and addressed Roya. Absolutely. Roya also took out his second Pokeball, responding with a smile. Step 4th, Venusaur. After Yukon tossed his Pokeball, a level 55 Venusaur appeared on the battlefield. I entrust this battle to you, Dragapult. The Pokeball thrown into the air opened instantly, revealing Roya's Dragapult, boasting a formidable level of 59. Dragapult. The quasi-legendary of the Alola region, Ahita recognized Dragapult at a glance, murmuring to himself. It was no wonder, considering Ahita's family wielded considerable influence and was well informed about Alola's affairs. Dragapult used Flamethrower. To counter Venusaur's Grass-type advantage, Roya opted for Flamethrower as his opening move once more. A fierce and scorching pillar of fire erupted from Dragapult's mouth, hurtling toward Venusaur. Venusaur, defend. Yukon commanded immediately. A protective green barrier enveloped Venusaur's body, absorbing the impact of Flamethrower without inflicting any harm. Venusaur, use Vine Whip. Following this, Yukon issued an offensive command. Venusaur obeyed, launching several Vine Whips from its blooming flowers towards Dragapult. Dragapult, use Dragon Claw. Roya gestured emphatically, instructing Dragapult. Instantly, enormous claws formed from energy appeared on Dragapult's hands, swiping through the air and shattering Venusaur's Vine Whips one by one. Fire Punch. At this moment, Dragapult closed the distance and executed Fire Punch, striking Venusaur with its flaming fist, causing it to stagger back several steps. Venusaur, unleash Seed Bomb. Seeing Venusaur being pushed back, Yukon swiftly countered. Glowing green seeds erupted from Venusaur, launching toward Dragapult. Protect. In response to the incoming seed bombs, Roya commanded Dragapult. After using Protect to bolster its defenses, Dragapult withstood the seed bombs, which only left minor white marks on its scales without causing any significant damage. Dragapult, use Dragon Darts. Following Roya's command, Dragapult immediately charged toward Venusaur, ready to strike. We shall not concede. Venusaur, use Tackle. Under Yukon's directive, Venusaur mirrored Dragapult's move, launching itself forward for a clash. Yet, after a fierce exchange, it became evident that Dragapult had the upper hand, driving Venusaur back once more by several meters. Finish it, Dragapult. Use Dragon Pulse. Observing Venusaur's retreat. Complying with his command, Feraligatr fired a stream of purple venom from its underbelly, colliding with the incoming water pulse. Roya seized the opportunity and commanded Dragapult. Upon hearing Roya's order, Dragapult opened its mouth, unleashing a white dragon pulse that tore through the air and struck Venusaur directly. The impact resulted in a tremendous explosion, accompanied by a cloud of smoke that obscured the battlefield. As the dust settled, the once vibrant Venusaur lay collapsed on the ground, its eyes unwittingly spiraling into swirls, clearly indicating it had lost its ability to battle. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, Ahita promptly announced, Venusaur has lost its ability to battle. Dragapult is the victor. You did exceptionally well, Venusaur. Return and rest for a while. Yukon sighed as he retrieved Venusaur into its Pokeball. Excellent work, Dragapult. Now, I leave the next challenge to your partner. After praising the Drakazalt, Luoya recalled it back into its Pokeball. Next, it was time for my final Pokemon to make its appearance. Accompanied by Yukong throwing out his last Pokeball, the battle at the Battle Palace had reached its climax. Chapter 346, The Symbol of Spirit. This is my last Pokemon. Go Hypno. As Yukong released his final Pokeball, a dark-hued creature emerged before the onlookers. It was indeed Hypno. Pokemon, Hypno. Type, Rock, Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Level, 58. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Destruction Beam, Psychic, Teleport, Rapid Spin, Rock Tomb, Mirage Ray, Origin Force. I shall entrust you with this battle, Venusaur. Luoya then threw out his own Pokeball, and emerged was a Venusaur that had reached the pinnacle of its pre-champion form. This Venusaur is exceptionally well trained. Upon seeing Luoya's Venusaur, Yukong immediately complimented, as he too possessed a Venusaur. Thank you, Luoya replied with a smile. His expression then shifted to one of seriousness as he commanded Venusaur to engage in battle. Venusaur, unleash Seed Bomb. As Luoya's command resonated, Venusaur opened its mouth, releasing a multitude of green glowing seeds that surged towards Hypno. Hypno, use Mirage Ray. Yukong, witnessing the oncoming attack, promptly issued a command. With a glimmer of blue light emanating from Hypno's eyes, a blue wave materialized and seized control of the incoming seed bomb, subsequently reflecting it back towards Venusaur. Venusaur, employ Petal Dance. With the seed bombs rebounding, Luoya directed Venusaur to retaliate. At Luoya's command, countless pink petals cascaded from the blossoms on Venusaur's back, shattering the seed bombs and continuing their assault towards Hypno. Hypno, rapid spin. Yukong shouted urgently, and upon hearing his command, Hypno began to spin, transforming into a small whirlwind that deflected the incoming Petal Dance without sustaining any damage. Leaf Blade. Luoya continued to command Venusaur. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of green, blade-like leaves shot forth from the flowers, directed at Hypno. Useless. Hypno, create light wall. Following Yukong's command, a transparent barrier appeared before Hypno, successfully halting the leaf blade attack. Observing his attacks being thwarted one after another by Yukong, Luoya's brow furrowed in concern. After a moment's contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited within Luoya, and his expression relaxed as he called out, Venusaur, sweet scent. Following his directive, a pink powder infused with other colors wafted through the air, drifting towards Hypno. Upon seeing the sweet scent being deployed, Yukong did not pay it any mind and continued to command, Hypno, unleash Destruction Beam. However, just as Hypno prepared to strike, an unusual condition befell it. Is that paralysis? Yukong, with his wealth of experience, immediately discerned the change in Hypno's state. Could it be that the sweet scent caused this? After a moment of thought, he swiftly grasped the situation's reality. Indeed, Luoya acknowledged, nodding in agreement. What an extraordinary tactic! Yukong exclaimed, impressed. Now, for the final move. Given the battle was taking place in a garden, Luoya glanced at the bright sun overhead and declared, Solar Flare. At Luoya's command, Venusaur quickly absorbed sunlight and unleashed Solar Flare, striking Hypno, who was suspended in the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent it hurtling away. Observing Hypno's descent to the ground, its eyes now glazed over in a state of unconsciousness, Akiha promptly announced, Hypno has lost its ability to battle. Venusaur is victorious. Hence, the winner is Luoya. Well done, Hypno, Yukong remarked, retrieving Hypno into its Pokeball. After praising Venusaur, Luoya recalled it as well. At this moment, Yukong presented a golden coin-like object to Luoya, stating, This is the symbol of spirit, please accept it. Luoya graciously accepted it and replied, Thank you, Mr. Yukong. With your formidable strength, exceptional command, and superb tactics, you are truly deserving of this symbol of spirit. Upon hearing Luoya's words, Yukong stroked his beard with a smile, saying, Congratulations, Luoya, on securing your 5th battle facility. After completing his duties as a referee, Akiha approached Luoya. Now, only 2 battle facilities remain. Luoya nodded in agreement. The 6th battle facility is the Battle Tower, where the renowned brain of the frontier awaits, a formidable opponent indeed. Akiha remarked with amusement. I shall emerge victorious, Luoya declared confidently. Haha, the Battle Tower is located in Mu City. Make sure to give it your all. Akiha then provided Luoya with the address of the next battle facility. Understood. After learning of the next destination, Luoya bid farewell to Akiha and Yukong before departing the Battle Palace, returning to the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon stamina and collect his rewards. This time, upon signing in at the Battle Palace, he received a ability capsule and 1,000,000 League coins. The system reported the items acquired from the Battle Palace. Ability capsule. When used on a Pokémon possessing 2 abilities, it can change its ability to another one contained within the capsule. The system also explained the function of the ability capsule to Luoya. I see. Luoya quickly grasped the utility of the ability capsule. But as it was not immediately needed, he decided to store it within the system's space for the time being. On the following day, Luoya did not rush to leave Metal Island. Instead, he spent a day resting with his Pokémon before departing on the 3rd day. However, this time he chose not to take the ferry, but rode his Pidgeot to Twin Island, the same place where he had rescued Articuno during his journey in the Kanto region. Luoya was also eager to see if the previously encountered Articuno had returned and hoped to capture it, considering Articuno's striking appearance among the legendary birds. Having seen the majestic creature before, Luoya had developed this aspiration. Chapter 347. Farewell, Articuno. After acquiring the symbol of spirit on Metal Island and resting for a day, Luoya did not hastily proceed to the next battle facility. Instead, he made his way to Twin Island, eager to discover whether Articuno still resided there. I wonder if that Articuno is still around. Now arriving at Twin Island, Luoya strolled along the path, gazing at the snow-capped mountain at the island's center, murmuring to himself. With this thought in mind, Luoya quickened his pace, continuing toward the mountain. Along the way, he encountered several Pokémon but chose not to disturb them, opting instead to quietly pass by and forge ahead. Before long, Luoya arrived at the great snowy mountain on Twin Island, reaching the very spot where he had previously encountered Articuno. After Roa looked around the area, he didn't see the blue figure he had imagined. He continued searching, but there was still no sign of Articuno. It was then that Roa realized Articuno wasn't here at the moment. It must have gone to another snowy mountain. With a hint of regret, he began packing up the campsite to leave the mountain. Just as Roa was about to depart, a booming voice echoed through the skies, making him immediately stop in his tracks. He turned toward the source of the sound, his face lighting up with delight. In his sight, a blue figure was flying high in the sky, heading straight toward him. It was Articuno. In no time, Articuno flew down swiftly and landed near Roa, looking at him with a friendly gaze. Roa, equally excited, asked, "Are you the Articuno I met before?" Upon hearing Roa's words, Articuno looked at him, sensing the familiar aura, and let out a cry before nodding to confirm its identity. "I just searched here and didn't find you. I was about to leave, but I didn't expect you to come back at this moment," Roa said with a smile. After hearing Roa, Articuno let out several loud cries to convey its feelings. Roa quickly understood its meaning. From Articuno's explanation, he learned the truth. Ever since Team Rocket had discovered and attacked it here, Articuno had been rescued by Roa and his companions. But to avoid Team Rocket returning, it left Twin Island and went to other snowy mountains. However, it occasionally returned to Twin Island for a few days, anticipating that Roa might come looking for it again. Roa, understanding the situation, exclaimed, "I see." Then he remembered the reason for coming here and asked, "Articuno, would you like to become my partner?" Articuno gazed at Roa, thought for a moment, and then let out a cry to express its answer. "You mean, to catch you, I need the strength to defeat you, right?" Roa asked, translating Articuno's meaning while filled with excitement. Once Articuno confirmed, Roa's joy surged. "Then I will definitely catch you, Articuno." Upon hearing this, Articuno immediately assumed a battle stance and focused intently on Roa, ready to fight. Roa checked Articuno's level. It had reached level 74. Roa then threw a Pokeball, summoning his Zeraora, which, aided by the electric-type crystals, had reached level 78. As Zeraora appeared, its eyes locked on Articuno, and Articuno, sensing Zeraora's power, also stared intently back. The atmosphere was tense. Unable to hold back, Articuno attacked first, shooting a chilling blue beam, its signature ice beam, toward Zeraora. "Zeraora, Thunderbolt," Roa commanded immediately. A golden lightning bolt surged from Zeraora, colliding with Articuno's ice beam. The two attacks clashed in midair before dissipating. Seeing that the first attack didn't succeed, Articuno used Drill Peck, its beak glowing white, charging at Zeraora. Roa wasn't about to be outdone. "Zeraora, use extreme speed." Zeraora vanished instantly, leaving Articuno swinging at empty air, then reappeared behind it. "Thunderbolt." Zeraora unleashed a fully charged Thunderbolt at Articuno, but Articuno evaded with extreme speed. Articuno then flapped its blue wings, whipping up a blizzard and lunging at Zeraora on the ground. "Defend," Roa shouted. Zeraora, following Roa's command, formed a pale green shield around itself, blocking the blizzard attack without taking any damage. Just as Roa was about to command another attack, Articuno suddenly landed near him and let out a cry. "Do you mean Zeraora's power is already enough, so we don't need to fight?" Roa asked. Articuno nodded in response. Roa, overjoyed, asked, "So you're willing to become my partner?" Articuno nodded again. Ecstatic, Roa took out a luxury ball and caught Articuno without any struggle. With that, he had successfully added another legendary Pokémon to his team. After the excitement, Roa, having accomplished his purpose on Twin Island, was about to leave when he noticed several people ahead, talking among themselves and gradually approaching. Chapter 348, Team Rocket's Ambush. After catching Articuno, Roa saw several people moving toward his location. He quickly hid in a secluded spot to observe and see what would happen. After a short wait, the group came closer, and Roa realized they were dressed in black uniforms with a red R emblem. Team Rocket members. Leading them was none other than Lance, whom Roa had faced several times before in the Kanto region. "So this is where Articuno appeared?" Lance frowned, memories of past failures crossing his mind. "Yes, Commander Lance," one Team Rocket grunt reported. "Articuno returns here periodically." "I see," Lance said, scanning the area for any sign of Articuno, likely attempting to capture it after previous failures. Roa stepped out from hiding, teasing, "So, Lance, what are you waiting for? Who is there? Lance demanded. Seeing Roa, his expression darkened. Roa, it's you. Yes. It's me again. Didn't he expect that, did you? Roa said with a smile. This time, I won't let you escape. Lance shouted. He threw a pokeball. And a level 66 Houndoom appeared in front of Roa. Roa gazed at the prowess of Black Houndoom, then addressed Lance. I never imagined that after such a long time apart, your strength remains largely unchanged. How infuriating. Stung by Roya's words, Lance gritted his teeth in response. Very well, I shall leave this to you, Blazing Roaring Tiger. With that, Roya summoned his own Blazing Roaring Tiger. Black Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Upon witnessing Roya's Blazing Roaring Tiger, Lance commanded Black Houndoom to attack. Immediately, Black Houndoom opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, and released a torrent of flames towards the Blazing Roaring Tiger. As the flames surged menacingly, Roya shouted to his Blazing Roaring Tiger, Slice. Following Roya's command, the Blazing Roaring Tiger's paw gleamed with a radiant white light. And with a powerful slash, it dispersed Black Houndoom's flames without sustaining any damage. Black Houndoom used Bite. Realizing his first strategy had failed, Lance swiftly initiated a second attack. At Lance's command, Black Houndoom charged toward the Blazing Roaring Tiger, aiming to inflict harm with its sharp fangs. Blazing Roaring Tiger, employ DD Golden Hook. Observing the imminent threat, Roya immediately instructed his Blazing Roaring Tiger. Hearing his words, the Blazing Roaring Tiger extended its arm, spinning rapidly, and sent Black Houndoom hurtling away. Thunder Punch. Seizing the opportunity presented by Black Houndoom's flight, Roya commanded the Blazing Roaring Tiger. It swiftly pursued, its electrified right arm crashing down upon Black Houndoom, sending it crashing to the ground and creating a significant crater. Inside the crater, Black Houndoom's eyes glazed over, resembling those of a dazed insect. It had lost consciousness and could no longer continue the battle. You insufferable wretch. Lance seethed as he begrudgingly recalled Black Houndoom into its Pokeball. Go, Weezing. Subsequently, Lance unleashed his level 64 Weezing, determined to exact revenge on Roya. Weezing, use Smog. Lance promptly directed Weezing. A cloud of purple smoke billowed forth from Weezing's mouth, rapidly spreading toward the Blazing Roaring Tiger. Fearow, summon Hurricane. Observing the encroaching toxic fog, Roya called forth Fearow, with a powerful flap of its wings. Fearow conjured a storm that blew away the toxic haze, allowing the Blazing Roaring Tiger to retreat and rest beside Roya, taking on a protective role. Toxic Spit. With another command from Lance, Weezing unleashed a stream of purple venom aimed at Fearow. Air Slash. Roya swiftly gestured, instructing Fearow. Responding to his command, a series of white wind blades formed beneath Fearow's wings and surged toward the incoming toxic venom, shattering it and scattering the remnants upon the ground. Weezing, use Flamethrower. Following this, Weezing expelled a searing flame, just as Lance had ordered, hurtling it toward Fearow. Fearow, move at high speed. Spotting the approaching flames, Roya immediately commanded Fearow. In an instant, Fearow vanished from its original position, leaving behind only an afterimage that was struck by the flames, which then dissipated into the air. Lightning Bolt. Subsequently, under Roya's guidance, Fearow transformed into a streak of white light, darting toward Weezing below. Upon impact, it sent Weezing hurtling a considerable distance away. Bolt Tackle. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit on Fearow, Lance urged Weezing onward. A golden bolt of lightning erupted from Weezing, tearing through the air as it charged toward Fearow. Shadow Clone. Fearow, following Roya's command, first evaded the position struck by the Volt Tackle, then swiftly created several clones, momentarily bewildering Weezing as it struggled to discern the real one. Fearow, use Aerial Ace. With a swift motion, Fearow's multiple forms executed the Aerial Ace technique, striking Weezing, who was still attempting to identify the genuine target, and sending it flying. As Weezing struggled to regain its balance, Roya pressed the advantage yet again. This time, Fearow obeyed Roya's command and unleashed a devastating Hyper Beam. A thick, orange beam erupted from Fearow's beak, crashing into Weezing and triggering a violent explosion that left it sprawled on the ground, unconscious. You worthless creature. Lance could only curse as he recalled Weezing, then retrieved another Pokeball, throwing it forth, revealing his ace Pokemon. Chapter 349, Retreat. Crush It, Crobat. After losing 2 Pokemon in rapid succession to Roya, Lance's expression darkened further. He coldly produced his next Pokemon, which also happened to be his ace, the Crobat. Pokemon, Crobat. Type, Poison, Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Level, 68. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Supersonic, Cross Poison, Toxic Spit, Air Slash, Odd Light, high-speed movement, high-speed star. Return, Fearow. Observing the level of Crobat facing Fearow, Roya produced his next Pokeball, releasing the ultimate beast, Paper Sword, which he had captured within the ultimate cave, appearing before Crobat. Though Lance was unfamiliar with Roya's Paper Sword, his desire to defeat Roya compelled him to launch an attack. Crobat, use Toxic Spit. At Lance's command, Crobat opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of purple venom toward Paper Sword. Paper Sword, execute Iato. Roya swiftly reacted, waving his hand as he directed Paper Sword to counter the oncoming toxic assault. In an instant, Paper Sword's blade-like arms glimmered with a brilliant white light, and with a mere flick, it transformed into a blade of light, shattering the incoming toxic spit and continuing its advance toward Crobat. Not good. Use high-speed movement. In a moment of urgency, Lance instructed Crobat to evade, narrowly escaping the strike of Paper Sword's Iato. Crobat, unleash Air Slash. After dodging the previous attack, Lance, unwilling to concede, initiated another offensive. As Crobat flapped its wings, it conjured several white wind blades, directing them toward Paper Sword. Paper Sword, perform continuous slash. Observing the oncoming attack, Roya immediately commanded Paper Sword. Following Roya's directive, Paper Sword swung its shimmering white arms repeatedly, effortlessly dismantling the advancing air slash, the entire process appearing effortless and causing minimal inconvenience to Paper Sword. Now it's my turn. Paper Sword, execute Blade Leaf. After neutralizing Lance's assault, Roya swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, ordering Paper Sword to attack Crobat. As soon as Roya's words echoed, Paper Sword's arms radiated a vibrant green light, transforming into sharp blades as it lunged toward Crobat with ferocity. High-speed movement. Witnessing the imminent danger posed by Paper Sword, Lance immediately commanded Crobat to evade. With a gentle flap of its wings, Crobat took flight, narrowly avoiding Paper Sword's attack. Cross Poison. After deftly evading the assault of the Paper Sword, Lance immediately launched a counterattack. The wings of the cross-shaped bat glimmered with a layer of purple light, propelling itself towards the Paper Sword, intent on utilizing its cross-poison blade to vanquish its adversary. Paper Sword, wield the Holy Blade. Upon witnessing the cross-shaped bat's approach from behind, Roya shouted towards the Paper Sword. Hearing Roya's urgent call, the Paper Sword swiftly turned around, transforming its arm, imbued with a radiant white light, into a blade, and struck fiercely at the cross-shaped bat. The Holy Blade technique of the Paper Sword struck true, sending the ambushing cross-shaped bat hurtling away. Continuous slash. Observing the cross-shaped bat in mid-flight, Roya seized the opportunity and commanded the Paper Sword. Following Roya's directive, the Paper Sword rushed forward, relentlessly swinging its arm, akin to a blade, landing blows upon the cross-shaped bat. With the final strike, it sent the bat crashing down from the air, rendering it unconscious upon the ground. Damn it! Lance, witnessing the cross-shaped bat's defeat once more, could only grit his teeth in frustration, casting a fierce glare at the minions behind him. Why are you still standing there? Charge at them. Upon hearing Lance's command, the minions of the Rocket Team exchanged glances and summoned their Pokémon, such as Zubat and Arbok, launching an assault towards Roya and the Paper Sword. Paper Sword, Leaf Blade. Upon seeing the swarm of approaching Pokémon, Roya promptly issued a command to the Paper Sword. Consequently, a flurry of blades formed from green leaves surged forth under the Paper Sword's command, obliterating the oncoming Pokémon, each one collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. A bunch of useless fools. Observing his ineffectual minions, Lance's expression hardened as he spoke curtly. He then turned his gaze towards Roya, glaring at him with malice, and threatened. We, the Rocket Team, will not let you off the hook for repeatedly interfering with our affairs. Then come and try? I am eager to witness the strength of your team, Roya retorted dismissively, unperturbed by Lance's threats, for he had the presence of two legendary Pokémon by his side, rendering the Rocket Team's menace insignificant. Faced with Roya's indifference, Lance had no choice but to retreat swiftly with his minions. However, Roya did not pursue them, knowing that the Rocket Team had ample means of escape, thus deeming it unnecessary to expend energy on the chase. As he watched Lance's group vanish from sight, Roya relaxed and reflected, I never expected to encounter the Rocket Team again upon returning to the Kanto region. Truly, such is fate. After a moment of contemplation, Roya took a final glance at his surroundings, committing them to memory before departing from the snow-capped mountain, leaving Twin Island behind, and preparing to continue his journey towards the battle tower. Having accomplished his objective, lingering here served no purpose, thus he made his exit. Upon leaving Twin Island, Roya first returned to Metal Island, resting overnight at the Pokémon Center. The following day, guided by his phone's navigation and Ishida's prior instructions. He set forth to challenge the 6th battle facility, located in the town of Mimosa. Chapter 350. The Battle Sovereign. Lila makes her entrance. I am almost at the battle tower. Just a little further to go, Roya mused as he traversed a dense forest, glancing at the battle tower visible in the distance. After thwarting the rocket team's conspiracy on Twin Island, he continued on his journey towards the battle tower. After several days of travel, Roya finally arrived at the town of Mimosa, as Ashida had indicated. According to Miss Joy from the town, the battle tower was nestled in the forest on the town's outskirts. Thus, after resting for the night at the Pokémon Center, Roya ventured into the forest surrounding the town the next day. While walking along a narrow path in the woods, a familiar buzzing sound suddenly emanated from above. This sound was one that Roya was well acquainted with, a sound familiar to every trainer. It was the sound of a bee drill. Just as Roya anticipated, upon lifting his gaze, he spotted a level 25 bee drill hovering overhead, eyeing him with a wary and vigilant glare. Bee drill. Upon sighting the bee drill, Roya promptly retrieved a Pokeball and threw it, releasing the Electabuzz he had previously captured. Upon seeing the Electabuzz, the bee drill's initially cautious demeanor transformed into aggression, its stingers raised as it lunged towards the Electabuzz. Not willing to let the bee drill attack go unchecked, Roya commanded, "Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt." A bolt of golden electricity shot forth from the Electabuzz, striking the charging bee drill and landing a direct hit. The bee drill, struck by the electric current, plummeted from the sky but did not lose its fighting spirit. Instead, it struggled to regain its footing and continued to charge at the Electabuzz, stingers poised. What is this bee drill's deal? Although Roya was intrigued by the bee drill's tenacity in not fleeing, he continued to issue commands to the Electabuzz. Electabuzz, unleash Volt Tackle. Just as the golden electricity was about to be released from the Electabuzz, a slender figure appeared between the two Pokémon, arms outstretched, halting their confrontation. Stop! Roya, taken aback by the sudden appearance, quickly ordered the Electabuzz to cease its attack and turned to the figure, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Very well, I shall leave this to you, blazing roaring tiger." The figure paid no heed to Roya's question but addressed the bee drill. "Bee drill, I know you're upset. Calm down. I will handle this from here." Under the figure's soothing words, the once agitated bee drill gradually settled down, refraining from further aggression towards Roya. After pacifying the bee drill, the figure turned around, revealing a girl with short lavender hair, who then said to Roya, "I apologize. The bee drill was merely trying to protect its family from perceived harm." As her words concluded, the bee drill flew to a nearby tree, which was home to another bee drill and 3 caterpies. Understanding the girl's intent, Roya recalled his Electabuzz and replied, "I also bear some responsibility. I intruded upon their family." With the misunderstanding resolved, the matter came to a close. Under the guidance of the lavender-haired girl, the animosity between Roya and the bee drill dissipated, allowing the bee drill to return to its family while Roya walked alongside the girl. "My name is Lila, and I live here." The lavender-haired girl introduced herself to Roya. "So you are the battle sovereign Lila." Upon recognizing her identity from her introduction, Roya instantly realized she was Lila, the mastermind behind the battle tower. Indeed, Lila confirmed with a nod upon hearing Roya's recognition, and continued, "Are you perhaps here to challenge the battle frontier?" Upon hearing Lila's inquiry, Roya promptly nodded and replied, "I am Roya, hailing from the Alola region, and I have come here to challenge the battle tower." "Oh, so you are the renowned Roya. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you," Lila responded, having previously heard of Roya's name. And she confided in him with a hint of secrecy. "I presume Mr. Yukon and the others spoke of you?" Roya affirmed with certainty. "Indeed," Lila nodded. "By the way, Miss Lila, were you conversing with your Pokémon just now?" Roya suddenly recalled Lila's earlier interaction with a bee drill and inquired. "Not quite. I can merely comprehend their thoughts. But I am unable to engage in conversation with them," Lila explained, a trace of regret evident in her tone. "Even that ability is quite impressive." Roya expressed his admiration for Lila, noticing the wistfulness in her words, and offered her comfort. "Thank you," Lila said, feeling uplifted by Roya's words. "No need for thanks," Roya replied with a smile. Now in better spirits, Lila addressed Roya. "Since you are here to challenge the battle tower, allow me to accompany you there." "All right, thank you." With that, Roya followed Lila's lead, and together they arrived at the 6th battle facility, the battle tower. Inside the battle tower, under Lila's introduction, Roya met the referee, Xiaozheng. Upon learning that Roya was about to challenge the battle tower, Xiaozheng hastily prepared for his duties and led Roya and Lila to the battle arena, ready to embark on the upcoming challenge. Once Roya and Lila took their respective positions on the battlefield, Xiaozheng promptly announced the rules of the match. "Now, We shall witness a battle between Roya from the Alola region and Lila, the brain of the battle tower. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon, and victory is awarded to the team whose Pokémon are all rendered incapable of battle. After declaring the rules, Lila, as the brain, immediately sent forth her first Pokémon. Upon releasing her Pokeball, a figure emerged from the crimson light. Chapter 351. The battle with Lila. As the referee Xiao Zheng proclaimed the rules of the battle tower match, Lila swiftly threw her Pokeball, revealing her first Pokémon. A yellow figure, her initial choice, Hypno. Pokémon, Hypno-type, Psychic ability, Synchronized gender, male level, 56 qualification, champion moves, Confusion, Hypnosis, Psybeam, Teleport, Reflect, Psycho Cut, Recover, Force Palm. Upon discerning Hypno's attributes, Roya promptly retrieved one of his own Pokeballs and threw it, exclaiming, "I entrust this battle to you, Sceptile." As the crimson light from Roya's Pokeball faded, Sceptile emerged, confronting Hypno. Sceptile unleashed Seed Bomb. As the challenger, Roya initiated the assault immediately after summoning Sceptile. Under Roya's command, countless luminescent green seeds erupted from Sceptile's mouth, hurtling towards Hypno. Hypno, Psybeam. Lila, without vocalizing her command, silently directed Hypno through telepathy. Sensing the command, Hypno's eyes gleamed with a brilliant blue light, and a Psybeam manifested, halting Sceptile's Seed Bomb mid-flight before reflecting it back. "Sceptile, use Quick Attack," Roya shouted urgently. Sceptile transformed into a streak of white lightning, vanishing from its original position, allowing the Seed Bomb to strike the ground instead. As Sceptile executed Quick Attack, it rapidly closed in on Hypno, preparing for an offensive maneuver. Teleport. Just as Sceptile was about to strike, Hypno, under Lila's silent guidance, activated Teleport and vanished from its spot, evading the impending blow. When Hypno reappeared, it materialized behind Sceptile, prompting Lila to suddenly call out, "Hypno, use Psychic." Upon hearing Lila's command, Hypno's eyes shimmered with a blue radiance, and an intense wave of psychic energy surged towards Sceptile. The powerful impact forced the unsuspecting Sceptile back several steps before it regained its footing, its gaze fixated on Hypno, the tension in the air escalating. Roya, glancing at Lila, could not help but mutter, "Battling against Psychic-type Pokémon is such a hassle." Nevertheless, he swiftly resumed issuing commands to Sceptile. "Sceptile, Leaf Blade." Upon hearing Roya's call, Sceptile's arms extended, forming blades of energy, as it charged towards Hypno while swinging them fiercely. Force Palm. Lila did not opt for evasion. Instead, she directed Hypno to retaliate with Force Palm. Thus began an intense clash between Hypno's glowing white fist and Sceptile's Leaf Blade. However, as Sceptile gradually exerted more force, it managed to send Hypno flying. Sceptile unleashed Dragon Pulse. Observing Hypno being propelled backward, Roya immediately commanded Sceptile. Just as his words left his mouth, a white beam shot forth from Sceptile's mouth, hurtling towards Hypno. Teleport. Following Lila's instruction, Hypno vanished once more, evading the Dragon Pulse that struck nothing but air, only to reappear behind Sceptile. "Sceptile, use Leaf Storm." Spotting Hypno's location, Roya shouted. Without turning around, Sceptile unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp leaves from its elongated tail, each blade striking Hypno as it materialized, relentlessly attacking it. As the Leaf Storm subsided, Hypno's battered form was revealed, prompting Lila to immediately command, "Recover." Witnessing the white light enveloping Hypno, Roya understood it was the move Recover, and swiftly commanded Sceptile, "Dragon Pulse." A beam of white light erupted from Sceptile's mouth, striking Hypno before it could evade. The tremendous force, coupled with the explosive impact, sent Hypno hurtling through the air, ultimately crashing to the ground, unconscious. Hypno is unable to battle. Sceptile is the victor. Referee Xiao Zheng promptly announced the outcome of the first round. "Well done, Hypno," Lila said, retrieving her fallen Pokémon into its Pokeball. She then produced her second Pokeball and tossed it, summoning a level 57 Metagross onto the field. Observing Sceptile, now weary and panting, Roya recalled it and released his Blaziken to join the fray. As Blaziken entered the arena, Roya immediately commanded, "Blaziken, use Force Palm." Following Roya's instruction, Blaziken dashed towards Metagross, delivering a powerful punch radiating white light. "Metagross, use Iron Defense." Lila, witnessing the approaching Blaziken, swiftly instructed Metagross. A gleaming white aura enveloped Metagross, bolstering its defenses, allowing it to withstand Blaziken's strike without sustaining any harm. Upon witnessing the futility of its assault, the Blaziken promptly leapt back to Roy's side, maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the Metagross. At this moment, Roy issued a command, "Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower." With Roy's command ringing in the air, a searing torrent of flame erupted from Blaziken's mouth, transforming into a blazing pillar that surged toward Metagross. Psybeam. However, the fiery onslaught was swiftly ensnared by Metagross's Psybeam, which then rebounded back towards Blaziken. Energy Ball. Seizing the opportunity, Roy instructed Blaziken to entwine itself with the returning flames, leveraging their force to execute an energy ball and continue the assault on Metagross. Unyielding, Metagross retaliated under Lila's direction, launching a meteor mash towards the advancing Blaziken. The meteor mash collided with the energy ball, resulting in a brief stalemate before both forces retreated amidst a cacophony of explosions. As the retreating Metagross received Lila's command, Metagross utilized Psybeam. The colossal X emblazoned on its forehead gleamed brilliantly, sending forth a blue wave aimed at Blaziken. Observing this, Roy immediately commanded, Blaziken, use quick attack. In an instant, Blaziken vanished from its original position, evading Metagross's strike. Seizing the moment, Blaziken initiated its counteroffensive, responding to Roy's call with renewed vigor. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. Upon reappearing on the opposite flank of Metagross, Blaziken opened its mouth wide, unleashing a crimson pillar of fire directed at its adversary. Seeing the blazing inferno hurtling towards them, Lila swiftly commanded Metagross, Meteor Mash. At her behest, Metagross's arm radiated with a brilliant white light before it swung forcefully, shattering the flamethrower without inflicting any significant damage. Utilize high-speed movement. Recognizing that their successive attacks had been thwarted, Roy sought victory through Blaziken's swiftness, instructing it to employ high-speed movement. Consequently, Blaziken obeyed, darting across the battlefield with astonishing speed, incessantly harassing Metagross and rendering it unable to lock onto its target. As Metagross grew weary from the relentless pursuit, a fleeting opening presented itself. Roy seized the opportunity, shouting, Blaziken, execute Blaze Kick. Just as Roy's words fell from his lips, Blaziken ignited in a fierce blaze, enveloping itself in flames before propelling forward with astonishing velocity, striking Metagross with the force of a crimson thunderbolt. The impact sent Metagross hurtling backward, crashing against the iron wall before collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Metagross is unable to battle. Blaziken is victorious. The referee promptly announced the outcome. Following the conclusion of the second round, Lila recalled her incapacitated Metagross, while Roy retrieved his fatigued Blaziken, both trainers producing their third Pokeballs. Lila was the first to release her Pokémon, revealing a Solrock. Pokémon, Solrock type, psychic ability, levitate gender, female level, 59 potential, champion moves, confusion, tackle, psychic, Psyshock, Psybeam. Cosmic power, solar beam, reflect. Now, with Solrock on the field, I shall summon my own Charizard, Roy declared, releasing his level 60 Charizard into the fray. Upon its entrance, Roy immediately commanded, Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. With a fierce roar, Charizard expelled a torrent of flame, hurtling towards Solrock. As the fiery assault approached, Lila swiftly instructed Solrock, utilize Psybeam. Solrock's eyes gleamed with a blue luminescence, conjuring a white wave that ensnared the incoming flames. Charizard, amplify your power. Noticing the flames suspended in midair, Roy commanded Charizard to intensify its fiery output. Responding to Roy's directive, Charizard augmented the flames, quickly overpowering the Psybeam's grip and continuing its assault on Solrock. Solrock, erect light screen. In a moment of urgency, Lila commanded Solrock to create a barrier. Just in the nick of time, Solrock materialized a translucent wall of light, intercepting the flamethrower and mitigating the damage. Solrock, use Shadow Ball. Following the successful defense, Lila initiated her offensive. Solrock began to gather energy at its mouth, forming a dark purple sphere that soared towards Charizard under its command. Seeing this, Roy immediately directed Charizard, Dragon Breath. With Roy's command, Charizard unleashed a Crimson Beam, colliding with the incoming Shadow Ball. The two moves clashed, resulting in a thunderous explosion that dissipated both attacks in the air. Flame Vortex. At this juncture, Roy launched a new offensive with Charizard. A torrent of flames erupted from Charizard's mouth, surging towards Solrock, the intense heat causing the temperature in the arena to escalate dramatically. Solrock, use Psychic. Faced with the oncoming inferno, Lila countered with her own attack. As Solrock's eyes, along with the gem on its forehead, glowed with power, a blue wave emerged to intercept the flame vortex, using its formidable psychic abilities to push it back. Employ Inferno. Observing the flames being repelled, Roy commanded Charizard. Just as Roy's words left his lips, Charizard let out a deafening roar. gathering immense fire energy to form a colossal red energy sphere, radiating intense heat that scorched everything in its vicinity. Under Charizard's guidance, the fiery sphere surged towards Solrock, accompanied by the previously deflected flame vortex, both moves converging to strike Solrock. Solrock, use Psyshock. Lila's expression turned grave as she recognized the impending threat, urging Solrock into action. As Solrock unleashed Psyshock, a blue wave clashed with the approaching fireball. However, after a brief struggle, Psyshock was overwhelmed, hurtling towards Solrock. Before long, Solrock found itself unable to evade in time, succumbing to the fireball's impact. After enduring the scorching assault, an explosion ensued, sending shockwaves that propelled Solrock away. Crashing heavily to the ground, its eyes now glazed over. Solrock is unable to battle. Charizard is victorious. Thus, the final winner was declared to be Roy. The referee announced the result with authority. You've performed admirably, Solrock, Lila remarked as she recalled her unconscious Pokémon. Roy, in turn, praised Charizard before also withdrawing it. After completing 3 rounds of battles, Lila approached Roya with a smile and remarked, "Your perfect synergy with your Pokémon, connecting heart to heart, truly leaves me in awe." "Thank you, Lila," Roya replied with a mere smile. "This is a symbol of capability, a testament to your victory over me. Please accept it." After finishing her words, Lila accepted the badge handed over by Xiao Zheng and presented it to Roya. "Thank you," Roya said, smiling as he accepted this emblem of prowess. Just as Roya was preparing to depart, he noticed a figure rushing toward them. Chapter 353. The final battle facility. Upon defeating the Battle Tower's leader, the Battle Queen Lila, Roya received his 6th emblem, a symbol of capability, from her. After obtaining the emblem and bidding farewell to Lila, as he prepared to leave the battle tower, he was suddenly intercepted by a rotund figure. Upon being halted, Roya turned to see that it was indeed Ashida, prompting him to exclaim, "I wondered who it could be." "It's you, Mr. Ashida." "Indeed, it is I," Ashida replied with a cheerful grin. "You're quite late this time." Roya chuckled at Ashida. "So, you've managed to defeat Lila and acquired the emblem of capability." At this, Ashida raised his sunglasses, gazing at Roya in disbelief. "Indeed," Roya nodded. "I never imagined you would defeat Lila. Her strength is formidable among all the battle leaders, truly astonishing." Ashida expressed his amazement upon receiving Roya's confirmation. "Lila is indeed powerful. It took quite an arduous battle for me to emerge victorious," Roya admitted, recalling the challenges posed by Lila's psychic-type Pokémon. "I believe if Lila knew her strength had earned your recognition, it would surely bring her joy." Ashida laughed heartily in response. After sharing some light-hearted banter with Ashida, Roya suddenly remembered that he was about to challenge the final battle facility, yet was unaware of its location. Therefore, he inquired, "Mr. Ashida, having acquired 6 emblems from the frontier, could you kindly inform me where the final battle facility is located? Since you've reached this point, I'll send you the location of the 7th battle facility," Ashida replied, taking out his phone and operating it for a moment. Subsequently, Roya received a message from Ashida. "This is it," Roya said, looking at the location displayed on his phone, forming a guess in his mind as he turned to Ashida and asked, "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed, this is the location of the final battle facility, the Battle Pyramid, situated near Nibi City," Ashida confirmed with a smile. Now, Roya quickly seized upon the keyword and inquired further. "It seems you've caught on," Ashida responded cheerfully. "Is there any particular significance to this?" Roya probed. Unlike other battle leaders, the pharaoh of the Battle Pyramid is an aficionado of various historical relics, often appearing in places of archaeological significance, which is why the location of the 7th facility is ever-changing, Ashida elaborated. "I see," Roya comprehended at once. With that, Roya summoned his own blazing roaring tiger. "Then I shall head toward Nibi City without delay." Having learned that the pharaoh would be near Nibi City, Roya solidified his travel plans. "Make sure to give it your all. I will inform the pharaoh in advance to ensure he doesn't leave," Ashida added, a smile gracing his face as he saw Roya preparing to embark on his journey to challenge the final battle facility. "Thank you very much, Mr. Ashida." After bidding farewell to Ashida, Roya set off alone, making his way back to the Pokémon Center in Mimos Town, where he booked a room to rest. Subsequently, after replenishing his supplies in Mimos Town, Roya returned to his room to recuperate, during which he began to inquire about the items he had received from signing in at the Battle Tower. "What rewards did I receive from today's sign-in at the Battle Tower?" Roya silently questioned the system. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Metagross Mega Stone, 5 luxury balls, and 800,000 League coins from signing in at the Battle Tower," the system informed him. "A Mega Stone for Metagross. I must find a way to obtain a Metagross. Roya mused on how to acquire one, knowing full well that they were exceedingly rare, making it quite a challenge even for someone in his current position. While deep in thought about how to obtain a Metagross, Roya suddenly recalled that near the city of Chiho in the Sinnoh region, there was a shiny Metagross. He clapped his hands, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten about that?" With the idea of capturing the shiny Metagross in Chiho firmly in mind, he resolved that after completing the 7th battle facility in the Kanto region, he would set off to capture that Metagross. Having concluded his reflections, Roya contentedly resumed his rest, spending the remainder of the day within the Pokémon Center, refraining from venturing outside. The following morning, Roya departed from Mimos Town, making his way toward the vicinity of Nibi City to complete the final challenge of the battle frontier. However, just as he exited Mimos Town, he encountered Ash, May, Brock, and Max, who had just arrived. "Long time no see, everyone." Roya greeted them with a wave. "Long time no see, Roya?" Ash and the others exclaimed, their faces lighting up upon seeing him. Ash, the most enthusiastic among them, proudly showcased the 5 emblems he had earned from defeating the Frontier Brain, his expression radiating pride. "But I've already collected 6 emblems," Roya stated, not indulging Ash's excitement. He promptly retrieved his storage box and displayed the 6 emblems he had acquired for Ash to see. Ash was momentarily stunned upon seeing Roya's emblems, then quickly became eager to obtain a 6th emblem himself. Ultimately, it was only with Brock and the others urging that Ash refrained from rushing to challenge the battle tower, deciding instead to rest at the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, Roya needed to continue his journey to the final battle facility, so he bid farewell to Ash and the others, resuming his path toward Nibi City to challenge the last battle facility. Ash, witnessing Roya's pursuit of the final battle facility, wore an expression full of envy, while Roya stepped onto his journey amidst that envious gaze. Chapter 354, Arrival at the Battle Pyramid. After completing the Battle Tower Challenge, Roya hastened his pace to reach the Battle Pyramid as swiftly as possible, utilizing various modes of transportation to quickly arrive at Nibi City. However, he did not linger in Nibi City for long. After confirming the location of the Battle Pyramid, he pressed onward without delay. As Roya departed Nibi City and traversed a tranquil forest, he beheld a colossal pyramid-shaped structure standing majestically amidst the trees. The towering black edifice prompted Roya to involuntarily give it a thumbs up, and he was not alone in this admiration. "That must be the Battle Pyramid. It's truly magnificent," Roya exclaimed as he gazed at the towering structure, praising it repeatedly. "Of course. You should know, I paid quite a price to build this," Asita said. Just then, without Roya noticing, Asita appeared beside him. "For someone rich like you, this shouldn't be a problem, right?" Roya smiled. "Rich people, let us be friends." "Sure. As long as you agree to become the brain of exploration," Asita extended an olive branch, inviting him. Roya immediately declined. "I think I'll pass. Personally, I prefer traveling around the world." "I see," Asita replied with a hint of regret. "If you ever reconsider, just let me know in advance." "No problem," Roya answered. "Then, let us go inside." Asita led the way into the Battle Pyramid, and Roya followed. "Asita, you're here." Upon entering, they were greeted by a young man in an archaeology outfit, speaking respectfully. "Yes," Asita nodded. "Is Professor Kamishiro here?" "He is currently in the nearby ruins." "So he is not here at the moment," the archaeology assistant explained. "I see, thank you." Asita nodded in understanding. "Could you help me call Professor Kamishiro? I'm here to challenge the Battle Pyramid." Roya stepped forward and said. "Of course," the assistant replied, nodding. He quickly took out a communicator and contacted Kamishiro. After a brief exchange, the assistant returned to Roya. "Professor Kamishiro has accepted your challenge. He'll be here shortly." "Understood. Thank you," Roya replied. "There is still some time before the professor arrives. Why don't you rest for a bit?" the assistant suggested. "All right," Roya answered. And he and Asita took a moment to rest inside the pyramid under the assistant's guidance. About half an hour later, a middle-aged man with black hair in an archaeology outfit entered. "Professor, you're back," the assistant exclaimed. "It was the brain of the Battle Pyramid, Pharaoh Kamishiro. I heard someone was challenging, so I returned," Kamishiro said with a nod. Roya stepped forward. "Hello, Professor Kamishiro. I'm Roya from the Alola region, here to challenge your Battle Pyramid." "So you're the challenger? Not bad," Kamishiro said, scrutinizing Roya with his eyes. "Black Houndoom, unleash flamethrower." "Of course. Roa's strength is comparable to a champion," Asita said with a smile as he approached. "Is that so? Then I'm even more looking forward to this," Kamishiro replied, glancing at Roya again. "You flatter me, Asita. My abilities are still a bit below a regional champion," Roya said humbly. "Being recognized by Asita means your strength must be impressive," Kamishiro said with a smile. "Then, please accept my challenge," Roya said, eyes filled with determination. All right, I accept your challenge, Kamishiro replied without hesitation. After agreeing, Kamishiro and his apprentice led Roa and Asita to the battlefield inside the battle pyramid. Once Roa and Kamishiro took their positions, and Asita sat in the spectator area, Kamishiro's apprentice took the role of referee and announced the rules. This battle is between Roa from the Alola region and Kamishiro, brain of the battle pyramid. Each trainer may use 3 Pokémon. The first to lose all 3 Pokémon loses the match. With the rules announced, Kamishiro sent out his first Pokémon. First up, Houndoom. As the Pokeball opened, Houndoom appeared in a red flash. Pokémon, Houndoom type, Ghost ability, Pressure gender, Male level, 63 nature, Ace moves, Shadow Ball, Shadow Punch, Fire Punch. Astonish, Weird Light, Night Phantom, Willow, Wisp, Future Sight. After checking Houndoom's stats, Roa smiled and sent out his first Pokémon. First match, Gengar, I'm counting on you. Roa's Pokeball opened midair, revealing his level 70 Gengar, facing Houndoom. You've raised this Gengar well. Kamishiro squinted at Gengar, sensing its pressure. Your Houndoom is impressive as well, Roa replied with a smile. Battle start. At the referee's signal, Roa commanded, Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Gengar quickly formed a purple-black energy sphere with its hands and hurled it at Houndoom. Houndoom, Shadow Ball 2. Kamishiro ordered. Houndoom immediately formed its own energy sphere, colliding with Gengar's attack. A brief explosion erupted, and both attacks dissipated. Gengar, use Thunderbolt. Roa commanded again. Gengar glowed brightly as golden electricity surged toward Houndoom. Dark Pulse. Houndoom unleashed a dark purple beam to counter the incoming Thunderbolt. The 2 attacks clashed for a moment, then vanished again in a small explosion. Use Shadow Punch. Before Roya could issue his command, Shindai had already begun directing the Night Giant. No sooner had Shindai's words left his lips than the Night Giant swung its right fist, conjuring a colossal black fist that hurtled towards Ginguei. Shadow Claw. Realizing that this was an unavoidable strike, Roya shouted to Ginguei. Upon hearing Roya's command, Ginguei's arms became entwined in a swirling mass of purple-black energy, forming a gigantic claw that met the incoming shadowy fist with great force, ultimately tearing it asunder moments later. Night Giant, unleash Ghost Fire. Observing the ineffectiveness of the Shadow Fist, Shindai pressed on with his assault on Ginguei. A vibrant purple flame ignited in the Night Giant's hands, propelled towards Ginguei under its master's command. Upon witnessing Roya's blazing Roaring Tiger, Ginguei, execute Phantom Ambush. Upon seeing the approaching Ghost Fire, Roya promptly urged Ginguei. In the blink of an eye, before the Ghost Fire could reach Ginguei, it vanished from sight, causing the attack to miss entirely. Ginguei then reappeared right in front of the Night Giant, prompting Roya to shout, Ginguei, use Hypnosis. At Roya's command, Ginguei's eyes began to emit a series of pulsating waves, lulling the Night Giant into a deep slumber under the influence of hypnosis. Ginguei utilized Dream Eater. Upon witnessing the Night Giant succumb to sleep, Roya immediately called out. Following his command, Ginguei's crimson eyes shimmered with intensity as it unleashed its Dream Eater technique. Ultimately, the Night Giant collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of battle consciousness. The Night Giant has lost its fighting capability. Ginguei is victorious. The referee announced loudly upon seeing the fallen Night Giant. You have worked hard, Night Giant. Gazing at the unconscious form of the Night Giant, Shindai retrieved it into its Pokeball. Well done, Ginguei. After praising Ginguei, Roya returned it to its ball. Following the battle with the Night Giant, Ginguei had finally shattered its limitations, attaining the prowess of a champion. Roya, your strength is formidable, but my power extends far beyond this. Upon witnessing Roya's abilities, Shindai's words brimmed with fighting spirit. Come forth, Regirock. With that, Shindai tossed out a Pokeball, and Regirock materialized before the spectators. It's Regirock. It seems Shindai is now taking the match seriously, and the competition is becoming increasingly thrilling. Yashida remarked with a tone of admiration upon seeing Shindai's Regirock. At the moment Shindai summoned Regirock, Roya activated his investigative eye to assess its attributes. Pokemon, Regirock. Type, Rock. Ability, Clear Body. Level, 71. Aptitude, Tier 3 God. Moves, Rock Slide, Charge Beam, Ancient Power, Rock Wrecker, Laser Focus, Stone Edge, Lock On, Electromagnetic Cannon. Regirock, indeed. A smile crept onto Roya's lips as he regarded Shindai's Regirock, before producing his next Pokeball. I entrust this round to you, Buzzwole. The Pokeball Roya threw opened in midair, revealing a red figure, the Ultra Beast he had captured. What Pokemon is this? Shindai, Yashida, and the referee, all seeing Buzzwole for the first time, expressed their curiosity. What is this Pokémon? Yashida immediately inquired of Roya. This is Buzzwole, a unique Ultra Beast from the Alola region. Roya explained with a smile. Ultra Beast? Both Yashida and Shindai echoed in unison. Just like the previously summoned Pheromosa, it belongs to the realm of otherworldly Pokémon, Roya elaborated. I see. They are Pokémon from another world. Upon hearing Roya's clarification, Yashida, Shindai, and the referee grasped the concept. Then allow me to witness the power of this Ultra Beast. Shindai's fighting spirit intensified. That is precisely what I desire. Roya responded with equal fervor. As trainers, Shindai's Regirock and Roya's Buzzwole stood resolutely against each other, their gazes locked in a fierce contest of will. Chapter 356, Battle against Regirock. With Shindai summoning one of the three pillars of the gods, Regirock, and Roya countering with the Ultra Beast, Buzzwole, the battle was poised to erupt. The match begins. The referee raised his hands and declared, Regirock, use Rock Slide. As soon as the referee's words resonated, Shindai commanded Regirock. Responding swiftly, Regirock unleashed Rock Slide, causing a torrent of rocks to rain down upon Buzzwole. Buzzwole, use Brick Break. Seeing the barrage of rocks approaching, Roya called out to Buzzwole. As his command was given, Buzzwole's arm glimmered with a radiant white light, striking the incoming rocks with powerful blows, shattering them one by one. Buzzwole, use Aura Sphere. After demolishing the rocks, Roya immediately issued a second command. Following his orders, Buzzwole raised its arm enveloped in white light, dashing towards Regirock while swinging its fist. We shall unleash Aura Sphere too. Observing Buzzwole charging for close combat, Shindai commanded Regirock in turn. Consequently, Regirock responded with its own white glowing fist, colliding with Buzzwole's, generating a shockwave that sent clouds of dust swirling into the air. Buzzwole, increase your power. Noticing the stalemate between the two Pokémon, Roya urged Buzzwole. With his command, the exaggerated muscles of Buzzwole bulged, significantly enhancing its strength, overpowering Regirock and forcing it to retreat. Dynamic Punch. Seeing Regirock being pushed back, Roya called out to Buzzwole. Once more, Buzzwole's fist shone with white light as it swung towards Regirock. Regirock, use Iron Defense. Upon witnessing the incoming attack, Shindai quickly instructed Regirock. A metallic sheen enveloped Regirock, greatly bolstering its defenses. After absorbing Buzzwole's punch, it merely staggered back a few steps, sustaining only minor injuries. With no substantive harm inflicted by Buzzwole, Regirock, unleash Fire Punch. Following the hit from Buzzwole, Shindai commanded a counterattack. As his words faded, Regirock's rock-like fist ignited with searing flames, striking fiercely towards Buzzwole. Buzzwole, we cannot afford to lose. Use Thunder Punch. Spotting the fiery fist approaching, Roya shouted instructions to Buzzwole. Upon hearing Roya's command, golden lightning coiled around Buzzwole's exaggerated fist, and it swung to clash with Regirock's flame. After a fierce exchange of fire and electricity, Regirock was once again forced back by Buzzwole's might. Chase after it and unleash Poison Jab. Roya remembered something and asked Melee, I'm currently studying at Professor Bratano's lab. Can you send it to this research facility? Melee told him her current location. Got it. After a heartfelt exchange, Roya hung up the phone. He then arranged for the best and most expensive courier service, Pidgeot Express, to deliver the Togepi egg to Professor Bratano's lab in Mier City, Kalos region. After sending the package, Roya continued to stroll around Verdanturf town with Lilia, and along the way, they ran into Ash and his friends who had also arrived in town. After spending 2 days in Verdanturf town, Roya and Lilia left for their next destination, Lilycove City. While passing by an unnamed small island, Roya suddenly noticed someone very familiar walking nearby. That person was Chapter 285, Elite Four Sorsagi. As Roya and Lilia left Verdanturf town, continuing toward Lilycove City, they passed an unnamed small island, where Roya suddenly saw a familiar figure walk past them. Curious, Roya looked in that direction and saw an elderly man dressed in a black naval-style uniform, slowly making his way forward. It's one of the Hoenn Elite Four, Roya realized. The man was Sorsagi, the Dragon-type Elite Four member of Hoenn, one of the most experienced among the region's Elite Four. Roya, what is it? Lilia noticed Roya's reaction and asked, taking his hand. I just saw someone familiar walk past us, Roya explained, turning back to her. Someone familiar? Lilia's curiosity was piqued. He's one of the Hoenn Elite Four, Sorsagi. He just walked past us, Roya told her. Elite Four Sorsagi. Lilia was familiar with him and was visibly surprised. After a moment, she asked, should we go say hello? Of course we should, Roya replied with a smile. Then let us go quickly, Lilia said, holding his hand. Let us go? Roya and Lilia headed towards Sorsagi and soon caught up to him. walking along the path. Sorseji noticed the young couple, Roya and Lilia, blocking his way and asked in a low voice, "Do you need something?" "Hello, Elite Four Sorseji. My name is Roya, and this is my girlfriend, Lilia." Roya introduced himself. "We saw you on the road and wanted to come say hello." "Hello," Lilia politely greeted him. "So you're Roya?" Sorseji said, looking at him closely. "You know me?" Roya raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Yes, I've heard of you. You're quite a skilled young trainer," Sorseji said. Regarding Roya, both Stephen and Wallace had mentioned him to the Hoenn Elite Four. After helping the Hoenn region 3 times, Roya had gained a certain reputation among the Elite Four and champions. "Oh, so it was Stephen and Wallace who mentioned me," Roya guessed, naming the 2 he knew among the Hoenn champions. "That's right," Sorseji nodded. "By the way, would you be interested in a battle, Elite Four Sorseji?" Roya asked. This was his main purpose for approaching Sorseji. Though older, Sorseji's strength was undeniable. As the most senior Elite Four member specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon, his power was certainly formidable. "I've heard much praise about you from Stephen and Wallace, so I'm curious about your strength. I accept your challenge." Sorseji replied without hesitation. "Shall our battle take place here?" Roya asked, looking around. "There's a dense forest on this island." "That will be our battlefield," Sorseji said, shaking his head slightly. "Then let us head there now," Roya urged, eager to test the Dragon-type Elite Four's strength. "Let us go," Sorseji said, leading Roya and Lilia into the forest. Once they arrived at the battlefield, Sorseji stood across from Roya. "Due to time constraints, how about a one-on-one battle?" he suggested. "No problem," Roya nodded. "I'll send out this one," Sorseji said, tossing a Pokeball. "Go, Salamence." With the red light of the Pokeball fading, a muscular Salamence exuding overwhelming power appeared before Roya and Lilia. Pokemon, Salamence type, Dragon Flying ability, Intimidate gender, male level, 72 potential, champion moves, Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Hyper Beam, and impressive Salamence. Roya exclaimed after using his inspection ability to check its stats. "I'll leave this one to you." Dragonite. Roya sent out his own Dragon Flying Pokemon, a level 71 Dragonite. Sorseji, recognizing Dragon types well, nodded appreciatively. "Roya, your Dragonite is very well trained. Champion level strength, no doubt. You flatter me. Your Salamence is amazing as well," Roya replied with a smile. "Then let us see what you're truly capable of," Sorseji said, his usually calm demeanor now replaced with a sharp intensity. "I'm looking forward to it," Roya said, eyes burning with determination. As they faced each other, the aura from both trainers filled the battlefield, tension thick in the air. "Looks like it's going to be a fierce Dragon-type duel," Lilia whispered, though she smiled confidently, trusting in Roya's strength. Chapter 286. Battle with Sorseji Salamence. Use Flamethrower. Sorseji commanded, initiating the battle. As the power of Jolteon intensified, its Thunderbolt swiftly shattered Registeel's own Thunderbolt, continuing its assault without losing momentum, and soon struck Registeel directly. Upon being hit by the golden lightning, Registeel emitted a mournful cry. Yet it persevered. After the Thunderbolt dissipated, Registeel remained standing, albeit with some injuries, retaining its fighting spirit. Jolteon, unleash thunder once more. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of the Thunderbolt, Roya promptly issued further commands to Jolteon. Obeying Roya's directive, Jolteon radiated an even more dazzling light, followed by a more brilliant golden bolt crashing towards Registeel. "Registeel, use Protect." Observing this, Shindai immediately called out to Registeel. No sooner had the words left his lips than a pale green barrier materialized around Registeel, successfully intercepting Jolteon's Thunderbolt without inflicting any damage. "Jolteon, move at high speed." Noticing that Thunder had missed, Roya continued to guide Jolteon, responding to Roya's command. Jolteon executed a swift movement, vanishing from its original position and rapidly closing in on Registeel. As Jolteon approached Registeel, Roya immediately commanded, "Jolteon, use Flame Punch." With flames igniting on its paws, Jolteon struck towards Registeel with lightning speed. Due to Jolteon's remarkable velocity, the Flame Punch connected with the unprepared Registeel, sending it reeling backward. Jolteon, engage in close combat. Seeing Registeel stagger, Roya seized the opportunity and shouted at Registeel. Under Roya's guidance, Jolteon shimmered with a brilliant white light, deftly utilizing its limbs to unleash a barrage of attacks upon Registeel, which could only passively endure the onslaught. As Jolteon delivered its final blow, sending Registeel hurtling away, Roya commanded, "Deliver the finishing blow, Jolteon. Execute Plasma Fist." Just as Roya finished speaking, Jolteon's arm became enveloped in golden lightning, striking Registeel with tremendous force. "Registeel, Upon enduring this attack, was propelled back until it collided with the surrounding wall, coming to a halt and stirring up a cloud of smoke that obscured the spectator's view. Chapter 358, Earning the Symbol of Valor. After being sent crashing into the wall, Registeel quickly fell to the ground, raising a cloud of smoke that concealed it from sight. When the smoke finally cleared, Registeel, now resembling a faintly glowing incense coil, reappeared before the audience, devoid of any combat consciousness. The referee promptly announced the final verdict. Registeel had lost its fighting capability, and Jolteon emerged victorious, thus declaring Roya from the Alola region as the ultimate champion. "You've done well, Registeel. Return and rest," the referee remarked, as Shindai retrieved the incapacitated Registeel into its Pokeball. "Well done, Jolteon." After praising Jolteon, Roya returned it to its Pokeball. "Truly remarkable. I never imagined you could defeat Shindai's Regirock and Registeel." After the match concluded, Yoshida approached Roya with a look of astonishment, for Roya's strength surpassed all expectations. "Mr. Yoshida, you flatter me," Roya replied humbly, maintaining his characteristic modesty. "No. Your prowess is entirely deserving of such praise." Shindai, having returned Registeel to its Pokeball, joined Roya, speaking with a solemn tone. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Shindai." Roya responded with a smile. "This is proof of your victory, a symbol of valor. Please accept it," Shindai said, handing Roya a token of valor that he had received from his apprentice. With a smile, Roya graciously accepted the symbol from Shindai, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Shindai." Upon hearing Roya's words, Shindai shook his head and replied, "No need for thanks. This is rightfully yours. By the way, Roya, I have one more matter to discuss with you," Yoshida interjected, continuing the conversation. "What is it, Mr. Yoshida?" Roya inquired. "It pertains to our previous discussion. I would like to invite you to become the brain behind our development facility. I wonder what your thoughts are on this?" Yoshida asked earnestly. "If you agree, I will arrange the battle facility for you immediately." His tone was filled with sincerity. "That sounds like a splendid idea, Roya. I too wish to work alongside you," Shindai added, casting a hopeful glance towards Roya. Faced with the eager gazes of both men, Roya remained steadfast in his convictions, responding to Yoshida and Shindai. "I'm afraid I cannot accept." "Why not?" Yoshida pressed. After a deep look into Yoshida's eyes, Roya explained, "Mr. Yoshida, you are aware that I hail from the Alola region, where we are in the process of establishing a Pokémon League. And my dream is to become the champion of our Alola region." "The champion of Alola, you say?" "I understand." Yoshida nodded upon hearing Roya's explanation. "There is another reason." Roya paused before continuing. "This world is vast, and I wish to continue my journey through uncharted territories to encounter Pokémon I have yet to meet, such as those in the Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and Galar regions, among others." "What an extraordinary dream," Shindai remarked, clearly impressed by Roya's aspirations. "For us trainers, encountering those Pokémon is indeed a splendid endeavor." "I share your sentiment," Roya responded with a smile. "Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. I wish you success in realizing your dreams." Yoshida concurred with Roya's perspective. "If you ever change your mind, remember to seek me out. I will reserve a position for you in the battle development area," Yoshida said to Roya. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Yoshida," Roya replied warmly to Yoshida's generous offer. After defeating Shindai and earning the symbol of valor, Roya engaged in conversation with both Yoshida and Shindai for a while before departing, making his way back to the Pokémon Center in Viridian City. At the Pokémon Center, Roya made a phone call to Lily and others, who were still studying in the Alola region, informing them that he had successfully established the battle development facility in the Kanto region. The students from the Pokémon school, upon hearing Roya's news, rejoiced in his accomplishment, especially during a lengthy conversation with Lily, where he learned that she would continue focusing on breeding studies and would not have time to accompany him to the Sinnoh region. He reluctantly ended the call after sharing heartfelt sentiments. Soon after, Roya quickly dialed May's number, who was currently dining with Tuko. Returning to the Unova region from the Kalos region. "What are your plans next?" Roya inquired, directing his question at May. "Well, I don't have any at the moment," May replied, after poking at the corner of her mouth with her finger. "Would you like to travel with me to the Sinnoh region?" Roya extended the invitation, cautiously avoiding May's gaze. "The Sinnoh region, you say? That sounds agreeable," but May pondered for a moment before ultimately accepting Roya's proposal, although it seemed she harbored additional thoughts. "But what?" Roya, intrigued by May's hesitation, pressed her for clarification. "May I bring Toko along?" May asked. The mention of Toko brought to Roya's mind a certain charming figure, and after a moment's contemplation, he readily agreed, saying, "That's certainly not an issue." "That is wonderful," May exclaimed joyfully. "I'll tell Toko right away." Let us meet in Twin Leaf Town then, Roya suggested. No problem. May affirmed immediately upon hearing Roya's words. I will need to rest for a bit longer, but I'll let you know when we're ready to set off. Roya continued. All right, May nodded in agreement. After conversing with May for a while, Roya ended the call. During this time, he also inquired about the rewards from the recent sign-in at the Battle Pyramid, and the system promptly informed him. Roya had received 5 aptitude enhancers, 10 luxury balls, and 5 million league coins, which he deemed a satisfactory haul. After resting for a while at the Pokémon Center in Nibby City, Roya made his way to Professor Oak's lab in Masera Town, intending to stay there for a while. Chapter 359, The Battle with Zangmo-o. Having defeated the final frontier brain at the Battle Pyramid, Roya successfully obtained the symbol of bravery. Following this, he arranged to travel to the Sinnoh region with May and Toko, thus deciding to postpone his return to the Alola region. Consequently, Roya resolved to stay in the Kanto region for a time and headed towards Professor Oak's lab in Masera Town. After contemplating his plans, Roya promptly departed from Nibby City and made his way to Masera Town, soon arriving at the entrance of the lab. After collecting his thoughts at the lab's entrance, he rang the doorbell and was quickly met with a response as the door swung open to reveal an unexpected figure greeting him with a cheerful smile. Long time no see. Roya. Upon seeing the brown-haired boy leaning against the door, Roya exclaimed in surprise, Zangmo-o, when did you return? Roya was taken aback by Zangmo-o's presence at the lab, as he had believed Zangmo-o to be in the Sinnoh region for research. I returned just a few days ago after completing my research in Sinnoh. Zangmo-o explained while ushering Roya inside the lab. I see, Roya replied, a look of understanding dawning on his face. And what brings you to our lab? Zangmo-o inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his tone. In response to Zangmo-o's probing, Roya shared his plans, to which Zangmo-o smiled and said, make yourself at home. There are plenty of vacant rooms in the lab. I appreciate it, Roya replied with a grin. Just then, Professor Oak and his assistant, Ken, emerged, warmly welcoming Roya upon learning of his plans. They began discussing Roya's experiences challenging the battle facilities in the Kanto region, and the atmosphere was delightfully harmonious. Amidst the lively conversation, Zangmo-o suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with competitive spirit as he proposed. Shall we have a battle? Of course. But I wonder if your skills have diminished during your research, Roya responded with a playful smirk. Just you wait and see. I have not slacked off in training my Pokémon during my research, Zangmo-o retorted, brandishing a Pokeball. Let us head to the backyard for our battle, Roya suggested, also retrieving a Pokeball. After agreeing to the match, Roya, Zangmo-o, Professor Oak, and Ken made their way to an open area in the lab's backyard. Taking their positions and locking eyes, the tension palpable in the air. I'll be the referee. The battle will be one-on-one. Sound good? Ken proposed. No objections here. Both Roya and Zangmo-o replied in unison. Let the battle begin, Ken announced, raising his hands high. Then I'll send out my partner. Go, Electabuzz. With that, Zangmo-o tossed out his Pokeball, revealing a vibrant golden figure amidst the red light. Pokémon, Electabuzz. Type, Electric. Ability, Motor Drive. Gender, Male. Level, 45. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Thunderbolt. Thunder, Iron Tail, Electro Ball, Charge Beam, Swift, Thunder Wave, Thunder Punch, Volt Tackle, Electro Ebb. Upon recognizing Electabuzz's attributes, Roya swiftly released his own Pokeball, summoning a fiery red figure. I'm counting on you, Blaziken. As Roya called forth Blaziken, Zangmo-o immediately commanded, Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. At Zangmo-o's command, Electabuzz glowed with a golden light, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that surged towards Blaziken. Blaziken, use Flamethrower, Roya shouted, seeing the impending threat. Following Roya's directive, Blaziken opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that raced towards Thunderbolt, the two attacks colliding in a fierce clash midair. However, as Blaziken intensified its output, the flames began to overpower the electric attack, even as Electabuzz endeavored to augment its power. Despite its efforts, Electabuzz, being of a lower level than Blaziken, found itself at a disadvantage. Realizing the flames were closing in, Zangmo-o quickly shouted, Electabuzz, use Brick Break. As Blaziken approached, Electabuzz's arm glowed white as it sliced through the flames, dispersing the fire and neutralizing the attack. Blaziken, Fire Punch, Roya commanded, as his Pokémon's arms ignited with flames, striking towards Electabuzz. Unfazed, Zangmo-o urged Electabuzz, Thunder Punch. As Zangmo-o called out, Electabuzz launched a Thunder Punch, meeting Blaziken's Fire Punch with electric energy. The two Pokémon engaged in a relentless exchange of fire and lightning. While on the surface, Blaziken and Electabuzz appeared evenly matched. It was evident that Blaziken held the upper hand, as each clash saw Electabuzz struggling under the pressure. As the battle wore on, Blaziken's speed boost ability came into play. With remarkable agility, Blaziken effortlessly dodged Electabuzz's punches, landing a solid hit with Fire Punch to Electabuzz's abdomen, sending it reeling. Now as your chance, Blaziken. Use Blaze Kick. As the backward-moving electric beast staggered, Roya swiftly seized the opportunity, calling out to the fiery chicken. No sooner had he spoken than the fiery chicken was enveloped in flames, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning that struck the electric beast, which had just regained its footing. The tremendous force, coupled with the searing flames, sent the electric beast flying, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's view, leaving the fate of the electric beast uncertain. Chapter 360, The Bewildered Ash. As the smoke dissipated, the fallen electric beast came into view, incapacitated and unable to continue the battle, with the fiery chicken emerging victorious. It was clear that Roya was the ultimate champion. Upon witnessing the unconscious electric beast, Xiaojian promptly announced, "Once again, I have lost." After retrieving the fainted electric beast, Xiaomao approached Roya, remarking, "Your strength is quite commendable." Roya held Xiaomao's abilities in high regard, especially considering he lacked a system, yet still displayed considerable prowess. "You both possess impressive skills. There's no need for modesty," chimed in Professor Okido, who had approached to commend Roya and Xiaomao. Upon hearing Professor Okido's words, Roya and Xiaomao exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles. Following their battle, Roya settled comfortably in Professor Okido's laboratory, where he began to rest and care for his Pokémon. Once he released his Pokémon, Professor Okido was captivated by the ultimate mythical beasts and other rare Pokémon that Roya had captured, leading him to warmly host Roya with a hospitality that rivaled that of a beloved grandson, prompting Xiaomao to jest, "Who is truly the favored grandson here?" Frequently attended to by Professor Okido, Roya generously collaborated with him on various research endeavors, resulting in a fruitful period for the esteemed professor. During his stay at the laboratory, Roya watched the dazzling contests in the Kanto region on television, witnessing Xiaoyao's performance. While still recuperating at Professor Okido's lab, he was unexpectedly visited by the professor, sparking his curiosity. "Professor Okido, is there something you need?" Roya inquired. Upon hearing Roya's question, Professor Okido explained his purpose. "I am on my way to find Ash and the others in Fennel Valley. Would you like to join me?" "Has something occurred?" Roya asked, intrigued by the professor's quest to locate Ash. Ash faced defeat in his challenge at the Battle Pyramid, and the situation seems amiss. "So I intend to check on him and offer some comfort," Professor Okido elaborated. "Ah, I see. Then let's go together," Roya replied with a smile, understanding the intention behind the professor's visit. Thus, after agreeing to accompany Professor Okido, they set off toward the Battle Pyramid in Fennel Valley, carrying along a mysterious package. After traversing a considerable distance, Roya and Professor Okido arrived at the Pokémon Center in Fennel Valley, where they found Ash and his companions. "Hey Ash," exclaimed Professor Okido as they approached the battle arena within the center, revealing the package to Ash and the others. Roya, now beside Ash, greeted him with a smile. "It's been a while, Ash." "It's great to see you, Roya," Ash exclaimed excitedly upon noticing Roya and Professor Okido's arrival. After a brief exchange, Professor Okido unveiled the contents of the package, laying out a painting for Ash to see. "What is this?" Ash inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "I heard you had a tough battle against the final brain, so I brought this message of encouragement for your Pokémon," Professor Okido explained with a smile. "Ah, my Pokémon," Ash responded, elated. "Yes, it's a delightful piece," Professor Okido replied, his eyes twinkling with pride. As Ash examined the painting, he quickly recognized traces of his Pokémon, filling his heart with joy. Besides this, there are many more surprises, Professor Okido added, rummaging through the package once more. He then produced a bento box, handing it to Ash. "Look, this is a handmade bento from your mother, infused with love. Eating it should invigorate you. It looks delicious," Ash said, unable to suppress his excitement at the sight of his mother's cooking. "Moreover, I brought this as well," Professor Okido announced, producing a fishing lure resembling Kasumi and presenting it to Ash. "This is Kasumi's lure," Ash exclaimed in delight. "When you're feeling lost, fishing can be a wonderful way to calm your mind," Professor Okido continued. "And this is a photograph taken by Xiaomao in the Sinnoh region. He entrusted me with it for you," Roya added, stepping closer to Ash and producing a postcard Xiaomao had given him before his departure. Upon reading Xiaomao's message and reflecting on the items Professor Okido had brought, Ash felt a surge of determination. "I can't afford to remain stagnant. I must break through my current limitations." His newfound resolve astonished Xiaoxing, who observed Ash's swift recovery. "Seeing everyone rallying behind me, If I don't pull myself together, I wouldn't be a true man, Ash declared with enthusiasm. Finally, the spirited Ash is back, remarked Yashida, smiling at Ash's revitalized demeanor. Ash, would you be interested in a battle with me before you challenge the Sinnoh League? Roya asked, turning to Ash. Absolutely, Ash replied, clenching his fists. This time, I will surely emerge victorious, he proclaimed confidently. Then let us commence. Roya responded with a smile. Just as Ash agreed, a familiar voice interjected. Then let me battle Xiaoyao as well. The group turned towards the voice to find a green-haired boy accompanied by a Rosalia approaching them. Xiaoshun! Xiaoyao exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. Indeed, it was Xiaoshun, her rival. Since Ash has found a rival to battle, Xiaoyao, allow me to be your opponent. Xiaoshun said with a smile directed at Xiaoyao. Understanding Xiaoshun's intent, and recalling the earlier friendly exchange between Roya and Ash, Xiaoyao's eyes sharpened with resolve as she replied, all right. Thus, the stage was set for an imminent clash between Roya and Ash, as well as Xiaoyao and Xiaoshun. Chapter 361, Ash's Awakening Battle 1. Following Ash's agreement to challenge Roya, and Xiaoyao's acceptance of Xiaoshun's challenge, the first battle commenced between Xiaoyao and Xiaoshun under the watchful eyes of Professor Okido and Nurse Joy, who served as referees. After an intense struggle, Xiaoshun narrowly triumphed over Xiaoyao, securing victory. With this new rival, Xiaoyao regained her initial zest and even made plans to challenge the dazzling contest in the Chengdu region alongside the mischievous Harry. Upon the conclusion of the magnificent battle between Xiaoyao and Xiaoshun, the stage was set for a Pokémon showdown between Roya and Xiaoji. At that moment, Professor Okido stepped forward with enthusiasm, proclaiming, I shall officiate this match, if you agree. After casting his gaze upon Roya and Xiaoji, they exchanged glances and, in unison, replied, Absolutely. What format shall your battle take? Professor Okido inquired further. After hearing the professor's question, Xiaoji turned to Roya, seeking his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Roya suggested, Let us engage in a 3-on-3 battle. Consider it a warm-up before the grand challenge. Very well, a 3-on-3 it shall be. Xiaoji agreed without hesitation. Now, the battle between Roya and Xiaoji is about to commence. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon. Victory is declared when all of one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Professor Okido announced loudly. Here we go, Lizard King. As soon as the professor finished speaking, Xiaoji eagerly threw out his first Pokeball, revealing his Lizard King, who had just reached the Quasi-King level. And for my part, I summon you, Quasi-Dragon. Roya also released his Pokémon, and the purple silhouette of Quasi-Dragon emerged from the crimson light. The match begins. Upon witnessing both trainers dispatch their Pokémon, Professor Okido shouted with excitement. Lizard King, unleash Seed Bomb. Without delay, Xiaoji commanded Lizard King to initiate its attack. Upon hearing his trainer's command, Lizard King opened its mouth, releasing countless glowing green seeds, which transformed into projectiles hurtling towards Quasi-Dragon. Quasi-Dragon, use Poison Strike. Observing the incoming barrage of seed bombs, Roya promptly issued a command to Quasi-Dragon. Just as Roya finished speaking, Quasi-Dragon aimed its abdominal needle holes at the approaching seed bombs and expelled a stream of purple venom, directly targeting the projectiles. Under the corrosive potency of the venom, Lizard King's seed bombs began to dissolve, slightly diminishing their strength as the venom continued its assault towards Lizard King. Noticing the approaching attack, Xiaoji urgently instructed Lizard King, evade with quick attack. At Xiaoji's command, Lizard King shimmered with a brilliant white light, transforming into a streak of white lightning, effortlessly dodging the venomous strike while swiftly closing the distance to Quasi-Dragon. The rapid Lizard King struck Quasi-Dragon, forcing it back a few steps. Seeing the impact on Quasi-Dragon, Roya shouted to his retreating Pokémon, Quasi-Dragon, retaliate with Poison Jab. Just as Roya's words left his lips, Quasi-Dragon, despite the pain, summoned a purple glow around its right claw and delivered a powerful blow to Lizard King, sending it reeling back. Lizard King, unleash Solar Beam. Xiaoji commanded as Lizard King staggered back from the blow. Following Xiaoji's directive, Lizard King began to absorb solar energy, accumulating it within its mouth before releasing it as a radiant beam directed at Quasi-Dragon. Upon witnessing this, Roya immediately instructed Quasi-Dragon, counter with Dragon Pulse. As Roya's command resonated, Quasi-Dragon gathered energy in its mouth, unleashing a white beam that morphed into a dragon. Clashing midair with the solar beam as both forces battled fiercely against one another, neither yielding. Increase your power, Lizard King, Quasi-Dragon. Observing the standoff, Roya and Xiaoji simultaneously encouraged their Pokémon. Responding to their trainer's calls, Quasi-Dragon and Lizard King intensified their attacks, causing the beams to widen significantly as the confrontation escalated. However, Quasi-Dragon, possessing superior strength, began to overpower Lizard King's solar beam. After shattering Lizard King's attack, Quasi-Dragon surged forward with relentless momentum. Lizard King, dodge quickly, Xiaoji shouted in urgency. Yet, Lizard King, unable to evade in time, was struck directly by Dragon Pulse, sending it flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Lizard King, are you alright? Xiaoji exclaimed, rushing to check on his fallen Pokémon. Fortunately, Lizard King managed to rise, shaking its head to signal that it was unscathed, before refocusing on Quasi-Dragon. Relieved by Lizard King's resilience, Xiaoji resumed commanding, Lizard King, use Leaf Blade. Upon hearing Xiaoji's command, Lizard King's leaf-like arms glimmered with green light, transforming into razor-sharp blades as it charged towards Quasi-Dragon, swinging its leaf blade with precision. Observing the incoming attack, Ruoya quickly yelled, Quasi-Dragon, unleash spikes. As Ruoya's command rang out, Quasi-Dragon's massive spikes glowed with white light, engaging in a fierce clash with Lizard King's leaf blade. With Quasi-Dragon's might, the spikes shattered Lizard King's leaf blade, sending it flying yet again. Seizing the opportunity, Ruoya commanded, Fire Blast. Following Ruoya's order, Quasi-Dragon unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at the retreating Lizard King, the fiery assault striking home against the helpless Pokémon. Fire, being super effective against grass types, caused Lizard King to emit a pained cry before collapsing, rendered unconscious. Chapter 362, Xiaoji's Moment of Enlightenment 2. Lizard King has lost the ability to battle. Quasi-Dragon is the victor, Professor Okido declared, glancing at the fallen Lizard King. Return and rest for a moment, Lizard King. Xiaoji, witnessing the scene, promptly retrieved Lizard King into its Pokeball. Ruoya also recalled Quasi-Dragon, praising it. Well done, Quasi-Dragon. Afterwards, Ruoya turned his gaze to Xiaoji and said, Xiaoji, let us proceed to the second round. All right. Xiaoji promptly replied, retrieving his second Pokeball and tossing it into the air, exclaiming, I choose you, Kingdra. The Pokeball burst open in an instant, revealing Xiaoji's Kingdra before the onlookers. After a quick assessment through his Watcher's eye, Ruoya noted that Xiaoji's Kingdra had reached level 48. In that case, I shall summon my own Pokemon. Go forth, Shinado. Ruoya sent forth his Pokeball, revealing his level 49 Shinado. Kingdra, use Quick Attack. Upon seeing Ruoya's Pokemon, Xiaoji immediately commanded Kingdra to strike. As soon as Xiaoji issued the command, a dazzling radiance enveloped Kingdra, transforming it into a streak of white lightning that darted toward Shinado at blinding speed. Sensing the imminent threat from Kingdra, Ruoya quickly instructed his Shinado, use Teleport. At Roa's command, Gardevoir was enveloped in a white light and instantly vanished from sight, causing Staraptor's Quick Attack to miss completely. At the same moment, the Gardevoir that had just disappeared reappeared behind Staraptor. Seeing this, Roa shouted, Gardevoir, use Shadow Ball. Upon hearing Roa's command, Gardevoir quickly formed a purplish-black energy orb with its hands and hurled it towards Staraptor. Staraptor, use Brave Bird. Ash immediately shouted, directing Staraptor. As soon as Ash finished speaking, Staraptor made a sharp turn midair, easily avoiding Gardevoir's Shadow Ball, and continued its attack toward Gardevoir. Just as Staraptor was about to hit with Brave Bird, Roa yelled, Reflect. At Roa's command, Gardevoir quickly conjured a transparent barrier, blocking the incoming attack. Staraptor slammed into the Reflect wall with immense force, but it could not break through. Safe behind the barrier, Gardevoir remained unharmed. Roa then issued the next command, Gardevoir, use Magical Leaf. Following Roa's instructions, Gardevoir raised its hands, and a flurry of white glowing leaves materialized around it. Under Gardevoir's control, the leaves surged towards Staraptor. Staraptor, dodge quickly, Ash shouted, noticing the incoming Magical Leaf. Hearing Ash, Staraptor flapped its wings, trying to evade the attack. Ash, Magical Leaf is unavoidable. You can't dodge it. Brock cried anxiously from the sidelines. What? Ash exclaimed in surprise, then quickly glanced at Staraptor. Sure enough, despite Staraptor altering its flight path, the Magical Leaf curved under Gardevoir's control and still struck it. Under the relentless assault of Magical Leaf, Staraptor was knocked down. Yet, its resilient spirit allowed it to recover and take flight again, facing Gardevoir. Staraptor, use Quick Attack. Ash commanded. Following Ash's instructions, Staraptor transformed into a streak of white lightning, rushing at Gardevoir once more. Seeing Staraptor charge forward, Roa shouted, Gardevoir, use Confusion. Gardevoire's eyes glowed blue, sending waves of psychic energy to seize control of Staraptor, nullifying its quick attack. Throw it, Roa ordered, with Gardevoire's eyes shining even brighter. It hurled Staraptor to the ground. Staraptor, Ash cried anxiously as his Pokémon hit the ground. Roa continued commanding, Gardevoir, use Shadow Ball, multiple shots. Gardevoir rapidly formed several Shadow Balls and sent them flying toward the struggling Staraptor. After a barrage of Shadow Balls, Staraptor let out a cry and collapsed, unable to rise. Professor Oak observed and shouted, Staraptor is unable to battle. Gardevoir wins. This is tough. Roa is still too strong for Ash. One observer exclaimed, seeing Ash suffer 2 consecutive defeats. Don't worry. Unlike before, even with this loss, Ash's fighting spirit will only grow stronger, Brock said with a smile. Having a rival really motivates you. May thought, understanding Ash's feelings. Ash recalled Staraptor and turned his attention to Pikachu on his shoulder. This time, it's your turn. Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu called, leaping down and stepping onto the battlefield at level 52. Seeing Pikachu, Roa withdrew Gardevoir and sent out his next Pokémon. A red figure emerged from Roa's Pokeball. Blaziken had entered the battle. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Pikachu's body glowed golden as electricity surged toward Blaziken. Blaziken, use Flamethrower. Roa immediately ordered. Blaziken shot a fiery column from its mouth, colliding with Pikachu's Thunderbolt midair. The 2 attacks clashed briefly, producing an explosion before dissipating, leaving golden and reddish sparks drifting in the air. Seeing that the first attack had no decisive effect, Ash commanded again, Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Pikachu transformed into a white streak, rushing toward Blaziken. Blaziken, use Quick Attack too. Roa ordered. Blaziken followed, racing at Pikachu. Thanks to its speed boost ability, Blaziken gradually outpaced Pikachu, eventually landing a decisive strike that forced Pikachu back. Roa seized the opportunity. Blaziken, use Flamethrower. Blaziken stopped and unleashed a crimson flame straight at Pikachu. Pikachu used Thunder. Ash shouted. Pikachu released a much stronger bolt of lightning than Thunderbolt, colliding with Blaziken's Flamethrower. The 2 moves clashed midair. With Blaziken steadily increasing its output, Pikachu began to struggle, unable to resist the fiery assault. After a tense moment, Blaziken's Flamethrower overpowered Pikachu's Thunder, hitting it directly. Although Pikachu was still able to battle, it had taken significant damage from the scorching flames. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash inquired with palpable concern upon witnessing the scene. Pika. Despite the excruciating pain, Pikachu managed to shake its head in response to Ash's question. Observing that Ash had redirected his focus towards the battle, Roya swiftly commanded Blaziken, Blaziken, charge up for a flame charge. Instantly engulfed in flames, Blaziken transformed into a streak of red lightning, swiftly launching itself towards the severely injured Pikachu, whose delayed reaction left it vulnerable. The impact, combined with the searing heat, sent Pikachu soaring into the air once more. Upon seeing Pikachu suspended midair, Roya immediately issued his final command to Blaziken. Deliver the finishing blow, Blaziken, unleash the fire blast. As soon as Roya's words left his lips, a torrent of intense flames erupted from Blaziken's mouth, forming a colossal character in the sky, which then hurtled towards Pikachu. Unable to react in time, Pikachu was inevitably struck by the fire blast, the scorching flames relentlessly tormenting it, eliciting anguished cries. Ultimately, Pikachu could no longer withstand the onslaught of flames, losing consciousness and plummeting heavily to the ground. With Pikachu rendered unable to battle, Blaziken emerged victorious, and Roya was declared the winner. Professor Oak promptly announced the final result. As expected, Ash had lost. What a pity, Shin remarked, his tone tinged with regret. You've worked hard, Pikachu. Upon seeing Pikachu awaken, albeit exhausted, Ash hurriedly scooped it up and offered words of comfort. Well done, Blaziken. After praising his Pokémon, Roya recalled Blaziken into its Pokeball. Following this, Roya approached Ash, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. After such an exhilarating battle, how do you feel? Much better, Ash replied with a cheerful grin. You must keep pushing forward. If you remain stagnant, neither I nor Green will wait for you. Roya urged Ash. Understood. Ash nodded. Though you wish to conquer with new Pokémon, remember not to forget your initial companions. Roya continued to remind him. Reflecting on Roya's words, Ash began to reminisce about the Pokémon he had left at Professor Oak's lab and his very first captures, his mind already plotting his course. I understand. After a moment of contemplation, Ash affirmed with determination. Then let us strive forward. Green and I will await you in the Sinnoh region. Roya gazed intently at Ash. The Sinnoh region, you say? I will not keep you waiting long. Ash's resolve only grew stronger. Professor Oak, witnessing Ash's renewed determination, felt immense satisfaction. For Ash was indeed the trainer he had high hopes for from Pallet Town. After battling Roya, Ash gathered his original Pokémon, Charizard, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, and commenced rigorous training in the Fennel Valley. After some time, Ash, accompanied by his first 4 Pokémon, once again challenged the Battle Pyramid's brain, Shin. In this 4-on-4 challenge, leveraging his original companions, Ash consecutively defeated Shin's Pokémon, culminating in a decisive victory for Pikachu against Regice, one of the 3 legendary guardians captured by Shin. Achieving a momentous feat after vanquishing Shin, Ash successfully cleared the battle frontier in the Kanto region, earning the 7th badge, the Badge of Valor. Like Roya, Ash declined Akiha's invitation to become a frontier brain, instead yearning for the adventures that lay in uncharted territories. Upon acquiring the Badge of Valor, Roya returned to Pallet Town with Professor Oak, while Ash bid farewell to Mei and Shin, opting to return alone after their farewells. Chapter 364, A New Journey. After Ash triumphed over the final battle frontier facility, the Battle Pyramid, and secured the Badge of Valor, Roya accompanied Professor Oak back to the lab in Pallet Town. During this respite, Roya procured several bottles of aptitude enhancers for his Pokémon with champion potential, enabling them to reach their full potential. After resting for a few days, Roya found himself in the lounge of Professor Oak's lab, engaged in conversation with Green. "So, you are about to embark on a new journey?" Green inquired from his seat on the sofa. "Indeed, to the Sinnoh region," Roya affirmed with a nod. "The Sinnoh region. Truly a splendid place." Green reminisced with a smile about his own experiences there. "So, would you like to participate in the Sinnoh League together?" Roya proposed with an inviting gaze. "The Lily of the Valley Conference, you say?" Green pondered before responding. "Precisely. Are you interested in joining?" Roya looked at Green with hopeful anticipation, as having an additional rival could be quite exhilarating. "Well, just as Green was about to respond, Professor Oak entered the room alongside Gary, interrupting him. "I believe that is a splendid idea." Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Green appeared taken aback. "Grandpa," responding to Green's exclamation. Professor Oak spoke kindly. "Green, although you are now a Pokémon researcher, I know the fiery passion for Pokémon battles still resides within you. So you should embark on your new journey." "Grandpa," Green gazed at Professor Oak in disbelief after hearing his heartfelt advice. To be an exceptional researcher, one cannot rely solely on study. One must venture out, experiencing the unknown Pokémon firsthand. Professor Oak continued to guide Green's thoughts. "Reading thousands of books cannot compare to traveling thousands of miles," Roya chimed in to support Professor Oak's argument. "Indeed, that statement encapsulates it perfectly." Professor Oak nodded in agreement with Roya's words. "Pokémon battles, you say?" Inspired by Roya and Professor Oak's encouragement, Green reminisced about his experiences in the Kanto and Johto League conferences. "You should know that Ash has always been eager to defeat you," Roya added, using Ash to motivate Green, who seemed hesitant. "That guy is still light years away from defeating me." Green scoffed at the mention of Ash's name. "I can assure you, if Ash learns you will participate in the Sinnoh League, he will be absolutely thrilled," Professor Oak chimed in jovially. "Well, since you both say that, it would be rather unreasonable for me not to participate. I shall give that guy Ash an opportunity to challenge me." Ultimately, under the combined persuasion of Roya and Professor Oak, the proud Green agreed, eager to battle Ash once more. "I believe Ash will be overjoyed upon hearing this news," Gary remarked with a smile, having remained silent until now. "That guy will never be my match," Green declared with utmost confidence. "Perhaps not, but you should know that Ash has grown considerably during this time. Do not underestimate him." Professor Oak chuckled heartily before addressing Green. "After all, Ash has now triumphed over the formidable pharaoh of the Battle Pyramid." Roya promptly regaled Shigeru with Ash's recent achievements. "I must say, I am truly looking forward to it," Shigeru exclaimed, his face beaming with a smile upon hearing the news. "Ha!" Following Shigeru's remark, the group exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Just as their merriment reached a crescendo, the sudden sound of a door swinging open interrupted them, followed by a voice filled with astonishment. "What are you all laughing about?" Roya and the others immediately turned to see Ash entering the research facility, accompanied by Pikachu. Upon noticing everyone in fits of laughter, he curiously inquired, "What is going on?" "Ah, it's you, Ash. You've returned," Professor Oak exclaimed with a welcoming smile as he approached Ash. "Indeed, I have, Professor Oak, and everyone." Ash nodded in acknowledgement, greeting everyone warmly. "Welcome back, Ash." The gathered friends echoed joyfully. Even the typically aloof Shigeru joined in. "Thank you." Ash expressed his gratitude for their warm welcome. Roya turned his gaze to Xiaoji and said, "Xiaoji." then suddenly recalled his earlier question and continued, "By the way, what were you all laughing about?" "Well, perhaps it's best if Shigeru tells you," Roya suggested, casting a glance at Shigeru, eager to give Ash's initial rival the opportunity to share the news. "Shigeru, what is the matter?" With Roya and Professor Oak falling silent, Ash turned his attention to Shigeru, who was seated on the sofa. "Well, it's not a big deal. I'm just preparing to participate in the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley Conference." Shigeru replied with a shrug at Ash's inquiry. "What? Shigeru is entering the Sinnoh League Conference?" Ash exclaimed incredulously upon hearing Shigeru's declaration. At this moment, Ash had gained a fair understanding of the Sinnoh region. "That's right, Ash." Shigeru stood up, addressing Ash. "You better not lose to me before we even meet." "Not a chance. This time, I will definitely defeat you, Shigeru," Ash declared, his voice brimming with determination. "Then we shall see," Shigeru replied with a smile. "Don't forget about me. I am also determined to win the title of League Champion this time." Observing the two spirited rivals, Roya chuckled. "Let us settle this at the Lily of the Valley Conference," Shigeru remarked, glancing at Roya and Ash. "Absolutely." Both Roya and Ash responded in unison. "As a parting gift, here are 3 of the latest Pokédex models," Professor Oak interjected, presenting 3 cutting-edge Pokédexes to Roya, Ash, and Shigeru. "Thank you, Professor Oak Grandpa." The trio expressed their gratitude in unison after receiving the gifts. After agreeing to participate together in the Sinnoh League, the 3 decided to depart from Pallet Town the following day, embarking on a new adventure. Chapter 365, Journey to the Sinnoh Region. "Well then, let us set off today." On the morning of their departure, Roya, Shigeru, and Ash gathered at Professor Oak's lab, preparing to embark on their journey to the Sinnoh region. Before they left, Roya addressed Shigeru and Ash. "All right." Shigeru and Ash exchanged glances and replied in unison. "Before you head to the Sinnoh region, you might want to visit the Yamabuki Research Lab in Masera Town," Professor Oak suggested to the trio. "Yamabuki Research Lab?" Ash inquired curiously, having never heard of it before. "Ash, you don't know about this?" Shigeru looked at Ash with a hint of disdain before explaining. "The Yamabuki Research Lab belongs to Professor Yamabuki, a Pokémon researcher whose expertise rivals that of my grandfather." Rivaling Professor Oak's expertise sounds impressive, Ash exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. "We shall pay a visit," Roya affirmed. "By the way, Roya, would you like to join me?" Shigeru extended an invitation to Roya to accompany him to the Sinnoh region. "That sounds great. I've arranged to meet Mei and Tuko at Professor Yamabuki's lab, so we can go together." Roya recalled the arrangement made with Mei and Tuko the previous night, agreeing to Shigeru's invitation. "That's wonderful. I'll join you too," Ash chimed in, eager to accompany them. "Then let us make our way to Masera Town to visit Professor Yamabuki." Shigeru agreed, seeing Roya and Ash on board. "Also, thank you, Professor Oak, for all your care during this time." As they prepared to take their leave, Roya expressed his gratitude to Professor Oak. "No need for thanks," Professor Oak smiled, shaking his head. "Then we shall take our leave." After expressing their thanks, Roya bid farewell to Professor Oak. "We're off too. Goodbye, Grandpa Professor Oak." Shigeru and Ash echoed as they too said their goodbyes. "Safe travels." Professor Oak waved farewell as he watched Roya, Shigeru, and Ash leave Pallet Town, the trio responding in kind as they departed. Shortly after the trio left Pallet Town, a purple figure stealthily slipped away from Professor Oak's sight, quickly following the direction in which Roya and the others had departed. Meanwhile, not long after Roya, Shigeru, and Ash had exited Pallet Town, Roya sensed an aura closely trailing behind them. Upon further investigation, he discovered it was Ash's Apom, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Curious about Roya's sudden stop, Ash asked, "Roya, what's wrong?" "Your Apom has been stealthily following us," Roya replied, glancing back at Apom. "What? Apom, why did you follow us?" Ash exclaimed, turning around in surprise. Following Ash's gaze, he spotted Apom trailing behind. "Apom, why did you come along?" Ash queried. "I believe it simply can't bear to part from you and wishes to stay by your side," Shigeru observed, noting the longing in Apom's eyes. After hearing Shigeru's explanation, Ash turned to Apom and asked, "Is that true, Apom?" As Ash posed the question, Apom nodded vigorously in affirmation. "Since Apom wishes to accompany you so much, you should take it along," Roya encouraged Ash. "Well, since it has followed me, I might as well bring it along," Ash said, extending his right hand for Apom to climb onto his shoulder. After this brief interlude with Apom, the trio soon arrived in the bustling city of Tokiwa, where they obtained Apom's Pokeball from Professor Oak. Following this, they made their way to the Tokiwa airport, where, thanks to Shigeru's financial prowess, they promptly booked the fastest flight to the Sinnoh region. Unbeknownst to Roya and the others, 3 figures lurked in a nearby corner. Upon spotting Ash and the others, They quickly followed suit, stealthily boarding the same flight to embark on the journey to the Sinnoh region. After several hours, the trio finally arrived at the nearest airport to Masera town, joining the flow of passengers as they disembarked. So this is the Sinnoh region. It's simply magnificent. Upon disembarking from the plane, Ash gazed up at the sky as a Murkrow soared overhead, and with a cheerful tone, he remarked, "Let us save our reflections for later. For now, let us first pay a visit to the Yamanashi Research Institute in Masera town." However, Shigeru paid no heed to Ash's musings and instead urged him to hasten towards Masera town. "Indeed, we still have quite a distance to cover to reach the ultimate Masera town," Roy concurred, nodding in agreement. Reluctantly acquiescing to Roy and Shigeru's insistence, Ash followed them in the direction of Masera town. Meanwhile, in Shirogane town, the novice trainer, Koharu, was on her way to Masera town to acquire her initial Pokémon, but unexpectedly found herself lost. Fortunately, she encountered Dr. Yamanashi, who was returning to the institute. Under his guidance, she made her way back to the institute. However, chaos ensued within the research facility as a fierce skirmish erupted between a Chimchar and a Pachima, resulting in both Pokémon escaping into the surrounding forest located behind the institute. Impatient to wait, Koharu, after a brief exchange with Dr. Yamanashi, volunteered to search for Chimchar and Pachima. After a considerable period of searching, she managed to locate Pachima, but in doing so, inadvertently disturbed several pursuing Ariados, which cornered her and Pachima near a lake, known as Lake Valor, a famed site in the Sinnoh region. Just as the Ariados began to close in on Koharu and the Pachima cradled in her arms, a commanding voice resonated nearby. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." Chapter 366, A Visit to Dr. Yamanashi. At the brink of peril, surrounded by a throng of Ariados, Koharu heard a robust voice from her side. "Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a brilliant bolt of golden lightning surged forth, striking the Ariados with tremendous force. Under the onslaught of Thunderbolt, the Ariados were rendered momentarily incapacitated, their very bones visible through their exoskeletons. As the electric assault subsided, the disoriented Ariados hastily retreated, leaving Koharu and Pachima unharmed. Clinging tightly to Pachima, and with her eyes firmly shut, Koharu felt a wave of relief wash over her when she failed to sense any further attacks from the Ariados. Just then, a gentle voice reached her ears. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Koharu opened her eyes to find the menacing Ariados had vanished, and before her stood 3 young men and a Pikachu, 2 of the men possessing striking good looks, while the one in a hat appeared somewhat foolish. "Who are you?" Koharu inquired, her voice laced with curiosity as she regarded the unfamiliar trio. "My name is Ash. These are Roy and Shigeru. We hail from Pallet Town in the Kanto region," Ash responded, promptly introducing himself and his companions. "Hello, I am Koharu from Shirogane town." After hearing Ash's introduction, she reciprocated with a brief introduction of her own. "Greetings." Shigeru was the first to extend a friendly salutation, before gesturing towards the battered Pachima nestled in Koharu's arms. "Is your Pachima all right?" "Oh, right. Are you okay, Pachima?" Koharu quickly turned her attention to the Pachima, her anxiety evident. "Pachima," came the reply, as Pachima patted its chest, affirming its well-being. Observing Koharu's disheveled appearance, Roy inquired with genuine concern, "You aren't hurt, are you?" When the most striking of the trio expressed concern, Koharu, brimming with confidence, assured him, "I'm fine, really." "That's a relief," Roy remarked, his worry alleviated upon witnessing Koharu's spirited demeanor. "By the way, what brings you to this remote area?" Koharu suddenly questioned the trio, her curiosity piqued. "We came to visit Dr. Yamanashi, and while passing through, we heard your scream, prompting us to investigate," Ash explained, his cheerful disposition shining through. "Is that so?" Upon realizing that her cries had drawn them to her, Koharu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Following a brief exchange, Roy, Shigeru, and Ash learned the circumstances that had led Koharu and Pachima to their current predicament. "In that case, let us proceed to Dr. Yamanashi's Research Institute," Shigeru suggested. "Certainly." Just as Roy, Ash, and Koharu agreed, they suddenly noticed a thick fog enveloping Lake Valor. As the 4 of them gazed curiously at the lake, a small and mysterious translucent figure floated above it, disappearing without a trace as the mist dissipated. "What was that?" Ash wondered aloud, his curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of the figure. "It's truly enigmatic," Koharu echoed, her expression mirroring Ash's intrigue. "That was the legendary Pokémon, Emrit, of the Sinnoh region," Roy informed them, revealing the true identity of the fleeting apparition to Shigeru and the others. "Emrit?" Ash inquired, his interest ignited by the unfamiliar name, casting a puzzled glance at Roy. Are you saying it is the emotion Pokémon, one of the 3 lake guardians in Sinnoh lore? Shigeru, who had previously visited the Sinnoh region, asked in astonishment, having some familiarity with its myths. Indeed, Roy nodded in affirmation. I never imagined that the legend of Emrit residing in Lake Valor was true. Koharu, a native of the Sinnoh region, expressed her disbelief upon learning that the myth was indeed reality, while Ash and the others were still reeling from the revelation of Emrit. A cacophony of Murkrow cawing erupted above them. Startled, Roy and the others looked up to see a Murkrow clutching a Chimchar, soaring in the direction of the research institute. As Chimchar passed overhead, it glanced down at Roy and the others, scratching its head and adopting an apologetic expression. Since Chimchar has been found, let us return to the Yamanashi Research Institute, Roy declared upon witnessing the return of both Pachima and Chimchar. Agreed. With the affirmation from Shigeru and the others, the quartet proceeded toward the Research Institute. Upon their arrival, guided by Koharu, they were introduced to Dr. Yamanashi. Ah, so you are the Roy Shigeru, and Ash that Professor Okido spoke of. After a round of introductions, Dr. Yamanashi recognized the trio as the ones entrusted to him by Professor Okido. Indeed, Dr. Yamanashi. Roy replied politely, fully aware of Dr. Yamanashi's esteemed reputation as a leading researcher, second only to Professor Okido. Coincidentally, I received a package that appears to be for you. Ash, Dr. Yamanashi remarked, retrieving a parcel sent by Ash's mother, Hanako. Upon receiving the parcel handed to him by Dr. Yamaki, Ash opened it before the assembled crowd. Inside were the new garments and a space backpack prepared for him by Hanako, as he had left in such haste that they were sent to the Yamaki Research Institute. Upon receiving the new attire and backpack from his mother, Ash promptly donned the new gear, and his demeanor appeared considerably more spirited. Following this, Roya and the others utilized the communication device within the Yamaki Research Institute to successfully contact Professor Oak and Ash's mother. After accomplishing these tasks, Dr. Yamaki commenced his current undertaking. Chapter 367, Reunion with May. After Roya and the others concluded their conversation with Professor Oak, it was now Dr. Yamaki's turn to attend to his present duty, which involved distributing initial Pokémon to the novice trainers. Despite some unforeseen circumstances, today marked the day of your departure, and it was imperative to present you with a Pokédex and Pokeballs. Dr. Yamaki approached Shoko, accompanied by a group of assistants, and addressed her directly. Just as Dr. Yamaki finished speaking, one of the assistants produced a tray bearing 5 ordinary red and white Pokeballs and a pink Pokédex, presenting it to Shoko. Is this the Pokédex? Shoko inquired, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed upon the device that would soon be hers. The Pokédex will impart knowledge regarding the Pokémon you encounter. While this Pokeball is an item that facilitates the storage and transport of Pokémon, Dr. Yamaki explained, demonstrating the functions of the Pokédex and Pokeballs. After elucidating the uses of the Pokeballs and Pokédex, Dr. Yamaki turned his attention to the 3 Sinnoh starter Pokémon, Chimchar, Piplup, and Turtwig, arranged on the table, saying, now, from these 3 Pokémon, each tailored for novice trainers in the Sinnoh region, choose one to be your companion. Following this, he began to describe the 3 Pokémon. They are the Fire-type Chimchar, the Water-type Piplup, and the Grass-type Turtwig. Which one do you wish to select? Having contemplated her choice, Shoko responded confidently, I have made my decision. I want Piplup. After all, Shoko had shared many experiences with Piplup, and a bond had already begun to form between them, making the choice feel destined. Very well, here is Piplup's Pokeball. Dr. Yamaki, upon witnessing Shoko's choice, handed her the Pokeball containing Piplup. Approaching Piplup, Shoko said, Piplup, I believe we can become great partners. I look forward to working with you. With that, she returned Piplup to its Pokeball, successfully obtaining her first Pokemon. Observing Shoko's selection of Piplup, Ash reminisced about his own experience of receiving Pikachu, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Pika Pika, chimed Pikachu, echoing Ash's sentiments. I recall you were late because you overslept. As Ash's childhood rival and close friend, Gary wasted no time in teasing Ash before the group. That was due to my fateful encounter with Pikachu, which caused the delay. Ash retorted, attempting to defend himself against Gary's teasing. I find that hard to believe. Having grown up alongside Ash, Gary understood him well. With an amused glance at Ash, he smirked, you know, Ash. Hearing Gary's remark, Ash was left speechless, clearly agitated. Their camaraderie was evident. After Shoko received her starter Pokemon, she observed the playful exchange between Ash and Gary and chuckled. Their bond is truly remarkable. After all, they have been childhood friends. Roya added with a smile. I see. Shoko nodded in understanding. Who are childhood friends? Both Ash and Gary chorused, promptly denying it upon hearing Roya's comment. Your friendship is quite heartwarming. Even Dr. Yamaki, who had previously maintained a stern demeanor, now wore a hint of a smile. Just as Ash and Gary continued their banter, one of Dr. Yamaki's assistants approached him, saying, "Doctor, 2 young ladies from the Unova region have arrived at our institute, stating they are here to visit you at the request of Professor Juniper." Young ladies from Unova? That must be Mei and Tsubaki. Gary, having overheard the assistant, surmised and turned to Roya. "I believe so." Roya nodded in agreement. "Mei, it has been quite some time since we last met." Ash recalled Mei fondly. "If that's the case, then please let them in." Dr. Yamaki, having accepted Professor Juniper's request, instructed his assistant. "Certainly." The assistant complied and soon brought in the 2 young ladies, Mei and Tsubaki, to meet Dr. Yamaki and Roya. "Long time no see, Mei and Tsubaki." Roya greeted them with a wave, his face lighting up with a smile. "I've missed you, Roya," Mei exclaimed, rushing to embrace Roya's arm, expressing her fondness. Tsubaki smiled and added, "It's been a while. Do you know each other?" Dr. Yamaki inquired, observing the interaction among Roya, Mei, and Tsubaki. "Indeed, Mei, Tsubaki and I plan to travel together in the Sinnoh region and agreed to meet at your research institute," Roya explained in response to Dr. Yamaki's inquiry. "I see, Doctor." Yamaki acknowledged with understanding. "Thank you for your assistance, Dr. Yamaki." Mei and Tsubaki bowed respectfully. "Not at all." Dr. Yamaki waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. "Now that we are all gathered, it is time for us to set forth on our journey in the Sinnoh region." After conversing with Mei and Tsubaki, Roya suggested it was time to embark on their adventure. "In that case, let us part ways here." Gary stepped forward, addressing the group. "Then let us bid farewell." Roya nodded in agreement. Following Roya's words, Gary was the first to exit the Yamaki Research Institute, setting off on his journey to challenge the Sinnoh region. "Are you not joining him?" Shoko asked Roya, watching Gary embark on his solo adventure. "After all, they are rivals, so they will not be traveling together." Mei explained to Shoko, standing beside Roya. "I understand now," Shoko replied, grasping the situation. "Then we shall take our leave." After Mei's explanation, Roya, along with Mei and Tsubaki, bid farewell to Dr. Yamaki, Ash, and Shoko. "Wait, what about me?" Shoko, feeling somewhat lost as Roya and the others prepared to leave, questioned her situation. "Shoko, why don't you accompany Ash? He has been to many places," Dr. Yamaki suggested, noticing Shoko's uncertainty. "Very well." Although Shoko had hoped to travel with the dashing Roya, she conceded, realizing that Roya already had Mei and Tsubaki as companions. "Then let us part ways here." After concluding their conversations, Roya departed from the Yamanashi Research Institute alongside Mei and Toko, bidding a heartfelt farewell to Ash and Dawn, embarking on their own journey. Chapter 368, The First Encounter with Shinji. Following the parting from Ash and Shigeru at the Yamanashi Research Institute, Roya, accompanied by the reunited Mei and Toko, set forth on the path to challenge the Sinnoh League. However, as it was already afternoon, Roya chose not to hastily leave Masago town. Instead, he, along with Mei and Toko, made their way to the local Pokémon Center, intending to rest for the night before continuing their journey the next day. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Roya registered for the Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference with Nurse Joy. However, Mei and Toko decided not to enroll in the competition, expressing that their purpose for visiting the Sinnoh region was merely to travel, not to partake in the league tournament. That night, while residing in the Pokémon Center, Roya engaged in a silent conversation with the system before drifting into sleep, inquiring about the rewards from checking in at the Yamanashi Research Institute. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Yamanashi Research Institute and received a pure crystal of the blazing Roar Tiger Z, 5 quality enhancement agents, and 10 million league coins." Upon his inquiry, the system revealed the bountiful rewards of this check-in. A pure crystal of the blazing Roar Tiger Z and quality enhancement agents? Quite commendable. As Roya gazed at the items nestled within the system's space, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Content. He freshened up and then lay down on his bed, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Roya, accompanied by Mei and Toko, resumed their journey, setting their sights on their next destination. "Roya, which gym shall we challenge first?" Mei inquired as they traversed through the forest, with Toko casting a curious glance in her direction upon hearing the question. "We'll first pass through Jubilife City, then head to the Iron Island Gym in Black City," Roya replied, perusing the Sinnoh region's guidebook while addressing Mei and Toko. "All right, let's set off towards Jubilife City." Upon hearing Roya mention Jubilife City, Mei immediately took the lead, striding ahead of the group. As they continued through the forest for a while, they stumbled upon a young man with purple hair and a stern expression, commanding a Chimchar to attack 3 Mukaru. Roya instantly recognized the individual as Shinji, a fierce rival of Ash in the Sinnoh region, notorious for his unpleasant demeanor. Under the relentless assault of Chimchar, the trio of Mukuru fell one after another, only to be captured by Shinji with a Pokeball. However, moments later, Shinji utilized his Pokédex to assess the skills of the defeated Mukuru, seemingly dissatisfied, and subsequently released them back into the wild. The Pokédex allowed him to examine the skills possessed by Pokémon, and he judged their worth based on the number of techniques learned. The more skills, the stronger he deemed them, leading him to discard those that did not meet his standards. This scene provoked Mei, who possessed a strong sense of justice and an immense affection for Pokémon, prompting her to confront Shinji directly. "Hey, how can you act like this? Are you even a trainer?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with discontent. Responding to Mei's remarks, Shinji snapped back, his face cold. "What I do is none of your concern." Pausing briefly, he glanced at Roya and the others before continuing. "Since you all seem to be trainers, how about a battle?" His disdainful tone ignited Mei's anger, and she was about to accept the challenge to teach Shinji a lesson. However, Roya swiftly intervened, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively, while the more composed Toko attempted to soothe Mei's rising fury. Roya stepped forward, adopting a provocative tone as he declared, "Allow me to battle you instead. Let me witness your strength." To be honest, Roya felt little regard for Shinji at that moment, and his demeanor lacked the previous politeness he once exhibited. "Let us make it a 2-on-2 battle, shall we?" Shinji maintained his icy demeanor. "Sounds good to me." Roya readily agreed. "Then, here comes my first Pokemon. Go, Chimchar." Shinji released his first Pokeball, summoning Chimchar onto the battlefield. Pokemon, Chimchar. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Level, 23. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Dig, Ember, Flame Wheel, Scratch, Taunt. Ah, so this is Ash's primary powerhouse in the Sinnoh region. Quite impressive. Roya mused as he recognized Chimchar's prowess. Since Ash was the one who ultimately facilitated the evolution of Chimchar into a powerhouse, Roya felt no desire to capture it, believing it was better left for Ash. After assessing Chimchar's attributes, Roya retrieved a Pokeball, releasing his own Pokemon with the customary declaration, "Come forth, Shelmet." As the red light from the Pokeball faded, the 36-level Shelmet entrusted to him by Genji appeared on the scene. That is Shelmet. Shinji, somewhat familiar with the quasi-legendary Pokemon from the Hoenn region, displayed a fleeting look of astonishment on his otherwise rigid face. After a moment of shock, Shinji stubbornly retorted, "Even if you have Shelmet, it doesn't prove anything. Chimchar, use Ember." Shinji commanded, initiating the first wave of attack. Upon hearing the command, Chimchar opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of embers aimed directly at Shelmet. "Ignore it, Shelmet." Roya, brimming with confidence in Shelmet's defenses, refrained from issuing further commands. Following Roya's lead, Shelmet remained stationary, allowing the ember attacks to strike it without flinching. However, the embers failed to inflict any damage, and Shelmet stood unscathed. The sight of Shelmet's unwavering stance infuriated Shinji, who glared at Roya and shouted, "Are you looking down on me? If that is how you feel, so be it." At that moment, Roya opted not to engage further, merely shrugging in response. The coldness of Shinji's expression deepened, yet he continued to direct Chimchar. "Use Flame Wheel." As soon as Shinji finished his command, Chimchar exhaled flames, spinning its body to transform into a rolling wheel of fire and charged towards Shelmet. Seeing the oncoming Chimchar, Roya commanded, "Use Psyshock." At Roya's command, Shelmet became enveloped in a radiant white light before charging towards Chimchar's trajectory. The moment the two Pokemon collided, Chimchar was sent flying by Shelmet's Psyshock, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the view of all present, concealing Chimchar's current condition. Chapter 369. The Initial Humbling of Shinji. As soon as Roya commanded his Shelmet to utilize Psyshock against the Flame Monkey using Flame Wheel, in that fleeting moment of confrontation, the Flame Monkey was sent flying by the psychic impact, kicking up a cloud of smoke upon landing that obscured the vision of everyone present. The onlookers watched intently as the haze enveloping the Flame Monkey swiftly dissipated, revealing the battered creature before them. Remarkably, it had not yet lost its fighting spirit. What incredible resolve! Roya mused, observing the Flame Monkey, its body marred by wounds, still standing defiantly and gazing at Shelmet. However, the current Shinji was not Ash. He was indifferent to the Flame Monkey's injuries and continued to issue commands. Use Dig. Witnessing Shinji's insistence on having the wounded Flame Monkey continue to fight, Mei felt a surge of frustration. Honestly, the Flame Monkey is gravely injured, and yet he still pushes it to battle. Even the usually composed Toko harbored no fondness for Shinji's actions at this moment. Yet since the Flame Monkey remained Shinji's Pokemon, She refrained from voicing her discontent. Upon hearing Shinji's command, the flame monkey summoned its remaining strength, unsheathed its claws, and began to excavate a hole in the ground before burrowing into it. Roya observed as Shelmet searched for the elusive flame monkey, then spoke to it. Shelmet, do not rush. Calm your mind and carefully sense the vibrations beneath you. As Roya's words faded, Shelmet managed to quell its previously anxious demeanor, settling into a state of tranquility to perceive the subterranean tremors, a sentiment mirrored by Roya. Flame monkey, unleash flame wheel. Shinji commanded, noticing that Shelmet had regained its composure, thus continuing his offensive. Just as Shinji's words left his lips, Roya sensed an intense heat emanating from the left side of Shelmet, signaling an imminent strike. Seizing the moment, he shouted to Shelmet, "To your right, unleash Dragon Pulse." Upon hearing Roya's command, Shelmet promptly released a white, dragon-shaped beam towards its right. Coincidentally, at that precise moment, the flame monkey emerged from underground, only to be struck by the Dragon Pulse. The impact sent the flame monkey hurtling away, landing heavily on the ground, unconscious. What a useless creature. Shinji remarked coldly as he gazed at the fallen flame monkey, promptly recalling it into its Pokeball. Electabuzz, prepare for battle. He produced another Pokeball and tossed it, summoning Electabuzz into the fray. As Electabuzz materialized, Roya instinctively activated his Pokédex to assess its qualifications, discovering it possessed champion tier potential and had reached level 28. This is my first time seeing Electabuzz, May exclaimed, retrieving the latest Pokédex provided by Professor Yu to examine the relevant information. The Pokédex quickly responded, Electabuzz, the electric-type Pokémon, generates electricity by spinning its arms and becomes particularly lively during thunderstorms. So this is Electabuzz, May remarked, gaining insight after the Pokédex's explanation. Roya chose not to switch Pokémon, instead instructing Shelmet. Shelmet, continue the fight. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Upon realizing that Roya had not changed his Pokémon, Shinji immediately directed Electabuzz. Upon hearing Shinji's command, Electabuzz wore a mischievous grin as a golden bolt of lightning surged from its body, racing toward Shelmet. Shelmet, use Flamethrower, Roya shouted, observing the approaching Thunderbolt. At his command, Shelmet unleashed a searing column of fire from its mouth, the crimson flames hurtling towards Thunderbolt, the two attacks colliding midair. However, as Shelmet amplified its power, the flamethrower thickened considerably, soon overwhelming the Thunderbolt and advancing towards Electabuzz. Witnessing Thunderbolt being suppressed by the oncoming flamethrower, Shinji commanded Electabuzz, Electabuzz, use Quick Attack. Responding to Shinji's command, Electabuzz vanished in a flash of white light, narrowly evading the flamethrower. Electabuzz, now executing Quick Attack, charged towards Shelmet, delivering a fierce collision. Yet, with its formidable defenses, Shelmet merely staggered a few steps back, sustaining little damage from the hit. As Electabuzz closed in on Shelmet, Roya commanded, Shelmet, use Psyshock. In an instant, Shelmet, glowing with white light, lunged towards the nearby Electabuzz. The proximity left Electabuzz with no time to evade, resulting in a direct hit that sent it flying to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Roya instructed, Shelmet, unleash Dragon Breath. As Roya's command rang out, Shelmet expelled a blue beam from its mouth, striking the still recovering Electabuzz. Upon impact, Dragon Breath erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending Electabuzz hurtling once more to the ground, ultimately succumbing to the barrage of attacks from Shelmet. After enduring the relentless assault, Electabuzz could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed, losing consciousness. Observing this, May turned to Shinji. Electabuzz has lost its fighting capability. This time, you've lost. Return, Electabuzz. Shinji, faced with the unconscious Electabuzz, reluctantly recalled it into its Pokeball. His expression darkening. After being outmatched by Roya's Shelmet, it was understandable that his spirits were low. I want you. Just as Roya prepared to say something to Shinji, he was abruptly interrupted. I know what you want to say. This path is one I must choose for myself. So you needn't say anything further. With that, Shinji turned and walked away, gradually disappearing from the sight of Roya and the others. How infuriating. I've never met someone with such a foul temper. May expressed her disdain for Shinji. It's his own affair, we can't intervene. I believe he will come to understand in time, Roya reassured May. We should continue our journey, Tuko suggested, glancing at the sky and addressing Roya and May. Alright. Chapter 370, Capturing Eevee. After defeating Shinji in an unnamed forest, Roya, May, and Tuko noted that the afternoon had waned. After progressing for a while, they discovered a suitable camping spot near a stream and decided to set up camp for the night. Arriving at the stream, Roya observed the dimming light and said to May and Tuko, "It's getting late, and since we are near a stream, let us camp here for the night." "Sounds good." May and Tuko agreed after glancing at the sky. "Then I'll set up the tent, and you two can prepare the ingredients for tonight's dinner." Roya informed May and Tuko. "Okay." Upon hearing Roa's words, May and Tuko immediately agreed. "Then I'll send Happiny to help you all out," Roa said, taking out a Pokeball and releasing his Happiny to help May and Tuko prepare dinner for the evening. After sending out Happiny, Roa began setting up the tents for the night, while May and Tuko started preparing the ingredients for dinner. After some time, Roa skillfully finished setting up 3 tents, and then joined May and Tuko to help prepare the meal. Together, with Roa, May, Tuko, and Happiny, they managed to prepare food for both themselves and their Pokemon. Fortunately, Roa had brought some energy cubes in advance, which saved them a lot of time. While the group was enjoying their delicious dinner, a soft, sweet voice suddenly reached their ears. Even the Pokemon at the table stopped eating and looked toward the source of the sound. Following their gaze, they soon saw a brown figure emerging from the grass. Calling out in that soft, sweet voice, Roa, May, and Tuko focused carefully and quickly recognized the figure. It was a rare Eevee. "Wow, an Eevee! So cute." May's eyes lit up upon seeing it, and even the usually composed Tuko couldn't hide a look of fondness. Roa, of course, was no exception. Honestly, whether it was Eevee or its evolved forms, they all had high aesthetic appeal. Roa's favorite, however, was the fairy-type Pokemon. At first, Eevee appeared a little scared upon seeing so many eyes on it, but after noticing that Roa and the others weren't making any sudden moves, it calmed down. Eevee then looked at the energy cubes their Pokemon were holding, its gaze full of longing. Roa immediately understood Eevee's intent. These energy cubes were very attractive to Pokemon, especially to one like Eevee, which had come all this way drawn by them. Roa approached Eevee and crouched down. "Do you want some of these energy cubes?" he asked. Eevee stepped back slightly at first, startled, but then sensed Roa's gentle aura. Upon hearing his words, it nodded and let out a soft call. "All right, then come eat with us," Roa said, placing some normal-type energy cubes in front of Eevee. Unexpectedly, Eevee did not rush to eat. Instead, it called out a few times toward the grass behind it. Before Roa and the others could understand, 2 more Eevees emerged from the grass and joined the first one. After calling out a few times in thanks, all 3 Eevees began eating together. "These won't be enough. Here, have some more." May and Tuko, charmed by the Eevees, poured more energy cubes in front of them to ensure they had enough. Watching the 3 Eevees enjoy their meal elegantly, Roa said to May, Tuko, and the Pokemon, "Let us eat too." Despite the unexpected guests, Roa and his companions enjoyed a fulfilling dinner. After dinner, Roa approached the Eevees. "How is the taste? Do you like it?" "Eevee." The first Eevee called softly, showing it was satisfied. Roa smiled and patted its little head. Roa then used his scout eye to check the stats of the 3 Eevees. Pokemon. Eevee type. Normal ability. Adaptability gender. Female level. 21 potential. Ace trainer moves. Tackle. Tail whip. Iron tail. Sand attack. Quick attack. Swift. Shadow ball. The other 2 Eevees had similar stats. All female. And also ace trainer level. Very impressive. Among them, the first Eevee was the eldest sister and the strongest, while the other 2 were slightly weaker at level 18. Seeing their potential, Roa felt inclined to befriend them. "Eevees, would you like to join us as our companions? I want an Eevee as a partner too," May exclaimed, showing her desire. Tuko remained silent, but her fondness was obvious. The 3 Eevees looked at Roa, May, and Tuko, exchanged a brief glance among themselves, and then called out once in agreement. Understanding them, Roa took out an empty luxury ball and addressed the eldest Eevee. "Then please take care of yourself from now on." May and Tuko, observing, also took out their Pokeballs and aimed at 1 Eevee each. Seeing 3 Pokeballs, the Eevees simultaneously pressed the switches, allowing themselves to be captured without resistance. After successfully capturing the Eevees, Roa released them, and the Pokemon began to get acquainted. Roa's team welcomed them warmly, treating them like younger sisters, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Afterward, Roa, May, and Tuko cleaned up the dinnerware and happily went to sleep. May and Tuko even cuddled the fluffy Eevees as they slept. The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Roa led May and Tuko on the journey towards Shikusai City. During the day, they continued towards Shikusai City. But May started feeling tired and complained, "I'm so tired. Can we rest for a bit?" She put on a pitiful look to persuade Roa to pause and take a short break. May Tuko sighed. "We haven't even rested that long. But I still feel a bit tired." May pouted, looking at Roa with watery eyes. Seeing May's pleading eyes, Roa softened and said to Tuko, "It's been over 2 hours since our last break. We should rest for a bit." "That's great." After hearing Roa's words, May immediately cheered with excitement and moved to a shaded spot to rest. Honestly, you're spoiling May again. Tuko glanced at Roa, but there was a hint of relaxation in her eyes, knowing that long journeys could be exhausting. We have been traveling for quite a while, so a short rest isn't a problem, Roa replied with a smile after hearing Tuko's words. Since Roa had made up his mind, Tuko said nothing further and joined May, taking out some water and food so they could rest. As Roa was about to join them, a pleasant melody suddenly reached his ears. He immediately paused and looked around. Where's that music coming from? May and Tuko, resting as well, heard the sound and also scanned the surroundings to locate its source. After some searching, the three of them saw a man wearing a top hat walking toward them while playing a harp. At his feet was a small, green figure. That's a Budu. Roa immediately recognized the tiny green Pokémon at his feet, a grass-type Budu. So cute, May exclaimed, charmed by Budu's adorable appearance. Thank you for the compliment, the man said gently, stopping his walk after hearing May's praise. May I ask who you are? Tuko curiously looked at the gentleman before them. My name is Shoji. I am a Pokémon minstrel, and this is my Pokémon Budu. Together, we travel the Sinnoh region, celebrating the Pokémon world through song. The gentleman, Shoji, introduced himself to Roa and his friends. Hello, Mr. Shoji, Roa greeted first, then introduced himself and his companions. I'm Roa from the Alola region, and these are my companions, May and Tuko. We are currently traveling through the Sinnoh region. Hello, Mr. Shoji, May and Tuko politely greeted him after Roa's introduction. Greetings. Shoji removed his hat and returned their greeting with a polite bow. After Shoji's introduction, Roa recalled some details about him. Like Shinji, Shoji was also one of Ash's rivals in Sinnoh. He had participated in both the Sinnoh League and large-scale Pokémon contests, achieving impressive results in both. I see you're traveling through Sinnoh. Are you preparing for the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley conference? Shoji asked Roa and his friends after some small talk. Yes, I've registered for the Sinnoh League and am traveling for that purpose, Roa nodded in response. Then may I have a Pokémon battle with you? Shoji's eyes lit up when he learned Roa was participating in the league, and he issued a challenge. I can accept your challenge, Mr. Shoji. But I'm curious why you suddenly challenged me, Roa asked, understanding Shoji's intent. I'm undecided between participating in the Sinnoh League or a large-scale Pokémon contest. I want to battle both types of trainers to help determine my path, Shoji explained. I see. Roa nodded, understanding Shoji's reasoning. Since Shoji hadn't yet encountered Ash's group, Roa thought for a moment and said, then I have no objection. Then let us have a one-on-one battle. Shoji said excitedly. No problem, Roa replied. I'll be the referee. Cheerful, May immediately volunteered for the role. Thank you, Miss May, Shoji said politely, grateful for her offer. The upcoming battle will be between Roa and Shoji. Each trainer may use only one Pokémon, with no time limit. May formally announced the rules. Budu, I'm counting on you, Shoji said to the Budu at his feet. All right, it's my turn now, Roa said, throwing out a Pokeball. From the red glow of the Pokeball emerged his 29-level Kirlia, the smallest of his team. Is that Kirlia? So cute. I want one. May squealed again at Kirlia's adorable appearance. You really fall in love with every Pokémon you see, Tuko muttered, a little exasperated but smiling at May's enthusiasm. Roa instinctively activated his scout eye to check Budu's stats. Pokémon. Budu type. Grass poison ability. Natural cure gender. Female level. 26 potential. Ace trainer level moves. Giga Drain. Growth. Stun Spore. Sunny Day. Solar Beam. Bullet Seed. Sweet Scent. Let the match begin. May shouted after seeing both Pokémon ready. Mr. Shoji, you may go first. Roa offered Shoji the first turn. Then I shall graciously accept, Shoji said with a smile. He focused and commanded Budu. Budu, use Bullet Seed. Budu immediately opened its mouth and launched a barrage of glowing green seeds toward Kirlia. Kirlia, use Psybeam. Roa shouted, responding immediately. Kirlia's eyes glowed with a soft blue light as it used Psybeam, halting the oncoming seeds in midair. Kirlia, reflect them back. Roa ordered. Kirlia's blue eyes flashed, and the controlled seeds shot back toward Budu at the same speed. Oh no, Shoji quickly shouted. Budu, continue using Bullet Seed. Upon hearing Shanji's words, Hiding Bud swiftly seized the moment, releasing a plethora of seeds from its mouth, which collided with the earlier rebound, resulting in a cacophony of explosions before dissipating. Just as Luoya prepared to launch another assault on Hiding Bud, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, enveloping Hiding Bud in a radiant glow. It's the light of evolution, exclaimed Tuzi in astonishment. The evolution of Hiding Bud into a Rosalia requires a high level of intimacy, indicating that Mr. Shangji shares a profound bond with his Pokémon. Luoya was taken aback by Hiding Bud's unexpected evolution, especially since it occurred days earlier than in the original narrative. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Although Hiding Bud had already transformed into a Rosalia, it posed no significant threat to Luoya and Kairu-Lian, so he dismissed it from his mind. After contemplating briefly, Luoya directed Kairu-Lian, unleash Shadow Ball. Under Luoya's command, Kairu-Lian conjured a purple-black sphere, which, propelled by its will, surged towards Rosalia. Dodge, Rosalia. Upon nearing impact, Rosalia obeyed Shangji's command, nimbly leaping away from the attack's trajectory. Rosalia, employ Sunny Day. After evading the Shadow Ball, Shangji called out to Rosalia. At his command, a beam of white light erupted from the blossoms on Rosalia's arms, ultimately succumbing to the barrage of attacks from Shelmet, soaring into the sky and brightening the weather. After enduring the relentless assault, Electabuzz could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed, losing consciousness. Observing this, now use Solar Beam. Following the Sunny Day, Shangji initiated his next offensive maneuver. Within a fleeting moment, Rosalia harnessed solar energy and unleashed a white beam towards Kairu-Lian, slicing through the air as it advanced. Kairu-Lian, teleport. In response to Luoya's directive, Kairu-Lian instantly vanished from its position, reappearing at Rosalia's side. Seizing the opportunity, Luoya commanded, Kairu-Lian, use hypnosis. As Luoya's words faded, a wave of hypnotic energy emanated from Kairu-Lian's gaze, causing Rosalia to succumb to slumber. Oh no, Rosalia, wake up! Shangji exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing Rosalia's sudden slumber induced by hypnosis. Too late, use Dream Eater. Amused by Shangji's frantic calls, Luoya issued another command to Kairu-Lian. Consequently, an ethereal figure appeared behind Kairu-Lian and penetrated Rosalia's form, leading to Rosalia's eventual downfall under Dream Eater's power. Rosalia has lost the ability to battle. Kairu-Lian is victorious. Mei, who had taken on the role of referee, announced the outcome. Rosalia, are you alright? Shangji inquired with concern for the unconscious Rosalia. Observing the scene, Luoya called out to Kairu-Lian, use Heal Pulse on Rosalia. Responding to Luoya's command, Kairu-Lian emitted a white wave that swiftly enveloped the slumbering Rosalia. Under the healing effects of Heal Pulse, Rosalia soon regained consciousness. Relieved to see Rosalia awaken, Shangji expressed his gratitude to Luoya. Thank you, Luoya. No need for thanks, Luoya replied, shaking his head. What are your thoughts on the upcoming League Conference and the Grand Festival? Tuzi approached Shangji, posing the question. Engaging in battle with Luoya has allowed me to appreciate the allure of Pokémon battles. I am determined to participate in this League Conference, Shangji replied with a smile. Both Pokémon battles and Grand Contests revolve around the mastery of Pokémon. So Mr. Shangji, you could utilize your skills from the contests and battles. Luoya chimed in with his perspective. That is an excellent idea. I shall participate in both events, Shangji resolved after hearing Luoya's suggestion. Simultaneously attending the League Conference and the Grand Festival is indeed a splendid notion. Mei responded with a smile. I hope we cross paths at one of the competitions. Shangji remarked, turning his gaze towards Luoya. We certainly will, Luoya replied with a smile in return. Then, let us part ways here. With that, Shangji departed with Rosalia to continue his journey, while Luoya, Mei, and Tuzi did likewise. Chapter 373, The Enigmatic Forest. In the duel against the Pokémon Bard Shangji, Luoya's Kairu-Lian decisively overwhelmed Shangji's Hiding Bud. Though it ultimately evolved into Rosalia, it still succumbed to Kairu-Lian's might. After this encounter, Luoya, Mei, and Tuzi took a brief respite before resuming their journey towards Celebration City. On this day, they arrived at the entrance of a forest where Mei stood, gazing into the depths of the woods, and remarked, I can't shake the feeling that this forest harbors an ominous aura. Your intuition is quite sharp, Luoya responded, casting a surprised glance at Mei. Mei, sensing something awry from Luoya's remark, eagerly pressed for clarification. What do you mean by that? This forest resembles the bewildering woods we encountered in the Chengdu region, Luoya said with a grin. Bewildering woods. Upon hearing this name, Mei was instantly reminded of unpleasant memories, looking at Luoya with incredulity and asking, could there be ghastly or similar ghost-type Pokémon here? Not quite, Luoya reassured her. That's a relief, Mei exclaimed, patting her chest in relief upon hearing Luoya's response. Meanwhile, Tuzi observed Mei's reaction with envy, pondering, what on earth did Mei consume to grow up like this? However, Luoya and Mei remained oblivious to Tuzi's gaze as Luoya continued, nevertheless. This forest is home to a group of Stantler, and like Ghastly, they can create illusions if one fixates on their antlers. Isn't that essentially the same? May expressed her discomfort, feeling increasingly reluctant to enter the forest. Luoya, noticing May's apprehension, continued cheerfully, however, traversing this enigmatic forest is essential on our path to Celebration City. Yet, the memories of the bewildering woods made May hesitant. Just as Luoya was teasing May, Tuzi interjected, "All right, Luoya, stop teasing May." Upon hearing Tuzi's words, May realized she had been the butt of Luoya's joke, leaving her speechless with indignation. Recognizing the line he had crossed, Luoya promptly apologized. "I overstepped this time. I'm truly sorry, May." With Luoya's sincere apology, May's anger subsided, and she made a series of assurances that led to her forgiving him. However, she remained concerned about the Stantler in the forest. "Have you forgotten I have Jengar with me?" Luoya said, observing May's worried expression. "Ah yes, Jengar can assist us." May's eyes brightened at Luoya's words, her earlier worries fading swiftly. "Since we have a plan to deal with the Stantler, let us venture in." Tuzi chimed in eagerly. Let us pass through this illusion forest for a bit." May agreed with Tuko's suggestion. Seeing this, Roa immediately pulled out a Pokeball and released his Jengar. As soon as Jengar appeared, it looked around, searching for its opponent. Not finding anyone, it turned a puzzled gaze toward Roa. "We're going to pass through this illusion forest, so I'm counting on you to handle any Stantler we encounter, Jengar." Roa explained the reason he called it out. After hearing Roa's words, Jengar tapped its chest and let out a few confident cries, signaling that it had everything under control. With Jengar ready, Roa led May and Tuko into the illusion forest. The timid May clung tightly to Roa's arm, carefully observing her surroundings, afraid that a Stantler might suddenly appear. As for Roa, he had initially felt a little uncomfortable being tightly held, but after feeling May's grip, that discomfort vanished immediately. Not long after entering the forest, several Stantlers suddenly emerged from the grass, their alert eyes fixed on Roa and his friends. Just as the Stantler prepared to use their illusions, Jengar, who had been hiding in Roa's shadow, leapt out and scared them away. Though they had driven off this group of Stantler, Roa and his friends still encountered many more along the way, all equally alert and on edge. "What is wrong with these Stantler?" Observant Tuko noticed something unusual about the herds and voiced her thoughts. "Seems like it, yeah?" With Tuko's hint, May quickly understood. She recalled the visible restlessness in the previous Stantler groups and felt puzzled. "It's because this season happens to be their breeding period. That's why the Stantler are so agitated," Roa explained, having figured out the cause. "That makes sense." Tuko nodded, understanding the reason for the Stantler's agitation. "Then we should hurry through the illusion forest," May immediately said. Roa, May, and Tuko exchanged a glance and simultaneously replied, "Right." Knowing the cause of the Stantler's agitation, the three of them quickened their pace, determined to pass through the forest without disturbing the resident Pokémon. After several hours, they finally emerged from the illusion forest at its edge. Looking back at the forest, May breathed a sigh of relief. "We finally made it out." Seeing May's expression, Roa and Tuko both laughed. During their passage through the forest, May hadn't complained even once, careful not to be trapped by the illusions. After a brief rest at the forest's edge, Roa and his companions continued their journey towards Celebration City, which was not far away. Chapter 374, Passing Through Celebration City. Arriving at Black Gold City after safely passing through the illusion forest, Roa rested briefly with May and Tuko before continuing their journey. On the way to Celebration City, they naturally encountered some trainers along the road and engaged in a few battles. As the saying goes among trainers, the moment eyes meet, the battle begins. Through these battles, and by training the Kirlia and other Pokémon in his party, Roa's Pokémon gradually grew stronger, particularly the newly caught EV, which showed remarkable improvement. After several days of travel, Roa, along with May and Tuko, reached Celebration City. Since the city didn't have a gym, Roa decided to rest for a day, purchase some supplies, and then continue on to Black Gold City. Having already planned this, Roa led May and Tuko to the city's Pokémon Center, intending to stay there for 2 nights before heading to Black Gold City. On the way, they noticed many advertisements for the upcoming contest, and a large crowd entering one of the event venues. "What are they doing?" May asked curiously, having not paid attention to the advertisements beforehand. "Don't you know?" Tuko exclaimed in surprise, looking at May. "Know what?" May asked, turning to Roa for an explanation. Smiling at May's adorable expression, Roa patted her head and explained. "Since Celebration City is about to hold a Pokémon contest, these people are probably registering to participate." Roa knew about the contest. It was the debut competition of Dawn, Ash's companion, so he had a memorable impression of it. "Pokémon contest? That sounds amazing," May exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although she knew about contests, May had never participated before, so she was eager to experience it. Seeing her expression, Roa asked, So you want to join the contest? I think I'll pass. Mei shook her head. Why not give it a try? Tuko suggested. No, I'm not interested, Mei replied after some thought. Then let us head to the Pokemon Center. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you and Tuko around Celebration City, Roa said. Okay. Mei and Tuko responded in unison. After receiving their agreement, the three quickened their pace and arrived at the Pokemon Center. They restored their Pokemon's energy and booked a room for their two-night stay. The next morning, after breakfast, Roa, Mei, and Tuko left the Pokemon Center and continued their journey toward the neighboring city, Black Gold City. After several days of traversing the wilderness, Roya and his companions swiftly approached the vicinity of the Black Gold Gym located in Black Gold City. As they stood atop a nearby mountain, gazing down at the city, it became evident that Black Gold City was intricately built against the mountainside, adorned with numerous towering chimneys and an array of uneven structures, epitomizing a quintessential heavy industrial metropolis. There it is, Black Gold City, Mei exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with awe. Black Gold City is a prime example of a resource-rich urban area, boasting an abundance of coal resources. The city's renowned coal mines are not only teeming with coal, but also harbor ancient elven fossils, which frequently attract the gym trainer. Piao Tai. At this moment, Roya shared his insights about Black Gold City with Mei and Tuko. Upon hearing Roya's explanations, both Mei and Tuko nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "So that's how it is." After a moment of reflection, Mei grew increasingly eager to enter Black Gold City and urged Roya and Tuko to proceed. With Mei's encouragement, the trio traversed the distance at a brisk pace, soon arriving at the Pokemon Center of Black Gold City. Unlike Ash, who often prioritizes gym battles upon entering a new city, Roya understood the necessity of taking a brief respite. Although they did not plan to challenge Piao Tai that day, it was essential to book the gym battle in advance, as Piao Tai was not one to linger in the gym for long. After resting for a while at the Pokemon Center, Roya, accompanied by Mei and Tuko, made their way to the Black Gold Gym. Upon their arrival at the gym, as expected, they did not encounter the gym trainer, Piao Tai, but rather his assistant and friend, who was overseeing the gym. After learning of Piao Tai's absence, Roya addressed the assistant, saying, "Could you please assist me in making a reservation? Kindly notify me when he is available." "No problem," replied the assistant readily. Following this, Roya left his contact information for ease of communication. Having completed these arrangements, Roya, Mei, and Tuko exited the Black Gold Gym and continued to explore the city, seizing the opportunity to procure some supplies. Chapter 375. The Battle at Black Gold Gym. After scheduling the gym challenge with the assistant at Black Gold Gym, Roya received an invitation for the battle that very evening, setting the time for the next morning. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast at the Pokemon Center, Roya, along with his companions Mei and Tuko, made their way to the gym. On their way, Roya inquired of Mei and Tuko, "Are you truly not considering participating in the Lily of the Valley Conference?" "Indeed," Mei replied. "We are merely here for a leisurely exploration of the Sinnoh region." After exchanging glances, Tuko spoke up. "Very well," Roya nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief conversation, the trio soon arrived at the Black Gold Gym. From the exterior, the Black Gold Gym resembled the rock-type gyms Roya had previously encountered, such as the Pewter Gym and the Canalave Gym, characterized by its rocky facade, clearly indicating its specialization in rock-type Pokémon. "The design of this gym is quite unique," Mei remarked, admiring the rock-like structure. "After all, the gym trainer is a master of rock-type Pokémon," Tuko chimed in with a smile. After a quick glance at the gym, Roya suggested, "Shall we head inside?" With that, he took the lead, stepping into the gym, followed closely by Mei and Tuko. As they entered, they spotted a man wearing a red safety helmet, clad in work attire and glasses, engaged in conversation with the assistant they had met earlier. Roya immediately recognized him as Piao Tai, the gym trainer. Upon noticing their arrival, Piao Tai approached Roya and his companions, saying, "My name is Piao Tai, the gym trainer of Black Gold Gym. You are here for the gym challenge you scheduled yesterday, correct?" "Greetings, Mr. Piao Tai. I am Roya from the Alola region, here to challenge the Black Gold Gym as per our arrangement," Roya responded, briefly introducing himself. "Then, please follow me," Piao Tai instructed, leading Roya and the others, along with his assistant who would also serve as the referee, to the battle arena, which, like their previous encounter, was a rocky terrain. Roya and Piao Tai quickly took their respective positions, facing each other, while Mei and Tuko settled into the spectator seats, with the referee taking his place. At this moment, the referee announced, "The following is a gym challenge between gym trainer Piao Tai and Mr. Roya from the Alola region. Each participant may use 3 Pokemon, and victory is awarded when one side's Pokemon are all unable to continue battling. Piao Tai, I will send out my first Pokemon now. Go Geodude." As Piao Tai threw his first Pokeball, a level 25 Geodude materialized onto the field. Geodude, indeed a quintessential choice for a rock-type gym. Roya remarked thoughtfully upon assessing Geodude's attributes. He then produced a Pokeball of his own and threw it into the arena, declaring, "For this first match, I entrust you." Eevee. Roya's first Pokemon was Eevee, which had recently reached level 24 after rigorous training. Is it wise to deploy Eevee for the gym challenge at this moment? May questioned, her concern evident. It's fine. You should know that Eevee has made significant progress during this period. Tuko replied with a reassuring smile. The referee, observing that both Roya and Piao Tai had sent forth their Pokemon, announced loudly, "The battle begins." As the challenger, Roya was to attack first. Promptly issuing commands to Eevee, "Eevee, use Swift." Under Roya's guidance, Eevee flicked its tail, emanating a brilliant white light, sending forth a flurry of sparkling golden stars toward Geodude. Piao Tai used Rollout. Upon seeing the incoming Swift attack, Piao Tai quickly commanded Geodude. In response, Geodude curled into a ball and began to roll, deftly evading the stars while continuing its advance toward Eevee. "Eevee, dodge using Quick Attack," Roya instructed, and Eevee vanished from its original position, reappearing behind Geodude with a flash of white light, successfully avoiding the initial wave of the rollout attack. However, Geodude merely adjusted its trajectory and continued its rolling assault toward Eevee. Realizing that rollout would increase in power with each consecutive hit, Roya quickly devised a strategy and commanded, "Eevee, dig a hole in Geodude's path." Following Roya's command, Eevee swiftly excavated a small tunnel in Geodude's trajectory, causing the rolling Geodude to tumble directly into the pit. "Not good. Geodude, get out quickly," Piao Tai exclaimed in alarm, urging his Pokemon. However, it is now too late. Roya would not let this opportunity slip away. Seizing the moment, Roya swiftly commanded Eevee, "Eevee, utilize Quick Attack to close the distance, then finish it off with Iron Tail." As soon as Roya's words echoed, Eevee immediately executed the Quick Attack move, vanishing from its original spot, transforming into a streak of white lightning and reappearing directly in front of Geodude. With its white tail, it unleashed Iron Tail, striking Geodude, which was unable to evade the command, sending it flying. As Geodude plummeted to the ground, its eyes turned into swirling patterns, losing consciousness. Geodude was rendered incapable of battle, and Eevee emerged victorious. The referee, observing the fallen Geodude, promptly announced the result of this round. "You've done well, Geodude," Piao Tai consoled, returning it to its Pokeball. Subsequently, Piao Tai retrieved a second Pokeball and tossed it onto the battlefield, summoning a level 27 Onix. "Onix, then return for now, Eevee." Faced with Piao Tai's Onix, Roya had no choice but to withdraw his significantly weaker Eevee and produce his next Pokeball. "I entrust this round to you." Chapter 376, Acquiring the Cold Badge. "I rely on you, Electabuzz." After recalling Eevee, Roya sent out one of his 4 Pokemon, Electabuzz. Choosing an electric type like Electabuzz is not the wisest decision, Piao Tai remarked with a smile upon seeing Roya's second Pokemon. "Do not underestimate my Electabuzz," Roya replied with a calm smile. "Let me see its strength." Piao Tai responded with an equally cheerful demeanor. "Onix, use Rock Tomb." This time, Piao Tai initiated the attack. Following his command, Onix slammed its tail against the ground, causing numerous rocks to levitate, which then surged towards Electabuzz under Onix's control. "Electabuzz, use Quick Attack to approach the opponent." Upon noticing the incoming attack, Roya shouted to Electabuzz. At his command, Electabuzz, enveloped in a glimmer of white light, transformed into a flash of lightning, evading the rock tomb and suddenly appearing behind Onix, crashing into it. The impact from Quick Attack sent Onix staggering back a few steps. Seize the opportunity. Use Quick Attack followed by Brick Break. Roya did not let this opening go to waste and continued issuing commands to Electabuzz. Thus, at Roya's behest, Electabuzz, having just halted its movement, surged forward once more, landing a Brick Break on Onix, pushing it back again. Seeing Onix being repeatedly pushed back, Piao Tai, once it regained its footing, launched his attack. "Onix, use Tackle." Upon hearing Piao Tai's command, Onix charged forward using its massive body to collide with Electabuzz. However, Roya capitalized on Electabuzz's speed, easily dodging with Quick Attack and quickly seized the chance. "Aim for Onix's body. Use Brick Break." Upon hearing Roya's command, Electabuzz, now beside Onix, obeyed, delivering a powerful Brick Break to Onix's frame. The force of Electabuzz's attack elicited a pained cry from Onix. "Onix, use Bind." Piao Tai reacted swiftly, instructing Onix as Electabuzz clung to it. Despite the pain, Onix began to coil its body to ensnare Electabuzz. "Dodge with Quick Attack." Yet, the agile Electabuzz, under Roya's guidance, swiftly evaded the attempt, then continued with another brick break. Ultimately, after several consecutive brick breaks from Electabuzz, Onix succumbed, collapsing and losing consciousness. Onix was unable to continue battling. Electabuzz was victorious. At this moment, the referee declared the result of the second round. However, just as the referee's words faded, Electabuzz was enveloped in a dazzling light. It's the light of evolution. The spectators chorused. Is it finally evolving? Roya mused, watching Electabuzz surrounded by the radiant glow. Mere moments later, a majestic figure emerged from the light, and as the evolution glow dissipated, Electabuzz' evolved form, Electivire, appeared. Well done, Electivire. Return for a rest. After Electivire's evolution, Roya recalled it, and Piaotai did the same. Then this will be my last Pokémon. Go forth, Cranidos. Piaotai summoned his final Pokémon. The resurrected fossil Pokémon, Cranidos. Pokémon, Cranidos. Type, Rock. Ability, Mold Breaker. Gender, Male. Level, 30. Aptitude, Almost Champion. Moves, Head Smash, Ancient Power, Zen Headbutt, Flamethrower, Rock Slide, Sandstorm. Rock Tomb. So this is Cranidos. After scanning with his observation eye, the attributes of Cranidos quickly came into Roya's view. Having devised a strategy in his mind, Roya produced another Pokeball and tossed it. I entrust you, Kirlia. From the red glow of the Pokeball, Kirlia's form materialized. Upon seeing Roya dispatch Kirlia, Piaotai immediately commanded Cranidos. Cranidos, use Rock Tomb. Following Piaotai's directive, a multitude of rocks surged around Cranidos and, under its command, charged toward Kirlia. Teleport. At Roya's command, Kirlia vanished in an instant, evading the Rock Tomb attack. Magical Leaf. Upon noticing Kirlia's position beside Cranidos, Roya exclaimed. At his command, a flurry of white glowing leaves formed from Kirlia's hands and rushed toward Cranidos. Cranidos, use Zen Headbutt. Piaotai, aware that Magical Leaf was a guaranteed hit, decided to let Cranidos meet the attack head-on. After a brief clash between the two moves, Cranidos was forced back by the resulting explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Roya commanded Kirlia. Kirlia, use Psychic. As Roya's words fell, Kirlia unleashed a beam of white light from its eyes, heading straight for Cranidos. The psychic attack struck Cranidos, which was unable to dodge in time, sending it sprawling to the ground. Just as Cranidos attempted to rise, its body shimmered with light, and like Electivire, it successfully evolved into Rampardos. Seeing his newly evolved Rampardos, Piaotai was filled with joy, prompting him to launch an offensive. Rampardos, use Zen Headbutt. At Piaotai's command, Rampardos charged toward Kirlia. Roya, not to be outdone, immediately ordered Kirlia. Hypnosis. Soon, waves emanated from Kirlia's gaze, swiftly reaching Rampardos' eyes. Under the influence of hypnosis, Rampardos succumbed to sleep, collapsing to the ground. Final move, Dream Eater. With Kirlia's last attack of Dream Eater, the freshly evolved Rampardos fell into a deep unconsciousness. Rampardos was unable to continue battling. Kirlia emerged victorious, and the ultimate victor was Roya. The referee cast a glance at the state of the Rampardos before declaring the final result. What an impressive display of strength, sighed Piaotai as he recalled the Rampardos. You flatter me, Mr. Piaotai, replied Luoya modestly. As the victor, please accept this coal badge. With that, Piaotai produced a badge and handed it over to Luoya, also providing him with a badge case. Thank you, Mr. Piaotai. Luoya expressed his gratitude before carefully accepting the badge and its case. Just as Luoya prepared to depart, an individual, similarly attired as Piaotai, burst in and hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, We've discovered something monumental. Chapter 377. The Resurrection of the Fossil Pterodactyl. After Luoya's battle with Piaotai, as they were about to leave with Mei Yi and 2Z, a man dressed like Piaotai suddenly rushed in, breathless, and reached Piaotai's side. Piaotai, observing the exhausted figure before him, inquired curiously, What has transpired? After catching his breath, the man responded, Mr. Piaotai, we have unearthed a remarkably rare fossil in the Black Gold Mine. What? Piaotai exclaimed, astonished. Once he regained his composure, he asked the man, What kind of Pokémon fossil is it? It remains unclear. We require your expertise to identify it, the man replied. I'll head over immediately, Piaotai exclaimed. At this point, Luoya also felt intrigued and seized Piaotai's arm, asking, May I join you? Yes, I would love to see it as well. Mei Yi chimed in, her interest piqued by the fossil. Although 2Z remained silent, her eyes mirrored a yearning for adventure. Of course, let us all go together. Piaotai readily agreed to their request. Thank you, Mr. Piaotai. After expressing their gratitude, Luoya, Mei Yi, and 2Z hurriedly followed Piaotai and the other man toward the Black Gold Mine. leaving their incapacitated Pokémon in the care of an assistant. Due to Piao Tai's urgency, they swiftly arrived at one of the renowned attractions of Black Gold City, the Black Gold Mine. Known for its abundant coal resources and occasional Pokémon fossils, including Piao Tai's own Rampardos, which had been revived through a fossil revival machine. The discovery of yet another unidentified fossil thrilled Piao Tai even further. Upon reaching the mine, Luo Ye and his companions were quickly guided by the staff to the fossil that had been extracted by the workers. As soon as Piao Tai arrived at the fossil's location, he immediately picked up a magnifying glass and began scrutinizing the intriguing collection of remains, eager to glean information about it. Meanwhile, Luo Ye and the others quietly observed from the side, refraining from interrupting Piao Tai's examination. After a considerable period of meticulous observation, Piao Tai finally set down the magnifying glass, his voice trembling with excitement as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Mr. Piao Tai, what kind of Pokémon fossil is this?" Mei Yi asked, noticing Piao Tai's prolonged silence. "This is a fossil of the pterodactyl." Just as Piao Tai prepared to respond, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. Luo Ye and the others turned to find it was Shiro, whom they had previously parted ways with at the Yamanashi Research Institute. Upon seeing Shiro, Luo Ye's face lit up with joy. "Shiro, what brings you here?" "I intended to challenge the Black Gold Gym, but my assistant informed me that Mr. Piao Tai was here at the mine, so I came to take a look," Shiro explained. "I see. Then, Shiro, let us postpone our battle until tomorrow." Piao Tai decided upon learning of Shiro's intention to challenge the gym. "All right," Shiro nodded in agreement. "Do you know Mr. Piao Tai?" Luo Ye asked. Noticing a familiarity between Shiro and Piao Tai, "We met during my research in the Sinnoh region," Shiro replied with a smile, clarifying the connection. "Ah, I see." After a brief exchange, Piao Tai instructed the staff to transport the fossil to the fossil revival machine at the Black Gold Museum. Before reviving the pterodactyl, there were essential preparations to undertake, including the necessary incubation fluid, which is crucial for reviving Pokémon eggs. After a quick series of operations, Piao Tai placed the fossil of the pterodactyl into the incubation chamber and added a generous amount of the incubation fluid. "This is my first time witnessing a fossil revival. I am truly excited," Mei Yi exclaimed, gripping 2Z's arm eagerly. "So are we." Even Luo Ye and Shiro joined in, marveling at the machine that would bring the fossil to life. "First, we need to ascertain whether this fossil possesses vitality," Piao Tai explained to Luo Ye and the others as he directed the staff operating the machine. As data streamed across the machine, the previously tranquil lines on the screen began to pulse rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat. Witnessing this, Piao Tai exclaimed, "It's alive. The pterodactyl is alive." After a moment of exhilaration, he promptly instructed the staff to commence the revival process. "Initiate the revival operation at once. Let us usher this new life, which has traversed millions of years to our era, into a healthy existence." With a substantial amount of incubation fluid injected, the fossil within the chamber was enveloped, and its life signs began to react vigorously. As the image of the pterodactyl on the display became increasingly clear, all present, including Luo Ye and Shiro, awaited in eager anticipation for the emergence of the new life from the incubation chamber. As time passed, the display's values ultimately reached 100, signifying that the pterodactyl had been successfully revived. Piao Tai, brimming with excitement, approached the incubation chamber, eagerly awaiting the awakening of the pterodactyl. When the chamber opened, a gray figure emerged before them. As the pterodactyl opened its eyes, Piao Tai timidly extended his right hand, trembling with emotion, and said to the creature, "Welcome back to our era, Pterodactyl." The newly awakened Pokémon gently nudged Piao Tai's hand with its head, expressing a sense of closeness. The bond between man and Pokémon was harmonious and enchanting. "What a spectacular scene," 2Z remarked, moved by the moment. "I find this quite romantic, a being awakening from slumber, destined to meet its partner." Mei Yi gazed at the interaction with excitement. "This scene is truly beautiful. Wouldn't you agree, Shiro?" Luo Ye reflected, filled with sentiment. "Indeed." Shiro responded with a smile. After a brief conversation, Piao Tai produced a Pokeball and captured the revived pterodactyl, adding it to his roster of Pokemon. With the pterodactyl now in his possession, Piao Tai felt elated. After a short exchange with Luo Ye and the others, he went to tend to the newly born pterodactyl, inadvertently leaving Luo Ye and his companions behind in the museum. Upon exchanging glances, Luo Ye and his friends shared smiles. That evening, Luo Ye did not forget to check in, and upon inquiring with the system, he discovered he had received a hard stone, which could enhance the power of rock-type moves, along with 5 luxury balls and 1 million alliance coins. Chapter 378, Encountering Hunter J again. After Pyuda revived and captured the Aerodactyl, He was in a very good mood and cheerfully agreed to accept Blue's challenge the next day. Curious about Blue's current strength, Roa decided to watch the battle between Blue and the Black Gold Gym leader Pyuta, bringing along May and Tuko. The result was clear. Even though Cranidos had evolved into Rampardos during his fight with Roa, it still couldn't handle Blue's far superior strength. In the end, Blue successfully earned the Coal Badge from the Black Gold Gym. After Blue obtained the badge, Roa and his friends rested in Black Gold City for a day before continuing their journey to the next gym city, Hyakudai City. However, before heading to Hyakudai City, they planned to visit Garden Town. Known as Flower Scent Town, the entire town is surrounded by blossoms, creating a picturesque scene. Upon learning this, May and Tuko couldn't wait to see it for themselves. As Roa, May, and Tuko trained their Pokémon along the way, they slowly walked toward Garden Town. Suddenly, a shadow flashed across the sky above them. What was that just now? May asked curiously, and like Roa and Tuko, she looked up to see what the shadow really was. Looking up, they discovered the source of the shadow, a highly rare semi-legendary Pokémon, Salamence. That's a Salamence, May exclaimed, instantly recognizing the Pokémon. Salamence is famous in all regions, coveted by every trainer. But Roa noticed something different from May and Tuko. His gaze wasn't on the Salamence itself, but on a figure riding it, a woman with silver short hair and a mysterious device strapped to her arm. That woman is Hunter J. Roa quickly recalled her identity in his mind. She was the notorious Hunter J, known for operating mainly in the Sinnoh region. This time, I must capture her. Roa clenched his fists and silently vowed to himself. Previously, in both the Kanto and Johto regions, he had faced Hunter J twice. But she had always escaped using her Pokémon and advanced technology. This time, he was determined not to let her get away. Tuko, noticing Roa's unusual expression, asked curiously, Roa, what's wrong? Nothing. Roa shook his head, then asked May and Tuko, do you have your main Pokémon with you? He wanted to ensure their main Pokémon were on hand. If not, it would be safer for them not to intervene in the Hunter J situation, as she could act recklessly if cornered. I only have my superior and the EV I just caught, May replied, unaware of Roa's exact reason for asking. I have NEI and EV, Tuko said, then asked, do you recognize the trainer riding the Salamence? You're as observant as always, Tuko. Roa complimented her attentiveness. Then quickly got serious. That person on the Salamence is Hunter J. Hunter J? Upon hearing the name, May immediately recalled past events in the Johto region. And Tuko had also heard of her notorious reputation. Although we don't know why she is here, it's likely for something bad. We should check it out. Roa said. All right. May and Tuko exchanged a glance and responded in unison. With their agreement, Roa and his friends immediately chased the direction Hunter J had gone. Elsewhere, Ash and his friends, who had also obtained the Coal Badge, encountered Hunter J. They witnessed her and her subordinates capturing a Gardevoir. Ash, protective of Pokémon eggs, could not tolerate this and immediately gave chase to rescue it. At the same time, Roa and his friends arrived at a small house surrounded by flower fields, where they saw a stranger along with Dawn and Brock. Roa noticed Dawn comforting a crying woman and quickly asked, Dawn, Brock, what happened here? It's you, Roa? Brock exclaimed upon seeing them. After confirming Roa and his friends' identities, Brock explained what had happened, emphasizing that Ash had already gone after Hunter J. Just as expected. It's that Hunter J? Roa thought, looking at the crying woman. Apparently, her rare Pokémon had attracted Hunter J's attention, since Ash has already given chase. Please check on him, Dawn said, worried for Ash's safety. Ash can be so reckless. You know Hunter J has champion-level strength. Roa muttered, exasperated by Ash's rashness. Please rescue my Gardevoir. The woman begged Roa. Leave it to me, Roa said firmly. He had no good feelings toward Hunter J and agreed immediately, instructing May and Tuko to stay behind and care for Dawn and the others. Salamence, it's up to you now. After organizing everything, Roa released his Salamence and took to the skies, heading toward the direction Dawn had indicated. Meanwhile, Ash was in a dangerous situation. He confronted Hunter J and her subordinates and ordered Pikachu to use Thunderbolt to stop them. Seeing its power, Hunter J even considered capturing Pikachu as well. She fired a beam from the device on her wrist, a petrification ray she had developed using advanced technology. It could paralyze Pokémon without harming them, controlling them instead. The petrification beam shot straight toward Pikachu, creating a critical moment. Salamence, Dragon Pulse. Just as Pikachu was about to be hit, a powerful beam of white energy struck from the sky, blocking the petrification ray. Chapter 379. Hunter J's defeat. Who's there? Hunter J growled, frustrated that her petrification beam had been destroyed. It's me, Roa shouted, riding Salamence and arriving between Ash and Hunter J. Roa? Ash exclaimed with joy upon seeing him. Long time no see, Ash. You're still as reckless as ever, Roa said, teasing him. Ash felt a little embarrassed, and even Pikachu helplessly shrugged at Roa's words. It's you. Meanwhile, Hunter J recognized Roya's identity. Given that Roya had bested her twice in succession and disrupted her business dealings, how could Hunter J possibly forget? Indeed. It is I, Roya replied with a smile upon hearing Hunter J's words. It seems fortune smiles upon me once more, presenting me with your company. I wonder if you will manage to escape again this time. However, the smile on Roya's face swiftly transformed into a frigid expression directed at Hunter J. Upon hearing Roya's words, the already tense visage of Hunter J grew even more severe, and she replied in an icy tone, You may have thwarted my endeavors twice. But third time SA charm. This time, I shall not let you slip away. With that, she summoned her Ariados, which stalked menacingly toward Roya, poised to launch an attack. Upon assessing the level of Ariados, Roya noted that its strength had not improved and remained at level 61. She remarked calmly, It appears your prowess has stagnated. You haven't made any progress. Ariados, use Poison Sting. Hunter J commanded, her expression darkening further in response to Roya's taunt. Blazing Roar Tiger. Unleash Flamethrower. Roya countered, immediately releasing her Blazing Roar Tiger to retaliate against the impending assault. The newly summoned Blazing Roar Tiger harnessed its immense fire energy, unleashing a torrent of flames from its fiery belt, which obliterated the poison sting and continued its advance toward Ariados. Ariados, deploy Destruction Beam. Hunter J quickly reacted to the incoming attack, issuing a command to her Ariados. Following Hunter J's orders, Ariados gathered energy in its mouth and unleashed its powerful Destruction Beam, clashing with the flamethrower, ultimately neutralizing the fiery assault as both attacks dissipated into the air. Utilize Psychic. After canceling the flamethrower, Hunter J waved her hand, continuing to direct Ariados. At her command, Ariados' eyes glowed with a faint blue light, generating a wave of blue energy that surged toward Blazing Roar Tiger. However, the psychic attack only pushed Blazing Roar Tiger back a few steps before losing effectiveness. Seizing the moment, Roya swiftly initiated her counterattack. Blazing Roar Tiger, execute DD Golden Hook. Upon hearing Roya's command, Blazing Roar Tiger spun its body and charged at Ariados, striking it with great force and sending it flying. Finish it with Big View Exploding Flame. Roya shouted as Blazing Roar Tiger, with remarkable speed, sent Ariados hurtling away. The massive fire energy coalesced once more within Blazing Roar Tiger's belt, forming a colossal character shape in midair, which then surged toward the descending Ariados. This is bad. Quickly, use String Shot to evade. Hunter J exclaimed, realizing the imminent danger as Ariados fell under the threat of the Big Dew Exploding Flame. However, it was too late. The Blazing Roar Tiger's Big Dew Exploding Flame struck Ariados without hindrance. Under the searing assault of the flame, Ariados emitted pained cries before crashing to the ground, unconscious and engulfed in flames. Curse it, Hunter J muttered, retrieving her incapacitated Ariados, her thoughts shifting to Roya's other Pokémon as her fighting spirit began to wane, replaced by a desire to escape. Just as Roya prepared to command Blazing Roar Tiger for another attack, an armored vehicle, responding to Hunter J's orders, charged toward Roya and Ash without diminishing in speed, directly colliding with them. This is bad, Roya exclaimed, sensing the approaching vehicle. She promptly grasped Ash's hand, evading the armored vehicle, and then released her Steelix from its Pokeball. The immense body of Steelix coiled around the vehicle, rendering it immobile, trapping Hunter J's henchmen inside, and allowing Roya and Ash to apprehend them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Roya glanced toward where Hunter J had been, only to discover she had vanished, likely having escaped during the armored vehicle's approach. She got away again. Roya sighed in frustration, casting a final look at the still petrified Shiny Gardevoir. At least Shiny Gardevoir was not taken. One cannot deny that Hunter J's notoriety is well-deserved. Her ability to evade capture from Roya on multiple occasions speaks volumes about her skill. Subsequently, Roya utilized her radiant power to lift the petrification, releasing Shiny Gardevoir, while the poachers were entrusted to the timely arrival of Officer Jenny and her team. After dealing with the poachers, Roya and Ash returned to the initial flower house, where they returned Shiny Gardevoir to its rightful owner. With Hunter J driven off and Shiny Gardevoir rescued, Roya prepared to depart with May and Tuco, continuing their journey toward Yuan Town. Before leaving, Roya earnestly advised her friend Ash, in the future, prioritize your safety in such situations. Do not act recklessly. I understand, Ash replied, scratching the back of his head and wearing a silly grin. Roya, observing Ash's demeanor, realized he had not truly absorbed her words. But then again, if he were capable of doing so, he wouldn't be Ash. Well, we shall take our leave. With that, the three of them departed, resuming their adventure. Chapter 380, Yuan Town and Muffins. After repelling Hunter J, Roya bid farewell to Ash, Dawn, and Brock, continuing their journey with May and Tuko toward the fragrant Yuan Town, renowned for its floral splendor. Come on, hurry up. As they traveled toward Yuan Town, May repeatedly called back to Roya and Tuko, eagerly wishing to witness the town's beauty. I've never seen May so spirited before, Roya remarked to Tuko with a tone of exasperation as they observed the energetic May ahead. There's no helping it. Once May becomes intrigued by something, her energy knows no bounds, Tuko replied knowingly, displaying an expression that indicated she was already aware of May's tendencies. What are you two doing? Hurry up, May urged as she noticed Roya and Tuko lagging behind during their conversation. All right, Roya and Tuko replied in unison, exchanging smiles before quickening their pace to catch up with May. With their accelerated pace, the trio soon arrived in Yuan Town, a charming locale imbued with floral fragrances. The town was adorned with an array of blossoms, embellishing the streets and buildings alike, truly earning its title as the fragrant city of flowers. As they walked through Yuan Town, surrounded by the breathtaking blooms, May was filled with wonder, exclaiming in awe and eagerly surveying her surroundings, as if she wished to absorb all its beauty. Meanwhile, Roya inhaled the delightful floral scents and remarked with a smile, "So this is Yuan Town. It truly lives up to its reputation as a city filled with blossoms." As soon as Roya finished speaking, May eagerly took Tuko's hand, and together they dashed along the streets of Yuan Town, occasionally pausing to admire the surrounding flowers, resembling two exquisite butterflies fluttering amidst a sea of blossoms. While Roya, May, and Tuko were captivated by the beauty of the flowers, a gentle voice resonated from nearby. "It appears this is your first visit to Yuan Town." Upon hearing these words, the trio turned to see an elderly lady, elegantly attired in a dress and carrying a handbag, approaching them. Upon recognizing the speaker, the typically vivacious May smiled warmly and replied, "Indeed, we just arrived, and Yuan Town is truly a beautiful place." The elderly lady, upon hearing May's words, initially smiled softly, then glanced at the array of flowers around her and remarked, "This town was not always as adorned with flowers and trees as it is now." Noticing the curious expressions on Roya's face, the lady began to recount the legend passed down in Yuan Town. The legend spoke of a time when the land was dominated by barren hills, and due to the overwhelming solitude, the townsfolk endeavored to plant flowers and trees, yet to no avail. One day, a woman stood atop a hill, expressing her gratitude, and miraculously, flowers bloomed and trees flourished, a truly wondrous tale. What a beautiful legend it is. After listening to the elderly lady's story, May felt a tinge of sentimentality. "Thank you for sharing such a precious and lovely tale with us." Subsequently, the trio bowed gently to the lady in appreciation. "There's no need for thanks. It is my pleasure to share this legend with first-time visitors to Yuan Town," the lady said, waving her hand gently before turning to leave. Only the spirits that bring forth blooming flowers, such as Shalebi and Shaman, could have orchestrated such a masterpiece. I wonder whose handiwork it is. Roya mused quietly as he surveyed the vibrant flowers surrounding him. After a moment of contemplation, the trio continued to meander through Yuan Town. As they wandered, an advertisement affixed to a wall suddenly caught their attention. "This is a notice for a Pokémon muffin class," May exclaimed after reading the announcement. "Pokémon muffins? Could they be akin to energy cubes?" The astute Tuko speculated upon seeing the illustration on the flyer. "Precisely, Pokémon muffins are delicacies crafted from berries in the Sinnoh region. You might consider them the Sinnoh equivalent of energy cubes," Roya elaborated in response to Tuko's inquiry. "Then let us hurry and sign up to give it a try," May suggested, her enthusiasm piqued by the conversation between Roya and Tuko. "That sounds like an excellent idea." Tuko agreed after a moment of consideration following May's proposal. "Let us go and see for ourselves." With the consensus of both May and Tuko, Roya decisively affirmed their plan. With their objective determined, the trio swiftly followed the address provided to reach the Pokémon Muffin classroom, where they met the owner, a cheerful instructor named Xiaolei, who would teach them how to make Pokémon muffins. Upon learning that Roya and his friends were there to learn, Xiaolei led them into the classroom, demonstrating the process while guiding them through each step. First, she placed the chopped berries into a pot, igniting the heat and stirring the mixture. The flavor of the Pokémon muffins varied depending on the method of stirring employed. However, merely listening to Xiaolei's instructions was insufficient. To master the art of making Pokémon muffins, they needed to engage in hands-on practice. Thus, the trio promptly began crafting their own creations in the classroom. Before long, They followed Xiaolei's teachings and quickly completed the stirring of the berries. Once the berries had dissolved sufficiently, they poured the mixture into molds to harden, thus completing the Pokémon muffins. It seems you have succeeded, Roya. Do you often make these? Xiaolei remarked, giving Roya a thumbs up after observing his muffin. No. This is my first attempt, Roya replied, shaking his head in response to her question. I see. It appears you possess a natural talent for making Pokémon muffins, Xiaolei said, visibly impressed by Roya's aptitude. As for Mei and Tuko, Tuko successfully crafted a muffin and would only need to practice a few more times to master it. While Mei's muffin resembled a charred lump, clearly a failure. It seems you lack the culinary talent, Mei. Roya teased upon seeing her creation. Ugh, Mei sighed, momentarily disheartened by Roya's remark. Subsequently, the trio released their Pokémon to sample the muffins, and while Roya's and Tuko's Pokémon relished the treats made by their trainers, Mei, Servine, and Eevee turned their noses up at her offering, leaving her feeling quite dejected. I made plenty here. Let your Servine and Eevee try some, Roya said encouragingly to the still disheartened Mei. All right then. At Roya's urging, Servine and Eevee quickly abandoned Mei's side and eagerly approached Roya to sample his muffins. Could it really be that bad? Mei pondered as she picked up a piece of her muffin and prepared to taste it. However, the result was a painful wail of disappointment. Ugh, this is awful. Chapter 381, The Joy Family at the Pokémon Center. As Mei cherished her time in the fragrant Yuan town, Roya, Mei, and Tuko decided to extend their stay for a few more days. Eventually, Mei reluctantly departed from Yuan town, and the trio continued their journey towards Baida City. One day, while on the road, Tuko glanced up at the darkening sky and said to Roya, who was ahead, Roya, the sky is getting dark. We should find a place to stay, or we'll have to camp out tonight. Upon hearing Tuko's words, Roya instinctively looked up at the sky and, noticing the approaching dusk, pulled out his phone to search for accommodations on the Sinnoh region map. After some searching, he discovered a Pokémon Center nearby and said to Mei and Tuko, "There's a small Pokémon Center not far ahead. We can stay there for the night." A small Pokémon Center? Is that really a Pokémon Center? Tuko questioned, feeling a bit perplexed by the term. Don't worry about it. They're all Pokémon Centers. Mei chimed in, unconcerned, as all that mattered to her was that it was a Pokémon Center. After speaking, she quickened her pace in excitement. Let us follow her and check it out, Roya and Tuko decided, hastening to catch up with Mei. Soon after reuniting with Mei, they arrived at a quaint wooden cabin adorned with the Pokémon Center emblem. Is this truly a Pokémon Center? It feels somewhat off, Tuko remarked, observing the somewhat shabby appearance of the building. Let us go inside and take a look. After all, the Pokémon Center emblem isn't something just anyone can use, Roya, as the leader of the group, decisively concluded. After Roya finished speaking, he was the first to open the door of the Pokémon Center, stepping inside. Mei and Tuko followed closely behind, entering the quaint establishment together. Upon their arrival, however, instead of encountering the familiar Miss Joy, they were met with an empty living room. After surveying the surroundings, Roya called out towards the inner rooms. Is anyone here? We are traveling trainers seeking a place to stay for the night. Mei echoed Roya's intentions, raising her voice in earnest. Just as they continued to observe their surroundings, a door suddenly swung open, revealing a very young Miss Joy, who emerged holding a broom, demanding to know, "Who are you? Are you here to steal food?" This petite Joy did not grant them a moment to respond, pressing on with her questions. We are merely passing trainers, not thieves. Mei promptly denied the accusation, shaking her head. It's getting late, and we noticed the Pokémon Center sign, so we came in. Following Mei's explanation, Roya reiterated their purpose for being there. Is that so? Noticing that the trio did not appear to be nefarious, the young Joy lowered her broom. This is my Pokédex. It serves as proof. Tuko then produced her own Pokédex to corroborate their identities. It is known that trainers possessing a Pokédex are typically affiliated with the Pokémon League, a distinction not commonly found among average trainers. Upon seeing the Pokédex, the young Joy felt reassured and said, "It seems you truly are not bad people." Just as Roya and his companions were about to respond, they were interrupted by footsteps and a gentle voice exclaiming, "Mikoto, what is going on?" As the voice faded, a tall Joy, a middle-aged Joy, a small Joy, and a rather stout man appeared before them. "Dad, Mom, Sister, you're here," the small Joy exclaimed upon seeing the newcomers. "Three Miss Joys." Mei gasped in astonishment at the sight of the 3 generations of Joys. The eldest Miss Joy, noticing the trio, inquired, "Who are you?" "We are here to seek shelter at this Pokémon Center," Roya explained once more. "Ah, I see." The middle-aged Joy, who was Mikoto's mother, responded, and after understanding the situation, she apologized. "I'm so sorry. Mikoto has caused you trouble." "Mikoto?" After hearing the name, the trio turned their gazes toward the youngest Joy. This is my youngest daughter, Makoto. This is my eldest daughter, Sayaka. And this is my husband. Miss Joy introduced her family to Roya and his companions. Seeing the striking resemblance between Sayaka, Makoto, and Miss Joy, Roya couldn't help but marvel. The Joy family's genes are truly remarkable. In the Pokemon world, the Joy family only accepts daughters by marriage, and once they bear children, the offspring invariably inherit the Joy lineage, resulting in no sons. Thus, Roya reflected on the impressive nature of the Joy family's genetics. Hello. After the introductions, the Joy family warmly invited Roya and his companions to stay and prepared a lavish dinner in their honor. As they dined, Makoto approached Roya with a plate of food, cheerfully saying, "Brother Roya, please eat more." "Thank you," Roya replied, momentarily pausing his meal to express his gratitude. Makoto really is attentive to Roya. May chuckled from the side. "Because Brother Roya is super handsome," Makoto declared with innocent certainty. "And you are quite adorable as well," Roya responded, affectionately ruffling Makoto's hair, a smile spreading across his face. After all, who wouldn't he feel elated to be complimented on their looks? "All right, Makoto, don't disturb the guests while they eat." Sayaka, who was serving the dishes, admonished her sister with a frown, but without malice. "Don't disturb the guests while they eat." Makoto mimicked her sister habitually. Honestly, always imitating others. Sayaka sighed, unable to manage her mischievous younger sister, her expression one of resignation. Haha. The onlookers, Roya, May, and Toko, found the heartwarming scene utterly delightful and burst into laughter. Thus, the evening unfolded in a harmonious atmosphere as Roya, May, and Toko enjoyed their meal, resting for the night at the cozy Pokemon Center. Chapter 382, The Incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune. On their journey to Baidai City, Roya, May, and Toko encountered the Joy family at a small Pokemon Center, where they decided to rest for the night due to the encroaching darkness. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, as Roya prepared to depart the Pokemon Center, he noticed Makoto rushing toward him, a small package in her hands, calling out, "Brother Roya?" Upon her arrival, Roya smiled and inquired, "Makoto, is there something I can assist you with?" "Well, Mom asked me to deliver some treats to our Pokemon friends in the forest, and I thought I'd invite you along. Would that be all right?" Makoto looked up at him with her big, watery eyes, as if to say, "If you refuse, I might just cry." Well, since Makoto has asked so sweetly, it would be rather unkind of me to decline, Roya thought, charmed by her adorableness, and he readily agreed. "Let us hurry then," Makoto exclaimed, eagerly taking Roya's hand, ready to head towards the forest. "Wait a moment. I need to inform my companions first," Roya said, gently pulling Makoto to a stop and letting her wait while he spoke to May and Toko, who were busy organizing their belongings. After hearing Roya's plan, both May and Toko agreed and began assisting Miss Joy and Sayaka with some tasks around the Pokemon Center. Once he had arranged for May and Toko to help, Roya followed the cheerful Makoto into the nearby forest. As they ventured deeper, they found not only a narrow path, but also a gentle stream, and wherever Makoto went, various wild Pokemon like Teddiursa, Mewtwo, and Catfish King appeared. Makoto joyfully retrieved the exquisite treats prepared by her mother from her package, distributing them to the wild Pokemon in the forest. This harmonious scene beautifully illustrated the bond between humans and Pokemon, captivating Roya's heart as he became engrossed in the moment. After Makoto finished feeding the Pokemon, Roya curiously asked, "Makoto, why did you want me to join you today?" He had observed how familiar she was with the wild Pokemon and guessed that this was not her first visit. "I used to come here with my sister, but today she is helping Mom, so I invited you, Brother Roya," Makoto explained. "Ah, I understand now," Roya replied, the pieces falling into place. "Of course. I also want to introduce my friends to you, Brother Roya." At this moment, Xiaowu revealed another reason. "Friends? Who are they?" After so many years, aside from some pivotal plot points, Luoya had become somewhat hazy on certain matters, prompting his curiosity to inquire of Xiaowu. Upon hearing Luoya's question, Xiaowu hesitated and struggled to articulate her thoughts. "What is the matter? Is there something you cannot disclose?" Luoya asked with concern, observing Xiaowu's indecisive demeanor. "It's my sister who doesn't allow me to say," Xiaowu finally confessed under Luoya's persistent questioning. "Since it's not permissible to speak of it, then let us leave it unsaid." Luoya waved his hand dismissively, encouraging Xiaowu not to dwell on it. However, upon hearing Luoya's words, Xiaowu resolved to speak up, saying, "As long as it's about Brother Luoya, there's no issue, for he is indeed a good person." Hearing Xiaowu's declaration, Luoya was left with a wry smile, thinking to himself, "Am I being labeled as the good guy here?" Nevertheless, the corners of his mouth twitched before he continued. "In that case, do tell me the name. Let us go take a look and then you shall know. Yet, contrary to Luo Ya's expectations, Xiao Wu chose to keep him in suspense. Unable to extract further information, Luo Ya followed Xiao Wu through a cave, arriving at a lake shrouded in mist. Upon reaching the lakeside, Xiao Wu called out, "Sukun, I have come to see you." From Xiao Wu's exclamation, Luo Ya realized that her friend was indeed Sukun. The name Sukun is well known. Initially, as one of the three guardians of the Wind King, it was heralded as the embodiment of the North Wind, exuding an air of grandeur. However, as their journey progressed, Suakun was captured by Dog Hao using a pokeball, which diminished its stature considerably, dragging down the reputations of both Inti and Reiku as well. After a few moments of calling, the surface of the lake showed no sign of Sukun, leaving Xiao Wu, who had been filled with anticipation, somewhat disheartened. With a forlorn gaze cast upon the still waters, she murmured, "Is Suakun not here?" Upon hearing her words, Luo Ya summoned his radiant power, probing the depths of the lake, swiftly discerning a powerful presence, none other than Suakun itself. After sensing Suakun's aura, Luo Ya gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, saying, "In truth, Sukun is right here. It has merely chosen not to appear before you due to my presence. Is that so?" Upon hearing Luo Ya's explanation, Xiao Wu's expression brightened with hope as she looked up at him. Indeed, Luo Ya replied with a smile. Yet, just as he finished speaking, Suakun felt the warmth of Luo Ya's radiant power and, experiencing a sense of affinity, emerged from the mist, revealing itself to both Luo Ya and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Suakun, Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight, "At last, I meet you, Sukun." Meanwhile, Luo Ya turned his gaze towards Suakun, activating his detection abilities to examine its attributes. Pokémon, Suakun. Type, Water. Ability, Pressure. Level, 68. Potential, Level 3 Divine. Moves, Gust, Mist, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Hydro Pump, Psychic, Water Pulse, Absolute Zero. The attributes of this Suakun were truly impressive, igniting a fleeting desire within Luo Ya to capture it. However, considering Suakun's role in purifying water sources and its connection to Xiao Wu, he dismissed such thoughts and quietly observed the playful interaction between Xiao Wu and Suakun. After witnessing Suakun, Luo Ya spent some time playing alongside Xiao Wu before safely escorting her back to the Pokémon Center. After a brief rest there, he bid farewell to Joy and her family, setting off with Mei Yi and 2Z towards Baidai City. Chapter 383, Baidai Forest and Eevee's Evolution. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Luo Ya, Mei Yi, and 2Z continued their journey towards Baidai City. After traveling for a while, they arrived at a dense forest. "Is this Baidai Forest in the Sinnoh region?" 2Z asked, gazing at the lush greenery before them as they stood at the entrance of the forest. "Indeed, this is Baidai Forest. As long as we traverse through it, we shall reach Baidai City," Luo Ya promptly replied. "I hope this forest isn't like the previous illusion forest," Mei Yi said, instinctively wrapping her arms around Luo Ya's, casting a worried glance at the dense foliage. Observing Mei Yi's anxious demeanor, Luo Ya exchanged a knowing glance with 2Z, both sharing a gentle smile. "Fear not. The majority of Pokémon inhabiting Baidai Forest are bug and grass types. Not the likes of Stantler or Ghastly," Luo Ya reassured Mei Yi. "That's a relief." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Mei Yi relaxed and happily released her grip on his arm. "Oh, I almost forgot about something." Luo Ya suddenly stopped, as if struck by a thought, and clapped his hands together. "What is it?" 2Z inquired, noticing Luo Ya's sudden change. "In Baidai Forest, there exists a peculiar mossy rock. If Eevee approaches and touches it, it can evolve into the grass-type Leafeon. Are you interested?" Luo Ya explained. "Leafeon?" Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Mei Yi and 2Z immediately pulled out their Pokédexes, eager to look up Leafeon's appearance, and soon they were met with its image. "So adorable," Mei Yi exclaimed, instantly enchanted by Leafeon's charm. She then released her Eevee, asking, "Eevee, this is your evolution, Leafeon. Do you wish to evolve into it?" Upon seeing Leafeon's image in the Pokédex, Mei Yi's Eevee nodded in agreement. "Since you have agreed, we shall proceed with the evolution into Leafeon." After receiving Eevee's consent, Mei Yi returned it, opting for Leafeon. "And what about you, 2Z?" After Mei Yi made her decision, Luo Ya turned his attention to 2Z. "Well, I think I will leave the choice to Eevee itself," 2Z replied thoughtfully. She then released her Eevee, and after some deliberation, 2Z's Eevee chose to evolve into Glacian instead of the cuter Sylveon. "How does Glacian evolve?" After confirming her choice of Glacian, 2Z inquired of Luo Ya. "That requires a trip to Shifeng City, where Ice Stone can facilitate Eevee's evolution into Glacian," Luo Ya explained after pondering her question. "So, will we be heading to Shifeng City next?" 2Z asked, seeking clarification. We also plan to challenge the Shurfeng gym later, Luoya replied. That's good to hear, Tuzi said, feeling reassured after hearing Luoya's plans. By the way, Luoya, what type of evolution does your EV aim for? Mei suddenly asked. And even Tuzi turned her gaze towards Luoya, both curious about his choice. I've already discussed it with Eevee. We intend to evolve into Sylveon. Luoya smiled and responded to Mei Yi's inquiry. Sylveon is quite adorable too. Mei Yi reminisced about Sylveon's appearance, feeling quite fond of it. Indeed, the ethereal appearance of the fairy-like sprites tends to captivate the hearts of many young girls, and even some seasoned gentlemen find themselves enchanted. Well then, we should set forth. Let us first visit the mossy stone, remarked Roya, casting a glance at the sky before addressing Mei and Tuko beside him. Absolutely. Both Mei and Tuko chorused in unison. Once they had confirmed the evolutionary forms of their respective EVs, the trio ventured into the depths of the 100 Generations forest, poised to make their way to the mossy stone, where Mei's EV would undergo its transformation. Upon entering the 100 Generations forest, each step they took unveiled a myriad of enchanting sprites, such as Bidu, Shroomish, Caterpie, and Oddish, among others. This place is teeming with grass and bug-type Pokémon. It's simply delightful, Mei exclaimed, unable to contain her enthusiasm upon encountering the diverse flora and fauna. Indeed, the forest environment serves as a haven for grass and bug-type sprites, rendering it a paradise for trainers who share a fondness for these types. Roy amused as he observed the passing creatures with a smile. As the trio continued their journey through the forest, they suddenly stumbled upon a tree adorned with several sprites, all indulging in a golden, viscous substance. What is that? Mei inquired, adhering to the principle of seeking knowledge through inquiry. That is sweet honey. When applied to a tree, its fragrance attracts a multitude of wild sprites. And some trainers utilize it to capture Pokémon they desire, Roya explained, instantly recognizing the substance. Ah, I see. No wonder so many sprites are gathered here, Mei remarked, her understanding deepening as she observed the sprites relishing the sweet honey, coupled with Roya's elucidation. The alluring scent of sweet honey possesses a remarkable charm for Pokémon, as many of them are drawn to its sweetness, which is equally appealing to us humans, Roya added, further illuminating the topic. Upon hearing Roya's words, Mei gazed at him with hopeful eyes and asked, "Do you have any sweet honey with you?" "Unfortunately, I do not," Roya replied with a shrug at Mei's inquiry. "Well, that's disappointing," Mei responded with a hint of sorrow. "Once we reach 100 Generations City, we can purchase some," Roya reassured her, attempting to lift her spirits. "That sounds good. While we may lack it now, the prospect of acquiring it later has restored my enthusiasm," Mei replied, her mood brightening. Just as the group prepared to depart, a sudden, unfamiliar voice interrupted them. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 384, The Bug-Type Master, Aliu. After witnessing the sweet honey used to attract Pokémon in 100 Generations Forest, Roya, Mei, and Tuko were about to leave when an unknown voice suddenly called out, "What are you doing here?" Turning towards the source of the voice, they soon spotted a young man with green hair approaching. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Roya instantly identified his identity. "Who are you?" Mei asked, her expression one of curiosity. "Greetings. My name is Aliu," the green-haired youth replied with a smile. "Aliu, that name sounds familiar," Tuko mused, deep in thought. "Aliu is one of the Elite Four from the Sinnoh region," Roya said, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead as he noticed Mei's confusion and Tuko's contemplation. "He is an Elite Four member," Mei exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Roya's explanation. No wonder the name Aliu sounded so familiar. He is indeed one of the Elite Four from Sinnoh, Tuko realized, recognizing Aliu's status. "Please, do not pay too much attention to it. Consider me merely a passing trainer." Aliu humbly responded to their reactions. After some polite exchanges, Aliu turned to the trio and asked, "After all this conversation, I still do not know your names." Upon hearing Aliu's inquiry, Mei and Tuko introduced themselves. "I am Mei from the Unova region, and I am Tuko." Following their introductions, Roya also presented himself. "I am Roya from the Alola region." Upon hearing Roya's name, Aliu's eyes lit up. "You are Roya?" Raising an eyebrow, Roya inquired. "Do you know of me, Mr. Aliu?" With a gentle smile, Aliu explained, "I've heard of you from Dato and the others. They speak very highly of you." "Oh, I see," Roya responded, understanding the connections shared among the Elite Four and their champions, realizing it was not surprising for them to mention his name during their conversations. "By the way, Mr. Aliu, what brings you to 100 Generations Forest?" Mei curiously inquired, intrigued by Aliu's presence in the forest. Although Tuko did not voice her curiosity, she too found Aliu's presence noteworthy, as everyone has a penchant for gossip. Given that this forest is home to numerous bug-type Pokémon, I came to see if there are any worthy ones to capture, Aliu explained with a smile. I understand now, May acknowledged, grasping the situation. At that moment, Roya stepped forward and approached Aliu, catching May and Tuko off guard. Roya, what are you planning to do? May asked, her voice laced with concern. However, Roya did not respond to her question. Instead, he fixed Aliu with a gaze full of determination and declared, Mr. Aliu, though it may be presumptuous of me, I would like to challenge you. May I? Upon hearing Roya's proposition, May and Tuko immediately pulled him back, whispering urgently in his ear, Roya, it's rather impolite to challenge someone upon first meeting. Recognizing the fire in Roya's eyes, Aliu understood his intentions and, after considering the request, responded with a smile, of course. I, too, am eager to witness the strength of a trainer favored by Dato and the others. Wow, I can't believe Aliu agreed so easily. May and Tuko exchanged astonished glances. Let us commence, Roya exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, we should find a suitable location for our battle. This area is not ideal. Fortunately, I know of a spacious clearing nearby. We can go there, Aliu suggested, surveying the surroundings filled with towering trees. Sounds good, Roya agreed. Thus, under Aliu's guidance, the trio swiftly arrived at a vast expanse devoid of trees, surrounded by earth and rocks, a perfect arena for their impending battle. Once they reached the designated area, Roya and Aliu positioned themselves across from one another, locking eyes in preparation for the duel. Tuko, I entrust you with the role of referee for this battle. Roya suddenly remembered the absence of a judge and turned to Tuko, who stood at the edge of the battlefield. Not a problem. Tuko readily accepted the responsibility. The anticipation for the battle between Roya and the Elite Four member, Aliu, was palpable. May was well aware that Roya's strength rivaled that of the Elite Four, if not surpassing it. Thus, she eagerly anticipated the clash between Roya and Mr. Aliu. Mr. Aliu, shall we engage in a 3-on-3 battle? Upon confirming the referee, Roya turned his gaze toward Aliu. No problem. Having already accepted Roya's challenge, Aliu had no hesitation regarding the 3-on-3 format. Now, we shall commence the battle between Roya and Mr. Aliu, with 3 Pokémon permitted per side and no time limit. Victory is declared when one side's Pokémon are all rendered unable to battle. The referee, Tuko, then articulated the rules of the confrontation. Once Tuko finished outlining the rules, Aliu promptly retrieved his Pokeball, casting it into the arena while exclaiming, for the first round, I choose you, Venomoth. As the Pokeball opened, a Venomoth materialized before them, fluttering gracefully in the air while gazing at Roya. Simultaneously, Roya produced his own Pokeball, tossing it forth and declaring, my first choice is this one, go Bashikadora. The Pokeball, propelled into the air, burst open to reveal a majestic, silver-hued Bashikadora standing before Venomoth. Such an impressive Bashikadora, Aliu remarked, admiring the robust Pokemon. Your Venomoth is also exceptionally well-trained. Roya expressed his admiration for Aliu's remarkable cultivation of Venomoth. Following a brief exchange of compliments, the two locked eyes, and their respective auras began to clash in the arena, intensifying the atmosphere to a palpable tension. Chapter 385, Battle with Aliu 1. As Roya unleashed Bashikadora and Aliu summoned Venomoth, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly charged. Seizing the moment, Roya took the opportunity to assess Venomoth's attributes. Pokemon, Venomoth. Type, Bug, Poison. Ability, Shield Dust. Gender, Male. Level, 65. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Psybeam, Gust, Poison Sting, Signal Beam, Light Screen, Silver Wind, Double Team, Psychic, Shadow Ball. After reviewing Venomoth's attributes, Roya paid little heed to its level. Although it was one level higher than Bashikadora, the damage Venomoth could inflict upon Bashikadora was minimal. Hence, with a sound strategy, he could certainly defeat Venomoth, given the inherent disparity between the two Pokémon. Let the battle begin. Tuko announced the commencement of the match once she observed both trainers had sent forth their Pokémon. Venomoth, use Bug Buzz. At the outset of the battle, Aliu commanded his Venomoth. Responding to Aliu's call, Venomoth unleashed a piercing Bug Buzz, which swiftly enveloped Bashikadora. However, Roya was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Venomoth's Bug Buzz, he promptly devised a countermeasure and commanded Bashikadora, Bashikadora, use Metal Sound. At Roya's command, Bashikadora produced a resonating metallic sound, overpowering Venomoth's cry, rendering it ineffective against Bashikadora. Observing the lack of effect from Bug Buzz, Aliu swiftly altered his strategy, issuing a new command to Venomoth. Venomoth, use Signal Beam. Just as Aliu's command echoed, Venomoth's eyes emanated a soft glow, enveloping Bashikadora in a beam of white light. This was Venomoth's Signal Beam. Alu aimed to immobilize Boshikadora with this move and follow up with further attacks. However, while the intention was commendable, reality proved to be unforgiving. Despite Venomoth exerting all its strength in executing the signal beam, it failed to budge Boshikadora, leaving Alu momentarily stunned. After a brief contemplation, Alu suddenly realized and looked at Roya with astonishment. Could it be that your Boshikadora has the ability heavy metal? Indeed, Roya nodded in affirmation. Following this exchange, he commanded Boshikadora to retaliate against Alu's surprised Venomoth. Boshikadora, it's time to counterattack. Use flamethrower. At Roya's command, Boshikadora opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged toward Venomoth. Venomoth, evade and use psychic. Upon hearing Alu's directive, Venomoth flapped its wings, dodging the flamethrower, and then unleashed psychic, sending a wave of blue energy towards Boshikadora. Yet for Boshikadora, endowed with the heavy metal ability, Venomoth's psychic had little effect, merely causing it to take a step back. Withstanding Venomoth's psychic, Roya instructed Boshikadora, Boshikadora, use sandstorm. As soon as Roya's words left his lips, Boshikadora whipped its tail, kicking up sand from the ground to create a swirling sandstorm that surged toward Venomoth. Observing the approaching storm, Alu swiftly commanded his Venomoth, Venomoth, use silver wind. Venomoth obediently followed Alu's orders, flapping its wings to conjure a gust that clashed with the sandstorm. The two moves grappled for dominance for a moment before erupting in a burst of energy, dissipating into the air like scattered confetti. However, just as Venomoth had managed to escape the dangers posed by the sandstorm, Boshikadora was already poised for its next offensive under Roya's command. Boshikadora, use Sand Tomb. Upon Roya's command, a tornado formed from sand materialized beneath the now vulnerable Venomoth, swiftly ensnaring it and subjecting it to relentless torment, causing Venomoth to emit cries of anguish. In this moment, Roya seized the opportunity to issue another command to Boshikadora, use Stealth Rock. As his words concluded, several beams of light emanated from Boshikadora, dispersing across the battlefield before vanishing from sight. Stealth Rock? How troublesome. Alu realized the implication of Roya's strategy, but he found himself without a means to counter it. Feeling the pressure of his ensnared Venomoth, Alu quickly ordered, Venomoth, use Signal Beam. As Venomoth, trapped within the sand tomb, heard Alu's command, it unleashed a signal beam, effectively neutralizing the sand tomb's grasp, yet sustaining significant injuries in the process. Just as Venomoth escaped the confines of the sand tomb, Boshikadora launched its next assault, Overheat. A blazing crimson flame erupted from Boshikadora's mouth, coalescing in midair into a massive fireball that barreled toward the hapless Venomoth. The flames consumed Venomoth, and as the fire dissipated, it fell unconscious, plummeting to the ground. Venomoth is unable to battle. Boshikadora is victorious. The referee, Tuko, announced the outcome of the first round upon witnessing Venomoth's fall. You did exceedingly well. Return and rest for a while. Alu consoled his fallen Venomoth as he retrieved it into its pokeball. Although Boshikadora did not suffer significant damage during the battle, considering that several of his Pokémon were eager to join the fray and in the spirit of fairness, he decided to recall Boshikadora. After retrieving his Venomoth, Alu cast an admiring glance at Roya and remarked, you truly live up to the esteem in which you are held as a trainer. Your prowess exceeds my expectations. Mr. Alu's praise was met with Roya's customary humility. Now, let us commence our second round. Upon uttering these words, Alu cast his second Pokeball, and a flash of red materialized before the audience. Chapter 386, Battle with Alu 2. Come forth, Scyther. As the second round began, Alu released his second Pokeball, revealing none other than Scyther. Upon its entrance, Scyther was swiftly struck by the stealth rock left by Boshikadora, enduring an initial attack. At this moment, Roya activated his Vision Eye, and Scyther's pertinent attributes quickly came into focus. Pokemon, Scyther. Type, Bug, Steel. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Level, 66. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Bullet Punch. Wing Attack, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt, Metal Claw, Shadow Clone, Iron Defense, Hyper Beam. Having discerned Scyther's attributes, Roya produced his second Pokeball and tossed it forth. I entrust this round to you, Inferno Roar Tiger. As the Pokeball soared into the air and burst open, Roya's level 66 Inferno Roar Tiger made a dazzling entrance. A Fire-type Inferno Roar Tiger? This could pose a challenge, mused Alu, furrowing his brow upon observing Roya's Inferno Roar Tiger, for Scyther was 4 times weak to Fire-type attacks. After pondering for a moment, Alu initiated the assault on Inferno Roar Tiger. Scyther, use Quick Attack. Responding to Alu's command, Scyther aimed its pincers at Inferno Roar Tiger, unleashing a barrage of energy-formed stars that hurtled toward it. Inferno Roar Tiger, unleash Flamethrower. In the face of the numerous quick attacks, Ruoya swiftly instructed Inferno Roar Tiger to counter. As his words left his lips, Inferno Roar Tiger's fiery belt surged with immense fire-type energy, erupting into a crimson pillar of flame that clashed with Scyther's quick attack. However, it soon became evident that the two moves were at an impasse. Scyther's quick attack was clearly no match for Flamethrower. As Flamethrower pressed onward, it quickly pushed Scyther's quick attack back toward its wielder. Upon witnessing this development, Aliyu reacted promptly, commanding, "Scyther, use quick attack." Just as Flamethrower approached, Scyther heeded Aliyu's command, executing quick attack to vanish from sight, evading the fiery onslaught. Reappearing behind Inferno Roar Tiger, Scyther assumed a poised stance, ready to strike at Aliyu's command. Without disappointing Scyther's expectations, Aliyu swiftly called out, "Bullet Punch." In response to his command, Scyther's red metallic pincers gleamed with white light before swiftly striking at Inferno Roar Tiger. Due to the close proximity, Inferno Roar Tiger was unable to evade in time and was struck multiple times by Scyther's Bullet Punch. However, seizing an opportunity amidst the onslaught, Inferno Roar Tiger unleashed a fire punch at Scyther before Ruoya could even issue a command, causing Scyther to recoil and interrupt its offensive. "Well done, Inferno Roar Tiger." Ruoya cheered for his Pokemon's impressive strike. "Now it's our turn to counterattack. Inferno Roar Tiger, use Fire Spin." After pushing Scyther back, Ruoya immediately commanded a counteroffensive. Heeding Ruoya's order, Inferno Roar Tiger unleashed a wave of searing flames from its belt, engulfing Scyther in a fiery vortex. Faced with such intense heat, Scyther could not withstand the onslaught, prompting Aliyu to urgently instruct, "Scyther, use Quick Attack." At Aliyu's command, Scyther executed Quick Attack once more, swiftly evading the fire spin with its incredible speed. After dodging, Scyther positioned itself behind Inferno Roar Tiger and, following Aliyu's next command, launched into another Bullet Punch. Rapidly advancing toward Inferno Roar Tiger, it seemed Aliyu intended to secure victory through Scyther's unparalleled speed, leaving Ruoya to strategize a response. May, observing the battle, comprehended Aliyu's tactic. After all, Inferno Roar Tiger was indeed slower than Scyther, making this round a challenge for Ruoya, unless he could exploit an opening as he had before. This time, however, Ruoya was not easily caught off guard by a similar attack strategy. Inferno Roar Tiger, use DD Golden Hook. Just as Scyther's Bullet Punch was about to make contact, Inferno Roar Tiger, upon hearing Ruoya's command, swiftly executed DD Golden Hook, spinning its entire body and sending Scyther flying. Press the advantage, Inferno Roar Tiger, use Flare Blitz. Upon witnessing Scyther's retreat, Ruoya immediately shouted to Inferno Roar Tiger. Responding to Ruoya's command, Inferno Roar Tiger halted its spinning motion and ignited into a blazing inferno, enveloping itself in flames that raised the ambient temperature significantly. Subsequently, Inferno Roar Tiger charged toward the recently landed Scyther, striking it with unimpeded ferocity. Under the immense force and searing flames, Scyther emitted a pained cry before succumbing to the onslaught, losing consciousness. Scyther has lost its fighting ability. Inferno Roar Tiger is the victor. The referee, Tuko, declared after observing the incapacitated Scyther. Hooray, another victory. Although she did not battle herself, May felt elated for Ruoya's triumph, and a smile crept onto Tuko's lips as she served as the referee. Truly remarkable. After Scyther had been recalled, Aliyu sighed in admiration. "Mr. Aliyu, let us commence our final battle." Having fought 2 rounds against Aliyu, Ruoya's spirit surged with determination. After recalling Inferno Roar Tiger, he addressed Aliyu. "Now, this is my final Pokemon. Go forth, King Scorpion." Aliyu released his third Pokeball, and a magnificent King Scorpion materialized before the spectators. "Then, allow me to introduce my final contender." Upon witnessing Aliyu's King Scorpion, Ruoya produced his own third Pokeball and tossed it forth, revealing a massive gray silhouette emerging from the red light of the Pokeball. Chapter 387, Battle with Aliyu concludes. "I place my trust in you, Steelix." Upon seeing Aliyu's King Scorpion, Ruoya cast his own third Pokeball, unveiling a gigantic gray figure, which was none other than his level 64 Steelix. After releasing Steelix, Ruoya activated his Vision Eye to assess the attributes of Aliyu's King Scorpion, quickly gleaning its details. Pokemon, King Scorpion. Type, Poison, Dark. Ability, Battle Armor. Gender, Male. Level, 65. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Poison Needle, Flame Fong, Thunder Fong, Toxic Fong, Venom Shock, Cross Poison Blade, Toxic, Destruction Beam, Dig. as the Dragon King Scorpion made its entrance. The lingering invisible rocks once again struck at its offensive capabilities, sapping a portion of its vitality. In response, I directed my initial assault towards Steelix, commanding it to unleash a spike attack. Following the invisible rocks, Roya promptly issued an attack order against Steelix. Upon hearing Roya's command, Steelix forcefully slammed its massive tail onto the ground, causing a flurry of rocks to levitate into the air, which then hurtled towards the Dragon King Scorpion under Steelix's guidance. Faced with the onslaught of spike attacks, Alu decisively shouted, "Dragon King Scorpion, use Brick Break." At Alu's command, the Scorpion's pincers glimmered with a brilliant white light as it executed the Brick Break move, shattering the incoming rocks with precision. After dismantling Roya's offensive, Alu initiated his counterattack, "Dragon King Scorpion, use Sandstorm." As soon as Alu finished his incantation, the Dragon King Scorpion spun its body, summoning a tempest of sand that swiftly detached from it and surged towards Steelix. Earth Power. Observing the approaching sandstorm, Roya remained unfazed, calmly directing Steelix. Obeying Roya's command, Steelix slammed its tail against the ground, conjuring an immense rock formation that broke through the sandstorm and continued its relentless assault towards the Dragon King Scorpion. Dragon King Scorpion, move at high speed. Witnessing the perilous situation, Alu opted not to engage recklessly and instead chose to evade. The Dragon King Scorpion complied, executing a swift movement to vanish from its original position, causing Steelix's earth power to miss its target. In its absence, the Dragon King Scorpion soon reappeared behind Steelix, poised to strike, awaiting Alu's command. Alu did not disappoint the Scorpion's anticipation, issuing a direct order, "Brick Break." Upon hearing Alu's words, one of the Scorpion's pincers radiated a white glow as it swung towards Steelix. Seeing the familiar move reminiscent of the previous Scyther's technique, Roya's lips curled slightly in a smirk as he composedly commanded Steelix, "Earthquake." Before the Dragon King Scorpion could land its attack, Steelix slammed its massive tail onto the ground, sending a seismic shockwave towards the Scorpion. The intense tremors not only forced the Dragon King Scorpion, which was prepared to execute Brick Break, to abandon its offensive, but also inflicted damage upon it, a double-edged victory for Roya. Seizing the opportunity while the Dragon King Scorpion was still reeling from the earthquake's impact, Roya commanded Steelix again, "Steel Tail." Upon Roya's command, Steelix's tail gleamed with a white light before it swung forcefully towards the Dragon King Scorpion. Struck by the steel tail, the Dragon King Scorpion was propelled back by Steelix's formidable strength, soaring through the air before crashing down, once more enduring significant damage. End it. Use Dragon Pulse. Following Roya's directive, Steelix summoned a tremendous surge of Dragon-type energy, transforming it into a radiant white beam aimed directly at the grounded Dragon King Scorpion. However, upon impact, the Dragon King Scorpion disintegrated into a flurry of spots, leaving both Mei and the referee, who were spectating, taken aback. What is this? As Alu's adversary, Roya instantly recognized the move, silently affirming, "That's a substitute." Indeed, Alu nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately after his admission, the Dragon King Scorpion appeared beside him, albeit visibly exhausted, indicating a significant depletion of stamina. "Even having evaded this peril, you remain vulnerable," Roya remarked, casting a glance at Alu before issuing another command to Steelix. "Steelix, unleash Sandstorm." With Roya's command, Steelix merely swept its tail lightly, conjuring a swirling storm of sand that surged towards the Dragon King Scorpion. "Dragon King Scorpion, use Sand Tomb." Alu, unwilling to concede, hastily ordered. Yet, the situation unfolded contrary to Alu's expectations. The Dragon King Scorpion, initially prepared to execute its move, abruptly halted and began to tenderly touch its chest with its pincers, revealing evident signs of injury. "Dragon King Scorpion, are you all right?" Alu exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing this. However, the Scorpion, beleaguered by excruciating pain, was momentarily unable to respond. Consequently, the defenseless Dragon King Scorpion fell victim to Steelix's sandstorm, enduring further damage yet still retaining the will to fight. Observing the battered and breathless Dragon King Scorpion, Roya resolved to deliver the final blow. "Steelix, unleash your mightiest earth power." Following Roya's command, Steelix hefted its colossal tail and struck the ground with tremendous force, summoning a multitude of energies that coalesced into a massive rock formation, an awe-inspiring sight. "Go." As the battle neared its climax, Roya's fighting spirit surged, prompting him to shout defiantly at Steelix. Upon hearing Roya's fervent call, Steelix swung its tail, sending the enormous rock hurtling towards the Dragon King Scorpion. Undoubtedly, The severely injured Dragon King Scorpion lacked the means to evade this impending strike and possessed no strength to retaliate, forced to witness the oncoming assault. As the colossal rock collided with the Dragon King Scorpion, a cloud of dust erupted across the arena, obscuring the scene and leaving the spectators in suspense, only to hear the anguished cry of the Dragon King Scorpion. Chapter 388, Moss Stone and Leaf Spirit. After being struck by Steelix's earth power, the Dragon King Scorpion was enveloped in a cloud of dust, and aside from a mournful cry, it fell silent, leaving those present, excluding Roya, in a state of anxious anticipation. As seconds ticked by, the dust gradually began to settle, revealing the aftermath of the battle to Roya and the others. Among the rubble, Alu's Dragon King Scorpion lay motionless, clearly having lost consciousness. The Dragon King Scorpion has lost its ability to fight. Steelix is victorious, thus declaring Roya the ultimate champion. Upon confirming the unconscious state of the Dragon King Scorpion, Tsu promptly announced, "We won." Hearing Tsu's proclamation, Mei rushed to Roya's side, enveloping him in an excited embrace. "Thank you for your efforts, Dragon King Scorpion." After the battle concluded, Alu recalled the Dragon King Scorpion into its Pokeball. "You too, return, Steelix." Once Mei released him, Roya also withdrew the slightly fatigued Steelix. At that moment, having recalled the Dragon King Scorpion, Alu approached Roya, applauding while smiling. "Truly, you are the trainer praised by Dewey. Your strength has far surpassed mine. You are indeed a hero in the making." "Alu, you flatter me." "I am but an ordinary trainer," Roya humbly replied, shaking his head in modesty. Upon hearing Roya's self-deprecating remark, Alu burst into laughter, then smilingly remarked, "There is no need for such humility. Your prowess exceeds our expectations, and I increasingly look forward to your future." "Thank you, Mr. Aliu." In response to Aliu's compliment, Roya smiled, for who does not relish being praised? While engaged in conversation with Roya, Aliu suddenly seemed to recall something and inquired, "You appear to be preparing for this year's Lily of the Valley Conference, aren't you?" "Indeed, Mr. Aliu," Roya nodded in affirmation. "It seems this year's Lily of the Valley Conference will be quite lively." Aliu could already envision that the champion of today's event would once again be claimed by Roya. After a brief exchange with Aliu, he prepared to bid farewell to Roya, Mei, and Toko, intending to continue his search for a suitable bug-type Pokémon within the 100 Generations Forest. Before parting ways, Roya asked Aliu, "Mr. Aliu, do you know where the Moss Stone is located within the 100 Generations Forest?" Although the 100 Generations Forest is not as vast as the Everlasting Forest, its size still presents a challenge in locating a single Moss Stone. Having spent some time in the 100 Generations Forest, Aliu should be familiar with its whereabouts, prompting Roya to consult him to save time. The Moss Stone? Upon hearing the name, Aliu quickly grasped Roya's intention. "You wish to evolve Eevee into Leafeon, correct?" "Indeed," Mei interjected, confirming his assumption. "If I recall correctly, it's located to the left from here. Just head left, and you will find the Moss Stone." After a moment of contemplation, Aliu relayed the location of the Moss Stone to Roya and the others. "Thank you, Mr. Aliu." Grateful for the information, the trio expressed their thanks to Aliu. No need for gratitude. With that, Aliu departed, continuing deeper into the 100 Generations Forest. After watching Aliu's figure fade from view, Roya turned to Mei and Toko, saying, "We should also seek out the Moss Stone." "All right." Before Toko could respond, Mei eagerly replied, leading the way. Observing Mei's enthusiasm and her retreating silhouette, Roya and Toko exchanged a knowing smile before promptly following her, the trio heading towards the location of the Moss Stone. After traversing the path indicated by Aliu, the three soon arrived at the designated spot where the Moss Stone awaited them. "So this is the Moss Stone." Mei gazed in awe at the massive rock, adorned with a layer of vibrant green moss and emanating a soft, ethereal glow, lending it an air of mystery. "I believe so," Toko replied, affirming Mei's observation. "Mei, release your Eevee. It merely needs to approach the Moss Stone to evolve into Leafeon." Roya, noticing Mei still entranced by the Moss Stone, gently reminded her. Prompted by Roya's words, Mei snapped back to attention, retrieving her Eevee and releasing it. After a period of training, Eevee had reached level 25, making it eligible for evolution. "Eevee, touch that stone to evolve into Leafeon," Mei instructed her companion. Upon hearing Mei's command, Eevee eagerly scampered towards the Grand Moss Stone, quickly reaching its side. Following Mei's guidance, Eevee lifted a front paw to make contact with the Moss Stone. As soon as Eevee touched the stone, a wave of green energy enveloped its body, and it was soon enveloped in a brilliant white light, its form undergoing a transformation within the Radiance. "This is the light of evolution," Toko murmured, captivated by the spectacle. After a moment, the luminous glow gradually dissipated, revealing before them a Pokémon predominantly yellow in hue. Its ears and tail resembling leaves, Leafeon. So adorable, Leafeon. Upon witnessing EV's successful evolution, May joyfully embraced Leafeon, showering it with affection. Leafeon reciprocated by gently licking May's cheek, expressing its fondness for her. Congratulations, May. Roya and Toko approached to offer their heartfelt congratulations. Thank you. With EV's evolution complete, a satisfied May followed Roya as they departed from the Moss Stone, continuing their journey towards the City of 100 Generations. Chapter 389, Swimwhisker and the Elite Four Wusong. With her heart brimming with joy from evolving EV into Leafeon at the Moss Stone, May felt invigorated, and thus, Roya and Toko seized the opportunity of her enthusiasm to traverse through the 100 Generations forest. After some time, the trio successfully navigated through the forest, advancing towards the City of 100 Generations. On their journey, they passed by a clear river where numerous individuals were gathered, fishing along the banks. What are they doing? May asked, puzzled by the crowd. I'm not sure, Toko shrugged in response. Let us go ask. After hearing May and Toko's remarks, Roya suggested with a smile. The three approached a fellow angler to inquire about the situation and soon learned the reason for the gathering. It turned out that this was the site where Ash and his friends encountered a remarkable swimwhisker, prompting many fishing enthusiasts to flock here, hoping to capture the elusive Pokémon, though many had failed in their attempts. Swimwhisker, huh? Sounds intriguing. Should we join in, Roya? May proposed after grasping the context. I have little interest in Swimwhisker, Roya replied. His disinterest in such Pokémon evident, and he had no desire to compete for a Pokémon that was destined for Ash, despite having already taken a Trico. Very well then. May, hearing Roya's response, reluctantly acquiesced, turning her attention to Toko. Noticing May's gaze, Toko shrugged, stating, I'm not particularly interested in Swimwhisker either. What about you? Do you have an interest in Swimwhisker? Roya asked, observing May's forlorn expression. Not at all. May simply wishes to enjoy the experience of fishing. Toko candidly revealed May's thoughts. Faced with the scrutiny of Roya and Toko after her sentiments were exposed, May offered an awkward smile. If May wished to fish, that would be perfectly fine, but do you have a fishing rod? Roya asked her a pivotal question. Well, no. Upon hearing Roya's query, May suddenly remembered that she did not possess a fishing rod, and with no place nearby to purchase one, she displayed a look of disappointment. Then we shall save that for next time. For now, let us proceed to the City of 100 Generations, Roya said, smiling at May's expression. Recognizing that neither Roya nor Toko showed interest and realizing her lack of a fishing rod, May reluctantly conceded, following Roya and Toko as they departed from the river, continuing their journey towards the City of 100 Generations. After a hurried trek, Roya ultimately did not arrive at the city before sunset, and they still had a considerable distance to cover. It appears that camping is once again on the agenda for tonight. At this juncture, May let out a sigh, unable to suppress her feelings, as it is well known that no one relishes the idea of sleeping outdoors, and Toko beside her wore a similarly discontented expression. Observing the unwilling demeanor of May and Toko, Roya chuckled softly after consulting the map and remarked, We shall not be camping tonight. Upon hearing Roya's words, both May and Toko immediately turned their gazes towards him, their expressions filled with curiosity. Roya, meeting their inquisitive looks, explained, Not far ahead lies a Pokémon Center where we can secure lodging for the night. Roya's announcement instantaneously revitalized May, who, brimming with enthusiasm, urged, What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Watching May's renewed vigor, Roya could only smile with a hint of resignation before leading the way ahead of May and Toko. After a brief walk, the trio arrived before a wooden structure adorned with a large P emblem, which was indeed the Pokémon Center Roya had mentioned. Though it lacked the opulence of urban establishments, it was nonetheless a commendable refuge in the wilderness. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, the trio approached Miss Joy, who was stationed at the front desk, and Roya requested, Miss Joy, could you please restore our Pokémon and also arrange a room for us? After making his request, Roya produced several small Pokeballs and handed them to Miss Joy, followed suit by May and Toko, who presented their own Pokeballs as well. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment, Miss Joy replied with a warm smile as she tended to their needs, soon returning with a key which she handed to Roya. After stowing away their belongings in their room, the three returned to the dining hall to partake in dinner while awaiting the restoration of their Pokémon. Just as they finished their meal and engaged in conversation, the entrance of the Pokémon Center swung open, revealing a gentleman with long blue hair, adorned with black-framed glasses and clad in a burgundy suit, who strode in with an air of sophistication and approached Miss Joy. That man was none other than Wusong, the psychic-type Elite Four member from the Sinnoh region. Mei instantly recognized him. Having explored information on the Elite Four and champion of Sinnoh after her encounter with Alu in the Baidai Forest. Upon hearing Mei's exclamation and completing his accommodation procedures, Wusong turned his gaze towards Roya and his companions. As he scanned the trio, his eyes lit up upon spotting Roya, and he approached them with purpose. "Greetings, Mr. Wusong." The three chirped in unison as he reached them. "Hello there," Wusong responded, adjusting his glasses with a refined demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, Wusong focused his attention on Roya and remarked with a smile, "You must be Roya." "Yes, Mr. Wusong." "You've heard of me?" Roya replied, realizing that his name had indeed spread among the champions of the Sinnoh Elite Four. "I've heard of you from Dato and Daigo previously, and just recently. Alu mentioned you as well," Wusong explained with a grin. "Ah, I see," Roya acknowledged, understanding the connection. "I know you've already battled Alu. I wonder if you would be interested in a match with me?" Just as Roya was preparing to propose the challenge, Wusong took the initiative. "Of course. I would very much like to battle with you, Mr. Wusong." Roya readily accepted the challenge, having harbored the desire to face Wusong. "Let us arrange our battle for tomorrow morning," Wusong suggested, glancing at the darkening sky outside. "Sounds good." Chapter 390, A Battle with Wusong. After agreeing to Wusong's challenge, the following morning, Roya, accompanied by Mei and Toko, made their way to a spacious clearing not far from the Pokémon Center, ready to commence their Pokémon battle. "Shall we engage in a one-on-one battle?" Wusong inquired, adjusting his glasses as he faced Roya. "Absolutely," Roya nodded in agreement. "Then I shall send forth my Pokémon," Wusong declared, tossing a Pokeball into the air, exclaiming, "Come forth, Bronzer." As Wusong unleashed Bronzer, Roya instinctively activated his scanning eye, which promptly revealed the attributes of Bronzer. Pokémon, Bronzer. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Level, 69. Potential, Champion. Moves, Tackle, Confusion, Light Screen, Psychic, Hypnosis, Iron Defense, Heavy Slam, Zen Headbutt, Hypnosis Beam. After assessing Bronzer's statistics, Roya deduced that it was one of Wusong's key Pokémon, leading him to strategize accordingly. Once his thoughts coalesced, Roya produced a Pokeball of his own and tossed it, declaring, "Achieve victory for me, Zeraora." The Pokeball burst open midair, revealing Roya's ace Pokémon, Zeraora, before the gathered audience. Having received the electric-type crystal from Roya, Zeraora's strength had surged significantly, perhaps due to accumulated experience. It had now reached level 79, making it a formidable contender among champions. "It's Roya's Zeraora," Mei exclaimed excitedly, recognizing the ace Pokémon, as few could resist the allure of the golden, majestic feline. What a powerful Zeraora! Though Wusong was unaware of Zeraora's precise capabilities, he could sense its overwhelming presence, indicating it surpassed his Bronzer. "Let our match commence," Roya announced after releasing Zeraora. "Indeed," Wusong replied, and with a sweeping gesture, Roya began to command Zeraora. "Zeraora, initiate with a Volt Tackle to warm up." Upon hearing Roya's command, Zeraora enveloped itself in a radiant golden glow, launching a bolt of lightning towards Bronzer. "Bronzer, use Light Screen," Wusong called out as the Volt Tackle approached. In the moment Wusong's words fell, Bronzer emanated a soft white light and attempted to neutralize Zeraora's electric attack. However, the disparity in strength between Zeraora and Bronzer was evident. The light screen only momentarily impeded the Volt Tackle before it broke through, continuing its relentless assault toward Bronzer. "Bronzer, unleash Euro Ball," Wusong commanded, witnessing the ongoing threat of the Volt Tackle. At Wusong's command, Bronzer extended its arms and began spinning vigorously, charging toward the incoming Volt Tackle. The clash between Volt Tackle and Spiral Ball ensued rapidly. Despite the valiant effort of the Bronze Bell, it ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of the Spiral Ball. However, the explosive aftermath of their encounter sent the Bronze Bell hurtling through the air. Yet, thanks to its inherent levitation ability, it managed to avoid plummeting to the ground for the time being. But the battle was far from over. "Jellicent, use Quick Attack." Roya, anticipating that Wusong could counter his Volt Tackle, initiated a second wave of offense. At Roya's command, Jellicent vanished from its position in an instant, reappearing swiftly behind the Bronze Bell. Just as it prepared to strike, Wusong issued his own directive to the Bronze Bell. "Bronze Bell, unleash Psyshock." Upon hearing Wusong's command, the area surrounding the Bronze Bell shimmered with a pale blue aura, propelling itself towards Jellicent. Struck by the Psyshock, Jellicent was forcefully pushed away. Although it did not sustain significant damage, the distance between the two Pokémon widened. Seizing the opportunity, Wusong ordered, Bronze Bell, Fire Cannon Beam. In response to Wusong's command, the Bronze Bell aimed the opening beneath it at Jellicent, and a brilliant beam of white light surged forth, racing towards its target. Jellicent, use agility. Under Roya's guidance, Jellicent enveloped itself in a radiant glow, transforming into a streak of white lightning that deftly evaded the cannon beam, rapidly closing the distance to the Bronze Bell. Taking advantage of the moment while the Bronze Bell was occupied with its cannon beam, Jellicent approached closely, prompting Roya to shout, "Fire Punch." Upon Roya's command, Jellicent's arms ignited with fierce flames, striking the Bronze Bell repeatedly. As fire-type moves are super effective against steel types, the Bronze Bell endured substantial damage. Not good. Bronze Bell, use Spiral Ball. Witnessing the relentless assault on the Bronze Bell, Wusong quickly reacted, urging it to fight back. Upon hearing Wusong, the Bronze Bell, despite the pain, began to rotate vigorously, charging towards Jellicent. Jellicent, use Shadow Clone. In response to the Spiral Ball attack, Jellicent abandoned its Fire Punch and executed Shadow Clone, creating multiple illusory copies of itself around the Bronze Bell. Seeing this, the Bronze Bell persisted with its Spiral Ball assault, but Roya was not to be outdone. Jellicent, use Quick Attack. Consequently, several Jellicent illusions darted around the battlefield at high speed, while the real Jellicent evaded the Bronze Bell's attack. After a prolonged chase, the Bronze Bell could no longer maintain its spinning motion and halted its attack. However, Jellicent and its clones closed in on the Bronze Bell, poised to follow Roya's command for a counterattack. Without hesitation, Roya shouted, "Jellicent, unleash Plasma Fist." At Roya's command, golden lightning coiled around the arms of the Jellicent as it swung powerfully towards the Bronze Bell. Realizing the might of the Plasma Fist, the Bronze Bell attempted to fend off several Jellicent clones, but they were merely illusions. Meanwhile, the real Jellicent had already positioned itself behind the Bronze Bell, delivering a decisive Plasma Fist that struck the Bronze Bell, sending it flying. After tracing a parabolic arc, it crashed to the ground, rendered incapable of further battle. Chapter 391, Arrival at Bidai City. As the dust settled, a figure managed to rise unsteadily. Although it had not lost consciousness, the Bronze Bell was now battered and bruised. "It hasn't fainted yet," murmured the observing Toko and Mei. Noticing the still-standing Bronze Bell, Roya's brows furrowed in speculation, and he inquired of Wusong, "Is it holding on?" Though framed as a question, Roya's tone conveyed certainty. "Indeed," Wusong replied with a grin. "But what good is holding on for a little longer?" Roya dismissed the finality of the situation, continuing to command, "Jellicent, use Volt Tackle." At Roya's directive, golden lightning erupted from Jellicent, surging towards the injured Bronze Bell, which, having sustained severe damage, lacked the strength to evade and braced itself for the impending Volt Tackle. When struck, the Bronze Bell became ensnared in a cascade of golden electricity. And once the Volt Tackle dissipated, it could no longer endure and collapsed, losing consciousness. "Marvelous! Roya has triumphed again," Mei exclaimed with joy upon witnessing Roya's victory over yet another member of the Elite Four, rushing into his embrace in excitement. Upon feeling Mei's soft form, Roya found himself momentarily captivated, but she soon withdrew, leaving him with a sense of longing. Nevertheless, Roya's resolve quickly restored itself. Meanwhile, Wusong was comforting the recently revived Bronze Bell, saying, "Bronze Bell, you did wonderfully in that battle. Well done, Jellicent," Roya remarked as he recalled the somewhat fatigued Jellicent. After recalling Jellicent, Wusong approached with a smile, offering praise to Roya. "Your strength has far surpassed mine. You are truly impressive. Mr. Wusong, your prowess is not to be underestimated. After all, you did not even utilize your trump card, Trick Room," Roya replied, shaking his head at Wusong's compliment. "You jest. Against your rapid offensive, I barely had time to respond, let alone employ Trick Room." Wusong responded with a bittersweet smile. Wusong's words rang true. Jellicent not only outclassed the Bronze Bell in terms of strength, but also excelled as a speedy attacker, boasting remarkable speed, agility, and special attack power. Coupled with the added power from its held item, it left Wusong's Bronze Bell at a disadvantage. Roya, however, merely smiled in acknowledgement, without offering a retort. "Your Jellicent now rivals Cynthia's Garchomp in strength," Wusong remarked, having gained a deeper understanding of Jellicent's capabilities through this battle. In his view, only Cynthia's Garchomp could match it. "You flatter me, but I still have much to learn compared to Miss Cynthia," Roya replied, his statement not merely modesty. Although Jellicent had reached the status of a regional champion's mainstay, Roya still felt he fell short of true champion trainers, as he currently had only 3 champion-level Pokémon. However, should one account for his legendary Pokémon, Ultra Necrozma and Rayquaza, that would tell a different tale. Subsequently, after Roya and Toko sought Wusong's guidance on breeding methods for psychic-type Pokemon eggs, they bid farewell. Wusong had other matters to attend to at the Pokemon Center, likely awaiting the return of his companion in Baidai Forest. Meanwhile, Roya pressed onward, hastening towards the nearby Baidai city. After several hours of travel, Roya and her companions finally arrived at the location of the second gym, which is situated in the bustling city of Jubilife. Standing amidst the throngs of people on the lively streets, May curiously surveyed her surroundings and exclaimed, "So this is Jubilife City." Upon hearing May's remark, Roya promptly retrieved a travel guide for the Sinnoh region and began to peruse its contents. Once she had gathered the information she desired, she began explaining it to May and Tuko. Jubilife City is a place of considerable historical significance in the Sinnoh region. Within the city lies a world-renowned museum, the Jubilife Museum, which houses the legendary adamant orb associated with the mythical Pokemon Dialga. Upon hearing this, May and Tuko's eyes widened with excitement, and May, linking her arm with Roya's, said, "Roya, can we go visit the Jubilife Museum?" Encouraged by May's enthusiasm and with Tuko also expressing interest, Roya readily agreed, saying, "Let us first challenge the Jubilife gym, and then we can visit the museum afterward." Curious, May inquired, "Why must we wait until after the gym challenge?" Sighing, Roya explained, "The gym leader, Gardenia, is known for her elusive nature, often found wandering in the nearby Jubilife forest. Thus, I need to challenge her while she is still at the gym. Otherwise, I could end up waiting for several days." "Is that so?" May tilted her head in contemplation. To this, Roya could only shrug, as Gardenia's notorious tendency to be absent from the gym is well known, rivaled only by Melissa from Eterna City. Upon arriving in Jubilife City, they were fortunate that Gardenia had just returned to the gym, allowing Roya to swiftly make a reservation for the gym challenge, scheduled for the next day. With evening approaching, it was no longer suitable to visit the museum, so they resolved to do so the day after. After hearing Roya's explanation, May resignedly acquiesced, finding the behavior of Sinnoh's gym leaders rather perplexing. "Then let us head to the Pokemon Center. If we delay, we'll have to find a hotel to stay in," Roya suggested to May and Tuko. "All right," they replied, and together, the three of them made their way to the Pokemon Center in Jubilife City, preparing for the gym challenge the following day. Chapter 392. The Gym Battle at Jubilife Gym. "Hello, Miss Gardenia. I am here to challenge the Jubilife Gym." The next morning, Roya, accompanied by May and Tuko, arrived at Jubilife Gym and encountered the gym leader, Gardenia, just outside the entrance. Roya approached her, greeting her warmly. Upon hearing Roya's introduction, Gardenia recalled the reservation for today as challenger and replied, "So, you must be Roya." "Yes, and these are my companions, May and Tuko." Roya nodded, introducing her friends. "I see," Gardenia said, acknowledging them before leading the trio into the gym. As they entered, May noticed the arena surrounded by lush greenery and remarked, "There are so many trees. Of course, after all, I specialize in grass-type Pokemon as a gym leader." Gardenia smiled in response. "I understand now," May said, her curiosity satisfied. "Now, it's time for our gym challenge," Gardenia declared, turning her attention to Roya. "No problem," Roya replied with a smile. As Roya and Gardenia took their positions on the battlefield, a referee stepped forward and began to announce the rules of the gym battle. "We will now commence the battle between challenger Roya and gym leader Gardenia. Each participant may use 3 Pokemon, and the match concludes when all Pokemon on either side are unable to continue fighting. Only the challenger may switch Pokemon during the battle. Now, let the match begin." The referee raised his hands, signaling the start of the contest. "Go, Cherubi." As the referee's words echoed, Gardenia immediately sent forth her first Pokemon, a charming Cherubi. Pokemon, Cherubi type, grass ability, chlorophyll gender, female level, 25 classification, gym moves, tackle, magical leaf, leaf tornado, leech seed, protect, growth, solar beam. As Roya activated her Pokédex, Cherubi's attributes appeared before her. After a moment of contemplation, she released one of her own Pokemon. "I entrust this first round to you, Eevee." As the red light from the Pokeball faded, Roya's level 28 Eevee materialized in the arena. With both trainers having sent out their Pokemon, the rules dictated that Roya, as the challenger, would initiate the attack. "Eevee, use quick attack." At Roya's command, Eevee glimmered with white light and transformed into a streak of lightning, darting toward Cherubi. The speed of quick attack was so swift that Cherubi was unable to evade in time, resulting in a direct hit that sent her flying a considerable distance before she finally halted. "Cherubi, are you alright?" Gardenia inquired with concern as she saw Cherubi rise to her feet. After receiving confirmation that Cherubi was uninjured, Gardenia launched a counterattack. "Cherubi, use Leaf Tornado." At her command, A flurry of glowing green leaves swirled around Cherubi and, under her guidance, flew towards Eevee with sharp precision. Shadow Ball. Roya remained unfazed by the incoming leaves and directed Eevee to retaliate. As her command echoed, Eevee gathered energy at her mouth, forming a black spiral orb before hurling it toward the oncoming leaves. The two moves collided mid-air, resulting in an explosion that dissipated both attacks, leaving only faint glimmers dancing in the breeze. After neutralizing Gardenia's advance, Roya continued to issue orders. Eevee, use Quick Attack again. Following Roya's command, Eevee dashed toward Cherubi once more, preparing to strike. However, Gardenia was quick to respond. Cherubi, use Magical Leaf. Cherubi obeyed, unleashing a flurry of leaves that soared toward the approaching Eevee. Knowing that Magical Leaf was an unavoidable move, Roya swiftly commanded, Eevee, protect. In a split second, Eevee erected a faint blue barrier that successfully blocked the incoming leaves. Eevee, deliver the finishing blow with Takedown. Spotting an opening, Roya commanded Eevee decisively. At her instruction, Eevee executed Takedown, charging directly at the close-range Cherubi and sending her crashing against the surrounding wall, where she ultimately collapsed. Cherubi is unable to battle. Eevee is the victor, announced the referee, raising his arm in declaration. Thank you for your hard work, Cherubi. After a brief moment of consolation for Sakura, Saijong retrieved her Pokeball, returning the Pokémon within, and then raised her head to Rhea, saying, Well done, Rhea? I never expected your Eevee to be so remarkable. Miss Saijong, you flatter me. Eevee still has much to learn, Rhea humbly replied to Saijong's praise. Well then, it's time for my second Pokémon. Go, Turtwig. After speaking with Rhea, Saijong tossed her second Pokeball, and a Turtwig appeared before the group. Pokémon, Turtwig. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Level, 27. Potential, Semi-Champion. Moves, Tackle, Withdraw. Leaf Tornado, Curse, Bite, Seed Bomb, Mega Drain, Leaf Storm, Solar Beam. Ah, Turtwig, Rhea remarked upon understanding the Pokémon's attributes, withdrawing Eevee and producing his second Pokeball. I entrust the second round to you, Escavalier. As Rhea threw his Pokeball, it opened mid-air, revealing a dazzling Escavalier of level 39. Escavalier, what a rare Pokémon! Saijong exclaimed, her expression reflecting surprise at Rhea's choice. It's merely good fortune, Rhea responded with a soft smile, then continued, Shall we proceed with our match? Absolutely. Saijong replied with a smile upon hearing Rhea's words. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Chapter 393, Battle with Saijong. Once both Rhea and Saijong had sent forth their Pokémon, Rhea, as the challenger, initiated the attack. Escavalier, use Spark. At Rhea's command, Escavalier released a barrage of sparks directed at Turtwig. Turtwig, evade. Saijong shouted to Turtwig upon witnessing the impending attack. Turtwig, responding to Saijong's command, swiftly leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the spark assault. Seeing Turtwig had successfully evaded, Saijong quickly issued her next command. Turtwig, use Leaf Tornado. As soon as Saijong finished speaking, Turtwig flicked its two leafy appendages, generating dozens of green, blade-like leaves that tore through the air towards Escavalier. Feudal, Rhea chuckled lightly, then waved his hand, commanding Escavalier, Flamethrower. No sooner had he spoken than a more intense crimson flame erupted, incinerating the oncoming leaf tornado and continuing its relentless advance towards Turtwig. Don't let it hit. Otherwise, the area will be engulfed in flames, Saijong thought, glancing at the large tree behind Turtwig. After a moment's consideration, Saijong commanded, Turtwig, unleash Leaf Tornado repeatedly. Upon hearing her orders, Turtwig diligently swung its leafy appendages, generating a flurry of leaf tornadoes that clashed with Escavalier's flamethrower. The continuous barrage ultimately neutralized the flamethrower, preventing significant damage to the surrounding trees. However, the relentless effort left Turtwig utterly exhausted. Observing this, Rhea waved his hand again and commanded, Dragon Pulse. Escavalier complied, gathering energy before unleashing a white beam of light that surged towards Turtwig. Turtwig, quickly dodge, Saijong urged, seeing the formidable Dragon Pulse approaching. Turtwig obediently leaped aside, aiming to evade the strike, knowing that a direct hit would render it unable to continue battling. Yet, Rhea had no intention of allowing that to happen, shouting at Escavalier, Sweep through. As Rhea's command echoed, Escavalier directed the Dragon Pulse towards Turtwig, and this time, the attack struck true. Upon being hit by the Dragon Pulse, Turtwig was propelled backward by the tremendous force, crashing against the wall before finally coming to a halt. Turtwig is unable to battle, Escavalier wins. The referee announced loudly upon witnessing the scene. You did well. Turtwig. Saizhong comforted her Pokémon for a moment before returning it to its Pokeball. Meanwhile, Rhea also recalled Escavalier into its Pokeball. It seems Rhea is intent on a one-on-one resolution to this battle, May observed. Not quite. I believe Rhea aims to train each of his Pokémon, Tozy countered, shaking her head in response to May's comment. Now, this is the final round. Go, Roserade. Saizhong tossed her final Pokeball, which opened mid-air, revealing a Roserade before the group. So Saizhong's final Pokémon is Roserade. May remarked, gazing at the Roserade on the battlefield. I wonder what Pokémon Rhea will send out. Will it be Electabuzz or Kirlia? Tozy mused, shifting her gaze to Rhea, curious about his forthcoming choice. At that moment, Rhea's focus was primarily on Saizhong's Roserade, its attributes becoming clear before him. Pokémon, Roserade. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Natural Cure. Gender, Female. Level, 31. Potential, Gym Leader. Moves, Weather Ball, Poison Sting, Seed Bomb, Petal Dance, Grass Knot, Magical Leaf, Stun Spore, Vine Whip, Swift. Having discerned Roserade's attributes, Rhea produced a Pokeball and threw it, declaring, for the final round, I entrust you, Kirlia. As Rhea's Pokeball opened, his Kirlia emerged in a brilliant display. No matter how many times I see Rhea's Kirlia, it is always so adorable, May exclaimed, her eyes filled with affection for the Pokemon. After summoning Kirlia, Rhea promptly issued his first command. Kirlia, use Magical Leaf. At Rhea's command, Kirlia waved its hands, conjuring a flurry of glowing green leaves that surged towards Roserade. Roserade, use Weather Ball. Saizhong shouted to her Pokemon in response to the approaching Magical Leaf. Given the clear skies on that day and the open nature of the battlefield, Roserade's Weather Ball transformed into a massive fireball that hurtled towards the Magical Leaf. In a brief clash, the Weather Ball incinerated the Magical Leaf entirely and continued its relentless trajectory towards Kirlia. Facing the oncoming fireball, Rhea smiled softly and instructed Kirlia, confusion. Upon hearing Rhea's command, Kirlia's eyes glowed a brilliant blue, and the approaching fireball was suddenly suspended mid-air, immobilized by a wave of white energy. Then, with a decisive gesture, Rhea commanded, send it back. At Rhea's command, the fireball altered its course, hurtling back towards Roserade. Caught off guard due to the proximity of the attack, Roserade had insufficient time to react and was forced to endure the impact directly. Fortunately, Roserade still possessed ample stamina, allowing it to withstand the fireball without losing its ability to battle. As the Chai Seed gazed at the standing Roserade, it promptly issued a command, Roserade, unleash Leaf Storm. Upon hearing Chai Seed's words, Roserade twirled the two flowers in its hands, conjuring a multitude of shimmering green leaves that surged forth like a tempest toward Sharim. Teleport. Following Roy's directive, Sharim vanished instantaneously from its original position, leaving Roserade's Leaf Storm to strike the ground empty-handed. Meanwhile, the previously vanished Sharim reappeared behind Roserade, gathering energy in its hands to prepare an assault. Chapter 394. Obtaining the Forest Badge. Sharim, Shadow Ball. Observing Sharim's sudden emergence behind Roserade, Roy immediately commanded. Upon hearing Roy's command, the energy Sharim had amassed coalesced into a dark purple energy sphere, which it hurled towards Roserade. Without a doubt, the sudden appearance of Sharim combined with a swift Shadow Ball left Roserade no time to react, resulting in it being struck and sent flying until it collided with a tree, finally coming to a halt. However, within the perception of Roy's luminous power, Roserade had not lost its fighting spirit and stood up, albeit unsteadily. Chai Seed, witnessing this, inquired anxiously, are you all right, Roserade? Roserade, mustering its willpower, shook its head to indicate that it was fine. But Roy, their adversary, seized the opportunity, and as soon as they finished speaking, he waved his hand and called out to Sharim, deliver the final blow, Swift Star. No sooner had Roy's words been spoken than Sharim began to move its hands, manifesting a flurry of golden energy pentagrams that surged towards Roserade. Exhausted, Roserade lacked the strength to evade and could only watch helplessly as the barrage of Swift Stars struck it. After being hit by Sharim's swift assault, Roserade emitted a pained cry and succumbed to unconsciousness amidst a cacophony of explosions, collapsing to the ground. With Roserade rendered unable to battle, Sharim emerged victorious, declaring Roy as the ultimate champion of the challenge. The referee, accompanied by her long-nosed Leaf, announced the final victor of this gym challenge. Splendid. Although May understood that Roy's triumph was to be expected given his prowess, she couldn't help but feel elated for him. You've worked hard. That was an exhilarating battle. Roserade, Chai Seed said, recalling the unconscious Roserade into its Pokeball and offering words of comfort. Meanwhile, Roy lavished praise upon Sharim, gently stroking its head before commending its performance, ultimately recalling it as well. Remarkable strength and exceptional strategy. Roy, you truly are an impressive trainer. Chai Seed, having returned Roserade, approached Roy with a beaming smile. You flatter me, Miss Chai Seed, Roy replied with his customary humility. Your skill merits such praise, Chai Seed insisted, shaking her head. She then picked up a badge just retrieved by the referee, presenting it before Roy, saying, This is proof of your victory over our Baudelaire gym, the Forest Badge. Please accept it. Thank you. Roy immediately accepted the Forest Badge, expressing his gratitude to Chai Seed before placing it in his badge case. Ah, this is well deserved. Chai Seed replied to Roy. Just before his departure, Roy suddenly recalled something and inquired, Miss Chai Seed, might I ask if a certain person named Green has challenged you here recently? Upon hearing Roy's question, Chai Seed promptly asked, Do you mean Green from Pallet Town? Yes. Roy nodded. He recently challenged us and has already obtained the Forest Badge. As of now, he is likely en route to the Celadon City. Chai Seed reflected before informing Roy. I see. Thank you, Miss Chai Seed. Roy expressed his gratitude upon learning Green's whereabouts. Don't mention it, Chai Seed replied, shaking her head. With the Forest Badge in hand and knowledge of Green's trajectory, Roy, along with May and Toko, departed Baudelaire Gym and made their way toward the Pokémon Center. I can't believe Green is progressing so quickly. It's astonishing, Toko remarked en route. Should we also quicken our pace? May asked Roy and Toko. There's no need. At our current speed, we will certainly acquire all 8 badges before the Lily of the Valley Conference, Roy declined, shaking his head. After all, should they accelerate, they would outstrip Ash and his companions, indicating that they would become detached from the legendary Pokémon of the Sinnoh region. Therefore, Roy resolved that maintaining their present speed was the wisest course of action. All right then, May nodded in agreement upon hearing Roy's refusal. Thus, the trio engaged in light-hearted conversation as they returned to the Pokémon Center, arriving just as noon approached. After delivering his recently battled Pokémon to Nurse Joy, Roy joined May and Toko for lunch in the center's cafeteria. Following their meal and the retrieval of his Pokémon from Nurse Joy, they had ample time to spend freely. Thus, at May's suggestion, they set off to explore the shopping mall in Baudelaire City. Within the mall, the trio not only procured various necessities for their journey, but also indulged in purchasing some fresh attire. However, due to May's penchant for shopping, their excursion extended well into the evening. Consequently, they found a restaurant in the mall to enjoy dinner, and after a bit more browsing, they returned to the Pokémon Center, ready for their nightly routines of cleansing and rest. Lying in bed, Roy found himself unable to sleep and instead directed his thoughts toward the system, inquiring about the benefits of his recent sign-ins. Host signed in at you in town, receiving a Gracidia flower, 500,000 league coins. Signed in at Baudelaire City, receiving a Miracle Seed, 5 luxury balls, and 1,000,000 league coins. The system relayed Roy's recent gains, confirming that even at you in town, the sign-in had been successful. Yet, Roy's focus remained primarily on the Gracidia flower, recalling the legends spoken by the elderly woman in Yuan Town, affirming that the thriving Pokémon of Yuan Town was none other than the Gratitude Pokémon, Shaman. After contemplating this, Roy withdrew his thoughts from the system and shook his head, silently chiding himself. Really, why am I overthinking this? It's time for sleep. Thus, having organized his recent gains from the sign-ins, he settled his mind and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 395, Legends of Time and Space in Sinnoh. Roy, we should head to the Baudelaire Museum. Early the next morning, an impatient May roused Roy from his sleep. Just a moment. Awoken by May's call, Roy reluctantly got up, completed his morning routine, and hastily consumed a few bites before departing from the Pokémon Center toward the museum. The Baudelaire Museum, a grand historical establishment located to the east of Baudelaire City, showcased an extensive array of rare artifacts from ancient times, with 2 colossal statues flanking its entrance. Who are these 2 Pokémon? After a period of travel, Roya, May, and Toko arrived at the entrance of the Baidao Museum. May, her curiosity piqued, turned her gaze towards the 2 exquisite statues of Pokémon at the entrance and inquired of Roya. Given her understanding that Roya was a wellspring of knowledge, she often sought his insights whenever she encountered something unfamiliar. Toko, standing nearby, should have done her homework during her travels in Sinnoh and thus had some familiarity with the 2 Pokémon statues before them. Roya glanced at the now recognizing Toko and smiled, saying, It appears that Toko has already identified them. These 2 statues represent the legendary Pokémon of the Sinnoh region, the time and space deities, Dialga and Palkia. The time and space deities, that sounds incredibly formidable. Just like the legendary trio of our Unova region, May reflected on the legends of Unova with a touch of nostalgia. I heard that the museum is currently exhibiting the adamant orb, which is related to Dialga. We should take a look. Roya recalled that this period coincided with the exhibition of the adamant orb and turned to May and Toko to suggest they proceed. Then let us hasten inside. Upon hearing that the adamant orb was associated with Dialga, May's interest was instantly ignited, and Toko's eyes also revealed a flicker of curiosity. All right, to be honest, Roya was equally intrigued by the legendary adamant orb, so he led May and Toko inside. Once they entered the Baida Museum, the trio began to admire the historical exhibits while making their way towards the location of the adamant orb. After a short while, they arrived at the display area and soon spotted a white orb perched upon the exhibition stand. Is this the adamant orb? It's so beautiful. May and Toko's eyes sparkled with fascination as they focused on the orb, for girls tend to be drawn to shimmering objects like diamonds. However, it seems rather ordinary, May remarked, observing the adamant orb closely and finding it akin to any common gemstone, thus pursing her lips in disappointment. Yet, Roya remained silent. After taking a glance at the orb and finding nothing particularly remarkable, he infused his vision with his radiant power and directed his gaze towards the adamant orb. Under the influence of this radiant energy, the once unremarkable adamant orb transformed dramatically in Roya's sight. Suddenly, a blue silhouette emerged behind the orb, roaring fiercely, and Roya instantly recognized it as Dialga, the Dragon of Time. However, beyond that, nothing else materialized. As Roya probed the adamant orb with his radiant power, in a parallel realm devoid of life, only the blue silhouette remained amidst the endless chaos, that very figure being Dialga. At the moment Roya's probing was detected, Dialga sensed his presence and became intrigued by the two powerful auras emanating from Roya. Returning to the museum, just as Roya withdrew his radiant energy, a gentle voice resonated behind him. What do you think of this adamant orb? Startled by this unexpected voice, the trio turned to find it was none other than Shoji, whom they had encountered not long ago. It's been a while, Mr. Shoji, they exclaimed in delight. Indeed, it has been a while. Roya, May, and Toko. Shoji greeted them warmly. Are you also interested in the adamant orb? May inquired after their greetings. Yes, Shoji replied, nodding thoughtfully before recounting a legend to Roya and the others. In the primordial times, this world was engulfed in chaos and turbulence, all things intertwined, from which the first entity emerged at the center. This entity created two avatars. Time began to flow, space began to expand, and then from itself sprang three life forms. The two avatars prayed, giving birth to what we call matter, while the three life forms prayed, resulting in the emergence of what we refer to as the heart. After creating the world, the primordial entity fell into a deep slumber, an ancient tale known as the myth of creation. Two avatars, three life forms, the primordial life? May pondered, feeling a bit bewildered after hearing Shoji's myth. The two avatars are the time and space deities, Dialga and Palkia, and the three life forms represent the legendary mushrooms of the Sinnoh region. Roya paused before continuing, and the primordial life is none other than the legendary creator deity, Arceus. Indeed, that is correct, Shoji affirmed with a nod. How astonishing! May and Toko exclaimed, their voices filled with disbelief after absorbing the words of Roya and Shoji. After admiring the adamant orb, the four of them returned to the museum's lobby, where they encountered Ash and his companions. Since Shoji was also acquainted with Ash, they quickly engaged in conversation. Much like in the original narrative, the adamant orb was soon snatched away by Team Rocket. Due to Meowth's disguise as a sunflora, Shoji was mistakenly identified as a thief by the museum's Ms. Junsha. At this moment, unable to tolerate the situation, Roya, alongside Ms. Junsha from Jubilife City, chased away the thieving Team Rocket and reclaimed the adamant orb, leaving behind inquiries about who sought to obtain it. Was it Team Rocket or the Hunter Group? Amidst the confusion, only Roya remained clear-headed, gazing skyward at the exhibition, muttering, it must be Team Galaxy. Chapter 396, The Arrival of Sister Hilda. Having experienced the exhibits of the Baida Museum, particularly the adamant orb, Roya, May, and Toko departed contentedly from the slightly antiquated city, embarking on their journey towards their next destination, the city of Eterna. There were many routes leading to Eterna City, but to reach it swiftly, one needed to traverse a bike path from Baida City. By following this bike path, they could quickly reach a town nestled between Baida City and Eterna City, allowing for direct access to Eterna. Thus, after leaving Baida City, Roya and his companions found a nearby rental shop and rented 3 bicycles, mounting them to proceed along the bike path. As they leisurely pedaled along the bike path, Roya recalled a significant event that had left a lasting impression on him. Even after a considerable time had passed, In the original story, Ash, Dawn, and Brock had ventured to a natural park after departing from Eternicity. Within this park, not only was a video showcasing the recent challenge of the Elite Four member, Wusong, against the Sinnoh region's champion, Cynthia, playing, but there was also something that thrilled Roya even more. The battle goddess of Sinnoh, Cynthia herself, would make an appearance in this very natural park. With this thought in mind, Roya's anticipation grew, quickening his pace on the bicycle. It was important to note that Cynthia's prowess was not to be underestimated, and her extraordinary beauty also stirred a profound excitement within Roya. Thus, under the conscious acceleration of Roya, the trio swiftly traversed the bicycle path beneath their feet and arrived at a quaint little town. After returning their bicycles, they boarded a motorboat and journeyed to the natural park. Upon their arrival at the natural park, they did not hasten their pace but chose to stay overnight at a nearby Pokémon Center, preparing to rest for the night. After a night's repose, the following morning, Roya unexpectedly encountered Ash and his companions in the lobby of the Pokémon Center. Consequently, he, along with May and Dawn, made their way towards Ash's group. However, it seemed that they were oblivious to the arrival of Roya and his friends, as they were intently focused on the television in the lobby. Suddenly, Roya recalled something and immediately directed his gaze towards the screen. As he had anticipated, the television was broadcasting a video of Satoshi challenging Cynthia. Intrigued, Roya became engrossed in the spectacle. Beside him, May and Dawn, noticing Roya's fixation on the television, followed his gaze and, upon witnessing Cynthia's public battle, first displayed expressions of astonishment, which soon transformed into delight as they too became captivated by the confrontation between Cynthia and Satoshi. During the battle with Satoshi's Bronzer, although Cynthia's Garchomp was initially hindered by the Psychic-type Bronzer, it ultimately triumphed due to Cynthia's exceptional command and Garchomp's formidable level, securing her victory. Miss Cynthia is truly both beautiful and powerful, May exclaimed, her face alight with admiration as she gazed at Cynthia on the screen. How wonderful! I aspire to become such a strong and beautiful woman, she added. Oh, May, you still have quite a journey ahead of you, Brock remarked, his expression shifting to one of infatuation as he sighed. I truly wish to meet the beautiful Miss Cynthia. Brock, you really haven't changed at all, Roya commented, exasperation evident in his tone as he observed Brock's enamored demeanor towards the older girl. Roya. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Ash turned and spotted Roya by his side, prompting him to rise excitedly. Hi. As Ash and his companions glanced towards Roya, May and Dawn waved cheerfully in greeting. Upon seeing Roya along with May and Dawn, Brock quickly returned to his usual self, engaging in conversation with Roya, Ash, and May. By the way, Roya, how many badges have you earned? Ash was quick to inquire about the number of badges. I've only obtained 2 so far, Roya replied, shrugging in response to Ash's persistent curiosity regarding badge counts. Me too, Ash exclaimed, before continuing. Hey, how about a battle? Well, just as Roya was about to respond, he was interrupted by an excited voice. A person burst into the Pokémon Center, panting heavily, and shouted, the champion, Miss Cynthia, has arrived. Where? Immediately, inquiries filled the Pokémon Center, with everyone fixated on the speaker. At the natural park, he stammered. As soon as his words echoed, the Pokémon Center erupted into a frenzy, and within 10 seconds, everyone had vanished, leaving only Roya, Ash, and their companions behind. What an exaggerated influence, Roya remarked, somewhat bemused, while Ash nodded in agreement. Enough dawdling, let us hurry, Ash urged. That's Miss Cynthia. If we delay, we might miss her. With that, May and Brock grabbed Ash, and they all rushed towards the natural park alongside Roya, May, and Dawn. Meanwhile, the messenger looked up at the now empty lobby, scratching his head in confusion. Where did everyone go? Upon reaching the natural park, Roya chanced upon the Team Rocket trio selling ice cream. However, considering they posed no threat, he merely glanced at them and chose to ignore their presence. Yet, his fleeting glance startled the 2 members of Team Rocket, causing them to jump. That formidable little brat is here. He seems to recognize us. One exclaimed. We should refrain from attempting to capture Pikachu this time. Otherwise, we might face severe consequences, another added. Miss Cynthia is here. However, Roya and his companions had no time to deal with these 3 miscreants and instead turned their attention to the throng surrounding Cynthia. There stood a woman clad in a black trench coat, her lustrous golden hair cascading down to her waist, complemented by her tall and stunning figure. In the Sinnoh region, only Cynthia could possess such beauty. Wow, it's the real Miss Cynthia, May exclaimed excitedly beside Roya, while the crowd surrounding Cynthia shared in the exhilaration. Save for one individual whose expression differed slightly. That person was Brock, who, upon sighting Cynthia, immediately donned a lovesick expression, proclaiming, "She is even more beautiful than on television." Miss Cynthia. Upon hearing Brock's words, Ash and the others instinctively distanced themselves from him, eager to avoid being associated with his infatuation. At that moment, Cynthia was savoring a delectable ice cream while gently caressing and admiring an ancient stone sculpture within the natural park. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, striding towards Cynthia. He was Chapter 397, Shinji vs. Cynthia. As Roya, Mei, and Dawn were captivated by the Sinnoh champion Cynthia, suddenly a figure with short purple hair and an ever-present poker face caught Roya's attention. He instantly recognized the identity of Ash's formidable rival, Shinji. "It's Shinji. What does this guy intend to do?" Mei inquired, watching Shinji approach Cynthia with curiosity. "I believe he intends to challenge Miss Cynthia," Dawn deduced swiftly. "A challenge to Miss Cynthia? Is that for real?" Mei remarked incredulously. "How wonderful. I too wish to challenge Miss Cynthia." Ash gazed at Shinji with envy. Shinji approached Cynthia and inquired, "Excuse me, are you Miss Cynthia?" Upon hearing this, Cynthia turned to face him, smiling gently. "Yes, how may I assist you?" To everyone's astonishment, Shinji declared, "Miss Cynthia, I am Shinji from Veilstone City, and I request a Pokémon battle with you." His challenge to Cynthia took the onlookers by surprise, followed by a ripple of derision. Challenging Miss Cynthia? This kid must be out of his mind. Who does he think he is, challenging the champion? Even Ash couldn't help but approach Shinji, advising him that it was too soon for him to challenge the champion. However, Shinji dismissed Ash's words entirely. Upon receiving this unexpected challenge, Cynthia was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. "I haven't received a personal challenge in quite some time. From your demeanor, it seems you wish to challenge the Sinnoh League?" "Yes," Shinji replied, nodding. "Given the circumstances, I shall gladly accept your challenge." In response to Shinji's challenge, Sharona readily acquiesced. The crowd was taken aback upon witnessing Sharona's compliance. Once Shinji saw her agreement, he bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much." After offering his thanks, Shinji inquired about her preferences. "Shall we battle with 6 Pokémon?" "Certainly." Since Sharona had already accepted the challenge, she was indifferent to the number of Pokémon involved. Following her acceptance, the onlookers respectfully distanced themselves, granting Sharona and Shinji a clearing for their duel. After all, witnessing a battle involving the champion Sharona was quite a rare opportunity. Thus, let the match commence. Upon finishing her statement, Sharona released a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Soar through the skies, Garchomp." Sharona immediately summoned her ace Pokemon, the pseudo-legendary Garchomp from the Sinnoh region, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of intimidation. Is this truly Sharona's Garchomp? It stands on par with Dato's Dragonite and Daigo's Metagross. As Ruas sensed Garchomp's formidable presence, he muttered to himself and activated his Pokédex to assess its attributes. Pokemon, Garchomp. Type, Dragon, Ground. Ability, Sandveil. Gender, Female. Level, 78. Potential, Pseudo-Legendary. Moves, Sandstorm, Dragon Pulse. Giga Impact, Draco Meteor, Crunch, Dragon Breath, Sand Tomb, Dual Chop, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dive. The extravagant profile of Garchomp transmitted by the Pokédex astonished Rua, as only his Jolteon could rival its prowess among his current team. Go forth, Chimchar. Meanwhile, Shinji sent out Chimchar, which was approaching elite status. "Shinji, you may take the initiative in this battle." As the champion, Sharona graciously allowed Shinji the first move, acknowledging the disparity in their strengths. Chimchar, unleash Flame Vortex. Aware of the gap between himself and Sharona, Shinji commanded Chimchar to strike first. Upon hearing Shinji's command, Chimchar promptly unleashed a torrent of crimson flames towards Garchomp. However, this seemingly fierce flame vortex posed no threat to Garchomp, which merely waved its arms to disperse the attack effortlessly. Dig. Shinji recognized that Chimchar's fire-type moves would be ineffective against Garchomp, yet he continued to direct Chimchar's counterattack. At Shinji's command, Chimchar burrowed underground. Sharona, however, merely smiled and instructed Garchomp to counter. Garchomp, Earthquake. Upon hearing Sharona's command, Garchomp executed the Earthquake move, incapacitating the underground Chimchar. Why would Shinji send out Chimchar against a ground and dragon type like Garchomp? Ash, observing from the sidelines, expressed his confusion. "It is indeed peculiar," replied Koharu, nodding in agreement. "The reason is that Shinji's initial intention was never to defeat Sharona. He is acutely aware of the gap between himself and the champion." After hearing Ash and Koharu's remarks, Rua elucidated. "What, then, is his objective?" Ash inquired curiously. "Shinji aims to overcome Sharona's Garchomp." Toko promptly answered Ash's query. "Ah, now I understand. Upon hearing Toko's explanation, Ash and Koharu grasped the situation. As the battle between Sharona and Shinji unfolded, it mirrored the original narrative, culminating in a complete rout for Shinji, who, despite deploying his best Pokémon including Mismagius, Honchkrow, and his strongest, Torterra, could not escape defeat. After the battle, Shinji, initially reluctant to send Chimchar to the Pokémon Center for treatment, was halted by Ash, yet remained unyielding to his friend's counsel. Observing this, Rua stepped forward with Mei, approaching Shinji and stating, "Shinji, you should really take Chimchar to the Pokémon Center." Upon hearing Rua's words, Shinji, unlike Ash, merely nodded impassively before heading towards the nearby Pokémon Center. Ash, feeling concerned, decided to follow along with Koharu and Brock. Just as Rua prepared to bring Mei and Toko along, a graceful figure appeared before the trio. Chapter 398, An Invitation from Sharona. After Rua, Mei, and Toko watched the battle between Sharona and Shinji, they intended to return to the Pokémon Center to check on Shinji's condition, only to be halted by the elegant figure. "It's Miss Sharona." Upon seeing Sharona before her, Mei instantly became excited. Even Toko, who had been silent, showed evident excitement. As the battle goddess, Sharona is an idol for all female trainers worldwide, and Mei and Toko are no exceptions. "Miss Sharona, how may I assist you?" Rua calmly inquired, gazing at the golden-haired beauty before him. "You must be Rua, correct?" Sharona smiled at Rua. "Indeed." Rua nodded and replied, "I presume Miss Sharona is familiar with me as well." The crowd, which had been dispersing, suddenly became intrigued upon witnessing Sharona conversing with Rua, leading several onlookers to linger and watch. "Is it true? The champion Sharona is acquainted with that boy." Upon hearing Rua's words, Sharona smirked. "How could I not know of the trainer who defeated Alu and Wudong? Moreover, I've heard commendations from both Dato and Daigo, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to come and see for myself." "I see," Rua responded, understanding that Sharona's words were as he had anticipated. For both Alu and Wudong had been aware of him, and as their superior, Sharona would undoubtedly be informed as well. "Did you all just hear that? That boy actually defeated the elite Alu and Wudong. It's truly astounding." The crowd expressed disbelief upon overhearing the conversation between Rua and Sharona. "It's hard to believe. That young man is indeed impressive." Observing the ever-growing crowd, Sharona remarked to Rua, "Let us find another place to converse." "Very well." Rua, noticing the increasing number of onlookers, agreed with Sharona's suggestion. Subsequently, Rua, along with Mei, Toko, and Sharona, departed from the natural park, returning to the nearby Pokémon Center. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, they discovered that Shinji had already healed his Pokémon, and Ash, along with his companions, approached Sharona to engage in conversation. Naturally, Brock, who admired older ladies, attempted to strike up a conversation but was swiftly dragged away by the mischievous Froakie, prompting Rua to silently commend Froakie for its actions. After a lively exchange, Rua grew curious about Sharona's reason for seeking him out. Thus he inquired, "Miss Sharona, was there a specific purpose for your visit?" Upon hearing Rua's question, Sharona chuckled lightly, gazing at the puzzled Rua, and replied, "I wish to witness the prowess of a trainer who has garnered praise from both Alu and Wudong." "Miss Sharona means to say?" Toko, having comprehended Sharona's intentions, exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, Roya, would you care to engage in a battle with me?" Cynthia directed her gaze toward Roya. Before Roya could respond, Mei interlaced her arm with his, pleading, "Roya, please agree. I wish to witness your battle against Miss Cynthia." Upon hearing this, Ash's interest was piqued, and he joined in urging Roya. Even the usually stoic Shinji was intrigued, casting a glance at Roya. "Very well," Roya conceded, observing the scene before him. The prospect of a battle between Roya and Miss Cynthia was truly exhilarating. The mere thought of Roya facing Cynthia sent Ash into a frenzy of excitement. Shinji too was eager, for he longed to witness the strength of the one who had once bested him. "Let us find a more secluded spot. This place is rather unsuitable for a battle," Roya remarked, furrowing his brow as he considered the surrounding environment. "I know of a spacious and tranquil location." Cynthia responded upon hearing Roya's words. "Then let us proceed there." With the battleground determined, Roya and the others followed Cynthia as she led them to a quieter area near a natural park, which was nearly devoid of trees, presenting instead a vast expanse of open land. Once Roya and Cynthia took their respective positions, Roya proposed, "Miss Cynthia, shall we engage in a 3-on-3 battle?" He thought to himself that since he was already battling Cynthia, it would be an opportune moment to train his Dragonite and Jengar, knowing that opportunities to battle a champion were rare. Moreover, both Dragonite and Jengar had been trained by his Rayquaza and Ultra Necrozma in his Pokémon Ranch and had significantly improved in strength, making this a perfect time to test their mettle. Allow me to officiate the match. Brock, regaining his usual composure, stepped forward to make the suggestion. We entrust this to you, Brock, Roya replied. Now, we will commence the Pokémon battle between Miss Cynthia and Roya. Each trainer may use 3 Pokémon, and there is no time limit. The match concludes when all 3 Pokémon of one side are unable to continue fighting, resulting in victory for the opposing side. After assuming his role as referee, Brock promptly announced the rules. Then I shall send forth my Pokémon. Go, Roserade. Cynthia was the first to dispatch her Pokémon, and as the red light from the Pokeball dissipated, a Roserade appeared before them. It's a Roserade, just like the one belonging to Kazunari. Ash exclaimed upon seeing Roserade, immediately recalling Kazunari's Roserade. Although both were Roserade, the disparity between them was stark. Kazunari's Roserade paled in comparison to Miss Cynthia's. Indeed, the difference is quite evident, Tuko remarked. Meanwhile, Roya activated his Pokédex to examine Roserade's attributes, which quickly filled his vision. Pokémon, Roserade. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Technician. Gender, Female. Level, 75. Potential, Champion. Moves, Poison Jab. Petal Dance, Giga Drain, Magical Leaf, Leaf Blade, Leaf Storm, Seed Bomb, Weather Ball. Having noted the attributes of Cynthia's Roserade, Roya retrieved a Pokeball and threw it. I entrust this to you. Chapter 399, Intense Battle with Cynthia. After acquiring knowledge of Cynthia's Roserade's attributes, Roya produced his own Pokeball and tossed it, declaring, for the first round, I entrust this to you, Dragonite. As the red light from the Pokeball faded, Roya's Dragonite made its grand entrance. Boasting a strength comparable to Cynthia's Roserade, also at level 75. The moment Dragonite and Roserade emerged, their respective auras clashed, neither willing to yield. What a splendid Dragonite! Cynthia remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she observed the formidable presence of Roya's Dragonite. Miss Cynthia's Roserade is equally impressive. Roya acknowledged with a serious tone after casting a glance at Roserade. Is this the true strength of Roya and Miss Cynthia? Ash and the others, witnessing Roya's prowess for the first time, displayed expressions of astonishment. Incredible! Shinji comprehended Roya's true strength at that moment. After a brief period of astonishment, Brock, acting as the referee, called out, the match begins. As soon as Brock's words echoed, Roya immediately commanded, Dragonite, use Flamethrower. Without hesitation, Dragonite unleashed a crimson fire column that scorched the surrounding air as it surged toward Roserade. Roserade, Shadow Ball. Cynthia calmly instructed her Roserade in response to the approaching flames. Following Cynthia's command, Roserade conjured 2 flowers, forming a purplish-black energy sphere, which it hurled toward the flamethrower. The 2 attacks collided with a resounding explosion, dissipating into the air. Roserade, Leaf Blade. After neutralizing Dragonite's initial assault, Cynthia swiftly launched her counterattack. Upon hearing Cynthia's command, Roserade waved its hands, sending forth several green, blade-like leaves that rushed toward Dragonite. Agility. Under Roya's guidance, Dragonite swiftly executed the agility move, merely fluttering its form and vanishing from its original position, allowing Roserade's Leaf Blade to strike only a lingering afterimage, inflicting no damage. In the next moment, Dragonite reappeared high above Roserade's right side, flapping its wings and poised to launch an offensive under Roya's direction. Not one to disappoint, Roya quickly issued the command upon spotting Dragonite's position, Dragonite, Hurricane. As Roya's words fell, Dragonite vigorously flapped its wings, generating 2 small tornadoes, which, under Dragonite's control, coalesced into a massive whirlwind that surged toward Roserade. Roserade, Petal Dance. True to the prowess of the Sinnoh champion Cynthia, Roserade adeptly responded to the incoming attack. Following Cynthia's command, Roserade swiftly maneuvered its body, directing the 2 flowers toward the approaching storm, unleashing a flurry of pink petals that surged toward the tornado. The petals and the whirlwind clashed fiercely, neither side able to break through the other's defenses. After a brief standoff, both moves ultimately dissipated. Although Roserade successfully fended off Dragonite's attack, Roya and Dragonite were already preparing for their next onslaught. Capitalizing on Roserade's moment of resistance against the storm, Roya commanded, Dragonite, Dragon Rush. In an instant, a white energy dragon materialized behind Dragonite, and as it executed Dragon Rush, they charged down toward Roserade on the ground. Caught unprepared, Roserade was struck by Dragonite's Dragon Rush, the powerful impact launching it backward until it finally crashed to the ground. Roserade, are you all right? As Rose Rayquaza trembled and stood up, Cynthia inquired with a tone of concern. Despite enduring the pain coursing through her body, Rose Rayquaza shook her head, signaling that she was not severely harmed. Nevertheless, Cynthia was well aware of Rose Rayquaza's condition and promptly issued a command. Rose Rayquaza, use grassy terrain. Under Cynthia's directive, Rose Rayquaza's body radiated a vibrant green light that swiftly enveloped the battlefield. Grassy terrain, a grass-type move, primarily serves to restore a modicum of health to grounded Pokémon over the course of 5 turns while enhancing the power of grass-type moves by 30%. Thus, under the influence of grassy terrain, Rose Rayquaza, who had been somewhat winded, began to regain her strength. Understanding the effects of grassy terrain, Roy was not inclined to let it persist any longer. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded Dragonite. Dragonite, unleash Draco Meteor. At Roy's command, Dragonite amassed a tremendous amount of dragon-type energy in its mouth, then expelled it toward the heavens, where it swiftly exploded, scattering energy into fragments that transformed into meteorites hurtling toward Rose Rayquaza below. Surrounded by the barrage of Draco Meteor, Rose Rayquaza found herself in dire straits. Even her use of Shadow Clone would prove futile, with only the chance of striking Dragonite in the air offering a glimmer of hope. Having already formulated a strategy, Cynthia called out to her Rose Rayquaza. Rose Rayquaza, use Hyper Beam. Upon hearing Cynthia's command, Rose Rayquaza combined her 2 flowers and launched an orange beam toward the airborne Dragonite, hoping to intercept the impending attack. However, fate did not favor Cynthia. As the Hyper Beam was unleashed, it was shattered by a meteorite, failing to reach its intended target. Following Rose Rayquaza's use of Hyper Beam, the remaining meteorites rained down upon the motionless Rose Rayquaza, burying her under a cascade of debris and stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the view of all present. Chapter 400, Fierce Battle Cynthia 2. What's happening? Outside the arena, the impatient Ash anxiously focused on Rose Rayquaza's position, eager to discern the outcome of the battle. As a gentle breeze swept across the arena, it dispersed the dust, revealing the scene concealed within. To the dismay of onlookers, Rose Rayquaza lay motionless on the ground, clearly having lost consciousness. Rose Rayquaza is unable to battle. Dragonite is the victor. The referee, Brock, proclaimed loudly upon observing the state of Rose Rayquaza. You've truly worked hard, Rose Rayquaza. Cynthia remarked as she recalled her Pokémon into its Pokeball. Well done, Dragonite. You may return as well. Roy praised his exhausted Dragonite before drawing it back into its Pokeball. Roy has secured the first round, May exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she waved her arms enthusiastically. Now, this shall be my second Pokémon. Go, Lucario. Cynthia tossed forth her second Pokeball, and the silhouette of Lucario emerged. Pokémon, Lucario. Type, Fighting, Steel. Ability, Steadfast. Gender, Male. Level, 77. Potential, Champion. Moves, Quick Attack, Aura Sphere, Metal Claw, Rock Smash, Force Palm, Heal Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Swords Dance, Fire Punch, Meteor Mash. Thanks to the effects of Roy's Detect Eye, the attributes of Cynthia's Lucario swiftly appeared before him. I shall entrust you with this battle, Gengar. Roy declared after a brief glance at Lucario, sending out his own Gengar, whose strength matched that of Dragonite, also reaching level 75. As Gengar materialized, Cynthia's gaze fixated on an object on its arm, murmuring to herself, could this be? With only a 2-level difference, combined with Mega Evolution, their powers are not vastly disparate. Roy mused, contemplating the strength of Lucario and Gengar. After a moment of reflection, he regained his focus. While Cynthia began to direct Lucario, use Quick Attack to advance. Under Cynthia's command, Lucario transformed into a streak of white lightning, charging toward Gengar. Gengar, levitate and unleash Shadow Ball. Roy shouted at Gengar in response to the approaching Lucario. Heeding Roy's instruction, Gengar floated into the air, gathering dark purple energy in each hand to form energy spheres, which he hurled at the swiftly advancing Lucario. However, Lucario, utilizing Quick Attack, exhibited remarkable speed and agility, effortlessly evading the Shadow Ball by executing a few nimble jumps, quickly arriving beneath Gengar. Fire Punch, Lucario called out, bending its knees to build momentum before leaping to the same height as Gengar, just as Cynthia's command resonated in the air. As Cynthia's words fell, Lucario's right arm ignited with a fierce crimson flame, swinging it toward Gengar. Not to be outdone, Roy shouted, Gengar, use Shadow Punch. At his command, Gengar's right arm similarly ignited with dark purple energy, meeting Lucario's Fire Punch head-on. The clash of the two fists, one red and one black, created a powerful surge, causing Lucario to stumble back a step upon landing, while Gengar, too, retreated several paces, signifying the disparity in strength between them. It seems Gengar's strength still falls short, Roy noted, Observing the more considerable distance, Jengar was forced to retreat, solidifying his resolve to employ a different strategy. With determination in his heart, Roy lifted his arm, adorned with the keystone, pressing it as he called out to Jengar, "Jengar, Mega Evolve." The moment his words left his lips, the keystone on Roy's wrist and the megastone on Jengar began to radiate a brilliant light, extending 4 beams that intertwined before Jengar's form was enveloped in dazzling luminescence, revealing his mega form to the crowd. "So, this is Mega Evolution? How magnificent!" Cynthia, already familiar with the phenomenon, displayed an expression of realization. "This is Shinji." Witnessing Mega Evolution for the first time, was somewhat bewildered, while Ash, well acquainted with the concept, explained it to him. Upon hearing Ash's explanation, Shinji's eyes brightened. After all, Mega Evolution enhances a Pokémon's strength, making it a tantalizing prospect for him. Curious to witness Mega Evolved Jengar's capabilities, Cynthia commanded, "Lucario, use Dragon Pulse." As her words echoed, Lucario released a white beam from its mouth, racing toward Jengar. Jengar unleashed Dark Pulse. Jengar, undeterred, fired a dark purple beam at Lucario's Dragon Pulse, ready for the ensuing confrontation. At the outset, 2 beams of light remained locked in a stalemate in midair, neither party yielding to the other. However, the energetic Gung Ghost soon amplified its energy output, swiftly overpowering the Dragon Pulse and striking Lucario, sending it reeling backward. Such strength! Even Cynthia was taken aback by the power of Mega Evolution. After all, Lucario's prowess had previously eclipsed that of Gung Ghost, yet now it found itself at a disadvantage. Cynthia felt a twinge of desire for this power, and Shinji was equally envious, likely to embark on a quest for Megastones thereafter. Yet, the highly skilled Cynthia quickly regained her composure and resumed commanding Lucario. Extreme speed. As soon as Cynthia's command echoed, Lucario vanished from its original position, only to reappear suddenly beside Gung Ghost. At that moment, Cynthia's next order followed. "Lucario, use Meteor Mash." Complying with Cynthia's directive, Lucario's arm glimmered with a radiant white light before it struck Gung Ghost, who was unable to evade the blow, forcing it to retreat. Follow up with Fire Punch. Cynthia seized the opportunity to continue directing Lucario. Heeding her words, Lucario once again executed extreme speed, flames igniting from both arms as it swung toward Gung Ghost, whose situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Chapter 401. Fierce Battle with Cynthia 3. Struck by Lucario's Fire Punch, Gung Ghost was propelled into the air, finally crashing to the ground after a considerable delay. Observing this, Roya anxiously called out to Gung Ghost, "Gung Ghost." Responding to Roya's urgent plea, Gung Ghost gritted its teeth against the pain, rising to its feet and fixating on Cynthia's Lucario. However, Gung Ghost was nearing exhaustion, its body riddled with injuries, and it was clearly at the end of its tether. "Lucario, first use extreme speed, then finish it off with Meteor Mash," Cynthia commanded with a sweeping gesture. As soon as Cynthia's words fell, Lucario took a few light steps before vanishing from sight, only to reappear directly before Gung Ghost. In front of Gung Ghost, Lucario's right arm radiated a brilliant white light and struck down upon the weary Gung Ghost, who had no strength left to evade. The force of the blow sent Gung Ghost crashing heavily to the ground, where it lay unmoving, having succumbed to unconsciousness, and its Mega Evolution form dissipated. Just when everyone believed Lucario had emerged victorious, the once spirited Pokémon also succumbed, collapsing and losing consciousness. Ash was momentarily stunned by the scene, unable to comprehend what had transpired. "It's a mutual demise." Toa, standing nearby, instantly recognized the truth and explained it to Ash and Dawn. "It's a mutual demise." The knowledgeable champion Cynthia immediately realized that the technique employed by Gung Ghost was indeed the self-destructive move that resulted in both it and Lucario losing their fighting capabilities. "Return, Lucario." Cynthia then recalled Lucario into its Pokeball. Roya similarly withdrew his Gung Ghost into its Pokeball, speaking softly to it. "Gung Ghost, you did exceptionally well." Such remarkable command. Although Cynthia was unaware of how Roya had directed Gung Ghost, she acknowledged that his control over his Pokémon was on par with her own. "Miss Cynthia, you flatter me. I have much to learn from you," Roya humbly replied, aware that aside from his ultimate beasts, he possessed only 3 Pokémon of champion caliber, while regional champion trainers typically had at least 6 champion-level Pokémon at their disposal. Moreover, his battles with the ultimate beasts were still in the process of refinement, necessitating additional time for him to adapt. "Now, let us commence our third match, Miss Cynthia." Upon finishing his statement, Roya cast a battle-ready gaze toward Cynthia. "As you wish." Cynthia, invigorated by the challenge, threw her final Pokeball into the air, soared through the skies, Garchomp. As the Pokeball opened in an instant, the semi-divine Pokemon Garchomp from the Sinnoh region made its dazzling entrance. Having previously observed Garchomp's strength during Cynthia's battle with Shinji, Roya chose not to utilize his analysis eye again. Upon witnessing Cynthia's ace Pokemon Garchomp, Roya knew that only his most formidable Pokemon, Zeraora, could rival it. Without hesitation, he threw his own Pokeball, summoning Zeraora, who immediately fixed its gaze upon Garchomp. Sensing the threat emanating from Zeraora, Garchomp regarded it with equal seriousness, heightening the tension in the arena. Zeraora, I never expected you to possess such a rare mythical Pokemon. Cynthia, well-versed in Pokemon, instantly recognized the Pokemon Roya had summoned. Our encounter was indeed fated. Roya reminisced about his first meeting with Zeraora, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Meanwhile, Ash observed the standoff between Roya's Zeraora and Cynthia's Garchomp. Promptly sharing his thoughts, it seems this battle may pose a challenge for Roya, given that electric-type moves are ineffective against ground types. You actually understand type advantages? May, somewhat familiar with Ash, gazed at him in astonishment. After traveling for such a long time, I've made some progress, Ash replied, scratching the back of his head. Although he favored battling against type disadvantages, he had gained a fair understanding of the basic type matchups. As the focus shifted back to Roya and Cynthia, their final battle commenced. Garchomp, Dragon Pulse. Once again, Cynthia initiated the attack. Obeying her command, Garchomp unleashed a white beam from its mouth, hurtling towards Zeraora. Unyielding, Roya responded to the approaching Dragon Pulse with his own directive, Zeraora, Volt Tackle. As soon as Roya's words fell, a golden lightning bolt surged forth, racing toward its target. The Dragon Pulse. Soon, the two beams of contrasting colors clashed in midair. After a brief exchange, both moves erupted in a brilliant explosion, dissipating into the ether, leaving only a few glimmers of light to drift away. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. After the initial clash, Cynthia continued to direct Garchomp. Following her command, Garchomp enveloped its claws in energy and charged towards Zeraora, swinging its claws fiercely. Unwilling to back down, Roya instructed Zeraora, Zeraora, Aura Sphere. Upon hearing Roya's command, Zeraora's arms began to shimmer with white light as it met the oncoming Garchomp, engaging in a fierce confrontation. In mere seconds, Zeraora and Garchomp exchanged blows in a flurry of strikes, neither gaining the upper hand. Dragon Tail. Observing the stalemate, Cynthia swiftly altered her strategy. As her words left her lips, Garchomp evaded Zeraora's attack and swiftly turned, unleashing the Dragon Tail move towards Zeraora. Just as the Dragon Tail was about to strike Gardevoir, the agile creature swiftly crossed its arms in front of its chest, using its limbs to absorb the impact of the Dragon Tail attack from Garchomp. Consequently, Gardevoir was pushed back several steps, yet it sustained no significant harm. Observing that the Dragon Tail had effectively repelled Gardevoir without inflicting damage, Garchomp refrained from pursuing the advantage and instead returned to the side of Cynthia. After allowing Garchomp a brief respite, Cynthia initiated her next offensive, Garchomp, Draco Meteor. Accompanied by a colossal orb of energy erupting in the sky, it transformed into a cascade of energy meteors, hurtling down toward Gardevoir on the ground.